Going on a blind date for my buddy, I started talking big as soon as we met. No car, no house, divorced 3 times, with 2 kids. The female CEO across from me smirked with amusement. Perfect, I'm infertile. I can be their stepmom. Seeing things take a turn for the extremely awkward, I quickly admitted I was an imposter. But I never expected the female CEO had already seen through my identity. She actually wanted to turn the fake act into reality. Bro, go on a blind date for me. A lavishly dressed young man who looked like a playboy draped his arm over my shoulder. I was sitting in the lecture hall at the time and turned to glance at this rich kid, Jung Hung. How can something like this be done as a favor? Good bro, I don't have time today. I'm chasing after my shushu right now. We made plans to have dinner today, and it took me forever to get her to agree. Just go and deal with it for me, say you're not interested, then walk away. Hearing Shushu's name, my eyes dimmed for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Suppressing the bitterness in my heart, I raised an eyebrow and said, "That simple?" "Of course it's that simple, but I won't let you work for nothing 10,000 just for showing up." I shook my head. "No need, we're good brothers. It's just a quick errand. Give me the address and time, and I'll arrange it." "Private room on the 2nd floor of the Red Rose restaurant, 3 o'clock this afternoon," Jung Hung quickly added. "Got it," I nodded. The two walked out of the classroom, and Jang Hung asked, "Want to grab a meal with me?" "No, I'll eat out later." Watching my retreating figure, Jung Hang's smile faded, his eyes turning cold. Someone approached Jung Hung at that moment. "You're pretty ruthless too, setting that guy up on a blind date with that crazy woman. What can we do then, unless you want to go?" Jung Hung looked at the person beside him. The man shuddered. "I'd have to be crazy to go. I heard that woman has a very messy private life, involved with some male celebrity, and there are even rumors she got pregnant by someone. Who knows if it's true?" Jang Hung shrugged. "Who knows? Anyway, if I weren't the family's illegitimate child, do you think the old man would make me go on a blind date with her? If I really married that woman, my standing in the Zhang family would be completely ruined. The old man favors the eldest son, but I'm determined to fight him for it." "So you're pursuing Qin Wanshu? As long as you win her over, your position in the Zhang family will be secure." Zhang Hung smiled. "Good, so I can only sacrifice Guchen. When the time comes, I'll shift the blame onto him. Although the old man will be angry, he won't dwell on it too much with me." The man shuddered. "Aren't you afraid your old man might take action against Guchen? With just a word from him, Guchen probably wouldn't be able to survive in the entire province." I arrived at the restaurant 5 minutes early, and the woman I was supposed to meet hadn't shown up yet. Sitting at the table, I checked the time on my phone, planning to leave if she didn't arrive within 10 minutes. This would at least give Zhang Hung an explanation. I pulled out a book I had brought with me and started reading. This was the scene Su Qingyue saw when she entered, a handsome young man holding a book, the light from the window casting a soft glow on his face, outlining his features with a faint radiance. As Su Qingyue took in the sight, her eyes brightened slightly, and the perpetual tension between her brows eased a little. I heard a noise, closed my book, and looked toward the door, only to see a tall and slender woman walking in. She wore a moon-white cheongsam that perfectly outlined her figure. Unlike the gentle grace of ordinary women, this woman had a heroic air about her, with a cold smirk at the corner of her lips. Seeing this, I quickly stood up, momentarily at a loss for words. The woman spoke first. "Are you Zhang Hong?" I detected a hint of mockery in her cool voice. I opened my mouth, then nodded and said, "I am Zhang Hong." The woman slowly walked up to me, scrutinizing me from all angles as if examining some object. Suddenly, she took a deep breath, as if catching a scent of something, and finally revealed a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. With a snap, she tossed something onto the dining table. It was a knuckle duster. I felt somewhat uneasy. Bringing a weapon to a blind date, what kind of situation was this? Under her gaze, I grew restless. After carefully choosing my words, I mustered the courage to say, "I was also forced by my family to come to this blind date. I have no other intentions toward Miss Su, and I'm sure Miss Su wouldn't be interested in me either. I'm just here to appease my family, and I believe Miss Su is the same. Let us just end things here today." With that, I stood up to leave. "Stop," the woman suddenly spoke. "Did I say you could leave?" She watched as I tried to walk away, and the impatience that had faded from her brow grew thick again. "I wonder if Miss Su has anything else to discuss?" I asked cautiously. The woman moved closer to me as she spoke, breathing in my scent, her eyes gleaming as she looked at me with amusement. "Before I came, my family gave me strict orders. Unless you're missing limbs, I have to agree."
Then playfully looked at Chuja said, "Came when the family came under the dead order. As long as you are not missing arms and legs, let me have to promise. So you want to go? Can we first to the marriage license? I also good to go back to hand over." Chapter 2 Married. "No way." Chuja was startled and refused without hesitation. The woman's soared eyebrow slightly raised her eyes with fury. "Why?" "No reason. I don't have any thoughts about Miss Su. And this time I'm only here for a blind date, not a betrothal, isn't it?" Chuja hurriedly explained. The woman sneered and said, "What? You think that I am not worthy of you? Zhang Heng, You are nothing but a bastard son of the Zhang family. Do you think you are qualified to reject me? The woman said the words, even got up and put the finger tiger on the table on the hand toward Chuja, forced to come, eyebrows full of anger. Chuja didn't expect things to be so troublesome. But he absolutely cannot marry this woman. He does not understand each other is the second. The key himself is not Zhang Heng. Miss Su, let me be honest with you. I'm not Zhang Heng. I'm just here to meet you on a blind date instead of Zhang Heng. Chuja decided to apologize to Zhang Heng. It's always better than the result of marrying yourself and the other person. Heh, if you say it's not, it's not? Are you playing with me? The woman slammed her fist on the dining table, surprisingly smashing a piece of the table directly off. Chuja was startled, but he still said stiffly, I brought my ID card with me. So take a look. I'm really not Zhang Heng. Chuja carefully handed over his ID card. IDs can be faked. The woman didn't even look at it. Well, then, I still have the account book to prove it? Oh, the account book? Where is it? If it really proves that you are not Zhang Heng, I will let you go. The woman said in a slightly playful manner. Okay. My account book was left at the school last time I did the formalities. You'll know once you go to the school with me. Chuja said. Okay, now go. The woman turned dryly and headed out the door. The woman arrived in a supercar, a Ferrari I believe. The red Ferrari was very impressive to drive on the road. When she came to the entrance of the school, the woman said, You go get the account book and I'll wait for you here. Don't think about not coming out if you dare, humph. Chuja helpless, even if he offered to let his classmates to prove, the other side does not believe, have to let himself go to get the account book cannot. He had the intention to call Zhang Heng, but he was too embarrassed to say it now after things went wrong. It's better to send this woman away before speaking to Zhang Heng. Chuja took the account book to the school gate. The woman gestured for him to get in the car. Chuja had no choice but to get in the car. Then he handed the account book to the woman and said, Nah, this is the account book. I can't even fake the account book in such a short time, right? If you still don't believe me, I can get my mentor to prove it too. The woman looked at the account book, didn't say a word, and leapt off on a throttle. Ugh, what are you doing? Chuja was a bit anxious. Marriage, huh? I've told you that I'm not Zhang Heng. Why do you still want to marry me? Sweat ran down Chuja's face in anxiety. It's not up to you. This is the price you pay for cheating on me. If you refuse, I'll say you molested me, and I'll make sure you don't go to college. Do you believe me? Chuja frowned, pondering the truthfulness of the other party's words. You're being irrational, Chuja said at last. Hee, you only realize now that Zhang Heng didn't tell you about my character when he asked you to come? Also, shouldn't you pay for uniting with Zhang Heng to cheat me? There was madness and a scowl on the woman's face. The car speed is very fast. Chuja dare not stimulate this woman again. He found out the woman's spirit seems to be not very normal. Soon came the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, Chuja's face was a bit grim, and after getting out of the car, he had no intention of entering the Civil Affairs Bureau. The woman looked to Chuja, tone became soft, said, I need this certificate to give an explanation to the family. I just did not lie to you. If I do not get married, ghosts know who they will sell me to? Don't worry, after we get the license we'll still live our own lives, and I'll divorce you as soon as I'm done with the family. You don't want me to marry a cripple or a cutie, right? Looking at the woman's pitiful appearance, Chuja's heart suddenly softened. By the time Chuja had received the small red book, there was still some lack of return. I can't believe he's actually married. The woman handed Chuja a card at this time and said, There's $500,000 on this. It's considered compensation for you. Chuja pushed the card back and said, I don't need compensation. As long as you keep your word and do the divorce papers with me then. The woman shoved the card into Chuja's arms and said, Give it when I say so, and don't get a divorce if you don't listen. Evening. Chuja returned to the dormitory with his head hanging down. There is another person in the dormitory called Suj. Sujie held the glasses on his face and looked at Chuja. Chuja, what's wrong with you? You have an unhappy look on your face? Chuja frowned, wondering if he should tell his housemate about this. After thinking about it, he didn't say anything because the other man said he would be divorced, so the less people knew about it the better. Is it because you're upset that Zhang Heng and Qin Wanshu are dating alone? Sujie then asked. Chuja was slightly stunned. As if Zhang Heng did say that he had an appointment with Shu Shu. He was a little silent. Should he be upset? But it seemed like he had no right to be upset. This was downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Zhang Heng waited quietly with a flower in his hand. Within moments, his eyes lit up. A woman came out from the door of the girls' dormitory. The woman has a light and elegant temperament all over her body, which can be described as clear water out of hibiscus natural to carve. You don't have to wear makeup to be a stunning beauty. Slender white neck, full chest, slender thighs. None of them let people marvel at the masterpiece of the creator. The woman was wearing a plain dress, and outside of the dress she wore a lab coat that accentuated his figure. "Shoo shoo, you're here." Zhang Hong had what he thought was a charming smile on his face as he hurriedly greeted him. Qin Lianshu nodded. A pair of beautiful eyes slightly scanned around. Not seeing the figure she wanted made her frown. "I've already booked the restaurant. Let's go." Zhang Hong opened his mouth. Qin Lianshu was a bit hesitant, but still nodded slightly. This made Zhang Heng's heart blossom. Following Zhang Hong to the restaurant, she looked around and realized that it was just Zhang Hong alone up to the beginning. Qin Lianshu spoke up. "Don't you usually bring your roommate with you? Why are you alone today?" Zhang Heng's face was a bit stiff, but he still said, "That boy Chuzha went on a blind date, and Sujie had something he couldn't come today." Qin Lianshu's body stiffened slightly. "Chuzha went on a blind date? That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. How do you think that kid went on a blind date without saying a word? Maybe we'll get to eat his wedding candy this year," Zhang Heng said. Qin Lianshu's eyes lowered as she sniffed and bit her sexy lips. Zhang Heng said, "Let's eat first. I bought 2 tickets for the movie theater. Let's go watch a movie after dinner? Maybe that Chuzha kid will go to the movie too." Qin Lianshu nodded at his words. Zhang Hong could hardly suppress the joy on his face when he saw this. This was considered an important step. In the future, he could rightfully say that he was Qin Lianshu's boyfriend. This opportunity used to be Chuzha's, but now Chuzha will never have the chance again. Chapter 3: Love Pushed Away. This is when the dormitory. Sujie is talking to Chuzha. Sujie said, "When you and Qin Wanshu attended classes together, went to the library together, and the other party even waited for you to go to a piece of dinner, we all thought that you were in love with her. But how come it's Zhang Hong who is chasing Qin Wanshu now? What's wrong with you?" Chuzha couldn't help but think of the first time he and Qin Lianshu met. That day he entered the university for the first time, the library for the first time. In a corner he met Qin Lianshu. They both sat quietly reading, disturbing no one. But as if by tacit agreement, they go there every day to read. From being strangers at the beginning, to nodding their heads at the end. As well as Chuzha summoned up the courage to introduce himself to Qin Wanshu. "Hello, I'm Chuzha. Hello, I'm Qin Wanshu." The smile on Qin Lianshu's face that day was so beautiful that Chuzha was a little dumbfounded by it. They went to the cafeteria together that day. It seemed to have become an unspoken agreement between them. I still remember one day when it was raining, Chuzha used his clothes to cover the heavy rain to send Qin Lianshu back, and his laughter spilled all the way. Everyone thought he was in love with Qin Wanshu. Chuzha himself, this is how he thinks. But once he happened to overhear a conversation between Qin Lianshu and her roommate. "Are you in love with Chuzha?" Qin Lianshu's roommate asked. Qin Lianshu, however, vehemently denied it. "No, we're not in a relationship. We're just ordinary friends who talk." "A common friend? Really? Really, just ordinary friends?" Qin Lianshu said seriously. "That's also true. How can he be worthy of you, Miss Qin, as a poor boy?" That roommate opened his mouth to express his disdain for Chuzha. Qin Lianshu didn't retort. It seems she thinks so too. That day Chuzha stood frozen in place for a long, long time, and a pain in his heart made him a little breathless. But he knew he couldn't get too close to Qin Wanshu. That would make people misunderstand. Since that time, he had intentionally avoided Qin Lianshu because he knew he was not worthy of her. Qin Lianshu was just treating him as an ordinary friend she could talk to. He stopped going to the library, stopped waiting for her to go to the cafeteria together, until Zhang Hong asked him if he was boyfriend and girlfriend with Qin Lianshu. He denied their relationship that day. Chuzha was thinking that this was probably the same answer Qin Lianshu was hoping to get. Zhang Hong said at that time, "Since you're not a man and a woman, I'm going to do it." What expression he had on his face at that moment, he had forgotten himself. It was only since then that Zhang Hong had pursued Qin Lianshu squarely. Zhang Hong also asked Chuzha to help ask Qin Wanshu out. Although I don't know why Zhang Hong must ask Qin Lianshu by himself every time. Maybe he thought he was still a bit familiar with her? It had been until now that Zhang Hong finally asked Qin Lianshu to go on a date alone. Chuzha's heart felt a bit stuffy as he pulled out a book to study, Only then could he forget about the things that made him feel unpleasant. Only when it was late at night did Zhang Heng return with a smile on his face. I've established a relationship with Shu Shu. Zhang Heng opened his mouth. Chu Zhe felt some bitterness in his heart as he sniffed. Zhang Heng lies on the bed and says he wants to move out, and that he's strong enough to rent a house outside. This would give him a chance to take Qin Lianshu back to his own little nest. Zhang Heng rambled on about being excited about the future. It seemed like it was said to Chulchul on purpose. Su Jie sneaked a glance at Chu Zhe and sighed when he saw Chu Zhe's slightly despondent eyes. It's late at night. Chu Zhe lay in bed and stayed awake until the early hours of the morning. The next day, Chu Zhe still got up early and he started running around the playground. It's a habit he's had for years. Suddenly, his figure paused as he saw a familiar figure. It was Qin Lianshu. Qin Lianshu caught up. How have you been lately? Chu Zhe stopped, and Qin Lianshu also stopped to look at him quietly. I'm okay. Chu Zhe felt his throat a little sore. Qin Lianshu clenched her palms tightly and pretended to say carelessly, I heard you went on a blind date yesterday? Chu Zhe looked up at Qin Lianshu as he wondered why Qin Lianshu knew. He thought of Zhang Heng. Facing Qin Lianshu's eyes, he still nodded. Although he went instead of Zhang Heng, he did go on a blind date himself. Qin Lianshu lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. How did it turn out? Trudger didn't know what to say. Besides, would the other side believe it? Okay. I know. I won't bother you anymore. Qin Lianshu walked away. The back was a bit forlorn. Chu Zhe stood in the playground a bit at a loss for words. He didn't know what exactly Qin Lianshu meant. Was she asking as a friend or what? From that day on, his contact with Qin Lianshu was almost non-existent. It seems like Qin Wanshu admitted her romance with Zhang Heng. At least she didn't retort when someone asked. Unlike her own relationship with her, she had made a clear rebuttal. At this time, in Qin Lianshu's dormitory, her roommate, Li Qing, looked at Qin Lianshu and said, Did you really agree to Zhang Heng's pursuit? Qin Lianshu didn't say anything. Zhang Heng is not bad either. When will you and him get married? Did you dress up so beautifully today to go out and not come back? Someone teased. Li Qing shook her head. I do think Chu Zhe is good, but it's a pity that you don't have any feelings for him, even Shu. Qin Lianshu's hand paused at his words. Another roommate said, How can a poor boy like Chu Zhe be good enough for our evening Shu? Evening Shu also said that Chu Zhe is just an ordinary friend. Li Qing shook her head and said to Qin Lianshu, You don't know. That day when you said Chu Zhe was just an ordinary friend, Chu Zhe was right behind us. When he heard what you said in the evening Shu, he was dumbfounded, and later I heard that he stood there for hours without moving a muscle. Even though you don't like him, late Shu, I still feel a bit sorry for him. Qin Lianshu snapped her head up at the words and looked at Li Qing, disbelief showing in her eyes. You said that Chu Zhe was behind us that day? Li Qing looked at Qin Lianshu's expression and said with some consternation, Yes. Didn't you ask him to send you a book at that time? It just so happens that when he came over and you said you were just regular friends with him. I thought you said that on purpose to get him to back off. Didn't you know? Qin Lianshu's body shook a little, and her face became a little pale. Nightshade. Nightshade, what's wrong with you? Qin Lianshu felt that all the sounds around her were gone, and the only thing in her mind was that lonely figure standing on the playground. No wonder from that day he stopped going to the library, and even if he did, he would stagger his time with her, and he wasn't looking for her to go to dinner with him, and he stopped waiting for her to get out of class. Turns out he thought he had rejected his advances and his kindness to him. Qin Lianshu got up violently and headed for the door, stumbling a bit on his feet. A couple of the housemates looked at each other in disbelief. Qin Lianshu came under the boys' dormitory. As her arrival caused a commotion, many of the boys dropped their eyes on her, intentionally or unintentionally, because she's so beautiful. The boy with the message came to Chulchul's dormitory, but Chulchul wasn't there. But Shug is in. He came to the balcony and looked down and saw Qin Lianshu's figure. He frowned but still dressed and walked downstairs. Qin student, are you here to see Zhang Heng? Hasn't he moved out already? Don't you know? Qin Lianshu looked at Su Jie and said, I've come to find Chu Zhe. Su Jie froze and looked at Qin Wanshu suspiciously. Looking for Chu Zhe? But Chu Zhe hasn't returned yet. Where did he go? You really don't know anything, ah? Chu Zhe had a little incident at home. He has gone back for several days. Su Jie said. What happened to his family? Qin Lianshu asked in a hurry. His grandmother died and took a leave of absence to go back. It seems you really haven't been paying attention to his movements. I would have thought you would have shown him some comfort. However, Zhang Heng didn't give you a word about it either. Su Jie asked suspiciously. Regardless, Chu Jie and Qin Wanshu's relationship as ordinary friends had been maintained, and Su Jie assumed that Qin Wanshu knew that. Su Jie continued, Say, it seems like Chu Jie had Zhang Heng send you something once before he left. Didn't you receive it? Chapter 4. I'm his wife. At this time, not only Qin Lianshu was looking for Chu Jie, Su Ruoxian was also looking for Chu Jie. She called Chu Jie several times, but there was no answer. Su Ruoxian was currently sitting in a spacious office. The office is luxurious. The agitation between her eyebrows was getting stronger at this point. How dare you not answer my calls, huh? She got up violently and walked towards the door. The Ferrari let out a roar as it rushed towards Kukai University. She went straight to the vicinity of the boys' dormitory and pulled a boy down to ask if he knew Chu Jie. The boy looked at Su Ruoxian a bit dumbfounded. How could such a beautiful woman come to that guy Chu Jie? Su Ruoxian looked at the somewhat dumbfounded male student, looked a little impatient. Do you recognize Chu Jie or not? The boy nodded. I know, but he went home. Home? Su Ruoxian frowned. Yes, I heard that his grandmother passed away, so he took a leave of absence to go home, the boy said. Su Ruoxian was a bit angry. Her palms clenched tightly as she said in a somewhat irritated tone, He didn't even tell me after such a big thing happened? The boy tentatively asked, This beautiful lady, what is your relationship with Chu Jie? Su Ruoxian snorted coldly, I'm his wife. The boy stiffened at that. Old wife. The boys were a little disheartened. It wasn't until Su Ruoxian walked away that someone said, Liar. If she's really a wife, how come she doesn't know about such a big thing? Cheating or not cheating doesn't seem to concern us. Do you guys have any hope of catching up with her? Chu Jie received Su Ruoxian's call after 10 o'clock in the middle of the night. I'm at the entrance of your village. Come and pick me up. Su Ruoxian's cool voice rang out. Chu Jie froze, somewhat not returning to his senses. Next to her, her mother asked, Chul, what's wrong? Chu Jie said, a friend is here, right at the village entrance. What? Hurry up and pick it up this late. Don't get in trouble. Mother said in a hurry. Chu Jie put on his shoes, grabbed a flashlight and went out. Coming to the entrance of the village, he saw an SUV. The car door was closed at this point and the lights were on. Trudger stepped forward and knocked on the car window. The car window fell, revealing Su Ruoxian's somewhat tired face. You drove yourself here? That's right. I drove most of the day, Su Ruoxian said. Chu Jie got into the car and commanded Su Ruoxian to drive the car to the front door of his house. Su Ruoxian was a little silent as she looked at the simple courtyard wall of Chu Jie's house. Entering the courtyard, he looked at the row of small bungalows and couldn't help but frown. Why are you here so late, girl? Didn't you make a phone call before coming? Chu mother went forward and pulled Su Ruoxian's hand. However, his eyes looked at Chu Jie with some suspicion. Chu Jie introduced, This is a friend of mine. Chu's mother was a bit disbelieving. What kind of friend would come over in the middle of the night? But Chu Jie didn't say much, and she didn't ask deeply. After all, looking at Su Ruoxian, she must be very rich and wouldn't look at a poor boy like them. At this time Chu Jie's family, his grandmother, has been funeral. Relatives and friends are gone today too. Chu Jie had thought of going back to school in a couple of days, but he didn't expect Su Ruoxian to come. Su Ruoxian coldly looked at Chu Jie with some anger between her brows. She was not happy with Chu Jie's introduction of herself. She didn't have a seizure, though. Mother Chu was busy preparing Su Ruoxian's room for rest. Chu Jie also had a younger sister, but the bed in his sister's room could only sleep one person. Chu Jie then moved to the room where he used to keep his sundries and gave up his room to Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian looked at Chu Jie's room. The room was tidied up and there was a nice smell in the room, a smell that made him a little obsessed. Lying on her bed, she realized that the original smell was coming from Chu Jie's quilt. She pulled the covers over her head and took a deep breath, the agitation in her body seeming to disappear. There was no talk all night. The next day, Chu Jie got up early. Chu's mother had already started cooking. While cooking, Chu's mother pulled Chu Jie and asked, Is she really your ordinary friend? Chu Jie nodded. It's really just an ordinary friend, although he and Su Ruoxian got a license, but they really don't know each other well, and the other didn't cross paths after getting a license that time, as if they had forgotten each other's existence. Chu Jie didn't expect Su Ruoxian to suddenly come here, which caught him a little off guard. Go and tell people to eat. Mother Chu gave Chu Jie a wink at this time. Chuja thought about it but let his sister go. Su Ruoxian walked out. Chuja's sister was called Chu Shui. She looked at Su Ruoxian and said, "Sister-in-law is really pretty." With the sound of sister-in-law, Su Ruoxian felt her heart blossom. How could she be so happy? She gave Chu Shui a set of cosmetics and Chu Shui was happy. Sister-in-law shouted non-stop. Su Ruoxian was happy and gave Chu Shui another big red packet. Chuja frowned and said, "You can't accept red envelopes. There are too many." Su Ruoxian was not happy. "This is what I gave to Schwer, doesn't need your consent." Schwer said, "Sister-in-law, it's too much, I can't take it." Chu's mother said, "Girl, you really can't accept this. It's okay that your son has a relationship with the other party, but the key is that there is no relationship, so how can your family have the nerve to accept so much money? Take it if you're told to. It's from sister-in-law." Su Ruoxian opened her mouth. Mother Chu froze and turned her head to look at Chuja. Chuja frowned and took the red packet and said, "You really can't accept it. Take this back." Su Ruoxian's face instantly grimaced. Chuja froze for a moment when he saw this and pulled a bill out of it. "This much is already enough." This time Chu Shui did not refuse and happily thanked Su Ruoxian and called out sister-in-law. Su Ruoxian was happy again. After dinner, Chuja took Su Ruoxian out for a walk. Chuja asked, "What brings you here?" Su Ruoxian said, "You seem to have forgotten my relationship with you." Chuja said, "Isn't that to deal with your family?" Su Ruoxian said, "Okay, I'll use you this time. This time go back and you'll go with me to meet my parents." Chuja sniffed and his heart dawned on him. It seemed that Su Ruoxian's family had rushed her. That's why she drove all the way over here. "Well, let's get this over with early so we can get a divorce?" Su Ruoxian's footsteps slammed to the ground at her words, and a strong anxiety surfaced between her brows again. "You think I'm not good enough for you?" Chuja said, Miss Su, you're very good. I think it's me who doesn't deserve you, Miss Su." Su Ruoxian's annoyance instantly disappeared between her brows as she said, "Are you telling the truth?" Chuja nodded. Su Ruoxian was young and rich, and he was simply a person from two worlds. He meant what he just said. Su Ruoxian said with a joyful look on her lips, "If I say you're worthy, you're worthy. You don't need to look at anyone's face." Chuja bowed his head and didn't say anything. Qin Lianshu's matter let him know what low self-esteem was, and he felt that Su Ruoxian and Qin Lianshu alike were not worthy of him. Su Ruoxian is using herself as a shield. This visit was also just a matter of needing himself to step in and deal with his family, rather than having any thoughts about himself. I believe that after helping her deal with her parents, the other party should file for divorce without having to say anything themselves. Chuja breathed a sigh of relief at the thought. Greeting her neighbors along the way, Su Ruoxian seemed to be in high spirits. "Zhe, is this your girlfriend?" an older woman said. Trudger wanted to say no, but Su Ruoxian took over and said, "Hello, auntie." She didn't seem to shy away from her relationship with Chuja at all. Chuja didn't explain even after thinking about it. Back at home, Chuja decided to go back to school after all. He felt it was better to finish dealing with Su Ruoxian as soon as possible. Chu's mother didn't stand in the way either. Watching Chuja and Su Ruoxian drive away, Chu mother looked at her husband next to her and said, "Do you think it's possible for Zhe and that girl?" The husband said in a muffled voice, "Don't think blindly. We can't reach that girl." Back home, Chu Shui took out her cell phone to check the English letters on the top of the cosmetics. Suddenly she froze, rubbed her eyes for a closer look, and then her mouth dropped open. "Mom, this box of cosmetics is worth tens of thousands of dollars." The basin in Chu's mother's hand banged down on the floor. Chapter 5. Sinking involuntarily. Kyung-hee University. Qin Lianshu, who did not find Chuja, went back. Only the person looked a little off. There was a vibration on his cell phone. It was a message from Zhang Heng. Today was supposed to be her date with Zhang Heng. It was likewise the day when Zhang Heng was ready to officially announce the romantic relationship between him and Qin Wanshu to the public. Zhang Heng proposed a fellowship. 2 dormitory associations. That's why Qin Lianshu dressed up. Qin Lianshu held her cell phone and asked, "Will all of your dorms participate in this fellowship?" Zhang Heng hurriedly replied, "Yes, our dormitory will all come." Qin Lianshu's eyes flashed with a hint of sulkiness, but she didn't snap. Qin Lianshu and her dormitory roommate went downstairs. Seeing Zhang Heng waiting there, Zhang Heng was happy. "I've already booked a restaurant. Let's go sing after dinner." "Yo, Are you trying to confess your love to our family Shu Shu with a song? A housemate spoke up. Zhang Heng smiled without denying it. He thought he could sing pretty well and had performed at school parties, attracting a lot of nymphomaniacs. Qin Huanshu didn't move and walked outside the school with Zhang Heng. On the road, Zhang Heng suddenly received a phone call. He answered, suddenly some annoyed. Su Jie, what's the matter with you? People, I've made an appointment with you this time to drop the chain? What's wrong? Li Qing looked at Zhang Heng. Only Qin Lianshu's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Hey no, Su Jie just called me and said that he couldn't get away from his socializing outside. So he told us to go ahead on our own while he and Chuzha had to run some errands. Him and Chuzha? What kind of business? Zhang Heng was a bit eager to speak. Hurry up and say it. Gulp, Li Qing urged. Not a few days ago, Chuzha blind date well. Today to meet the parents. Chuzha, afraid to drink too much, let Su Jie wait outside so that he can pick him back. Zhang Heng finished looking at Qin Lianshu. Zhang Heng looked quite annoyed and said, this Chuzha is also really something. He has obviously said goodbye to him. But he even went to meet some parents with his blind date at this time. Forget it, we'll go ourselves if they don't come. One of Qin Lianshu's roommates exclaimed at this time. Zhang Heng immediately patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'll immediately call the two good brothers to come over. They are both young talents in our school. Zhang Heng's words aroused the interest of Qin Nanshu's housemates. Suj they had all seen wearing glasses, soft and weak, not their type. Chulchul is nice, but Chulchul is on a blind date, much to their chagrin. Since it was not bad to get to know two new young talents. After all, Zhang Heng's family lineage was there, and his friends could not be any worse. Hinges would probably be a better choice than Trudger. Qin Lianshu quietly looked at Zhang Heng, then stopped. Zhang Heng, has it been a long time since you've been back to the dormitory? Zhang Heng froze, then said, hey, it's been some days since I've been back. But it doesn't matter. Chuzha and I see each other often. Really? Then Su Jie is obviously in the dormitory. How did you say he went out? Qin Lianshu looked at Zhang Heng fixedly. A few of the other housemates were also flabbergasted. Qin Lianshu said, I just came back from your dormitory there not long ago. Can't be. Is Su Jie in the dorm just waiting to pick up Chuzha? A roommate explained at this point. Qin Lianshu sneered and looked at Zhang Heng. Chuzha isn't in Jinghai at all. He went back to his hometown and went back for several days. Zhang Heng, don't tell me that you don't know why Chuzha went back? The field quieted down. Qin Lianshu looked at Zhang Heng, her eyes cold. What else do you want to say? Chuzha asked you to hand over one thing to me when he was leaving. Are you going to say that you don't know about it as well? Zhang Heng's face turned ironic. Chuzha has always been Chuzha. Qin Wanshu, tell me, what is your relationship with Chuzha? I'm your boyfriend now, not Chuzha, Zhang Heng exclaimed. He knows my relationship with you, but he asked me to send you something. Yes, I lied to you about Chuzha, but my feelings for you are real. Love is possession, and it's not too much for me to be a little selfish, is it? Qin Lianshu looked at Zhang Heng with calm eyes and said, Zhang Heng, first of all, you and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend, just ordinary friends. Secondly, we don't even have the most basic trust between us, and now you and I don't even have to be normal friends, and you're telling me at this time that you're sincere to me? Don't you find it ironic? Their bickering drew the attention of some of the students next to them, and they all cast vaguely curious glances at the place. Shoo shoo. Let's talk about anything in private. Let's go eat first. We believe Zhang Heng will give you a satisfactory answer. The other two housemates besides Li Qing opened their mouths to persuade Qin Lianshu. Li Qing looked at those two housemates and suddenly asked, Lily, that time when you suddenly asked in front of so many people if Lianshu and Chuzha were boyfriend and girlfriend, was that what you wanted to ask? A hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the housemate called Lily as she sniffed, and she glanced imperceptibly at Zhang Heng. Yeah, I was just casually asking what happened. Li Qing didn't say anything. Just now she regretted a little after asking. If her guess was true, then this Zhang Heng was too terrifying. Qin Lianshu's body stiffened violently when she heard Li Qing's words, and she looked incredulously at the two people she had always treated as sisters. Those two housemates were a bit afraid to look at Qin Huanshu's gaze, their eyes a bit evasive. Qin Lianshu retracted her gaze with a bitter smile and calmed herself down to look at Zhang Heng once again. Zhang Heng, there is no possibility between me and you. Please keep the necessary distance between you and me in the future. Qin Lianshu finished speaking and left the place in large strides, leaving Zhang Heng's face twisted as he looked at Qin Lianshu's departing back. Qin Lianshu's dormitory was packed away that night, and she wouldn't be living in the dormitory anymore. Zhang Heng came to the restaurant alone. Here are two other friends who have been dating for a long time. They weren't even college students in Kukai, but members of the community, all second-generation members of his circle. Hey, why are you here alone? Where are the other beauties? A few brothers are waiting to get dirty. That's right. I heard those chicks are good-looking. Let's try this famous college student too. That's right. We've brought everything. So don't tell us they're not coming. One of the males flung a small plastic bag in his hand, which contained a few pills. Zhang Heng's face was gloomy. They're not coming. They've all been stirred up by the one called Chuzha. A couple of males cursed and walked away, leaving Zhang Heng sitting there with an ironic look on his face. Chuzha, it's all your fault. Why do you think you're just holding on to Qin Wan Shu? Chuzha, at this time in driving, he actually also has a driver's license, is in the summer of the first year of college to test out. At that time his outside part-time work, simply took the driver's license. Chuzha glanced at Su Ruoxian, who was resting her eyes on the passenger side. Quiet Su Ruoxian looks really pretty. Two long sword eyebrows coupled with slender Danfeng eyes made her look heroic. The not overly groomed face had a fine layer of fuzz in the sunlight. She has really good skin, the all-natural kind of good. He couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Chuzha withdrew his gaze. In his eyes, Su Ruoxian was perfect, giving him a feeling that he didn't dare to get close. People like that shouldn't cross paths with themselves. Chuzha silently said in his heart. In the evening, the car finally entered Jinghai City. Su Ruoxian had woken up a long time ago. She was sitting on the passenger side at this time, twisting her head to look at Chuzha, who was concentrating on driving. The corners of her mouth pursed as if she were smiling. She was enjoying being with Chuzha. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Su Ruoxian found that she could always be quiet around Chuzha, and that kind of suppressed irritation in her heart seemed to have disappeared, and this feeling made her a little bit mesmerized, so much so that she was a little bit sunk by now. No need to drive so fast. Slow down, Su Ruoxian said. Chuzha was slightly stunned, not knowing why she would say that. Miss Su, where are we going? Chuzha asked. He didn't recognize where Su Ruoxian's home was. In fact, he now preferred Su Ruoxian to drive away by himself and just leave him on the side of the road. He could have taken a taxi to school. Go to Pearl Mission Hills Court. Chuzha was surprised. That was one of the most luxurious neighborhoods in Jinghai City. Any house there starts in the millions. The car drove to a small area, and when he stopped in front of a villa, he realized that he had still underestimated Su Ruoxian's family history. Chapter 6: Zhang Heng's Malice. Looking at the gate that opened automatically, Chuzha experienced for the first time what it meant to look away. Turns out there's such a big gap between him and her. Chuzha lowered his eyes, and the waves in his heart that had once been there for a moment once again returned to calm. He drove the car to the courtyard, got out and said to Su Ruoxian, "That, Miss Su, I'll leave you alone. Just call me when you need me to cope with the house." Su Ruoxian looked at her luxurious villa, then looked at Chuzha with some suspicion and said, "Don't you want to go in and sit down?" Chuzha quickly waved his hand and said, No, it's getting late. I want to go back to school as soon as possible." Su Ruoxian came close to Chuzha and said playfully, "You really don't want to come up and sit down? You could have stayed here. After all, we are nominally a couple now." It was an invitation she'd never had before. No, I'm going back to school to live." Every cell in Chuzha's body revealed rejection. Looking at Chuzha, who turned around and left, a trace of shame flashed in Su Ruoxian's eyes. If an ordinary man came here, I'm afraid he couldn't even be shooed away, but he was so good that he left cleanly, afraid of being left here. This made Su Ruoxian's good mood just now instantly disappear. Why she had brought him here did he really not know? Or do you know but are pretending not to? "Miss, you're back." The housekeeper greeted him, then also looked at Chuzha. "Who is that man?" "This is the first time my lady has led a man here. Since the young lady had led him here, she was definitely treating him differently. Shouldn't any man at this time seize the opportunity to please the lady?" He even believed that the vast majority of men would stick around. Aren't mansions, beautiful women, and fancy cars all men's dreams? Take down your own lady, it's all there. But what's with that guy? He's walking fast, he's walking determined, like being chased by a wolf. Could it be a desire to get out of the way? Su Ruoxian thought the same thing. "Humph. I don't believe you're not moved. I'll see if you're still willing to divorce." Chuzha did not try to guess what Su Ruoxian was thinking. He took the bus to the school. Su Jie looked at the returning Chuzha and froze. "You came back today?" Chuzha said, "Well, Something came up temporarily and I came back early. After the simple pleasantries, Su Jie came to Chuja's side and said, "Do you know, Qin Wanshu and Zhang Heng broke up? Or not? It seems like they were never together. Anyway, it's just that Qin Wanshu and Zhang Heng broke up." Chuja froze for a moment. "Why?" Su Jie said. "It seems like it's because of you." Chuja frowned. "For me? But I don't have anything with late Shu. Didn't you say you wanted Zhang Heng to give something to evening Shu?" Chuja said, "That's right. That's a book that was treasured by late Shu's family. I asked Zhang Heng to send it back to avoid suspicion. Could it be because of that book?" Su Jie said, "Zhang Heng didn't even send the book out." Chuja frowned. Then Su Jie told him in detail about Qin Wanshu coming to him and then falling out with Zhang Heng. Chuja was silent for a moment and said, "It seems I was wrong. I should have asked the others to return the book." Su Jie rolled his eyes and said, "Is that a book thing? What difference does it make who you let give it to Qin Lianshu? Isn't it all about you returning it? The point is that Qin Lianshu feels that Zhang Heng cheated her." Su Jie shook his head then said, "This Zhang Heng, every time he invites Qin Wanshu, it's under your banner. I heard that that date was also in the name of our 2 dormitory bonding, but I didn't even know about it. This Zhang Heng is not decent." Chuja's eyes dimmed for a moment as he sniffed. He had wondered at first why Qin Lianshu would know about his going on a blind date. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret? Now it seemed that perhaps Zhang Heng had deliberately told Qin Huanshu. Chuja didn't know what he was feeling in his heart, but it was a little bad anyway. He had always treated Zhang Heng as a friend, but now it seemed as if Zhang Heng had approached him with impure intentions from the start. Chuja stopped thinking about it and packed up to prepare for rest. I had just finished packing when the door to my room opened. Zhang Heng walked in with a gloomy face. "Chuja, come with me for a moment." Su Jie frowned at this time. "Zhang Heng, what do you want to do? You and Qin Wanshu's matter can't be blamed on Chuja. At first it was Chuja who set you up. You can't blame Chuja for being dumped." Zhang Heng looked at Su Jie and said, "This is between me and Chuja. What's it got to do with you?" Su Jie wanted to say something else, but Chuja stopped him. He looked at Zhang Heng and said, "Come on, let's go out and talk." Coming downstairs, Chuja looked at Zhang Heng and said, "Say what's up." Zhang Heng said, "Please let go." Chuja raised an eyebrow. "I don't know what you're talking about. What are you pretending to be stupid for? I'm talking about Shu. Let go. You name a number and I'll transfer it to you." Chuja quietly looked at Zhang Heng and said, "What do you take evening Shu for? Treat her as goods that can be bought and sold." Zhang Heng cut a laugh and sneered at Chuja. "What kind of innocence are you pretending to have here with me? Didn't you approach Shu in the first place because you were interested in their family's industry? I'll give you money directly now. $1 million, you leave evening Shu." Chuja felt the last thought in his heart go out, as if he was recognizing Zhang Heng for the first time. Zhang Heng sneered. "What? It's too little, don't be ungrateful. It's already good enough for you, a country bumpkin, to have $1 million. Chuja took a deep breath to bring his undulating mind back to a steady state, and his eyes were already cold when he looked at Zhang Heng. He spoke. "First of all, there is nothing unseemly between me and Late Shu. Secondly, Late Shu just treats me as an ordinary friend who can talk. She doesn't like me exactly, didn't think of me as his boyfriend ever. Plus, who does Late Shu like? Who doesn't? It's Yushu's decision, not mine. Zhang Heng, you were looking for the wrong target in the beginning, but the current you really doesn't deserve evening Shu. What you're doing now looks like a shameless villain." Zhang Heng's eyes were crimson as he swung his fist out. Boom hits Chugger with a volley of punches to the mouth. Chuja fell to the ground. "Zhang Heng, what do you want?" Su Jie rushed out of the dormitory entrance at this time to block Chuja's face. There were also a lot of people looking over and pointing at the place. Someone else took a picture and posted it to the group. Soon the girls' dormitory Li Qing saw the photo, and she was slightly surprised. Zhang Heng had actually gone to trouble Chuja. She dialed Qin Lianshu's number. "Evening Shu." Chuja was beaten. Li Qing said. There was the sound of something hitting the ground over there, followed by a rush of footsteps. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory, Chuja got up and touched the corner of his mouth, where it was bleeding. He looked a bit lousy, but it wasn't a big deal. He had always been in good physical condition, and Zhang Heng's punch was very weak. Chuja said, "Zhang Heng, I don't know why you're hysterical, but I still say that you're looking for the wrong target from the start. You're insulting me with that $1 million, and you're also insulting Evening Shu." Zhang Heng once again charged towards Chuzhe, who was somewhat annoyed. Su Jie hugged Zhang Heng at once, preventing him from coming forward. Zhang Heng pushed Su Jie to the ground in annoyance. At this time, a student officer came over and quickly took control of the scene. It was a big deal because someone posted the picture online and the school quickly spread the word. Chuzhe and the others were taken away by the counselor. Fighting in college can be serious enough to get you expelled. Zhang Heng was quickly released. Chuzhe was left behind, though, and several people questioned him about why he assaulted his classmates. Su Jie, who was next to him, was shocked. Chuzhe didn't fight back until the beginning, okay. But no one listened to his words. Chuzhe was silent, and for the first time he felt the strong malice of this society, though he had known for a long time that this community was not as friendly as it seemed. But it was really when it was his turn that he had a deep appreciation. Chuzhe didn't say a word, no matter how much the other party inquired. Someone on the other side spoke up at this time. As long as you admit that this matter is even, it's not a big deal after all. Chapter 7. Are you always this sensible? That person's eyes are flooded with cunning essence light. As long as Chuzhe admitted, then they can choose a trouble of this matter to sit in the truth. At that time, who came cannot change. Chuzhe was dropped out of the fate of the school. Chuzhe tilted his head and looked at the people who had no idea what their status was and said, I want to say it. Chuzhe, you can't say that. Su Jie beside him was a bit anxious. It's not your fault at all. Why are you admitting it? Chuzhe glanced at Su Jie before turning his head, once again to look at the guys on the opposite side of the room and said, I'd like to say that I just called the police. Those few people's faces instantly turned ugly at those words. What do you mean you're calling the police when we can handle a little thing like this at school? Chuzhe said with a calm expression. Because I don't see fairness in you. Su Jie, who was beside him, opened his mouth wide and gave Chuzhe a thumbs up. Righteous father, you're awesome. Those guys felt like they had eaten a pile of. How could they not expect Chuzhe to call the police? They should have confiscated his cell phone in the first place. But it's a little late now. The police arrived at the school at the same time as Qin Lianshu. Looking at the scene in front of her, Qin Lianshu, where she still didn't know what had happened. For the first time she was so angry. She looked at the men interrogating Chuzhe and said, Very well, you're kind of at the end of your rope in this school, I'd say. The faces of those few who didn't know what they were became pale. It was because someone knew just how much strength Qin Lianshu had behind her. They also hadn't expected that a trivial and insignificant matter would implicate someone from the Qin family. They had some regrets, but it was too late. No one had instructed them to do so. They just wanted to hug the Zhang family's thighs. Since a classmate posted the video online, all it took was a quick check to find out what was really going on. From beginning to end, it was Zhang Heng who unilaterally hit people, and Chuzhe did not fight back. The policeman's gaze traced over that head of the school with contempt in his eyes. But the end result of the process was to put Chuzhe to rest. Chuzhe signed a letter of understanding, because he knew it was for the best. Qin Lianshu came to Chuzhe's side. You could have not signed the letter of understanding. Chuzhe pondered for a moment and said, This isn't supposed to be a big deal, and if I don't understand it, I'll be the one who isn't in the end. Even the school side is not good. Chuzhe explains to Qin Lianshu why he did what he did. I'm just a small person, my arm can't twist the leg after all, and since the outcome won't change, as well as making things difficult for the school, I might as well take what I can get. Qin Lianshu said, You know, that's not what I'm talking about. As long as you're willing, I can help you get him in for a few days. Su Jie also said at this time, Yes, we should let him go in and stay for a few days. Not to mention hitting someone but also falsely accusing you, it's too detestable. Su Jie was angry. He didn't expect Zhang Heng to be this kind of person. Chuzhe shook his head. Qin Lianshu looked at Chuzhe with some heartache. He was always so careful to live without hysteria, even when he was aggravated. He's able to calmly weigh the pros and cons, but does that indicate that he's experiencing too many of these injustices against him? Chuzhe pursed his lips and looked at Qin Lianshu. I'm sorry that I even made you make a trip because of my business. Thank you. Qin Lianshu looked at Chuzhe, who was very polite to him, and revealed a far-fetched smile. He felt a detachment in this politeness. It was like they could never get back to the kind of relationship they had before. Their hearts were clearly close together then, very close. At that moment, she could clearly feel the other woman's heart opening up for her, but she pushed him carelessly away from her, pushed him away from her. His heart closed and may never open to her again. Why are you so polite to me? We are friends, aren't we? Qin Lianshu tried her best to make her smile look good. Chuja looked at the bright and moving Qin Lianshu. His eyes lowered. He thought again of the words the other man had once said. We're just ordinary friends who talk. Chuja nodded and said, Yes, we are friends. Su Jie sighed slightly as she watched from the side. They were polite to each other, missing the ease and closeness they had felt when they were together. Obviously they were so sweet back then. That was also when Chuja was smiling the most. Until the day he watched Chulchul stand there dumbfounded in the playground for a long time. There were very few smiles on Chuja's face after that day. So much so that now he could clearly feel the kind of politeness that Chuja had shown to Qin Lianshu. That kind of politeness to strangers. Even he could perceive the kind of care that Chuja had used to speak to Qin Lianshu. Chuja looked at the time and said to Qin Lianshu, It's getting late. You'd better hurry back. Su Jie said at this time, I heard that you moved out late, Shu. Is that true? Chuja froze for a moment. This matter Su Jie did not tell him. Su Jie looked and Chuja said, It's not safe for a girl at night. Do you want to send? Chuja thought for a moment and said, Then I'll give you a ride. Qin Lianshu didn't refuse. Taking a taxi to Qin Lianshu's neighborhood, Chuja was a bit stunned, because it's not cheap here either, and even renting a thing is expensive. I'm here. Come up with me. I'll help you treat your wounds. Qin Lianshu made an excuse. Her hands clenched from nerves as she said the words. Chuja shook his head and said, It's getting late, so I won't go up. My injuries are fine and don't need to be treated. Well, it's fine to go up for a cup of tea. Consider it as recognizing the door. Qin Lianshu spoke again. The driver in the front row glanced at Chuja through the rearview mirror with some envy in his heart. Such a pretty little girl invites. This kid is a lucky man. Chuja shook his head again at this time. Next time. It's not convenient for me to go up right now. Then there was silence. Qin Lianshu's face turned a little white as she slowly got out of the car, moving a little slowly. But until she closed the car door, she didn't hear what she wanted to hear. She froze in place watching the cab turn around and head back. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes disappeared. The driver in the cab was like looking at a little cutie at this time, like looking at Chuja. The driver thought for a moment and said, Normally, when a woman invites a man to her home, it means that she has a crush on the other person. Don't blame me for being talkative. I think you'll regret it if you miss this opportunity. Chuja's eyes darkened for a moment and said, We're just ordinary friends. We can just talk. The driver sniffed and shook his head. If he had been a normal friend, he would have dared to eat his car. But he didn't say much. He was an outsider after all. Chuja whispered at this time, How does someone like me deserve her? It was also on that day that he realized how good Qin Lianshu's family lineage was. Good enough to make him feel desperate. After that day, he was still a little glad that he really didn't deserve Qin Lianshu. Maybe it was good enough to be a friend who could talk. Su Jie was a bit dumbfounded when he saw Chuja return. What brings you back? Su Jie asked. Chuja froze and said, Shouldn't I come back? Su Jie was anxious and said, Big brother, righteous father, you didn't seize such a good opportunity? People letting you send it is showing their attitude. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Chuja said, We're just friends who talk. And also, do you think it's possible for me and her? Su Jie froze for a moment and said, How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Chuja said, Because she deserves better. Why should I hold back her youth? But, love doesn't talk about that, does it? Chuja shook his head and said seriously, Maybe we'll be reckless at first, but when the passion subsides, what do you think my origin will bring her? Su Jie's throat went a little dry. Are you always this sensible? Chapter 8. Can't even get in the door. Chuja said, Shouldn't we? Why make things difficult for each other when you know that path is not good? It doesn't matter to me because I'm a man. But what about late Shu? She shouldn't have wasted her beautiful youth and most sincere feelings on me. Someone who is hardly going to spend her life with her. Su Jie sighed without regret and said, Good thing, so as not to suffer in the future. After washing up, Chuja laid down on the bed, his eyes quietly staring at the ceiling. His eyes showed weariness as he thought about the events of the day. He received a call from Su Ruoxian early the next morning. Tell him to be ready to arrive at her villa by 9 o'clock. Originally, Su Ruoxian said she would come to pick him up, but he refused. He had already caused a commotion last time because he came to get his account book, and he didn't want to go through that again. Chuja washed his face with soap and considered it dressed up. Because today's soap is new and has been a luxury. He was out the door in his freshly cleaned jacket. He guessed that he should be dealing with Su Ruoxian's parents today. Regardless of how the parents felt about themselves, as long as they knew that he and Su Ruoxian were married, it was fine. Su Ruoxian will go through a divorce with herself after she finishes dealing with her family, and at that time she will have nothing to do with Su Ruoxian. Chuja looked up at the slightly overcast sky in his heart and said, I guess I won't even be a friend who can talk in the future, right? Walking out of the school, he thought about it and decided to use a shared bike. It's a bit far, but you should be able to get there in half an hour, and you'll be able to get some exercise and enjoy the scenery of the capital C on the way. At this time, Su Ruoxian's villa. Su Ruoxian had already looked in the direction of the gate several times, but each time she was a little disappointed. The butler next to him looked at his lady thoughtfully. I'm afraid the one who can make my lady care so much is the young man from yesterday. That young man was really good, with clear eyes, elegant temperament, and unassuming, one of the few teenagers he had ever seen who deserved the title of young talent. But exactly how he would have to observe more. By this time, Chuja had already arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, but he couldn't get in the door of the neighborhood. The security guard watching the door stopped him straight away. You said you know Miss Su? A hint of sarcasm appeared in the eyes of that security guard as he looked at Chuja, who was wearing a jacket that had been washed white. There was only one person who was able to live in this courtyard, still surnamed Su, and that was the Su family's direct lineage young lady, Su Ruoxian. What kind of person is that? That's $1,000 lady. How could she know such a poor fellow? There was also a slightly fat security guard next to him who said, Are the paparazzi who came here to block Miss Su again? It's also true that those people are really annoying, they're simply doggy. Indeed, this guy is probably thinking of getting Ms. Su's favor and flying high, just like that well-known male artist?
Che, it's 80%.
Get rid of him. If Ms. Su finds out, she'll say we're not doing our job. Chuja was on the phone with Su Ruoxian at the moment. But the phone had been ringing for a while, but there was no answer. Chuja put down the phone and frowned. Kid, get the hell out of here. Don't you see what this place is? Is it something you can come to? That security guard walked over at this time. Chuja said, But I do know Miss Su. I just called her, but it didn't connect. Really? Look, this is the number I dialed. The security guard was a little impatient and hit the cell phone handed over by Chuja on the ground. With a snap, the second cell phone that had followed Chuja for several years died of old age. Chuja frowned. The cell phone is not valuable. He bought a second-hand one. It is just to be able to receive a call on a certain letter. He also does not play games, so there is no requirement for a cell phone. But the security guard's poor attitude made him very unhappy in his heart. Chuja bent down and picked up the cell phone, but it was obviously not working. He looked at the security guard with some anger and said, You shouldn't have broken my cell phone. The security guard said, Kid, this is still light. If you don't leave, you believe I'll call the police to arrest you. I didn't break any laws. How could the police arrest me? At that moment, the fat security guard behind him came up and pulled out his baton. Chuja frowned. At that moment, a sedan drove out of the doorway. The vehicle came to a stop and the window fell to reveal a youth. What happened? There are even people blocking the entrance to the neighborhood. What are you security guards for? The youth opened his mouth. Duke Zhang, we'll take care of it right away, right away. The two security guards hurriedly assured. There's not a single person in here they dare offend. The youth glanced at Chuja, a hint of dislike appearing in his eyes. You guys hurry up and deal with it, or I'll deal with you, said he drove off. Those two security guards had an even worse attitude at this point. Chuja was whisked out a good distance away, and the fat security guard even gave him a stick. The fat security guard said one thing when he left. You a poor boy. Why would people look at you? Even if you know, that's just someone who has nothing to amuse you, you really think you're an onion. Chuja thought about Su Ruoxian's past behavior. The thought of going on a blind date with the other person, only to be suddenly offered a license. How can the children of a good and large family be so casual? Maybe she really does think of me as a diversion. Chuja was a bit bewildered holding the broken cell phone. He didn't know what to do anymore. He couldn't contact Su Ruoxian now. It was one thing for Su Ruoxian to amuse him, and another for him to go to the appointment himself. He didn't want to break his promise, which he had promised Su Ruoxian from the beginning. However, Chuja decided to help Su Ruoxian cope with things at home. Then he and she will have the divorce certificate done so that no one will owe anyone in the future. Looking at the time agreed with Su Ruoxian, it was already overdue. Chuja thought about it but decided to go back first, at the very least fix the cell phone before doing so. At this time in Su Ruoxian's villa, Su Ruoxian was calling Chuja. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. A voice announcement came out of the phone. This caused the anxiety between Su Ruoxin's brows to intensify. Obviously he finished calling me just now. Go. Call the security guard at the gate and ask if the person has arrived yet. Su Ruoxin somewhat regretted leaving her phone upstairs. The butler quickly went to the nearby landline and pressed a button and called. This landline is straight through the security room is the park's local area network. That is, outside the signal is cut off, here still can contact the security room. Duh. Phone call connected. The old butler spoke. Anyone visiting today? A voice came over the phone. No one has come to visit Ms. Su. Su Ruoxin frowned, her fingers holding the phone a little white. But came back on the other end of the line. The butler's gesture to hang up stopped. But what? But just now, there was a paparazzo blocking the doorway, trying to come and harass Miss Su, and we've already chased him away, that security guard said. Su Ruoxin froze slightly. Doggy? Cut the video over. Soon the video at the doorway was transmitted to Su Ruoxin's room TV. Looking at the picture on the TV, Su Ruoxin's face turned blue. She saw the security guard break Chulchul's cell phone, and she also saw the security guard give Chulchul a stick and push Chulchul to the ground. Those two security guards I don't want to see in the future. Su Ruoxin's tone was icy cold. The old butler nodded at his words, and then a phone call was made. From today onwards, these two security guards won't be able to stay in Jinghai. Chapter 9: Vigilance and Aversion. Su Ruoxin went out in a panic. She drove her car and rushed to Kukai University. Once again, her arrival caused a commotion. Su Jie looked at Su Ruoxin's head, who had barged into his dorm room, with some dangling. Where's Chuzha? Chuzha went out and hasn't come back yet? Su Jie said. Excuse me, who are you? Su Jie asked. Su Ruoxin didn't answer but asked in return. Which bed does Chuzha live in? Su Jie pointed. Su Ruoxin looked towards there. The bed was made up. But it was also Spartan. The sheets were that very thick sort of coarse cloth, and traces of stitching were still faintly visible in the hidden corners of the sheets. There was only a mattress under the sheets, and more patches on top of the mattress. There was little extra except for what was on the bed, and it would have been better to say I was in school than in the barracks. This lady, I wonder which one you are? Su Jie asked again. I'm his wife. Su Ruoxin opened her mouth. Suj went into the middle of the downtime again. Old wife? When did he have a wife? How come I don't know? Su Jie asked incredulously. Su Ruoxin suspiciously looked at Su Jie and said, He didn't say that? Never said that, I swear to God. Su Ruoxin's face was a bit ugly and angry when she sniffed. Without waiting for Su Jie to ask next, Su Ruoxin twisted her head and walked out of the dormitory. Su Jie took out his cell phone quickly at this time to call Chuzha, but unfortunately, he couldn't get through. Su Jie hung up the phone and muttered, Wife? How can I not know about wives? Chuzha is a straight man of steel. How can it be so easy to be his wife? Fake. Must be fake. Chuzha was at this point torn between repairing his cell phone or buying a new one. It felt like the price of fixing the phone was about the same as what he was paying for this phone at the time. So, do you have a cheaper used cell phone? He ended up buying a new used cell phone. Inserting his own cell phone card, Chuzha thought about it but called Su Ruoxin. What one has promised the other, one must fulfill it anyway. The call was quickly answered. Soon a Ferrari coupe pulled up in front of the cell phone repair store. The repair store owner's eyes glazed over as he looked at the coupe and the woman getting out of it. He rushed forward to greet them. However, Su Ruoxin didn't pay any attention to him at all and came straight to Chuzha's face. The owner of the cell phone store froze, a little surprised. He looked at Chuzha's cheap clothes and the cell phone that he didn't know how many times he had poured it out, a little puzzled as to how such a poor man could have such a beautiful girlfriend, or a girlfriend who drove a Ferrari. Chuzha said to Su Ruoxin, Sorry, I'm late. Su Ruoxin said, I know. Su Ruoxin's gaze focused on the corner of Chuzha's mouth at this time. Although the wound at the corner of his mouth had almost recovered after the night, the marks were still visible. Su Ruoxin frowned, and there was some fury in her eyes. This wound of yours doesn't look like it was inflicted today. Tell me who did this. Chuzha touched the corner of his mouth and said, A small matter. It's already taken care of. Seeing that Chuzha didn't say anything, Su Ruoxin made a call out. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Chuzha and said, Go back with me. Su Ruoxin reached out and tried to grab Chuzha's wrist, but Chuzha avoided it without moving. The anxiety between Su Ruoxian's brows intensified a few more points when she saw this. Chuja followed Su Ruoxian into the supercar. Su Ruoxian hit the gas and the supercar rushed out. The owner of that cell phone store looked at the disappearing back of the supercar and sighed. Tisk, good looks are different. This rich woman is all upside down. Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian, who didn't say a word at this time, with some bewilderment. He felt that Su Ruoxian was in a bad mood at this time. Chuja thought it was his fault that he had missed his appointment. At the very least, he was almost an hour later than the allotted time. Miss Su, this time it's really sorry, it's my fault. I should have moved to your place earlier. Chuja apologized. But when Su Ruoxian sniffed, the agitation between her brows became even more pronounced, and her Ferrari had a roar. Chuja didn't dare to speak. The coupe came to the door of the neighborhood where Su Ruoxian was. Su Ruoxian got out of the car. Chuja followed suit and got out of the car. A security guard greeted him. Chuja realized that this security guard was not the same one from earlier. Even the chubby security guard is gone. Record his face into the system, so he can swipe his face to enter when he comes in the future. Su Ruoxian instructed that security guard. Chuja froze for a moment, then said, No need. I'm not from this neighborhood, so recording my face should be out of line, right? Su Ruoxian said, If you are told to record it, you can record it, and in the future you can come here whenever you want. This will be your home from now on. The security guard next to him looked at Chuja in shock. What did he hear? The first daughter of the Su family was treating a man like this. You should know that he had been here for quite some time, but he had never seen the Su family's eldest miss bring a man here. It's the same well-known male artist who didn't get this treatment in the first place. But what did he see today? Miss Su not only brought a man back, but also said that this would be his home from now on. What kind of god was this one in front of him, to be able to capture the heart of the Su family's eldest miss? Not to mention the security guards are heart-pounding here. Chuja shook his head at Su Ruoxian and said, It's not appropriate, Miss Su. I'm an outsider after all, and as the saying goes, you can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others from harming you. You shouldn't be so assured of me. Su Ruoxian was very angry and her tone became agitated. Where did you get so much nonsense? When I say I want you to record, you record. This is my way of dealing with my family. Chuja's heart drifted off when he heard this, so that he would have no psychological burden. In the eyes of the security guards, envious to the point of jealousy, Chuja entered his face at the gate guard. The neighborhood will be freely accessible from now on. After entering the neighborhood and coming to the entrance of the villa, an old butler was already waiting there. Miss, you're back. The old housekeeper rushed to welcome Su Ruoxian upon seeing her. Su Ruoxian said, Butler, help him enter his Facebook at the villa. Here he can come whenever he wants to from now on. The housekeeper trembled at the words and looked at Chuja next to Su Ruoxian in shock. Looking at Chuja's calm face, the old butler's heart surged. Doesn't this guy know what that means? It's not like Missy's other homes. This is a place that is absolutely private to my own young lady. Even the male entertainer who was making a lot of noise at the time, the lady had never brought him here, and Chuja was the first to enjoy it. But the other guy was acting too calm, and he really didn't know the significance of it. The old butler frowned, feeling that he still needed to remind his young lady, Young lady, isn't this a bit too fast? Shouldn't we examine how this person's character is? The old housekeeper actually wanted to say that all these men were not in the right mind, especially when he saw the whitewashed clothes on Chuja's body. He was afraid that such people were all rushing for his own lady's money in his opinion. A lady shouldn't trust each other so easily. As a butler, he had a duty to keep a vigilant eye on outsiders. Why are you so full of crap? When I say let him record, you record. Su Ruoxian looked at her old housekeeper with dissatisfaction. The old housekeeper let out a helpless sigh, and along with that, his impression of Chuja was not good. In his opinion, it must be Chuja who compelled his own young lady. After this face recording, I'm sure this guy will come here every day looking for a lady to annoy. Chuja didn't know what the old housekeeper had said to Su Ruoxian, but he could clearly feel the old housekeeper's vigilance and disgust towards him. Chapter 10. That's your freedom. He didn't ask many questions though, he was just doing well for himself. Chuja cooperated and finished entering his face. This further confirmed the old housekeeper's thoughts, and he became more and more wary when looking at Chuja. This time Chuja didn't refuse Su Ruoxian's invitation. He walked into the villa, which was very luxuriously decorated. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still a bit shocked though. Chuja felt that one of the usual murals in here was not something he could afford to decorate, I'm afraid. All these things were reminding him that he and Su Ruoxian were simply people from two worlds. Su Ruoxian was also looking at Chuja's expression. When she saw the surprise that flashed through Chuja's eyes, she revealed a playful and pleased smile. Humph. I'll see if you still want to bring up the matter of divorce with me. Su Ruoxian thought in her heart. In her thought, any man who saw such a luxurious villa would want to take it for himself, right? She believed that Chuja was the same. Chuja said at this time, Miss Su, didn't we agree to deal with your family today? Shouldn't we set off now? Su Ruoxian said, You're so anxious to meet the parents? Chuja nodded at his words. The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth revealed a light smile, and she also became more and more certain of her guess that the other party was in a hurry and wanted to eagerly confirm her relationship with her. Okay, let's go. Su Ruoxian led Chuja out the door. However, Chuja realized that Su Ruoxian had actually brought him to a shopping mall. Chuja frowned, wondering what Su Ruoxian was going to do. Thinking about it, probably to buy some gifts? That's something he should have been able to think of. Chuja dug into his pocket and there was only $300 there. And even the cheapest shoes in this mall are more than that. Chuja looked at his cell phone again. There was still more than $1,000 in it. It should be enough, right? Chuja was a little unsure. Walking into the mall, Su Ruoxian led him straight to a men's clothing store. The shopkeeper saw Su Ruoxian and hurriedly welcomed her. Su Ruoxian was the first to speak. Prepare a suit for him. The shopkeeper looked towards Chuja, who followed Su Ruoxian in, and his eyes lit up fiercely as he said, Yeah, this gentleman's figure is really too good, Chuja said with some urgency. Miss Su, there's no need to buy clothes. Chuja touched his cell phone in his pocket. He didn't know if he had bought enough clothes to buy a gift yet. No, it has to be bought. You can't wear this to meet your parents with me, Su Ruoxian said. Chuja looked at his clothes because he was pushed to the ground by the security guards. The cleanly washed clothes also looked a little wrinkled at this time, and there was dust on them. Chuja frowned, but still nodded. The store manager immediately picked out a suit and said, You can try this one first. It's a new model in our store. Chuja took the clothes and went to the changing room. After Chuja went in, the store manager came to Su Ruoxian's side and said, Boss, who is this? Su Ruoxian said, Your aunt. The store manager's mouth dropped open in shock at his words. Boss, you're not serious this time, are you? The store manager said. The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth revealed a flirtatious smile and said, What do you think? At this time, Chuja changed his clothes and walked out. Looking at the Chuja who came out, Su Ruoxian froze, then was a bit dazed. For his part, the store manager's eyes snapped to attention. It really is so handsome. The suit showed off Chuja's body perfectly. The body is robust and slender. The shoulders are broad and the waist is narrow. And the handsome face with the slightly melancholic eyes is really visually appealing. Although Su Ruoxian knew that Chuja was okay looking, she didn't expect him to be this handsome. The store manager's awe-inspiring voice rang out at this time. Your body is simply better than those big stars, comparable to top male models. Being complimented by the store manager like this, Chuja was a bit uncomfortable. He looked in the mirror and said it was okay. The clothes weren't too big or too small like they were tailored. He looked at Su Ruoxian and said, How about this set? Su Ruoxian snapped back to her senses. Her cheeks flushed a little. At this time, the store manager said, How can you try one set? At the very least, you should try a few more sets. I'll get you another set. The store manager took out another set of clothes and handed it to Chuja. Chuja frowned, but still took the clothes and entered the changing room again. Chuja was in the middle of changing his clothes when he suddenly heard someone talking outside. An unfamiliar woman's voice rang out at this time. Ruoxian, it's really you. I heard people say that they saw you bring a man to choose clothes. I thought it was just their nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be true. Liao, why are you here? What? I can't be here? Ruoxian, the one in the fitting room is Xiao Han. Right, I guess so. Only that Xiao Han can make you look at him differently after such a long time. Are you planning to put him on top this time? Liao, don't talk nonsense here? Su Ruoxian became a bit angry and seemed to be a bit flustered. Why am I talking nonsense? As if you had kept that Xiao Han in your house overnight in the first place. Right? Chuja was a bit stunned when he heard their conversation in the fitting room. He thought that Xiao Han should be Su Ruoxian's lover. Right? Why would she want to get a license with herself if she has a lover? Chuja's heart was a little blocked. He knew that Su Ruoxian wouldn't look at himself, and he didn't have any other thoughts. But it really doesn't count as a good feeling to be used as a tool so nakedly. He felt that Su Ruoxian probably didn't want to let that Xiao Han face the family's cross-examination. So he let himself take the front. He was a front, and once he had dealt with their family, he believed he was useless. Maybe then she'll be able to double-date that Xiao Han again? Chu Zhe's heart was slightly bitter, although he had known this result from early on. Never mind, it was none of his business anyway, just have to deal with her family and then get a divorce from her. At this moment, Su Ruoxian's irritated voice rang out from outside. Li Yao, do you believe that I will tear your mouth apart right now? The woman seemed to not know why Su Ruoxian's reaction was so big, and did not speak for a while. Chu Zhe pushed the door out at that moment. He looked at Su Ruoxian, only to see the other party's face filled with frost as she looked at the woman across from her. The woman seemed to be startled. Her face was a little scared, but she stood there with a strong demeanor. Chu Zhe's appearance attracted their attention. Li Yao froze slightly when she saw Chu Zhe, then covered her mouth. You're not Xiao Han? Li Yao said. Chu Zhe politely nodded and said, My name is Chu Zhe. The woman looked a bit flustered and said, That's sorry. My words just now were nonsense. Don't you mind? Su Ruoxian said at this time. Get lost. Li Yao left the place with a quick step. At this time Su Ruoxian looked at Chu Zhe. Her angry eyes turned into panic at this time, and her face barely showed a smile and said, Don't you listen to her nonsense. That Xiao Han between us? Chu Zhe shook his head and calmly said, Miss Su, you don't have to explain anything to me. Who you like and who you don't like is your freedom. Su Ruoxian sniffed and wondered why her heart panicked even more. Chapter 11. We don't know each other well. The store manager next to him looked at Chu Zhe suspiciously at this time. After seeing the calmness on Chu Zhe's face, he was a little taken back. Could it be that this Chu Zhe doesn't have any relationship with his own young lady? But didn't my own young lady say that this is the aunt's? Why did he call his own young lady Miss Su? Shouldn't he call her by her name or some other more intimate title? How it looks like they don't know each other very well. Chu Zhe then looked at the store manager and said, May I ask how much this dress costs? The store manager quickly said, No money. Chu Zhe frowned. No money. Chu Zhe didn't ask why. He turned around and went into the fitting room, then took off his clothes and changed into his own. He walked out of the fitting room again and saw that Su Ruoxian's face was still a little pale. Chu Zhe didn't know why. Maybe it was because of that Xiao Han? Could it be that it was because Xiao Han was messing with Su Ruoxian that Su Ruoxian became like this when she heard Xiao Han's name? He shook his head and withdrew his mind. It wasn't his place to worry about it. He handed the clothes to the store manager, whose eyes were a bit puzzled, and said, Please put the clothes away. I'll wrap it up for you. The store manager said in a hurry. No, I mean I don't want it. Chu Zhe hurriedly stopped the store manager's movements. Since you don't want money, then I don't want clothes either. Chu Zhe was not in the habit of taking advantage of people. The store manager looked at Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian glanced at Chu Zhe at this time and spoke. Wrap it up? I'll give you this dress. Chu Zhe sniffed and firmly refused. No need, Miss Su. I really can't take such an expensive gift. Looking at the clear coldness in Chu Zhe's eyes, Su Ruoxian blanched and said, I am with that Xiao Han. Chu Zhe frowned and said, Miss Su, as I said, that's your business, you don't need to tell me. Su Ruoxian's tone was slightly stagnant, and she hurriedly said, Listen to my explanation. It's really not what you think of. Chu Zhe seriously looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Miss Su, I'll say it again. Who you like and who you don't like. That's your right. There is no need for you to give me an explanation. Chu Zhe was a little depressed now. He didn't know why Su Ruoxian had to explain her relationship with Xiao Han to himself. Why did she tell him about her affair with Xiao Han? To show off to herself? Or to make herself eat dog food? Chu Zhe frowned. He really couldn't understand Su Ruoxian's thoughts. Shaking his head, he strides out of the store. And Su Ruoxian looked at Chu Zhe's back as he left and froze in place. The store manager leaned over at this point and said, Miss, the dress. Wrap up all the clothes he tried on and I'll take them away. Yes, ma'am. The store manager agreed in a hurry. After wrapping the clothes, the shopkeeper handed them to Su Ruoxian and carefully said, Miss, I think the aunt is nice. Miss, I don't see greed in my aunt's eyes, and that's good. In fact, what he wanted to say was that Chu Zhe was so much better than Xiao Han. Whether it was his looks or his character, he was much better than Xiao Han. I remember the greed in Xiao Han's eyes when he looked at these clothes when he came here and couldn't hide it at all. He didn't know how many clothes he chose because Miss liked it, and he didn't know why Miss was so attached to that Xiao Han in the first place. And this Chu Zhe is different, he really doesn't want it. Chuja, that slightly disgusted rejection he could clearly feel. He was very confident in his eyes. That's right. The moment Su Ruashian said she wanted to give him clothes, he saw a hint of disgust in Chuja's eyes. Chuja came to the gift area at this time, and he really didn't know what to buy. But then he looked up and saw the tea on the shelf. After thinking about it, he spent all the money inside his cell phone and then posted a few $100s of cash money to buy 2 boxes of green tea. After buying the tea, he returned to that men's clothing store and happened to run into Su Ruashian, who was going out. I bought gifts. Let's go. Chuja raised the gift in his hand. Looking at the green tea in Chuja's hands, Su Ruashian's face once again turned pale. Her lips quirked and she didn't say anything after all. Green tea? Is he implying that I'm green tea? So that's what I am in his mind. Su Ruashian lowered her eyes, a hint of gloom flashing in her eyes. Chuja didn't wear the clothes Su Ruashian took for him after all. It wasn't that the clothes were bad. But Chuja felt hot. Arrived at an estate on the outskirts. This is the Su family home. The 2 words luxury are evident everywhere in the magnificent manner. That fountain in the yard alone, Chuja believes, is enough for him to build a few 3-story villas in the countryside. Chuja quietly followed behind Su Ruashian. Before entering the building that was like a castle, a young girl walked up to her. The young girl was very pretty. Unlike Su Ruashian's Ingqi, this young girl was very sweet-looking, with a pair of peach blossom eyes that seduced the soul. The delicate face carried the slightest hint of flavor, and her brows flowed with flair. Sister, you're back. The young girl opened her mouth. Then the young girl's seductive eyes landed on Chuja's body, and those peach blossom eyes lit up slightly. This is brother-in-law, right? The young girl spoke. Chuja spoke. Hello? I'm Chuja. Chuja? Not Zhongheng. The young girl was surprised. Chuja looked towards Su Ruashian. It turned out that she hadn't told her family about him at all. It was also true that he didn't seem to be qualified to have Su Ruashian formally introduce himself to his family for his own sake. The young girl didn't know what to think of Wan. Smiled and looked at Chuja. Hello? I'm Su Wan. Su Wan extended her hand to Chuja. The white fingers glistened in the sunlight, making it a memorable experience. Chuja went forward and stretched out his hand, and Su Wan's fingers touched before separating. A handshake of sorts. Ms. Su Wan, it's a pleasure to meet you, Chuja said seriously. Su Wan's heart shook as she looked at Chuja's handsome face and the slightly melancholy eyes. With a charming smile, she said, I'm glad to see you too. Su Wan's voice was crispy and could evoke desire deep in one's heart. Su Ruashian looked at Su Wan at this time and said, What? Are you disappointed that it's not Zhongheng? Su Wan then spread a smile and said, How could that be? Sister, your words are too heartbreaking. Su Wan pretended to be pitiful, and that pitiful look would make people unconsciously want to pamper. This little tactic of pinching a man, Su Wan used it with consummate skill, because she didn't need to deliberately train. She was born that way. She couldn't believe there was no way to catch this man's eye. However, when Su Wan's eyes fell on Chuja's body, she was surprised to find that Chuja's eyes were like a deep pool without the slightest ripple. Instead, her mind was unconsciously drawn to those eyes. Su Ruashian said at this time, Oh, you know yourself how you think. Su Ruashian finished speaking and once again walked towards the house. Chuja followed suit. Looking at the back of Chuja, who left without hesitation, Su Wan stomped her foot in exasperation. Chapter 12. One surname Chu, one surname Su. Chuja followed Su Ruashian into the living room at this time. Although he had been mentally prepared, but he was still shocked by the luxurious decoration of the living room. But only for a moment, and then he withdrew his gaze. He now recognized the gap between him and Su Ruashian more and more. They really aren't from the same world and shouldn't be tied together. When he came to the living room, there was a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the living room who was reading a newspaper at the moment. Su Ruashian brought Chuja to the man's front and said, Dad! That middle-aged man put down the newspaper in his hand at that, and looked up at Su Ruashian, as well as Chuja behind Su Ruashian. Seeing Chuja's white-washed clothes, and the faint dust on the clothes, a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Chuja stepped forward and said, Good day, uncle. I am Chuja. I don't know what to bring as a gift for our first meeting, so I bought 2 boxes of green tea. I hope uncle will smile. Chuja placed the green tea in his hand on the table. Su father didn't even look at the 2 boxes of tea, but his eyes stared straight at Chuja. Your name is Chuja? Chuja nodded. Yes, my name is Chuja. Su's father looked gloomy. Say it. How much money do you want to leave my daughter? Dad, what do you mean? Next to her, Su Ruoxian looked questioning. Heh, what do you mean can't you see? At first it was that male artist. Now it's even more so when you find a random guy who's a misfit and bring him to the house. Do you even have me in your sights? Su Ruoxian's face showed a hint of panic as she said, Dad, what are you talking about? What male artist? Is it nonsense you don't know? Chuja didn't say anything, his expression calm, as if what they said was none of his business. This put Su's father in an even worse mood. You go out first. Chuja sniffed and glanced at Su Ruoxian. Seeing that she didn't object, Chuja turned around and left the living room to come to the door once again. Looking at Chuja, who turned around and left, Su father was a bit stunned. What is this situation? He was not angry at all? Chuja really wasn't angry yet. He couldn't wait to not go in again today. Outside the door, Suwon happened to come back from the outside. See out of the Chuja some suspicion, which was thrown out. Suwon suddenly let out an agu when she passed by Chuja, and her entire body fell down towards Chuja. Chuja froze or reached out to hold her up. Miss Suwon, are you all right? Agu. I seem to have broken my foot, Suwon softly said. Chuja said, then let me help you to the side to rest. Yes. Suwon's voice was crispy. Chuja assisted Suwon to a nearby pavilion and sat down, saying, I'll go find someone. Suwon hurriedly said, no need, just rub it for me. Suwon's voice was delicate at this time, and she had a pitiful look, then slowly lifted her long skirt upwards, revealing her white legs. This action is full of deadly seduction. If it were any other man, I'm afraid he would have turned into a vicious wolf and pounced on it. However, Chuja frowned. This was a trouble for him. Chuja thought for a moment and said, Miss Suwon, this is inconvenient. I'd better call someone over. Chuja twisted his head and left after saying that. Suwon was so angry at the situation that she stomped her foot again. Chuja looked around and found a cleaning aunt to come over. Then he stopped caring about Suwon. He subconsciously felt that Suwon was dangerous and not something he should mess with. Soon, Su Ruoxian came out to let Chuja enter the living room. Chuja didn't want to go in, but he also knew he couldn't hide. I heard that you're a student of Beijing Sea University? Su's father asked. Business Administration, junior year, Trudger spoke. Who else is in your family? There are parents and a sister at home. The family is from the countryside. There are a few acres of land. Chuja answered in great detail. Su's father took a deep breath. Honestly, you don't deserve our daughter. Chuja said, that much I know. Su's father seemed to be waiting for the following. In his thought, the next thing the other party would say was that he and his daughter were genuinely in love or some similar reason. But after waiting for a while, he realized that Chuja had said this sentence and then stopped talking. He looked at Chuja suspiciously. Don't you have anything else to say? Chuja froze for a moment and asked rhetorically, say what? Su's father was furious, then said, if you know you don't deserve Ruoxian, why are you still holding on to her? Chuja suspiciously glanced at Su Ruoxian. Had he grabbed her and not let go? He didn't show it, though. He was here to cooperate with Su Ruoxian, and since Su Ruoxian had said so, he couldn't refute it. Since Ruoxian has to be you, I'll just pinch my nose and admit it. But there's one thing, you must join our Su family, and in the future, your children must also be surnamed Su. Su's father looked at Chuja with slight disgust. Chuja was a bit confused. The plot wasn't right. Shouldn't he have told himself to get lost? Chuja once again looked at Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian pondered for a moment and said, why don't we have two? One with the surname Su, and one with the surname Chu. Chuja almost lost his breath. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? At this time, Suwon walked over and slowly sat down beside Su's father. Seeing Suwon, a smile appeared on Su's father's face. Warner, are you still used to being back these days? Suwon said, it's good. There's nothing I'm not used to. I just heard Jinghai University. Didn't you say that you're going to place me in Jinghai University, Daddy? Su's father said, that's right. Jinghai University is one of our top universities in Jinghai, and the Department of Business Administration is globally renowned, with a strong faculty, no worse than you are abroad. Speaking here, Su's father looked at Chuja and said, you just said that you are also from the Department of Business Administration of Jinghai University? Chuja said, yes. The disgust in Su's father's eyes subsided slightly. That's a coincidence. Warner is also going to Jinghai University. She's also a junior. Chuja sniffed and said with an O. Quite a coincidence indeed. When he finished, he stopped talking. Su's father was depressed again at the sight. He thought that Chuja would have patted his chest and said that he would definitely take care of Wan Air or something like that. But alas, he is not a word. He couldn't have learned to be stupid, could he, not knowing even such a simple human condition. And where would Chuja not know that he just didn't want to have any more interactions with Su Wan and Su Ruoxian in the future? Su Wan Air is in danger and Su Ruoxian already has someone in her heart. In the end, he was nothing but a tool that Su Ruoxian used to perfume her family. After today, he hopes that Su Ruoxian will keep her promise to grab a divorce from herself. At this time, Su Wan suddenly spoke. In the future, that will require more care from you. Chuja pondered for a moment and said, someone will take care of Miss Su Wan at that time. It's not my turn. Su Waner's complexion was stunned. Somewhat speechless, she looked toward Chuja. Su's father frowned, then looked at Su Ruoxian and said, has he always been this rusty? Su's father realized that Chuja hadn't called him dad until now, but uncle. This is just fine, but he shouted Su Ruoxian as Miss Su shouted Su Waner, and even shouted her name with a piece of her name, as if he was afraid of climbing into a relationship with the Su family. Su's father was a bit suspicious. What exactly was the relationship between this Chuja and his own daughter? Are they really a couple? Thinking of this, Su's father then said, Ruoxian, you didn't find someone to lie to me, did you? Chapter 13. Divorce when you have time. Su Ruoxian glanced at Chuja in exasperation. From the beginning until now, Chuja had never called out his name. Is it so hard to say your own name? Fortunately, Su Ruoxian was prepared. She pulled out her and Chuja's marriage license from her bag and placed it in front of Su's father. Su's father took a closer look and the last trace of luck disappeared. This son-in-law he has to recognize even if he doesn't. Su's father looked at Chuja at this time and said, let's have a meal since we're here, Waner. Let your two uncles and uncles come. Everyone get together. Chuja frowned. He didn't like such a lively occasion. Besides, he felt that the less people knew about his marriage to Su Ruoxian, the better. Thinking of this, he spoke. Dinner won't be necessary. I've got classes this afternoon and I think I'll have to rush back. After saying that, Chuja looked towards Su Ruoxian, hoping that she would help say a few words. Su's father said, it's almost noon. It's not too late to eat before leaving. Su Ruoxian didn't say anything and was considered to have acquiesced to this arrangement. Chuja had no choice but to stay when he saw this. Su Ruoxian's two uncles arrived soon after. They scrutinized Chuja up and down and nodded slightly. They had to say that Chuja was really good looking. It was just the outfit that made them frown slightly. Regardless, it seemed a bit rude to come over dressed like that. Chuja didn't feel any discomfort and was oblivious to their gazes. At that moment, a gorgeous woman walked in. Su Ruoxian's face instantly went cold. Su Wan Air, on the other hand, happily called out to her mommy. Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian in a somewhat strange manner. Su Ruoxian's expression didn't seem right. At this time, Su's father said, Ruoxian still doesn't say hello. Su Ruoxian snorted coldly. You think I would greet this woman who occupies my mother's position? Su's father reprimanded. You're too reckless. She's your stepmother after all. You also know it's the stepmother? Su Ruoxian coldly looked at Su's father. Su's father sat down on the couch in exasperation. At this time, Su Ruoxian's stepmother had a far-fetched smile on her face, then looked at Chuja and said, this is Zhang Heng, right? Chuja sniffed, and she also took herself to be Zhang Heng. Still, Chuja explained, Auntie, my name is Chuja. Chuja? You're not Zhang Heng. A broken sound came out of Su Ruoxian's stepmother's mouth, seemingly shocked and annoyed at the same time. Only Su Ruoxian looked at that stepmother with a big smile and said, is it that you are disappointed? Is it that you are dissatisfied that I didn't marry that bastard? Su's father frowned at this time. Ruoxian, what do you mean by this? Su Ruoxian's stepmother's eyes were flustered as she said, that's right, Ruoxian. What do you mean by that? How could I think that? Really, I didn't marry that bastard. Then I'm still qualified to inherit the Su family's estate. Now Chuja is joining my Su family, and in the future my child will be surnamed Su. Then as the first daughter, I will be the rightful heir of the Su family. How about that? You're very unconvinced, aren't you? The smile on that woman's face was as forced as it could be. Ruoxian, how can you think of me like this? I'm doing this for your own good. That Zhang Heng is an illegitimate child, but he's a student at the University of the Capital C. He'll definitely be able to obtain some of the Zhang family's industries in the future. And he's handsome, so he'll be good enough for Ruashian. Su's father also said, "Good. You don't fool around, your little mother can be all for you. I didn't force you to go on a blind date. It's you who ran out without saying a word and then gave me such a show. I haven't said you yet, you still blame your little mother up, simply fooling around." Chuja suddenly thought of the first time he saw Su Ruashian look. The other party also took the finger tiger kind of beating weapon. Think about it, is also afraid. At that time, if Su Ruashian had come up to give herself a punch regardless, she would probably still be lying in the hospital now. Oh, what a nice phrase for my good stepmother. You can't be unaware of the rules of our circle. What do you think awaits me if I marry a bastard? Will you then compel my dear Lord Father to dismiss me with a few random alms? That stepmother's face was gloomy. Having been poked in the soft underbelly by Su Ruashian again and again, she was also a bit ashamed. That stepmother said, "Ruashian, how can you think of me like that? Everything I did was for your own good. I'm really not as nasty as you think." Su Ruashian sneered and didn't say anything. The two uncles didn't open their mouths either. They both glanced at Su Ruashian's stepmother, their eyes showing contempt. This woman has literally no brains except for a good bag of face. But it's a matter for the boss's family, and they won't get involved. At this time, Su Ruashian's stepmother's gaze fell on Chuja's body. Seeing Chuja's white clothes, he sneered, "Ruashian, even if you don't like the Zhang family's kid, you don't need to find one like this. It looks like a poor ghost. If word gets out, I don't know how people will laugh at my Su family." Su Ruashian said, "You can leave the Su family so no one will laugh at you." That stepmother looked at Su's father with an exasperated nod of air. "Honey, look at your daughter always having such hostility towards me." Su's father rushed to comfort. Chuja quietly watched this scene without any expression. At that moment, two more middle-aged women came through the door, along with two youths. After the introduction, Chuja knew that they were Su Ruashian's two uncles, a cousin and a cousin. At that moment, that cousin looked at Chuja with the same contempt in his eyes. "You said your family is from the countryside?" Cousin Supin spoke up at this time and asked. Chuja said, "Yes." Supin looked at Su Ruashian and said, "Sister, if I had known you were in such a hurry, I would have randomly drawn you one in my circle. Which one is not better than this mudblood?" Su Ruashian sniffed worriedly and glanced at Chuja, then looked at Supin with his sword brows raised. "Kid, some days without a fight. You have itchy skin, don't you? Who are you calling a mudleg?" Supin hurriedly begged for mercy. "Don't, but I'm no match for you, a female tyrannical dragon. But sis, your vision really needs to be improved. This kind of person isn't too disgraceful to bring out." After saying that, Supin tilted his head to avoid the teacup that Su Ruashian threw at him. "Sister, are you for real? I'm your own brother. Cousin. That's also pro," Supin exclaimed. Suze, Su Ruashian's cousin, looked at Chuja with the same disdain. In his opinion, Chuja no longer had any other advantages besides being a little better looking. Chuja's eyes sank, his lips pursed up, and he didn't say a word, as if the harsh sneer wasn't about him. Suwon became more and more curious about Chuja. The other party still appeared to be calm and relaxed in the situation. How did he do it? On the contrary, the two uncles and mothers said a few good words, but they were more perfunctory to Su's father and Su Ruashian. After a meal, Chuja also breathed a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to the Su family, he left the manor with Su Ruashian. Su Ruashian glanced at Chuja with some concern. Chuja looked at the greenery on both sides of the road and was a bit mesmerized. "If it's me and Late Shu today, then Late Shu will also be very pressurized," Chuja murmured in a low voice. "What?" Su Ruashian opened her mouth and asked. Chuja came back to his senses. A trace of bitterness flashed in the depths of his eyes. "It's nothing. Just trouble Miss Su to drop me off at the curb. I'll take the bus to school." Su Ruashian's arm trembled slightly and said, "I'll send you to school. The people in my family kind of recognize you." Chuja said, "Miss Su, my mission is complete. I still hope that you will go through a divorce with me if you are free at any time." Squeal, the brake squealed. Chapter 14, Birthday Banquet. Su Ruashian looked at Chuja in annoyance. "What did you say?" Chuja looked at Su Ruashian with slight puzzlement. "Miss Su, you promised that you would divorce me after you finished coping with things at home. You won't forget, right?" Looking at Chuja's serious face, Su Ruashian really got angry. Her eyes were a little ruddy. "Is that how you're thinking of divorcing me?" Chuja looked at the angry Su Ruashian and said with some bewilderment, "Miss Su, Isn't this what you were hoping for? The words echoed in her ears from time to time. Several days had already passed, and she no longer had any news from Chuja. She obviously helped him enter his Facebook in the neighborhood. Obviously, he had also entered Facebook at his villa, so that he could have unimpeded access whenever he wanted to come. Isn't it nice here? Isn't it a man's dream? Why hasn't he come once in so many days? I wanted to hang the other party out to dry for a few days, but Su Ruoxian felt that she was hanging herself out to dry. The old housekeeper watched his own young lady come back every day with a restless look, also sighed a little. He now realized how ridiculous his idea of Chuja was. At first he was worried that Chuja would come here every day to harass his lady. But now he wished Chuja had come. But unfortunately that guy hadn't come once since he left that time. Looking at this luxurious villa, doesn't he feel at all moved? And at this time, Chuja was indeed thinking about Su Ruoxian. He was thinking about when Su Ruoxian would finish her business, and then he could inform him of the divorce procedure. That day from the Su family out, Su Ruoxian excused something, and still need time to let the family completely believe as a reason, refused his request for an immediate divorce. So he was now waiting for Su Ruoxian to take the initiative to find him for a divorce after she was done with things. He didn't doubt Su Ruoxian's determination to get a divorce because he knew that what Su Ruoxian liked wasn't herself, but the man called Xiao Han. He was nothing more than a front to be used for his family, and sooner or later he would be of no use. Gathering his things, he walked out of the classroom. Suddenly a pair of beautiful legs appeared in front of them. Chuja looked up at the person in front of him. It was Li Qing. A smile appeared on Chuja's face. Li Qing. Li Qing looked at, revealing a bright smile. Chuja, some slightly lost in thought. Looks, character so outstanding, people, why late Shu to lose it? Li Qing finished packing up the complexity of her heart and said, I'm having a birthday today and I'm going to organize a banquet. Come and join us. Then Li Qing looked at Su Jie, who followed Chuja out, and said, and Su Jie, I'm inviting you to my birthday party as well. A look of surprise appeared on Su Jie's face. Fine, we'll definitely participate. Okay, I'll wait for you. Li Qing is gone. Su Jie said, Li Qing and Qin Wanshu have a good relationship. Qin Wanshu will definitely attend, so you should seize the opportunity. Chuja looked at Su Jie and said, grasp what opportunity? I told you, there's no possibility between me and her. Su Jie looked at Chuja with some speechlessness. Do you know that you are like a little old man? There is no impulse that young people should have at all. Shouldn't you go crazy at this age? Chuja shook his head. I can't afford the price of madness. My family can't afford it either. When he had seen Su Ruoxian's family lineage, he knew about Qin Lianshu's family lineage. He was not qualified to stand in front of Qin Lianshu. One could be reckless, but what if this approach angered the Qin family? Waiting for yourself is what? A Zhang family that was inferior to the Qin family, an illegitimate child, almost made himself drop out of school. Then if the Qin family was willing, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get a foothold in the capital C. Then wouldn't it be a joke for his family to pay for him to come to Kyushu to study despite everything? When did he or she know about Qin Lianshu's birth? Come to think of it, that day he sent Qin Lianshu back to her dormitory and met Zhang Heng on the way. Zhang Heng gave then a very enthusiastic talk about Qin Lianshu's life. He himself had no self-confidence then, right? And it wasn't until after Qin Lianshu said in front of so many people that he was nothing more than an ordinary friend who could talk to him that he had to accept reality. It turned out that Qin Lianshu had never liked herself, and had only treated her as an ordinary friend. Chuja smiled, somewhat bitterly. Strong reasons smoothed out the waves in his mind. Soon it was evening. Su Jie was dressed up in a flamboyant manner and anxiously pulled Chuja away. Chuja could see that Su Jie had some thoughts about Li Qing. Li Qing was also a big beauty, perhaps not as pretty as Qin even Shu, but definitely belonging to the dignified type, also belonging to the beauty level. Arriving at the appointed place, he pushed open the box, where several people were already seated. He also saw the figure that had once haunted him, Qin Lianshu. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but there was an empty seat beside Qin Lianshu. Li Qing's face showed joy when she saw Chuja. She pointed to the empty seat beside Qin Wanshu and said, "Haha! Our Chuda talent is here. Come sit here." Qin Lianshu also raised her head, her face somewhat blushing as she looked toward Chuja. She clenched her hand in her lap, looking a little nervous. Where could Su Jie not see Li Qing's meaning at this point, trying to push Chuja to sit there? However, Chuja at this moment pulled out a chair close by and sat down, saying, "There's no need to hear is also quite good." Li Qing's face was dumbfounded. She glanced at Qin Lianshu and realized that Qin Lianshu's face went white for a moment and her eyes dimmed. Li Qing was a bit irritated and wanted to go up and pull Chuzha over. Just then, the door to the room opened again and a man walked in. Chuzha looked up and it was Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng held the gift in his hand and said to Li Qing, "Li Qing, you're not interesting enough. You didn't inform me about your birthday. You won't mind if I come uninvited, right?" Li Qing sniffed with a far-fetched smile on her face and said, "Of course not. You find a place to sit." Zhang Heng scanned the circle and his eyes lit up when he saw Qin Lianshu. He didn't hesitate to walk in Qin Lianshu's direction and sat beside her. Li Qing wanted to speak, but after glancing at the unconcerned Chuzha, she did not open her mouth after all. Zhang Heng looked at Qin Lianshu and said, "Lianshu, long time no see." The field became quiet. Everyone looked at Zhang Heng and then at Chuzha. Zhang Heng looked at Qin Lianshu with affection, while Chuzha looked at the tableware in front of him with a calm expression. Qin Lianshu glanced at Zhang Heng in disgust, originally wanting him to stay away from him. But she held back again when she saw the expressionless Chuzha not far from the opposite side. She nodded to Zhang Heng as a reply. Zhang Heng's eyes exploded with surprise. He took out a flower from his breast pocket and gave it to Qin Lianshu, a carnation. Qin Lianshu once again glanced at Chuzha on the opposite side of the room, and seeing that Chuzha remained indifferent, her heart was a little angry as she took the flower from Zhang Heng. Chapter 15. Chuzha is out? Li Qing shook her head slightly as she watched the scene from the side and let out a secret sigh. Originally wanting to set up Chuzha and Qin Wanshu, it had now turned out to be setting up Zhang Heng and Qin Wanshu. Li Qing glared at Chuzha with some hatred. Then he looked at Qin Lianshu with some speechlessness. Didn't she know what accepting Zhang Heng's flowers meant? And still accepted the other's flowers in front of Chuzha. Isn't this a clear message to Chulchul that you're out of luck? Li Qing didn't know what the point of her organizing this birthday party was anymore. Su Jie watched the interaction between Zhang Heng and Qin Lianshu, and then twisted his head to look at Chuzha. Wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Both parties involved didn't come to electricity. It was useless for them to say more. The party began, and with the coaxing of Li Qing's two housemates, the atmosphere was quite lively. Most of those two roommates were up in arms about Zhang Heng and Qin Lianshu, secretly saying that they were a natural couple, even cajoling them to do some intimate interactive games. Although Qin Lianshu refused, the image of her and Zhang Heng sitting together in a slightly intimate manner was still captured by those two roommates of Li Qing. Then it was posted to a friend's circle, which was labeled, "We've been high on this pair for 100 years. When the banquet came to an end, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, "Let's go to KTV later to sing. All the spending is on me." Li Qing's two housemates immediately raised a ruckus. Chuzha cringed. "I won't be going, I can't sing, and I've had a bit too much to drink, so I'll go first." Chuzha got up and left, not glancing at Qin Lianshu the entire time. Su Jie looked at Chuzha, then at Qin Lianshu, and with a helpless sigh he also got up and left. Li Qing opened her mouth but didn't open her mouth to stay after all. She didn't know what the significance of leaving Chuzha behind was. This was because the matter of Zhang Heng and Qin Manchu being a couple had now been confirmed. Li Qing said with some interest, "I'm not going either. I'm a bit unwell and want to go back." Zhang Heng saw this and pretended to be concerned for a couple of moments before turning his gaze to Qin Lianshu. "Evening Shu, you must go. Duke Zhang is treating you for your face." Li Qing's two roommates were up in arms at this time. Qin Lianshu was a bit out of it when Chuzha left. At that moment, hearing their uproar, she shook her head and said, "No, Li Qing and I are going back." Zhang Heng's expression was stunned and his face became unsightly. He looked at Li Qing and said, "Li Qing, look, if you don't go to late Shu, you'd better go with us, and the consumption here today is considered mine." Li Qing looked towards Qin Lianshu. Qin Lianshu said, "No, I've got other things I've agreed to do with Li Qing, so you guys go have fun." Zhang Heng hurriedly said at this time, "Or we won't go either. I'll accompany you if you go and do anything." Qin Lianshu said, "No need, Li Qing, let's go." Looking at Qin Lianshu's back as she left, Zhang Heng's face was gloomy. That's when his phone rang. How did it turn out? Halfway there, the woman was wary I couldn't find a chance to get my hands on her. Waste! Curses came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Heng grimaced and didn't dare to retort. "We must sit this one out. Didn't you say you had a medical book from the Qin family's collection in your hands?" "Yes, that book was originally Chuzha's. It was Chuzha who told me to return it to Qin Wanshu. and it was left behind by me. Good. That book should come in handy. A gloomy laugh came from the other end of the phone. Kid, you're just waiting to marry the Qin family's first lady. On the way, Li Qing looked at Qin Lianshu and said, "Luckily, today's drinks are all fruit wines, and you haven't made the mistake of agreeing to Zhang Heng to go and drink hard liquor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you." At that time, it was obvious that other than Su Jie and Chu Jie, everyone else had been bribed by Zhang Heng. Just look at the way they're up in arms. Li Qing was depressed and somewhat annoyed with Chu Jie and Qin Lianshu. Create your own opportunities for them to make up. One was indifferent and the other simply accepted the flowers from Chu Jie's love rival. She was a bit speechless. Li Qing looked at Qin Lianshu and said, "That's fine. Since you and Zhang Heng have established a romantic relationship, then I won't worry about it anymore. Chu Jie, let him be a thing of the past. Do you want me to give you a ride?" Qin Lianshu's face whitened at her words as she looked at Li Qing and said, "When did I say that I've established a romantic relationship with Zhang Heng?" Li Qing rolled her eyes. "Look at your circle of friends." Qin Lianshu hurriedly pulled out her own cell phone. Looking at the circle of friends where she and Zhang Heng were intimate, her face instantly paled. "How? You were smiling happily. It seems that you don't hate Zhang Heng either. If that's the case, what am I going to go through all that trouble to set you and Chu Jie up for? It's really..." Li Qing was a bit dissatisfied. She felt a bit sorry for Chu Jie. Chu Jie is obviously so good. Qin Lianshu said, "It's not like that. I don't like Zhang Heng." Li Qing said, "Qin Lianshu, that's enough from you. Look at you in the picture. Does it look like you don't like it? I also always thought it was Chu Jie you liked. But you took Zhang Heng's flowers in front of Chu Jie. Do you know what that means? It means that you and Chulchul will never have a relationship again, and you'll just be ordinary friends who can talk in the future. Qin Wanshu, if you don't like Chu Jie, you should have told me earlier. Why did I go to so much trouble to invite Chu Jie? I think I'm feeling guilty about Chu Jie today." Li Qing left, leaving Qin Wanshu standing there for a long time without moving a bit. How did this happen? How did this happen? Qin Lianshu returned home in a muddle. The cold expression on Chu Jie's face when he left flashed in his mind, as well as Li Haru's words, "You and Chulchul will never be possible again after today." The phone in his hand rang. Qin Lianshu connected. It was her mom who called. "Mom!" Qin Lianshu's voice was a bit hoarse. "I heard that you got mixed up with that bastard from the Zhang family?" Mom's irritated voice rang out. No. A bad feeling rose in Qin Lianshu. "Do you know what happens when you're with a bastard? Your father was so angry with you when he got the news that he was hospitalized. Do you know that?" Qin Lianshu's face was pale and her body shook a little. "No, Mom. I don't have any relationship with Zhang Heng. What's the use of talking about this now? Your eldest uncle, your third uncle are all using this to attack your father. Your father has only one daughter like you. You are going to receive the Qin family property in the future, and now you're even hanging out with a bastard. Now you're hanging out with a bastard? You're letting all your father's efforts over the years go down the drain. Do you know that? Because of your capriciousness this time, your father has gained the advantage and advance are gone. Those individual shareholders have turned to your eldest uncle and third uncle. Qin Wanshu, you can really be your father's good daughter. Chapter 16. Meeting Su Wan again. The phone hung up, and Qin Lianshu burst into tears. "No, I didn't like him, I didn't." Qin Lianshu choked. She had never liked Zhang Heng to begin with, although this had nothing to do with whether or not he was an illegitimate child, and she could not see anything in Zhang Heng that was worth admiring. Every time he agrees to go on a date with Zhang Heng, it's all about Chu Jie. But ever since that time when she pushed Chu Jie away, she hadn't gotten any more attention from Chu Jie. Every time Chu Jie asked her out, the purpose was also to set her up with Zhang Heng. She was well aware of this and she was angry, but she still went to her appointments every time. Until not long ago when Zhang Heng asked her out alone, she thought Chu Jie would still be there, even if it was to meet her, but after going a few times she knew Chu Jie wouldn't be coming. She was angry when she later heard about Chu Jie's blind date at Zhang Heng's place, so she didn't rush to deny Zhang Heng's advances. He wanted to know how Chu Jie would react if he knew she was walking with Zhang Heng, but she couldn't receive any news about Chu Jie since that day. It wasn't until Su Jie told him that Chu Jie had actually sent a message to her through Zhang Heng, but she hadn't heard a word from Zhang Heng's mouth. Even the book that Chu Jie had returned to her through Zhang Heng had not returned it to her so far. This caused him to rise in disgust with Zhang Heng. This time, Li Qing's birthday party, he himself was originally full of hope. He deliberately picked a corner to sit down and put his bag on the seat next to him just to wait for Chu Jie to come over. Li Qing knew all about his own little maneuver. So when Chuzha arrived, she quietly put away her bag and vacated her spot. Li Qing even took the opportunity to greet Chuzha over. She thought that as long as Chulchul sat with him, she could take the opportunity to dissolve the gap between her and Chulchul. But Chuzha didn't give her a chance. He'd rather sit on the bench than the couch. Until Zhang Heng appeared. He himself did not know out of what mentality he had actually acquiesced to Zhang Heng sitting next to him. Just like that day, with the group up in arms, she once again smiled against her will, just as she had when she had uttered those words against her will. Those words pushed Chuzha away, and this smile ruined everything for himself. He himself even fell down twice in the same place. Qin Lianshu, you are still really stupid as can be. Qin Lianshu ruthlessly slapped herself a few times. Knowing that Zhang Heng's heart is deep, why she still fell into each other's traps? It's all too late now. Qin Lianshu thought this was the worst possible outcome. But she was wrong. When he returned home, he received news that the Zhang family had proposed marriage to the Qin family, because they had found a book in Zhang Heng's private residence. A book that only the Qin family had. A book that only Qin Lianshu had. The Qin family is a family of medicine, and there are various collections of books, all of which are orphaned and not available on the market. And this book is Qin Lianshu's when she lent to Chuzha, because Chuzha's grandmother's health has not been good. Chuzha is with the contents of the book froze to let his grandmother live for 2 more years. Later, Chuzha wanted to return it to Qin Wanshu through Zhang Heng, but he was left behind by Zhang Heng. I didn't realize that this book had become evidence that Qin Wanshu and Zhang Heng had a relationship. If there was no connection, how could such a top-secret Qin family book appear in Zhang Heng's room? Pa! A crisp slap landed on Qin Lianshu's face. Mother Qin looked at Qin Lianshu with a face of hatred. It's too late to say anything now, you just can't say anything about your relationship with Zhang Heng, even if you have 10,000 mouths. Zhang Heng himself said that you slept with him. Evening Shu. I didn't expect you to be so indiscreet. Qin mother's words were like knives stabbing at Qin even Shu's heart. Qin Lianshu explained why the book had appeared in Zhang Heng's hands. But the result was well unimportant now. Qin mother looked at her daughter's woeful appearance and sat down on the sofa disheveled. The matter of you and Zhang Heng has spread. No matter whether you and he have a relationship or not, it can't change the result. A woman's most important reputation has been lost by you. And you are now a whore. The family's intention is for you to marry Zhang Heng. So get engaged to Zhang Heng after a while. Mom, I don't want to marry him. He's a scumbag. I've never liked him. I feel nauseous when I hear his name now. Mom, help me, help me. Qin Lianshu wrapped her arms around Qin mother's legs. Mother Qin's face was cloudy as she spoke. The first thing you need to do now is to strongly deny your relationship with Zhang Heng. Then you go and find that Chuzha and have him come and testify for you that you lent this book to him, not Zhang Heng. Then think about what to do next. The strength of the Qin family was not something that the Zhang family could contend with. The Zhang family thought that this would be able to pin down their Qin family was too underestimating the Qin family. Chuzha of course didn't know these things now. He was now frowning at Suwan in front of him. Suwan transferred to the school a long time ago. But Chuzha has been avoiding her. But there's no hiding this time. Suwan looked at Chuzha's furrowed brow. Her heart was very comfortable. Sujie had looked dumbfounded at this point. Not only Sujie, all the boys in the class had their eyes focused on Suwan at this time. Suwan is like a little leprechaun. The aura of seduction was like a natural formation. A knit smile. Every move can make normal men breathless, cannot hold themselves. Especially that pair of peach blossom eyes. Seductive so that people cannot distinguish between east and west and south. Just like now, Suwan glanced at Sujie and said, "Can I sit in your seat?" Sujie nodded without hesitation. By the time he'd moved aside to sit at the far end, he hadn't yet figured out what was going on. Looking at Suwan sitting down at his side, Chuzha still spoke helplessly. "Miss Suwan, we meet again. I'm your classmate now. Call me Suwan, or Suwan classmate. Don't call me Miss Suwan, it doesn't sound good." Suwan spoke like a petulant. Next to him, Sujie said, "That's right. Call Suwan classmate." Suwan looked at him with Hu Lingling's big eyes. Chuzha was helpless. Suwan. Seeing Suwan frowning, Chuzha did not shout out the word classmate after him. Suwan is happy. Seeing Suwan smile at Chuzha, the boys in the class hated to stick Chuzha into a sieve with their gaze. At this time, outside the classroom, Zhang Heng walked in. His face wasn't very good, and he was vaguely angry. His gaze looked toward Chuzha's position, but he saw Suwan beside Chuzha. The moment he saw Su-won, Zhang Heng froze in place with both eyes straightened. There was no one else in his eyes at this time except Su-won. At this time, everyone noticed Zhang Heng's abnormality. Looking at Zhang Heng's piggy face, the entire class, both male and female, revealed a look of disdain. Chapter 17. Are you worried you'll be dumped? Su-won also perceived Zhang Heng's eyes. She frowned, a hint of disgust in her eyes, because she perceived naked lust in Zhang Heng's eyes without the slightest restraint. Although she had seen this kind of gaze a lot, Zhang Heng's kind of sinister gaze still made her feel uncomfortable. Su-won didn't know what to think. Under Zhang Heng's gaze, she leaned her body towards Chuja's side, almost squeezing into Chuja's arms. Zhang Heng's face twisted a bit when he saw this scene. This was the first time Zhang Heng had lost his temper like this in front of the whole class. Su-won said at this time, "Who is that person? His eyes are so scary." The whole class heard the words and originally thought that Zhang Heng and Su-won knew each other and that was why they were angry. Turns out people don't even know him. Zhang Heng. Class is starting. The class monitor spoke at this time. Zhang Heng came back to his senses and suppressed the intense jealousy in his heart. He walked straight towards Su-won's direction. However, Su Jie took the first step to sit on the other side of Su-won. He wasn't going to let that party thing with Lee Haru come up again. At that time, if he had taken Chuja's position, wouldn't Chuja have been able to sit next to Evening Shu? Now with the spread of the circle of friends, everyone knew that Zhang Heng and Qin Wanshu were in a relationship. This made him very uncomfortable. Clearly, it should be Qin Lianshu who should be a pair with Chuja. Seeing Su Jie's action, Zhang Heng frowned. "What do you mean, Su Jie? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying." Su Jie shrugged. Zhang Heng looked at Su Jie with a gloomy face. "What? Isn't Mr. Zhang in love with Qin Big Beauty? It's not appropriate to sit here, is it?" Su Jie said with full of sarcasm. In fact, most of the class knew about Qin Lianshu and Chuja, because Qin Lianshu was still waiting outside the door at that time for Chuja to pass the next school. The man and the woman are simply enviable. At that time, Zhang Heng was very uncontrolled and kept moving towards Qin Wanshu's side. Even though Qin Wanshu was a bit uncomfortable, Zhang Heng was also bent on his own way. No one thought that Qin Lianshu really fell in love with Zhang Heng and pried Chuja's corner alive. And now that he saw that Chuja had a beautiful woman by his side, and Zhang Heng wanted to do this again, it was the others who felt that Zhang Heng had gone too far. Does he want to pry Chulchul's corner again based on his money? But maybe what woman can resist the lure of money? Some people were already mourning for Chuja to have made friends with someone like Zhang Heng. It's really a case of knowing what you know. Zhang Heng gave Su Jie a spiteful look and turned around to try to sit in the front row. But I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the seats in the front row were quickly filled. Zhang Heng had no choice but to sit on the other side of the latter classroom. Su-won looked amused, twisted her head to look at Chuja, and secretly said in her heart, "This guy's popularity here is not bad." Su-won glanced at Zhang Heng again. The corner of her mouth revealed a cold smile. So he was the bastard. A lesson passes quickly. Su-won had been secretly observing Chuja. Cheap but well-washed clothes. No dress, but the same clean face. At the same time there was a faint scent about him. I don't know what it was, but it mesmerized her. And she now suddenly had the urge to lay down on her back and take a deep breath into his neck. The sound of class dismissal rang out, awakening Su-won's charming thoughts. Her face was flushed. If those who know Su-won see this scene will definitely be shocked, so Su-won also has shy moments. After school, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Su-won pulled back Chuja, who was about to leave. Su Jie said, I should, let's go eat. Su Jie pushed Chuja. Chuja thought about it and nodded. The three exited the classroom together. Chuja led the way. Su-won was a little lost in thought as she looked at Chuja's tall and straight figure. At this time Su Jie's voice rang out. Chuja, where are you going? Cafeteria, huh? Chuja said. Cough, cough. Su Jie coughed. A hand while Chuja pulled to the side. Brother, righteous father, we cannot be so stingy it. Please other girls to eat how to go to the school to find a restaurant it. Go to eat the cafeteria loss you want to come out. Su-won quietly moved closer at this time, stretching her ears in eavesdropping. I think the cafeteria food is pretty good. Huh? Chuja said. Su Jie rolled his eyes and said, Brother, is this a question of whether the food is good or not? You dead straight man. Su-won bared her teeth and laughed. This startled Su Jie. Su Jie, which was looking at Su-won embarrassedly, said, Haha. This brother of mine is used to eating in the cafeteria, didn't react for a while. right? Chu Ziha gave a dry laugh and said, let's go out to eat. Came outside the school and entered a fairly clean diner. The place wasn't very crowded, perhaps because of the bad location, but the food was delicious. Yo, what brings you here, Xia? A smile appeared in the restaurant owner's eyes when he saw Chuzha. Suwon said, do you often eat here? Chuzha said, no, I've worked and studied here, and I've been working here as a small laborer to earn some extra money. Su Jie laughed dryly at this time and said, that our family Chuzha is very capable. Work study. Suwon became more and more interested in Chuzha. Chuzha said, yeah, my family isn't very well off, so I need a job to earn tuition. Chuzha said it as a matter of course. Su Jie looked at Chuzha helplessly. Forget it. Love it. Su Jie could predict the next scene where Suwon excused herself to leave. Who would want such a good-looking girl to date a poor man? Sure enough, Su Jie saw Suwon's face change. Where did Su Jie know that Suwon was now thinking about the relationship between Chuzha and that sister of his? If Chulchul had really married his sister, why was Chulchul still living such a tight life? Was there something going on here that she didn't understand? She was now becoming more and more curious about Chuzha's relationship with her sister. It was a pretty satisfying meal. It was getting dark walking out of the restaurant. Chuzha looked at Suwon and said, where do you live? I rented a house outside. Do you want to send me back? Suwon looked at Chuzha pitifully. Chuzha looked at the darkened sky serpent and nodded his head with a good word. Suwon's heart is happy. Chuzha is not very cold. Chuzha looked at Su Jie and said, you're coming with me. Suj, pointing to the sky. Look, there's a flying saucer. Suwon Air twisted her head to look. Nothing, looking back to Suj, only to see that the other man had sped off towards the school. And Chuzha was looking at Su Jie, who ran away with a black face. Suwon giggled, 1,000 times more charming. On the way, Suwon asked Chuzha, what exactly is the relationship between you and my sister? Chuzha froze and looked at Suwon suspiciously. Why do you ask? Because I realized that you and my sister are not normal. Chuzha thought for a moment. Now that your family knows about your sister's marriage, they won't introduce her to any more people, right? Suwon asked suspiciously. Why are you asking that? Our Su family is a big family. We value face the most. My sister is already married, so how could we be arranging a date with her? Chuzha breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Suwon said. What? You're worried you'll get dumped yourself. Chapter 18. Who would you really choose? Chuzha secretly said in his heart. I can't wait for your sister to dump me right away. Seeing that Chuzha didn't say anything, Suwon said, don't worry. If you're the one my sister doesn't want anymore, I want you. Chuzha looked at Suwon speechlessly. Suwon giggled as she watched Chuzha's depressed appearance. When Chuzha wasn't looking, she crept closer and breathed in his scent. It is said that when you meet the right person, the smell of hormones on the other person is the best aphrodisiac to titillate a woman. Suwon didn't believe it before, but now he did. She had a rush of shame right now. Just then Chuzha's footsteps lurched as he realized that there seemed to be a hijacker in front of him. Looking backward, he wondered when someone else had followed behind him. Suwon hugged Chuzha's back tightly, looking scared. Chuzha had Suwon's back against the wall, and he blocked Suwon's face. He didn't see that Suwon was staring blankly at his back, where there was a bit of fear. What do you want? Chuzha looked toward the few people who had gathered around. Oh, not doing anything. Someone who sees you in a bad light wants to teach you a lesson. Chuzha frowned and asked, who is it? Are you nuts? How could we possibly tell you? Chuzha was silent. He thought of Zhang Heng, but he wouldn't say anything without evidence. Having come at me, let her go. A few punks looked at Suwon. Their eyes snapped open, their greedy gazes undisguised. Not bad, chick. Brother, we can't end well if this man moves. What are you afraid of? What else can he do to me? If he dares to fraudulently stab me as usual, get him, the leading bald man said. Then the bald guy looked at Chuzha and said, Kid is not blessed with good fortune, but this brothers will laugh for you. Chuzha suddenly pointed in a direction at this time and shouted, Look, a flying saucer. The men subconsciously turned their heads to look. Chuzha took the opportunity to kick that leader to the ground, pulling Suwon's hand and running. Suwon was pulled by Chuzha's wrist and ran wildly on the road. She looked at the hand Chuzha was pulling herself into, then back to the side of Chuzha's face. The corners of her mouth quirked up. She laughed and ran with abandon. as if she had never been so cheerful. The big men complied. But as soon as we turned the corner, we saw a police car coming toward the area. A few people turned their heads in fear and ran. Chuja also stopped at that moment. You called the police? Suwon gasped. Where? I just know that there are often police cars patrolling this road. Chuja opened his mouth. Suwon was stunned, then laughed even louder. Suddenly Suwon sat down on the ground with an ouch and covered her legs. My legs are cramping. Chuja was startled and hurriedly reached out his hand to massage Suwon's cramped calf. Suwon froze and looked at Chuja, who was nervously massaging himself, her eyes a little dazed. Can you still walk? Suwon shook her head. Chuja squatted down and said, Go, I'll carry you. Suwon was full of joy as she lay on Chuja's back. Chuja didn't know what he felt and blushed a little. Suwon took the opportunity to bury her head at Chuja's neck and breathed greedily. For a long time Suwon raised her head and looked at Chuja. Her eyes were filled with greed and possession. After sending Suwon home, Chuja refused Suwon's invitation and turned around to leave. Suwon stood on the window and watched Chuja's back as he left, making a phone call. Uncle Black, someone hijacked me on the road. I don't want there to be a next time. Then, Suwon made another call. Find a way to make Xiao Han come back to Jinghai. Hanging up the phone, Suwon leisurely said, sister, you say Xiao Han and Chuja, who will you choose? One is your moonlight and the other is your husband, TSK. I'm still really embarrassed for you. The few people who had surrounded Chuja were cursing and grinning as they walked down the road. Suddenly they saw two men in suits in front of them blocking their way. And behind them came several more men in suits. They all had shaking sticks in their hands. Sweat dripped from the forehead of the bald man who was blocking Chuja. Brothers, I'm following Master Tiger. There will be no more Master Tiger in Jinghai, someone from the opposite side said. The Jinghai is so big and full of people that losing a few people without a household registration can't make any waves. And then there's the fact that a triad leader named Master Tiger was run over and killed while crossing the street. Chuja was still a little worried about those guys intercepting him again when he went back to school. But the good news is that everything is quiet. When he came to the dormitory, Sujie was playing a game. When he saw Chuja return, he rolled his eyes. Brother, even if you don't spend the night, there's no need for you to come back so early, right? Didn't take someone to see a movie? Or stroll around the park to drill a grove. Then at least have a cup of tea at someone's house. Chuja was speechless. Sujie looked at Chuja, also speechless. You're so straight, does your family know? Just then Sujie's phone rang. Sujie was delighted. It's Li Qing. Chuja was a little speechless as he looked at Sujie, whose mouth was grinning to the back of his ears. Lick the dog, Chuja muttered. Suj said, I do. Unlike some people who don't know how to be affectionate. Phone call connected. The smile on Sujie's face instantly disappeared, snapping and throwing his cell phone to Chuja. Looking for you. Chuja was bewildered. What does she want with me? To be honest, he didn't have much interaction with Li Qing. He didn't even have Li Qing's number in his cell phone. Not even a certain letter friend. It wasn't that Li Qing didn't want to add it, but that Chuja hadn't expressed that willingness at all. People Li Qing also want to save face, hinted a few times. Chuja did not respond, also gave up. On the contrary, Sujie, the contact information of all the girls in Qin Wanshu's dormitory. Hey! Chuja picked up the phone. Chuja, something has happened at Lianshu's home that needs your help. Li Qing's tone was a bit anxious. Chuja froze. Where are you? It's right downstairs from you. Li Qing said. I'll be right down. Chuja threw Sujie's cell phone toward the stairs. Suj followed suit. Chuja walked out of the dormitory and saw Li Qing standing there playfully. Li Qing looks good. In the Beijing Sea also belongs to the level of beauty. Slender thighs, bumpy body, also attracted the attention of most men. It was only because he was in the same dormitory as Qin Evening Shu that he was invariably overshadowed by Qin Evening Shu's radiance. At this time, Li Qing, who did not have Qin Wanshu by her side, was glamorous, and a kind of intellectual beauty emanated from the inside out. At the very least, Sujie looked a little dumbfounded. What the hell happened? Chuja came in front of Li Qing. Li Qing looked up at Chuja's anxious face and slightly melancholy eyes, and was slightly stunned. She then lowered her head and stopped looking at Chuja's eyes. This is not the place to talk, you come with me. Li Haru led the way. Chuja hurriedly followed. It was neither right for Sujie to follow behind, nor right for him not to, then still gritted his teeth and followed. Only after coming to a secluded place did Li Qing stop. Late Shu is in trouble. Chapter 19. Did you have sex or not? Chuzha was slightly startled and said somewhat nervously, "What's going on?" Zhang Heng's family forced Lianshu to marry Zhang Heng. What? What age is this still happening? Suj, who had followed him, raised his volume. The cause was the book that Chuzha borrowed from Evening Shu. Li Qing said. Chuzha sniffed. The book? That's right, you asked Zhang Heng to return the book to Lianshu. Zhang Heng didn't return it. You know that book is very precious? It's the Qin family's loan book. And it just so happens that that book was Lianshu's grandpa's birthday gift to Lianshu, and only Lianshu has it. That's known in the upper circles. Su Jie asked with some bewilderment. It's just a book. What does it have to do with late Shu being forced into marriage? Li Qing said. Because that book was in Zhang Heng's house, and Zhang Heng said that Evening Shu had sex with him, and that book was a token from Evening Shu to him. Now late Shu has 100 mouths but can't say anything. After all, although late Shu and Zhang Heng were not officially dating in the first place, late Shu also didn't deny that she was in a relationship with Zhang Heng. Su Jie froze at this time and said, Did Shu actually have that kind of thing with Zhang Heng that night? Li Qing's face sank as she sniffed. Yes. Even you guys are skeptical. How do you think late Shu can make it clear? Su Jie scratched his head and said, It's not that we don't trust Evening Shu's character, but we don't trust Zhang Heng. What can't that guy do? We've never seen but we've heard a lot about how messed up that circle of theirs is. Drugging and other underhanded tactics are even more commonplace. That is, Li Qing, are you sure that Evening Shu didn't have anything to do with Zhang Heng? What favor are you asking Chuzha to do? If Zhang Heng really produces evidence, how can Chuzha stay in Beijing Sea in the future? Li Qing's face went white as she sniffed, and she looked at Chuzha and said, Is that how you see Lian Shu as well? Chuzha didn't say anything. Li Qing's heart also hit rock bottom. Su Jie said at this time, Last time at your birthday party, Zhang Heng didn't hesitate to sit next to Evening Shu this matter, you know, right? I remember that not long ago, Lianshu had a falling out with Zhang Heng, but on that day, Lianshu didn't refuse Zhang Heng to sit beside her, and there were a lot of interactions, so who would believe it if there wasn't anything between them? There are still intimate photos of them in the circle of friends now. Li Qing was surprisingly speechless, and could only look at Chuzha with a pleading gaze. Chuzha, was it your idea to have you come to me, or was it Lianshu's? Li Qing froze and said, It's what Lianshu means. She doesn't want to marry Zhang Heng. It's also my meaning. I think Zhang Heng is too despicable a person. Chuzha nodded. Okay, I'll do this favor. Li Qing flashed a smile. Qin family, living room. Several important figures from the Qin family had gathered here. Qin Lianshu bit out that she had nothing to do with Zhang Heng. What Zhang Heng said is pure slander. If you say you don't have it, you don't have it? Look at your school's circle of friends. The intimate photos of you and Zhang Heng are still hanging on it. The Qin family's third uncle spoke with disdain. The head of the Qin family then looked at Qin's father, who had just been discharged from the hospital, and said, I heard that before. The one who pursued Evening Shu was a country boy called Chuzha. Although we are also not happy, but that boy's family is clean with excellent grades into the Beijing Sea University, but also achieved 2 years of scholarships, is considered a talent. We would have wanted to just hold your nose and admit it. But it didn't matter that late Shu's niece didn't end up looking at someone else. It was just a suitor left and right. But Lianshu started dating Zhang Heng incestuously after she rejected Chuzha, and now it's been more than a year, right? This time, niece Lianshu didn't deny her relationship with Zhang Heng. She even talked about it for more than a year, and she also interacted with Zhang Heng intimately at her birthday party, which is something that never happened with that Chuzha. At this time, Lianshu said that she hadn't had a relationship with Zhang Heng. How can she make us believe that? A middle-aged woman next to her said, Aya, tell me, after all, Lianshu is our Qin family's direct lineage, miss. How come she's looking at a bastard? Evening Shu was pale at this time. I never liked him. The woman said, Yo, so I'm the one who started the rumor? Could it be that you didn't agree to go on a date alone with that Zhang Heng and didn't go to the movies with each other? That doesn't mean I have anything to do with him? Late Shu exclaimed. Then how did your book end up in his house? Or was it found in someone's bed? I told you that book was left privately by Zhang Heng. I lent it to Chuzha at first. Words can't prove anything. Do you have proof that the book was lent to that Chuzha? Other Zhang Heng has tangible evidence. Qin's father's face was grim. He had only one daughter, and not having a son was his greatest weakness. So he held great expectations for Qin Lianshu, expecting her to pick up his burden. He also had an idea about Qin Lianshu's other half, which was an excellent child from an ordinary family, provided that he joined the family. Chuja, this person he really examined, his heart is also very satisfied. Otherwise Chuja, by what reason and late Shu can be dating for more than a year. But who would have thought that evening Shu would have rejected Chuja, which made him a bit puzzled. What's even more puzzling is that Lianshu then went on to have an affair with Zhang Heng. But at that time, every time he had a date with Zhang Heng, Chuja was present, and if Chuja left, Qin Lianshu would also excuse herself. So he'd always assumed it was the two of them youngsters having a falling out, and not overly concerned. Who would have thought that this would suddenly happen now? Chuja would no longer be present at Qin Lianshu's date with Zhang Heng. But Qin Wanshu still went, no matter what, the handle was left behind. The photos of the circle of friends, the book that only Qin Lianshu has a solitary collection, all prove that Zhang Heng and Qin Lianshu's relationship is extraordinary. More importantly, Zhang Heng had personally said that he had a relationship with Qin Lianshu. If not, would Zhang Heng dare to say so? The size of their Qin family was not something the Zhang family could compare to. Offending the Qin family would not be easy for the Zhang family. At this time, Qin mother slowly stood up, saying 1,000 words. This matter boils down to why that book appeared at Zhang Heng's place. I believe my daughter's words. That book was lent to Chuja, not Zhang Heng. Chuja only asked Zhang Heng to return it on his behalf. But Zhang Heng had the evil intention of blackmailing my daughter with this book. Now we just need to let Chuja prove whether what Lianshu said is true or not. Why are you all being so gloomy here? Are you guys going to throw the sewage on my daughter regardless? The field did not speak. Qin mother's words are still very weighty. Who let Qin mother's family situation is also not ordinary. At that moment, the Qin family boss glanced at his daughter-in-law. The boss's daughter-in-law will open the door and said, "Okay, then let Zhang Heng come too, so that we won't be biased." Chuja quickly received a phone call from Li Qing informing him to go to the Qin family to clarify the truth at the end of this evening. This side had just hung up the phone when suddenly a few people walked in. "Who's Chuja?" "I am." Puzzled, Chuja got up and looked at the visitor. "Please come with us. Someone has reported you in connection with several disappearances." The visitor came in front of Chuja and pulled out his police license. Chuja froze, then his face became gloomy. He thought of Zhang Heng for a split second. This was to stop him from clarifying the matter of Qin Lianshu. Next to her, Su Wan's face also instantly grimaced. Heh! Rather underestimated them. Chapter 20. Self-incrimination. Chuja was taken away. The news reached the Qin family, and Qin Lianshu's body was a little unsteady on its feet. Mother Qin's face was grave. "It seems that they are deliberately targeting us. This is a conspiracy, not just a whim of theirs. Mom, what now?" Qin Lianshu anxiously looked at Qin mother. Mother Qin let out a helpless sigh. "Let's pray that that kid has sufficient evidence to fish himself out. Let's go. Let's go see what's going on." Qin Lianshu and Qin mother drove out. Soon they walked out of the police department and they didn't even see Chuja's face. Qin Lianshu was a bit disoriented. "Mom, can you save Chuja?" Qin mother looked at Qin Lianshu without any good humor and said, "You're not even able to take care of yourself right now, and you're still thinking about him? He's innocent. He must have been implicated by me. I'm afraid that because of this incident, it will have a bad influence on him in the future. Don't worry, he didn't do that thing. In fact, anyone who knows anything knows how a poor boy can have that kind of ability. They're just purposely stalling him and grossing us out. So, as long as I promise Zhang Heng, there will naturally be nothing wrong with Chuja, right?" Pop! A crunch. Mother Qin looked at her daughter, who received a slap of her own, and said, "Why are you so stupid? I think you deserve to be teased. I should have let you marry that Zhang Heng. You'll just go live with that bastard for the rest of your life. You deserve to live being looked down upon for the rest of your life. The police are only reasonably investigating now, and will naturally release Chuja when the investigation is complete. Can't you see this point of reasoning clearly? But the person behind this is really brilliant. It's timed just right. The police are investigating the disappearance of the bald guy. After all, only Chuja had clashed with them at that time. The police had good reason to investigate Chuja. Unless Chuja has a full alibi, which unfortunately he doesn't, Chuja went to school from Suwon's house alone that day. The people behind the scenes also seized this point, seizing the fact that Chuja could not immediately produce evidence. As long as they delayed for a day, their purpose would be achieved. Because after a day, the dust settled on the Qin family. Without Chuja, Zhang Heng alone is afraid that he will bite the dust and sleep with Qin Wanshu. Meanwhile, in Suwon's room, Suwon was talking to someone. What's going on? How did things get involved with Chuja? Grab hold of a way to get him out. Miss Chuja will be fine. He'll be locked up for 24 hours at most. But if we let him out, he might be exposed. It's not cost-effective. Suwon hung up the phone fiercely. Forget it just for 24 hours. It's not a big deal. As for the Chin family's business, what's it got to do with me? At this time in the confinement room, Chuja looked at the person in front of him and said, Actually, I can prove that I didn't have the time to commit the crime. Oh? Tell me about it. Across the table was a woman. A beautiful woman. At this time, with a police uniform, looks heroic and seductive at the same time. Chuja looked at this stunningly beautiful woman and said, When I went back from my classmate's house, I took the main road instead of the small road in order to prevent those few people from finding me again. The female officer said, And then what? And on the main road, there are police cars that will be patrolling at regular intervals. That's right, isn't it? The policewoman froze slightly and nodded. Not bad. There is indeed such a rule. I've seen 5 police cars along the way, on Hepping Road, Huayan Road, Lightwind Road, Chang'an Road and Chang'an Road about 200 meters forward, and I've seen police cars driving by. The license plate numbers of the police cars are Jinghai A, Jinghai. There was surveillance on those roads, so you couldn't see faces, but you could make out reflective license plates. Plus, there was time for me to arrive at the dormitory, and I didn't leave after entering the dormitory, as my housemates can testify, so I didn't have any time to go a kilometer away to commit the crime. There was another cop behind the pretty cop at this point, who was all ears and dumbfounded at this point. You can really remember? I just have a better memory, and the police car is the most conspicuous vehicle, so even though I just swept it, I remember it clearly. Chuja replied. Pull up the surveillance for that time period immediately. Someone outside the confinement room suddenly spoke. Soon the surveillance was pulled up, and it was exactly what Chuja said. And through the surveillance, Chuja also pointed out where he was at that time. Although he couldn't see the face, his height and build matched perfectly with Chuja. Of course, I met a fallen old man on the way, if you can find him. At that moment, the policewoman said, All right, you can go now. Chuja looked at the sky, although he was able to prove that he had no problems. But at this point, it was already evening, and he didn't know if he could still make it. Chuja looked at the policewoman and said, You guys are causing me trouble anyways, so it's not too much to ask you for a favor, right? The policewoman froze and said, Say, what kind of favor? The Chin family. Chin Lianshu's face was irritated plus pale at this time. Across from her, Zhang Heng looked at her with a deep expression. Wan Shu, have you really forgotten about that night? But I remember it clearly. It was my fondest memory. You personally left me your treasured book, saying that it was a testimony between you and me, but how come you don't want to admit it now? Is it for Chuja? Yes, I'm not as good looking as he is, and maybe you're using me as a stand-in for him, but I don't care as long as you have time to come and see me. Chin Lianshu looked at Zhang Heng, unable to suppress the disgust on her face. Zhang Heng, you really make me feel disgusted. I didn't think that people can be shameless to this extent. From the beginning to the end, I never liked you. Instead, it's you who used Chuja to ask me out every time, and then let Chuja leave early halfway through the day. Yes, although there was a misunderstanding between me and Chuja, even if there is no longer any relationship between me and him, I will not look at a shameless scum like you. Do you realize that I felt sick to my stomach when you sat next to me the other day? I was only responding slightly out of politeness to the kind of vulgar jokes you uttered. I didn't expect you to be despicable enough to make a big show of what I had with you. Why are you so shameless? Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with resentment as he listened to Chin Huanshu's words, but the face was still a piece of deep love. Evening Shu. I know you take me as Chuja, and you chanted his name that night, but I don't mind. Feel free to scold me any way you want. I can withstand it. Zhang family, Zhang Heng's father at this time is also a face of sardonic smile looked to the father of the Chin said, Chin boss, you see, young people, they will always do some impulsive things, but no matter what things since we have done, we should be for the child aftermath, is not it? I think it's better to let Lianshu and our family hunger get engaged first. It's fine if you don't have any feelings, but feelings can be cultivated slowly after you get married, isn't it? It's not a bad thing for Lianshu. What do you think? Chapter 21 Zhang Heng's Evidence. Chin's father's face turned blue. After this matter is confirmed, Chin Lianshu has no chastity to speak of. A woman who has been slept with before marriage, what will happen in the future, is a person can think clearly. The Chin family also doesn't allow this kind of person to sit in the position of chairman because they have better options. If late Shu couldn't prove her innocence, she would never have the chance to inherit the Qin family's estate again. It's okay, a daughter is a daughter after all, and she ends up being a dowry for others. Qin's father sighed. In that case, smiles appeared at the corners of Zhang Heng and Zhang father's mouths. Zhang Heng smiled because marrying Qin Wanshu would qualify him to fight for the Zhang family's estate. Father Zhang smiled because he had climbed into a relationship with the Qin family, and even if the Qin family didn't care about Qin Lianshu, then Qin Lianshu's dowry alone was a considerable fortune. Qin mother also sighed breathlessly. The Zhang family was biting her family's daughter to death. Both the Zhang family and the other two families of the Qin family were satisfied with the result. Although the Zhang family is not a big family, but it still has a definite energy, the marriage is also beneficial to the Qin family, but only to their Qin family's second family this branch is not beneficial. Qin father's efforts for more than 10 years into nothing. No heir he even if the Qin family into the first family of the Beijing see how can, in the end is for others to do the dowry only. Just then a siren suddenly sounded outside the door. Qin's father's words also stopped. The sirens were close, apparently entering their yard. Sure enough, not long afterward, the doorbell rang. Mother Qin seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly got up to open the door. The door to the room opened and a handsome teenager appeared in her eyes. There was also the light from the siren behind the teenager, which set the boy off more and more ethereally. Hello, Auntie. I'm Qin Wanshu's classmate Chuzha. Behind Chuzha, Yu walked over in her police uniform. Hello, Auntie Qin. Luna? Why are you here too? Nah. Being morally kidnapped by this guy. Yu glanced at Chuzha. A coy blush appeared on Chuzha's face. Yu's mouth revealed a smile that she didn't even notice, and she muttered in her heart, "This guy is so much fun." Seeing Chuzha come in, Zhang Heng's face instantly grimaced. "Chuzha, why did you come? Shouldn't you be?" Seemed to realize something, Zhang Heng didn't say anything further. Chuzha first glanced at the pale Qin Lianshu and nodded at her. That calm gaze seemed like it had a kind of magic power that instantly calmed Qin Lianshu's heart from fear and trepidation. Looking at Chuzha, who stepped in unhurriedly, Qin father's eyes also brightened. The real Chuzha was even more sunny and handsome than what he had seen in the photos. "You're Chuzha." "Yes, this time I also came here to testify for Evening Shu. That book was lent to me by Evening Shu." Chuzha opened his mouth. Zhang Heng looked at Chuzha with a grimace at that moment and said, "What do you have to prove that that book was lent to you?" Chuzha looked at Zhang Heng and asked rhetorically, "Can you prove that late Shu gave it to you?" "Sure." "Oh. So did you take a close look at that book?" Chuzha asked. "What does this have to do with you?" "Yes. I wonder if you brought that book with you?" "Of course you brought it here?" Father Zhang spoke. "This is evidence of climbing up the ladder with the Qin family. How could you not bring it here?" Then on page 131 of this side of the book, I've got a note stuck in there. A note of a thank you note that I wrote to Evening Shu. Have you seen it? Zhang Heng's face changed, and his eyes were a bit flustered. How could he have read the book? The ones on it were in Mandarin or traditional Chinese. He didn't bother to read them. Father Qin turned to Zhang Heng at this time and said, "Give me the book." Zhang Heng immediately wrapped the book tightly around his arm and said, "This is a token between me and Lianshu. No one will give it to anyone." Zhang's father also said at this time, "That's Boss Qin. Why make things difficult for the child? Besides, he's a country boy who came out of nowhere. What right does he have to stand here and blabber on? Come on people, kick him out." Qin's father's face sank as he said, "Boss Zhang is really a big bully. Treating this place as your home, is it? Should I just roll up and leave?" Zhang's father's face darkened at his words and said, "How come?" At this time, Qin Lianshu quickly stepped forward and snatched the book from Zhang Heng's hand. She flipped to page 131, and a thin fan bookmark-like slip of paper appeared. It says, "Having you along the way has made my life colorful." Zhang Heng panicked at this time, pointing at Chuzha. "It must be you who put it in while I wasn't paying attention. Chuzha, thanks to me treating you as a brother, you even backstabbed me?" Chuzha didn't see the slightest bit of panic. "Are you saying that this book Evening Shu never gave it to me?" "Of course. That's the most cherished thing of late Shu. How could it be given to an outsider like you?" Zhang Heng said with a terse neck. The people of the Qin family also looked at Qin Lianshu, that book Qin Lianshu how much they cherish, but they are very clear, that is, Qin father wants to see have to go through her permission. Chuzha nodded. That book inside the 161st page. The theory said, bile viscera, the main liver, the liver combined gas in the gallbladder. Gallbladder, the center of the clear viscera, also, Inside the book, on page 50, the thesis says that the nature of man. Yen Chuja memorized several articles inside the book. Looking at the eloquent Chuja, the corner of Yu's mouth skimmed, but his current appearance was really handsome. Qin Lianshu looked at Chuja, her eyes flooded with light. In her eyes, Chuja's entire person seemed to be enveloped by a holy light. It made her unable to move her eyes. Mother Qin also nodded her head. Such an excellent young man is indeed rare. Comparing Chuja to Zhang Heng, it felt like Zhang Heng was a piece of right now. Mother Qin looked at Father Zhang with a cold smile at this time. Do you have anything else to say, Boss Zhang? Zhang father's face turned blue, and his eyes glanced at Chuja with resentment. Zhang Heng's eyes were even more flustered, not knowing what to do. His own words had been rebutted time and time again to his face, and he felt his face was now swollen. Chuja, why do you always cross me? Zhang Heng suddenly hissed at Chuja. Chuja calmly looked at Zhang Heng and said, I have never been on the wrong side of you, on the contrary, I used to take you as a friend all the time. Even if you use me to ask Lianshu to come out, you use me, do you think I do not know? Zhang Heng, I treat you with all my heart, but you treat me like a little cutie. You asked me to go on a blind date for you. I went, and you turned around and told even Shu about it. I can even guess what you said to even Shu. You must have said that it was my initiative to go right. Zhang Heng breathed heavily and his eyes were crimson, but he did not retort. Chuja said, Is that really the case? Actually, Zhang Heng, I'm not angry about this because I know that I'm not good enough for evening Shu. Qin Lianshu raised her head violently at this moment, her face showing panic as she shook her head. No, it's not like that. Chuja looked at Zhang Heng at this time and then said, What really gives me the chills is that you, Zhang Heng, even use such underhanded means to blackmail evening Shu. Do you know how important reputation is to a woman? How dare you shamelessly use this method to force Lianshu into submission? Zhang Heng suddenly laughed at this moment. Hehe. How do you know that Lianshu and I didn't sleep? Qin mother's face changed at the words, and Qin Lianshu's eyes also became ugly. Oh, then I'll show you the proof. With a snap, Zhang Heng pulled out a bunch of photos from his arms and slammed them on the ground. The crowd looked and changed color. That turned out to be Qin Lianshu and Zhang Heng lying in bed. Qin Lianshu's face still had a slight afterglow that made his mouth dry. You're shameless. Qin Lianshu went crazy and rushed towards Zhang Heng. Chapter 22. The photo is a fake. The field was a mess. Qin's father and Qin's mother also sat back with disheveled faces. It was all over. Zhang's father was once again complacent at this time, and in his mind, he was already thinking about how to pin down the Qin family. At this time, Qin Lianshu's eldest uncle and the third uncle's face is not good. Even taking pictures, the Zhang family went too far. And at this time, Zhang's father was still unaware that his son had offended the entire Qin family. Chuja's face was ugly looking at that one photo. His body strength felt like it had been drained away. The heart ached a little convulsively. Still, strong reason calmed him down. He leaned over and slowly picked up the photo. Suddenly his eyes froze and he looked at Yu next to him and said, I wonder what the sentence should be if someone forges a photo and destroys another person's reputation? Slander, defamation of others. The aggravating circumstances shall be punished by imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention, or control of deprivation of political rights. These photos are forgeries. Chuja opened his mouth, his voice cold and firm. Yu's expression became grave. If this was the case, then the Zhang family was considered to be in a mess. At this point, the field became quiet as well. Everyone looked at Chuja. The woman in the picture isn't Evening Shu. Why? To be exact, the photo is of 2 people. One has a mole on her chest, although it's small, but it can be seen, and the other one she actually has a letter tattoo on her chest. None of these late Shu. Chuja said. How do you know? Yu asked. Because I've seen it and late Shu really didn't. Chuja said frankly. Yikes. Qin Lianshu violently covered her full chest and glanced at Chuja with a pout. Chuja only came back to his senses at this time. His face instantly became red. That time it was raining. Heavily. I saw it unintentionally. I didn't mean it. Chuja felt like his face must be redder than a monkey's ass right now. Qin Lianshu couldn't help but think of that night when she and Chuja skipped around the playground. Because with Chuja she seemed extra relaxed and dressed in a relaxed manner. Suddenly heavy rain, or Chuja will be his clothes off draped over his body. Then he also deliberately for her to tighten the collar position. It turned out that they were naked by him to see. At this time you looked at Zhang Heng and said, Zhang Heng, you are suspected of slandering others and have committed Article 246 of the criminal law. Slandering others? Please come with me. Yu directly pulled out her handcuffs. Zhang's father was dumbfounded and watched Zhang Heng being taken away. Qin's father looked at Zhang's father at this time and said, Boss Zhang, I won't let today's matter go like this. You're bullying people too much. This is bullying my Qin family to have no one. When Zhang's father wanted to say something else, Qin's father let out a cold snort and said, Send the guests away. The rest of the Qin family also looked at Father Zhang with unfavorable faces. They don't say anything if you come in the right way, but the Zhang family has crossed the line this time, even using this kind of underhanded stuff. This is not just a problem for the Qin family's second house anymore. This is a problem for the face of their entire Qin clan. The scene quieted down, and at this time, Qin's father looked at Chuzha with a smile on his face. Kid, tell me about your business? How are you going to be responsible? Chuzha's eyes glanced to the side. The Qin family's decoration is not as luxurious as the Su family's, but a low profile doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have strength. The value of that vase on the shelf next to it, you can't afford it in your own lifetime, can you? His eyes darkened for a moment. Chuzha raised his head. I should have done the Qin family a favor this time, right? That's right, kid, what do you want? Just say it. I'll definitely agree to whatever I can. After saying that, Father Qin glanced at Qin Lianshu next to him. Qin Lianshu's gaze kept falling on Chuzha's body. Mother Qin also looked at Chuzha with satisfaction. The Qin family's eldest uncle said, Hee, but a lucky kid. Be nicer to Lianshu in the future. Qin Lianshu blushed in shame, but she couldn't move her gaze away from Chuzha's body. Chuzha raised his head at this time and put up an index finger. $100. Just give me $100 as payment. Chuzha finished the instant silence between the scene. Qin Lianshu looked at Chuzha's serious expression, some bewilderment, and then his face became pale. Qin's father also sat up straight. Do you realize what you're saying? $100. He actually wanted to use $100 to draw a line in the sand with the Qin family. Or rather, to delineate the relationship with Qin Lianshu. Kid, do you really want to do this? My Qin family's affection isn't that cheap, is it? Chuzha said, It's not a matter of affection. I'm considered to be working today. I'm paid $100 a day for working and studying outside. Not to mention that I haven't stayed here for a day. I've earned it. The Qin family's third uncle took out $100 at this time and handed it over. Chuzha took the money and said to Father Qin and the others, Then I'll leave if there's nothing else. Chuzha turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. And Qin Lianshu stared blankly at Chuzha as he left, his eyes becoming blurry. Dad! Qin Lianshu suddenly spoke up. Father Qin looked over at Qin Lianshu. Send me abroad to study. Qin Lianshu opened her mouth. Qin's father and mother looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Things here spread quickly. After all, there is still the issue of Qin Lianshu's reputation. The Qin family naturally wants to clarify the misunderstanding. Naturally, things about Chuzha spread out. Chuzha's $100 to draw a line with the Qin family was much talked about. The news had also reached the Su family. After all, the Su family was also considered a top-stream mansion. Su Ruoxian's little mother sneered at this time. He's just an idiot. Doesn't he know how valuable a favor from the Qin family is? My dear, I think this Chuzha doesn't deserve to be my Su family's son-in-law at all. It's better to kick him out when you have the chance, so as not to disgrace yourself. Su's father said, It's true that there's some ignorance. At the very least, we should strengthen the relationship between the Qin and Su families. Little mother said, That's right, he doesn't have the Su family in his heart at all. This kind of person can't be raised well. It's better to get him out as soon as possible. The Qin family is a pharmaceutical family. They are not unaware of how much money the pharmaceutical industry makes. How many people are eyeing this industry? The Su family naturally wanted to get involved, and this was the perfect opportunity, but it was wasted by Chuzha. It's a wonder the Su family is happy. Chuzha was not affected by this incident at this time and continued to study as usual. He had recently found another part-time job, and it was still the same restaurant where he had eaten with Su Wan. Chulchul goes to help every day after school. There is also a tutoring job on Sundays. More than half a month has passed since this busy time. Zhang Heng's sentence has come down, and he was made to pay a maximum penalty. I heard that the Qin family has also started to suppress the Zhang family. The Zhang family was so preoccupied with themselves that they had completely forgotten about Zhang Heng. Because of the stigma, Zhang Heng's schooling was also stopped, which was considered a crime. Another one is that Qin Lianshu has left the country. Which country it went to Chuja didn't care. The only thing that bothered him now was why Su Ruoxian hadn't approached him for a divorce yet. What are you thinking? Su Wan came over next to her. Chuja looked back and said, nothing. Su Wan was now curious. Chuja went to work and study every day and earned his own tuition. Did his own sister never care about his life problems? Chapter 23 Su Ruoxian's White Moonlight returns. And she also realized that Chuja had never taken the initiative to look for her sister either. As if that person didn't even exist. This is so weird. I heard that the male artist called Xiao Han is back. Do you know? Chuja's face didn't look the slightest bit different. Are you a stargazer too? Su unrolled her eyes. You really don't know who Xiao Han is? Who is it? Chuja was very busy right now. How could he have time to worry about this? Even though he had heard of it before, he had forgotten about it at this time. Don't you know that my sister used to have some relationship with a male artist? Su Wan asked tentatively. That's your sister's business. Chuja replied as a matter of course. Su Wan froze. She thought a lot about Chuja's expression when he knew Xiao Han had returned. The only thing that didn't occur to me was that he was so calm. Like he was talking about something that didn't have anything to do with him. Su Clan Group. Su Ruoxian slammed the document in her hand on the head of a person across the room. This is your plan? This is the level you're at. What do we at Su's do for a living? Get out and redo it. Su Ruoxian's growl could be heard outside the office. Mr. Su seems to be very cranky lately. It's been a month. It's just time for the great aunt to leave, right? Who knows? Who else we have here that hasn't been yelled at? Obviously. A month ago he was fine. How come he went out and came back like this? I heard that Mr. Su got married. Does it have something to do with Mr. Su's husband? What? Mr. Su got married. Che, it's not like it's a secret. But it's true that the Su family didn't make a big deal out of publicizing it. So that means you don't approve of the aunt? Maybe so. Mr. Su might not care for this aunt either. That's why he's throwing a tantrum. Come on, we'll be miserable after that. Inside Su Ruoxian's office, dismissing the employees, she sat down in her seat with an exasperated sigh, then turned her gaze to her cell phone. Clicking on the chat history with Chuja, the last chat also stopped more than a month ago. The phone dialed. The old butler at the villa answered the phone. Did that guy come? Su Ruoxian asked. There was some bitterness on the old butler's face as he said, back to miss. There isn't. There was a hang-up sound on the other end of the line. The old housekeeper now hated to give himself a few slaps on the face. At first he was reluctant to record Chuja's face, fearing that he would come and harass the young lady for nothing, not giving a good face. Now it's good, people don't come at all. A month even the gate of the neighborhood people didn't come. It was as if this luxurious villa, the number of limited edition cars, and a beauty like Miss were insignificant to him. Is that guy really a normal man? At this time, Su Ruoxian's office. Su Ruoxian's eyes flashed with struggle as she looked at her phone. After a while, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, well, you've got balls, you win. Su Ruoxian pulled up Chuja's phone number and called it. She had been waiting for Chuja to call her, and she also felt that Chuja would not be able to resist calling her. But she seemed to be wrong, dead wrong. The call was answered. Hello. Who is it? Chuja's voice on the other end of the phone was still so gentle and cool with a clear coldness. But this statement annoyed Su Ruoxian. You don't have my number? Chuja froze. Only then did he come back to his senses with a slightly elated tone. Is it Mr. Su? The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth revealed a light smile. It was true, men. How could they resist the temptation of fragrant cars and beautiful women? However, Chuja's next words wiped out Su Ruoxian's good mood. Mr. Su, are you here to see me for a divorce? I have time anytime. Chuja's delighted words rang out again. Su Ruoxian's palm clenched violently, and the pen in her hand was snapped off with a snap. Is that how much you want to divorce me? Isn't it true that you, Mr. Su, want to go through the divorce procedure with me now that you have time? Chuja was somewhat stunned. But we've already agreed on that, right? Chuja was a bit puzzled. Do we still have to deal with the family? But it won't delay our divorce. They won't know even if we get divorced. Su Ruoxian suppressed the fire in her heart and said, divorce doesn't have time these days. I do still need you to deal with the family these days. Chuja frowned and said, that's not good. Why isn't it good? I can raise your money. Su Ruoxian was ready to use money to smash. Chuja said, it's not about the money. Don't worry. I won't take your money. The $500,000 you gave me last time, I'm still saving it for you. I can give it to you anytime you want. Su Ruoxian froze. You mean you didn't use the money I gave you? How could I use your money? Chuzha rightfully said, I'm just worried about you. Worry about me? Worried about me what? I heard that the male artist Xiao Han has returned. I think there is no need for me to continue my engagement with you. You already have a better marriage partner, don't you? Chuzha said. When Su Ruoxian heard this, the anger in her eyes instantly dissipated and was replaced by a strong sense of shock and panic. Who did you hear that I'm going to marry Xiao Han? Su Ruoxian's tone couldn't suppress the trembling. Chuzha said with some bewilderment. Isn't the purpose of you marrying me for him, Mr. Su? Your family won't force you to get married now, and you can be with Xiao Han. There's no need for me to get in the middle of you guys. Is there? Su Ruoxian's face paled. So you thought from the beginning that I married you to use as a shield, right? Isn't it? Chuzha said. Su Ruoxian wanted to say no, but the words reached her throat, but she couldn't get them out, because that's what she thought in the beginning. Chuzha said at this time, that, Mr. Su, I'm going to be busy. When you want a divorce, give me a call. The phone hung up. Chuzha is a little upset. Still not divorced, what about himself? It's not like she could be all lovey-dovey with that male entertainer and then leave herself here unattended. Suddenly Chuzha slightly froze and said, he shouldn't be worried about dividing the property, right? Chuzha called the phone and the call was answered. Chuzha said, don't worry, Mr. Su. I promise I don't want you to pay a penny for our divorce. You don't have to worry about the property. Pop! Chuzha froze, how not to listen to the words finished hanging up the phone. Really are two worlds of people. Chuzha sighed, and at that moment in Su Ruoxian's room, she slammed her phone to pieces. No one outside the office was silent, not a single person dared to take a big breath. Just then, a handsome, very formally dressed man arrived with a bouquet of flowers. Seeing the visitor, someone was stunned. Xiao Han. It's really Xiao Han. Oops, big star, grab a photo. There were women with flamboyant faces. Xiao Han with a reserved smile. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Xiao Han knocked on the door of Su Ruoxian's office. After seeing Xiao Han go in, someone muttered, is he that rumored boyfriend of Mr. Su? Seems like it. I heard that Mr. Su had a falling out with his family over this person back then. Rumor has it that it seems that Ms. Su was also pregnant, and it seems to be this one's. Hiss, so powerful. So does that husband of Mr. Su know about it? Chapter 24. I really didn't spend any of your money. Who knows, but that husband is probably just an ingrate who made too much of a fuss at the time. That's why Mr. Su let the guy leave the capital C. Recently Mr. Su suddenly married, I think also 80% is perfunctory home. This is not just married, this Xiao Han came back. Hiss, that Mr. Su's husband is also too pitiful. This is a raw hatchet to the head. Shoo! Stop talking and get to work. Su Ruoxian was a little surprised when she looked at Xiao Han who walked in. You're back. Yes, Ruoxian, I miss you. Xiao Han spoke with deep emotion. If it was before, Su Ruoxian would definitely be happy, but at this time for some reason she had more unnameable emotions in her heart. Sit down, Su Ruoxian said. Xiao Han was also stunned as he detected from Su Ruoxian's face that she didn't seem much happier. When do you get off work today? Why don't we have dinner together? Xiao Han opened his mouth. Su Ruoxian froze. Seeing Xiao Han's expectant eyes, still nodded and said, yes. A smile appeared on Xiao Han's lips. Oh, these are flowers for you. Xiao Han handed Su Ruoxian the flowers in his hand. They were roses. Su Ruoxian looked at the flowers with complicated eyes. In the end, she took the flowers from Xiao Han's hands. After staying for a few more moments, Su Ruoxian looked at the time and said, let's go now. She left the office clutching the flowers. When they arrived at the entrance of the building, Su Ruoxian was already talking and laughing with Xiao Han. At that moment, a sunny voice rang out. Mr. Su! Su Ruoxian's body stiffened violently. She jerked her head up to see Chuzha's bright smile not far away. Su Ruoxian's body shook. Xiao Han cared enough to hold Su Ruoxian's arm, appearing close. Chuzha looked at that person beside Su Ruoxian, as if he had seen him somewhere. Then it dawned on him that this person was Xiao Han. I've seen his pictorials myself. He's really handsome. That outfit alone is the kind you can afford to look at but not buy. Now looking at Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han standing together, Chuzha thinks they're the real couple. He felt that it was not the right time for him to come, but he could not care about that. He was worried that Su Ruoxian would think that he was greedy for her property. That's why this time he specially came over to return the $500,000 card Su Ruoxian had given him in order to prove that there was no intention of coveting her property in the slightest. Chuzha took out his card and came in front of Su Ruoxian. Looking at the flowers in Su Ruoxian's hand, such a big bouquet of flowers should be very expensive. It's beautiful. Chuzha praised the flowers in Su Ruoxian's hands. I don't know why Su Ruoxian felt that the flower in her hand was a bit hot. Chuzha took out the card in his pocket at this time. Mr. Su, this is the card you gave me. You can check it. I really haven't touched a single penny, Chuzha said, seeing that Su Ruoxian didn't take it, but looked at him with some annoyance. Chuzha's heart thumped. Was he complaining that he had interrupted their date? Chuzha was a little embarrassed. Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han next to him glanced at him and said, I'm sorry. I'm too presumptuous to come this time. It's just that just now I gave you a call you didn't pick up, so I came straight over. Chulchul explains why he's suddenly here. And it was only then that Su Ruoxian realized his intimate posture with Xiao Han. Her face violently changed from annoyed to pale. She panicked and pulled away from Xiao Han, wanting to open her mouth to explain something. But at this moment, Chuzha shoved the card into her hand. I really didn't spend a penny. You don't have to worry that I'll ask for your money. Then I won't bother you today. We'll talk again when we have time. Chuzha turned his head and left after saying that. Chuzha walked very quickly. He knew that this woman had some violent tendencies. He stirred up her good things. Maybe he would be annoyed. He was better to run faster. It just so happened that the taxi he had taken to get here hadn't left yet. Chuzha hurriedly got into the car, and he seemed to have heard Su Ruoxian's petulant voice. But where did he dare to stop, urging the driver to drive fast? Su Ruoxian looked at the cab that was walking away, feeling as if a piece of her heart had been gutted. Ruoxian, don't get angry over irrelevant people. Let's go eat. Xiao Han came closer at this time. Su Ruoxian said, I won't go this time. I'm a bit uncomfortable. Su Ruoxian turned around and walked in the direction of her parking space. Xiao Han was a bit stunned. Then his face was a bit gloomy as he glanced at the direction Chuzha had left. Xiao Han then caught up with Su Ruoxian and said, Ruoxian, why don't I send you to the hospital? Su Ruoxian said, No, I want to go back. Then I'll give you a ride. Su Ruoxian said, No need, I can do it myself. Su Ruoxian subconsciously refused Xiao Han's request to give her a ride. She didn't want to bring Xiao Han inside the home where Chuzha's face was recorded. Su Ruoxian drove off, leaving Xiao Han standing in place with an uncertain expression. Hey, Sister Lu helped me check on someone. Su Ruoxian drove back to her home in Mission Hills. The old butler welcomed him. Su Ruoxian said, Butler, have someone buy me a cell phone. The old butler froze for a moment and said, We have spares at home? I wonder if you mind? Su Ruoxian then remembered that she had bought a new cell phone for Chuzha. But there's no time to send it out yet, because that day Chuzha didn't even want a single piece of the clothes she bought. Su Ruoxian stared blankly at the phone in her hand and the sets of clothes that Chuzha had tried on at the mall. The old butler sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say. At that moment, a phone rang in the living room. The old butler came into the parlor and found it was a call from the gatehouse side. The call was answered, and the video on the phone revealed an image where the security guard at the door could be seen, along with a man in a suit behind the guard. This Mr. Xiao says he's Miss Su's friend. I wonder if it's convenient for Miss Su to see him. The security guard opened his mouth. The old butler instantly recognized that the so-called Mr. Xiao was none other than Xiao Han. I didn't think the other party could find this place. Did Miss tell him? He went upstairs and asked Su Ruoxian, Miss, Mr. Xiao Han is outside the district. Do you want to see him? Su Ruoxian's brows furrowed violently. How did he find this place? Shall we let him in, miss? Don't. Let him go first. If there's anything we can talk about tomorrow, I'm tired and don't want to see anyone. Su Ruoxian said. The old butler turned to leave. Send away Xiao Han, old housekeeper, some speechless. Should come is not once. Should not come but find ways to want to come. How can this people be so different from each other? Xiao Han's face was so gloomy at this moment that it looked like water was dripping out of it. He felt that he would definitely be able to take down Su Ruoxian this time back. After all, Su Ruoxian was willing to fall out with her family for him in the first place. He also heard about Su Ruoxian's marriage. He thought the same as everyone else. That guy is just a shield. The only one who can climb into Su Ruoxian's bed is himself. But now it seemed to be different than he thought, and he should probably pay attention to that blocker. Chuzha didn't have any complicated thoughts at this time. After returning the card to Su Ruoxian, The whole person also relaxed a bit and began to devote herself to her studies and work. Soon it will be payday. Chuja, in a detailed calculation of his salary, totaled more than $10,000. Over $10,000 a month, which he thought was pretty good. Su-won on the side of the quiet watching Chuja counting. These days Su-won day by day to recognize Chuja. Now she felt an indescribable sense of serenity just being around him. All that old fickleness is gone. Though she didn't know why, she had an urge to tie Chuja to her side, sometimes wanting to rub him into her flesh and blood. But she knew she couldn't be impulsive. It would scare him. Chapter 25. And then what? Do you want to buy dinner after earning so much? Su-won softly opened her mouth. Chuja said, yeah, I'll treat you to a big meal after school today. Trudger was cool with it. Looking at Chuja's bright smile, Su-won froze a little again. What are you doing next? It's almost time for your internship. Su-jie, who was next to him, spoke up at this time. Su-won came back to her senses and said, internship? I can provide you with companies to go wherever you want. Su-jie's eyes revealed a joyful color and looked towards Chuja, hoping that Chuja would agree. Chuja froze for a moment and said, actually, I want to take over the store outside the school. Suj froze. What? Dishing out that store? Yes, the owner of the store wants to go back to his hometown and is interested in dishing out the store. That store is good and I want to make it a brand, just... Sujie asked, just what? It's just that I'm taking out a college business loan right now, and for some reason I just can't get approved. Sujie said, it shouldn't be. It's one of our welfare policies. The conditions aren't very harsh. It should be able to be approved, unless there's someone making trouble out of it. Chuja was silent. He had offended the Zhang family and sent Zhang Heng in. Although the Zhang family was not as good as the Qin family, it was still easy to trip him up if he wanted to. Chuja's eyes dimmed a bit, and he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you get good grades. The real world is often that cruel. A comment that it's not that they won't do it for you, but that they are going through the process is enough to make you miss out on any opportunity. I can invest in you? How about I offer $200,000? Su-won opened her mouth at this time. Of course, it's not too much to ask for 20% of the shares, Su-won said. Chuja said, it's not excessive, I'll give you 40% of the shares. I can sign a contract with the owner of the restaurant and give him $100,000 upfront, and I'll pay back the rest in 2 years. That way funding won't be a problem. Sujie said, I can lend you $50,000. I don't want shares. Just pay me back then. Chuja is very happy. He has the confidence to revitalize that store, more confident that 2 years back to the capital or even shorter time. Chuja said, don't worry. I'll pay you back with interest. I'll write a loan note later. Sujie didn't object because he knew that Chuja was that serious and it was his way of maintaining their relationship. Su-won looked at Chuja, her eyes narrowed slightly. Rather taking out a loan to borrow money than going to her sister to ask for money. It's really strange. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not even enough to pay for one of my sister's bags. Is it? Not much farther out of the restaurant. A woman wearing glasses blocked Chuja's way. Chuja looked at the woman in front of him, who was about 30-something years old, in consternation and said, is this lady up to something? You're Chuja. The woman looked at Chuja with slight disdain. Chuja said, I am. I wonder which one you are, ma'am? You don't need to know who I am. My Mr. Xiao wants to see you. You come with me. The woman was a bit bossy. Chuja frowned, some dislike between his brows. Mr. Xiao? I don't know any Mr. Xiao. If he has something to do, let him come to me. Seeing that Chuja was about to leave, the woman became anxious. Don't give your face away. My Mr. Xiao can't be seen by just anyone. Chuja froze at his words. The feeling was probably one of speechlessness. Sujie rolled his eyes at this time and said, you mean your family Mr. Xiao meets us and we have to be grateful? Eft. Su-won beside her laughed out 1,000 times. Although Sujie felt that he was already very resistant, he still looked a little dumbfounded at the petulantly smiling Su-won. On the contrary, Chuja didn't have any reaction. Chuja looked at the woman and said, fine, lead the way. Sujie said, why drop the price so much? It's okay. Isn't it just meeting someone? What if the other person really needs help? Chuja said. Sujie was a bit speechless. Do you know what the biggest problem with you as a person is? Just too kind. So much so that it seems a bit of a bully. Su-won looked at the departing Chuja, her palms clenched tightly as she murmured, with me here, I won't let anyone bully you. Chuja was led by the woman towards another restaurant next to him. Coming to a private room, Chuja walked in. A dawning look came into his eyes when he saw who was sitting across from him. It turned out that the person who wanted to see him was Xiao Han. "So it's Mr. Xiao Han, you want to see me?" Chuja opened his mouth. Xiao Han, dressed in an expensive suit, sat on the main seat and looked at Chuja, who walked in with a faintly disdainful gaze. Xiao Han just sat there and casually pointed to a stool next to him and said, "Sit down." Chuja frowned. He felt that Xiao Han had a great deal of hostility towards him. Maybe it was for Su Ruoxian, Chuja guessed in his heart. "I wonder what Mr. Xiao has to tell me?" Chuja didn't sit down. Xiao Han said, "Chuja, you also know my relationship with Ruoxian." Chuja didn't say anything. He wanted to see what Xiao Han's purpose was. "Although you and Ruoxian got a license, but you know the purpose of Ruoxian and you getting a license, that's just a means to cope with the people at home." Chuja's eyes were lowered and his expression was calm. "So, you're frankly a shield, and now that your usefulness is gone, I want you to stay away from Ruoxian. Of course I'll pay you a certain amount. Name a number, how about $1 million? This phrase seemed like Chuja had heard whoever said this before, and the other party had spoken to him in the same disdainful tone. Chuja looked up at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's eyes still looked at him with contempt. Chuja said, "Mr. Xiao, what I want to say is, first of all, I don't need you to worry about what kind of relationship I have with Mr. Su. I never thought of getting anything on Mr. Su, you can rest assured of that. Secondly, I won't take the initiative to pester Mr. Su, but that has nothing to do with you. This is between me and Mr. Su, but you can talk to Mr. Su and ask her and me to get a divorce as soon as possible. Finally, as for the money, I still say, do you want to humiliate me with $1 million? Or do you want to humiliate Mr. Su?" Xiao Han's face changed at his words. Chuja was not the least bit intimidated. His voice was cold and firm. "Mr. Xiao, if you have other things to say as soon as possible, if not I'll leave first." Chuja's impression of Xiao Han was not bad at first, but this time, Xiao Han's approach disgusted him. Perhaps there was also Zhang Heng's influence in this, as he realized that Xiao Han and Zhang Heng were the same kind of people. Seeing that Chuja was ready to leave, at that moment Xiao Han fiercely got up and said, "Wait a minute!" Chuja twisted his head to look at Xiao Han. Xiao Han pulled out his cell phone and pulled up a dialogue box, then placed it in front of Chuja. "You can take a look at this, and you'll know what position you hold in Ruhan's heart." It was a conversation message between Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian. "Xiao Han, I heard you got a license?" Su Ruoxian, "Yes, but he's just a front I used to deal with my family." Xiao Han, "Although I know, I am still not happy in my heart." Su Ruoxian, "After dealing with my family, I will divorce him, and my family will not arrange any blind dates for me in the future. Don't worry, I won't let him touch me." There were others, all of which were messages with a more ambiguous tone that Xiao Han had sent to Su Ruoxian. Chuja frowned. This feeling of being force-fed a mouthful of dog food was really unpleasant. Looking at the timing of the message, it should be the day he and Su Ruoxian got their license. Chuja looked up at Xiao Han and said, "And then, Chapter 26, Shui Evening Qing." Xiao Han froze. He didn't see any irritation in Chuja's eyes, only a faint disdain. Chuja breathlessly rubbed his nose and said, "Don't share your love with Mr. Su with outsiders. Not everyone likes to eat dog food." Chuja turned and left the room. He was simply disgusted. After Chuja left, Xiao Han also left the restaurant. And next to the restaurant, Su Wan walked out at this time with playful eyes. Chuja was force-fed a mouthful of dog food and was in no good mood whatsoever. He pulled out his phone and pulled up Su Ruoxian's chat box. "There's no news." This made Chuja a bit dissatisfied. The rightful owner has come to him to declare war on the other side. How come he still does not divorce himself? He doesn't want to be a part of something so rotten it stinks. Chuja thought about it and inputted the message. "Mr. Su, I specially let my family mail the account book here. I checked the divorce procedures. I have prepared all of them. You see, when you have the time to come over for the divorce, it won't delay you for long." The message was sent and Chuja waited for a response. But the other party has not responded. Chuja frowned, then said, "Do not worry. I guarantee that not a penny. If you do not believe that you can write a material, I net material I sign." On the other end of the phone, Su Ruoxian held the phone, her fingers a little white from too much force. She stared dead at the chat box, anger flickering among her eyes. She raised her hand to slam the phone down, and for some reason put it down again. This cell phone seems to be going to him. Chuja waited and waited on the other end of the phone until he fell asleep and didn't see Su Ruoxian's reply. For the first time, Chuja felt a little panicked. Su Ruoxian would not really not divorce him. How can this be? I have to get married in the future. I'm the only male in the family, so it's all up to me to spread my family's wings. It was Sunday, and Chuja patted his somewhat groggy head. He didn't sleep well yesterday because he was worried about Su Ruoxian. Picking up his textbook, Chuja planned to go out. Su Jie at this time opened his menglong eyes to look at Chuja, who was going out, and said, "Where are you going? Didn't I get a job as a tutor? It's Sunday, so it's time for me to go give people lessons." Chuja opened his mouth. Su Jie was a bit speechless. Still the kid from that family? It seems like it's been half a year, right? Trudger said, "Yes, and that's how I took that job as a tutor." Trudger went out and got on the bus. Happy neighborhoods. This is where Chulchul works as a tutor. Coming to the door of the room and ringing the doorbell, a lazy female voice rang out from behind the door. The door to the room opened and a gorgeous woman opened it. The woman was dressed in a nightgown, her hair a little disheveled, but with a lazy beauty. Because it was so well developed, even the loose pajamas couldn't hide the surge in her chest. Chuja blushed a little. "Sister Shui, I'll come and fill in for Momo." Chuja opened his mouth. The woman's cheeks blushed slightly as she said, "Come in." Chuja walked into the room, which was decorated in an idyllic and cozy style. There was also a faint scent in the room that seemed to come from Sister Shui. This discovery made Chuja blush even more. Chuja didn't see the woman behind him, who seemed to be covering her chest out of nervousness. At that moment a girl came out, bright-eyed and cute. A happy look appeared on her face when she saw Chuja. "Brother Chuja, you're here." "What brother?" "Be called uncle." Sister Shui's opening behind her. The girl said, "I don't. Brother Chuja is clearly not a few years older than me." "That's also older than you. You must be called uncle." Sister Shui said. "You're not being reasonable, sister-in-law." The girl defied. "I don't need to reason with you. What? You're not convinced." The girl beamed, looking a little cute. Chuja said, "Then let's start studying." The girl's name is Reimer. She's 12 years old and in the 6th grade. Reimer said, "Come on, let's go study and ignore her." Sister Shui clutched her chest in dissatisfaction, lining it even bigger there. "I have to say that Yunma is very smart, and his poor grades at the beginning were entirely due to a lack of concentration and a playful mind. Chuja made a set of learning methods for the specificity, and now it seems to be quite good. Brother Chu, I was 6th in the class on this final exam. My teacher even praised me." Yunma opened her mouth. "Then we can keep up the good work and try to take first place. I can wait for you at Jinghai University." Chuja said, "She can get into Jinghai University? If she gets in, that would be a real burn." Sister Shui walked over at this time. She was already dressed up, somewhat alluring and seductive. Mostly because her body is so foul that it makes your heart beat faster even in normal clothes. That's why she never went out to work, because she was afraid that the men would have bad thoughts about her. She now runs an online store and makes a decent daily income. Especially the dresses she tried on herself. Literally every single one of them was a huge seller. And now a proper little rich girl. Soon the 2 hours of counseling ended and Chuja was ready to leave. Reimer was a little reluctant to leave, so Sister Shui squarely asked Chuja to stay for dinner. Chuja was in a bit of a bind. He had to work at a restaurant in the afternoon. At that moment the door to the room opened and a sensual, stunning beauty walked in. She's in a professional work uniform, but the uniform frames her body perfectly. Especially still, those long and straight jade legs were visually appealing. When the woman saw Chuja, her eyes flashed with a bright light and said, "She, you're here. It just so happens that don't leave for lunch today, eat here." I'm afraid a man can't stand the sound of a good royal voice. "Sister, why are you back so early today?" Sister Shui opened her mouth. Sister Shui is called Shui Mou, and her sister, who is also Reimer's mom, is called Shui Evening Qing. Chuja didn't know what Shui Evening Qing did, but it felt like she was busy every day, and it was indeed a bit of a surprise to see her at noon today. Chuja thought about it but still refused. "No, I have to go back. I have work in the afternoon." Shui Evening Harvest stiffened slightly as she changed her shoes. "Shui Mo, you said. Don't you even have time for a meal? Wouldn't it be better to have my sister send you to work after dinner?" Chuja shook his head. "How can this be?" Shui Evening Qing said. "Why not? Let's eat here for lunch." Chuja could only agree. I didn't expect Shui Evening Qing to cook herself. Chuja also stepped in to help out because he had learned a lot from helping out at the restaurant, and in the end it was Shui Evening Ching and Shui Mo Yu who were doing the dishes, while Chuja did the dishes himself. Soon the table was ready. Shui Mochizuki was a bit stunned. You're so good at cooking too. Chuja was a little embarrassed. Just learned a little bit. A few home-cooked dishes can still be done. Shui Mochizuki looked at Chuja with her eyes glowing. Simply perfect. Shui Mochizuki tasted a bite, and a gleam appeared in her eyes. Delicious. Shui Evening Ching also took a bite, her eyes glowing. Today she made an exception and ate 2 bowls of rice, though they were small. Chuja didn't use a small bowl, he used a basin directly. It was Shui Evening Ching who asked for it. In her words, boys should eat more. Shui Yunma watched as her sister-in-law and her mother kept pouring food into Chuja's mouth, and she suddenly spoke, Mom, are you trying to find me a father? Or are you looking for an aunt's husband for me? Little aunt? I don't mind if it's Brother Chu. Chapter 27. Coincidence? Shui Evening Ching's face brushed red. Shui Mochizuki also lowered her head, burying it among the surges in her chest. But surprisingly, there was no rebuttal. Chuja was a little embarrassed. The meal was as good as a pinch. After dinner, Shui Evening Ching drove Chuja to work. Shui Evening Ching's face was always flushed, and with her sensible, stunning face and delicate skin, it was hard to resemble that she was a woman in her 30s. Reimer is tongue-tied, so don't mind. Shui Evening Ching broke the silence. Chuja said, No, Sister Shui. Call me Sister Evening. Okay, Evening Sister. Chuja agreed, as if he hadn't thought through it. A charming smile appeared at the corner of Shui Wanqing's mouth. So much so that Chuja was a bit distracted all afternoon. Speaking of which, he and Shui Evening Harvest had not known each other for a short period of time, more than half a year at the very least. In the past, Sister Evening Star was more like a high and mighty queen, noble and mysterious. He also rarely saw Evening Sister smile until the last few months, when Evening Sister looked at herself more and more gently, and he didn't know when they seemed to have become casual about themselves. Just like this morning when Shui Mo Yu came to open the door in her pajamas, because she knew that Chuja would come at this time of the day, so she didn't even bother to dress up or groom herself and just appeared in front of him unreservedly. It's more like a feeling of treating a loved one. Kindred spirits? So it turns out that Evening Sister and the others are treating me as a relative. Chuja was enlightened. At this time, Su Ruoxian residence. Xiao Han came here again. The housekeeper looked at the persistent Xiao Han speechlessly, then compared it to that Chuja who was afraid to get his hands on this place. Again sighed, this is how a normal man should react. The ones like Chuja simply refreshed his perspective. But why was he still thinking about that Chuja guy? Why did he subconsciously feel that Chuja and his own young lady were more compatible? Miss, should I let Mr. Xiao in? The butler asked Su Ruoxian again. Su Ruoxian was scratching her cell phone. If she looked carefully, she could see that the interface she was scratching was the dialogue box where she was chatting with Chuja, but there were only a few conversations on it and one page could show all the conversations. Su Ruoxian got up and walked out the door, then drove towards the door. Walking out of the gate of the neighborhood, Su Ruoxian stopped the car and looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han had an excited smile on his face as he rushed to welcome him. Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han and said, Let's go to the cafe. Su Ruoxian drove away. She didn't invite Xiao Han to get on the car. This caused Xiao Han's face to stiffen slightly. The reason why Su Ruoxian did not invite Xiao Han to get into the car was only that she thought that the co-pilot of this car, Chuja, had once sat in it, and she subconsciously refused to allow Xiao Han to sit in the seat that Chuja had once sat in. Xiao Han watched the Ferrari walk away and hurriedly started his own car next to it and chased after it. Come to a cafe. Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han sat opposite each other. Ruoxian, have you been a bit busy lately? I can't always find you. Xiao Han had concern and worry in his eyes. Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han and met the other party's gaze. Su Ruoxian's eyes flickered slightly, wanting to say something but finally sighed and said, I'm just in a bit of a bad mood lately. It's nothing major. Xiao Han said, It's my fault if I'm not in a good mood. How about this, we go to a movie later, to spread our hearts? Su Ruoxian was silent, looking at Xiao Han's concerned gaze. She couldn't say anything to refuse. Eventually she nodded. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of Xiao Han's eyes. Ruoxian, I didn't expect you to remember this place. When we were sitting here looking at the distant scenery for a New Year's Eve. Now that I think about it, back then it was the day I felt the happiest. Xiao Han fondly recounted the past between them. Su Ruoxian didn't say anything, but her eyes also became gentle. finish your coffee and go to the movies. Arriving at her destination, Su Ruoxian was a bit stunned that this was a private theater. She frowned and looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han said with shyness on his face, Ruoxian, I just want to watch a movie with you alone, nothing else. The doubt between Su Ruoxian's brows disappeared and she finally nodded. Watching Su Ruoxian enter the theater, Xiao Han's mouth revealed a winning smile. A private theater is really pretty much the same as a hotel except with a very large extra TV screen, and you can watch whatever movies you want, all the latest releases. Walking into the room, Xiao Han said, Let's order something to eat. What do you want to eat? You can order takeout here too. Su Ruoxian nodded non-committally. Xiao Han placed an order on his cell phone. Then Xiao Han turned on the TV and the lights in the house dimmed. At this time Chu Zhe rode a small electric donkey to enter the theater at a fast pace. Looking at the pairs of young men and women entering the theater, Chu Zhe's face was slightly red. For he saw some young men and women who could not help kissing each other right at the door, and then opened the door handily and entered the room. There's a reason this intimate theater is so hot. Soundproofing after all. Coming to the door of one, he knocked hard on the door. Hello? Your order for takeout has arrived. The knocking was so light that the people inside couldn't even see to hear it. That's when the door to the room opened. Chu Zhe said, Hello, you ordered takeout. Chu Zhe looked up and froze when he saw the person who opened the door. It was actually Su Ruoxian. Mr. Su. Su Ruoxian stared blankly at Chu Zhe for a moment, not knowing how to react. Just then, Xiao Han walked over. Ruoxian, what's wrong? Xiao Han appeared behind Su Ruoxian, his clothes a little messy. Chu Zhe looked at Su Ruoxian, then at Xiao Han where he didn't know what was going on. Slightly embarrassed, he said, You guys ordered takeout. Chu Zhe handed over the takeout. Xiao Han looked at the corner of Chu Zhe's mouth, emerged a wry smile. Mr. Chu is still delivering takeout this late? Looks like it's hard work. Xiao Han said as he took out a $100 bill from his pocket and handed it to Chu Zhe with his index and middle fingers. Seeing that you're working so hard, this is a tip for you? Chu Zhe said, No. Xiao Han, however, shoved the money in his hand onto Chu Zhe's collar and said, Take it. It's not easy to earn a buck. I don't know how many takeaways you have to deliver to earn this $100. Chu Zhe said, Then thank you, Mr. Xiao. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Chu Zhe once again looked deeply at Su Ruoxian and turned to leave. Chu Zhe walked out of the theater with a self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth. So it turned out that Su Ruoxian didn't take herself seriously at all. She's got time to watch a movie with her white moon and get some other exercise along the way. But not having the time to go through a divorce with yourself is still really ed up. He straddled the trolley and accelerated away. Vaguely, he seemed to hear someone calling out to him. He craned his head around but saw nothing, shook his head and picked up speed. And the other side, Su Ruoxian looked at Chu Zhe's distant back, an unprecedented trepidation enveloping her heart. Chapter 28. Like a goblin. It's not like that. It's not like that. Su Ruoxian wanted to chase out, but Xiao Han pulled him back. Ruoxian, what's wrong with you? Shaking off Xiao Han's hand, she chased after him, but she could only watch Chu Zhe leave. Xiao Han followed and chased out. Ruoxian, what's wrong with you? Su Ruoxian violently turned her head to look at Xiao Han, and for the first time, there was no warmth among her eyes. I'm tired. I'll leave first. Su Ruoxian turned to leave. Xiao Han rushed forward and said, Ruoxian, let me see you off. Su Ruoxian said, No need. I'll walk by myself. I'm worried about you. I promised to drop you off at home and leave, Xiao Han said. Su Ruoxian fiercely looked at Xiao Han and said, I told you, I'll go by myself. The anxiety between Su Ruoxian's brows thickened and her eyes became stern. Xiao Han froze and watched Su Ruoxian leave. His face was somewhat twisted viciously. Chu Zhe, it's you again. It's you again. Su Ruoxian returned to the villa. She took out her cell phone and dialed Chu Zhe's number. The phone kept ringing, but there was no answer. She hit one after the other, but it remained the same. She followed up by calling Su Wan on the phone. Sister, is there anything important you're calling me about at this time? Su Wan opened her mouth. Can you find Chu Zhe? Chu Zhe. Su Wan immediately sat up straight. What happened to Chu Zhe? Su Ruoxian didn't say. Su Wan's flirtatious eyes became stern. Tell me, what happened to Chu Zhe? Did something happen to him? Did you or Xiao Han do it? Su Wan's face was thick with murderous aura at this time, and her peach blossom eyes became a bit crimson. I'm just trying to reach him and I can't get through to him on his phone. Not you? Then it's Xiaohan? Damn thing. If he dares to touch Chuja, I'll make him disappear completely. Suwan rushed out of the room like crazy. The call went out. Uncle Black. Find Chuja immediately. I want to make sure he's safe and sound. Immediately. Suwan called Chuja, and there was still no answer. Suwan's face surfaced with a thick panic as he trembled and called Sujie, getting the news that Chuja still hasn't come back. She really panicked. She rushed to the neighborhood of the school and went to the restaurant where Chuja worked part-time. The boss was a little dazed when he saw the pale-faced Suwan come over to Chuja. Is Chuja here? Yeah. But he's in the shower, he should be out. Bathing. Where is he bathing, tell me? Suwan said in an urgent voice. I'll take you there. The boss brought Suwan to the door of a room and knocked on the door. Chuja, your girlfriend is looking for you. Chuja's voice rang out. Girlfriend? How come I don't remember having a girlfriend? The boss shook his head and left, leaving Suwan there. At that moment the door to the room opened and Chuja opened the door wrapped in only a scarf. Seeing Chuja appear in front of him, Suwan violently pounced over. One wrapped his arms around Chuja. Chuja was so stiff that he didn't even realize that the last piece of cloth had fallen off. I don't know how long it took. Suwan's delicate voice rang out. Ah, you rascal! Suwan rushed out, her face as red as the evening sun. The memory of the large object I had just seen made my legs a little weak. Chuja was now completely confused. What was this? Hurriedly putting on his clothes and walking out, Chuja looked at Suwan and said, That? Suwan, why did you come? Suwan unconsciously swept towards Chuja's crotch, her face still flushed red. I'm still afraid that something has happened to you. I couldn't get through to you on the phone. Phone? Sorry. I took my phone outside to charge it. Chuja replied. Since it's a used cell phone, the battery is really a little out of shape. What kind of crappy cell phone do you have? Grab a new one. Suwan looked at Chuja in shame. Not knowing what came to mind, Suwan violently covered her face. I'm going back. Chuja looked at how late it was and hurriedly followed. I'll see you off. Suwan walked ahead with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Chuja took out his cell phone and looked at the missed calls on it with some surprise. In addition to Suwan's, there was also Sujie's, and the most was surprisingly Su Ruoxian's. Seeing Su Ruoxian's phone, Chuja hurriedly called, Mr. Su, you're looking for me? Because Suwan was beside him, Chuja did not say anything about the divorce. Su Ruoxian finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Chuja's voice. Where are you now? I'm on my way to send Suwan back, Chuja replied. Su Ruoxian mused. About what Xiaohan and I did tonight. Chuja said, Don't worry, Mr. Su. I won't say anything, but Mr. Su hopes to keep the agreement. He knew that Su Ruoxian didn't like himself, but he was his current husband after all, and seeing her appear there with Xiaohan made him more or less uncomfortable in his heart. So he reminded Su Ruoxian not to forget his divorce. Suwan asked at this time, What agreement? Chuja froze and said, It's what you promised me. At the beginning. Humph. Sneaky. Give me the phone. Suwan opened her mouth. Chuja helplessly handed the phone to Suwan. Suwan picked up the phone. Sister, I found the person, but I think you'd better let that Xiaohan live in peace. If he comes over to threaten Chuja again, don't blame me for not being polite. Su Ruoxian's eyes narrowed slightly. What did you just say? Xiaohan went and threatened Chuja. Hee. It seems like you don't care about your husband at all, Suwan said. Chuja was beside him at this time and hastily grabbed the phone. That's Su. Don't listen to Suwan. Mr. Xiao did come to me, but didn't threaten me. He just what? It's just that, it's nothing. Chuja didn't know whether to say it truthfully or not. If he said it truthfully, would Su Ruoxian think that he was stirring up trouble? Su Ruoxian had some anger between her brows. I know, let's do this first, and remember your identity. You are still legally married to me now. Also, Xiaohan and I are not what you think. Chuja frowned. Why was she explaining herself? He felt that Su Ruoxian didn't have the slightest intention of going through a divorce with himself. But why? She's got her own girl, hasn't she? Hanging up the phone, Chuja was slightly silent. Sending Suwan to the downstairs, Suwan said somewhat coyly, Do you want to come up and sit down? Chuja said, No, it's getting late. You should rest early too. He didn't see Suwan's somewhat disappointed eyes. Seeing Chuja about to leave, Suwan's eyes rolled. Then she fell to the ground with an ouch. Chuja was startled and hurriedly ran to Suwon's side and said, "What happened to you?" Looking at Chuja's face that was slightly white because of worry, Suwon had some regrets and hurriedly said, "No, it's nothing, just now I was in a hurry to find you and ran all the way, and my legs got some cramps again." Chuja hurriedly reached out to massage Suwon. Because of his grandmother's poor health and also frequent cramps, Chuja was familiar with this aspect. The warm touch in his hand made Chuja blush a little. Suwon also blushed as she felt Chuja's big hands kneading on her calves. The tingling sensation made her almost moan out, thinking about how she had just hugged Chuja, as well as feeling the pounding touch there. She felt that she really couldn't walk upstairs. Chuja had no choice but to pick Suwon up in a princess carry and then walked towards the neighborhood. Suwon is not missing any meat where it should be. It was also soft in his arms, but it still wasn't heavy, and Chuja was able to pick it up easily. Chuja didn't see that Suwon in her arms was curled up in his arms, greedily breathing in the scent of his body like a demonic spirit. Chapter 29. Exposed. This was the first time he came to Suwon's rented room. It was cozy and didn't feel like a rental, but rather like a purchase. Placing Suwon on the sofa, Chuja hit a basin of hot water, then placed Suwon's small white feet in the water. After massaging again for a while, Chuja asked, "How does it feel?" Suwon at this time will be the sofa's small pillow over the face. Voice slightly muffled said, "Much better." Chuja also breathed a sigh of relief at his words. "Then you rest early? I'm leaving." This time Suwon didn't stay. Only after Chuja left did Suwon remove the small sofa pillow that covered her cheeks, revealing cheeks that were covered in flushing. "Bah, stinking rascal." Suwon's voice gurgled as she touched the calf that had been rubbed by Chuja, and the corner of her mouth hung up in a seductive smile. Chuja returned to his dorm room, seeing that Suj had fallen asleep. Today's return is indeed a little late. Chuja cleaned up and went to bed without mentioning it. The next day Chuja attended class as usual, and Suwon sat beside him very quietly. However, Chuja noticed that Suwon wasn't listening to the lesson, as she didn't even take notes and didn't know what she was thinking. Chuja shook his head. After class Chuja pushed his notes over and said, "This is what I wrote down, you take the time to look at it." Suwon looked at Chuja's notebook as she wrapped it in her arms and said, "Okay, I'll return it to you after I finish reading it." Sujie looked on from the side and sked and shook his head. A sour odor of love. Suwon blushed, but did not retort, but glanced at Chuja. Chuja's eyes dimmed for a moment and he didn't speak. Sujie slapped his own mouth when he saw this. What a pot to piss in. If it came to love, Chuja seemed to have only liked Chin Wanshu alone wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, the one and only love was met with a blow to the head. I remember the day Chuja lost his soul and stood in the playground. Passing people pointed at him, but he froze and stood there motionless for several hours. Since that day, Sujie had never heard of Chuja having an affair with anyone. "Seal your heart and lock your love?" Suj muttered. Walking out of the classroom, it was almost time for lunch. Already arrived at the time of almost graduation internship, the course that should be finished Chuja has long been finished. There is no class in the afternoon. Chuja intends to go to the restaurant to help. He had already talked to the owner and signed a transfer contract, and the restaurant would be his in 2 months. He's going to have to plan a good marketing program to make the restaurant profitable quickly. But just outside the school's gates, he was surprised to see someone holding a camera on him. Chuja frowned. His lips pursed up. He didn't know what these people were going to do, but he subconsciously felt that it wasn't good. Come on, is he really Su Ruoxian's husband? Not bad. The news is absolutely reliable. I didn't realize that the husband of the Su family's eldest miss was a student. Still a poor student. I heard that his hometown is far away from here, a small remote village. TSK. I didn't realize that the first daughter of the Su clan would like this bite. Are you stupid? This is clearly a shield. Have you forgotten that the Su family's daughter loves that Xiao Han? So that's how it is. So this guy was paid to do a job, willingly being adopted by Su Ruoxian, and then covering for Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han's secret date? Gee, that's a perfect hatchet job. The place is quickly causing a commotion. Chuja's frown got tighter and tighter. He knew that he wouldn't be able to go to the restaurant today, and twisted his head to prepare to return to school. But the back way was also surrounded by a group of people. Chulchul had a hard time escaping back to school. Soon the word of what happened at the school gates spread throughout the campus as well. That's not all. By the time Chuja walked back to the dormitory, Sujie took his cell phone and said, "Old Chu, you're famous." Chuja flipped through his cell phone. Surprise! The Su family's daughter has gotten married, and the marriage partner is actually a poor student. The passing of the Su family's daughter and entertainer Xiao Han. On the important role of blockers. A professional hooded man in a package. There is a photo of him under each message. A cheap, washed-out outfit, tightly pursed lips, and a slightly furrowed brow surprisingly elicited a flurry of philandering in the comments. What a handsome young man in. I don't have any money. I have money I also of the package. Geez. It's totally grown on me aesthetically. That melancholy look breaks my heart. I didn't realize that I still have such a quality handsome man in Jinghai. Why didn't I realize it before? It feels like I missed out on several $100 million. What's wrong with being poor? It's only when you're poor that you know how to work hard. Oops. I can't believe I've been shortchanged. Of course there are yin and yang. Che. To have been adopted. It's a disgrace to our people in Jinghai. That's right. Isn't he just a little bit more handsome than this young master? But he must not know as much about lovemaking as I do. That's it. It's a vase, or a professional hat-wearing vase. He can't be no good, that he's willing to go and wear a hat. One piece of commentary pushed Chuja directly into the limelight. Chuja looked at his cell phone and his face sank. He felt that this was someone targeting him. No, they were targeting perhaps Su Ruoxian. This was to put pressure on Su Ruoxian. The package was dishonorable either way, and his presence might have caused some damage to the SOS. No, we must find a way to go through the divorce procedure with Mr. Su as soon as possible. But yes, wait until those paparazzi are gone. Brother, righteous father, these paparazzi seem to be working against you. Su Jie asked at this time as he swiped the news and opened his mouth. This is directed both at me and at Mr. Su. But what I want to ask is, are you and Mr. Su really married? The fire of gossip blazed in Su Jie's eyes. Chuja nodded. There was no point in hiding this matter now. Surprisingly, it's true. No wonder you are so rusty to Qin Wan Shu. So it's because you are married to the Su family's daughter. I really don't know whether I should be happy for you or sad for you. Chuja said. I don't know why it's come to this, but there's nothing between me and Mr. Su. Su Jie said. You're being taken advantage of without even realizing it. The relationship between that Su family's daughter and Xiao Han, I remembered to tell you about it. No wonder you asked me about Su's things that day. Chuja's complexion darkened. Don't blame a brother for being straight-talking, but are you really being adopted? Chuja said, I didn't ask for her money, but she did mean to use me as a shield, and I'm already talking to her about divorce. Su Jie said, Divorce? Are you really willing to get a divorce? Chuja said, Why wouldn't you want to? She and I are simply people from two worlds. Then how did you agree to marry her in the first place? Su Jie was a little confused. Chuja thought of the image of Su Ruoxian begging himself at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He just had a moment of weakness and didn't want her to be sent out like goods. He thought again of the scene where Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han appeared in that room of the private theater. Now it seems like she has a little more motivation to use herself as a shield. Chapter 30. The Arrogant Junior. And at this time, Su's group, a group of employees, were also whispering around their cell phones. So it turns out that Mr. Su's husband is a college student. He's quite handsome, but Mr. Su shouldn't like him. I've never seen Mr. Su bring him over, but that Xiao Han comes to Mr. Su twice in 3 days. Do you guys say that the above is not true? Mr. Su is just using this person as a shield, so that Mr. Su will not be urged by his family to get married, and then he can be with that Xiao Han. Sure. Don't say it. If Mr. Su hears us, we're all doomed. The time went straight to almost late afternoon. Chu Zhitsai went out of the school. He was not in the mood to go to the restaurant. Instead, he was going to go to Su's mansion. It would be best if he and Su Ruoxian could get the divorce papers done today. Arriving at the entrance of Su's mansion, he had just gotten out of the car when he saw a luxury car parked next to him. A man came down from the car, none other than Xiao Han, still holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. Roses. Xiao Han also saw Chuja and was first stunned, then revealed a sneer. He came to Chuja's side and said, You don't seem to have listened to my words. What is your status, don't you know? Why do you still want to pester Ruoxian here? Chuja frowned and looked at the suited and booted Xiao Han. Mr. Xiao, you should know that the person who is married to Su is me. I didn't even say anything when you came here all day long with roses to harass my wife. So what qualifications do you have to say anything to me? Chuja was not without a temper. He now disliked this Xiao Han. Xiao Han's face twisted a bit as he sniffed. You're nothing but a shield. So what? I'm Su's legal husband. And what are you? Chuja went tit for tat. Chuja, eyes firm and clear, continued. My relationship with Mr. Su is protected by national law. You're nothing but a rat who can't see the light of day. Who are you to boss me around? Xiao Han violently grabbed Chuja's collar, his eyes resentful. Chuja looked at him quietly, as if he was looking at a piece of trash. Ever since he was a child, he knew that tolerating would only make people worse, and while he didn't want to cause trouble, he didn't mind fighting back when someone came after him over and over again. Xiao Han suddenly laughed at this time, a sinister laugh. With you being a mud leg, do you think you can meet Ruoxian today? Xiao Han sneered and glanced at Chuja as he walked towards the building. I don't know what I said to the receptionist. Then once again looked disdainfully at Chuja and let out a cold laugh before entering the elevator after he was unhindered here. Chuja's eyes darkened. He wanted to leave, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity. After all, the round trip was quite expensive. After thinking about it, Chuja also walked into the building but was stopped. I'm looking for your Mr. Su for something. Do you have an appointment? A receptionist approached. No, but I really have something to find your Mr. Su, Chuja said. The woman at the front desk was quite polite, but still said, if you don't have an appointment, please make one, and you can only see Mr. Su after he agrees. At that moment, another receptionist came over and whispered something in this receptionist's ear. That receptionist froze, then pulled out her cell phone. She looked at it and then at Chuja. She couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. This is Mr. Su's husband. What now? Call Mr. Su. I'll just let him go up if Mr. Su agrees. The receptionist rushed to the phone. It was fine that a junior went up right in the middle, but this junior went up in a way that allowed them to stop the main palace. A dog blood plot that made their scalps numb. Although he is the front desk does not have any background, but also cannot see what is this thing, when is the junior so arrogant? The phone was called, but there was no answer. Because of Xiao Han's arrival, it caused some commotion. This time it was not for a group photo, but all of them were gossiping about Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian's relationship. So powerful. Is Junior so bright now? Ugh. Kind of feel sorry for that student. Maybe people want to? What kind of tiger and wolf words are you using? Are you even the green hair man? At this time in Su Ruoxian's office, Xiao Han looked at Su Ruoxian with affection. Ruoxian, the last time I asked you to go to the movies, why didn't you say yes? Only then did Su Ruoxian raise her head from the pile of papers. She rubbed her forehead to look at Xiao Han, but her ears remembered her sister's words. You went to see Chuja? Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han with calm eyes. Xiao Han froze, knowing that the news of him looking for Chuja was known by Su Ruoxian. Xiao Han said with a thought, I did go to him. I just wanted to make sure of this person's character. I'm worried about you. I'm worried that you'll encounter people with evil intentions. The scrutiny in Su Ruoxian's eyes dissipated quite a bit because of these words. Ruoxian, I really care about you. I'm afraid that you'll be bullied again. Xiao Han looked at Su Ruoxian affectionately. Finally, Su Ruoxian's face loosened. Okay. I know. We'll go eat later. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. At this time, downstairs of the company, that receptionist looked at Chuja with some speechlessness. I'm sorry. The phone is not answered. You might as well make a call with Mr. Su. After thinking about it, Chuja dialed the number himself, but the call was hung up. And at this time in Su Ruoxian's office, Su Ruoxian got up and went to the room inside to change her clothes. Just then the phone rang. Xiao Han looked towards Su Ruoxian's phone and saw Chuja's name. Subconsciously, he reached out and hit hang up. Chuja's mood was quite complicated when he heard the hung-up call. His honorary daughter-in-law even met a mistress and didn't see herself. Perhaps they didn't have time to take care of themselves in what they were doing? Chuja revealed a trace of bitterness and looked toward the two receptionists. Then I'll come back next time. Chuja walked out of the door of Su's building. Inside Su Ruoxian's office, Su Ruoxian also changed her clothes. Let's go. Xiao Han hurriedly agreed. Looking at the two who walked out jokingly, the rest of the office showed inexplicable looks. It seems that Mr. Su didn't see the gossip about her inside the cell phone. Or is it that Mr. Su doesn't care about that at all, and wants to square up and double date with his mistress? Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian arrived at the hall on the first floor. The two receptionists saw Su Ruoxian, who walked over slightly close to Xiao Han, and were a bit eager to speak. At this time, Xiao Han went to drive and Su Ruoxian waited in the hall. Su Ruoxian walked up to the front desk at this time and said, If anyone is looking for me, schedule them for tomorrow. A receptionist spoke up at this time. Aside from the person called Chuja just now, There is no longer a visit from his people next. Who did you say it was? He said his name is Chuja. The receptionist spoke up. Su Ruoxian's face instantly became tense. Where is the man? Why don't you let him go up? A receptionist said. Mr. Su, it was Mr. Xiao who said that you didn't see anyone. And Mr. Chuja also called you. Didn't you not promise him to go up? Chapter 31. Who told you to touch my cell phone? Su Ruoxian sniffed and hurriedly pulled out her cell phone to check. Sure enough, I found a missed call that only rang a few times before being hung up. And Xiao Han was the only one in the office at that time. At this time, Xiao Han drove the car to the gate, then looked at Su Ruoxian with a smile and said, Ruoxian, let's go. At this time, Su Ruoxian quietly looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han froze and the smile on his face became a little unnatural. Ruhan, what's wrong with you? Who told you to touch my cell phone? Xiao Han froze, his face a bit ugly. Ruoxian, I think it's fine for some people to not see. Su Ruoxian's face was gloomy. Who am I going to see and who am I not going to see? Do I need you to decide for me? Xiao Han's face became even more ugly. Su Ruoxian looked at the two receptionists at this time. Are you my employees or his? What qualifications does he have to make you guys work? Next time you'll all stop doing it. The two receptionists were too scared to breathe. Su Ruoxian twisted her head to look at Xiao Han. Xiao Han revealed a resigned and hurt look at this time. I have to say that he was a good actor. This look of pity made Su Ruoxian's next words didn't come out. I won't eat the meal. I still have things to do. If you're fine, go back first. Su Ruoxian walked out of the entrance of the building and headed towards her parking space. Xiao Han looked at Su Ruoxian's back as she left. The aggrieved look on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a hint of resentment. Chuja, how come every time it's because of you? You deserve to die. Su Ruoxian came to her car and immediately dialed Chuja's number. Trudger had just returned to the restaurant at this time and was ready to start work. Seeing Su Ruoxian calling, he picked up the phone. Mr. Su, can you call me by my name? Su Ruoxian spoke. Chuja froze for a moment. What did you say, Mr. Su? The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth revealed a bitter smile. It's nothing. Sorry for not answering your call just now. Chuja said. It's okay. I should be the one to apologize for disturbing your work. Su Ruoxian bit her lip and asked, Is there something you're calling for? Mr. Su, I'm looking for you to ask when you have time to get the divorce papers done. Pop. The opposite side hung up the phone. Chuja held the phone a little confused. Properly how to say hang up? Su Ruoxian returned to her villa furious. The housekeeper greeted me at that moment. Did Miss see those lace news too? What's the news? The old butler froze and said, Isn't that what Miss is angry about? Su Ruoxian clicked on the news browsing software. The passing of the Su family's daughter and entertainer Xiao Han. On the important role of blockers. An underwritten professional hooded man. Looking at these lace news, Su Ruoxian's face turned pale. What's going on? Why is this happening? The old housekeeper said. The news that came from Miss Su Wan's side. These people came to the door all of a sudden and blocked Aunt Chuja at the gate. Nowadays Aunt Tuesdays at school are not expected to be good. Some people are afraid that they will point their fingers at him. Come to think of it, a guy who's been adopted and the women are okay with it is nothing new. The scary thing was that Chuja was a man and had been adopted by a rich woman with a bad reputation. A topic that was so enduring that he, as an outsider, knew what a scene it would be like for Chuja to walk around campus. Butler, arrange for it, investigate for me. I want to know who exactly is doing this from this. Su Ruoxian's eyes went crazy. No wonder Chuja had come to her, who could stand this kind of being poked and prodded. It didn't matter to himself, his reputation had long been stigmatized. But they shouldn't have implicated Chuja. She dialed Chuja's number again, but this time the call went unanswered. Su Ruoxian put the phone down in dismay. Suddenly her cell phone lit up and someone called. Su Ruoxian's heart was delighted, and she hurriedly checked, slightly stunned, and picked up the phone. Dad, you have something to do? The day after tomorrow the family is hosting a dinner party that you'll be attending, and have Chuja come too. Hanging up the phone, Su Ruoxian frowned. Obviously the family also knew those news. The most effective way to get rid of these news is to publicize Chulchul's relationship with her and have a wedding. Let everyone see that she, Su Ruoxian, is not using Chuja as a shield, but is really married. If Chuja could live with her, all the rumors would not be broken. This was also the most effective way for the Su family to eliminate the impact of this public opinion. Otherwise, this matter is likely to evolve into public pressure against the Su family, which in turn will affect the Su family's stock market. It wasn't a big deal, but the Su family had to save for a rainy day. That guy can't wait to divorce me now. Is it possible to convince him to go to the party? Su Ruoxian was a bit depressed. Su Ruoxian made another call out. The phone connected and a lazy voice rang out. Evening sister misses you. Giggle. Then come to me. My bed will always be half yours. A chirpy laugh came from the other end of the phone, which alone made one's heart beat faster. Aya, evening sister. My sister is looking for you on a serious matter this time. Oh, business. What's more business than a long talk between us sisters? Su Ruoxian rolled her eyes. This woman is good at everything, but she doesn't like men. She is cold to men, but not to women. Now that she is almost 30 years old, she hasn't even held hands with a man. Aya. My sister is annoyed to death now. Sister, can you help me? Okay. It's not clear on the phone. Come to my place. Don't worry. I can't eat you. The seductive voice on the other end of the phone rang. Su Ruoxian packed up and drove out. Arriving at a grand manor, Su Ruoxian stepped into the splendid hall. The center of the hall, a slender height than Su Ruoxian but also half a head higher than the woman at this time, is the center of the hall dancing. That delicate dance, even Su Ruoxian, this woman look at some mouth dry tongue. Little Xian, come dance with your sister. The woman opened her mouth, her lazy and seductive voice making it impossible for anyone to refuse. Su Ruoxian naturally stepped into the ballroom. And Su Ruoxian's dance was even more heroic as her person. But the two dance styles, one strong and one soft, bring the beauty of this dance up 2 steps again. If Chuzhe was here, he would definitely recognize it at once. That woman was actually Shui Evening Qing. Ordinary people in Jinghai know the Jinghai Su family, the Qin family, the Li family, and the Zhang family. But few people know that on top of the 4 powerful families, there is also the Shui family. The contemporary head of the Shui family was Shui Evening Qing. No one knew the origin of the Shui family, but before the 4 great mansions appeared, there was the Shui family in Jinghai. How massive the energy is still a mystery. But everyone knew that it was fine to offend anyone, but never offend the Shui family, because if you offend the Shui family, even the powerful families would have to disappear, such as that once glorious Zhao family. Hee. Little Xian is really growing more and more beautiful. Shui Evening Qing reached out and touched Su Ruoxian's face. Su Ruoxian was also drenched in fragrant sweat at this time, and pulled Shui Evening Qing to the side to rest. Tell me, looking for me in such a hurry, what exactly is the matter? Shui Evening Qing lazily curled up on the sofa and looked towards Su Ruoxian. Chapter 32. What are you afraid of? Since you're licensed anyway? Su Ruoxian said, Evening sister. You can actually guess a little bit, right? LOL. Don't you look for me every time because of emotional matters? This time it's still about that Xiao Han. Su Ruoxian's cheeks reddened. This time it's not about Xiao Han. You also know that I got a license with someone. But that guy keeps divorcing me now. Shui Evening Qing revealed an interested look. Sister. I didn't expect you to have someone you can't hold, or a man. Su Ruoxian thought of Chuzhe's eyes that looked extremely calm no matter what time of the day, blushed and said, I don't know why. The first time I looked at him, I liked it a little bit, and I liked it even more when I got in touch with him. Over that Xiao Han? Shui Evening Qing asked. Su Ruoxian didn't say anything and considered it a tacit admission. Oh, that husband of yours wants to divorce you because of Xiao Han? Su Ruoxian nodded. It's true that something happened. He thought that there was something between Xiao Han and I, and made a fuss about divorce, but I didn't want a divorce. I also wanted to take him to the banquet today to announce our relationship to the outside world. But with his personality, he's 80% reluctant. LOL, not to mention him, any person in his place would have thought there was something between you two. I sometimes wonder why you're so nice to Xiao Han. Just because he used to be your white moonlight. Su Ruoxian didn't say anything. This matter is actually quite good, huh? Shui Evening Qing smiled. Su Ruoxian froze at her words. What do you mean, Sister Evening Harvest? Shui Evening Qing smiled without saying anything. You're usually very smart. Why are you always confused when it comes to Xiao Han's affairs? When it comes down to it, you're asking for it. Seeing Su Ruoxian's silence, Shui Evening Qing said, All right, it's your business if you break it or not. Talk about your little husband. You want him to attend the party, right? Su Ruoxian do. Sister has a solution? You start by telling me how far this man has gotten with you and his character traits. Su Ruoxian started from the beginning of knowing Chuzhe, until now all the things were said once again. In fact, there wasn't much crossover in total, and it was all said and done in no time. Shui Evening Ching was a bit stunned. Based on Su Ruoxian's description, she thought of Chuzha. She had been a bit busy lately and hadn't had time to brush up on the news. Otherwise, she would have known that Su Ruoxian's cheap husband was Chuzha. But Chuzha and Su Ruoxian, how could she not connect these two together now? Shui Evening Ching said at this time, "It would be fine if he had feelings for you, but based on your description, he completely treats you as an ordinary person, not even as good as the friends around him. He's done what he had to do, and it's a wonder he'd agree if you were to tie him down now. But this person is a bit simple and a bit kind-hearted. This kind of person has a very strong sense of responsibility and will always think a bit more for others. You can start here. Does Sister Jade mean play poor? It's not a bad way to go, but the success rate isn't guaranteed, and there's actually a safer way." "What? You put him straight to sleep?" Eft. Su Ruoxian sprayed out a mouthful of tea. "It's the most direct and effective way, and if it works, he's bound to die to you for the sake of duty. This kind of person is a rare breed. You have to take advantage of it. If you let other women grab it first, you won't have a chance." Oh. Su Ruoxian's face was crimson. "Aya, Sister Evening Harvest, you molested me." Shui Evening Ching said, "I'm serious. You'll have to take him to the banquet the day after tomorrow. Do you have time to slowly persuade him to go to the banquet with you?" Su Ruoxian thought about how recently Chuzha was bent on divorcing himself. How could he willingly attend the banquet with himself, unless he promised to divorce him after the banquet was over? But one doesn't want to get divorced and doesn't want to be giving the other person leverage to do so. Evening Sister's method may be more of a tease than anything else, but I have to say it's really a method too. She naturally wouldn't be willing to do it if it was anyone else, but if it was Chuzha, she seemed to be able to accept it. What's more, she's his legal wife. Even if nothing happened, people wouldn't believe it, so why not make it true? The more Su Ruoxian thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. Shui Evening Ching looked at Su Ruoxian's glowing eyes and also got excited. "Do you want to let him come over? Anyway, we have a license. What are you afraid of?" "Ah, here." "What? I'm not good here? I can still prepare something for you, so I can guarantee that you'll take him down." Shui Evening Ching's eyes were glowing with mischief. Chuzha received Su Ruoxian's call at around 9 o'clock. Chuzha was happy that he could finally have a good talk with Su Ruoxian about the divorce. He is now afraid to go back to school. Walking on the road, classmates will look at him with strange eyes. Even the restaurant where I work part-time has seen more foot traffic. The boss is happy. Chuzha is depressed. So he hid behind the restaurant and swiped his phone, just in time to receive a call from Su Ruoxian. Without saying a word, Chuzha exited the restaurant with a greeting. As Chuzha left, a car came slowly next to him, and the window fell to reveal Xiao Han's gloomy face. "Follow him and see where he goes?" Xiao Han spoke. Today Chuzha had left him without face. How could he swallow this? So he came to find Chuzha again today, to let him see clearly the gap between Zhe and himself, and let Chuzha see that he is nothing more than a dispensable tool beside Su Ruoxian. Chuzha took a taxi to the entrance of an estate. This is actually a villa area. It's huge. The Su family's principal family and the Qin family's principal family were also here, but they were still some distance away. This estate seems to be higher up and larger. He saw Su Ruoxian's car at the entrance of the manor. Looking at the courtyard of this manor alone, Chuzha's heart was surprised. Such a large piece of land made into a garden. The house is situated in the garden, the perfect blend of nature and family. This is a big deal. I'm afraid that the maintenance of this garden alone will require the hiring of professional guards to maintain. Someone opened the door for Chuzha. Chuzha walked into the manor, and after Chuzha entered the manor, the gate was closed once again. Xiao Han's car followed him here. He also saw Su Ruoxian's car. Thinking of Su Ruoxian and Chuzha dating here, Xiao Han's face twisted in anger. Could this place also be the Su family's property? That female assistant looked at this luxurious and magnificent manor jealously. The Su family is really rich. This manor alone is worth a few small targets, right? Xiao Han looked at the manor, his eyes full of greed. Mine, mine. All of this should be mine. He, Chuzha, is nothing but a mudblood. What right does he have to compete with me? Honey, what now? The female assistant asked. Xiao Han took out his cell phone and called Su Ruoxian. Chapter 33. A Misadventure. In the manor, Su Ruoxian frowned as she looked at the phone call from Xiao Han. The phone connected and Xiao Han's voice came from the other end of the line. Ruoxian, where are you now? I want to apologize to you. Because my selfishness has caused you distress. Can you come out for a snack together? I want to apologize to you in person. Su Ruoxian said. No need. I've already rested. Let's talk about anything another day. Listening to the sound of the phone hanging up over the phone, Xiao Han fiercely slammed his cell phone on the seat. The female assistant hurriedly got down from the driver's seat and came to the back seat, picking up the phone and comforting it. Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. Inside the villa at this time, Shui Evening Qing next to Su Ruoxian shook her head. This Xiao Han was really like a dogskin plaster. She got up and said, All right, your little husband is here, so I'll leave you two to your leisure time. Go for it, little Xian. Take him right down. Su Ruoxian's cheeks flushed. Shui Evening Harvest left, and there was a ringing at the door as Chuzha walked into the hall. Su Ruoxian got up and brought Chuzha to a small room next to the living room. Mr. Su, is it to talk to me about the divorce procedure? Chuzha opened his mouth in a slightly happy manner. Su Ruoxian's body stiffened slightly. Let's not talk about this first. Let's have a drink first. Su Ruoxian poured 2 cups of red wine and placed 1 cup on the opposite side of Chuzha. Chuzha frowned. I don't like red wine. Su Ruoxian said. Then what do you like to drink? I'll change it for you. No need. Let's get down to business. Chuzha said. Su Ruoxian picked up the glass of red wine in front of Chuzha and said, How can this be? Let me pour you a glass of water. You wait. With that, he headed out the door with the glass of red wine. Chuzha frowned. He didn't feel like Su Ruoxian wanted to talk to him about divorce. He looked around and didn't see anything resembling a document. Isn't it for me to sign the contract to give up my property? Chuzha muttered. At this time, Su Ruoxian came back with a cup of white water, then placed the water in front of Chuzha and said, Then you drink the water. Chuzha didn't touch the glass of water, but looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Mr. Su, I don't know how well you've considered it. Su Ruoxian said, Is it because of all those fancy news things that you're in a hurry to divorce me? Chuzha said, Indeed, it's also a bit related. I always feel that this matter is targeting you. So I think you should divorce me as soon as possible to prevent the problem before it occurs. But if you divorce me, won't what we did in the early stages be for nothing? Su Ruoxian attempted to dissuade Chuzha from the idea of divorce. Chuzha's eyes were lowered, his mind recalling the image of Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han appearing before him at the private theater. He was slightly uncomfortable. In the past, Xiao Han didn't come back and he didn't say anything, but now that Xiao Han had come back, he didn't think it was necessary for him to be Su Ruoxian's shield. He felt like a joke at this point, though he knew the feeling was wrong. Chuzha pressed down the distractions in his mind and said, I've already helped Mr. Su cope with his family. Now for the divorce, Mr. Su, you can marry Mr. Xiao, so that I don't have to be caught in the middle of you guys, and I don't have to make Mr. Xiao feel embarrassed. Su Ruoxian's heart thumped. She knew that Xiao Han had gone to find Chuzha, although Chuzha hadn't said anything. Based on Chuzha's performance today, Xiao Han must have said something unpleasant at that time. This made Su Ruoxian's feelings towards Xiao Han drop a little more. When Chuzha saw Su Ruoxian not speaking and the scene became quiet, he looked slightly embarrassed, so he picked up the water in front of him and carefully took a sip. Su Ruoxian's brows were furrowed, and she was indeed a bit angry at Xiao Han's approach. Chuzha, if I draw the line with Xiao Han, do you still want a divorce? Chuzha froze. He didn't mean that. He married Su Ruoxian purely to help. He didn't have the idea of meddling in Su Ruoxian's feelings. It didn't matter to him what Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han's relationship was, although he was Su Ruoxian's nominal husband. When Su Ruoxian saw that Chuzha didn't say anything, her heart was happy. Just then the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She didn't want to answer it, but it was a little annoying that the calls continued to come in. She answered the phone, and a slightly panicked voice rang out on the other end of the line. Miss Su, Xiao Xian has been in a car accident. Can you come over? Su Ruoxian got up violently and said, Where is it? After saying that, Su Ruoxian hurriedly went out. The corner of Chuzha's mouth twitched, and just now he said that he had drawn a clear line. It's a woman's mouth. It's a ghost of a lie. But today again, he didn't get Su Ruoxian to agree to go through the divorce. Chuzha was a little depressed. Su Ruoxian walked out of the room to see Shui Evening Qing sitting outside in the gazebo leisurely enjoying the moon. Seeing Su Ruoxian come out, Shui Evening Qing froze and played with the flavor. Is it over so soon? Is he not able to? Su Ruoxian said. Xiao Han was hit by a car. I have to go for a while. Chuzha's place, you help me explain. With that, he hurried off. Car accident. Such a coincidence? Tisk, it's really scheming, Ruoxian are Ruoxian. You're being played by Xiao Han. Shui Evening Qing got up and stretched her ripe, delicate waist before heading towards the house. Suddenly, she saw someone who had often appeared in her dreams appear before her. Looking at the face of the person in front of her, Shui Evening Qing was a bit dumbfounded. And at that moment, Chuzha felt a little hot and his eyes became dazed. He tried to leave, but his walk drifted a bit. Deep inside it looked like something was about to explode. He didn't feel right, he wanted to go back. Shui Evening Qing looked at Chuzha at this time, finally understood that the original Su Ruoxian, that husband, was actually Chuzha. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity among Su Ruoxian's description. Seeing that Chuzha was about to fall, she didn't care about anything and went forward to hold him up. Someone on the side tried to come over, but Shui Evening Harvest waved at them. The people around them left the hall when they saw this, and Chuzha felt an additional delicate body in his arms. The energy in his body seemed to have found a breakthrough, and it was as if he had found a spring in a dry desert. Without hesitation, he held the person in his arms close, drawing on the life-giving water that would save him. Shui Evening Qing's eyes snapped open as she watched the other kiss her lips. But for some reason, instead of pushing him away, she slowly wrapped her arms around the other woman. Clothes spilled out all over the floor, leading all the way to the middle of the next room. Chapter 34. How dare you stay out at night? As for Su Ruoxian's side, she also came to the hospital. Xiao Han was lying on the hospital bed at this time. Seeing Su Ruoxian come over, a rueful smile appeared on her face. Ruoxian, it's really great that you can come to see me. I thought you ignored me. Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han's appearance and wondered why all the anger she used to feel towards him wasn't so great anymore. Let's not talk about other things for now. You take care of your injuries. Then she looked at Xiao Han's assistant next to her and said, "What did the doctor say?" That assistant glanced at Xiao Han, then said, "Luckily, the car wasn't going very fast, or else it wouldn't have been saved." Su Ruoxian's eyes darkened at her words. At this time, Xiao Han gazed at Su Ruoxian fondly and said, "Can you stay with me?" Seeing Xiao Han's pathetic appearance, Su Ruoxian's eyes struggled a bit. She eventually nodded, though. Seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes revealed a hint of a conspiratorial smile. It wasn't until the next morning that Su Ruoxian left the hospital. As she walked out of the hospital, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have left Chuzha at Shui Evening Qing's place. With some panic in her eyes, she rushed the call through. The phone rings. Chuzha subconsciously wanted to reach for his cell phone. He opened his eyes, a little disoriented. He felt like he had a dream yesterday, as if he was dreaming about Sister Evening. The memory appeared like a comic strip frame by frame. But how is that possible? He got up and looked at his well-worn clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. It really is a dream, but how did I sleep here? Chuzha was puzzled. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room and a butler-like man came in. "Breakfast is ready, sir." Chuzha looked towards the butler. He always felt that the butler seemed to be a little too polite to himself. Chuzha said with some embarrassment, Sorry, I actually fell asleep here. This is my young lady's intention. You can come here whenever you want from now on," the old butler replied. Chuzha subconsciously thought of Su Ruoxian, not realizing that the other party had such a large estate. It's true that he can't understand the world of the rich. At this time, another nanny-looking person came outside, dragging a set of clothes in her hands. "Mr. Chu, this is the new clothes that Miss made for you." Chuzha quickly refused. No need. I'm fine in this." Chuzha organized the clothes on his body, but it seems to have lost a button. But it doesn't matter, just go back, and so went on. In the end, Chuzha still refused to be in the other party's clothes, and also refused to eat breakfast here. He really didn't want to have too much involvement with Su Ruoxian, even if it was just a meal. Chuzha left the manor in a hurry. Luckily, with graduation approaching, there weren't as many classes, and there weren't even any this morning, or he would have had to miss class today for sure. Chuzha returned to the school dormitory. Su Jie was on the computer looking up information. Now he should also prepare his thesis. Seeing Chuzha back, Su Jie said, "What did you do yesterday? Even stayed out at night?" Su Jie just casually asked, and Chuzha's face was a little embarrassed at the words. Regardless, it seems like he spent the night at his wife's house, which isn't exactly cohabitation. Is it? I don't think so. Well, what are you thinking? Su Jie suspiciously looked up at Chuzha. Looking at Chuzha's reddened face, Su Jie froze, then thought of something, mouth wide open. You won't. Chuja came back to his senses at that moment and said, "What did you say?" Su-Jie froze and scratched his head. "Did I guess wrong? It's also true. How could you, a dead straight man, do something that exceeds your limit of perception?" Chuja was a bit dumbfounded. What did it mean to say something that was beyond one's limit of perception? Are you that unseasoned? And at this time the Shui family. Shui Wanqing stretched her plump and enchanting body. Livestock. Shui Evening Qing cursed, not knowing who she was cursing. At this time, the door to the room knocked, and a butler-like person respectfully said, "Miss, the information you wanted is ready. Bring it over." Shui Evening Qing's voice was as languid and seductive as ever. The old butler walked into the room with his head lowered and placed the information on the table next to Shui Evening Qing before standing respectfully next to him. That information was clearly about Chuja. Very detailed from childhood to adulthood. This is the strength of the Shui family. Shui Evening Qing looked through each sheet very carefully. Although she also had a general understanding of Chuja, after today she felt that she should have the need to fully understand him. He won the scholarship 2 years in a row, and this year should have been his as well by all rights, but he was disqualified because of a fight. There are pictures of Chulchul getting beaten up on the profile. Shui Evening Qing's eyes darkened as she brushed her fingers across Chuja's cheek. Zhang Heng of the Zhang family? Zhang family, humph? She proceeded to look down. It is suspected that he had a relationship with Qin Lianshu of the Qin family, but Qin Lianshu did not admit to a romantic relationship with Chuja. Now that Qin Lianshu is even out of the country, there's no contact anymore. Blind date for someone? TCH, this kind of thing is kind of new. No wonder it would come together with little Xianxian. Little Xianxian's aesthetics are still normal. Then Shui Evening Qing flipped over another one, helping the Qin family, Qin Lianshu, to restore his honor. But he only needed $100 to draw a line with the Qin family. Giggle, the little guy is funny. "Miss, do we need to bring the aunt back?" The old housekeeper spoke. "What auntie? Don't you talk nonsense." The old butler didn't say a word. Shui Evening Qing rubbed her swollen forehead. She had been tossed around a bit from yesterday until now, and hadn't slept much, and now she was a bit sleepy. There's no hurry at auntie's place first, after all. He's not divorced from Ruoxian yet. Picking him up Ruoxian's face will not look good. The old butler froze, not letting me speak. "But you yourself. Do you need to campaign to get them divorced as soon as possible?" The old butler said. The old housekeeper at this time then Shui Evening Qing also anxious. His family miss what all good. Wrist vigor is not the top. The Shui family can transcend in the family above. Not only the Shui family's original heritage, more importantly, is the lady's wrist. Your Zhao family tried to bully Miss a weak woman in the beginning. But who would have thought that Miss would just use a slight tactic to completely wear down the glorious Zhao family in the capital C? But there was only one thing that gripped the old housekeeper. That is, her own young lady doesn't seem to like men. How can we pass on the family name if we don't like men? Who will pass on the Shui family's fortune to in the future? As for little Miss, it's not like she's biological. So the old housekeeper was simply worried over this matter. He also tried to arrange for some young talents for Miss to choose from, but Miss didn't even bother to look at those people. But now it was good. Now there was a Chuja, and the key was that the young lady didn't have the slightest aversion to this Chuja, and was even quite fond of him. His own young lady had revealed a smile more than once when she looked at Chuja's photo. It was simply unprecedented. If he couldn't bring Chuja to the young lady as her husband, he felt that he should go and follow the old family master. No, it's pretty boring day to day. It's hard to find something fun to do. Let them develop naturally. I'd like to see how far they'll go. This Miss, aren't you afraid that Auntie is really with Miss Su? What's the connection? I'm a few years older than him, and I didn't have any extravagant hopes or want any title in the first place. The corner of Shui Evening Qing's mouth hung up in a swinging smile. The old housekeeper sighed helplessly, but he should also let the aunt know the benefits of following the young lady. Well, how about a car for your aunt first? And a house? Let's buy it near the university. The old butler muttered. Chapter 35. Does this look like there's no relationship? Chuja was suddenly notified to make a trip to the faculty office. Chuja was curious. Now that he was about to be interned, the school was no longer managing them so closely. What was he doing at this time by letting him go to the faculty office? With doubts, he went to the faculty office. The director's eyes lit up when he saw Chuja coming in and said, "You're Chuja. I wonder what the director called me for?" "Oh, it's a good thing your scholarship was approved." Chuja had stunned. Although according to his grades he did qualify for a scholarship. But because of that clash with Zhang Heng, His scholarship was determined to be cancelled. How can you give yourself a retroactive scholarship now? Nah, here's the scholarship, you can take it now. Just sign here. The other party was quick. It's as if the money has been here for a long time, only Chuja didn't claim it. Chuja walked out of the registrar's office is still a little confused. But this scholarship is their own strength to get. Their own take is also a peace of mind. Just who the hell helped themselves? Chuja remembered Su Ruoxian, but he shook his head. Su Ruoxian had no reason to help himself. To help would have helped earlier. But who could it be if not Su Ruoxian? Could it be Su Wan? Among his own friends, the only one who seemed to have some ability to speak was Su Wan. Well, there's time to thank Su Wan. And at this time, Su Ruoxian once again came to Xiao Han's hospital room. Looking at Xiao Han on the hospital bed, Su Ruoxian's eyes struggled a bit. Wanted to say something but in the end said nothing. Then he said, I have something to do today. I must go home. You rest well in the hospital. Xiao Han's eyes flashed a hint of grimness when he heard this. Then his face brought up a smile and said, Ruoxian, you go? It doesn't matter to me. I can do it alone. But his face was full of pity. In the past, Su Ruoxian would definitely feel some heartache. But she felt calm now as she got up and said, I'll get the caregiver to come over. After saying that, Su Ruoxian got up and walked towards the door. Looking at the departing Su Ruoxian, Xiao Han's face steeply darkened. Walking out of the hospital, Su Ruoxian immediately called with Chuja and was going to bring Chuja to the banquet tonight. And he hadn't spoken to Chuja himself yet, and he didn't know if Chuja was willing to say yes. I wanted to cook rice yesterday, but I didn't expect such a thing as Xiao Han. Fiercely, Su Ruoxian froze in place. Did Chulchul drink that glass of water when she left or not? She thought about it carefully, and for a moment she couldn't remember. Maybe probably, he didn't drink that water? At this time, the phone was connected and Chuja's voice rang out. Mr. Su. Su Ruoxian's heart sank. After so many days, she, the nominal wife, hadn't even let the other party call her name. Where are you now? Mr. Su. I'm downstairs in your company. Chuja opened his mouth. He made a special trip today, still wanting to go through the divorce procedure with Su Ruoxian. Tomorrow is Sunday, so if I can't do it today, I'll have to put it off for 2 more days. On the phone, Su Ruoxian's voice rang out. Okay. You go up to my office first and wait for me. I'll be there in a while. Chuja stood at the entrance of Su's mansion at this time and froze, then walked towards the building. Once again, he came to the front desk and said, your general manager Su said for me to go up and wait for her. You guys can confirm it. Those 2 receptionists naturally knew Chuja, and at this time said, just now general manager Su called, Mr. Chu, this way please. Chuja came to the elevator after the doors opened. This was the first time he came to where Su Ruoxian worked. According to the receptionist's instructions, Chuja came to the floor where Su Ruoxian worked. Outside her office were some employees. Chuja's arrival caught their attention, and someone soon recognized Chuja as President Su's rightful husband. Chuja was also a little nervous by so many people looking at him. I'm looking for Mr. Su. Mr. Su said to let me wait in the office. May I ask which is Mr. Su's office? A clerk came back and said, Mr. Chu, this way please. Chuja agreed in a hurry. By now it was a mess outside. He's Chuja, surprisingly so handsome. The glance he gave me just now, I felt like my soul was going to be taken away by him. A female employee's eyes were bubbling with stars. Very handsome indeed. This kind of handsomeness looks reassuring. Completely different from that Xiao Han's kind of flamboyant feeling. Xiao Han that's set off by his clothes and will still dress up. But this Chuja, look at that outfit and that slightly messy hair. It's not dressed up at all. Indeed, Chuja is the kind of purely natural handsomeness that gives off a really different feeling. But are he and Mr. Su husband and wife? Of course. Mr. Su didn't even deny it. But how does this proper husband call Mr. Su as Mr. Su? Shouldn't it be a nickname or just a name? Indeed, the rightful husband calls one Mr. Su and another Mr. Su. But that Xiao Han shouts one Ruoxian and another Ruoxian. What's going on here? I support Chuja. At first glance he is calm and down to earth and reliable. Indeed. That Xiao Han just gives off a feeling of being frivolous and rather scheming. Not mentioning the whispers outside, Chuja sat in Su Ruoxian's office. The secretary brought tea. Chuja did not dare to move. The secretary's eyes were filled with curiosity when she saw Chuja sitting upright. Xiao Han wasn't like this when he was here. Xiao Han was so familiar with the place and so casual that he simply didn't treat himself as an outsider. And in front of her, this rightful husband of Mr. Su was actually like a stranger, looking a bit rushed. What's going on in this world? The secretary sighed in her mind that the rightful ones in the family were less important than the wild men. After Chuja waited for a while, Su Ruoxian also walked into the office. Looking at the tea that didn't even move a bit as it cooled, Su Ruoxian's eyes froze for a moment. I'm sorry. I did have something going on that day. Well, I know, I heard you. Chuja opened his mouth. Su Ruoxian stiffened, her face a little white. It's really not what you think between me and him. I just. Chuja said, Mr. Su, you don't need to explain all this to me. This is your personal matter. I came here this time because I want to go through the divorce procedure with you. Mr. Su, as soon as possible. No way, Su Ruoxian hurriedly said. Chuja frowned. Why? Su Ruoxian said. Now everyone knows that you're my husband. If we divorce now, people will definitely talk about it, and my Sus will be affected. Chuja said, Mr. Su, I'm talking about a quiet divorce, limited to only a few people. Besides, don't you want to marry Mr. Xiao? Su Ruoxian said, What Mr. Xiao? I told you I don't have any relationship with him. Su Ruoxian's face was a bit ironic. Just then the phone rang. Su Ruoxian subconsciously pressed answer and then pressed speakerphone. Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao suddenly feels unwell. Can you come and have a look? As soon as you left, Mr. Xiao felt unwell. Chuja froze. So Su Ruoxian has been accompanying Xiao Han in the hospital. Does this look like there is no relationship? Chuja's eyes sank. Chapter 36. Self-deception? Su Ruoxian glanced at Chuja in a panic at this time, and hastily canceled the speakerphone as she picked up the phone and said, Find a doctor first? I'll be there when I have time. Hanging up the phone, Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja, for a moment not knowing how to speak. Chuja's face was calm as he got up and walked to the door of the office. Then I won't bother Mr. Su anymore, but I still hope that Mr. Su can go through the divorce procedure with me as soon as possible. Stop! Chuja froze and said, Mr. Su still has something to do? Shouldn't you go to the hospital? Who said I was going to the hospital? Didn't I tell you that he and I aren't what you think we are? That he's just a regular friend of mine now? Why don't you believe me? Chuja frowned. He had bumped into him once, and the other party was still a dead duck. That married woman would go to a private theater alone with a man? Chuja also had a temper. Mr. Su, why are you deceiving yourself and others? Mr. Xiao has personally told me that I am nothing more than a shield. I think of you as a friend, so I helped and did what I had to do. But still, I hope you honor your promise and divorce me soon. After all, it's a big deal anyways. You can double date Mr. Shaw in a married state, but I can't. Speaking of this, Chuja's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. This was the first time he had shown this expression to Su Ruoxian. Chuja continued, My current marriage contract status is married, and it is likely that I will not be able to marry the woman I love in the future. Don't you think that this is unfair to me? Su Ruoxian sat dumbfounded on the office chair. Her eyes were full of loss. Chuja's trace of disgust made her breathing pause a little, and she didn't even know when Chuja left. So he doesn't feel anything for me. He's hating me. Su Ruoxian thought back to those images with Chuja. From beginning to end, Chuja had kept himself at a sufficient distance, and she had never stepped into his heart. Ridiculous to think that one would try to impress him with a so-called fancy car and a mansion. She hadn't been calling Chuja because she wanted him to give in, wanted him to compliment himself, wanted him to flatter himself like all the other men. Oneself is really stupid enough. Originally thought that the other party returned that $500,000 to himself as a retreat, but did not realize that he really did not regard that money in his eyes. Maybe I should let go. Su Ruoxian was disheartened. At this time, the phone rang. Su Ruoxian looked at the phone and then picked up, Dad, and you know I'm your father. What did I tell you last time? Su Ruoxian said, Are you talking about taking Chuja back? You still know, what do you think my intention of letting you bring Chuja back is? Of course it's to break those rumors so as not to. Speaking of this, Su Ruoxian's face instantly turned pale. Right, breaking rumors, now it's good. You even served that male artist served for the whole night. You are really my good daughter. Do you still want to have a face? You know what you look like now. Like A with your feet in several boats. Su Ruoxian froze as she listened to her father's curses, not saying a word. It wasn't a big deal to clarify, but now look. The photos of you serving that male prostitute have spread all over the streets. Do you know how much the Su family has lost because of this? You're a dumbass with a brain full of. You're married now. Married, do you realize what you're doing now makes people think? Last time it was because of this Xiaohan, this time it's still Xiaohan. Did he drop your head? No wonder people's Chuja called you one Mr. Su and another Mr. Su. Tell me what you're doing now that's not giving people's Chuja a hard time. Su Ruoxian violently covered her chest. I don't care what you use now. Immediately delineate your relationship with Xiaohan, then formally announce your relationship with Chuja, and have Chuja cohabitate with you as a way of removing the influence. If you handle it well, everything will be fine. If you don't handle it well, you'll cede your position to your cousin. At the end of the speech, Su's father was a bit disinterested. The Su family was established by his hand, and he was able to bring the Su family to the ranks of the 4 great mansions, naturally not a generalist, and his vision of people is even more venomous. When he was against Su Ruoxian and Xiaohan being together, it was because he could see Xiaohan's nature at a glance, that is a small person who eats his heart out. He had even secretly checked Xiaohan and knew that Xiaohan had toyed with more than one woman. What's the difference between that and a male prostitute who sells his body when he's even been adopted? So he would never allow his daughter to be with someone like that. He couldn't afford to lose that one. Under his suppression, Xiaohan eventually left Jinghai, but his own daughter continued to support Xiaohan secretly, providing him with resources to make Xiaohan famous. In order to stop Su Ruoxian and Xiaohan from rekindling their old feelings, that's why he agreed to let Su Ruoxian have a blind date with the bastard. One is because Su Ruoxian's reputation stinks, and the other is also because that Zhang Hang, although he is an illegitimate child, his lifestyle is still reasonable. At that time, he still had the intention of raising Su Ruoxian out. But I did not expect my daughter to marry a called Chuja. He was a little angry at first, but thought of the other side of the identity of the innocence of the other side. He also pinched his nose to recognize. Recently, he also investigated Chuja, very detailed from childhood to adulthood, and also determined that Chuja is indeed a rare talent. Private life is even cleaner. The personality is also the kind that is unassuming and gentle, round on the outside and square on the inside. Very much in line with the conditions he had in mind for his aunt, even beyond expectations. He was happy about this for 2 days, so he planned to formally introduce Chuja to his friends and family, and also had the intention of cultivating Chuja. After Chuja was reported out, he brought his plans forward. As long as the relationship between his daughter and Chuja was established and they were allowed to officially cohabitate, then all the rumors would go away. Everything was fine, but when the photo of Su Ruoxian taking care of that male prostitute spread all over the internet, he knew Su Ruoxian was finished. What Su Ruoxian did made him lose sight of hope. Such a simple, clumsy plot she did not have the means to deal with, the Su family in his hands sooner or later to lose, as well as cheap Xiaohan, that male prostitute. It is better to give their own nephew. I'm also curious to know why you're so indulgent to Xiaohan. A cafe. A woman with a baby fat face sat across from Su Ruoxian. The woman's name was Ning Rongrong, and she was Su Ruoxian's best friend. Su Ruoxian frowned and thought carefully, and for a moment she actually didn't know how to speak. To ask it another way, are you in love with Xiaohan? Su Ruoxian shook her head as she thought about the process of getting along with Xiaohan. In the past, I still did like Xiaohan, but now I don't seem to have any feelings for him. He tried to kiss me the other day, but I don't know why there was some resistance in my heart. Ning Rongrong barred her mouth and said, You don't even know your own thoughts? Then ask this. Did you have that thumping feeling when you faced Xiaohan? Su Ruoxian frowned and thought about it, then shook her head. It seems like I've never had this feeling before. Ning Rongrong said, What about when facing Chuja? Ning Rongrong carefully observed Su Ruoxian's expression. The expression was a mixture of shyness, annoyance, loss, and a hint of worry that was simply wonderful. Chapter 37. Is there a problem here? Ning Rongrong was dumbfounded. How could a person have such a rich expression? Then Su Ruoxian looked at Ning Rongrong and said, You grab a solution for me. Don't let him divorce me. It's best to make him go to the family party willingly. Ning Rongrong beamed. You hallowed Su's president. You have no way the little woman and what can be done? But I've often played poor to trick my brother into spending his allowance. So why don't you try it? Acting pathetic? Geez. Beating a dead horse? Give me your number. Su Ruoxian handed the phone over to look at it and said, This color, boys, like, why did you pick this color? Su Ruoxian froze because that phone was originally intended to be given to Chuja. But Chuja had never asked for a penny from her, and naturally he wouldn't ask for a cell phone. At this time, Ning Rongrong had already dialed Chuja's phone, then put it on speakerphone. Mr. Su. Chuja's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ning Rongrong froze. Hadn't they gotten a license? How could they be called Mr. Su? Su Ruoxian's brows were a little angry. Ning Rongrong said, Mr. Su drank too much. No one cares at my place. So I called you. Do you want to come and pick up Mr. Su? Chuja froze for a moment and said, this is inconvenient. You can call with one called Xiao Han. I think he'll come over to help. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Hearing the sound of the phone hanging up, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth wide. It's amazing that there are people like that. This is Su Ruoxian, the daughter of the Su Group, the woman who will control hundreds of billions of assets in the future. I'm afraid any man would run over like the wind when he hears that Mr. Su is drunk. If something happened between you and Mr. Su, wouldn't that be an instant walk to the top of the earth? But the other side of such a great opportunity refused to dry and clear, which has just also pushed people into the arms of others. What is this? Is there something wrong with this Chuja here? Ning Rongrong pointed to her head. He's a student of Jinghai University. He's won scholarships from both worlds, and he's also joined the student union. Then he quit his job in the student union for some reason, and he's been working and studying away from home, and he's earned the tuition fees for the past few years. Do you think there's something wrong with his brain? Ning Rongrong said. It seems like you've hurt him very deeply. Did he see you and Xiao Han because of what you did? Su Ruoxian subconsciously thought of that time when they met at the private theater. When Xiao Han and I were at the private theater, he came to deliver our takeout. Ning Rongrong spat out the coffee in her mouth with a puff. What? You and Xiao Han in a private theater? And having your real husband deliver? Sis, you're not just insulting, you're practically trampling on his self-esteem. Even if you guys got married on the spur of the moment with no emotional foundation, you didn't have to humiliate him like that, did you? No wonder the other guy wants to divorce you. I'd do it too if I were him. Gee, you're hopeless. Su Ruoxian's body trembled violently at the words. So from that time onwards, Chuja was dead to himself? Say, who ordered takeout at that time? Couldn't have been Xiao Han. It couldn't have been Xiao Han who knew where Chuja was working, right? If it was TSK, Ning Rongrong casually asked. But when I saw Su Ruoxian's face sinking down, I said, it can't be true, right? This Xiao Han is not simple, playing you to fool around. Tisk, won't be when you were so attentive to him is also. No, it must be a coincidence, Su Ruoxian said. Oh, coincidence? Coincidence if you say so. Ning Rongrong shook her head and looked at Su Ruoxian with a hopeless look. Chuja hung up the phone somewhat speechless. What is your status? Are you qualified to meddle in the Su family's affairs? Su Ruoxian was drunk, and if she sobered up and realized that the person who sent her was herself and not Xiao Han, she probably should have complained that she was meddling in her own business. He went on with his work when, after a while, the phone rang again. You come quick. Red Rose Bar, we're in trouble. It was the same woman's voice, but it looked scared. Chuja frowned. First Su Ruoxian was drunk, and now he said that he was in trouble. Could someone really be plotting against Su Ruoxian? Thinking about Su Ruoxian's shapely figure and English but beautiful face, it seemed normal to cause others to covet her. No matter what, he couldn't afford to gamble. He scrambled out the front door of the restaurant, cut off a cab and headed over to the designated location. In the car, he looked anxious, and he would rather now that the other man was deceiving himself. And at this time, at the Red Rose Bar, Su Ruoxian's sword brows were raised, holding a bottle of wine and confronting a few guys who didn't look like good people. Yo! Such a pretty chick is so spirited. Someone let out a teasing laugh. Su Ruoxian looked at a few people, looking at their dresses. Their families were also rich. It should be a group of second-generation ancestors. Usually used to lawlessness, he has not suffered the beatings of society. Su Ruoxian said, Did you guys not inquire about who I am when you were bullying? Oh, who can it be? Even if it's your mansion girl, so what big deal, raw rice? Oh, that's a dashing thing to say. If you dare. Do you believe I'll make you sit through the bottom of the jail? Unbelievable. A young man dressed as a man or a woman wanted to go forward and molest Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian let out a cold laugh, the anxiety between her brows completely exploding. The bottle in his hand dryly smashed into the head of the misogynistic youth. The shot was a fast and furious one. The few remaining youths were stunned. He didn't think that the woman would dare to actually make a move. Bitch, you're looking for death. The usual harsh words before striking. But not before they went after Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian had already taken the initiative to strike out at them. Another bottle smashed one down. Ning Rongrong's face went white with fear. It's over. It's over. Those guys are looking for death. Do you guys know Sister Ruoxian's battle index and you dare to provoke? What if someone gets killed? Wanted to persuade Su Ruoxian, but when she saw the hideousness of Su Ruoxian's brows, she was afraid. At this time it was Su Ruoxian's own father who came probably had to step aside. The few remaining youths wanted to swarm. But they underestimated Su Ruoxian too much. Su Ruoxian 1 was wrestled dry down 1, picked up the bottle and smashed it. A young man who had nearly passed out from being slammed by a fall took another bottle and simply passed out. Now the bar was completely quiet. A few youths were usually used to molesting beautiful women, and when they saw Su Ruoxian's beauty, their hearts were itching to do so, and as usual, they wanted to molest her. I didn't expect to run into a crazy who didn't have a soft hand. This is to the death. Looking at Su Ruoxian still walking towards them without stopping. One of the youths freaked out and jerked out the folding knife in his pocket. It was a big trouble and the people around it dispersed. And when Su Ruoxian saw the knife, there was actually a hint of scarlet in her eyes. Seeing this expression on Su Ruoxian's face, Ning Rongrong was so scared that she sat on her butt. "It's over," she wailed in her mind. Just then Chuja rushed in, and as soon as he hit his eyes, he saw a two youth holding a dagger against Su Ruoxian. He was shocked and bellowed, "What are you doing? Stop, look. I've called the police." Chuja ran close and without hesitation blocked Su Ruoxian behind him. Chapter 38. He is her antidote. The agitation and fierceness that raged in Su Ruoxian's eyes instantly began to dissipate when she saw Chuja. The out-of-control emotions also quickly regained their calmness, and if Chuja had been a little later, she might have really beaten the person to death. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja, who was protecting in front of her, and for some reason a smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my god, almost have to go see Ruoxian in jail later. This person is Chuja, right? He's really quite handsome." Ever since Chuja had appeared, Ning Rongrong had noticed that Su Ruoxian hadn't taken her eyes off the other party. Ning Rongrong now had a strong interest in Chuja rising. Who doesn't know Su Ruoxian's great name in the upper circles? That's synonymous with violent maniacs. As long as she was stimulated, Su Ruoxian was like a different person. Her desire to destroy exploded and her strength would be surprisingly great. Had almost killed the male member of the Li family who had tried to molest her. It was a real near-death experience, and the Li family's son was hospitalized for 3 months before he got better. Until now, both the Su and Li families didn't really deal with each other. The Su family had also had Su Ruoxian diagnosed and treated, but there was no problem, and the only thing they suspected was a mental problem. But what to say about such things? Is it possible to say that the first daughter of the Su family is a psychopath? Besides, Su Ruoxian was usually fine when she was fine, and only when she was completely pissed off again would she get sick. Even Su's father didn't dare to come close once he was sick. As one of Su Ruoxian's few girlfriends, Ning Rongrong naturally knew about this problem with Su Ruoxian. But she did not expect that the anxious aura on Su Ruoxian's body would instantly subside when she saw Chuja appear. This is unbelievable. No wonder Su Ruoxian is not willing to divorce. This is not looking for a husband. This is looking for an antidote. At this moment, Chuja tightly protected Su Ruoxian behind him. He was now carrying a chair in his hand, protecting it in front of him to face those two youths head-on. He's not going to come over here without taking anything just to be cool, and some of those big tails will still be good without charging. "Kid, get out of the way or I'll even do you in." The two males across the street were a bit annoyed. Being beaten like this, they also lost their minds. This age is the most concerned about face, and later rumors spread in that they were beaten by a woman and don't want to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. So seeing the suddenly appearing Chuja, they had no intention of giving up. Seeing that Chuja wasn't going anywhere, they rushed up. Facing the dagger that glowed with a cold aura, Chuja also rushed up. He's not a good fighter, but he's physically fit. Fighting doesn't really scare him. Just at this time, only to see the side rushed over 2 police. 3 will be the 2 youths subdued under their knives. Chuja breathed a sigh of relief. The police flower you walked over and looked at Chuja and said, "Just that, take a stool to block in front of you? Are you tired of living?" It is extremely easy to get hurt with a stool if you can't trap your opponent's arm at once. Chuja scratched his head and said, "I didn't think about it that much. All right, all come with me. Call an ambulance and get the unconscious few to the hospital." Su Ruoxian stepped forward and grabbed Chuja's arm. Chuja twisted his head to look at Su Ruoxian, inadvertently withdrawing his arm and saying, "Is Mr. Su okay?" Su Ruoxian looked at the hand that was dodged by Chuja and was a little dumbfounded. Eyes darkened. "I'm fine. That's good." Chuja breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a man ran over to the door. It was Xiao Han. "Ruoxian, are you all right?" Xiao Han went forward and looked at Su Ruoxian with concern. It seemed that, in order to reflect his nervousness, he actually reached out to grab Su Ruoxian's hand. And Su Ruoxian was being dumbfounded by the fact that Chuja had broken away from her. She came back to her senses when Xiao Han grabbed her hand in the palm of his hand. Su Ruoxian fiercely looked towards Chuja, who only glanced towards the area. The expression was calm, but it was this calmness that made Su Ruoxian feel alarmed. Su Ruoxian hurriedly broke away from Xiao Han's hand. Xiao Han's expression sank at the sight. Su Ruoxian asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you in the hospital? I heard that you were in danger. I rushed here." Xiao Han said, "Who did you hear that from?" At this time, Ning Rongrong next to her asked suspiciously, A friend of mine. He saw what was going on here and called me?" "Really? But this place is not close to the hospital. Even if you drive all the way to the green light, it would still take 20 minutes. Ning Rongrong beside her suddenly spoke up. Xiao Han's face stiffened at his words. Su Ruoxian said, "It's good that you're fine. I don't need you to worry about me here." Xiao Han said, "How can I not worry, Ruoxian? You know how I feel about you." Su Ruoxian's eyes panicked as she sniffed and looked towards Chuja, who was next to her. Seeing this, Chuja hurriedly said, I'm going out. You guys talk slowly." "Chuja." Su Ruoxian subconsciously tried to call out to him, but Chuja just waved his hand and left in stride. "Ruoxian, I'm sorry. Did I make things difficult for you?" Xiao Han said carefully. "Why ask if you know? What kind of identity do you have that you don't know?" Ning Rongrong couldn't even watch from the side. The proper licensed husband calls out to Mr. Su. A guy who doesn't know what he is has been shouting Waxian Waxian. Those who didn't know thought that Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian were the only two people. Now you're here to act pathetic, to whom? I didn't realize men had green tea whores too. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom at his words. At this time, Su Ruoxian no longer cared about Xiao Han. She quickly stepped out of the bar and saw Xiao Han getting into a police car. Chuja sat in Yu Yu's car. Although he didn't end up fighting with that gang, he still had to go and make a statement. Yu also got into the car at this time and glanced at Chuja in the back seat and said, "A hero saving a beauty? But the fruit seems to have been picked." Chuja said, We're not in the relationship you think we are? Oh, aren't you a couple?" Yes. It doesn't seem right to say it's not when you're licensed. You don't get mad when you watch your wife make out with someone else?" Chuja didn't know how to say it. He really wasn't angry, but it seemed weird to say it. Just then, the car door opened and Su Ruoxian followed. "Mr. Su," Chuja greeted. Yu and a coworker in the front seat looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. It feels so strange to know who couples are called that. Su Ruoxian said, "You can call my name." "Okay, Mr. Su." Chuja opened his mouth. Yu poofed out a laugh, then held it back raw. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja with a puff of air. Chuja also reacted, but he couldn't seem to shout Su Ruoxian's name if he was asked to. The police car carried the embarrassment all the way to its destination. Su Ruoxian has a professional team of lawyers. In fact, she doesn't even need to go to record a statement. Just leave it to the lawyers to talk. But Chuja was going, so she naturally followed. The one who penciled in with Chuja is still Yu. "Good for you. You hooked up with the Su group's daughter without saying a word. Thanks to my family's Lianshu who still can't get enough of you." Hearing the name of Evening Shu, Chuja's eyes had an inexplicable light flashing through them. And then this light quickly disappeared again. "Evening Shu and I are just friends who speak our minds. Nothing more." Chuja opened his mouth. Yu sighed at the sight. Chapter 39 is not so small. Yu understood the Qin family's situation very well. Of the three brothers in the Qin family, Qin Lianshu's father was the most capable. So from the very beginning, the Qin family was headed by Qin Lianshu's father. Over the years, Father Qin had brought the Qin family to the position of one of the four most powerful families. No one was unconvinced. But Qin's father had a fatal flaw. That is, he did not have a son, and only had a daughter, Qin Lianshu. The only way for a daughter to go on to run the Qin family is to recruit a son-in-law. Since it was a son-in-law recruitment, the other person's birth had to be clean, and he definitely couldn't be an illegitimate child, let alone an illegitimate child of a big family, which would simply be a scandal. That's why Zhang Heng, the bastard, was the first person they ruled out. Instead, when Qin Lianshu and Chuja were together, the Qin family just investigated Chuja and then left it alone, which was a tacit admission. But who would have thought that Qin Wanshu would say in public that she and Chuja were just ordinary friends? Chuja stopped there. "I thought it was a couple having a disagreement, but I didn't realize that Zhang Heng would intervene in the middle." At this moment, Qin's father was extremely passive, and if his only daughter married the bastard son of a big family, it would be impossible for him to take charge of the Qin family. If Qin Lianshu was allowed to be the president, who could guarantee that the Qin family wouldn't end up changing their last name? So the Qin family's oldest and youngest seized this opportunity to attack Qin's father. Qin father's 10 years of dominance at the helm of the Qin family was instantly destroyed. Even though Chuja finally helped Qin Lianshu restore her reputation, it also allowed those shareholders who followed the Qin family to see the weaknesses of a woman in charge of the Qin family. If Father Qin couldn't put them at ease, it was only a matter of time before he was squeezed out. Qin Lianshu's good game of chess has come to this point, and she doesn't even know what to say. You should know that the person that Late Shu likes is you. Why don't you try it on? I'll give you Late Shu's contact information. Maybe it'll work out. Chuja didn't know why Yu would say that. His eyes lowered. Evening Shu and I are just ordinary friends. I used to be the one who shocked, but now I'm well aware of the gap between me and her, so we can only be friends who talk. Yu shook her head breathlessly. Didn't she understand what she said? It seems that Qin Lianshu hurt him very deeply that time. It's also true that being rejected in public and being surrounded like a clown, I'm afraid that feeling is really not good. After Chuja finished recording his statement and came out, he saw Su Ruoxian waiting at the door. You haven't gone back yet, Mr. Su? I'm waiting for you. Something wrong with Mr. Su? Chuja asked. Su Ruoxian said, accompany me to a banquet. Chuja frowned. Mr. Su, I still have work. I don't have time. I'll give you a salary. How about $100,000? Chuja shook his head. Mr. Su, you should have invited Mr. Xiao instead of me. I said I don't have any relationship with Xiao Han. Su Ruoxian went crazy and scratched her head, scratching her shiny black hair like a crazy woman. Chuja's face lowered. Mr. Su, why do you have to deceive yourself and others? Su Ruoxian knew that Chuja was talking about that private theater incident. She's gutted now. Why did she promise Xiao Han to go to that private theater? Chuja looked at the time and said, now there is still a bit of time. Mr. Su, I go back to get the account book. We go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the divorce certificate. I lost my account book and am replacing it. Su Ruoxian said without blushing. Then how long will it take? Chuja was a bit anxious. At least a week. Maybe longer. Then I'll contact Mr. Su in a week. Chuja helplessly prepared to leave. Stop. Su Ruoxian's brows were filled with anxiety. Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian suspiciously. Is there anything else for Mr. Su? You must attend this banquet, Su Ruoxian said. Chuja sniffed and frowned. Mr. Su, there is still compulsion in this kind of thing? Besides, the fewer people who know about our relationship the better. And wouldn't attending a party with you be even more misleading? Su Ruoxian raised her sword brows at the words, looking a little angry. Next to her, Ning Rongrong hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. This is just an ordinary banquet. We girls will all choose a reassuring male companion, so that it's safer, lest we get taken advantage of. But I don't have time. I have to go to work. Chuja still refused. Ning Rongrong said, you don't want this kind of fight to happen again, do you? It's always better if you go, just as a favor? As for Xiao Han, his status is not suitable for that kind of banquet. Chuja thought for a moment. Just as a male companion? When Su Ruoxian saw Ning Rongrong raising an eyebrow at herself, she spoke. That's right. In case the banquet requires a dance or something, I don't want to go dancing with a stranger. So I want to ask you for a favor. But I can't dance either. Chuja said. I'll teach you then once you learn. Su Ruoxian hurriedly replied. Chuja thought for a moment, thinking of the scene in the bar today. At this time Su Ruoxian must be insecure. If he refused it seemed a bit unkind. Okay. I'll go back and change my clothes first. Chuja said. No need. I prepared clothes for you. Those clothes of yours are not appropriate for a banquet. Su Ruoxian hurriedly spoke. Chuja thought for a moment and said, all right then. I'll find a way to pay you back for the clothes. You whatever. Su Ruoxian turned around and left in a huff. Ning Rongrong, who hadn't said anything next to her, looked at Chuja speechlessly. This guy really doesn't want to climb the high branch of the Su family. So clearly separated from Su Ruoxian, he's a cutie. Is he? At this time, Su Ruoxian saw that Chuja was still standing still, and said in exasperation, what are you still standing for? Get in the car. The Su family had already arranged for a driver to be waiting outside. Chuja also did not have any pretense, and hurriedly got on the car, lest Su Ruoxian be unhappy to postpone the divorce with him. After Ning Rongrong also followed and got into the car, the vehicle started and drove towards Su Ruoxian's villa. The clothes she bought for Chuzha are kept in that villa. The old housekeeper was inexplicably a little excited in his heart when he saw Chuzha again. Is this kid getting the hang of it? You're here too, Mr. Chu. Come in. Come in. Chuzha looked at the somewhat attentive old housekeeper with some suspicion. The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth skimmed without saying anything. Walking into the living room, Ning Rongrong put herself down on the sofa with a self-conscious groan and said, Aya, it's still comfortable at home. Chuzha's face was a little red. Ning Rongrong didn't seem to treat him as an outsider, and the fullness of his chest almost came out when he stretched his body. I don't know if the buttons on the chest will hold up either. To hell with you? Can't you be more reserved? Su Ruoxian was not satisfied. Ning Rongrong raised her eyebrows and came over to Su Ruoxian's side and said, I'm demonstrating this for you to show you. Look at him blushing. Oh, pop. Su Ruoxian slapped the armrest next to the sofa. Ning Rongrong was jolted and instantly sat up straight. Sis, don't be so mean, you'll scare people. Chuzha looked amused. Su Ruoxian glanced quickly at Chuzha and blushed a little. She quietly glanced at her chest again, secretly saying in her mind, It's not so small, is it? Ning Rongrong next to her noticed Su Ruoxian's small movements and covered her mouth to laugh lightly. Chapter 40. Participation in banquets. That I'll take you to change. Su Ruoxian hurriedly got up and said to Chuzha. Chuzha followed. Su Ruoxian handed the clothes to Chuzha and then went downstairs to the living room. Ning Rongrong lowered herself onto the sofa again. Hey. Did you learn that a proper walk of shame when you're in his presence is guaranteed to mesmerize him so much that you won't be able to shoo him away when the time comes? Su Ruoxian thought of the kind of scene where Chuzha stuck to himself, not knowing why the depths of his heart felt the birth of a fluffy feeling. At that moment, the butler knocked on the door outside. Su Ruoxian said, What is it? The old housekeeper said, Mr. Xiao is here again. Su Ruoxian's brows furrowed. Let him go. I have something to do today and don't have time to see him. Ning Rongrong said, If you had taken out this aura earlier, would things have come to this? Tell me, did you and Xiao Han really do nothing at the private theater? Su Ruoxian said, Do you think I'm that kind of casual person? Of course I know. But others don't know that you put your reputation on the line in the first place. Ning Rongrong said. Su Ruoxian frowned with some anxiety. Regret it, right? I advised you in the beginning, but you didn't listen. Ning Rongrong shook her head. In fact, no one was optimistic about Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian at that time. It wasn't just Su's father who didn't like Xiao Han. Ning Rongrong didn't like Xiao Han either. Because every time she saw that Xiao Han, the other party's eyes always looked towards her chest from time to peek, to be more obscene and more obscene. So Ning Rongrong had a bad impression of Xiao Han. She really couldn't understand why Su Ruoxian thought so highly of Xiao Han at that time. At that moment, footsteps sounded on the stairs. The two women looked toward the stairs. Seeing Chuzha, who walked down, Ning Rongrong looked a little dumbfounded. She knew that Chuzha was good-looking, but she didn't expect to be so handsome, and this was still the result of not having gone through careful makeup. Like that Xiao Han. Every time I see him, the other party is dressed up exquisitely. But Xiao Han's isn't very good-looking and would be slightly mean without makeup. Ning Rongrong also knew that Xiao Han's eyes were all post-processed. According to her knowledge of human composition, the other's original eyes must have been a pair of lewd triangular eyes. Looking at the current Chuzha, a pure natural handsomeness came out. Long and robust body, broad shoulders and narrow waist, handsome face, slightly melancholy eyes, gently pursed lips, appearing resolute yet gentle. Although Su Ruoxian had long seen Chuzha in formal wear, but still a little disoriented. Mr. Su, I'm changed. When do we leave? Chuzha's clear voice brought the two dazed women back to their senses. The sound seemed to have a calming and tranquilizing effect, and it was soothing to hear. Ning Rongrong suddenly turned to Su Ruoxian and said, If you don't want it, let me have it. Su Ruoxian's face instantly turned dangerous at those words, and she turned her head towards Ning Rongrong and said, What did you say? Ning Rongrong spat out her tongue and said, No, nothing. But she was really into it. What to do? Ning quietly wiped her saliva. At this time, Su Ruoxian's phone rang. Dad, I know, we'll go over there now. Su Ruoxian got up and said, Let's go, we're leaving now. The car drove up to the front door of a posh hotel. The Su family has chartered the top floor. When he came to the top floor, Chuja saw that there were already quite a few people here. Su Ruoxian went up and greeted these people, looking familiar. Su Ruoxian also introduced Chuja to these people. All the way over, Chuja found that all these people are Su family's friends and relatives. In other words, they are all Su family members who are related to each other, not the kind of ordinary nature of the banquet. Chuja vaguely felt something bad. But it's already here, and at this point we can only deal with it. Good thing Chuja had a good memory. Su Ruoxian introduced him all the way down to these people in his heart. It is not awkward to run into each other alone without knowing which elder they are. But it was this small gesture that won over some of the Su family. Because the Su family is so big, it's some of the Su's own juniors who sometimes don't seem to be able to remember so many of their relatives and friends. Of course, the ones who like Chuja are only some people. Most still think Chuja's class is a bit low. It was only because of the face of the Su family's original family that he didn't open his mouth to say it. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja, who was surrounded by a crowd of Su family relatives, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was even happier watching Chuja cope with it. Su Wan walked over to Su Ruoxian's side at this time and followed Su Ruoxian's gaze to see the slightly nervous Chuja who was surrounded. She looked at Chuja with some obsession and crazy possessiveness in her eyes. How did you convince him to come to the party, sis? Su Ruoxian's mood instantly clouded when she heard this. Su Wan obviously sensed Su Ruoxian's state of mind and said with a slight smile, "You wouldn't have given him a promise that you would divorce him after attending the banquet, would you?" Su Ruoxian said, "Why are you so concerned? Don't move your mind that shouldn't be moved. As long as he hasn't divorced me for a day, he is your brother-in-law." Su Wan's eyes darkened, and her hand gripping the wine glass turned a little white. At this time, a slender, boldly dressed woman came to Su Ruoxian's side with an enchanting stride. "Tisk, Tiske, sister, you. A hallowed Su family direct lineage daughter even likes a mud-legged man. Isn't that letting our Su family fall down?" Su Ruoxian cast a sidelong glance at the woman next to her. "Cousin has married a so-called good family instead. She should be very happy, right?" That cousin's face sank at that. "At the very least, better than a mudblood?" Su Ruoxian sneered. "Yes, it's better than mudbloods. Even the aesthetics are strong. Don't like women, like men." Cousin's pretty face was a little distorted as a result. He asked himself that he was not worse than Su Ruoxian's looks, and was even a few points prettier. Her own husband is also a son of the big family, the Li family. Although here there is the Su family has the intention of restoring relations with the Li family, sort of a marriage of interest, but no matter what, she is married to the Li family. Herself was happy at the time because she could finally press Su Ruoxian. At that time, Su Ruoxian was still fighting with Xiao Han, and that Xiao Han was a son of a family who had fallen from grace, and had been adopted by someone. She felt like she had stepped on Su Ruoxian's head then. If it wasn't for the strong intervention of Su's father in the end, the first woman of their generation in the Su family would now be her, Su Xian. Su Xian was the daughter of Su Ruoxian's second uncle, a year older than Su Ruoxian, who got married 3 years ago to Li Ping of the Li family. It was the same Li Yao's brother that she had met when she had taken Chu Zhe to the mall to pick out clothes. Li Ping is a person who is not bad in all aspects, and is also the most capable and most likely to take over the Li family, but secretly there are people who say that Li Ping does not like women and likes men. It was a rumor, but they knew the odds were good that it was true. This can be seen by looking at Su Xian's state, and now she has become a resentful woman, so it is evident that she has not been moisturized by Li Ping. At this time, cousin Su Pin walked over. "Yo, wide-eyed again? What? You've been fighting since you were a kid. Haven't you had enough? Don't spend your time on meaningless things here. If you have this time, you might as well be concerned about how well your brother and I are doing, and if I'm short of money. Get lost, trying to fool with my money again. No way." Su Xian left in a huff. "Ugh. Sis don't. How can you say fooling around?" Then Su Pin smiled and looked at Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian also spoke. "Get lost. Good Lu." Su Pin twisted his head and left. Not to go is really beaten Su Ruoxian looked in Chu Zhe's direction again. She saw Chu Zhe step to the side and pull out his cell phone to check his messages. Chu Zhe's face instantly grimaced after seeing the message on his cell phone. Su Ruoxian didn't know why she felt a bit flustered when she saw this. She came to Chu Zhe's side and said, "What's wrong?" Chu Zhe raised his head to look at Su Ruoxian with an inexplicable gaze. Su Ruoxian frowned, not knowing why Chu Zhe was looking at himself like this. Chapter 41 Wasted Opportunities. Just then, Father Su and a few other people in charge of the Su family came over. The field was also quiet. Father Su waved at Su Ruoxian and Chuzha. Su Ruoxian hurriedly pulled Chuzha's hand forward and stood next to Su's father. At this time, in a corner where no one noticed, a tall woman was quietly watching this scene. She looked at Chuzha, eyes flashed complex colors. Su's father spoke up at this time. "Oh, I think you all know what the reason for this gathering is. It's good. Ruoxian is already married. The marriage license has been received." According to Ruoxian's intention, did not want to announce this matter so early. After all, Ruoxian's husband Chuzha is still a student of the University of Beijing C. Ruoxian wanted to wait until he graduated to make a solemn announcement about it. However, something happened recently, and someone else has brought up those stale things from back then, which has caused a certain amount of trouble for my daughter and her husband. So after I thought about it, I thought it would be better to publicize this matter in advance, and in addition, I was going to give them one of the villas in the Shanshui Manor to be their wedding house. The purpose of today is to clarify those rumors on the internet. Ruoxian and Chuzha are definitely not in the kind of employment relationship that the internet said. Rather, it's a real husband and wife relationship, and I'm sure Su Zhinshan, will be able to hold a grandchild next year. After Su's father finished speaking, laughter came from underneath. But next to him, Su Ruoxian's little mother snorted coldly. Chuzha felt that things were getting bigger and out of control. He regretted it. He shouldn't have come to this party with Su Ruoxian. If you don't come, you can still fool around and say that you are just Su Ruoxian's boyfriend, and it's okay if you secretly divorce and don't contact her. But now meeting relatives and friends feels different in nature. Sure enough, as Su's father's words fell, a flash went off next to him. It looked like someone was taking pictures. This is the equivalent of an official announcement. All that's missing is a wedding. Chuzha's face sank. Taking advantage of the gap, he pulled Su Ruoxian next to him to a hidden corner and said, "Mr. Su, what's going on? What's going on? It's a party. Didn't I tell you?" Su Ruoxian's eyes swam, trying to slip away. In one fell swoop, Chuzha cornered her and did a wallop. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuzha, who was close at hand, and was somewhat frozen. Chuzha also felt that his actions were a bit excessive at this time. This posture is a little too ambiguous, although the person facing the face is his own daughter-in-law, but really not familiar. He hastily withdrew his own hand and said, "Mr. Su, if this is officially declared officially, won't it be troublesome for us to divorce you?" The charming rising in Su Ruoxian's heart instantly disappeared, and she looked viciously at Chuzha and said, "Do you want to divorce me that much? Mr. Su, I think I've made it clear that you really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? You mean about Xiao Han? I told you, I have nothing to do with him." Chuzha's expression was cold. "You think I'll believe it?" Looking at Chuzha's cold face, Su Ruoxian's face turned a little white. "What do you mean by that? Mr. Su, I don't want to know about your businesses, but it doesn't stop someone from telling me that I saw you and Xiao Han undressed in the movie theater with my own eyes. You don't deny that, do you?" Su Ruoxian's face went white. "Also, I know about you having been pregnant. It's Xiao Han's, right? Although at that time you thought the pressure of the family knocked off. But you and Xiao Han already have a fact between you. This is good, right? Don't be so quick to deny it. You took care of Xiao Han for a night in the hospital. Do you think that was an ordinary friendship? It's just as well that Xiao Han didn't come back. But now that he's back, I don't know what you're still holding on to me for. Although I, Chuzha, am a mud-legged man, but I also have my own dignity. I can't reach your Su family. Mr. Su, you can't use my kindness as capital for your wanton insults to me." At this time, Chuzha wanted to stand on the stage and loudly announce that he and Su Ruoxian are only contractual relationship, not a formal couple at all, but after thinking about it, he still held back. "I'm afraid that doing so will bring trouble to Su Ruoxian." The tiny bit of goodness in his heart wouldn't allow him to do that. Chuzha twisted his head and prepared to leave the place now. He felt a little heartbroken. At this time, Su Ruoxian violently grabbed Chuzha's sleeve. "Who told you I was pregnant?" The patience in Chuzha's heart was going to be exhausted. Chuzha raised his phone. "I don't know who sent it, but I think he said it was the truth." "Give me the phone," Chuzha said. "Mr. Su, please also have some self-respect. The cell phone is my personal belongings. You have no right to view it." Chuzha coldly glanced at Su Ruoxian. He really didn't know that Su Ruoxian turned out to be this kind of person, so was he deceiving himself from the very beginning? Even going to your old neighborhood to get yourself moved so you can lead yourself by the nose? Chuzha was a bit disinterested at this point. He turned and headed down the hall. By the time Su Ruoxian returned to her senses, there was no longer any figure of Chuzha here. She panicked a little in her mind and rushed out of the hall. At this time, a waiter came over and looked at Su Ruoxian. Miss Su, just now a Mr. Chu asked me to give this set of clothes to you. Su Ruoxian looked at the clothes in the waiter's hands. The very same one that Chuzha was wearing. There's still $1,000 on the shirt. Seemingly also seeing Su Ruoxian's doubts, the waiter said, Mr. Chu said this is the wear and tear fee for the clothes. Chuzha had arrived at the hotel's main entrance by this time. Muttered, it's not much, probably not enough for one dry cleaning session, but that's all the cash I've got, so it's two for the price of one, right? Chulsh took a taxi to the school. However, here at the banquet, since Su's father had formally introduced Chuzha, he naturally had to pave the way for Chuzha's future. Then thought to bring their friends and relatives, as well as friends to introduce a good introduction, which is also a common way to promote the younger generation. But after searching around, he couldn't find Chuzha's figure. Where's Chuzha? Father Su found Su Wan and asked. Su Wan naturally knew where Chuzha had gone because all of her attention was on Chuzha's body. But at this point she pretended not to know. I haven't seen it, you should ask your sister. Su's father frowned when he happened to see Su Ruoxian coming through the door. Ruoxian, where's Chuzha? I'll take him to meet friends. Su's father spoke. Su Ruoxian's eyes were a bit flustered as she said, Chuzha, Chuzha. Just now there was an emergency that has left. What? Gone? Such an important occasion and he just says he's gone? It's really nonsense. Su's father was furious. True enough, there are no rules for small families. Little mother opened her mouth to sneer at this time. Su Ruoxian bowed her head and didn't say anything. It's so uncharacteristic, so uncharacteristic. Su's father huffed and puffed. Little mother looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Rotten mud can't help the wall after all. Do you know what kind of people are here today? Not to mention our own family. Your father, in order to pave the way for Chuzha, but specially invited those powerful friends of his to come as well. As long as Chuzha goes to make a toast, they loosen their grip a little. Chuzha will be able to mix it up. But unfortunately, he won't have a chance once he's gone. Chapter 42. Something's wrong. Su Ruoxian blushed. He naturally knew that little mother was telling the truth, and it could be said that their industry covered all walks of life. As long as they slightly promote Chuzha, Chuzha will take at least 30 years less detours. At this time, cousin Su Xian also came over and said, Sister, is this your favorite person? Is he any good? It's really a shame that such an opportunity was wasted. Su Ruoxian's palms clenched tightly as she jerked her head up to look at Su Xian. Don't force me to do it. Su Xian was startled and ran away in a huff. Every Su family member knew that Su Ruoxian in this state was out of control, and with her terrifying force value, she was simply a great evil. Su Ruoxian looked at Su Wan next to her. I want to know who texted Chuzha and told him about Xiao Han and me. Su Wan took a sip of red wine and said, Okay, I'll check for you. And this was outside the hotel. Xiao Han watched Chuzha leave and a cold laugh escaped his mouth. Fighting with me? Don't even look at what you are. Chuzha was sickened by the message on his cell phone. Although he was a bit dissatisfied with Su Ruoxian for not getting a divorce at first, he was still willing to discuss it with the other party. But the message on his cell phone today really turned his perspective upside down. Su Ruoxian had actually been pregnant with Xiao Han's child and had an abortion. Since Xiao Han came back, and the other party to live well have to catch yourself not to let go what is going on. Does Su Ruoxian have some kind of bad taste? Chuzha winced. Master, drive faster. He wanted to stay away from Su Ruoxian. At this time in the hotel, Su's father and a few people were respectfully toasting a woman. There was something somber about the woman's brow, and she seemed to take a dislike to the occasion. At this moment, someone said, Boss Su, where's your son-in-law? Why don't you bring it over for us to meet? Su's father froze, a little embarrassed, and in his heart, he cursed Chuzha again. He smiled and said, Chuzha suddenly had something important to do and left first. The person next to him froze at his words, and then became displeased with his face. It seems that we are not something important in his eyes. That's right. This banquet just started and people left. They didn't even bother to come over to say hello. It's kind of not putting us in our eyes. Su's father was filled with embarrassment and could only drink to make amends. Finally, Su's father came to the woman's side and said, Boss Xue has made you laugh. This son-in-law of mine really doesn't know the rules. I'm here to make amends for him. The melancholy between Xue Evening Qing's brows had disappeared, and a faint smile even appeared at the corner of her mouth. I think he's fine. Shui Wanqing opened her mouth. The few people at the bottom looked at each other in dismay. How did they feel that this one was very appreciative of Chuzha? Su Jie saw Chuzha come back in a hurry. Then he got into the bathroom and started to take a shower, which lasted about half an hour, even washing the clothes on his body from his jacket to his underwear. What's wrong with you? Stimulated. Kind of. What's the excitement? Falling in the tur? Pretty much. Chuzha returned. Sujie hissed. You're not right. Chuzha didn't bother with him. How about it? Are you really not going to go to the internship with me? Sujie asked. No, I've signed the contract. If the boss goes back home, I'll be left alone in the store. I'm afraid I'll be very busy, Chuzha said. Okay. Sujie nodded. Chuzha cleaned up properly, also breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow is Sunday, but also to give Reimer tuition, Chuzha decided to rest early. There was no talk all night. Chuzha packed up early the next morning, then went to the happy neighborhood. Knocking on the door as usual, Shui Mochizuki opened the door, as disheveled as usual. It seemed that, in front of Chuzha, getting naked wasn't a big deal. Shui Yumo ran out at this time and saw Chuzha with a smile on his face. Uncle Chuzha! Chuzha was stunned. In the past, he could always call him brother. How come he was now an uncle? Chuzha touched his cheeks. Had he gotten old? Instead, it was Shui Mochizuki next to her who asked, Don't you always call out to your brother? You can't call me brother, or you'll be a generation behind. Right, auntie? Shui Mochizuki didn't know what came to her mind, blushed for a moment, then muttered, Little brat. I'm not young, I'm 12. Shui Yunma said. That's a little kid too. Shui Yunma defiantly rushed towards Shui Moyu with open teeth and claws. Shui Mochizuki put one hand on Shui Yunma's head and snorted. Still saying you're not a brat? At this time, Shui Yunma let out a strange laugh with a heave and pulled on the sleeve of Shui Mochizuki's pajamas, then pulled violently. The pajamas were already loose, and the tug caused the neckline to widen at the neckline, and the pajamas came off at once over her shoulders. A touch of white fullness appeared in front of Chuzha. Shui Mochizuki was all frozen, and Chuzha was also frozen. It was Chuzha who came back to his senses first, turning to look to the side. Shui Mochizuki's face flushed red, and she gave Shui Yunma a vicious look before running into her room in a huff. Closing the door, Shui Mochizuki leaned behind it to cover her beating heart. Thinking of Chuzha's somewhat dumbfounded eyes, a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chuzha was also very embarrassed and said to Shui Yunma, Let's start studying. Just as Chuzha finished his tuition, the door to his room opened and Shui Evening Qing returned. Sis, you're back so early today, Shui Mochizuki said strangely. There's nothing going on today, so I came back a little earlier, Shui Evening Qing said in a lazy and seductive manner. Her eyes flicked to the room where Chuzha and Shui Yunma were cramming. She saw Chuzha's back, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. At this time, Chuzha happened to finish his tuition class and came out to greet Shui Evening Qing. Sister Evening Qing, Shui Evening said. We're still eating at home today. Chuzha wanted to refuse, but seeing Shui Evening Qing's determined eyes, the words of refusal did not come out. In the kitchen, Chuzha cut the vegetables and Shui Evening Qing played the hand. How's school going these days? It's pretty good. I have an internship coming up. Where are you going to intern, and do you want to come to my company? No need. I've plopped down a restaurant outside the school. I want to do something on my own, Chuzha said. Shui Wanqing said, Do you need my help? Not at the moment. There's nothing really going on. It's just that I want to get the store properly decorated. This might be slightly tricky. Shui Evening Qing said, Decoration. Okay. It's wrapped up for me. After dinner I'll go with you to check out the store. That's not necessary. I can do it myself. Shui Evening Qing looked at Chuzha again, her eyes full of unquestioning. Chuzha was a bit stunned, not knowing why Sister Evening was so attached to his affairs anymore. Looking at Shui Evening Qing's plump and shapely body, Chuzha's mind recalled that charming dream for some reason. His cheeks couldn't help but blush at the thought of the dream. He didn't notice that Shui Evening Qing's fingers were slightly trembling from nervousness at this point. While eating, Shui Moyu looked at her sister and Chuzha suspiciously, because she had just realized that her sister had actually given Chuzha a dish. This is unprecedented, and my own sister knows best. Seems allergic to men, never seen her touch one since she can remember. When has she ever been so attached to a man? No, there must be something wrong here. When Shui Evening Qing once again pinched a chopstick of vegetables into Chuzha's bowl, Shue Mochizuki's person went numb. The already bright, large eyes widened. Chapter 43. You have to find our Mr. Shue. Chuja's ears were a little red, but he didn't reject Shue Evening Qing's kindness. He himself didn't know why. He always felt that Shue Evening Qing gave him a very close feeling. Is it because of that dream? Chuja's cheeks reddened even more at the thought. Seemingly guessing Chuja's thoughts, Shue Evening Qing's eyes were slightly flustered, but the movement of his hand to give Chuja the food did not stop. After eating and cleaning up, Shue Evening Qing said, "Go, take me to your store." Chuja didn't make any pretense and got into Shue Evening Qing's car and drove towards his store. Arrived at the store just in time to run into the store's owner. The owner was actually locking the door. Seeing Chuja, the boss said, "You're here just in time. My family's business is ahead of schedule. I'll be leaving in the next 2 days, so the store you'll have to take over ahead of schedule." Chuja froze for a moment. Is it so urgent? Yes, it's not bad for these 2 days anyway. The boss saw Shue Evening Qing behind Chuja as he spoke, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. Then revealed a smile that all men understand, patted Chuja's shoulder and said, "I'll come back tomorrow. The store can be opened if you want to, or closed if you don't. You're the boss." Chuja took the owner's key and opened the store's door. Shue Evening Harvest walked into the store at this time, looked around and pulled out a ruler to measure up carefully. Slender jade legs strutted around the lobby. The upstairs and downstairs were all measured, and then the measurements were carefully written down. Measuring all the way down, there was a fine layer of sweat on Shue Evening Qing's forehead. Chuja subconsciously pulled out a tissue to wipe Shue Evening Harvest's sweat. Shue Evening Qing's bright cheeks were slightly flushed, but she did not reject Chuja's good intentions. "All right, just wait. I'll arrange for someone to come and decorate tomorrow," Shue Evening Qing said. "What style do you want to decorate? What are your requirements you can give me now?" "It doesn't matter what style. The main thing is that I want the room on the second floor to be made into a cubicle, preferably private, and the cubicle shouldn't be too big." Shue Wanqing wrote down Chuja's words. At this moment, Chuja said, "Sister Evening, will it be troublesome?" "It's no trouble. I just come from designing, and I have workers, so you can leave this job to me." At this time, Shue Evening Qing's phone rang. Shue Wanqing picked up the phone. Chuja felt that the moment Shue Evening Qing answered the phone, the whole person seemed to have changed, becoming very stern. "Okay, I know, I'll go back now," Shue Wanqing said and hung up the phone. Shue Evening Qing walked over to Chuja's side and said, "There's something in the company that I need to take care of, so I'll leave first." It was said as if he was asking for Chuja's opinion. Chuja felt that if he said he didn't want to, Shue Evening Qing might really not leave. But that's just a feeling. "Sister Evening Harvest has worked hard for you. I don't know if you're free tonight. Let me treat you to a meal," Chuja said. Shue Wanqing froze for a moment and said, "Okay, but I prefer to make it myself at home." Chuja said, "This will be wrapped up for me. I'll definitely show off my skills tonight." The corners of Shue Evening Qing's mouth curled up slightly, looking happy, and she left with light footsteps. Chuja sent Shue Evening Qing away and looked at the sky, so he went to the market to buy something. When Chuja arrived at Shue Evening Qing's house with a large bag, Shue Mochizuki was stunned. On the contrary, Shue Yunma was bouncing with joy. Shue Evening Harvest did come back in the evening. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Shue Evening Qing looked extraordinarily attractive today. Trudger began to show off his skills and started cooking. Because the things were almost ready, Chuja let Shue Evening Qing go out and just wait for the food. Looking at Chuja's busy figure in the kitchen, Shue Mo Yu looked at Shue Evening Qing and said, "Sister, are you really trapped this time?" The corners of Shue Evening Qing's mouth revealed a charming smile. Her eyes became mesmerized and flirtatious, and her entire aura was completely different from just now. "LOL, I'm a couple years older than him. Do you think that's possible?" "Probably not much older, just 8 years old," Shue Mochizuki said with a smile. Shue Wanqing smiled without saying anything. In no time at all, the table was ready. Shue Mochizuki said at this time, "How can such a good dish be good without wine? I'll go get some wine." Chuja looked at the wine glass in front of him that was being poured to the brim and said somewhat breathlessly, "Is this how to drink this red wine?" "Yeah, that's how you drink it." The corner of Chuja's mouth twitched. "But I'm not good at drinking." "How can that be? In the future you will graduate and enter the workplace, right? How can you not drink? You are a man. Hurry up, show your manhood," Shue Mo Yu incited. Next to her, Shui Evening Ching supported her head and looked at Chuja with mesmerized eyes. Unable to stand Shui Mochizuki's persuasion, Chuja still took a sip of wine. Next, a rhymer also came to join in the fun, and without realizing it, Chuja felt like drinking a little too much. Shui Mochizuki looked at Shui Evening Ching at this time and said, "It turns out that he really can't hold his liquor." Shui Evening Ching said at this time, "All right, it's getting late. Let's call it a day." Shui Moiwe pulled Shui Unimo away as soon as she could, then turned to Shui Evening Ching and said, "He's all yours. Let's wash up and go to bed." After saying that, they drilled into the bedroom and locked the door, leaving Shui Evening Ching and Chuja outside. Shui Evening Ching's face slightly reddened as she got up and helped Chuja up towards the room next to her. Chuja felt hot and dry all over his body, a belly full of fire with no place to vent. Just at this moment, he felt a delicate and cool body sticking over. It was as if he had grabbed a lifesaver to take this coolness into his arms. Vaguely, he seemed to see the face of Sister Evening. "Evening, sister?" he murmured. It was almost noon the next day when Chuja woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar room a little stunned. He got up in a hurry, only to realize that he was actually wearing only a nightgown, but the pajamas fit like they were tailored. "This is Sister Evening's home?" Chuja walked out of the room and saw Shui Moyu sitting on the sofa. Shui Mochizuki was still wearing her pajamas, and the nightgown couldn't cover her snow-white and fleshy thighs at all. Seeing Chuja come out, Shui Mochizuki looked at him with a strange look. "Sister Mochizuki, why am I sleeping here?" "Of course you're going to sleep here when you're drunk? So, where are my clothes?" "I'll get it for you." Shui Mochizuki stomped off to get her clothes, and the scenery that happened to be revealed between her runs left Chuja at a loss for words. Shui Mochizuki handed Chuja clothes, then patted Chuja's shoulder and said, "The young man is very capable of what he does." Chuja was a bit bewildered, not knowing what Shui Mochizuki meant by that. When he walked out of Shui Evening Harvest's house, Chuja was somewhat silent. Was that really a dream? Chuja asked himself. "I wanted to go back to school, but then I thought about his trip to the restaurant. When I came there, I saw that there were already workers starting to move renovation materials to the store." Chuja froze, went forward and asked, "May I ask what you are?" A leading worker looked at Chuja and said, "Your boss Chu, right? We're the ones that Mr. Shui called to decorate. Don't worry. We'll be able to hand over the work within 3 days according to your requirements." 3 days. Chuja was a bit shocked. This was too fast. "Not bad 3 days," Mr. Shui said. "Quality, you can rest assured. We are Mr. Shui's people, will definitely not fool you." Looking at those decoration materials, Chuja said, "This is expensive, isn't it?" "I don't know about this, you should ask Mr. Shui. However, according to my speculation, with the upper and lower floors, it's actually not much if you don't count the wages." "Not counting the wages? How does that work?" "Oh, our wages are counted by Mr. Shui. If you count the wages, you should also go to Mr. Shui." Chuja Cha-Cha nodded his head and left. He felt it was better to talk to Shui Evening Ching about the wages. Chapter 44, Do You Have an Appointment? Looking at Chuja's back, another worker walked over to the contractor's side and said, "This is the boss?" "Yes. I didn't realize that Shui would personally come down and design for him." "Hiss, what? Mr. Shui personally designed it?" "No way. There was once someone who spent tens of millions of dollars on huge sums of money and didn't even invite Mr. Shui. Who knows? Tell the brothers to be careful. Offending this one is probably even more terrible than the consequences of offending Mr. Shui." That worker quickly said, "Don't worry, guarantee service," with a smile throughout, "and whoever dares to shake his face will immediately be told to get lost." The bagman nodded. Chuja returned to the school and had a class in the afternoon, took a break and went to the latter classroom. Just as he sat down, Suwon entered the classroom and sat next to Chuja. "Why did you leave early?" Suwon asked. Chuja knew that Suwon was asking about the banquet. Chuja's face changed as he said, I came back first due to some urgent matters." "An emergency? Do you know that my father, your father-in-law, was angry and wanted to lead you to meet a few bigwigs? Not realizing that you ran away in the middle of the day and your father-in-law was embarrassed," Suwon said. Chuja's eyes revealed a hint of inexplicable expression. "The matter between your sister and I is not what you think. You guys don't have to waste those favors and resources for me." Suwon let out a light laugh. "Are you and my sister's feelings incompatible?" Chuja didn't say anything. At the mention of Su Ruoxian, a trace of impatience and disgust flashed through the depths of Chuja's eyes. Although this emotion flickered, it was still keenly captured by Su-won. Su-won was a little surprised. She felt that she had still underestimated Chuja's bad attitude towards Su Ruoxian. You hate my sister? Chuja didn't say anything, which was considered a tacit admission. Hee. I didn't expect your relationship to go this far, Su-won said. Chuja didn't know if he should tell Su-won and Su Ruoxian about their contractual marriage. Su-won said at this time, did you hear something that made you treat my sister so badly? Chuja didn't want to continue on this issue, so he spoke. I think, you have time to waste here in my place, might as well let your sister and I go through the divorce procedure as soon as possible. You also know that my family origin and your Su family is completely mismatched. Su-won froze. She spoke, is that what you think? Of course, while I wouldn't look down on myself, I wouldn't overestimate myself either. At the last party, aside from a few remote relatives of the Su family, the vast majority of you didn't like me either, did you? Su-won opened her mouth, although most of them did not show anything in the way of Su father's face. But anyone with a more sensitive mind could detect that they didn't like Chuja. It's not that Chuja is not good personally, but it's Chuja's origin. This origin of his was enough to erase all the good qualities of Chuja's personal character in the eyes of these people. That's the reality. So that's partly why you left? That's when Sujay walked in, followed by the professor who came in for class. Conversation terminated. After class, Chuja walked out of the classroom and Su-won followed. Give me your cell phone. Su-won opened her mouth. Chuja had no doubt and handed Su-won the cell phone. Su-won frowned as she looked at the cell phone that she didn't know how many hands. But she didn't say anything. After a couple of casual scratches, he returned it to Chuja. This was at the Su building. Xiao Han was dressed up in a bright and beautiful way, and he once again appeared at the entrance of Su's mansion. Holding a bouquet of flowers, he walked into the entrance of the building. A token hello to the front desk and you want to go to the elevator as usual. But this time the receptionist stopped Xiao Han. Mr. Xiao, may I ask if you want to see Mr. Su? Of course. And do you have an appointment, please? The receptionist asked. Appointment? Do I still need an appointment to see Mr. Su? Xiao Han straightened his expensive clothes. Yes. Mr. Su ordered that anyone who sees him should make an appointment. The receptionist had a professional smile on her face. Xiao Han frowned, his face somewhat unhappy. He took out his cell phone and called Su Ruoxian over, but the call was hung up directly. Xiao Han's face turned blue. At this time, Su Ruoxian's office, Su Ruoxian coldly looked at the cell phone that was hung up. Go on. Mr. Shaw was actually in the crowd during that clash at the bar. Although it was in the four corners of the surveillance, there was a paparazzo filming down Mr. Shaw at the time as well as what? And the scene where Mr. Shaw was talking to those two biters. A photo was placed in front of Su Ruoxian. Inside, it was exactly how Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian had met when they had fought those few males. A cold aura flickered in Su Ruoxian's eyes. At this time, Su Ruoxian's secretary walked in. Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao is downstairs and wants to see you. Just say I'm not available, Su Ruoxian said. Then she looked at her assistant and said, go and check for me. What is Chuja doing right now? The assistant went out and soon the room was left with Su Ruoxian alone. She pulled out her cell phone and pulled up Chuja's dialogue box. There is still nothing on it. It annoyed him a little. Soon the assistant sent word that Chuja was renovating the store. Su Ruoxian drove to Chuja's store. He saw that Chuja was talking to a foreman-like man. Su Ruoxian got out of the car and came in front of Chuja. When Chuja saw Su Ruoxian, his brows subconsciously furrowed. When Su Ruoxian saw this, the anxiety between her brows became thick. Come to a cafe. Chuja said, Mr. Su, what else do you want to say? Is that how you treat me? Chuja doesn't say anything. How many times have I told you that there's nothing at all between Xiao Han and me? Chuja remained silent. Pa! Su Ruoxian slammed the coffee in her hand on the ground. You don't believe me, Chuja said. How do you expect me to believe that? Mr. Su, I'm still busy. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Chuja, I'm telling you, I won't divorce you, not even in death. Su Ruoxian screamed. Chuja was a bit angry. He turned to Su Ruoxian and glared at her. Su Ruoxian did not show any weakness, and even straightened her chest to get closer to Chuja. Some of the people next to me were looking over. Chuja said, you know, my offer is for your own good. I don't think so. Chuja was helpless and turned around. Coming to the door of the cafe, Su Ruoxian grabbed Chuja again. What for? Follow me. No, go. If you don't go, I'll shout that you molested me, Su Ruoxian said. Chuja was speechless. Don't forget, you're my daughter-in-law now. I haven't forgotten. So what? Hearing Chuja say that, Su Ruoxian actually had a hint of joy between her brows. Where do you want to take me? Chuja was speechless. Come and find out. Trudger got in the car. The car sped along and soon came to a villa in Shan Shui Manor. This villa was even bigger and more spectacular than the one in Su Ruoxian. This will be your home from now on, Su Ruoxian said. Chuja recalled that at that banquet, Su's father said that he wanted to prepare a wedding house for them. Probably says it all here. Chapter 41. She sort of kicked down cotton. The old butler had greeted them. It seems Su Ruoxian has moved here from her original villa. Auntie is here. I'll record your face to unlock it, the old butler said. Chuja frowned. No, there's no need, I won't stay here. The old housekeeper's heart thumped. This is not with you politely. This is really do not want to come ah. No, you have to stay here, Su Ruoxian said forcefully. Why? No reason? You're my husband. Shouldn't you live with me? It's not convenient. I'd rather rent a room next to the school. Chuja opened his mouth. Consider it a favor if you don't live with me. Won't that party be for nothing? I have to be seen to be sure of my relationship with you. Chuja shook his head. So it's for your Su family's stock market. That's right, because of me, my Su stock market is a bit low, and I have to make a change, or else I won't be able to sit in this president's position. Just do me a favor. When I stabilize the stock market, I can consider divorcing you. Really? Chuja raised an eyebrow. Of course. A gentleman's word is a promise. Su Ruoxian opened her mouth. Chuja said, Good. I hope you are true to your word. When Su Ruoxian heard this, the anxiety between her brows instantly dissipated. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. The old butler hurriedly helped Chuja enter his Facebook. And fingerprints. Chuja walked into the villa, and the living room was just as big as it was picket fence. The chandelier on the open-ceilinged living room is large and beautiful. It shouldn't be cheap. None of the other furnishings and amenities look luxurious. Well, it's the kind he can afford to look at and not afford at the moment. Probably can't afford it for the rest of my life. There are a couple other cars in the garage. Take your pick. Drive the one you want, you have to. It's part of your job description or I'll prolong my divorce from you. Chuja's mouth, which had refused, closed quietly. Okay, she's kicked cotton when she's holding him like that. All for the divorce. Chuja secretly pumped to himself in his mind. Looking at Chuja, who went upstairs, the corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth gently curled up. Still can't pinpoint you? Chuja chose a room to stay in. Everything for the divorce. Time passes quickly. It was soon time for dinner, and for the first time, Chuja sat down with Su Ruoxian to eat dinner. Just after sitting down, Su Ruoxian's phone rang. Su Ruoxian didn't want to answer it, but the phone kept ringing. Hesitantly, she answered. Hello, is this Ms. Su? An unfamiliar voice rang out. I am. Who are you? The owner of this cell phone is drunk and unattended here. Can you come by and pick him up? I know. Name the address. Su Ruoxian dialed a phone out. Go pick up someone for me and send him to the hotel. Su Ruoxian finished her phone call and returned to the table. Chuja didn't say a word and just ate. Su Ruoxian mused. Go ahead and don't worry about me. Chuja despised in his heart. Su Ruoxian frowned. Who said I was going? Chuja was mushy in his heart. Isn't it obvious? The hotel is open. Too lazy to bother with Su Ruoxian. Chuja finished eating and picked up his used things and went to the kitchen, brushing the dishes himself. Can scare the nanny to death. It's a job loss. Su Ruoxian sat motionless in the dining room. With a snap, Su Ruoxian slammed the object in her hand on the dining table. Make a move to flip the table over. The housekeepers nearby were ready to clean up the mess. His face was expressionless as he had seen this scene too many times. But after a while, he realized that his lady didn't move, but just stomped up the stairs in exasperation. After the nanny had cleaned everything up, there was no one else in the entire villa. Chuja couldn't sleep in the strange room, so he walked out of the room and went downstairs to get some water. When he arrived in the living room, he saw a man sitting on the couch, drinking from a glass of wine one at a time. Chuja was a little surprised that Su Ruoxian hadn't gone to find Xiaohan. Is she being considerate of her feelings? Chuja thought about it, thinking that he wasn't that important. Mr. Su, Still drinking at this late hour? Chuja came closer. It was discovered that Su Ruoxian was wearing silver-white underwear, and her entire body had a different kind of charm. An aura of Englishness mixed with charm permeated the air. Chuja looked at the exposed white, slender and straight thighs. His face flushed slightly. He hastily poured a glass of water and prepared to leave. "Wait!" Su Ruoxian spoke. "Sit down!" Chuja frowned, but he still sat down on the sofa opposite Su Ruoxian. "Mr. Su has something to do? But you want me to send you to Xiao Han's place?" Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja in annoyance. "I'm your wife now. Do you mean to personally send your wife to another man?" Chuja scratched his head. "It's not like we're real?" Su Ruoxian said. "So our marriage license is fake?" Chuja froze and said, "It doesn't seem to be fake. But, as long as I have not divorced you, I am your wife, and I hope you will remember that. And of course also you can exercise your husband's rights." Chuja muttered breathlessly. "Husband's rights? What rights do husbands have?" "I do know that there is a legal provision that a woman cannot be held against her will." Su Ruoxian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, and then slammed down a big gulp of red wine. Chuja shook his head breathlessly. Getting up to leave, he didn't want to cross paths with Su Ruoxian too much and stayed here solely for that divorce certificate. "However, in the middle of the night when I slept, I vaguely heard a rattling and stumbling on the stairs." Chuja suspiciously opened the door of the house and walked out. Suddenly saw a person on the stairs softly collapse there. Not Su Ruoxian or who. Chuja frowned, actually drinking himself into this. Was this worrying about that Xiao Han? Chuja subconsciously thought that Su Ruoxian's family had pressured her not to allow her and Xiao Han to cross paths, which is why Su Ruoxian had resorted to drinking to drown her sorrows. I didn't want to talk to her, but on second thought I couldn't be bothered to just leave her sprawled out on the stairs. With a sigh, he stepped forward and scooped her up in a cross-armed hug. Arriving at Su Ruoxian's room, he opened the door and found that it was quite cozily decorated. He hadn't thought that the heroic Su Ruoxian had such a small womanly side inside. Chuja placed Su Ruoxian on the bed. He just wanted to get up, but his neck was hugged tightly by Su Ruoxian all of a sudden. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja with hazy eyes, then fiercely kissed him. Chuja's body stiffened violently and hurriedly tried to push Su Ruoxian away. However, Su Ruoxian was surprisingly strong and actually pulled Chuja down onto the bed. Chuja felt the soft and faintly scented body underneath him for a moment of indulgence. But he quickly came to his senses and tried to push Su Ruoxian away, but his neck was wrapped in her death grip. "Don't leave me. You're not allowed to leave me," Su Ruoxian murmured. Chuja was a bit speechless and struggled for a while before peeling away Su Ruoxian's entanglement. "Is this treating me like Xiao Han?" Chuja muttered in his heart. Covering Su Ruoxian with the quilt, he turned around and left Su Ruoxian's room. Chapter 42. Who's more important? Early the next morning, Chuja got up. Opening the door, Su Ruoxian also walked out from the opposite room, and the two looked at each other. "Did you send me back to my room?" Chuja nodded. "Thanks." Su Ruoxian felt the need to say thank you. As if thinking of yesterday's image, her cheeks blushed slightly. She hadn't expected to be so bold yesterday as to forcefully kiss Chuja. Chuja was thinking at this moment, but the other party probably had a dream related to Xiao Han last night. That's why she was in a good mood, right? At the dinner table, Su Ruoxian appeared to be in a much better mood indeed. This surprised both the nanny and the housekeeper. The housekeeper noticed that when her own young lady was eating, her eyes looked up at Chuja from time to time. "Every time I look at it, I take a big bite of breakfast. Is this what showmanship is all about?" Chuja instead ate honestly. After dinner, Su Ruoxian was ready to go to work at the group. Chuja is also ready to go to school to stop by and check out his store. When he was about to leave the house, the old butler placed a box of keys in front of Chuja, signaling him to choose one at random. Su Ruoxian said, "Be good and cooperate. Whether or not you can get a license depends on you." Chuja had no choice but to choose a BMW of the lowest grade. It sure is a lot easier to drive on the road. He parked his car near his store, then got out of the car and came into the middle of the store. Found out that a good chunk of the store renovation is already underway. The place could really use a renovation tomorrow. Chuja bought some drinks and cigarettes and carried them over. The workers thanked him profusely and worked even more skillfully. Ben wanted to go back to school. The road was intercepted by Xiao Han. Xiao Han's face turned blue as he looked at Chuja with a scowl in his eyes. "Chuja, it seems like you didn't take what I said to heart," Xiao Han said coldly. Chu Zhe's impression of Xiao Han got worse and worse. He frowned. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't pretend. I told you to stay away from Ruoxian. What did you do? You even lived with her. What gives you the right? Chu Zhe's expression was cold. Mr. Xiao, the matter between Mr. Su and I is our matter. If you don't like it, you can go to Mr. Su yourself, and also, it's my business whether I pick up Mr. Su or not. What's it got to do with you? First you let me see your chat records, then you hospitalized and pretended to be pathetic, and yesterday you pretended to be drunk. Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect you to have a lot of drama. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who sent me a message at the party the other day. Weren't you? Do you think you're getting away with your plot? Chu Zhe faced with a sneer then said, I just don't want to have too many interactions with Su always, so I will go along with the excuse to leave. And not because of your see no evil villainous tactics. Seeing Xiao Han's face change, Chu Zhe said, Hehe, it looks like I guessed right. Let me guess. That time when Mr. Su's bar was in danger couldn't have been your scheme too. Could it? Seeing the flash of panic in Xiao Han's eyes, Chu Zhe's eyes narrowed. It was really him. This Xiao Han was not a good person. Xiao Han was like he was recognizing Chu Zhe for the first time at this moment. The previous Chu Zhe gave him the feeling of a redneck who was arbitrarily held at arm's length. But at this moment, Chu Zhe gave him the feeling of a sheathed sword with a sharp edge. Chu Zhe looked cold. Mr. Xiao, to give you a piece of advice, want to pursue true love should be pursued openly, rather than playing these small means on the stage. Chu Zhe gave a cold look stepping towards the school. That Xiao Han's face was hideous as he took a few brisk steps to stop Chu Zhe in front of him once again. You don't seem to recognize yourself? Who are you to lecture me? Chu Zhe quietly looked at Xiao Han and suddenly smiled. I'm just telling you how to behave. Xiao Han wanted to make a move, but he held back. It seems like you really don't know the gap between you and me. Chu Zhe said, Tell me, how far off am I from you? Xiao Han said at this time with a calm demeanor. I'm not afraid to tell you that you know how famous I am now. Chu Zhe nodded. Not bad. You're a famous male artist these days. Xiao Han said, Oh, then did you know that the Su family is recruiting actors to endorse their group's products? Chu Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly without speaking. Xiao Han got up smugly. As one of the most famous male actors, you should know how much I help Ruoxian. Ruoxian will also inevitably ask me to endorse the product. Who do you think is more important compared to you? Do you believe that I can get you out of that villa with a single word? Chu Zhe's eyes snapped open and looked at Xiao Han. Are you serious? Xiao Han froze. How could the other party have such an expression? Shouldn't he be desperate and disillusioned? What's with the excited look? Xiao Han frowned. Did you hear what I was saying clearly or not? Hear that? You said you could get me out of the villa with a single word. Is that true? Chu Zhe's eyes shone brightly. Not bad. Xiao Han was proud. Great. It's really a village in the dark. Mr. Xiao, no, brother Xiao. Come, haven't eaten yet. I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Han looked at the suddenly enthusiastic Chu Zhe and his sweaty hairs stood on end. What the hell are you up to? No, I'm not thanking Mr. Xiao. Xiao Han let out a cold laugh and said, Less posturing here. Just wait for you to get out of that villa. Xiao Han left after letting out his harsh words. Chu Zhe looked at Xiao Han's back for a long time and sighed, Good man. At this time Su's building. The assistant came to Su Ruoxian's office with the statement. Mr. Su, our clothing sales have dropped drastically this quarter, and this quarter's revenue has decreased by 1/3 compared to the previous year. This is already a huge drop, and if something is not done then everyone will question her ability. The Wright family has poached several well-known actors and actresses, and having them endorsing products is a big threat to us. So we have to have good endorsers to fight back. Su Ruoxian frowned in contemplation. The assistant whispered at this time, Mr. Su, among the well-known artists in Jinghai, and with time on their hands, there is only one Xiao Han left. Mr. Xiao is the best candidate both in terms of personal image and popularity. Do you think it's a good idea to let Mr. Xiao carry out the endorsement? Su Ruoxian rubbed her forehead and said, There's no rush on this matter beforehand. What's urgent now is to have a good advertisement copy. Contact the well-known advertisement companies in Jinghai and ask them to come up with an eye-opening advertisement plan as soon as possible. The assistant wanted to say something. What's the matter? Get a grip. Su Ruoxian was a little impatient. According to what we've been told, our rival company has begun contacting Mr. Xiao, and we've heard that the price offered is not low, and it's already exceeded our maximum budget. But Mr. Xiao hasn't agreed yet. If you open your mouth, Mr. Su, I think Mr. Xiao will surely agree to do the endorsement for us. Su Ruoxian frowned. I know, you go down first. The assistant left. Su Ruoxian took out her phone and looked up Xiao Han's name, finger pressed above the dialing button. Chapter 43 Xiao Han's Embarrassment. But after thinking about it, she gave up and dropped the phone on the table. I'm really pissed off at you. I obviously don't have any relationship with him. You're the only one who prefers to hang on to it every day. Su Ruoxian muttered. Then Su Ruoxian picked up the phone again and pressed her finger on the dialing button once more. Just at the moment she was about to press down, the phone suddenly rang. It was Su Wan calling. When the phone was connected, Su Wan's flirtatious voice rang out. Sister, I found out what you asked me to find out. You have to be mentally prepared. Su Ruoxian froze, recalling that she seemed to have asked Su Wan to find out who had sent a text message to Chuja's phone during the banquet. Who is that person? Su Ruoxian asked in a deep voice. That's an empty number, or someone entrusted someone else to buy it. But still I found out the clues. The one who bought that number is the female assistant beside Xiao Han. Su Ruoxian's face was gloomy. Xiao Han. 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. I have to say that Xiao Han still has some means, but it's a pity that he didn't use it in the right way. Su Wan's voice on the other end of the phone teasingly sounded. Su Ruoxian looked grim, not knowing what she was thinking. At that moment, the assistant came over again and informed that it was time for the meeting. Su Ruoxian hung up the phone. Come to the conference room. A host of leaders, large and small, had gathered. The meeting quickly proceeded to the top of the costume. Su started with this, although the family industry also includes various aspects, but the main capital is still in the clothing piece above. Mr. Su, recently the sales performance of the clothing industry is poor. The opposite company has signed a few big name stars one after another with good results. Both branding and recognition have increased considerably, putting us under extreme pressure. I suggest that we should make a counterattack as soon as possible, find celebrities for endorsement, and rush to launch our new clothing before the foreign exhibitions. If we miss this opportunity, we will be very passive. Mr. Su, this is a crucial battle for our Su's reputation. We absolutely cannot take it lightly. The opponent is coming in strong this time. I'm afraid he's coming with the intention of crushing me. Su brand Red Leaf is also a well-known brand in China. At this time is making a push into the international market. This foreign exhibition can be very critical, but it's a battle that concerns the fundamentals of Su's development. That's why people up and down the Su clan paid extra attention to this exhibition. And their counterpart is a foreign company that also has a large domestic market. Plenty of money, so they were able to sign big name stars to put the squeeze on the Red Leaf brand. If this exhibition Su's cannot make a bright achievement, I'm afraid Su's pace of entering the international market will stop, and even the domestic market will be lost. The pressure was given to Su Ruoxian's side. Su Ruoxian returned to the office and her assistant followed. Mr. Su, the people underneath are inclined to sign Xiao Han as the spokesperson for our brand of clothing, the assistant said. Su Ruoxian said expressionlessly, I know. At this time, the secretary at the door came over and said, Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao has arrived downstairs. The secretary and assistant both looked at Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian's brows furrowed tightly as a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Mr. Su, we can't give up this opportunity. The assistant spoke up. Su Ruoxian's fingers were pointing on the desktop, her white fingers making people linger. Let him go back. Just tell him that I'm busy right now. Su Ruoxian spoke. The assistant froze. Mr. Su, don't say more. Do as I say. Su Ruoxian's slender sword brows were slightly raised, not to be questioned. The assistant exited the office helplessly. Below Su's building, Xiao Han had a gentle smile on his face. He didn't call Su Ruoxian, but waited here by himself. He wants to show off his importance, to let those receptionists and all of Su's people know that he, Xiao Han, is the one who is helpful to Su's, and he wants to make hit the face of Su's family who once looked down on him. The two receptionists looked at Xiao Han with trepidation. At first, they were not used to Xiao Han's style, and they even blocked Xiao Han from going to Su Ruoxian last time. Who would have thought that Xiao Han would now become the key person to save Su? With his relationship with Mr. Su, I'm afraid he might rise to the top in the future. What to do? We're probably going to get fired. One of the receptionists spoke up. I don't know. Let's just listen to God. The other receptionist said helplessly. Xiao Han patted the stains that weren't on his chest, and his eyes glanced at the two receptionists, disdain showing in his gaze. But the two receptionists were in good shape, so maybe they could have some fun. It should feel good to make them your women. Just as Xiao Han was in his reverie, the phone at the front desk rang. A receptionist picked up the phone in resignation. She was ready to quit. However, she froze when she heard the content of the call and gave Xiao Han a look with a weird look. Xiao Han was still maintaining his self-image at this point, and he could already anticipate the receptionist respectfully letting himself up the stairs. Even Su Ruoxian's secretary or assistant would personally come down to pick him up. Sure enough, the elevator dropped from the upper floors and Su Ruoxian's assistant walked out of the elevator. Xiao Han pretended not to see it and looked out the door in a reserved manner. But after waiting for a while but did not see that assistant to come forward to greet, he was not happy in his heart. There is a time must be in front of Su Ruoxian to make a small report. Nimbly let this assistant get out. Turning his head in the direction of the assistant, he saw that the assistant was already out of sight, not knowing where he had gone. Xiao Han frowned. Couldn't he see himself standing here? At this time, that receptionist also walked in front of Xiao Han and said, "Mr. Xiao, our Mr. Su doesn't have time to see you right now. Please come back another day or make an appointment in advance." Xiao Han's face suddenly turned ironic at his words. "What did you say? Our Mr. Su doesn't have time to see you right now. Please come back another day." The receptionist said it again, already smiling inside. "I told you to pretend. I told you to fool around. Now you've been slapped in the face, haven't you?" Xiao Han said, "Impossible. It must be that you guys didn't pass the word. Humph. I'll personally call your Mr. Su. If Mr. Su sees me, you guys just wait for me." Xiao Han personally dialed Su Ruoxian's phone. Now Su's is exactly the time he needs. His own price is here, and only he has that strength to endorse Su's clothing. Looking at the entire Jinghai other than him, he didn't know what other better options Su Ruoxian would have. Xiao Han's phone dialed, but it was hung up directly. Xiao Han seemed to have seen the kind of mocking glances that some of the people beside him were casting at him, which made him feel a little mad. How much he had enjoyed those stares a moment ago, and how embarrassed he was now. Xiao Han was a bit annoyed. Well, I'll see how far you Su can go without me." Xiao Han turned away with a cold grunt. Not long after Xiao Han left, Su Ruoxian's female assistant respectfully led a person into the hall. The two receptionists were a little surprised to see the visitor, who was none other than Su Ruoxian's real husband Chuzha. Chapter 44. 500 a day. No less. Chuzha is now depressed. Su Ruoxian, this is to pinch him to the essence of the sentence, do not want a divorce, so that Chuzha dare not have any temper. Followed the assistant to Su Ruoxian's office. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuzha with a satisfied look in his eyes. Then he got up and walked around him twice. And how was it that the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became? Thinking of the image of him pressing down on her last night, Su Ruoxian felt her body heat up a little. Have the people from the design and advertising departments come over and have them design new clothing in proportion to his height. Su Ruoxian suddenly spoke. The assistant froze, somewhat incredulously saying, "Mr. Su, you're not going to let Mr. Chu endorse our clothing, are you?" "No. This I'm afraid the board of directors will disagree. I'm responsible for all the consequences." Su Ruoxian spoke in a domineering manner. Soon there were people from the advertising and design department who came up, and their eyes instantly lit up when they saw Chuzha. The body proportion is simply perfect, long and handsome. Is to put on a sack, will also have to wear a sense of beauty. The leader of the design department's eyes glowed. Chuzha frowned. "What clothing endorsement?" Su Ruoxian said. "Clothing endorsement of my Red Leaf brand. Don't think about refusing. I can pay you, how about 1 million? This is what you deserve. If I go find a big name star, can be far higher than this price. Tens of millions of dollars is also there, so this time it is I take advantage." Chuzha said, "I'm not a star. Not even a third-rate star or entertainer. Are you sure you want to use me?" "That's right, I'm sure," Su Ruoxian said firmly. "All right, I'll take it as a part-time job. 500 a day. It can't be any lower." Chuzha opened his mouth. A few people next to him sniffed and coughed, barely choking on their own spittle. "Big brother, you can't do the math? This endorsement is up to 20 days. 500 a day is only $10,000. Give you $1 million you don't want, you want 10,000? Are you stupid?" A leader of the advertising department spoke breathlessly. "Just 500. Chuzha nodded seriously. Su Ruoxian almost laughed out loud. The serious Chuzha was really full of cuteness. Su Ruoxian's eyes were full of smiles. "Okay, 500 on 500. How about I also include food and shelter? Deal." Chuja nodded his head in agreement. The design department can't wait, there's not much time left. Took Chuja to the design department and tried on a few pieces of clothing, not expecting it to fit quite well and not needing too much trimming at all. The advertising department was even clicking away with their cameras. Then took the photo and left. The foreign exhibition will be more than 20 days. This period can be completely in the country to try Chuja endorsement after the reaction to the product sales. Su Ruoxian's decision still caused a reaction from the board. They tried to put pressure on Su Ruoxian, but she pushed back. The board reflected the matter back to Su's father. Su's father called Su Ruoxian over. Su Ruoxian said, "Dad, are you going to stop me too? No, I don't like Xiaohan at first and now. But if you don't choose Xiaohan, you can also choose someone else with some fame. Even if it's not as good as Xiaohan, it's better than Chuja. Right, Dad? I believe in my vision. Chuja won't let you down," Su Ruoxian replied. Su's father pondered for a moment and said, "Good. But once this fails, you may have to take the blame and resign." "Okay. I'll take responsibility for this." Su Ruoxian's voice remained firm. Hanging up the phone, Su Ruoxian looked towards Chuja, who was sitting on the sofa next to him and was writing and drawing. The light from the window shone in and spilled over him, giving his entire profile a golden glow. The handsome face was slightly resolute, and the frown of contemplation carried a different kind of beauty. The whole person gives off a serene, yet very secure feeling. Su Ruoxian looked a little dazed. That is, until Chuja looked up and collided with her gaze. Only then did Su Ruoxian avert her gaze with some blushing. "Mr. Su, this is my sales planning program. You can take a look at it. If it works, I'll use it as my thesis." Chuja smiled. Su Ruoxian took the plan handed over by Chuja and realized that the other party was making a sales strategy based on the sales of red leaf clothing. Su Ruoxian flipped through one page after another and didn't even move when she got off work. It is reasonable to say that Red Leaf, as a major domestic brand, has a mature sales strategy. But this sales strategy given by Chuja can greatly increase customer loyalty. This is something that every clothing brand begs for. Su Ruoxian was looking at it with two eyes. Loyalty was the thing that businesses were most likely to ignore. Nowadays, there isn't that business that has such a complete service system. The program proposed by Chuja to cultivate customer loyalty is very feasible. Chuja got up and came to Su Ruoxian's side, took a glance at the place where Su Ruoxian was watching and explained, "Our Red Leaf is a big brand. Although the strategy of reducing the price of the sales can get a momentary sales, but it is not in line with the positioning of the Red Leaf. So, my solution is not to lower the selling price of Red Leaf clothing, but it is important that we can provide extra services to make customers feel valued. When people reach a certain price point, the price of buying something is no longer the main thing. They buy things more care about the added value on things. It's the kind of added value that sets off their importance, and it has to do with our culture as a nation, and we should just capitalize on that mentality." Chuja wanted to say something else. At this time, Su Ruoxian closed the planner with a snap. "That's a good plan. I'll take it. How much did you say it would cost?" Chuja froze and said, "This can also be sold for money? Let me think about it." Chuja traditionally preaches that what is his own, and he is not going to be blindly noble. The plan was adopted. The other party naturally had to give money, but he didn't know how much this plan would help Su Ruoxian. "This way, I'll give you 10,000 first. This is the starting price. If the loyalty of the sales customers improves after the execution of the plan, I'll add extra money to you based on the percentage of improvement. This is a fair price. I didn't give you more, but I didn't press your price either," Su Ruoxian said. "Deal." Chuja radiant. This is their own earned money. Their own take heart. The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth curled up at this time. "Don't you like money here too? Why didn't you spend any of the money I gave you in the first place?" "That's not my money," Chuja answered rightfully. Su Ruoxian stuttered slightly. "Do you need to be so clear with me?" Chuja said, "Our situation is special, so it's better to separate them." Su Ruoxian's good mood just now was now gone again. "Go home." Su Ruoxian was furious and got up to walk out. Chuja said, "I'm not going back. I'm going to live in a dormitory today." Su Ruoxian couldn't help but feel anxious at the bottom of her heart when she sniffed. "Why?" Chuja said, "I'm going to see how the renovation of my restaurant is going. I'm a little uneasy that I haven't gone back in the past 2 days. I'll go with you, and you'll go back to live with me after seeing the restaurant." Su Ruoxian's tone was undeniable. Chuja said helplessly, "Fine, let's go then." Chapter 45, The Taste of Love. The two of them came here to the restaurant that Chuja had taken over and found that the place had been renovated and cleaned up in terms of hygiene. Chuja brought Su Ruoxian into the restaurant and was very satisfied. Su Ruoxian looked around at the decoration and froze a bit. How much did you spend on this decoration? It's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Why? Su Ruoxian frowned. Tens of thousands? How is that possible? These decoration materials alone on this lower level are more than tens of thousands of dollars. Chuja froze. That expensive? But I really only spent tens of thousands of dollars. Su Ruoxian frowned at her words. Did the people who did your renovations give you a contract or anything? No. She personally measured it and then started the next day. The materials and labor were all hers. Chuja said. Who is she? Male or female? Su Ruoxian looked a little anxious. Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Why do you care about this? You should have told me when you were decorating. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja with great dissatisfaction. The contract was not even signed, just a symbolic collection of tens of thousands of dollars to give him such a luxurious decoration. Su Ruoxian felt that this person must have some plans for Chuja. Chuja, however, didn't want to dwell on that with her here. He knew that Sister Evening would never screw him over. He sidetracked. I plan to open in a few days. You're a busy man, Mr. Su, so I won't invite you. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja fixedly, then walked out of the restaurant with a cold snort. Chuja was somewhat speechless. He looked the restaurant over and was very pleased. He decided to open for business in a few days. For this reason, he has developed a detailed marketing plan for the restaurant as well. He had absolute confidence in himself. Walking out of the restaurant, Su Ruoxian, who had thought she had already left, was actually sitting in the car waiting for herself. Chuja was helpless. It seemed that he couldn't go back to the dormitory today. He hadn't been back in days, and he could guess that it was time for Sujae's mind to write little essays for himself. Just got in the car, and coincidentally Sujae called. I heard that you've officially joined the Su family? Sujae asked. Who said that? Who doesn't know about it in the streets now? Besides, the Su family has officially announced it, all right, Sujae said. Then Sujae sent over a few photos, the very same photos of him and Su Ruoxian at the banquet. Chuja raised his eyebrows a bit depressed. What could have been solved easily had to be made into a big deal. Sort of. I won't be going back for the next few days. Chuja returned. Understand, after all, you're a married man. You have to think about your wife and kids. Chuja had a black line. How is it a child? Just hang up. If we keep talking, he'll be having a full moon party. Looking towards Su Ruoxian next to him, Su Ruoxian's crystal ears were a little red, probably having heard Sujae's words. You're not bad for a friend, Su Ruoxian said. Chuja froze. How do you know people are nice? The car starts. Chuja once again returned to the villa. Pack up and get ready for dinner. Seeing Su Ruoxian take out another red wine, Chuja said, Can't you drink less? What are you afraid of? It's not outside. And besides, drinking red wine in moderation beautifies your face, Su Ruoxian said. She poured a glass for Chuja as well. Chuja said, I don't like drinking. It's all poured out. Don't waste it. Su Ruoxian spoke. Looking at Su Ruoxian, who was staring at himself, Chuja reluctantly picked up his wineglass and took a sip. The old butler was beside himself with a smile running down his face. He noticed that there was a lot of détente between the young lady and her aunt today. Chuja lives here very awkward, although good food and drink, but just not good. After all, these are not your own. No matter how Su Ruoxian looked at it, it couldn't change the fact that he was now a parasite. This made Chuja a bit stifled. Chuja is prepared to hold out until the endorsement is finished and then file for divorce with Su Ruoxian again. I'm sure at that time Su Ruoxian would have no excuse to excuse herself. With the decision made, Chuja also appeared to relax a bit, and without realizing it, the wine glass in his hand was empty. Chuja was a little dizzy and did not want to have too much communication with Su Ruoxian, so he went upstairs to clean up and prepare for bed, and in the meantime, he took stock of the things that needed to be prepared for the opening of the business. In the middle of the night, Chuja felt an extra soft and tender body in his arms. In a trance, he felt back in the middle of that night's dream. Evening, sister? He murmured. Then unconsciously, he wrapped his arms around the person in his arms and kissed him greedily. The person in Chuja's arms, Meng Longzhong, also opened his eyes, and there was shock in his eyes. But when Chuja's lips covered hers, her eyes became mesmerized. She slowly stretched out her jade arms to hold Chuja tightly. curling up in Chuja's arms and feeling the scent behind her. Su Ruoxian inhaled a slightly engrossing breath before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, Chuja woke up. He looked at the position next to him with some suspicion. It was empty, but there was an ethereal scent if nothing else. Chuja slapped his forehead. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I went out and saw Su Ruoxian. By this time, she was descending the steps carefully, as if she were afraid to startle herself. Chuja said suspiciously, Mr. Su. Su Ruoxian was slightly startled. Her feet slipped and fell towards the bottom of the stairs. Fortunately, Chuja reacted fast enough to reach out and pull Su Ruoxian's arm, and then pulled back. Su Ruoxian's entire body was pulled into his arms. Su Ruoxian curled up in Chuja's chest blushing. She said in a sticky voice, You're awake. Chuja said, Are you okay, Mr. Su? Chuja helped Su Ruoxian up. Su Ruoxian felt that her legs were a little soft and she was a little unsteady on her feet. Chuja hurriedly held her up again. Chuja frowned. Did you break your foot? Then Chuja squatted down in front of Su Ruoxian and said, I'll carry you down. Su Ruoxian bit her sexy lips. Then she slowly fell onto Chuja's back. Chuja dragged Su Ruoxian's thighs backward with both hands, then went downstairs. Feeling the fire on her thighs, Su Ruoxian blushed like blood. After Chuja placed Su Ruoxian on the sofa, he leaned over and grabbed one of Su Ruoxian's feet. Su Ruoxian was slightly stunned, but did not resist, allowing the other woman to knead at her ankles so recklessly. Chuja checked and said, Mr. Su, both of your feet are fine. Could it be a cramp? After Chuja finished speaking, he helped Su Ruoxian massage her calves. A mist appeared in Su Ruoxian's eyes, hazy. I'm fine. Su Ruoxian lowered her head and said in a gurgling voice, Oh, that's good. Chuja also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja and said, Last night you? Trudger was a little confused. What happened last night? Su Ruoxian blushed and said, Nothing, it's time. Let's eat. We still have to go to the company. After dinner, Chuja drove Su Ruoxian to work. Chuja was taken away by the design department as soon as he arrived. Su Ruoxian went upstairs by herself, a smile on her lips all the way. Some subordinates greeted her when they saw her, and Su Ruoxian responded with a smile. The colleague who was responded to with a smile looked flattered. Man, Mr. Su actually smiled at me. I saw it too. This iceberg melting? The sun came out of the west? Someone said incredulously. Gee, it feels like I smell love. Chapter 46 Clash on the Bund. At this time in the advertising department, someone saw Chuja and hurriedly came over. Mr. Chu, this time we're going to go outside for filming. Mr. Chu, you should prepare for it. Go outside. Yes, set there on the bund. Chuja didn't have any objections, he was just a model anyway, so he could just be anywhere. Upon arriving at the bund, the crew was busy setting up the backdrop and adjusting the equipment. Chuja was a little bored, so he slipped around the periphery. Suddenly, a few more cars pulled up. Several people got out of the car. The men were gathered around a man coming toward the place. It's almost like the stars are aligned. The man in the center of the Chuja looked a little familiar. This is not Xiao Han? Xiao Han also saw Chuja, and with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, he walked towards here. Xiao Han stood in front of Chuja. Chuja, I didn't think you were so selfish. Chuja raised an eyebrow. Xiao Han continued, Yes, you do have a marriage license with Ruoxian, but that's just a piece of paper. What can it prove? If Xian doesn't like you, why are you pestering him? Chuja remained silent. Seeing this, Xiao Han became more and more arrogant. This time, only I can solve Su's problem, and you went so far as to make Ruoxian reject me just to pester her. Do you know how much damage you'll do to Ruhan if you do this? If you don't know, what can you, a country bumpkin, know? There were a lot of people looking around. Xiao Han was dressed in a suit that was very sophisticated and detailed to the point that every hair was carefully designed. And at this time, Chuja was still dressed more casually because he hadn't tried on the company's clothes yet. Standing with Xiao Han, looking at the dress alone seemed to be a completely different class of people. Although Chuja was dressed more casually, his tall stature, erect and perfect body carried a sense of spontaneity and uninhibited, and surprisingly did not lose Xiao Han at all in terms of temperament. Coupled with a face that was even more handsome and sunny than Xiao Han's, it was surprising that he had vaguely pressed Xiao Han. A foreign photographer who followed Xiao Han over to take pictures raised his camera and aimed it at Chuja, clicking several pictures one after another. Yes, this is the model I'm looking for. Chow, who is he? Can we replace Shaw with this guy? That cameraman pointed at Chuja. A middle-aged man next to him was none other than the branch manager of Sue's opposite company in the capital C, and his face was slightly stiff at this moment. Mr. James, I'm afraid this won't work. We have to use Xiao Han because we signed a contract with him and paid him, Manager Zhou said. The foreign photographer was a bit frustrated. Zhou, I have to tell you, that person is more suitable for this shoot. Manager Zhou looked at Chuja. Sure enough, both temperament and looks, Chuja is one step stronger than Xiao Han. But he didn't know nothing, that guy was the husband of Sue's president. How could he come over to help him? When I think that I paid $10 million for signing a contract with Xiao Han, my heart hurts. That's $10 million. It wasn't that Xiao Han was worth $10 million, but in order to prevent Xiao Han from going to help Su Ruoxian, he had paid an extra 30% of the price. And he regretted his bowels when he learned that Su was not inclined to use Xiao Han at all. For that price, he could have used a top celebrity instead of Xiao Han, a slightly more famous guy in the second tier. At this moment, when he saw that Xiao Han was still interested in fighting with others, Manager Zhou's face was very ugly. Go. Tell that guy to hurry up and come over. I didn't pay money to come here for him to come and act like a pussy. Manager Zhou was so angry that his foul language came out. However, when he thought of Su using a complete newcomer to do the endorsement, he was smug again. No matter what, he was pressing Su in this aspect. That $10 million of his own is at least accounted for. Chuja looked at the slightly annoyed Xiao Han at this moment and said, To be honest, Mr. Xiao, I don't see the slightest bit of sparkle in you. You said you like Mr. Su, but now you're at a rival company endorsing them. Is this how you like Mr. Su? I think you like money more, right? Xiao Han's face twisted a little at the words, and he violently reached out and grabbed Chuja's collar. Just then a cool voice rang out. Xiao Han, what do you want to do? Xiao Han twisted his head to look and found Su Ruoxian looking at him with a cool expression. Ruoxian. Xiao Han was startled. Let her go, Su Ruoxian said to Xiao Han. Xiao Han let go of Chuja's collar. Su Ruoxian's gaze was on Chuja's body, as if asking if Chuja was all right. Chuja also didn't expect Su Ruoxian to come over. Mr. Su, why are you here? Call me by my name. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja, her tone firm. Chuja thought for a moment and said, Ruoxian. The corners of Su Ruoxian's mouth vaguely revealed a smile. At this moment, she was wearing the new clothes that Su was pushing. The clothes set off Su Ruoxian more and more beautifully. This is a simple workplace outfit. The top was a light green like a long-sleeved shirt. Underneath, she wore a nylon-colored dress with a slanted opening. It looks both stylish and atmospheric. Her arrival drew more attention. James exclaimed repeatedly, then turned to the manager next to him and said, Chow, can you hire this person as a model? She's really too perfect. Oh my God. Manager Zhou's face went black. That's Sue's president. Are you crazy to let her model for you? Manager Zhou now had a hidden bad feeling in his heart. However, after careful consideration, although the other party was a good-looking person, he did not have a reputation, so he should not be a threat to them, and he was slightly relieved when he thought of this. Su Ruoxian came to Xiao Han's side and said, Xiao Han, what do you want to do? Ruoxian, I just want him to realize the reality of how he deserves to stay by your side as a country bumpkin. Su Ruoxian's eyes radiated a dangerous light as she coldly looked at Xiao Han, while the Chuja beside him nodded his head at this time, very much agreeing with Xiao Han's words. Unexpectedly, this action of his made Su Ruoxian explode. I say whether he is worthy of being by my side or not. Do I need you to talk about it here? Xiao Han, I'll give you a warning this time. If there's a next time, our friendship will come to an end. Xiao Han looked at Su Ruoxian with an ugly face. Then his eyes looked resentfully at Chuja, as if to say that it was all Chuja's fault. Chuja was a bit speechless. What kind of thing was this? At this time, a man next to him came over and said to Xiao Han, Mr. Xiao, the shooting time is up. Please don't waste your time on meaningless things. Xiao Han looked at the man. The man looked at Xiao Han with an expressionless face. He also disliked Xiao Han's behavior. A second-rate actor only, did not expect to play a big show than the top stream of male artists are bigger. Do you really think you're an asshole? If the company didn't want to give Su the chance to sign Xiao Han, would they be crazy to sign with such a person? However, since the signing of the contract should let the other party to create value, the other party's image is not enough to enter the international market, but in the country still have a lot of his fans. Sort of a waste of time. Mr. Xiao, do I need to remind you again? The visitor was a bit impatient. Now that Suze obviously won't be signing with Xiao Han, they have no more scruples and naturally don't bother to give Xiao Han a good face. Chapter 47 Xiao Han's Unwillingness. Xiao Han's face was grim as he walked towards the shooting location. As he passed by Su Ruoxian, he said, Ruoxian, I'll be busy first. I'll come back to make amends to you later when I have time. Su Ruoxian said, You should make amends to Chuzha, not to me. Xiao Han's eyes shrank. Then he lowered his head and turned away. That's when someone from Su came over, looking at Xiao Han with some disdain. Enjoying so many resources from our Mr. Su, it can be said that Mr. Su nurtured him up. I didn't expect it to be a white-eyed wolf. That's just it. I didn't think he'd go to the opposite company for endorsement. It's unbelievable. That's right. It's Mr. Su who single-handedly brought him up. Even if Su doesn't use him, he shouldn't go to a rival company, right? Isn't there any other place to earn money? Isn't that disgusting? After this incident, they had seen Xiao Han's character clearly. In the past, I also thought that Xiao Han and Mr. Su were a good match, better than Chuzha. Now it seemed he wasn't even worthy of lifting Chuzha's shoes. Chuzha then looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Su Ruoxian. He just wanted to shout General Manager Su. But after seeing Su Ruoxian's sharp gaze, Chuzha changed his words for some reason. Su Ruoxian smiled with satisfaction. Su Ruoxian muttered, I don't care if you shouted General Manager Su before, but after last night, I'll bite you to death if you still shout General Manager Su. Unfortunately, Chuzha didn't hear that. Mr. Chu, we're about to start filming as well, so hurry up and change your clothes. At this time, the staff by the side said. Chuzha hurriedly went to a nearby parked minibus. He does all his changing in the car. He didn't expect that just as he entered the car, Su Ruoxian followed him. Chuzha froze and said, Why did you follow me? I'll give you a hand. No, I can do it alone. You can't. I know how to wear my clothes best. Su Ruoxian said righteously. Chuzha was helpless. Anyway, she was wearing panties, so she wasn't going to get naked, so let her be. And the staff doesn't care even more. They're two people with a license. In the other venue, Xiao Han's face twisted slightly in anger when he saw Su Ruoxian and Chuzha getting into the car together. At this point, the photographer waved his hand breathlessly. Xiao, how can I shoot you like this? Manager Zhou was a bit impatient at this time. Mr. Xiao, if you do not cooperate, then it is a breach of contract. You have to return twice the commission that our company gave you. This time I'll consider it a warning and deduct $2 million from you according to the contract. Xiao Han's palms clenched and his body trembled a little. Taking a deep breath, he took control of his emotions. He did his best to show perfect form. He wanted Su Ruoxian to know that not choosing him as her spokesperson was a major loss for her. Xiao Han is still an artist with a foundation no matter what. The latter shot went well. James nodded back. Xiao Han had a self-satisfied look on his face. At this time, Xiao Han changed his clothes and walked out of the car. Su Ruoxian blushed slightly as she followed him. The people next to him looked stunned. What a handsome man and woman this is, someone murmured. So much for the Golden Girls, huh? And the photographer was clicking away. He felt that with these two standing together, background and all that didn't matter anymore. Especially Su Ruoxian's eyes when she looked at Chuzha, that kind of affection, that kind of natural and sincere eyes, it was simply a sure kill. Meanwhile, in the distance, James also saw Chuzha and Su Ruoxian, who walked out. His mouth issued a shout of surprise, even despite the fact that Manager Zhou was still present. Ran all the way straight to Su's here, raised the camera to Chuzha and Su Ruoxian as a shot. This is the most perfect couple's costume I've ever seen. Oh my god. It really is perfect. Manager Zhou seemed to have experienced Xiao Han's mood just now at this time. Su Ruoxian didn't stop James's move. Of course, James spoke up and promised that the photos would be sent to them. Will not take possession or use it for any other purpose. The shoot went on into the evening. They took one last set of photos in the late afternoon sun. Su's photographer feels that today his shooting career has gone to the peak, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to have a more excellent work than this in the future. Time passes quickly. Blink of an eye's shoot at Su is complete. Chuzha came to Su Ruoxian's office and said, I won't be coming tomorrow. I have to prepare for the opening of my restaurant. This time Su Ruoxian didn't block it. Chuzha also breathed a sigh of relief. But even though he didn't have to come to Su's group to work, he still had to go back to the villa to sleep. After dinner, Chuzha went up to the second floor to sleep as usual. Su Ruoxian was in a good mood. She took a deep breath and seemed to be satisfied with her current life. At this time her phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Su Ruoxian frowned and then hung up. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Han's face was gloomy. This damn stinking woman. Xiao Han's tone was hideous. At this time, the assistant next to her said, "Why are you so angry, dear? You're so good. It's her loss if she doesn't treasure you. One day she'll be lying on the ground like a dog begging for your favor." Xiao Han sniffed with a trace of perverted excitement on his face, and pressed up as soon as he pressed his assistant down on the bed. Chuzha went to the restaurant early the next day to start preparing for the opening. After several days in a row, it was finally time to open. A number of friends have come to congratulate us. And at the same time, not far away, Xiao Han was secretly looking at the place. Seeing Chuzha and the restaurant behind Chuzha, Xiao Han's mouth showed a hint of contempt. "Is this the Chuzha you were talking about?" Across from Xiao Han, a young man with glasses who looked well-mannered opened his mouth. "Not bad, it's him," Xiao Han said. "You came to me to deal with him? Mr. Zhang. Dealing with him is helping me as well as you. Don't you see that Su Wan of the Su family is a little different towards Chuzha?" That youth looked in Chuzha's direction, and at that moment, he happened to see Su Wan come to Chuzha's side, pulling out a paper towel and wiping Chuzha's sweat. That male's eyes narrowed, and a flash of grimness passed by. Then the eunuch looked at Xiao Han and said, "Xiao Han, you want to kill someone with a sword? You, Mr. Zhang, are the big man in the restaurant industry. It should be a matter of minutes to take down a restaurant, right? Besides, have you forgotten about Zhang Heng? Although Zhang Heng is an illegitimate child, that incident has ultimately caused your Zhang family to lose face. Shouldn't you make him pay a little?" That Zhang Gongzi looked at Chuzha, and then looked at Su Wan next to him. Su Wan was like a hostess at this time, also similarly greeting these friends. There were derisive laughs from friends who came to congratulate him. Su Wan blushed a little as she stood by Chuzha's side, but didn't pull away from Chuzha. Just then there was a sudden cry of alarm from outside. Chuzha twisted his head to see a Bentley parked in front of the door. A stunning woman slowly got out of the car. "Mr. Su." Chuzha was a little surprised. How did Su Ruoxian come? It was also so high profile. With Su Ruoxian's arrival, the atmosphere here became warm. Who is Su Ruoxian? That's a legend in Jinghai, although the popularity is not very good. But the fact that the person is beautiful is indisputable. More than that, it's one of the few female presidents. It could be said that as long as Su Ruoxian waved her hand, the people who pursued him could be lined up directly from here to his hometown. "Mr. Su, what brings you here?" Su Ruoxian frowned at her words. "What are you shouting at me for?" Waxian." Su Ruoxian instantly smiled. Chapter 48. Finding an opportunity to file for divorce. Su Wan was very unhappy. "Sister, is such a small store worth a trip from you personally?" "Hee, that also depends on whose store it is. I won't even give a second glance to the opening of a company with tens of millions of assets. But I have to be there for the opening of my husband's restaurant." Su Ruoxian opened her mouth. The group of classmates and friends next to him all looked dumbfounded. It was thought to be just a rumor, but now Su Ruoxian personally admitted that Chuzha was his husband, directly leaving these people shocked in place. Not far away, Xiao Han's face was blue, and his face was somewhat distorted due to the atmosphere. On what grounds? He's just a poor boy from the countryside. What point is he better than me? Xiao Han hissed in his heart. The youth surnamed Zhang disdainfully glanced at Xiao Han. A small business owner who owns a small restaurant is just a small business owner. It's not worth taking himself so seriously. If the matter of himself striking out to suppress such a small restaurant got out, it would only make people say that he had no measure, and Su Wan's impression of himself would be even worse, and he wouldn't do that unless he was crazy. The Xiao Han in front of him was a short-sighted punk. Not himself. Even if he wanted to suppress it, he had to do it when his opponent was at his peak. That way, he could show his ability, and the youth surnamed Zhang laughed lightly twice. On this side of the restaurant, although Su Jia was mentally prepared, seeing that Su Ruoxian, a group president, would take the time to come here was enough to shock him. Because of Su Ruoxian's presence, the popularity of Chu Zhe's restaurant skyrocketed. Most people didn't know who Su Wan was, but very few people didn't know who Su Ruoxian was. Chulchul's restaurant signboard, Sanmei Yadong, has also been on the hot seat. At the same time, in a building, a woman of great flavor was handling documents, and it was none other than Shui Evening Qing. At this moment, she looked up at the person next to her and said, "Uncle Fu, he's opening today, right?" "Yes, miss." The old butler naturally knew who he was referring to. "I'm not at liberty to show my face, so go and give him a goodbye." Fu Bo's heart was shocked. The man who could make the young lady so attached. This Chuzha was still the first. In the future, maybe this guy will become the master of the Shui family. Su Ruoxian didn't stay here in Chuzha for much longer. Or else I'm afraid that this place would be surrounded by people with a heart of gold. Thought this was peak heat already. But after Su Ruoxian left, everyone froze once again as a Cullinan drove up to the door. A butler-like man walked down and came in front of Chuzha, saying, "Mr. Chu, I've come to congratulate Mr. Chu on the orders of my young lady. This old gentleman your lady is? My lady's name is Shui." Chuzha thought of Shui Evening Qing for a moment. He didn't really understand what Shui Evening Harvest did. But now it seemed that he knew very little about Sister Evening. After Wang Fuya left, Su Jie ran over. "Xia, your restaurant is on fire." What could Chuzha say except to smile bitterly? He could even think of the hot scene here in the coming days. He still had to thank Sister Evening Harvest when he had the time. As for Su Ruoxian, let's just take it as him standing up for her sister. After all, the restaurant also had Su Wan's share and was considered the Su family's property. Sure enough, with the arrival of Su Ruoxian and Wang Fu, the restaurant was on fire. A lot of customers come in every day. Chuzha also entered the busy, hired a few work-study students busy until the middle of the night. I thought this was just a wave of traffic that would slowly return to normal as time passed. But he realized he was wrong because he had repeat customers. Because of the nice decoration of Chuzha's restaurant and the authentic Tanjia cuisine added to the mix, those who have visited the place have been raving about it. Su Wan was standing behind the counter with Chuzha at this time. Su Wan spoke up, "This is not good. It's too busy. You should hire someone to take care of this store." Chuzha returned, "I'm already planning. I plan to make the brand Sanwei Yatong into a chain store. There are also plans to promote Nanshu to store manager here. I just don't know if Nanshu is willing." Nanshu is also a work-study student and Chuzha a term, but not the Department of Business Administration but the Chinese department. At that moment, a petite but spirited little girl in front of her came quickly through the door. Chuzha hurriedly said, "Nanshu, come here for a moment." Nanshu glared and said, "Can't you see I'm busy? Say something after work." Chuzha breathlessly touched his nose. Su Wan beside her covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Finally finding a chance, Chuzha called Nanshu over. "Nanshu, you are also in the same class as me. Now that the internship has started, have you found an internship unit?" Nanshu frowned. "Are you kicking me out?" Chuzha hurriedly waved his hands and said, "What kind of thing? I'm here to promote you to store manager, and I'm currently giving you an annual salary of $120,000. Of course, I'll even give you a raise if you develop well in the future. What do you think?" Nanshu was also a child of a poor family, petite but spirited. She is usually a good worker and, more importantly, she is responsible, which is rare. Nanshu smiled joyfully at his words. "You said that? As I was saying, our two bosses have unanimously decided that you are now the store manager here. Oh yeah, don't worry boss, the store is here and I'm here, the store is dead."
"呸，我王店还在."
Nanshu exclaimed. Chuzha somewhat envied Nanshu this energetic look, carefree and straightforward, living recklessly and unrestrainedly. "Boss, I'll be the store manager. I have a proposition." "You say?" In order to stimulate the passion of the staff, I decided to implement the contracting system. All the staff all take commission. For example, the door of the barbecue chef, how many skewers he sells today will take how much commission. That is, to stimulate their passion, but also to stimulate their responsibility to improve their service attitude. After all, retaining guests, they can earn more money. What do you say? Chuzha's eyes brightened slightly, and he looked at Nanshu with some appreciation. Nanshu blushed and said somewhat coyly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Let me tell you, although I don't have a boyfriend yet. But you can't. You're too handsome, I don't feel safe." Chuzha said, "Oh, you are less poor, not bad. This method of yours is good, I promise. In that case, I'll put you on a contracting system as well, and I'll set you a quota for the year, and I'll give you a portion of the extra money from this store when you reach that quota." Nanshu said, "Really? Sure, but I'm going to try it out for a year. And after that, I'll give a reasonable amount, and then we'll sign a contract." Nanshu went off in high spirits, determined to become a little rich woman with $1 million in 3 years. Chuzha is still fretting about what's next for the chain. Now Nanshu's method instantly opened up a thought process for him. Chuzha returned to the villa as usual and entered the living room to find that Su Ruoxian had not yet returned. He's still a little out of sorts. At this time, the butler came over and said, "Sir, Miss won't be back for half an hour. Do you think we should eat first?" Or wait for Miss to come back piece by piece before eating? Wait for Ruoxian to come back. Chuja spoke. The old butler smiled and said, Mr. and Miss are getting more and more in love. Chuja froze, then came back to his senses without realizing it. He had been in this villa for a month already. Since I was busy with the restaurant during this time, I didn't realize that a month had passed. Suj has all but gone to the post for his internship. And surprisingly, he had gotten used to coming back every day and eating with Su Ruoxian every day. Did Chuja feel like he and Su Ruoxian had become a real couple? Chuja frowned, a little annoyed in his heart. No, he must find a chance to mention divorce to Su Ruoxian. Chapter 49. A little bit of weakness. Temporarily put down his mind, took out the paper and pen. Chuja began to plan for the development of their own restaurant chain. Su Ruoxian saw just this scene when she came back. Watching Chuja sketching on the paper in a slightly contemplative manner, she felt that all the fatigue from today had disappeared. No matter how tired she was outside, as long as she came back here, as long as she thought that here Chuja was waiting for her, she felt that all the labor was worth it. I don't know how long it took, but Chuja came back to his senses from his contemplation, and when he looked up he saw Su Ruoxian standing in the doorway. Ruoxian, you're back. Chuja opened his mouth. Su Ruoxian, I came back a long time ago, but it's a pity someone didn't notice. Thinking about things and got a little carried away for a while. Su Ruoxian went up to look at the paper in Chuja's hand. Chuja said, This is my plan to open a chain of stores. Su Ruoxian flipped through the pages, a glint in her eyes. With her president's gaze, she also had to praise Chuja's idea. Contracting, nice idea. I wouldn't dare to take credit for this. It was an idea of my store clerk. It's rare for her to have a quick mind, Chuja said matter-of-factly. It's also excellent that you were able to seize this inspiration for an extended through and through. Chuja, don't be self-effacing. You really are better than the vast majority of people. Chuja laughed and didn't take it seriously. At that moment, the butler came over and asked if dinner was to be served. Su Ruoxian nodded. Su Ruoxian looked happy at the table and opened a bottle of red wine for herself. I'm very happy today. You drink with me too. Su Ruoxian poured wine for Chuja. Is it a company thing? It's good. The last advertisement we placed was well received. Sales are starting to climb in all regions of the country, and this month's sales are a few 100 million more than last month's. Chuja was also happy for Su Ruoxian. What's more important is that planner of yours. Plotting. You forgot? You said you were going to use that sales proposal for your thesis. Chuja fiercely remembered the marketing plan he had provided Su Ruoxian with. I can't believe I forgot about it for a moment in my own busyness. Your approach has been implemented and the response from various places has shown good results, with a substantial increase in customer loyalty. You know, our products have now secured a high-end name, the highest-end clothing model of the Red Leaf series, a set of more than $1 million, and that's all that's still in short supply. Chuja marveled a little. He still underestimated the purchasing power of the rich. Su Ruoxian pulled out a card at this time, a black card. This one's for you. Why? Didn't I say I'd give you money based on the value of your plots? And this is for you with $500,000 in it. This is the money the company negotiated to give you. It's not my personal. It's what you deserve. Just take it. Chuja didn't push back this time. I'll take it then. I do need a sum of money now. Having made money, Chuja was also happy, and without realizing it, he drank one more glass. And at this time in the Su's Right Home Company, manager Zhou grimaced. With the strong rise of Su, their sales in various cities have dropped dramatically. There is no longer the advantage of suppressing Su in the first place. Especially after Su's new advertisements were released, I didn't expect Chuja, who wasn't an artist and didn't have any fame, to be able to drive such a large amount of sales. He could now predict the outcome of the exhibition now being held abroad. Opposite manager Zhou, Xiaohan sat there with a gloomy face. Manager Zhou looked at Xiaohan with some boredom. Placing domestic advertisements also used Xiaohan. I thought that the other side, how to say, is also a little famous, suppress Su, not a problem. But the result is not ideal. Xiaohan cannot say that the long is not good. But and Chuja then always feel that there is something missing. If people who know how to do it will realize that Xiaohan is less spontaneous and masculine compared to Chuja. Xiaohan's whole person gives people a very shadowy feeling. His face looks a little unnatural because of plastic surgery. People subconsciously refuse to be associated with this kind of person. But Chuja is different. Chuja's naturally handsome face looks much more comfortable. The temperament naturally goes up. These are the states that top tycoons pursue. It's mostly spontaneity and naturalness. Mr. Xiao, What are you looking for me this time? Manager Zhou looked a little impatient. Xiao Han said, Manager Zhou, I came here this time to ask how my next advertisement shooting stopped. Manager Zhou said, I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. It is written in the contract that if the results are good, then you will still be shooting the next few important advertisements. But unfortunately, according to the data reported just now, the results are very unsatisfactory. So Mr. Xiao will no longer be used for the next 2 skit-type ads. Xiao Han's face changed slightly. This? How is this possible? Manager Zhou said with some impatience. Data doesn't lie. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. We won't be renewing your contract anymore because we didn't reach our desired sales target. Xiao Han walked out of Manager Zhou's office. His face is gloomy as if he could drip water. He didn't believe it when the staff told him about it, and now he can't help but believe it. I'm afraid that being terminated by such a heavyweight client this time will have a great impact on him. All those businessmen who want his endorsement will also be deterred. Xiao Han's agent came over at this time. How's the talk going? Looking at Xiao Han's face, the agent sighed and said, Now we can only expect foreign exhibitions to drive sales. While the Bari fashion show is still going on, I think you should make a trip to Bari for the fashion show and walk the runway yourself in order to redeem our image. Xiao Han thought about it and said, Okay, go to Paris. Xiao Han rolled over and knocked on Manager Zhou's office room door again. At the same time, Su Ruoxian also received a call. Su Ruoxian said, I'll make arrangements here immediately and rush to Paris as soon as possible. She was supposed to go to Paris a long time ago. But Chuzha didn't go, so Su Ruoxian had been pushing until now, and now it was obvious that she couldn't push it anymore. Su Ruoxian twisted her head toward the second floor. By now, Chulchul, who'd had a couple more drinks, had already gone upstairs to wash up. The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as she put down her phone and quietly walked towards the second floor. Hey, why do you keep wandering off? On a street, Su Wan nudged Chuzha's arm. Chuzha came back to his senses. No, nothing. Maybe he didn't sleep well last night. How about that store just now? Your sister asked me to go to Paris, Chuzha suddenly said. Su Wan froze. To Bali? Well, I don't want to go, but don't go to. If you don't go, you won't get a divorce, and Su Ruoxian is really pinching him to death. He wanted to turn the tables on himself, and he used to have the courage to do so, but now why did he always feel a little weak? Especially last night, when I was half asleep, I seemed to myself. Chuzha's brows furrowed once again at the thought. Chapter 54, On Your Own. I'll accompany you. Su Wan opened her mouth. Ah, you want to go too? Chuzha curiously looked at Su Wan. Have some fun. We've been busy for such a long time. Let's just take a break. Su Wan's eyes carried tenderness. Chuzha thought about it. It was indeed busy enough these days. No matter how busy it was, until what time Su Wan stayed with him until the end, which was really too difficult for a little girl. Since the other party wanted to go out for a break, Chuzha should also support it. Fine, you'll come with me. And in the meantime, you'll give me some courage. Chuzha laughed. Since he decided to go to Paris, Chuzha decided that the chain store would be pushed back a bit. It was only a week or so. The next day, Su Ruoxian prepared the plane ticket. Su Ruoxian brought her assistant and a few other people, plus Chuzha and Su Wan. A dozen people arrived at the airport ready to board the plane. Su Ruoxian and Chuzha and Su Wan were in first class. Several other assistants booked economy class. The big stuff was checked in, and it was easy for a few people to board the plane. Getting on the airplane, Chuzha went over towards the first-class seats. First class is more spacious. It also looks luxurious, because it's 3. Su Ruoxian arranged for Chuzha to sit with herself so that Su Wan could only sit on the seat next to the aisle. This displeased Su Wan. Just then, a man came up next to him. Chuzha looked familiar. A closer look, this is not Xiao Han? Xiao Han was accompanied by his assistant. Chuzha saw Xiao Han vaguely glance here. The face was grim. Chuzha looked at Su Ruoxian next to him, thinking about whether to remind her that her white moonlight was also on the plane. He was still very curious as to why Su Ruoxian's attitude towards Xiao Han had changed. Is it because Xiao Han can't? Or is it because this endorsement Xiao Han did not take the initiative to endorse Su's annoying Su Ruoxian? Just then, a flight attendant came to Chuzha's side. Sir, you've been reported for stealing other people's belongings. Please come with us. Chuzha froze as he pointed to the tip of his nose. I steal other people's items? Su Ruoxian frowned at this time. Are you guys mistaken? Good, he's the one who stole it. You were the only one who passed by me at that time. A strange middle-aged man walked over at this time. Chuja's face was grim. Sir, slandering others is responsible. Whether there's a slander or not, won't you know if you search? The middle-aged man said. Do you have the right? We've already called the police. This gentleman, please also cooperate with us and disembark first. The flight attendant looked at Chuja and said, I didn't realize that this man who looks like a man of 5 would steal. Someone beside him grimaced. Because Chuja was with a beautiful woman like Su Ruoxian, it would naturally cause some people to be jealous. There was no way either Su Ruoxian or Su Wan were both extremely beautiful women. When they saw Chuja surrounded by 2 such beautiful women, their hearts had long been dissatisfied. At this time Xiao Han also walked over. He looked at Chuja and said with a smile, Chuja, I know that your family is from a poor background, but there's no need to steal, right? Xiao Han, shut up. How could Chuja steal? Su Ruoxian opened her mouth. Xiao Han then looked at Su Ruoxian and said with deep emotion, Ruoxian, the so-called no one's face and not no one's heart. This Chuja usually has a moral appearance. Who knows if he is a chicken and dog thief behind the scenes? Xiao Han. Su Ruoxian's sword brows went up. Xiao Han said, Ruoxian, I'm telling the truth. How long have you known him and how long have you stayed together? Are you sure you really know him? A hint of hesitation flashed among Su Ruoxian's eyes. At this time, Suwon walked over and looked at the person who accused Chuja of stealing. Are you sure he stole from you? That's right. He's the only one I've had contact with. And if you don't believe me, search his pockets. Suwon said, if you're deliberately making false accusations, then what should we do? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. How could I possibly frame him? He's the one who stole it. The flight attendant Dao once again said to Chuja this time, this gentleman, please disembark first. Cooperate with our investigation. Thank you. Chuja was helpless and shrugged at Su Ruoxian. It seems there's no way to accompany you. Chuja walked towards the entrance of the airplane at the request of the flight attendant. Su Ruoxian was in a hurry. She got up and wanted to leave as well. At this time, Xiao Han, however, grabbed Su Ruoxian's arm and said, Ruoxian, the plane is about to take off, and you might not be able to make it to the exhibition if you miss this flight. Let go. Su Ruoxian gazed at Xiao Han, her eyes cold. Xiao Han said, Ruoxian, I'm doing this for your own good. Why waste time and energy for people like him? Su can't afford to lose money. Su Ruoxian frowned without saying anything, seemed to be weighing it. Xiao Han was secretly happy in his heart and then said, he went down to be investigated this time, and in case something was really stolen by him, he was afraid that he would have to go to jail. There's not the slightest value in wasting your precious time on a burglar. And don't forget that Bali's side won't wait. And if you miss it, all your years of hard work will really be wasted. Su Ruoxian hesitated again. Suwon said at this time, Sister, I think he has a point. You'd better hurry up and go to Bali. We'll take the next flight if we can. Suwon looked deeply at Su Ruoxian with playful eyes before following Chuja off the plane. As he watched Chuja being taken away, a cold smile flashed across the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. That's when he turned to the flight attendant next to him and said, I'd like to change my seat. Just switch here. Xiao Han pointed to where Chuja had just sat, which was very close to Su Ruoxian. This was the location that Su Ruoxian had personally chosen. This time, Su Ruoxian didn't stop Xiao Han. This excited Xiao Han. Besides Chuja, he followed the flight attendants off the plane. The man who had accused him of stealing naturally had to follow him down. You guys grab him and search him. I have a plane to catch. The middle-aged man who identified Chuja as the thief said. Chuja frowned. It's better to let the police handle it. The middle-aged man frowned. How do I have so much time? Chuja said, don't waste much time. The police will be here soon. Sure enough, the airport police came by in less than half a minute. Suwon turned to Chuja at this time and said, what are you going to do? I'm afraid it'll be troublesome if he bites the bullet and says you stole it. Chuja lowered his head in contemplation and suddenly looked up at the middle-aged man and said, you said that as far as I've had contact with you, then please tell me where it is that I've had contact with you. At the ticket gate, of course. The middle-aged man said. It's also the only place that is more densely populated and prone to physical collisions. What's the approximate location? Why do you ask so many questions? Chuja said, of course it's to prove my innocence. You said that I stole something and clearly stated that only I had contact with you. How come it's not okay for me to ask where it was? Several police officers also looked at the middle-aged man and said, please answer. That's what we want to ask. The middle-aged man reluctantly said, It's about 3 meters from the ticket gate. Chuja twisted his head to look at the airport's camera. Although he could see them from that position, he still couldn't clearly see their movements if they were covered. It seemed that the other party had also examined the location, which made Chuja's mood even heavier. Hurry up and search me. I'm still waiting to catch my plane, the middle-aged man said impatiently. A couple of airport police officers headed toward Chuja. Sir, please cooperate with the investigation. Just then Chuja suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes, and he twisted his head and looked around as if he was looking for something. Suwon said, What are you looking for? A kid in a red hat. They shouldn't have boarded yet. Looking for him for what? Suddenly Chuja saw a child wearing a red hat in the distance, hiding with a youth. Chuja pointed at the kid in the red hat and said, Comrade police officer, he can prove my innocence. Chapter 55. Back to square one. Suwon rushed over and said something to that little Red Riding Hood. And then that little Red Riding Hood followed. Chuja Dao, my little friend, when I boarded the plane, I noticed that you had filmed us boarding the plane with your cell phone, right? That little Red Riding Hood said, Yeah, that's my extracurricular homework for today. Can I see it then? One of the civilian police spoke up. At the same time, he also looked at Chuja with surprise that he was so observant. Little Red Riding Hood looked at Chuja and then at the police and pulled out her cell phone. At this moment, sweat was already running down the forehead of that middle-aged man who had falsely accused Chuja. At this time, not only Chuja, but also those few police officers also perceived the abnormality. Two had quietly moved a few steps toward each other, watching him warily. By this time, the kid had pulled up the video. As the video progressed, Chuja and the middle-aged man were soon seen, as well as the middle-aged man's action of stuffing something into Chuja's pocket. Suwon's eyes were ice-cold as she looked at the middle-aged man. How dare you falsely accuse us, say? Who instructed you? You may not answer, but I reserve the right to hold you accountable, and I will send my best lawyers to wear you down. That middle-aged man's face was pale at this point. A police officer said to the middle-aged man, Please come with us. Falsely accusing others, and the amount is huge involving criminal. You also have to pay the corresponding criminal responsibility. The middle-aged man was scared silly. I said, someone paid me to frame him, but the other guy was wearing glasses and a mask I couldn't recognize when he dealt with me. And he paid me, and I was paid to do it. Male or female? Chuja asked. Women. The middle-aged man was still taken away. Suwon said, Who do you think it could be? Chuja said, I won't say anything without evidence. Who do you have in mind? The female assistant next to Xiao Han, Chuja said. Suwon's eyes narrowed slightly. All right, leave this matter to me. I will check her out clearly. Chuja then looked at a nearby flight attendant and said, Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, can I still board the plane? At this point, there was only a minute left before the plane left. Suwon said at this time, I'm a VIP member. The flight attendant saw this and immediately made a call out. Then said, Yes, please follow me. At this time, Xiao Han was denigrating Chuja in the middle of the airplane. Oh, Ruoxian, looking at people you have to look at their nature. Chuja is after all a mud-legged man. Both his eyesight and pattern are not big. It's not strange at all for this kind of person to do treacherous things. Su Ruoxian's brows were furrowed. No one knew what she was thinking? Xiao Han then said, But then again, the more this kind of person's mind is also the more treacherous. He last time to return you that $500,000, you think he really do not want? That's nothing but a plot on his part. He didn't have $500,000 in his sights. He wants more. He's playing the long game. Xiao Han looked at Su Ruoxian with deep affection. Ruoxian, from the time you and I met to knowing each other, how many storms have we gone through? How could I harm you? Everything I do can be for you, for us to have a bright future. You should trust me. I'm always on your side. Looking at Xiao Han's affectionate gaze, Su Ruoxian couldn't help but recall in her mind the young man who had braved the wind and rain to come to see her. Seemingly sensing the tenderness in Su Ruoxian's eyes, Xiao Han was secretly happy in his heart. Looking at Su Ruoxian's delicate vermilion lips, Xiao Han slowly moved closer to Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian looked back and frowned. That was the picture Chuja saw when he came up. Suwon snorted. Quite the groom. Su Ruoxian jerked her head to the side and saw Suwon's sneering eyes, as well as Chuja's calm gaze. Chuja, you're fine? Surprise appeared in Su Ruoxian's eyes. Suwon said, Are you disappointed that you interrupted your good deed? Su Ruoxian's face whitened at the words and her eyes looked towards Chuja in some panic. No, it's not like that. Su Ruoxian anxiously tried to explain. But Chuja suddenly spoke. Mr. Su, you don't have to explain to me. Su Ruoxian's tone stuttered. At this time a stewardess came over and said to Chuja, this gentleman? Your seat has been switched with this gentleman. Do you think you need to change over or? Chuja said, no, it's the same wherever you sit. Chuja replied with a calm expression. He glanced at Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han, and the reluctance that had risen in his heart not long ago had disappeared. Chuja said, Mr. Su, then I won't bother. I'll go to my place. Su Wan also laughed coldly and followed her. She switched places with Xiao Han's assistant so that it was her and Chuja sitting together. Suin is happy. Looking at Chuja's faint expression as he left, as well as that sentence, Mr. Su, Su Ruoxian sat back disheveled. Everything seems to be back to square one. Su Wan asked Chuja at this time, are you uncomfortable in your heart? Chuja thought for a moment. This time it does have a little bit, but just a little bit. Su Wan wrapped her arms around Chuja. Chuja stiffened slightly. What's wrong with you? It's nothing. Su Wan let go of her hand. Chuja also breathed a sigh of relief. The plane lifted off. After the flight smoothed out, a stewardess came to Chuja's side and said, this gentleman, I'm here to apologize for misunderstanding you as a thief just now. Here's a special cup of coffee for you. Chuja said, this is your duty. You don't have to apologize to me. The flight attendant's bright eyes fell on Chuja's handsome face, and her cheeks slightly reddened as she said, this is a small token of my appreciation. You don't have to be polite. The stewardess pushed the coffee to Chuja. Chuja said, thank you then. The stewardess smiled and nodded and left. Su Wan snorted coldly at this time. That flight attendant is interested in you. Chuja coughed awkwardly and said, how did you tell? Humph. Women know best. She's all springy. Chuja shook his head breathlessly. Do you drink coffee? That's for you. I don't want it. Su Wan snorted coldly. And I don't know why she's angry. The scene here was also seen by Su Ruoxian. Her eyes lowered and her lips tightened. She had just had a moment where she actually didn't believe Chuja, and it made her feel a sense of guilt in her heart. Xiao Han's complexion was ice cold, and his eyes looked resentfully in Chuja's direction. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Han wanted to connect with Su Ruoxian emotionally, but at this moment, Su Ruoxian unexpectedly raised the partition between the two of them, eliminating communication with him. Xiao Han said, Ruoxian, what are you doing? I'm tired. I want to rest. Su Ruoxian spoke. Xiao Han's face was grim, and he gave another vicious glance in Chuja's direction. Chapter 56 Bold Xiao Han. After a 12-hour flight, we finally arrived in Paris. Chuja got off the plane. A coworker who came to Paris ahead of me came over to pick up the plane and arranged for a car. Xiao Han had been following Su Ruoxian around, and surprisingly, he wanted to ride in the car with Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian frowned. No one came to pick you up when you came here? No, Ruoxian, you won't leave me here. Xiao Han pretended to be pitiful. But I don't have a place for you here. Su Ruoxian spoke. This car was here to pick up him and Chuja and Su Wan, and there was no spare seat. At this time Su Wan suddenly spoke up. Then let Xiao Han have it. I'll take a taxi with Chuja. Saying that, Su Wan was ready to leave as soon as she pulled Chuja's arm. Su Ruoxian raised her willow eyebrows. Stop. Su Wan, what do you want? Su Wan shrugged her shoulders and said, aren't I afraid of disturbing you? Su Ruoxian said, Xiao Han and I are not what you think. Su Wan cut out. Chuja also shook his head speechlessly. He had seen what the other party was still sophomoric about. Chuja. Come here, you're coming with me. Su Ruoxian opened her mouth. Chuja said, Mr. Su, Su Wan and I should take a taxi. Looking at Chuja and Su Wan who walked away, Su Ruoxian's complexion was icy cold and her hands were clenched tightly. Xiao Han hurriedly said at this moment, Ruoxian, we don't care about him. Let's get in the car. The staff member who came to pick up Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han with some speechlessness. People's rightful owner was here, but he didn't know how to avoid suspicion. He had never seen such a shameless person. Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han and the others arrived at the hotel where they were staying first. I didn't realize that the hotel Xiao Han booked was also here. This made Xiao Han very happy. A Su staff member came to Su Ruoxian's side and said, Mr. Su, because the rooms are limited, so you and Mr. Chuja, Mr. Su, are in one room. Xiao Han, who was next to him, sniffed sternly. How can this work? The staffer froze and said, May I ask what the problem is? Xiao Han said, No reason, just no. Su Ruoxian coldly looked at Xiao Han and said, What business do you have here? Xiao Han said, Ruoxian, what right does that mudblood have to share a room with you? He doesn't have that qualification. Is it up to you to say whether or not you're qualified? Su Ruoxian looked unkind. Xiao Han saw this and quickly said, Ruoxian, I don't mean that. I think Chuja's character is not good. You'd better keep a distance from him. Character problem? The staff of Su's beside her rolled their eyes. You're a junior blocking people's two couples together. You don't have character problems? At this time, Chuja and Suwon also walked up. Seeing Chuja, Xiao Han coldly grunted. Chuja was speechless and looked at Su Ruoxian. Where's my room? The staff next to him said, You and Mr. Su share a room. Chuja was stunned, then looked at Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han, who had a bad look on his face. Chuja laughed and said, How can this be? Can you open another house for me? Please? The staff member said, Mr. Chu, the rooms are a bit tight right now. I'm afraid it's not easy to book. Can we switch then? Or I can bunk in another co-worker's room. Chuja said. The staff froze. What the hell was going on? Could it be that Chuja and Su Ruoxian really aren't a couple, but are merely a shield as stated online? Thinking of this, that staff member's eyes became compassionate as he looked at Chuja. Suwon said, There's no need to hit the floor. I'll share a room with my sister. You can stay in my room. Chuja thought for a moment and said, That's fine. Saying that, Chuja followed the staff and left. Su Ruoxian quietly watched Chuja leave, the light in her eyes darkening. Xiao Han, who was beside him, revealed a cold smile. Later, Xiao Han wanted to change his room next to Su Ruoxian's, but was rejected by Su's staff. Inside Su Ruoxian's room, Suwon said, Now that you're abroad, there aren't that many people watching, so you and Xiao Han can go do whatever you want. Don't worry. I promise to pretend I don't know anything. Do you want me to switch rooms with Xiao Han? Su Ruoxian fiercely looked at Suwon and said, You've had enough. Suwon skimmed her mouth. Obviously you have lingering feelings for Xiao Han. Why do you have to hold on to Chuja? Suwon asked. This had always been something she felt puzzled about. Sister, you can't really be planning on just letting Chuja be the cover for your underground affair. Right, TSK? Cheating is so domineering, it's really your style, isn't it? Su Ruoxian. Enough. Shut up. Xiao Han and I aren't in the kind of relationship you're talking about. Suwon said, Sister, we saw it with our own eyes. Do you still have the need for sophistry? Su Ruoxian's face went white. No, it's not what you think. I was just a little distracted for a moment. Sage, you think anyone believes that? Su Ruoxian, I don't know what the hell you're going to do. But I still advise you to be kind. Chuja is simple, but that's no reason for you to hurt him. Suwon's complexion became icy cold. This was also the first time she had put on this attitude towards Su Ruoxian. For the sake of Chuja. Chuja was lying on the bed at this time, taking a long breath, and his eyes became resolute. Chuja, you have to keep your heart It's never you that people like. Don't flatter yourself. Chuja brainwashed himself. After firming up this belief 7 times, Chuja got up to wash up and go to bed. Jet lag. A full night's sleep was already a little after 8 o'clock in the morning in Bali. There was a knock on the door. Chuja opened the door and realized it was Suwon. Let's go. Go eat breakfast. Suwon's smile was as bright as ever. Chuja nodded. He didn't walk a few steps to see Su Ruoxian, who walked out of the room. Hello, Mr. Su. Chuja greeted. Su Ruoxian's figure shivered slightly. She felt detachment in this greeting, like when they first met. Ignoring Su Ruoxian, who was frozen in place, Chuja straightly crossed over Su Ruoxian and went to the restaurant with Suwon to have breakfast. After Chuja left, Xiao Han came from the distance. Ruoxian, let's go to breakfast together. The passing staff looked at Xiao Han, and then looked at the back of the distant Chuja. Slightly shook his head. Arriving at the restaurant, Chuja and Suwon had already begun to eat, and the two of them appeared to be in harmony as they ate and commented on the dining here. And over here, Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian also sat together. Xiao Han attentively served Su Ruoxian. Those who didn't know thought that Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian were a pair, while Suwon and Chuja were a pair. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja from time to time, and Chuja didn't even glance at Su Ruoxian here. And those who knew the inside story were looking at them with a gossipy face at that moment. Chapter 57. so it's still a shield. The show starts a little after 2 p.m. Are all our models ready? After eating and dismissing Xiaohan, Su Ruoxian went into work mode. It's ready, the staff replied. The finale is our couple's model. I don't know if you will go yourself, Mr. Su, or let the hired model go. Su Ruoxian said. Let's go in person. The staffer froze and didn't leave. What else is going on? Mr. Su, are you going with Mr. Xiao? Or are you going on stage with Mr. Chu? Su Ruoxian said. Do you still need to ask? That staff member saw Su Ruoxian getting angry and left with some hesitation. When the staff came to the workplace, someone gathered around and said, Did you ask out? Is it walking with Xiaohan or with Chuzha? Mr. Su didn't say so explicitly, but just said, What's the point of asking? The other staff members were a bit dumbfounded. Since coming to Paris, no. Since boarding the plane, Su Ruoxian and Xiaohan's attitude has been ambiguous. They even inquired that it was Xiaohan and not Chuzha who sat next to Mr. Su in the first-class cabin. Plus, Su Ruoxian and Xiaohan got off the bus together, while Chuzha took a taxi over. There was also the breakfast just now, which was also eaten with Xiaohan. All of this seemed to indicate one thing, and that was that Mr. Su was paving the way for Xiaohan. After all, the impact of this runway show was huge, and if it was successful, Xiaohan's fame would surely go to the next level. It seems like Mr. Su is really letting Chuzha be the cover here. Can't you see that Chuzha has refused to share a room with Mr. Su? Also, that means Miss Su Wan is here. If Miss Su Wan doesn't come, then I'm afraid that the one who will be staying in Mr. Su's room will be Xiaohan. Ugh. How could that be? I actually quite appreciate Chuzha. It's in Bali. The Su family can't supervise it anymore, and no one in the country will know about it. What about the clothes? Our clothes are all cut according to Mr. Chu's figure, especially the last set. There's only that one set. Contact Mr. Shaw as soon as possible, measure and cut as soon as possible. There are still a few hours left until the afternoon. That's enough. Someone was disgruntled. What a thing to do! Everyone is on the move. Only a staff member who came from Su Ruoxian whispered, Shouldn't we ask? Too bad no one heard it. The time was fast approaching noon. The group set off for the fairgrounds. There are a lot of bigwigs coming to this show. It's important to be able to get your foot in the door here, and this walk is important. And the walk was two brands together. It's also a battle of two brands. It's much more appealing. Arriving at the venue, I watched as people were already seated on either side of the runway. Su's staff also started making preparations. Su Ruoxian's runway show didn't need to be prepared in advance because it was scheduled last. They found a seat and sat down as well. Chuzha, this is the first time to see the fashion show or some novelty. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuzha, wanting to speak. Finally making up her mind, Su Ruoxian opened her mouth and wanted to call out Chuzha's name. But just then Xiaohan walked over and then sat beside Su Ruoxian. Ruoxian, I didn't expect you to be here. I just searched for you in a big circle. Shouldn't you be getting ready for the runway? Xiaohan looked at Su Ruoxian with deep emotion and said, Ruoxian, thank you. I knew you wouldn't give up on me. Su Ruoxian frowned, not understanding what Xiaohan was babbling about again. Xiaohan looked at Chuzha at that moment, disdain showing in his eyes. Ruoxian, don't worry. I will definitely seize the opportunity and live up to your expectations of me. Xiaohan said, I don't wait for Su Ruoxian is what reaction to get up and leave. As he passed by Chuzha, he suddenly attached himself to Chuzha's side and whispered in his ear. As I said, you are a shield, you were and you still are, and Ruoxian giving me this opportunity to walk in the show is the best proof of that. Xiaohan got up with a triumphant smile, then patted Chuzha's shoulder and left. Chuzha was slightly stunned, and then it dawned on him that this was the case. Su Ruoxian had asked himself to come to Paris not to look up to him, but just to get him to cover for him. Chuzha didn't know what it felt like in his heart, but it was more disgusting than eating a fly. Su Wan asked at this time, What did he say? Chuzha faintly smiled and said, Nothing, just stating a fact. Su Wan was bewildered, and next to her, Su Ruoxian pretended to be expressionless. This made Chuzha even more certain of what Su Ruoxian had in mind. He had some regrets. He shouldn't have come, wasting his time here. He might as well spend his time opening a few chain stores in Jinghai. Chuzha felt that sitting with Su Ruoxian was also a kind of torture. Since there was no business of his own, he didn't want to stay here. Then he got up and headed outside. Where are you going? Su Wan asked. I'm going to the restroom, Chuzha replied. Coming to the restroom, Chuzha looked at himself in the mirror and shook his head helplessly. He was like a clown being fooled by Su Ruoxian. He was too naive. Just then a sudden exclamation rang out. Isn't this Mr. Chuzha? The other side is in Chinese. Chuzha twisted his head to look and was slightly surprised to see the person next to him, as the other person turned out to be the photographer called James. So it's Mr. James. Nice to meet you. James said, Mr. Chuzha, are you here for Sue's runway show this time? Chuzha laughed bitterly. Mr. James, I'm not taking part in the runway show. I'm just here for the show. What does it mean to hit the sauce? James asked. Oh, it's just a casual stroll. It's a make-do. The runway show doesn't have anything for me. Chuzha replied. Really? That's too bad. Mr. Chuzha, you would have been very exciting if you had walked in the show. James said. Chuzha smiled. At this time, James suddenly said, Mr. Chuzha, I would like to invite you to participate in a runway show. I don't know if you are willing to do so? Don't worry. I won't let you do it for nothing by paying you. Chuzha froze. It was quite good to earn money, and it was idle anyway. Is it here too? Chuzha asked. Yes, after your runway show. You come with me and I'll introduce you to my big boss. I work under her, James said. Chuzha hadn't wanted to face Su Ruoxian, so he followed James there with nothing to do. Mr. Chuzha, our big boss's clothing brand is an international brand, much stronger than Red Leaf. Not everyone has the chance to walk the runway with our clothes, James said proudly. I wonder which brand? Louis Waden, James replied. Chuzha was slightly shocked. This could really be an international big name. But a big brand like this would let a little nobody like themselves walk the runway? Don't be nervous, Mr. Chuzha. Your image is perfectly fine. I don't know why Su gave up on letting you walk in the show, but giving up on you is really their loss, James said from the side at this time. Chapter 58, The Smug Xiaohan. Chuzha and James arrived at a box. Chuzha went in and saw a foreign woman. Not very old, but not bad looking. The face is more three-dimensional because of being a foreigner, but it's grown at a national aesthetic point, so it looks quite stunning. Boss Eros, I'd like to introduce you to a young man I met on a business trip, whose outward appearance is a perfect match for our new outfits this season. I recommend Mr. Chuzha for the runway in my professional opinion. Eros looked over to Chuzha. His eyes flashed with brilliance. James, I have to say that you do have a good eye, handsome and spontaneous, with a melancholic look in his eyes. It's really not bad. James was smug. I'm confident in my vision, and I don't think there's a problem with Mr. Chuzha's character. AI Ruosi looked at Chuzha and said, Hello, Mr. Chuzha. I didn't expect to see a real person here. Eros spoke French, but Chuzha could still understand it. He also said in French, Dear Ms. Eros, what you mean is that I don't quite understand. James said at this point, Haha, Mr. Chuzha didn't expect your French to be very good. Let me explain. I showed Boss Eros a picture of you, the one I took of you that time at the outer banks of the capital sea. But don't worry, I didn't do anything else with your picture. Chuzha drifted off. At this time, AI Ruosi said, Mr. Chuzha, I'm here to invite you to participate in my upcoming runway show. Don't worry, I won't underpay you. What else is there to say? Chuzha agreed readily. It's not a wasted trip to earn a little extra money. Chuzha expressed his satisfaction. Time passed by, and the walkout continued outside. That's when the Su's walk to the house came to an end. Xiaohan himself walks the runway. I have to say that Xiaohan's overall image is still good, but not to the point where it's a showstopper, only fair. This is evident in the reactions of others. Xiaohan's fame in the country is great, but the models on the runway are also good-looking, and in terms of image alone, foreign models are more three-dimensional in appearance and more manly. And although Xiaohan can be long, but overall there is a feminine atmosphere, not very in line with the public aesthetic. Xiaohan was angry. He wanted to walk up a few times in a row, but only after a lot of talking did the other side let him go up once. It just showed a little bit of bottom, and it pissed him off. The assistant said, Don't be angry, dear, we still have the Su side. We can still go a few times, enough to show our faces. Only then did Xiaohan's anger subside, and a smug smile appeared on his face. At this time, Su's people came over and directly took Xiaohan away. Xiaohan changed clothes backstage and then waited to go on stage. At this time, Su Ruoxian also came backstage. She had wanted to come with Chuzha, but didn't find him. All the staff said when they approached her was that she was the only one who wasn't prepared anymore. Su Ruoxian didn't think much about it either. After changing her clothes, Su Ruoxian came to the exit. And in the other direction, Xiaohan also walked out. Xiao Han looked at Su Ruoxian, who was wearing new clothing across the street with her eyes filled with greed, and growled in his heart. This woman is mine. She should belong to me. Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han walked forward together according to the hints. It was then that Su Ruoxian looked up in Xiao Han's direction. And choose a piece of the catwalk. Su Ruoxian is also very excited. So when he looked up, his eyes flashed with an inexplicable smile. The same Xiao Han looked at her with a big smile. When Su Ruoxian looked at the person walking across the street, not Chuzha but Xiao Han, the smile on her face instantly stiffened. The whole person was then replaced by a strong sense of doubt and shock. How could it be him? Where's Chul Chul? Under the stage, Su Wan also looked at Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han with her mouth wide open in shock. Subsequently, there was some joy in her heart. She also always thought that Su Ruoxian and Su Ruoxian were walking in the show, but she didn't expect to change into Xiao Han. Xiao Han walked to Su Ruoxian's face and said with deep emotion, "Ruoxian." Su Ruoxian didn't pay attention to Xiao Han and looked down towards the show stage. Seeing the calm gaze of Chuzha at the edge, Su Ruoxian's face instantly turned pale. At this time, the staff underneath saw Su Ruoxian frozen in place, immediately reminded, "Mr. Su, it's time to move forward, Mr. Su." Su Ruoxian came back to her senses and held back the doubts and shock in her heart to walk the show stiffly. Su Ruoxian didn't even know how she walked through the show. Returning to the backstage, the staff rushed over and said, "Mr. Su, the result is not bad. It would be great if you could have a little more intimate interaction with Mr. Xiao Han." Su Ruoxian was trembling with anger at this time. Her eyes reddened as she looked at the staff member and said, "Who told you to change the person?" The staff froze and said, "Mr. Su, wasn't the temporary replacement your decision?" "When did I say that?" Su Ruoxian's palms clenched, her nails almost cutting through her skin. The staff member was startled and said with trepidation, "Mr. Su, weren't you and Mr. Xiao Han here together at the beginning? You were also with Mr. Xiao Han during the meal. Weren't you also somewhat close to Mr. Xiao Han when you were on the plane? Even you refused to live with Mr. Chuzha. So we thought you chose Mr. Xiao Han to walk in the show, and we worked overtime to improvise the tailoring of that dress." Su Ruoxian's body shook a little at her words. How did this happen? How did this happen? At this time, another staff member came over with a phone and said, "Mr. Su, your call." Su Ruoxian woodenly took the phone. It was her father's. The phone was connected. Su's father's helpless and slightly tired voice rang out. "Ruoxian, you really let me down. I'm old. I can't control you anymore. So that's how it's going to be from now on. I will arrange for Su Zhe and Su Pin to enter Su Clan, so be good." When Su Ruoxian fell out with Su's father because of Xiao Han, it made Su's father a joke in the upper echelons. He had thought that he had saved his face by driving Xiao Han out of the capital C. And this walk was kind of a complete slap in his face. While a walkout doesn't mean anything, it's the unspoken relationship that makes it all the more impactful. Su Ruoxian sat down disheveled. It turns out that it was his own doing that misled these staff members. Let them think that it was still Xiao Han that they favored. Why did things turn out this way? Su Ruoxian thought carefully. It turned out that from the moment she didn't trust Chuzha, she was destined to have this result. At this time, Xiao Han finished changing his clothes and walked over. He looked at Su Ruoxian and said with deep emotion, "Ruoxian, I have to thank you this time. With the success of this runway show, his fame is bound to rise upward, and he has the strength to impact the first-class male artists." Just then, Chuzha also walked backstage. Looking at this scene of Xiao Han gazing affectionately at Su Ruoxian, Chuzha felt that there were no more ripples in his heart. "Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao." Chuzha opened his mouth to greet him. Xiao Han looked at Chuzha with disdain and said, "What are you doing here? Is this a place where you can come? There's no need to pull down the class of this place." Chapter 59, Eros's Invitation. Behind Chuzha, James came over at this time and said, "Shaw, Mr. Chuzha is my guest of honor. Do you have any comments?" Xiao Han was slightly stunned, and his arrogant face instantly became respectful. "Mr. James, how did you let him come here? He's a country bumpkin." "Shaw, watch your language. I told you that Mr. Chuzha is my honored guest, and now that we have commandeered this place Lunda, please leave." James was a bit displeased with Xiao Han. He had also watched Xiao Han's walk just now. It can be said that he completely failed to demonstrate the essence of that kind of spontaneity, and with his many years of experience this time Su's entry into the international arena, the results will not be very satisfactory. Xiao Han looked at James with some disbelief. "Why can he stay?" "Because Mr. Chuzha is going to help us with our walks. One for our Louis Waden and one for the Baron. The Baron is exactly the same company that Sue has for her family. Xiao Han said, "How is this possible?" At this time, the Baron's staff came over. "Mr. Chuja, please come with me. We'll go make preparations. You're going to show 5 dresses this time. Time is short." The Baron actually found Chuja later. Trudger happened to run into the Baron's staff after agreeing to James. James didn't mind introducing Chuja to the Baron's people. So the Baron immediately seized the opportunity to invite Chuja to help them with the runway again. Because they also realized that Xiao Han's runway show just now was too mediocre. Not conducive to opening up the market on the eastern side. Su Ruoxian and the others returned to the audience. Su Wan looked at Su Ruoxian coming back. The corner of her mouth revealed a sneer and said, "So this is your real intention, ah? Calling up Chuja is to let him cover? Sister, there are still people who are really offended by what you're doing." Su Ruoxian's face remained pale as she sat there without saying a word. That's when the catwalk started again on the catwalk stage. Chuja walked out in his Baron's clothes. The moment it came out, it caused some commotion. There were more than a few flashes of glitter offstage. The Baron's staff shook hands in excitement. This one was a sure thing. Trudger showed 5 costumes, all new to the Baron. This was a treatment that Xiao Han did not have. Immediately after that, Chuja replaced Lu Yiweideng again for the finale. After Chuja once again mounted the show stage, he realized that Ai Ruosi was also standing across from him in the new women's clothing. Turns out that this walk is him and Eros walking together. The Oriental flavor, paired with the Western beauty, made the people under the show stage look straight ahead. The flash was more than a moment's notice. It was the regular audience that pulled out their cell phones to take pictures. Looking at the fiery atmosphere underneath, Xiao Han's face turned blue. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja's confident and sunny stance on the show stage, and her heart was drowned in thick regret. A good hand of cards played badly. Because this matter is related to Su's entry into the big event of international brand clothing. So Su attaches great importance to this matter. Almost all of Su's executives are now watching the runway show. At this point, some people question Su Ruoxian's ability. Such a good hand to play like this? That's right. Chuja is still the honorary husband of Mr. Su. But he was cut off by someone other than a rival company. I'm also drunk. Looks like the rumors are true. Su Ruoxian is just using that Chuja as a shield. No wonder people walk the runway with rival companies. They always make some money, right? Actually, we're really curious. What exactly does Mr. Su see in Xiao Han? Who knows? Although Xiao Han is famous here in our area, he doesn't have much influence abroad. And besides, this runway show honestly doesn't show the beauty of our clothes at all. That is, obviously the clothing endorsed by domestic Chuja sells very well. Why would such an important occasion suddenly change to Xiao Han? For love, someone said disdainfully. It seems that Mr. Su's ability is yet to be verified. Listening to the whispers below, Su's father trembled with anger. He jerked up and walked out of the conference room. And on the Bali side, the runway has been completed. Chuja's 2 walks turned out to be over $100,000 in appearance fees. That's already high. It's the famous models who don't get that much. Like Xiao Han was barely allowed to walk in one game by sticking his own money in there. More than $100,000 or francs, if this is converted into domestic currency, is not more than $1 million. I've become a rich man too. Chuja was very happy. He decided to go back and buy a house, even a smaller one, so he could pick up his parents and bring them over, and then let his little sister study in the capital. Was fantasizing about the future when he was tapped on the shoulder. Suwon smiled and said, "So happy. Got rich?" "Of course, over 100,000 francs." Chuja had a smile on his face. For Suwon this money was not important at all. But seeing Chuja happy, she was also happy. "Go back and buy me a big dinner." "No problem. 3 meals are no problem," Chuja happily said. "Good. Then it's a deal." Suwon looked at Chuja with a smile, her eyes not willing to move away. At this time, James came over and said, "Mr. Chuja, your runway show this time is really great. My boss invites you to be his guest. And by the way, he will take you on a tour of Paris. I don't know if you are willing to do so?" Chuja looked at Suwon next to him and said, "How many more days do we have to leave?" "The day after tomorrow's flight. There's still time to get a piece of the action?" "Yeah. It's just that I'm going to wonder if it's very presumptuous." Suwon looked over at James. James said, "I'll have to ask our boss about that." Suwon shook her head slightly and said, "There's no need to ask. I won't go." It was obvious that the woman was looking at Chuja. And when she learned that Chuja was invited by AI Ruosi, Su Ruoxian was a bit shocked. That's a big boss in the top international clothing industry. And Xiaohan was furious when he learned about it. He really didn't know why AI Ruosi would invite a mudblood instead of him. Chuja came to Eros's house. Looking at the huge manor, Chuja sighed at AI Ruosi's wealth. By this time it was evening, and Eros had prepared dinner. Chuja looked at the dinner style was very nice, but he did have some trouble eating it. Most of AI Ruosi's gaze also rested on Chuja's face. Mr. Chu, is dinner not to your liking? No, it's mostly just a matter of not being used to it. I'm still used to eating the food we have there. Ms. Eros, I'll cook for you myself when you go to our place. AI Ruosi said with a joyful look on her face. Mr. Chuja can still cook? Then can I taste it now? Chuja froze and said, that depends on what you have in your kitchen ingredients. Chuja didn't make a fuss and got up to go to the kitchen. Eros followed suit. Chuja looked at the kitchen with quite a lot of things. The key is to have an iron pot. It seems that AI Ruosi is also very eager for the big country in the east. Chuja started frying without saying a word. Behind her back, AI Ruosi looked at Chuja's busy back and a trace of longing flashed across her pretty face. Simply making 2 dishes, Chuja served them on the dining table. Ms. Eros, try some. Just call me Eros. We'll be friends from now on. AI Ruosi looked at Chuja and said seriously. Eros. Chuja wasn't pretentious. AI Ruoshi was very happy. Then sniffed Chuja's small dishes and said, it really smells good. After taking a bite, Eros's eyes lit up. It's a little unimaginative to eat. Sha. Your cooking is so delicious. AI Ruosi complimented. That's true. I've also received the true teachings, Chuja said with a smile. Sha. Have you thought about staying here and developing? Eros said suddenly. Chapter 60 Su Ruoxian's bullying. Chuja froze a bit when he heard Eros's words. If you'll stay, I'll make sure you're better off than you were at your home country. This can be your home. Eros meant it. Chuja shook his head and said, no, I still have family and friends in the country. That's my root. I don't want to part with them. A look of loss and pity appeared on Eros's face, but she didn't mention it again. A meal of guests and hosts. After making an appointment to tour Bali the next day, Chuja returned to the hotel. Aerosmith wants him to stay at her place, but Chulchul is adamant that he doesn't agree. Back at the hotel, he opened the door and walked in only to see Su Ruoxian sitting on his bed. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Chuja opened his mouth. I'm sorry. This time the matter is all my fault. It's the people under my hand who misunderstood me. Su Ruo explained this time. Chuja quietly listened without interrupting Su Ruoxian, until Su Ruoxian finished. Chuja said, Mr. Su, I already know what happened, but things are already like this, you shouldn't think too much about it. As for not arranging for me to walk in the show, to be honest, I don't care at all. Looking at Chuja's calm eyes, Su Ruoxian's heart fell to the bottom. Calm means not caring, and not caring means he has no more thoughts of himself. I don't have any relationship with Xiao Han, Su Ruoxian exclaimed. Chuja was a bit stunned, but still said, Mr. Su, this is your own matter. There's no need to talk to me. No, you have to listen. This has to do with you, you are my husband. Su Ruoxian snapped. Chuja said, speaking of which, I hope that Mr. Su can go through the divorce procedures with me as soon as possible after he goes back. Divorce? You don't want to. Su Ruoxian violently lunged towards Chuja, then kissed him on the lips hard. And Su Ruoxian's strength was so great that she actually pressed Chuja down on the bed. Chuja felt Su Ruoxian's soft and delicate body covering his body. The pressure on his chest, in particular, was very noticeable. Chuja was a bit confused. After he came back to his senses, he pushed Su Ruoxian away. Mr. Su, please also respect yourself. Heh, self-esteem? I can't give my husband a kiss? Anyone can say self-respect, but not you, Su Ruoxian said in a very domineering manner. Today I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Next time I won't be so gentle. Su Ruoxian got up and left with her long legs. Walking out of Chuja's room, Su Ruoxian's cheeks were a little red. It's not like there's no reaction, humph rogue. For a moment Su Ruoxian felt a lot of relief in her heart. At this time, a staff member came over and looked at Su Ruoxian with a spring in her face with some surprise. Mr. Su, are we going back? No, we're going straight to London. Huh? London? But that's not on the itinerary. I've asked a friend in London to say hello, and there will be a fashion show in London with all the big names on display. This time I'll make sure of one thing. It's me and Chuja walking the runway together. If I'm wrong again, you guys pack up and get out. Chuja had just returned the next day from a trip to Paris with Eros and was scheduled to fly to London. On the airplane, Chuja looked around and was a little suspicious that he hadn't seen Xiaohan. What are you looking for? A swineherd. Su Ruoxian was very domineering at this time, reaching out and twisting Chuja's head to her position. Am I not good looking enough? Need to look at others. Suwan was furious beside her and just wanted to pull Chuja over, but she didn't expect Su Ruoxian to take the first step and kiss Chuja's mouth again. One hand also pressed down on Chuja's head from behind. Chuja broke away and was just about to say something when Su Ruoxian said, "What? We are a legal couple. Don't tell me words that make me respect myself." Trudger said, "The divorce." Su Ruoxian fiercely looked at Chuja. "Want a divorce?" I said, "No way." "You? How? If you don't submit, you get me killed." Su Ruoxian became completely rogue. "Sister, you're a scoundrel." Suwan was furious at this point. Su Ruoxian said, "That's right. I'm a scoundrel. Don't think I don't know how you think. Tell you no way. As long as I'm around, he'll always be your brother-in-law. I, Su Ruoxian, have never given up yet." Suwan was so angry that she looked exceptionally cute at this time. Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian speechlessly and said, "Why is this necessary, Mr. Su? The melon that is twisted by force, he is not sweet." Su Ruoxian said, "I just love twisting melons." Chuja felt like there was no way to talk about this day. After arriving in London, the process was relatively smooth. Su Ruoxian and Chuja took the stage to walk the show in a flash and caused a sensation. Sort of evened out the disadvantage of being in Paris. Xiaohan, of course, saw the fashion show and was so angry that he smashed everything he could in the room. Regardless of whether Su's clothes could squeeze into the international high-end market in the end, Chuja and Su Ruoxian were famous anyway, especially Chuja, whose images were on the cover of fashion magazines. Su Ruoxian satisfied, ready to go back. This time to book the ticket is still economy class because London Line is Su Ruoxian own money, not counted in the company's account. Chuja also cooperated with Su Ruoxian in the show because of this, otherwise he could not bear it. Domestic. In the Su family's old mansion, Su's father coldly snorted, "Still has some brains." The little mom next to her skimmed her lips, and at this point said, "Honey, do you think it's time for Wan Air to come back this time and let her go on a blind date?" Su's father thought about it and nodded. "It's time to put it on the agenda. Why do you have a suitable object?" Little mom hurriedly said, "Honey, what do you think of Qin Lang of the Qin family?" "Qin family?" Su's father murmured, then nodded and said, "Not bad. The Qin family is good. But this Qin Lang needs to know more." A smile appeared on the little mom's face. "I've asked around. This Qin Lang is the first person of the Qin clan now, because of that Qin Lianshu going abroad. This Qin Lang has now become the most likely person to take over the Qin clan." Su's father nodded. Chuja once again returned to Jinghai after a 10-hour journey. After getting off the plane, Chuja said to Su Ruoxian, "Mr. Su, think about my proposal." "Where are you going?" "Mr. Su, I haven't been back for some days. I want to see how my restaurant is doing." Chuja waved his hand and left. Su Ruoxian stomped her foot in anger behind her back. Chuja came to the restaurant and found it quiet. Chuja was slightly stunned. At this point, it didn't make sense to be so quiet. He walked suspiciously into the restaurant. At this time, a man spoke up. "This guest. Our store is not welcoming customers now because of the upgraded equipment in the back kitchen." Nanshu's voice rang out. Chuja said, "It's me." Nanshu's drooping head behind the counter instantly lifted. "Boss, what happened?" Nanshu puffed out his cheeks, then lowered his head again with some dismay. "Boss, our chef was poached. I found an excuse to upgrade the equipment in the back kitchen in order to prevent the reputation from being affected." "The chef was poached?" "Yes, you see across the street?" Nanshu pointed to a restaurant not far across the street. "It's a busy place with a lot of people. The cook was poached by them," Nanshu said. At this time, the barbecue master came over and said, "Humph, there is a time when they regret we earn money here by our ability, when we get there although the salary is high for a while, but that boss is not a little cute. Sooner or later, the wages will be lowered for them." Chapter 61. Growing up with him. Chuja's eyes were calm and unhurried as he said, "Who is the owner of that house? It seems like his surname is Zhang. Maybe he's from the Zhang family? The Zhang family restaurant industry is the leading one." The barbecue chef replied. Nanshu said, "Could it be related to Zhang Heng?" Chuja's eyes narrowed slightly, it seemed like 80%. I just didn't expect the other side to strike while he was out. It's actually my fault. Nanshu spoke up. What's wrong with you? That boss has been chasing me lately and I'm ignoring him, the barbecue owner said. And you're letting people take the piss out of you? Nanshu blushed. Chuja snorted out a laugh, which was very Nanshu. Boss, you're still laughing now? What's the big deal about a minor problem? I'll just recruit someone without a cook. Oops. But the flavor will be different. Chuja said. How is it different? Don't forget that I've also received the true transmission. As long as I get the ingredients right, everything is not a problem. But I have to recruit people I can trust. Chuja thought about giving the original boss over a phone call, would like to let people recommend a few chefs, did not expect to get the original boss wants to come back to the intention. This could make Chuja happy. The next day, the original owner arrived. The original owner's last name was Kong, called Kong Bold. Why are you thinking of coming back again, boss? Don't say it. It's hard to say. Back home I realize it's better to be here in peace, without all the hassle. It looks like there's something going on here, but seeing that the boss doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't ask much. He trusts Boss Zhang's character anyway. This time I came back and brought my son with me. I want him to follow me and help in the back kitchen. What do you think? No problem. Chuja immediately agreed, and also put out a job advertisement to hire another apprentice, also with Boss Kong himself. After solving the problem of the back kitchen, Chuja also realized the importance of the chef, and he intentionally standardized the ingredients. For example, special sauces can be completely patented and anyone who wants to use them in the future must pay themselves. The more I thought about it, the more I thought this was feasible, so I discussed it with Mr. Kong. Mr. Ginger is very supportive and says he will experiment with the best sauces. Nanshu said at this time, Boss, should we open the door now? Of course, not only to open the door but also to rob the guests, how the other side robbed over, how we robbed over. Chuja took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Nanshu. Just see a few incentives listed above. I was going to implement these when we opened, but for some reason we've had a high number of guests here, so we didn't use them, and now they've come in handy. Nanshu looked to the top. First, free samples. Second, the sale. Third, discounted diploma. Fourth, the combination of online and offline. Fifth, cross-border diversion. Nanshu said, Boss, is this okay? Yes, why not? Chuja was confident. Nanshu said, Okay, I know. I'll take care of the implementation. Chuja said, Haha. Well, I like this spirited look of yours. Nanshu blushed. You really like me? Chuja sked and touched his nose and walked away. But he didn't see the shy gaze that Nanshu showed when she looked at him. Back in the rented house, Chuja also relaxed, although the place was very simple, but it was hardly a place for him to relax. He decided to wait until the restaurant's business stabilized and make a trip home. For a few days in a row, Chuja did not return to Su Ruoxian's place. Been running around restaurants and other places. Finally, on the day Nanshu held the event, Chuja also developed a second store. He will still be decorating this renovation as he did for that store, which is branded. However, he didn't have high-grade things, nor did he bother Shui Evening Qing anymore, but instead, he looked for workers from the market to carry out the renovation. And so a week passed. Business is booming again at the first store, and after all, it's Boss Kong himself who's at the helm, so the flavor is going to be even more prevalent than before. There is a steady stream of repeat customers. The second store also opened successfully. Chuja remained unsatisfied and spent a lot of the money he earned in Bali. Several more chains were opened in a row. It wasn't until someone volunteered to join that Chuja knew he was finally on the right track. But as for franchisees, he declined. Because franchising means he can't control the quality of his franchisees, which is not good for his restaurant's reputation. This flurry of activity turned out to be a month later. It's also getting cold, and New Year's Eve is coming up in a month. No one from the Su family had contacted him this month, and he hadn't bothered to take the initiative to contact the other party. Even Su Wan didn't show up, which made him a bit suspicious. But there were no more questions. Himself and them are supposed to be from two worlds. It's better not to contact each other in the future. At this time, the phone rang. Chuja took a look at the phone, slightly stunned, and quickly connected. Evening, sister? Why haven't you come to tutor MOMO lately? Chuja froze, then slapped his forehead fiercely and said, Evening, sister. I'm sorry. I was so busy that I forgot about it. This can't be done. Oh, you must make up for the lessons you owe in these few days. Shui Evening Qing's lazy and seductive voice rang out. Chuzhe agreed in a hurry. Hurriedly arriving at the happy neighborhood, he saw Shui Evening Qing's car parked downstairs. Knocking on the door of the room, it opened to reveal Shui Evening Qing's upside-down face. Chuzhe seemed to see a ghostly grudge in Shui Evening Qing's eyes. Well, probably misread it. Coming into the house, Shui Evening Qing asked, I heard that you're busy? What are you busy with now? Chuzhe also did not hide will open their own chain store things said again. Shui Evening Qing said, why don't you tell me about this kind of thing? I'll arrange for someone to help you decorate. Won't that save you a lot of things? Chuzhe then turned to Shui Evening Qing and said, Sister Evening Qing, when it comes to this I still want to thank you. That last time you helped me decorate, but it helped me a lot. It's just that evening, sister. I've asked someone to ask. The materials you gave me at that time were worth more than $100,000. But you only charged me a few tens of thousands of dollars? It's too embarrassing. Shui Evening Qing said, so you don't need me for this renovation? Have you ever thought that I'm afraid that's a long line to catch a big fish? I just have to do a good job for your first home before you'll give me the next job as well. Huh? So that's how it is. Chuzhe was dazed. All right, then the next 3 renovations will be contracted to Sister Evening. This time Sister Evening can't charge less. Shui Evening Qing said, okay, quite a few receipts. Seeing that Chuzhe went to make up with Reimer, Foamy Moon came to Evening Star's side at this time. Why do you care about him so much? These sesame seed things are worth your General Shui's personal attention? Shui Evening Qing's eyes flicked to Chuzhe's back in the study with a smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. I just want to accompany him all the way to grow up and have my participation in all of his growth path. Tisk. Accompanying a man to grow up, sister. You're done, you're trapped. Shui Mo, you shook her head. Shui Evening Qing blushed, but didn't deny Mochizuki's words. Chapter 62, just a few more drinks. It was while Chuzhe was giving Reimer a tutorial. In the Zhang family, the Cockney who used to sit with Xiaohan had a bad look on his face. You're saying that the other side is not only open, but doing well? Yes, Mr. Zhang, the other party has done some activities that are very popular with the students of Jinghai, and that place has now become a must-go place for the students of Jinghai to treat themselves to dinner, and they all have to make reservations if they want to go. Pa! The Zhang male son slammed his hand fiercely on the table in front of him. He spent so much on opening up store and poaching people, all at a loss. He had wanted to let the other party know the consequences of offending him, but he didn't realize that the other party wouldn't eat that. Mr. Zhang, not only that, the other party has opened a few chain stores. A few are under renovation. I have to say that guy has a good eye and picked a good location. A chain store? Humph. Find a way to keep his chain stores from opening. Zhang Bo said with a gloomy face. Okay, Mr. Zhang. The man nodded. To fight with me, you have to have that qualification as well. Don't think that just because you rely on the Su family that I won't dare to touch you. It would be fine if you were Su Ruoxian's real husband, but unfortunately you're just a shield. Would the Su family cross my Zhang family for you? Oh, at this time, Zhang Bo got up and said, prepare a car to go to Jinghai University. Nanshu is sitting backstage doing the math. Her body sat up straight, the fullness of her breasts bulging the dress in a perfect curve. It's evocative. It had to be said that Nanshu was also a beauty level. It was just that she was usually used to being windy and didn't primp herself much, so she usually couldn't be seen as gorgeous. At this moment, Nanshu's brows were filled with excitement. Haha. Today's income exceeded yesterday's again. Overachieving. Nanshu closed the ledger with great satisfaction. That's when the grill master walks in. Can the little worker I asked you to find for me come to work today? Yesterday he was busy until after 1 in the morning. Earning money is really earning money, but it's too tiring, so he asked Nanshu to help open up to find a small laborer. I talked about 1 this morning and said I would come over after 4 p.m. It's about time, it's time to come. Chuzhe looked at the time. At that moment, a shy young man wearing a mirror walked in. He was also a student of Jinghai, but 2 years later than Nanshu, a freshman. Sister Nanshu, I'm coming. All right, Jean Pal, you will follow this master. Nanshu pointed at the barbecue master. The freshman called Jean Pal, glanced at Nanshu and followed the grill master out. Your name is Jean Pal? Yes, master. That master, I would like to ask Sister Nanshu, how long has she been the store manager here? It hasn't been that long, why do you ask? No, nothing. Jean Pal twisted his head to look at Nanshu's figure with slightly fiery eyes. Nanshu girl is very capable, arranging everything inside and out. The big boss thinks highly of Nan Shu. The barbecue chef opened his mouth. Big boss. That's right. The big boss is also your senior, in the same class as Nan Shu. Hearing this, Jean Pal was slightly nervous. Then Big Boss and Sister Nan Shu must have a very good relationship. Not bad. The grill master spoke. Just then, a tawdry coupe outside the door slowed to a stop. Jean Pal saw a male descend from inside, dressed in a more casual suit. His hair was immaculately organized. The visitor is really Zhang Bo. Where is your store manager? Zhang Bo asked the grill master. I don't know. Can you move your car? It's delaying my business. The barbecue master was a little impatient. Zhang Bo laughed lightly and stuffed a bill to the barbecue chef. The delay is on me. After saying that, he walked inside on his own. Who is he? Jean Pal asked. Humph. Nan Shu's suitor is not a good thing, the barbecue chef said. Zhang Bo's eyes narrowed as he looked at the busy Nan Shu in the store. I have to say that Nan Shu has good ability, and his organizational and planning skills are noteworthy, worthy of being a graduate of Jinghai University. Nan Shu's ability hadn't been fully tapped yet, but with Zhang Bo's gaze, Nan Shu would be fine even as a group general manager. But only if the woman is one of our own. Zhang Bo does not know how many women he has played. As long as the money is given to those women will change the pattern to serve him. But I didn't expect him to hit the nail on the head here in Nan Shu. The other man didn't even bother with him, especially with the disgusted look he was giving himself that set him on fire. At the same time, a strong desire for conquest rose in his heart. He wanted to conquer this woman. As long as he conquered her, the other party would surely die to himself. When Nan Shu saw the gentry who came in, a pair of good-looking willow eyebrows raised. Surname Zhang. How dare you still come? Do you really think that my mother is so easy to bully? Don't you? Nan Shu copied the chicken feather duster on the counter and stormed out. Looking at Nan Shu, who rushed over like a young female leopard, Zhang Bo was startled. He had guessed several scenarios after meeting with Nan Shu, but only this one. This Nan Shu really didn't even bother to be a little bit reserved. Zhang Bo was so scared that he twisted his head and ran, with Nan Shu in hot pursuit behind him. Zhang Bo scurried into the car and sprinted off with a single gas pedal. Nan Shu let it go. The newcomer next to him, Jean Pal, opened his mouth slightly and looked at Nan Shu in shock. Nan Shu said with a pinch of her own small savage waist, Surname Zhang. Once you come in the future, my old lady will beat you once. Nan Shu turned to look at the barbecue master and Jean Piao next to him and said, In the future, if he comes again, throw him out and forbid him to set foot in our store for half a step. The grill time chef and Jean Pal nodded their heads in unison. Zhang Bo came to a secluded place before he breathed a sigh of relief. This damn woman really knows too little about manners. Zhang Bo was a bit annoyed. After he thought about it, a hint of lecherous gaze appeared in his eyes. Stinky, since you're not going to eat your toast, then don't blame me for being impolite to you. Chuja gave Reimer 3 days of tutoring in a row. Make up all the classes you owe. He had to say that Yunma was very smart and had progressed quickly under his systematic teaching, and already had his own set of learning methods. For the past 3 days, he had eaten and lived here, and sometimes he was in a bit of a trance. Was the life he was living now the kind of uneventful but happy life he had once aspired to? In the evening of that day, Shui Evening Qing left work normally as usual. And tell him the renovations are done. This made Chuja surprised. He expected the other party to take 10 days and half a month anyways. He didn't expect it to be this fast. Evening, sister, thank you indeed. Shui Evening Qing's flavorful face wore a smile. Want to thank me? Yes, you can. Just drink a few more cups today. Chapter 63. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Shui Evening Qing had become brighter and happier these days, and her skin had become more hydrated than before. Chuja scratched his head and blushed a little in slight embarrassment. About drinking he couldn't seem to practice anyhow. I hope I don't dream of Sister Evening again today. With a wry smile in the nearby Mochizuki, she looked at Chuja and then at Shui Evening Qing, not knowing what she was thinking. Today, as usual, Chuja is the one who cooks. He had just finished the dishes when his cell phone rang. Chuja looked slightly stunned, but it was Boss Jiang who called. Chol, can you come back here? What happened? Chuja frowned. Nan Shu has been out for a long time now and hasn't come back. I'm afraid that something has happened to her, Boss Jiang said with slight worry. Did Nan Shu say he'd be back? Nan Shu said he'd be back in a while. Who did she go out with? Chuja asked. It seems to be 2 of her girlfriends. who are also students at Jinghai University. Boss Jiang continued, Nanshu is very dedicated, and this has never happened before, so I don't feel solid in my heart. Chuzha said, Okay, I'll be right back. Chuzha walked out of the kitchen and apologetically gave Shui Evening Qing and the others a farewell before quickly rushing over in the direction of Jinghai University. Nanshu hadn't returned when he arrived at the restaurant. At this time the barbecue chef came over. This Nanshu didn't come back. Why isn't that boy Jean Pal also here? Don't you see how busy I am? Chuzha frowned, then said, Did you call Nanshu? Called and didn't answer. Boss Jiang also said with some urgency. Without Nanshu to dispatch him from it, they looked a bit frazzled today. Just then, the grill master's phone rang. It's that Jean Pal kid. The barbecue chef picked up the phone. Where did you go? Left your master alone here. Suddenly the barbecue master froze. What did you say? Nanshu? Nanshu was taken away. You are following them? Chuzha sniffed. Go! After saying that, Chuzha ran to the side of the road as soon as he pulled the barbecue chef and intercepted a cab. Master, go to this place. We are in a hurry, please hurry up. I'll add money. Chuzha said to the cab master. Well, grin, it would take less time to take a shortcut. Would you guys like that? That's better. I'll raise the money. Buzz. The cab dashed off. The reason why Jean Pal followed Nanshu was because he wanted to find a chance to talk to Nanshu. Seeing Nanshu walking towards the outside alone, he unexpectedly ghostly followed him as well. He saw Nanshu enter the entrance of the bar, and at the entrance of the bar to greet Nanshu was a woman dressed up in a flamboyant manner, wearing heavy makeup, giving off an air of a windswept woman. Jean Pal frowned, wondering why Nanshu knew this kind of woman. But vaguely, I seem to have heard some conversations about not seeing each other for some days or something like that, and presumably they were also Kyukai's classmates. It was only then that Jean Pal realized that Nanshu had come to the class reunion. Just as Jean Pal was struggling with whether or not to go to the bar to say hello and talk to Nanshu, he noticed that the woman who greeted Nanshu had appeared in front of the bar again. And at that moment, a sleek-looking youth came up to speak to the woman and handed her a packet of something, and gave the woman a pile of money. This made Jean Pal very suspicious. He subconsciously felt that this woman was afraid that she didn't have good intentions towards Nanshu. He also knows that the bar is a chaotic place and enters the bar for Nanshu Jean Pal too. But after searching around, he couldn't find Nanshu's figure. Just then he saw two men in the doorway carrying a familiar figure out the door. Wasn't that familiar figure Nanshu? Jean Pal's heart was startled and he hurriedly followed. Instead, he saw the other man shoving Nanshu into a car and leaving. Jean Pal hurriedly took a taxi and followed. Then called the grill master. Chuzha arrived at the entrance of a hotel based on Jean Pal's hints. Look at the hotel's decorating grade is not bad. At this time, Jean Pal was walking around anxiously in front of the hotel. From time to time, he argued with the hotel's security about something. Trudger goes up and learns that the hotel refuses to let them go up or give them information. What now? Jean Pal was very anxious. Chuzha gritted his teeth and made a call. I'm reporting a prostitute here. Jean Pal, who was next to him, was stunned that this would work. Shortly afterward, several police cars came whizzing by. Yu was the first to get out of the car. Chuzha hurriedly greeted him and told Yu all about the situation. Yu said, You're really bold. If things aren't what you think they are, you're counting this as a false alarm. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong, Chuzha said in a deep voice. Yu instead glanced at Chuzha in surprise. Hee, I didn't expect you to be a responsible one. As they spoke, the civilian police comrades had already begun to enter the hotel to conduct a search. The hotel went into a frenzy. But to Chuzha's surprise, they did catch a couple of Johns in trade. One of them, according to Yu later, was also a small leader of a well-known company. Chuzha and the others also followed behind Yu, and finally in a guest room on the 10th floor they found the sleeping Nanshu. At this moment, Nanshu's body involuntarily twisted and made a woozy sound. Chuzha rushed forward to check Nanshu's state. Seemingly sensing Chuzha's gaze, she opened her eyes in a trance. And after seeing Chuzha, she actually reached out and wrapped her arms around him. And her entire body kissed down towards Chuzha's lips. Chuzha was startled and hurriedly tried to push Nanshu away, but he accidentally pressed the fullness of Nanshu's chest, making him even more anxious. If it wasn't for Yu who couldn't stand to watch and made a decisive move, Chuzha would probably have been eaten dry by Nanshu. Send the person to the hospital, retrieve the surveillance to see who sent her here, and make an arrest when you're sure. Yu opened her mouth. And at this time on the road next to the hotel, Zhang Bo looked at the police car in front of the hotel and gnashed his teeth in anger. His face was grim as water. Then he drove slowly away, just missing the last step, and thankfully a little late in the traffic jam, or else I'd really be in some trouble today. Chapter 64. Trouble at the door. Nanshu woke up in the hospital. When Chuzha went to check on her, she covered her head with the quilt. Chuzha asked what she only in the quilt NN promised, anyway, just do not show. Chuzha was speechless. That's fine. Take a good rest. Get well as soon as possible. The store can't do without you. It was only when she heard Chuzha leave that Nanshu lowered the covers. Her face flushed. Yesterday, even though she couldn't help herself, she only pounced on the person who came after seeing that it was Chuzha. Thinking about how she looked back then, Nanshu felt her ears burning. Not long after, Jean-Pal and the barbecue chef also came to see Nanshu. Nanshu said to Jean-Pal, "I've heard it all from the boss. I have to thank you this time." Jean-Pal hurriedly shook his hand and said, "No need. This is what I should do." "What should? This kid walks off without doing a bunch of work and wears me out." The grill master next to him opened his mouth. Nanshu said, "Thank you too. No need to thank me, better thank the boss. He even dared to lie to the police for you. Luckily there are still some people whoring around, otherwise the boss would be in deep." At the mention of Chuzha, Nanshu's cheeks reddened again. "What's the point of thanking him? Big deal. I'll help him work for 2 more years." Nanshu was discharged at noon that day, then went to the police station because there was something waiting for her at the station. Her nominal best friend was arrested. When Nanshu came to the holding cell, she asked her best friend, "Why?" My best friend replied, "What can it be for? Nanshu, you were just a wild girl from the countryside. What makes you better than us? Not only did you find a good boss, you even became a store manager? Do you realize that your daily friend circles are a great irony to me? What makes you better off than me? By what right do you have a boss who thinks so highly of you?" Nanshu looked at her best friend in surprise and said, "That's the reason you set me up." "Not really. I just want money. Someone gives me money. Why don't I do it?" The girlfriend sneered at Nanshu. "Might as well tell you, the one I'm meeting with is just a minion. The real big man will still do it to you." Nanshu walked out of the confinement room with a grim face. According to the information available to the police, the minion ran away at the first sign of exposure. Even if they were arrested, it was expected that the other party would still be a pushover, and it would be really difficult to catch the ultimate fingerprints. Yu was talking to Chuzha at this time. "Your suspicions are ultimately your suspicions. Everything has to be about evidence." The guy was wary. This is drug trafficking in the grand scheme of things, and it's punishable by death. But don't worry, we will definitely investigate this matter to the end. Drugs are involved, and the police here won't take kindly to that. Not getting meaningful clues was also expected. Chuzha was not too frustrated, because he could guess a little bit of the truth too. But guessing is guessing after all, and it doesn't mean much to say anything without proof. Chuzha and Nanshu went out of the police station together. Nanshu's face was as despondent as it could be. She really couldn't have imagined that the person who took a shot at her was the person she thought was closest to her. Chuzha sensed Nanshu's low mood. He patted Nanshu's shoulder, also did not know how to comfort. "Boss, I won't just let this matter go," Nanshu suddenly said. Do you have any ideas? I'm going to pull the Zhang family down. I'm going to let him know that there are some people he can't mess with." Nanshu spoke with a firm resolve. "What are you going to do?" "Boss, if you trust me, you'll give me the management of all those chain stores of yours. And I promise to make our brand the #1 in Jinghai in a year's time. I'm afraid that relying on a chain of stores alone is not enough to bring down the Zhang family." Chuzha shook his head. "Boss, opportunities are created by yourself. If you don't have them, create them as long as I nail it. If the other party makes the slightest mistake, I can seize the opportunity to rip a piece of meat off of him." Years later, the Zhang family would never have thought to death that the one who kicked their Zhang family into the abyss of 10,000 feet was Nanshu, the woman who now looked like a good bully. Chuzha shook his head, but seeing Nanshu full of energy, he should be happy himself. "All right, in the future, all the stores in the Jinghai region will have you manage them." Chuzha was also happy to be free. When Nanshu saw that Chuzha agreed, he asked, "You're so relieved to see me? I just have a feeling you won't let me down." Chuzha replied. Nanshu sniffed with a charming smile at the corner of her mouth. A few more days passed, and Nanshu began to manage the new store that Chuzha had developed. For this reason, she calls on her friends and makes the most of her socialite attributes. I've recruited everything from accounting to management. A company took shape quickly, and Chuja was appointed chairman. And she, Nanshu, was calling herself the president. Under the organizational leadership of this group, all the stores were soon on the right track. And the kind of specialty seasoning that Chuja had conceived at the beginning was also patented, and it was called Sanmei Yatong, and with the intention of opening a spice manufacturer. But there's a lot more involved, not the least of which is money. Nanshu could take care of everything else, but without money everything was a delusion. This matter can only be postponed. They can only take the way of cooperation with people to start the spice production. It's a busy time and it's almost New Year's Eve. While Nanshu had no intention of going home, Chuja was a little homesick. I thought I would be able to have a good year, but trouble suddenly came. The owners of the few stores he had originally dished out had backtracked and wanted their stores back, not renting them to Chuja. Chuja was curious in his heart, but he had signed the agreement in the beginning. How could the other party ask him to quit at this time? He had spent a lot of money to renovate and upgrade the store, and this business is just a little better, so people are jealous? Chuja met the owners of those stores. Chuja said, "Bosses, when we sign the transfer agreement, if a party violates the contract, but you have to pay liquidated damages. Do you know this? It's just that we won't rent to you even if we pay the liquidated damages." Chuja frowned. "I want to know why. Where's the reason for that? No rent means no rent. So grab the store and remove it." Looking at the unreasonable store owner, Chuja also had a headache. Nanshu said at this time, "These stores we have all been carefully decorated. This is just opened and you guys are saying that you won't rent them. This can't be justified anywhere. If you guys are bent on having your way, then we can only see each other in court." A few shopkeepers said, "Okay, you guys go ahead and sue, whatever you want. But if you don't move out, we'll get someone to block the door. So you guys just watch." Chapter 65. Is this too good to be true? Just then Nanshu received a phone call and his face clouded over. "Boss, they've really sent people to block the gate. At this rate, our reputation is going to suffer." Chuja frowned and thought about it, then looked at the several bosses and said, "To be able to have several of you come together to pressure me, this person's energy isn't small. Is it someone from the Zhang family?" One of the bosses' face changed. "You're so full of crap. I'm just asking if you're moving or not." Chuja said, "What if I don't move? Then don't blame us for being impolite. I'm afraid it's impossible for your store to open here." A store owner said sorrowfully, "What Chuja is most afraid of is that these people are playing scoundrels, and then arrange for a few old ladies to make a trip in front of your store. How can you still do business? Gentlemen, just to move, you have to give me time to prepare. I can't just say I'm moving, can I? Fine, 2 days. If you don't move out after 2 days, then don't blame us for not warning you." A few bosses walked away. "Boss, what do we do?" Nanshu was a bit anxious. Chuja said, "Even if we find another place, we'll be thrown out. It's not a matter of money that's lost here. It's a matter of time, a matter of the brand's reputation. Don't we have anything else better to do?" "Not yet. We're too weak. The other party would rather pay for the damages than let us drive on. It's clear that someone is trying to suppress us. That Zhang? It's really abominable." Nanshu's face was a bit sad. "Boss, I'm sorry. It seems like it's all my fault. If it wasn't because of me, he wouldn't have targeted you so much." Chuja suddenly smiled as he looked at the remorseful Nanshu. Eyes calm and deep. "You are very wrong to think so." "What?" Nanshu looked up curiously. Chuja said, "The world is all about the word interest. I opened a chain store somehow conflicted with the Zhang family's interests, and that was the root of his suppression of me. Everything else is secondary, and even without you, Nanshu, there might be someone else. As long as they were on their radar, it was only a matter of time before they looked for trouble. It's better to be early than late for a bad turnaround. We don't lose money even if we close all these chains now, do we?" Nanshu thought about it and felt a little better in his heart. "Okay, I'll think of a way to do this. If it doesn't work, the big deal is to close down and quit. We'll go somewhere else and open a store as usual. Don't be wishy-washy in your mind." Chuja's words were calm and firm, giving a feeling of security and serenity. Nanshu's originally apprehensive heart also quieted down. "Yes, we can still break out of the world after leaving the capital C." Of course, this was the worst possible plan. Chuja wouldn't willingly give up like that. "I'm afraid it's hard to make the Zhang family bow down, unless one is a powerful family like the Su family. Should I beg Su Ruoxian? No. What if the other party asks for no divorce? Just as Chuja was thinking about how to break the situation, at the Xue family, Xue Evening Harvest's housekeeper came to Xue Evening Harvest's side. There seems to be some problems at Auntie's place. What's the problem? Xue Evening's eyes became sharp. The Zhang family has used their connections to secretly be stopping the development of Auntie's chain of stores. Miss, should we help Master Aunt? I wanted to buy my aunt a house and a car last time, but there was no good reason to do so, so it's been put on hold. Now this is a good opportunity to get closer to your aunt as soon as possible. All right, you go handle it. Xue Evening Qing opened her mouth. If it was a legitimate competition, she really wasn't in a good position to make a move, but the other party was even using crooked ideas, then she wouldn't be polite. The steward nodded. But before the butler could order it down, someone called him on his cell phone first. Butler Wang, a gentleman named Chuja found me? Chuja. A brilliant light flashed in Butler Wang's eyes. Did he say what it was about? It seems like it's because of the store matter. Mr. Chuja has a few lease stores that belong to our Xue clan, and Mr. Chuja wants to talk to you about the store lease transfer. A smile appeared at the corner of the old butler's mouth. I have to say that Chuja is very smart. He keenly realized that those original bosses are not all landlords. They were the ones who contracted the store from someone else and sublet it to him, since these owners are instructed by others to stop subletting to him. So could he just skip these bosses and negotiate directly with the landlord as far as liquidated damages he could pay, which would be better for relocation? I didn't expect Auntie to think of this layer so quickly. The children are teachable. Wang Fu nodded appreciatively. Call over and promise Mr. Chuja's request. The store will be rented to him at the original price for a few years. In addition to the matter of liquidated damages with those few bosses you guys set it up, we won't pay a penny. Yes. The person on the other end of the phone immediately agreed. Chuja was also anxiously waiting for the results. This is his last attempt and he has consulted a lawyer. The other party risked the payment of liquidated damages to terminate the contract with him. This kind of thing is to sue the court does not have much effect. Besides, the other side will do something like blocking the door or something, and the police will just persuade them to leave and then let them reconcile. Arresting people is not an option. So now he could only set his sights on the landlords who had started these stores in the first place. As long as the landlord and those bosses to terminate the contract, they will have no reason to throw himself out. As for the landlord to pay for this liquidated damages, he is also willing to pay. You'll lose some money, but it's better than finding a new store and redecorating. It's just that he didn't know that the landlord was actually a member of the Xue family. Nanshu also came in through the door at this time. Boss, tomorrow is the deadline. Have you found a way? Chuja looked grave and did not speak. He was already contemplating a withdrawal at this point. Just then the phone rang. Chuja's eyes lit up and he hurriedly answered it. Good. It's really great. Yes, I can go over right now. Okay. You wait a moment, I'll go over right away. Chuja put down the phone with excitement in his eyes. Nanshu said, Is there a way out? Not bad. Go with me to sign the contract. Chuja took big steps toward the outside of the office. This was an office they had rented in a business building, and if Wang Fu was here, he would also recognize that this business building was also their Xue's property. Walking out of the office, Chuja and Nanshu took a taxi to the agreed location. A middle-aged man had been waiting there for a long time, which made Chuja somewhat flattered. That middle-aged man looked at Chuja with a brilliant light in his eyes and said, Mr. Chu really is a talented man. Next to him, Nanshu raised his head proudly. This was his boss. After a moment of politeness, both parties entered a cafe next door. Mr. Chu, those stores you mentioned are indeed mine. In fact, the lease period has already arrived, so you don't have to worry about the default payment. I'll just lease the store to you now. I wonder how many years Mr. Chu wants to lease. Of course, the longer the better. Next to him, Nanshu hurriedly replied, 10 years, how about that? Yes, the rent can also be paid in installments. That middle-aged man agreed without hesitation. Chuja was a bit surprised. This was too good to talk. You still have to collect this deposit. Hee, no need. I similarly didn't ask for a deposit when I leased it to those people, and the same goes for you. I believe in Mr. Chu's character, the middle-aged man said. This? Chuja looked at the middle-aged man across the table with suspicion. This is also too good point. Chapter 66 Chuja's counterattack. The other side took out the contract. Nanshu looked at it carefully twice to make sure there weren't any problems. Even if Chuja suddenly stops doing it, he doesn't have to pay for the breach of contract. It was Nanshu who felt that the smoothness was a bit unreal at this point. She looked at Chuja suspiciously. Could Chuja be the illegitimate son of one of the bigwigs? That middle-aged man would have snorted if he knew what Nanshu was thinking. The one in front of him was much more important than a bastard. Maybe even Shui would change his surname to Chu in the future. It would be fine if Chuja was a vase, but Chuja had brains and ability on the side. Taking a restaurant that was going out of business and now growing it into a chain of more than a dozen restaurants is not something that can be done with help. What's needed here is more competence and the recognition of their restaurants by the masses. Eventually, Chuja signed the contract. With this contract, those individual owners have nothing to do with those stores. It's called a kettle of fish. If they're still going to make a scene, then that's reason enough to make an arrest for them. At this time, a bar box. Zhang Bo slammed the wine glass in his hand with a snap, lifting the woman buried and busy beneath him by her hair. "Get out!" The two women walked out in a hurry. Zhang Bo lifted his pants and looked at the people across the street. "Bunch of losers. Can't even do this little thing right. Mr. Zhang, what do we do now?" Zhang Bo's eyes were grim. A mudblood that he had thought he could destroy with a slight lift of his hand had given him this hand. He was underestimating Chuja. Not to mention that while Zhang Bo was calculating how to fix Chuja, Chuja was also talking to Nanshu. "I'm afraid that person won't give up after this incident. Nanshu, you should pay attention to safety in general," Chuja said in a deep voice. Nanshu nodded and said, "Or I'll just sleep at the office." "No, the company isn't safe either. You'd better commute with someone, or you can share a room with someone." Chuja made a suggestion. Nanshu said, "Okay, I'll just go to Medicine Pill for now." Medicine Pill, also from Chuja's company, was recruited by Nanshu to work on the financial side of things. Medicine is a black Dan in Taekwondo. With her around, I'll see who dares to come over and provoke me without a second thought, Nanshu said. Chuja nodded his head. There was no way around it. There is still time to find a new house for Nanshu. At this time, the phone rang and Chuja answered it. A slightly tired voice came from the other end of the line. "When are you coming back?" "It's Su Ruoxian." "Mr. Su." Nanshu, who was next to him, got up and left Chuja's office when he saw this. "Mr. Su, I don't think there's a need for me to go back. If Mr. Su wants a divorce at any time, please be on the phone with me." Chuja hung up the phone after saying that. He was tired between his feelings with Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian's fingers on the other end of the phone pinching the phone were slightly white. "Butler, what has Annie been doing lately?" "Miss, Master seems to be busy with the chain stores lately." "Any trouble with the chain?" "Seems a bit." "What the hell?" The housekeeper then told Su Ruoxian all the information he had inquired about. "Zhang family." Su Ruoxian's expression was clear and cold. Suddenly Su Ruoxian's mind moved and said, "Are we competing with the Zhang family for a piece of land recently?" The old butler said, "Yes, this time the Zhang family is determined to win. I heard that they have mobilized a lot of funds for this piece of land. With this piece of land, their Zhang family will be able to get the first 6-star hotel in Jinghai and establish their position in Jinghai. In fact, both 5-star and 6-star hotels are actually not making any money because most people cannot afford them. But the purpose of establishing a hotel is also not to make money, but the added value behind the hotel. For example, the appreciation of the surrounding land, the influence of the brand, the complementary policies on the part of the government, and the interest in politics will be enhanced, and this is what those big bosses tend to rush to. The Zhang family did not become one of the 4 great powerhouses because it lacked in influence. When they got this piece of land, they would be able to make up for this shortcoming and qualify to become the 5th most powerful family in Jinghai. Su Ruoxian snorted coldly and said, "Old housekeeper, then let's also join in the fun. Don't let the Zhang family get that piece of land so smoothly. Of course it would be even better if we, the Su family, can take it down." The old butler said, "That depends on whether the Shui family is willing or not. Do you want to talk to the one from the Shui family?" Su Ruoxian frowned and said, "Sister Evening Harvest won't be able to act out of her will on such a big matter, but I can give it a try." The old butler was silent. If the one from the Shui family was that nice, the Zhao family wouldn't have been lost for no reason. Now that all of the Zhao family's properties had been devoured by the Shui family, of course the other powerful families had also received some benefits, but not as much as the Shui family. And for the Zhang family to succeed in their bidding, then getting the Shui family to loosen their grip was also a must. Shui Evening Qing's luxurious manor was in the middle of it. The butler came to Shui Evening Qing's side. "Miss, the Zhang family head wants to see you. Do you think you should meet him?" Shui Evening Qing was lazily lying on the hu bed, and at this time, she stretched her enchanting and slender posture and said, "Is it still because of that piece of land?" Probably. That piece of land is nothing to us, but it's important to the Zhang family, an important step in whether or not they can take a step forward. Hee hee. In the past I might have raised my hand, but now, Shui Evening Qing's face became clear and cold. The Zhang family's head of the family probably died not knowing that such a rare opportunity would be spoiled by his own son. Zhang Bo, at this time, was still racking his brain to assassinate Chuzhe. When Chuzhe heard that someone had reported a problem with his meal, he decisively called the police. Yu personally supervised it, and the most authoritative testing organizations were invited to do so. No one expected that all of Chuzhe's stores have cameras monitoring the various procedures of the meals, which are completely traceable. The man who falsely accused Chulchul of having problems with the hotel was taken under control. This time Yu found out that the one who directed this person seems to be related to that Zhang Bo of the Zhang family. It is true to the saying that there is no such thing as standing by the river without wetting one's shoes. Trudel was decisive and demanded a thorough investigation, whatever the cost. At this time in the office, Su Wan, who hadn't been seen for a long time, came back. For this more than a month of going, Chuzhe did not ask. Su Wan also did not say. Su Wan sat next to Chuzhe and asked, "Are you going to do something hard with the Zhang family?" Chuzhe shook his head and said, "I was also forced. There are 1,000 days to do a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. There are also people who say that the fight of a fist open lest 100 fists come. Being tolerant will only make people think that we're easy to bully, and the proper counterattack is to show them that we're not soft either, so that they'll think twice about trying to deal with me again." Chapter 67, Homecoming. Su Wan said at this time, "Okay. I'll have the Su family's lawyer personally keep an eye on this matter." Chuzhe nodded. As for how it would turn out, he really wasn't interested. He just wants to teach the Zhang family a lesson. And he believed that someone from the Zhang family should come looking for him. How far this matter is said to be investigated depends on whether one persists or not. If one understands and says that this is a misunderstanding, then the matter is not a big deal. "I'm going back home," Chuzhe suddenly spoke. Su Wan suddenly froze and said, "Are you not wanting to see the Zhang family?" "There are reasons for this. It's good to let them be anxious anyway. It's going to be New Year's Eve. There's something to talk about in New Year's Eve." Chuzhe gave a light laugh. Su Wan nodded, her eyes looking at Chuzhe slightly out of focus. "What's the matter? You've been looking at me like that since you came in." Chuzhe curiously looked at Su Wan. Because of the close proximity, Chuzhe could smell the fragrance of Su Wan's body. Su Wan looked at Chuzhe's slightly reddened ears. A hint of cunning and shyness appeared in her eyes. "You're blushing?" Chuzhe cleared his throat. To be honest, Su Wan seems to be born with a seductive physique. Every move, every smile, and every knit can make people's heart beat faster. "Aren't you curious where I've been for the past month or so? Is it convenient to tell me?" "Of course, as long as you ask." Su Wan continued. "Actually, it was my mom who arranged my blind date." "Blind date?" Chuzhe froze, not sure what thoughts were in his mind. But they weren't the happy kind. Chuzhe was also a bit surprised when he realized this. When did he care so much about Su Wan? "You're not happy?" Chuzhe was slightly embarrassed. "Yes." A smile swirled in the depths of Su Wan's eyes. "The other party is a member of the Qin family, Qin Lianshu's brother." Su Wan opened her mouth. Chuzhe said, "He's quite nice, isn't he?" "Not bad." Su Wan spoke. Chuzhe nodded. "That's good. Do you think I'll say yes or no?" Su Wan asked. Chuzhe sniffed slightly and said, "This depends on what you want. I'm afraid I can't help you." Su Wan's eyes were slightly disappointed. "Actually, as long as you ask, I can refuse." Su Wan murmured softly. "What?" Chuzhe looked at Su Wan suspiciously. Su Wan shook her head slightly. Chuzhe said, "I'll be going back in a couple days, so we'll see you in the coming year." Su Wan nodded. At this time Nanshu walked in, and now that everything was on track, Nanshu was busy. "Nanshu, are you really not going home for the new year?" Chuzhe said with certainty once again. "No, my home is too far away. Besides, I won't be welcomed back. I might as well stay here and work. The boss remembers double pay." Chuzhe nodded and said, "This of course. Second boss, why don't you follow the big boss back to his old home and take a look around, with its beautiful mountains and water as a tour?" Nanshu said to Su Wan. Su Wan's eyes lit up and looked at Chuzhe. Chuzhe said, "Of course it's okay, but aren't you spending New Year's Eve at home? You don't have to care about this." Su Wan's loss just now instantly disappeared, as if she had been resurrected. On the third day, Chuja and Su Wan embarked on the train back together. During this period, Chuja did not return to Su Ruoxian's villa even once. The look he should have made had been made, and he had no more need to be there. On the train, Chuja looked at Su Wan, who looked like she had been revitalized, and said, "Are you so happy?" "What? Still not letting me be happy?" "It's not that. It feels like you're a different person," Chuja said. Su Wan's eyes flashed with laughter. This trip was all arranged by Chuja, and the moving train was much faster than the car. It took over an hour to get to the city where Chuja was. Here Su Wan started a crazy shopping spree. If it wasn't for Chuja stopping them, they probably would have had to call a tow truck to go home. "Why did you buy so much stuff?" "For a first meeting, the more stuff you have, the better." "First time. Shouldn't you be a little more grandiose the first time you meet your parents?" "Meet the parents?" Chuja's voice drew up. "Meeting your parents for the first time, Don't think too much," Su Wan said. Chuja scratched his head, always feeling that something was wrong. At that moment the phone rang. It was Su Wan's. Su Wan picked up. "Sister, you saw what I gave you? Tell me what the feelings are. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Believe it or not. Didn't you have the pictures in front of you? What can I say if you don't believe this?" Su Wan looked at Chuja, who was waving to himself at the heels of the bus, and said, "All right not to talk to you. Chuja and I are getting on the bus." "What, you and Chuja? Where did you go?" "Pa!" Su Wan hung up the phone. This woman is incorrigible. Did the white moonlight kill so much in the beginning? So does Chuja count as my white moonlight? And if so, if he does something outrageous and then he comes begging for himself, will he forgive him? Su Wan fantasized about the image of Chuja begging himself, and hastily shook her head, feeling not the slightest resistance. Sure enough, the white moonlight killing power is really big. Su Wan came to Chuja's side and gave him a blank look. "Scum!" Chuja was a bit confused and touched his nose. "Scum? How did I become a scumbag in the blink of an eye?" Just then Su Ruoxian of Jinghai snapped and crushed the pen in her hand. "Scum! How dare you bring my sister home? You have guts!" Su Ruoxian's tone was cold. Chuja's parents were a little dumbfounded that their son had suddenly brought 1,000 beautiful women. "This isn't the same one as last time, either?" The younger sister, Chu Shui, pulled Chuja aside and said, "Brother, have you moved on? What's with that? She's just my friend, or a business partner." Chuja hurriedly explained. Chuja's parents only breathed a sigh of relief at his words. Not only friends, but business associates, so coming here years ago is nothing. Su Wan didn't care about Chuja's explanation. She just shouted uncle and Auntie Chu father. "Chu mother." Mother Chu hurriedly answered, pulling Su Wan's hand and entering the house. The house was still warm. Su Wan didn't have any stage fright at all and chatted happily with Chu's mother. Once she was happy, Chu's mother told all about Chuja wearing open pants. Listening to Su Wan, she blushed. Su Wan seemed to enjoy the local flavor of the place, pulling Chuja around for several days in a row. Seeing that it was about to be the new year, Su Wan had no intention of leaving. If this is here for the new year, then the nature can change. A clean little girl in a man's house for the new year, this kind of thing to say out what others will think. However, Chu's father, Chu's mother did not mean anything else. Everything depends on Chuja. Chuja finally said stiffly, "Su Wan, you've had almost enough fun these past few days. Let me send you back." Su Wan said, "It's the peak season of Chinese New Year. I can't buy a ticket. You won't let me go back by myself as a little girl, right? What will you do if there is an accident on the road?" Chuja's stomach was clogged with this one sentence. In the end, Chu's mother opened her mouth to let Su Wan stay for the new year. And it's not too late to go back in the new year. Su Wan was happy and Chuja was depressed. But by the time the next day another person came to the gate of the Chu family, it was none other than Su Ruoxian. Chapter 68, Two Daughters-in-Law? The one who opened the door was Chu Shui. Seeing Su Ruoxian appear in front of her, Chu Shui exclaimed, "Sister-in-law?" The anger in Su Ruoxian's heart was abated a few points by this cry of sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, come quickly." Chu Shui hurriedly greeted Su Ruoxian as she entered her home. Seeing Su Ruoxian come over, Chuja was a bit surprised, but still asked, "Why did you come over, Mr. Su?" Su Ruoxian said, "How come I shouldn't come?" Chuja had not yet said anything. Su Ruoxian unexpectedly pulled out 2 marriage certificates. Then it was laid out in front of Chu's father and mother. Chuja was a bit dumbfounded. On the contrary, Su Wan beside her did not indicate anything other than a cold snort. Chu's father and mother took the marriage license and looked at it carefully. Here, it's stamped. Really married. Mother Chu looked at Chuja. Chuja couldn't seem to say anything but nod his head. Who dared to say it was fake? Aya, you brat. How come you didn't disclose a single bit of information about such a big matter? Chu mother directly gave Chuja 2 slaps on the shoulder. Chu's father plowed right into the squash that was leaning against the back of the door. Scared, Chuja ran out of the house in a huff. Su Ruoxian and Su Wan were also startled and rushed forward to stop them. Looking at Chu's father and mother, who had a serious face, Su Ruoxian had some regrets. Now she thought Chuja 80% to blame herself again. Want to repair the relationship seems a little difficult. Chu Shui went to find Chuja. Su Ruoxian and Su Wan came to Chuja's room. Su Wan let out a light laugh and said, "What? Afraid I'll eat him? So eager to swear sovereignty." Su Ruoxian said, "Humph. What's mine is mine. No way you want to touch it." Su Wan said, "Then you're not afraid that he and I will make a meal out of raw rice? You dare." Su Ruoxian's willow eyebrows rose. Su Wan sneered, "It's fine if you want me not to do it. You have to give me a hand." Su Ruoxian coldly looked at Su Wan. "Have you thought about it?" Su Wan. Never do anything as I please. What do I need to think about?" Su Wan opened her mouth. Su Ruoxian said, "Yes." A smile appeared at the corner of Su Wan's mouth. Chuja came back after all. "Kneel down," Chu's father said as he stood in front of the ancestors' tablets. "Barf." Chuja knelt down. "Our Chu family has always done things in an open and honest manner. Tell me about you. How dare you hide the marriage contract and let someone else, a woman, come chasing after you at home? What do you want to do? Want to start something? Or do you want to get your foot in the door?" Chuja said, "I didn't. Things aren't what you think. People have found their way to the door of the house and you're still sophomoric. Let's see if I don't whip you to death." Father Chu unzipped the waistband of his pants. At this time, Su Ruoxian hurriedly came over and said, "This matter is not Azure's fault. It's me who asked him to hide it." Chu's father froze. Chu's mother froze as well. Chu's mother said, "Girl, I know that our family Chuja is not good enough for you. But you have all received a license. Is it still necessary to hide this?" Su Ruoxian said, "This is because there are some misunderstandings between me and Chuja, and I can't say it clearly for a while. Anyway, this matter isn't Chuja's responsibility, so you two don't blame him." Chu's father sighed and said, "Since there's a misunderstanding, it's good to talk it out. So it's you two living your lives." Chu's father walked away with his hands behind his back. Chu's mother looked at the situation and left as well. Su Ruoxian and Chuja were left in the field. Chuja was not very angry. After all, this matter he did not give his family to say is also his own fault. According to his idea, he should have gone through the divorce with Su Ruoxian a long time ago. But he didn't expect that it had been delayed until here. I didn't expect things to be like this. Who made you leave without telling me?" Su Ruoxian muttered at this time. Chuja breathlessly got up and said, "I don't mean to complain about you, Mr. Su. Tomorrow is the New Year's Eve. It's a bit out of place for you to stay here. After all, we're a fake couple." Su Ruoxian said, "Who says it's fake?" Chuja's tone stagnated, nor did he speak. Suddenly, he thought of Su Wan and said with a bright light in front of his eyes, "Let's do it this way. It's not such a big deal for Su Wan to stay here for the new year, so Mr. Su had better take Su Wan back. The Su family is a big family, so I'm sure there are a lot of rules in the house. So what's the point of staying here with me?" Su Ruoxian quietly looked at Chuja. After a while, he said, "Okay, I'll go." A smile appeared on Chuja's face. "But you have and must go back with me together," Su Ruoxian said. "How can this be? I just have to wait until the new year to go back." Chuja immediately refused. "Going back with Su Ruoxian? This is not a joke." Su Ruoxian said, "It's fine if I don't go back. I'll stay for the new year. I've got my excuses all figured out anyway." "What excuse?" "An excuse to meet the in-laws. Our Su family isn't the kind to be unreasonable. No one can say anything about spending the new year at the in-laws' house." Su Ruoxian let out a light laugh. Chuja still wanted to struggle a bit and said, "Then Su-Wan always goes back, right? That's your business. I don't care." At this time, in the other direction, Chu Shui was talking to Su-Wan. "Are you really your sister-in-law's real sister?" "Aha."
Su-Wan nodded.
"TSK. My brother is really a big scum." Chu Shui shook her head. Su-Wan snorted and laughed. What's in your brother's way? He's married to his sister-in-law, and he even tricked you into it, so he's still not a scumbag? Chu Shui said. What deceit! Am I that good? Su Wan pinched Chu Shui's nose. Chu Shui nodded. You've been tricked into going home by my brother and you're still saying you're not good at it? Su Wan said. Then won't you just pretend you have two sisters-in-law? Right, sister-in-law. Chu Shui called out to Su Wan as sister-in-law. Su Wan was ecstatic and gave a big red packet as soon as she was happy. Not to mention this side of Su Wan and Chu Shui whispering. Chu mother looked to Chu father and said, Old man, what now? How am I supposed to know what to do? The kid's usually a relief. What's going on this time? Don't blame your son. Your son is definitely not the kind of person who goes towards the end. There must be something going on here. Chu mother was still protective of her son. Seeing that Su Ruoxian wouldn't leave and Su Wan wouldn't leave, Chuja had no choice but to let them stay for the new year. And the news that Chuja had a daughter-in-law spread. However, these neighbors couldn't tell who was Chuja's daughter-in-law, Su Ruoxian or Su Wan, and surprisingly, when they saw anyone, they all said, Chuja's daughter-in-law. Chuja found that Su Wan and Su Ruoxian especially like to go out and sneak around in the past 2 days, and I don't know what there is to see in the poor countryside. But visiting relatives and friends on New Year's Day is a necessity. Chuja in the past is a person, it's just this time the daughter-in-law came back not to lead out to meet also cannot be said. Under the pressure of Chu's father and mother, Chuja then led Su Ruoxian out to pay his respects. Su Ruoxian also received a big pile of red envelopes. Although these red envelopes were worth less than 1% of what she had sent out, she was still happy. Looking at these red envelopes, Su Wan was jealous, but there was nothing she could do. Finally, on the third day of the first year, Chuja then took Su Ruoxian and Su Wan and fled. Chapter 69. Inviting a son-in-law. Along the way, Chuja had always had a gloomy face. This time both his family and Su Ruoxian's family knew about them. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to think about if you're in the middle of a divorce. Chuja drove the car. Su Ruoxian and Su Wan, two women, actually opened and counted the money inside the red envelopes they received. It's like opening a blind box, yelling at each one and wondering what there is to be happy about. Returning to Jinghai, Chuja returned to the villa as Su Ruoxian had requested. Seeing Chuja return, the old housekeeper was overjoyed. Now the old housekeeper realizes that it's a good place to have an aunt's villa. The self-same young lady wouldn't be gloomy and lose her temper indiscriminately. Early the next morning, Su Ruoxian took Chuja and went out early. Today happened to be the day of the Su family's party, so of course Su Ruoxian had to bring Chuja over to show his face. Because this is an authentic family New Year's Eve gathering. And because Elder Su's generation was the oldest, the Su family's direct lineage had all rushed to the Su manor. Of course, the women who married out would bring their own husbands back to pay their respects to the old man. In the countryside, it's called hiring a son-in-law. When Chuja and Su Ruoxian arrived here, there were already quite a few people here. Chuja also wore a red leaf brand of men's clothing. Chuja didn't ask about the price, but back when he was a model for the Su family, he knew that this type was the latest kind. And Su Ruoxian was also wearing new women's clothes, and his just happened to be a couple's outfit. They drew a chorus of admiration upon their appearance. Whether sincere or not, at this time we have to praise a man and a woman. Chuja's temperament appeared to be more spontaneous. No matter what he did, there was a sense of unperturbedness, as if things failed just like that. To put it nicely, this is composure. In fact, only Chuja himself knows that he is only because he has failed too many times and suffered too many injuries to become so numb. Su's father coldly grunted when he saw Chuja. For the last party Chuja left without saying goodbye, he still had a grudge. At this time, Su Ruoxian said, Dad, what do you mean by this? Seeing Su Ruoxian like this, Su's father could only let out a helpless sigh. In the end, it seems that his daughter is still sorry for people Chuja, although I do not know whether Su Ruoxian had a relationship with Xiaohan in Paris. But the discerning can still see the appearance of separation between Chuja and Su Ruoxian at that time. And Su Ruoxian almost lost the European market because of Ba Li's mistake. It's a good thing that in the end she made a snap decision to take Chuja to London to turn the situation around. The sales statement is up now. As expected, the clothing styles endorsed by Chulchul were extremely popular. And the one endorsed by Xiaohan is just mediocre, without the slightest highlight. If in Barry, the one who walked the runway was not Xiaohan but Chuja, then I believe Red Leaf's results would have been even brighter. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Thinking of here, Su father expression also eased some. At least this son-in-law is a down-to-earth and capable, then that Xiaohan is much too good. All the people who came this time are relatives and friends. Contacting them more will help you in your future development. Chu's father spoke. Chuja nodded his head and coped with the situation. Seeing Chuja with a well-behaved look, Su's father was even more satisfied. Breaking the rules, he patted Chuja's shoulder and left. Su Ruoxian was a little surprised at the change in Su's father's attitude. A few days ago, he was still looking like an angry man. Now how come he was amiable? Not long after, Su Ruoxian was also pulled into talking. Chuja casually slipped around the manor. At that moment, a rather elegant-looking youth came to Chuja's side. "Are you Ruoxian's husband?" "Hello, my name is Li Ping." The youth extended his hand to Chuja. The other's hands were white and slender. Not like a man's but like a woman's. Chuja politely shook the other party's hand and said, "Hello, should I call you brother-in-law?" Li Ping said, "Hehe, not bad. It seems that you've almost recognized the Su family, unlike me who hasn't recognized all of them until now." Chuja hadn't seen Li Ping the last time he attended a banquet. He guessed that either the other party was busy or his relationship with his cousin Su Xian was not very good. Su Xian, whom he had also met, was a beautiful woman, but there was some sadness between her eyebrows, so much so that the whole person appeared to be a bit mean. But the other was one without much heart and carried everything on his face. Although the other party also undermined herself a few times, she felt pretty good about her. At this time, Suwon came over next to him. "The two brother-in-laws are talking happily. Wan, long time no see." Suwon said, "That's right. It's only during major festivals that I can see you. Brother-in-law, I usually can't see you." Li Ping was slightly embarrassed, but maintained his gentle demeanor. Suwon then continued, "I'll bring this brother-in-law of mine, Chuja, to pay New Year's greetings to the old master. Feel free to do as you please, brother-in-law Li Ping." Seeing Chuja leave, Li Ping even waved his hand at Chuja with an enthusiastic look. Suwon took Chuja to one side and whispered, "In the future, you stay away from this person." "Why?" Chuja was a little confused. "Because someone said he was the one." "That?" Chuja froze, then seemed to think of something, and his hand unconsciously wiped on himself. Looking at Chuja's disgusted face, Suwon giggled, and for a while, her style was so charming that she attracted some people's gazes. Su Ruoxian walked over in big strides at this time, and pulled Chuja and said, "Let's go. First pay New Year's greetings to Grandpa." Seeing Chuja being pulled away, Suwon skimmed her mouth. At this time, Su Ruoxian's little mother came to Suwon's side and said, "Wanner." Su Ruoxian's face that had just smiled instantly clouded over. "Mom, are you trying to introduce me to another person?" When that little mom saw Suwon's gloomy face, she didn't know why she trembled in her heart and said, "If you don't like it, forget it." She never expected her always gentle daughter to be so resistant to the blind date she had arranged for him. In order to keep herself from being subjected to her as a mother, she went so far as to deprive her of all the forces around her that she could rely on within a month. The ruthlessness of the tactics shocked her, and if she hadn't been mindful of her last favor, who knew what this daughter would have done? Thinking of the way the few old subordinates she had brought over from her old home had stood fearfully in front of her to plead for mercy, she shivered again for no reason. Chapter 70 The Smug Su Pin. Chuja was pulled by Su Ruoxian in front of the old master at this time, and after saluting, he didn't say a few words before coming out. The main reason is that the old man is not as energetic as he used to be, and he doesn't have as much time to deal with all these people. You stay away from Suwon in the future. She's not as innocent as she seems on the surface. Your whole person is one-dimensional. Don't be fooled by her without even realizing it, Su Ruoxian whispered. Chuja twisted his head and glanced at Su Ruoxian. His brows furrowed. Then his face sank and said, "How you feel about Suwon, that's your thing. The Suwon I know has always been very good. How I treat Suwon is also my thing." Su Ruoxian was so angry that she stomped her foot. "I'm kindly reminding you, you don't know what's good for you." Chuja didn't bother with Su Ruoxian. Hopefully they will get a divorce soon after this party. See Chuja's appearance. Su Ruoxian gas cannot. Suwon, this person looks like a small white flower, but the ruthlessness is their own scruples a few points. The other day, I don't know what kind of madness has suddenly struck against her mother's forces. The extent of the cleanup is mind-blowing. That always arrogant and bossy little mom froze in fear and didn't let out a single fart. Not only that, she had thoroughly grasped the forces brought over by her little mom after that purge, and now she was even hitting the Su family's side. Every family has some secret forces more or less, And it is this force that Su Wan wants to plot against by asking herself to help. And Su Ruoxian had no way to stop it because she had already been placed in the open. So she couldn't intervene in what was going on in the dark. Sooner or later, Su Wan would get that part of the power, and helping her by herself was just bringing the process forward. When Su Wan had completely integrated these forces, it would be truly terrifying. Chuja had no idea that he had been staying with a viper. Chuja took advantage of the gap at this time, and he made a call to Nanshu. Took a long time for the call to go through. "Hey boss." Nanshu sounded strangely a little out of breath, like he was doing some kind of exercise. Am I disturbing you?" Chuja asked cautiously. "Kind of. I'm really busy right now," Nanshu uttered. Chuja hung up the phone in a hurry, his face a little red. On Nanshu's side, she struggled to lift a suitcase to the car, only to realize that the phone in her ear had been hung up on her. "What's wrong with you?" Hanging up halfway through your sentence. Nanshu didn't care much but said to that driver, "Remember it's the 3rd unit of the 1st building of Xingtai neighborhood." "Okay. Promise to deliver." The driver waved his hand and left. "If I had known that the New Year's Eve was so busy, I couldn't let that boss guy go back to enjoy his happiness," Nanshu exasperatedly said. At this time, Jean Pal also wiped his sweat and said, "Who would have thought that all these regular customers would come to us for dinner reservations? Might as well come to the restaurant for dinner. It's New Year's Eve. People are talking about atmosphere, and eating in a restaurant doesn't have that. Hey, you two. Do you want to tire me out as a cook?" Boss Zhang's loud voice rang out. Coming. Nanshu hurriedly agreed. "Nanshu, can't you get a few other chains to make an effort to take more orders?" Nanshu depressed. "You think I don't want to? Who let us here is in the vicinity of the school, and it's not like you don't know that the neighborhood here is dense. I've transferred everyone I can. The other chains aren't as busy as we are, but they're not idle now either, okay?" Boss Jiang twisted his head to look at the chef who was struggling to wield a spoon in the kitchen and shook his head breathlessly. How come he didn't have such a good business when he was the boss? But only a high achiever like Chulchul could make business so hot, right? Master Jiang craned his head to look across the street at the cold, empty restaurant, reinforcing the idea. Nanshu said at this time, "We absolutely can't do this next year. We have to continue to expand the chain stores next year and strive to cover the entire Jinghai with chain stores. Then I'm afraid it would take no less than a few hundred chain stores." Jean Pal said next to him. "That's right. That's our goal." Nanshu was ambitious. She gave the restaurant across the street a cold look, hatred flickering in her eyes. That's the guy who caused himself to flip out on his best friend. And while there's something to be said for his own best friend's own problems, but would her best friend have done that to herself without that guy? At this time in the Su family, Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja and said, "Who were you on the phone with just now? Why do you have a strange expression?" "No, it's nothing." Chuja hastily shook his head. Su Ruoxian's heart became even more suspicious when she saw this. With the intention of going forward to inquire carefully, she suddenly heard the sound of a quarrel not far away. Su Ruoxian twisted her head to look and found that it was Su Xian and Li Ping who were arguing. Not knowing what Su Xian said, Li Ping whisked his sleeve away, not giving Su Xian any face at all. Su Xian was furious and smashed out the things in her hand before running inside the villa with a twist of her head. Su's father was also grimacing as he watched from a short distance away. The Li family and the Su family do not deal with each other. I thought that the two families would be better if they were married, but now it seems to be that he took it for granted. Seeing Su Xian turn her head and run towards the upstairs, Father Su came to Su Ruoxian's side and said, "Go comfort your cousin and call Su Wan to go with you." Su Ruoxian didn't want to go, but seeing that Su's father insisted, she reluctantly agreed. No matter how much she looked at Su Xian, the relationship between herself and Su Xian was still the closest of sisters. Su Wan even raised an eyebrow at Chuja when Su Wan passed by him. Chuja thought of what Su Wan had just said to him and got goosebumps all over his body, while at the same time expressing his regret for what had happened to Su Xian. Who would have thought that Li Ping would not like women but men? Thinking of the smiling look the other party had just given himself, Chuja wiped his hands again. Feels all over the place. Just then, a youth came to Chuja's side. It was Su Ruoxian's cousin, Su Pin. "Chuja, I want to ask, how did you flatter my sister?" Chuja raised an eyebrow. This was a bad arrival. This two brothers of the Su family didn't like themselves. This he knew very well. Su Pin hadn't gone to work for Su Group so far because he was relatively young. And now he's doing nothing all day long like a second-rate guy. What makes you think that I'm the one who flattered your sister? Chuja asked Supin curiously. Oh, is there any need to feel that? What is my sister's status? What is your status? Yes, you're a student of Kyukai. But what else do you have besides that? Last time we went to Europe, if Xiaohan hadn't represented our Sue's clothing, just by you, I'm afraid our Sue's wouldn't have been able to sell a single piece of clothing in Europe, right? Chuja is still really not sure what the reaction of the European market side is after the last exhibition. Now that he heard Supin say this, he felt that it was probably the same. After all, you don't have much of a reputation yourself, so it makes sense that you don't have a record. Thinking of this, Chuja said, Then this is my fault. Just know it's wrong. I'd be ashamed if I were you. How can I have the face to attend a family gathering like this? Kid, be sensible and get the hell out of here. Don't end up with everyone looking bad. Chapter 71, The Lonely Chuja. Chuja raised his eyebrows and said, Is this your intention, or your sister's? Or is it someone else's intention? What's the difference? Kid, don't be insensitive, you earned your face. Don't give it away. My sister, that's because she thinks you're still useful. So she reluctantly brought you here. Uncle is even more embarrassed to open his mouth. But it's also the same meaning, so be smart and leave by yourself. Supin said coldly. Chuja was a bit speechless, feeling as if he wanted to come here more often than not. Chuja looked at Sue's father. Supin said, Don't look. If I tell you to go, you go. At this moment, Sue's father was not far away talking to a bystander. Seeing Chuja look over, he nodded at Chuja. An excited look appeared on Supin's face. Then he looked at Chuja and said, See, Big Uncle agrees with my idea too. Chuja didn't see it coming. But since Supin said that it was Sue's father's intention, then it was probably about the same. Supin would not be so selfish as to drive himself away. He still had to make sure, though he couldn't just leave in such a haphazard manner. Chuja walked towards Sue's father. Coming to Sue's father's side, Chuja was a little hesitant on how to speak. Supin has told you everything. Just do things according to his arrangement. Sue's father was the first to speak. It seemed like he was going to say something next, when a man came up next to him and struck up a conversation with Sue's father, who turned around and left with the man talking and laughing. Chuja froze beside him, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. In that case, there was no need to stay here much longer himself. Putting down the glass of wine in his hand, he went out of the door of Su Manor's house. Supin looked at Chuja's back and pooh-poohed. What the hell? Walking out of Sue's manor, Chuja's heart is somewhat self-deprecating, and at the same time, he is also puzzled by Su Ruoxian's attitude. Had she brought herself from her old home just to humiliate him? It didn't feel necessary. Or was he taking it out on Xiaohan? Walking out of Sue's manor, he met Xiaohan walking over, dressing up in a very grand manner. Seeing Chuja, Xiaohan arrived in front of him in a high and mighty manner. You know the gap between you and me now, don't you? Chuja was silent. Chuja, you'd better be sensible, and have a number in your heart as to what you should do and what you shouldn't do. This time I've made such a great achievement for Su. It's time for me to take the throne. As for you, get back where you came from. Xiaohan walked into the Su manor in a dignified manner. Chuja, in addition to a bitter smile as if nothing can be done, also, as long as Su Ruoxian can divorce himself. Chuja turned around and walked towards the outside of the villa. It was a big place and it would take a lot of time to walk out. Chuja took one step at a time, his figure looking a bit forlorn. Inside the manor, Su Zhe came to Supin's side and said, Have you done what I asked you to do? Supin said, Don't worry, do a good job. Uncle asked me to take this opportunity to hold a celebration party. It's a recognition of me, how could I not put my heart into it? Su Zhe said, Okay, you just know it in your heart. The celebration will start later. You perform well, I won't bother you anymore. Su Zhe and Supin said a few words and then walked towards the side with their wine glasses. Supin was confident. He was flattered just now when his uncle asked him to celebrate the merits of this Europe. Uncle has already let the big brother Su Zhe into the group. Their own this thing is done well is not also able to enter the Su group. A little bit of a small position is better than blindly mixing. At least they want pocket money when they do not have to go to beg grandpa and grandma. It was just strange for him that Xiaohan didn't come. But that Chuja, whom he didn't see eye to eye, came. How can this be? He immediately contacted Xiaohan to have him come over. Not wanting to bother with Chuja. But how to look at him is very bad. Look so handsome, at first glance is not a good person. So simply chuck him out and pull back. Su is really making good progress in Europe this time. Originally he had no expectations. Who would have thought that he would see Xiao Han representing the Red Leaf brand at a critical moment? He then had some confidence, and then Su's statement came out and it was really good, so he became more and more convinced that Xiao Han was the biggest contributor. And as for the specific sales figures in the report, he was too lazy to look at them. And here in Xiao Han, he was also a bit bewildered when he received Su Pin's call. He actually didn't know much about Su's sales, but he was upset about Su Ruoxian leaving without a word and leaving him behind in Barry. I had wanted to properly connect with Su Ruoxian after the new year, but he never expected to receive a call from Su Pin at this time. He was thrilled beyond words when Su Pin praised him for his work in Bari. So when I got the call, I rushed over. He felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He had already fantasized about Su Ruoxian's tenderness towards himself, as well as Su's father's genuine apology to him. A self-satisfied smile rose on his face at the thought. Oops, here comes our big honoree. At that moment, a voice rang in his ears. Xiao Han looked up and saw Su Pin walking towards him with a happy face. Just doing a little bit of modest effort. It's not a credit, Xiao Han hurriedly said in a self-effacing manner. Where, if it wasn't for you saving the day, how could our Su clan shine in Europe? Mr. Xiao is really too polite, Su Pin hurriedly said. They spoke loudly, and all the Su's family and friends around them looked over. Odd looks appeared on their faces when they saw that the person who came was Xiao Han. Xiao Han did something to Su? When did this happen? How come they don't know? On the contrary, there was one thing that Su almost planted in Xiao Han's hands. In the distance, Su Zhe saw Xiao Han come over and raised his eyebrows slightly. What is this guy Su Pin doing? Knowing that elder brother doesn't like this Xiao Han. Why did you let him come over? Su Zhe subconsciously looked towards the place where Su father had just stayed. But he didn't see Su father's figure. His own father and uncle were also missing, probably went to ask Su Xian about her condition, and the relationship with the Li family was the thing they were most concerned about at this time. Su Zhe muttered in his heart. Big uncle walked away at this time of the day? Could it be on purpose? Su Zhe looked around again and did not see the figure of Chuzha. Could it be that Chuzha knew in advance that Xiao Han was back? So he left in advance? Chapter 72. I don't know what's wrong. At this time, Su Pin was appreciating each other with Xiao Han. Xiao Han said at this time, in fact, as long as Ruoxian can personally praise me, I'm already very content. This celebration can be avoided. That's not good. You've done Su a great favor. You help us open up the international market is directly let us Su on a stage. Such a great merit, of course, to be widely publicized, he said. Mr. Xiao, no, I should call you brother-in-law Xiao Han. Brother-in-law, you can't excuse yourself. I'm going to go find my sister. My sister promises that she'll be happy to pour you a drink herself. Thinking of Su Ruoxian softly pouring wine for himself, Xiao Han had a smile on his face that was hard to suppress. But Xiao Han still said with some reserve, Hey, don't call blindly. Brother-in-law should be Chuzha. Chuzha? That mud-legged man, I told him to get lost a long time ago. How can he be compared to brother-in-law you? A look of poverty, and still want to enter my Su family is a daydream, Su Pin said loudly, afraid that the people next to him couldn't hear. Only he didn't notice that the surrounding area had become quiet at that moment. Su Pin was very pleased with himself, thinking that his words had achieved results. He clapped his hands and said, Dear relatives, some of you are my elders, some of you are my elder and younger brothers, and of course, there are also juniors. Here I would like to give you a grand introduction to our Su clan's great benefactor, Mr. Xiao Han. Mr. Xiao Han was in Europe this time to endorse our family Red Leaf. We all know about this. Our Su's achieved very good results. Mr. Xiao can't take credit for it. Of course, Mr. Xiao is also my sister's suitor. I think he and my sister are the perfect couple. Ha ha ha. Su Pin laughed out loud, then continued. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. I'll go find my sister to come over and pour you wine personally. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. He was enjoying this feeling of being noticed by millions of people. Xiao Han held his wine glass and toasted with the surrounding Su members. Those members of the Su clan who were toasted had odd smiles and some confusion on their faces. Su Pin came upstairs at this time. Here he saw Su Ruoxian as well as Father Su and the others. Eldest uncle, I'm celebrating our Su clan's great meritorious achievement right now, but he wants to let sister personally pour him a drink to celebrate. I'll take sister down first? Su's father nodded and said, Okay. Young people are more lively. Su Ruoxian's heart was a bit surprised that he let himself go and pour him a drink. Was he just expressing his closeness to himself? Humph. I'll reluctantly agree. Su Ruoxian was a bit arrogant in her heart. But the whole thing was already headed downstairs. Su Wan was a bit stunned. Would Chuja make this proposal? Could it be that he had something going on with his sister last night? Su Wan was a little blocked in her heart, but she still got up and walked downstairs as well. Su Pin then turned to Su Ruoxian and said, "Sister, wait for a moment. How can we let brother-in-law feel grand? Wait for me to make arrangements." Su Pin pulled Su Ruoxian behind a nearby screen. Su Ruoxian didn't refuse, on the contrary. She was a bit shy. This made Su Pin look even more pleased. He felt that he could rest on his laurels in Su clan in the future. Su Pin arranged Su Ruoxian and squeezed into the crowd, pulling Xiao Han to the high platform of the living room stairs. He said to the people underneath, "Good. Now let's witness the important moment. Let our Su's president personally pour the wine to congratulate our meritocracy." After saying that, Su Ruoxian walked out behind the screen next to her, holding the already prepared red wine in her hand. Su Ruoxian raised her head imploringly and looked at the people in the field. But the smile on his face froze instantly. "Why you, Ruoxian? We meet again," Xiao Han said with a dignified expression. Someone at the bottom took a picture of the two standing together and sent it to their friends. For a while, the news that Xiao Han had become a meritorious member of the Su family and was expected to become Su Ruoxian's husband spread instantly. Su Wan, who walked downstairs, also happened to see this scene. Her lips slightly widened, and suddenly she revealed a hint of a derisive smile. Why does this scene look so familiar? Upstairs, Su's father was discussing what to do about his relationship with the Li family. Suddenly, he heard Su Pin's voice downstairs, but instead of the expected clamor of congratulations, there was silence. At this time his cell phone vibrated, he pulled it out and watched it. It was a video that Su Wan had sent over, and asked if that was what he meant. Su's father thought Su Wan was asking about the meaning of having a celebration party, so he answered with a yes in passing. He wanted to close his phone, but accidentally clicked on the video, which was clearly Xiao Han looking at Su Ruoxian with deep affection. Su's father's face sank violently, rising violently. "What's going on? Asshole!" Su's father went downstairs angrily. The two brothers of the Su family were a bit suspicious, and that's when they also tapped on their cell phones. When he saw the content on the cell phone, Su family's elder brother had a crying and laughing expression on his face. But the oldest member of the Su family had burst into a rage. His own good son had done it. He also went down the stairs angrily. The oldest member of the Su family came to Su Pin's side first. Su Pin was still smiling at this point, not realizing what a big mistake he had made. Opened his mouth trying to claim credit. "I did this one. Pop!" The Su family's oldest three slapped Su Pin and spun him around in place twice. "Asshole! You can even get this kind of thing wrong. Are you a pig?" Su Pin looked up in bewilderment and looked at his own father, whose own father had an ironic look on his face. He looked at Su's father again, who had an even harder look on his face. He looked at Su Ruoxian again, who looked at himself with hideous eyes, itching to tear him apart. Su Pin winced as he realized at this moment that he seemed to have really done something wrong. But what's wrong? Not to mention the hilarious scene at Su's house. Chuja was still walking alone in this huge neighborhood at this time. Said neighborhood is actually a mountain, the area is very large, here are like the Su family, like the manor, like villas, is the authentic rich area. That's when he glanced at his phone and tapped on his friends. It showed the image of Su Ruoxian imploringly pouring wine for Xiao Han, as well as the accompanying picture above. It turns out that the real credit goes to this one, personally confirmed by the contemporary head of the Su clan. Chapter 73, Recovery of Spirit. Chuja let out a slight sigh. If that was the case, why did Su Ruoxian have to come and humiliate herself for once? Chuja really couldn't figure it out. Chuja also hated himself. How could he be soft again and again? She must be laughing at me. A clown-like fellow, in front of Xiao Han at this moment. Chuja sighed. The face was full of despondency. It was then that Chuja realized that he had actually moved his heart a little bit. Otherwise, why would he feel sad? This time, Su Pin had given himself a wake-up call, and he felt that he should thank Su Pin. Make yourself recognize reality and don't move your mind in ways you shouldn't. Just then, a car slowly pulled up beside him. The car window fell, revealing Shui Evening Qing's exquisite and seductive face. "Chuja, why are you here?" A bitter smile appeared on Chuja's face. "Sister Evening, I didn't expect to run into you here." Looking at Chuja's slightly distressed appearance, Shui Evening Qing's complexion instantly chilled. "Get in the car first. We'll talk about anything when we get back, Shui Evening Ching said. And at this time in the Su manor, the crowd that had learned the whole story looked at Su Pin like he was looking at an idiot. Su Ruoxian learned that Su Pin had driven away. Chuja's face was pale, and her entire body was a little unsteady on its feet. The relationship that had been so easily eased was once again back to square one, if not worse than it had been before. Why? Why does it happen every time? Su Ruoxian rushed out of the manor as she drove after Chuja, but he didn't see Chuja's figure until he drove out of the neighborhood. Call up the surveillance of the neighborhood and see where Auntie went? Su father looked at Su Ruoxian, who came back disoriented, and immediately ordered down. Soon the surveillance for this time period was pulled. From the moment Chuja left the gates of the Su manor. First, he was ridiculed by Xiao Han, which could be seen from Xiao Han's pointing at Chuja, and that condescending look. Chuja didn't have much of an expression change, but that forlorn look still pierced Su Ruoxian's heart. On the monitor, Chuja twisted his head to look at Su manor, then turned around and headed out of the neighborhood. Walking alone in the neighborhood, the figure looked forlorn and depressed. A meritorious man who had made a significant contribution to the Su was ousted from the Su. It was also ridiculed. To the very end, no one in the Su family had noticed that Chuja had left, and it really seemed that no one cared about this dispensable person. Su Wan looked at monitoring Chuja's forlorn back and clenched her palms tightly. His eyes were slightly fierce when he looked at Su Pin. In the surveillance, Chuja turned a corner and walked out of the surveillance range. Where exactly he went is anyone's guess. At this time, the happy neighborhood. Chuja walked into Shui Evening Ching's house here. He sat down on the couch, slightly exhausted. It's not the body that's labored, it's the mind. Being teased by Su Ruoxian again and again, he was truly feeling mentally exhausted. Shui Evening Ching placed a cup of tea in front of Chuja. Chuja barely managed to bring a smile on his face and said, "I've let Sister Evening Ching see the joke." Shui Wan Ching said, "What exactly happened?" "That's right, what exactly happened? You're in a bad state right now." Shui Mochizuki sat next to him, showing her large white legs in front of Chuja without a care in the world. The fullness of her chest also pressed against Chuja's arm. Chuja blushed slightly and quietly pulled away a little. Shui Mochizuki was slightly dissatisfied. Shui Wanqing instead smiled wanly. Chuja briefly said what happened. "So, I didn't bring benefits to Su, but instead caused Su to suffer, and it's only reasonable to be treated this way." Chuja was not angry at being thrown out. After all, in his thought, he did not bring benefits to Su, but brought trouble, and he could not say anything about being treated like this himself. Instead, it was Shui Evening Ching who frowned. "But according to my understanding, things aren't like this." But Chuja couldn't listen at this point. Maybe, whether that's what happened or not, it's true that he was thrown out anyway, and it's true that Su's father admitted it out of his mouth. He himself would not seek to prove anything, lest he make a fool of himself. "All right, let's not care about those things. It's already time to eat. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go cook." Shui Evening Ching opened her mouth. Chuja said, "Sister Evening, it's better if I take the helm." Chuja got up and pulled out his cell phone, looked at it, and realized that it was dead, so he put it on the table in the living room. Then naturally, he took the apron from Shui Evening Ching's hand and put it on himself and went into the kitchen. Looking at Chuja, who was busy in the kitchen, Shui Evening Ching made a call out. "Everything that happened in the Su family today, report it to me in its original form." Shui Evening Ching's expression was clear and cold. "Also, we won't allow the piece of land that the Su family wants." Chuja was back to his old self by the time he finished cooking. He had never wanted anything from the Su family in the first place, and he shouldn't care how he was treated. A smile surfaced, and during dinner he was accidentally given 2 more glasses of wine by Reimer's ghostly girl. Then he slept again, and half asleep, he seemed to see Sister Evening's flavorful face again. The next day Chuja felt refreshed and all the negative energy seemed to have been vented last night. "Just a little restless sleeping on my own, and the sheets are a little messy." Walking out of the room, Sister Evening had already left for work. Really self-disciplined, something Chuja felt he should learn from. After being dazzled by Shui Mochizuki's throbbing white blossoms, Chuja decisively chose to leave. It just so happens that the 5th day of the year is considered the end of the year. Trudger came to the office. The company was quiet. Chuja thought no one was there, but he did not expect to walk into the office and see Nan Shu with a blanket over his body lying on the sofa sleeping. Chuja was slightly stunned, and as he approached, He realized that Nanshu had become a bit more haggard, and it felt as if he hadn't groomed himself for days. Because of the wine that came out of Nanshu's mouth, sleeping heavily. Chuja did not disturb Nanshu. He also guessed that Nanshu was so haggard, it should be because she was too busy with business recently. Chuja sat down in his seat and drew out a piece of paper and began to list out this year's development outline. Just like what Nanshu thought, he felt that in the course of this year's year, he should open the chain stores all over the entire Jinghai. The next year was expanding towards the next big city. He's going to open the chain across the country in 5 years. He knew this was hard, but it was also his dream. Nanshu was woken up by hunger. She opened her eyes and looked at the room, sitting up violently. Oh no! I actually slept until evening? It's only noon, and I've drawn the curtains, so it seems the room is a bit dark. A clear and calm voice rang in Nanshu's ears. Nanshu jerked his head up to look in the direction the voice came from and met Chuja's warm and calm gaze. Nanshu blinked his eyes for a moment before reacting to the fact that it was Chuja who had returned. Nanshu let out a scream. It startled Chuja. Then he saw Nanshu rush out of his office like a gust of wind. Chuja was somewhat speechless as he touched his face, muttering, "Am I that scary?" Took a while before Nanshu walked back in. Nanshu, who came in, seemed to have dressed up from head to toe, changed his clothes, and seemed to have taken a bath, for his hair was wet. "When did you get here, boss?" "Morning," Chuja replied. Nanshu stiffened and said with some exasperation, "Why didn't you call me? Also, what have you seen?" Chuja felt that the last sentence was the main point. "Well, I've seen everything I need to see, and I've heard snoring." Nanshu yelled again and stomped her foot. She felt humiliated that her ugly appearance had been seen by Chuja. Chapter 74. You are not recognizing how good you are. Chuja looked a little dizzy and hurriedly lowered his head to withdraw his gaze. Ahem. I've worked hard for you these days, and I've learned a bit about the matter, thanks to you, or else we really wouldn't have been able to take on such a large workload. Nanshu sniffed, and with a haughty look up she said, "It's good that you know. Don't worry. I promise I won't shortchange you. What you do, I'll keep it in my heart." Chuja said. "Humph. That's what you said," Nanshu said with a reddened face. "I'll give you a few days off, so grab a trip home." Chuja opened his mouth. "I'm not going back," Nanshu spoke. Chuja froze, then said, "Why? Can you tell me about it?" Nanshu was silent. Chuja shook his head when he saw this. "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. You can treat this place as your home. By the way, why are you sleeping here? Don't you live with Yo-Yo? Pill is talking to someone, so it's a little inconvenient for me to go there," Nanshu whispered. Chuja thought about it and said, Let's go. Let's go rent a room." Nanshu looked up and said, "Is it a room for me to rent?" "Of course. You are my president. Isn't it right for me as your boss to care about you and provide you with a place to stay?" Chuja smiled. Chuja said at this time, "Let's go, it's noon. I'll treat you to dinner, and then we'll go look at houses." When he came to the restaurant, he casually ordered 2 small dishes. Nanshu ate them without any regard for his image. Chuja looked a little embarrassed. Will people tired into this? They also go back to the new year, dry as if not what personnel. "You slow down. It's not like anyone is stealing from you," Chuja joked. Looking at Nanshu, who was busy eating, Chuja shook his head and averted his gaze to look out the window. The phone in his hand rang, and Chuja looked at it and hung it up. It was Su Ruashian calling. There had been so many missed calls and he hadn't answered any of them. He didn't know what to say. He didn't want to talk to anyone in the Su family except Su Wan until he had thought it through. Nanshu looked up to Chuja at this time and said, "Why aren't you answering your phone?" Chuja said, "Don't want to take it." Chuja looked over at Nanshu, slightly stunned, and then drew out a nearby napkin to naturally wipe the corner of Nanshu's mouth. After wiping it, Chuja was stunned. He had often wiped the corners of his sister's mouth like this. He had also wiped the corners of Reimer's mouth like this when he was at Shui Evening Qing's house, because he also treated Reimer as his own sister. But now it seemed like it wasn't his sister on the opposite side, but Nanshu. Chuja hastily withdrew his hand, slightly embarrassed. And Nanshu was blushing so much at this point that she was on the verge of burying her face in the dinner plate. "That," Chuja tried to explain. Nanshu suddenly got up and said, "I'm full. Let's go find a house." After saying that, he twisted his head and left, somewhat defeated. Chuja hurriedly got up and followed. He was a bit speechless. He was so affected by Su Ruashian's phone call that he momentarily drifted into a trance, treating Nanshu as his sister. Nanshu won't think he's frivolous, will he? Chuja was a little worried. And over here, Nanshu seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened. Looking natural and happy, bouncing around looking lively. Chuja also let go of the worries in his heart when he saw this. After looking at a few houses one after another, Chuja was not very satisfied. Either the price is too high, or you're sharing a room with someone. Until I saw a small 3-bedroom apartment in a neighborhood with a good price and environment. Slightly more expensive though. At this time, Nanshu said, "Boss, why don't you share the rent with me, so that you can save the rent and protect my safety?" Chuja subconsciously tried to refuse. At this time, Nanshu suddenly said, "Boss, you don't want me to be taken away again. I'm a bit scared. I can't even trust my best girlfriend anymore. I only trust you." Chuja's words of refusal didn't come out and ghostly nodded. Nanshu was delighted. Chuja thought to himself that when Nanshu calmed down, he would just find an excuse to leave. Trudger and the landlord signed the contract. It's slightly farther away from where they work, over half an hour's walk away. If you want to save time, you'll have to squeeze in public transportation. But seeing as Nanshu likes him, he decided to rent it. Trudger signed a 1-year contract straight away. He's sure they'll get a bigger house in a year. Nanshu gave his employees a few days off. Chuja also took advantage of these days to move. And that's when Suwon's call came. Chuja directly invited Suwon to dinner to celebrate the success of their move. After all, Suwon was the second boss. Suwon came quickly, and her first words were surprisingly, "I want to move in too." What else could Chuja say? Of course he prepared a room for Suwon as well. Suwon moved in that day. After finishing the work, it was late in the evening. Chuja bought food, and then personally cooked and fried a few small dishes. After eating, Nanshu rested early. She had been tired all day. Suwon found a chance to talk to Chuja alone. "Actually, there's something I should have told you long ago." "What?" Actually, what happened that day was Supin's own doing, and neither father nor sister knew about it. Suwon spoke in detail about what happened that day. As she spoke, she watched Chuja's expression. But Chuja's face looked calm from start to finish. "You don't believe what I said?" Suwon asked. Chuja said, "Believe, of course I believe. But how come you don't even have an expression?" Chuja said, "It is very simple. This matter, whether it is not what you say, cannot change the fact that I am from a lowly background. This matter, since it can come out once, then it can come out a second time. It's not all the way after all, and although I'm not willing to be mediocre, I'm not to the point of being conceited. I'm very cognizant of reality, and I'll work my way up step by step to raise my stature and then gain respect, and definitely not be looked up to because of my relationship with your sister." Chuja continued, "I've already let go of that matter. I only want to divorce Su now." Chuja's words were calm and firm. Suwon froze slightly and looked at Chuja for a long time. "You're actually very good. I just now realized that you also did the company sales plan. Do you know how much you've benefited the company?" "Mr. Su paid for it," Chuja said. Suwon froze. Trudger's words still mean the same thing, that his talents are worthless in the face of money. That's not why the Sos value themselves. It was because they had money for more and better advice, and there was no shortage of him. Suwon shook her head and said, "You are truly not realizing how good you really are. Su had been established for so many years. How come no one had ever come up with a plan as good as his?" How much Su had paid for this, Chuja had no idea. That value is measured in billions. This kind of thing that Su went all out to do but was never able to do, Chuja did it just so casually. Chuja's that program directly allowed Su to break the game and advance. How good a person should be able to do this? Chuja's plan can be said to have laid the foundation for Red Leaf's premium brand. And with such an excellent plan, that sister of his merely gave Chuja $500,000 to pay off the callers? Chapter 75. Need an excuse. Su's father was looking at Su Pin coldly. "Who told you that the achievements made in Europe were because of Xiao Han? Didn't I show you the financial statements from Europe? Isn't it plainly written who achieved what and which model achieved what? What's in your head? How could you think that's the grade Xiao Han brought in?" Su Pin timidly said, "I was thinking that Xiao Han is after all a well-known entertainer, and still has some influence in the country, while Chuja is nothing but a mudblood and a country bumpkin. So how could he possibly achieve such good results? I still think it was Xiao Han who brought us the benefits, not Chuja, and I think I'm right." Su's father sighed breathlessly. Su Pin's father also said at this time, "Big brother, Su Pin is not suitable to enter the company. His thoughts are too immature. You'd better withdraw your appointment. This statement kind of cuts off the possibility of Su-pin taking power. Su-pin's face was slightly white. Not being able to take power is a second nature outside. Although he eats and drinks, but really meets a big person is no one to look up to him. For why, Dad? Do you think I'm wrong too? Su-pin's father said breathlessly. You're the only one here who thinks you're not at fault, Su-zae. Tell this incompetent brother of yours about the situation in Europe. Su-zae looked at Su-pin at this time and said, Pin, you really should take a good look at that statement. The statement is not only the results achieved by our Su's various garments, but also the results achieved by Chuja's agent of other brands on it. Not only did he represent the opposite company, he directly doubled their sales in Europe. It is also the agent of the most famous international brand, Louis Vuitton, and is valued by the boss of the brand's European general agent. Louis Vuitton's profit that month almost crushed our Red Leaf's profit for the whole year. All because of Chuja. Do you still think now that Chuja is merely a mudblood? When did you learn to look at an individual's ability by their origin? Su-pin's mouth opened. Nana did not say anything. The truth was thrown in his face like a resounding slap. If he kept his mouth shut, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to be a second generation. He couldn't wait to slap himself now. The perfect opportunity to enter Su's group was just letting himself be buried. But he was really too lazy to look at those statements. But, the news I got doesn't seem to be like that. Su-pin still spoke up. Who gave you the message? Su's father asked. Yes, I heard it from my great-aunt, who said that Chuja is a guy who is a success, so I subconsciously thought. Su's father's eyes narrowed. He knew that this wife of his had always disliked Chuja, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so prejudiced against Chuja. Because Chuja had been falsely accused of stealing something, she had been hanging on to it after she knew about it, and even if Chuja was proven to have been falsely accused, she pretended not to know about it. I didn't expect to be overheard by Su-pin, who was equally mindful of Chuja's origins. That was why he subconsciously thought that Chuja was a waste of space and had no way to compare to Xiaohan. So much so that this misunderstanding came about. Su-pin's views also represented the views of a large portion of Su's members. Chuja understood and saw clearly. That's why he said that to Su-wan. One's own talent or no talent, it's also so in the eyes of the Su family. Unless he could have the strength to match them. Su Ruoxian returned to the villa. She sat frozen on the couch for a moment. The door to the room slammed. Su Ruoxian jerked her head to look. Shall you go back too? The joy on his face abated again when he saw that it was the old face of the butler that came in. The old butler sighed breathlessly. He had also heard about what happened on the lord's side of the family, and it seemed like there was nothing he could do right now other than to call Su-pin a fool. I can't get in touch with my aunt after she left Su's house, and it's been a day. Not coming back at this time of year is obviously not going to be a good idea to come back here. Miss, it's late and time to rest, the old butler advised. Su Ruoxian finally got up and went upstairs. Subconsciously, she came to Chuja's room and laid down on Chuja's bed. She hugged Chuja's quilt tightly and took a deep breath before falling into a deep sleep. I don't know when she started to like the smell. A day without sniffing feels empty. Chuja is well rested. He didn't go to the office either, but just started scouting for the address of the new chain. Nanshu has brought in millions this vacation and he wants to put it all in. At this time Chuja was in a factory. The seasoning for which Chuja has applied for a patent is produced in this factory. The boss of the factory was a bald middle-aged man, fat, and at this time looked at Chuja and said, Older brothers, you don't say that your seasoning was well received once it hit the market. Now it's gotten to the point where both of my production lines are producing your seasonings. Brother, I'm not afraid to laugh at you, but I'm envious now. Chuja said, It's been a pleasant cooperation with Boss Wong this time, and I also recognize Boss Wong's character. This time I came here, I want to talk about a business with Boss Wong. Boss Wong froze and said, Business? Brother, you tell me. Boss Wong, I want to buy 60% of your factory. Chuja opened the door. Chuja started out as a commission processor, but he now wants to have a factory of his own. But he doesn't have that much time to manage it. So he came up with this idea as long as the shares, the management still uses Boss Wong. And the reason why he chose Boss Wong is because he investigated and learned that Boss Wong, he is now short of money because his money was swept away by his lover. It wasn't really a secret, a little bit of asking around would tell you that, which is why he made the offer. Sure enough, Boss Wong didn't reject it at first, but fell into deep thought. Suddenly Boss Wong turned to Chuja and said, Wait a moment, I'll go make a call. Chuja was in no hurry. Not long after, Boss Wang came back. Okay. I agree to your conditions, but don't take 60%. I'll sell it all to you directly. Chuja finally sold it for $2 million. $1 million up front. The money was invested in his European runway show, Su Ruoxian's money for buying his planner, and the money earned from the recent chain stores. The rest of the money, Chuja promised to pay back in 2 years. The reason Chuja wants to have a factory is to produce his own specialty seasonings independently. He wants to sell seasonings that belong to the brand name of Sammy Yatang all over the country. Chuja took the contract and left. Boss Wang's phone rang again at this time. Wang boss hastily answered. Right, all sold. Up front as long as $1 million. Don't worry. I don't dare to move a crooked mind. Just those money I owe. Egu. Thank you. At this time, on the other side of the phone, Shui Evening Qing's housekeeper hung up the phone. Then he came to Shui Evening Qing's side and said, Miss, Master Auntie has bought that factory. The formalities are all done. Shui Evening Qing nodded. That factory is still a bit small. I remember having a piece of our land next to it, right? Yes, ma'am. Right next to that plant. Find an opportunity to sell the land to your aunt, Shui Evening Qing said. The old butler said, Yes, ma'am. I say it's for sale, but I guess it's about as good as nothing, or the lady won't be happy. Gotta find a good excuse for the headache. Chapter 76. Drifting Apart. Chuja lost track of time when he got busy on his side. By the time Chuja really quieted down, he realized that it was already March. Everything is in order. The Zhang family has also been much quieter lately. Su Wan is worthy of being a member of the Su family, letting the Su family's team of lawyers bite the bullet on Zhang Bo's false accusation of the Three Flavors Hall of Fame, so that the Zhang family is so burnt out that they can't spare a hand to deal with Chuja. Zhang Bo is now stealing chickens and causing the Zhang family stock market to fluctuate a bit. The Zhang family didn't know until this time that the original Three Flavors Yatang had the Su family's shares in it. I heard that Zhang Bo was badly beaten by Zhang's father, and I don't know if it's true. Su Wan sat in front of Chuja at this time. It's unrealistic to really do anything about the Zhang family, but after this incident, the Zhang family will have to think twice if they want to deal with us. Chuja said, It's hard work for you this time. I'll drink to you. Chuja picked up the wine glass and poured it for Su Wan. The corners of Su Wan's mouth curled up slightly, looking pleased. These days Su Wan almost always stayed here, and at this time, she was getting along with Chuja more and more harmoniously and naturally. At that moment, the door to the room opened and Nanshu returned. Aya, I'm really exhausted, Nanshu complained as soon as he entered. Seeing Chuja and Su Wan drinking, he said with a pinch of his waist, Your boss is so leisurely. Letting me fight to the death in front of you guys is good? Good point. Chuja nodded. Gasp. Boss, when did you become so thick-skinned? Nanshu stomped her foot. Although slightly petite, there is nothing small about what should be there. A stomping and trembling look at Chuja's face was a little red. Chuja hastily averted his eyes and scratched his head. Didn't you say that I'm an impersonal capitalist? I can't be called that by you for nothing, right? Nanshu's cheeks puffed out in anger at his words, which was exceptionally cute. Su Wan smiled and said, All right, I know you work hard. Isn't this already recruiting people to be your assistant? Ready to find you too. What do you think? Nanshu said, How about I recommend someone? Chuja said, As you wish. Nanshu said, It's not that I have to have people, but now that we have nearly dozens of chain stores, and by the end of the year it's expected to break through more than 200, I do have a bit too much to take care of on my own. Chuja patted his head and said, This is my problem. I'll take the time to give you a complete set of the company's organizational structure. You also need to learn about management. The president is not that good. At this time, Chuja's cell phone rang. Chuja looked at the caller ID, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Su Wan glanced at her and said, My sister. Chuja nodded. It's not a solution for you to hide like this. Things between you guys have to be resolved, Su Wan said. Chuja looked at his cell phone and fell into deep thought. And on the other side of the phone, Su Ruoxian disheveledly put down the phone in her hand. He still didn't pick up. Across the room, Ning Rongrong had an expression that said it all. This is a private room in a bar. There were only Ning Rongrong and Su Ruoxian. Ning Rongrong said at this time, Sister Ruoxian, it's not that I'm talking about you. As long as the matter between you and Xiao Han isn't completely resolved, there won't be a good outcome between you and Chuja. Obviously, every misunderstanding seems to be because of Xiao Han. Don't you think that's a little too much of a coincidence? Su Ruoxian frowned at her words. What exactly do you think of Xiao Han? Ning Rongrong asked. I don't know. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. But I'm sure of one thing, I like Chuzha. From the moment I saw him for the first time, it was a completely different feeling from Xiao Han. Together with Chuzha, my feeling of warmth in my heart, it was a kind of happiness, a kind of indulgence, a kind of dependence. By his side, I feel very happy no matter what I do. Something I didn't have when I was with Xiao Han. Ning Rongrong's face changed slightly. When you were with Xiao Han? So also you did have your heart set on Xiao Han. How far did you and Xiao Han go? Su Ruoxian was silent. Ning Rongrong's heart sank as she shook her head slightly. That's when the door to the room knocked. Ning Rongrong was suspicious. Who would come to disturb them? She opened the door and saw Xiao Han's face. It's you? How did you find this place? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Xiao Han didn't reply, but instead looked in Su Ruoxian's direction. Ruoxian, Xiao Han shouted with deep emotion. Su Ruoxian's eyes turned cold as she looked at Xiao Han. How did you find this place? A friend saw you and I was worried about your safety, so I came over. Xiao Han explained. Worried about my safety? Do you think anyone can do anything to me? Su Ruoxian let out a light laugh. You're drunk. Let me send you back. Xiao Han walked into the private room and walked towards Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian got up and said, No, I'll go back by myself. Xiao Han said, I don't feel at ease. Have you forgotten that on the day of graduation, you were drunk? If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Ruoxian froze at her words and thought of that night, the image of Xiao Han desperately standing in front of her and confronting a few punks. Her sharp eyes became mild. When Xiao Han saw this, a hint of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He went forward and took Su Ruoxian's hand. Ruoxian, remember, I am wholeheartedly devoted to you, and everything I do is also for you. Maybe I'm not doing the right thing, but my heart for you has never changed, Xiao Han said. Behind her, Ning Rongrong looked at this scene breathlessly, worthy of being a male artist. This expression was simply pure fire. It was Su Ruoxian who ate this. Ning Rongrong edited a text message at this time and sent it out. And at that moment, Su Ruoxian had already pulled her hand out of Xiao Han's. She said to Xiao Han, Go back. Xiao Han froze, somewhat confused. It seemed strange why his own deeply emotional performance didn't have the desired effect. Ruoxian, Xiao Han shouted again with deep emotion. Su Ruoxian said, I'm going to drink for a while, you go? Xiao Han said, No, I'm not leaving, I told you. I'm not worried about you. Since you want to drink, well, I'll drink with you. Ning Rongrong rolled her white eyes. It was simply a dog's skin. If Chuzha had half of Xiao Han's initiative, wouldn't he have taken Su Ruoxian down a long time ago? Ning Rongrong wasn't going to care this time. No matter which step Su Ruoxian took was her own choice. She couldn't control it even if she wanted to. Ning Rongrong said, Sister Ruoxian, since Xiao Han is here, I'll go back. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Han was secretly happy in his heart. Su Ruoxian frowned. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? It's fine. I don't think Sister Ruoxian needs me anymore, so I won't keep you guys up. Ning Rongrong got up and walked out of the house with a helpless sigh. She really couldn't understand why Su Ruoxian was so indulgent towards Xiao Han. Since that was the case, it didn't seem like it would be a good thing for him to set up Chuzha and Su Ruoxian. Chapter 77, Time to End It. Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian were left in the room. Ruoxian, still want a drink? Xiao Han made his voice seem more magnetic. Su Ruoxian picked up the wine glass in front of her and drank it all in one go. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of fire as his eyes roamed around Su Ruoxian's body recklessly. Without realizing it, Su Ruoxian was already a little drunk. In a drunken haze, she tugged at her chest, messing up her dress. But it made her whole person more and more seductive. Xiao Han also pulled on her collar as she looked at Su Ruoxian with eyes that grew hotter and hotter. He got up and walked towards Su Ruoxian and said, Ruoxian, let me send you back. Su Ruoxian didn't answer. Xiao Han moved closer to Su Ruoxian and reached his hand towards her chest. Just then Su Ruoxian suddenly got up. No more drinks, I'm going back. Xiao Han was slightly stunned, then said, Okay, I'll see you off then. Su Ruoxian sprinted a few steps and took the lead in opening the door to the private room. He was just about to walk out but saw Chulchul's posture as he raised his hand to knock on the door. Chuzha. Su Ruoxian's tone was tinged with surprise. Chuzha frowned at Su Ruoxian's messy collar, then looked behind her. It seems I came at a bad time. Su Ruoxian froze at her words and jerked her head to look at Xiao Han behind her. Her face bristled and turned pale. No, it's not what you think. I just asked Rong Rong to come for a drink because I don't feel well in my heart. Xiao Han is worried about me. Chuja shook his head and said, Mr. Su, you don't have to explain it to me. I'm relieved to see that you're fine. Then I'll leave, Mr. Su. Chuja looked deeply at Xiao Han. And at that moment, Xiao Han showed a hint of a contemptuous smile to Chuja. Chuja's eyes dimmed slightly and he said no more. Chuja, listen to my explanation. It really isn't what you think. Nothing has ever happened between Xiao Han and I either before or now. Su Ruoxian tried to explain. Oh, a bar, a private room, a lone man and a woman, disheveled, and you say it's okay? TSK. Will anyone believe it when you say it? Suwon didn't know when she walked out from the side. Su Ruoxian's body shook a little at her words. And by now Chuja had already gone far away. Suwon sneered and glanced at Su Ruoxian before chasing after Chuja. Su Ruoxian walked outward in a muddled manner. Xiao Han wanted to assist. Su Ruoxian, however, violently shook his hand away. Don't follow me! After saying that, Su Ruoxian took a taxi alone and left. Xiao Han's face became livid, and then he let out a cold laugh. A man came up next to him and said, It's not working again. Oh, can she still run away from me? All shot down. Of course, a lone man and woman bar booth is enough to create a lot of conversation. And now no one will believe it when they say outside that you and Su Ruoxian don't have a relationship. A conspiratorial smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. Other side. Chuja and Suwon also sat in the car and drove in the direction of the neighborhood. What does it feel like? Chuja shook his head and said, There is no feeling. This time I came here originally intended to talk to him about the divorce. I didn't expect that Xiao Han would also be there. It's me who was a bit abrupt. Suwon looked at Chuja and found that Chuja had a calm face and a hint of embarrassment. Suwon's eyes narrowed slightly. Aren't you upset at all? Sad? Why? Mr. Su and I were supposed to be in a fake engagement in the beginning and still are. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. To be honest, I don't think I'm that important in her heart. The same way, Mr. Su is at most a friend in my heart. Of course, even as a friend, I'm high on the list. Suwon said, Such a beautiful woman. And you are still an honorary couple. Seeing her drinking alone with a man. Still in the middle of a hidden private room. You really won't be jealous? Ha ha. Chuja laughed as he looked at Suwon and said, Why do you need to test me? If I really had that kind of meaning for Mr. Su, then how would I think about divorce? Suwon twisted her head to drive and said, Actually, I'd say you're a bit too sensible. I'd rather you be more emotional, so that you at least look more humane. Chuja froze, not knowing what Suwon meant by these words. Isn't it good to always be clear about where you are and who you are? Returning to his rental house, Chuja entered the bathroom to wash up only after the two women had finished washing up. Then realized the shampoo was gone again. And then Nanshu with a red face, or Suwon with a red face, came to deliver it to him. There's even soap, towels, and other things. Chuja seriously suspected that they had taken all these things on purpose. A beautiful sleep and a rare day of relaxation for Chuja. He got up, washed up, and ate a breakfast that Nanshu had left for him before he got up and went to the car store. Nanshu should have gotten up early because she had a bus to catch. Chuja thought about it. Nanshu is his own president, with a car should not be too much, right? Thinking about it, Chuja came directly to the Forest store and then lifted 200,000 or so sedans. One red, one black. He had the car driven down to the office. Then he came to the office and walked into Nanshu's office. Nanshu was busy with the paperwork and didn't notice Chuja come in. Nanshu in the middle of the work looks very attractive. She was already beautiful, this time wearing professional clothes, looks beautiful and very competent at the same time. Chuja looked a little stunned. It seemed to have sensed Chuja's fiery gaze. Nanshu looked up to meet Chuja's gaze. Nanshu's cheeks suddenly turned pink, her eyes a little flustered. Boss! Chuja came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. I've assigned you a car so that it's easier for you to commute to work. Here are the keys. Chuja handed over the car keys. Nanshu was very excited and took the key and said, You gave it to me? It's not a nice car. It's just $100,000 or so. Nanshu pulled Chuja's hand and said, Come on, let's go see the car. Arriving downstairs at the company, Nanshu saw the beautiful red sedan. Buick Series. It's only $100,000 or so, but it looks great. Plus, the festive red color is perfect for a girl to drive. Nanshu jumped up and kissed Chuja on the cheek. This caused Chuja to freeze for a moment, and he was relieved to know that Nanshu was just reacting under excitement. Nanshu sat in the car at this point and touched his burning face, then his throbbing chest, glancing out of the car window at the figure of the. Seeing that Nanshu was able to drive freely, Chuja also put his heart down. Then he drove the small black car he had just bought towards Su's mansion. He felt it was time to make a break between him and Su Ruoxian. Chapter 78. A lot of drama. The car drove to the downstairs of Su's building and Chuja entered the lobby. Coming to the front desk, Chuja said to the front desk, "I want to see your Mr. Su. Can you convey this for me?" "Yeah, Mr. Chu. You can go straight up. This is what General Manager Su ordered," that receptionist said. Chuja froze, then said, "Thanks then." Seeing Chuja leave, those two receptionists glanced at each other at this time. "You said that Mr. Chu is so good. Why does Mr. Su still want to cheat on her? Who knows? Could it be a first unforgettable love? I do think Mr. Chu is quite wronged. I heard that Mr. Chu and Mr. Su are still sleeping in separate rooms even now." "Really? Oh my God. Sleeping in a separate room with her real husband but being alone with a mistress in a bar. Mr. Su really?" "Hush, don't say it. No matter what, that's Mr. Su's business. Being heard, we're considered done for." Chuja walked all the way here and realized that Su's people were looking at him strangely. There was pity, there was a desire to speak, and some simply sighed and walked over to pat Chuja's shoulder. Chuja was a bit puzzled. The leader of the advertising department saw Chuja faintly and went forward. "Dude, I know it's not your fault. Don't worry. Dude supports you." After that, he walked away. Chuja was really a bit confused and looked around, realizing that everyone was looking at him, with eyes that varied from pity or ridicule. At this time, the leader of the design department quietly came over and said, "By the look of you, do you not know what's going on?" Chuja shook his head. The leader of the design department said, "You can check your cell phone. Don't blame your buddy for not warning you." He was really impressed with Chuja. Chuja worked hard as a model here and never lost his temper. Nor do they arrive late or leave early unless there are special circumstances. More to the point, smart, makes a lot of suggestions but never arrogant. Being humble and helpful, he really appreciated Chuja. Chuja suspiciously took out his phone and opened the news app. After seeing the overwhelming news about Su Ruoxian, the corner of Chuja's mouth twitched. They feel like they're being held up with colorful hats. The phone was now full of images of Xiaohan and Su Ruoxian at the bar. Su Ruoxian's cheeks were slightly red and her eyes were confused as her clothes were messy, and Xiaohan came out from the private room. And Xiaohan's eyes looked at Su Ruoxian full of love and even with desire. How can this situation not make people think the wrong way? The headline on the phone also catches the eye. A night of passion between Su's president and his first love. 2 or 3 things the president of Su and his white moon have to say. So you got married to come out and steal? Some headlines are naked. Shocking. The cheating of Su's president. This crazy night. Actually, Chuja thought so too. That's why he's here. Shaking his head, Chuja put his phone away and came to the door of Su Ruoxian's office. He knocked on the door. After receiving permission, Chuja walked into Su Ruoxian's office. Su Ruoxian was currently looking down at her head to deal with the documents and did not look up to see who was coming in. "What's the matter? Say." Su Ruoxian opened her mouth. Chuja said, "Mr. Su." Hearing Chuja's voice, Su Ruoxian's figure trembled violently. She looked up at Chuja, a flicker of panic in her eyes. "You're here." Su Ruoxian's smile was a bit forced. "Mr. Su, I came here this time because I want to go through the divorce procedure with you. Still, I don't want a penny from you." Su Ruoxian hurriedly said, "Chuja, there is a misunderstanding between us. Is it because of Xiaohan?" Chuja shook his head. "No, Mr. Su, after such a long time you are also clear. The gap between us is still too big after all. We are really not suitable." "Who said that? I think it's quite appropriate. The last banquet thing was also a misunderstanding. I've already reprimanded Su Pin." Chuja waved his hand and said, "I long ago stopped caring about that matter. Besides, what Su Pin said at that time might not be wrong. He just made me more aware of the gap between me and you. To be honest, I actually have to thank So Pin for that." Chuja froze and said, "Mr. Su, it's not a solution for us to be entangled like this. Let's get a divorce." No, I won't leave." Su Ruoxian's entire body was in denial. Chuja frowned. "Mr. Su, I don't think there's a need for us to be maintaining this famous but not real marriage. If you want, we can make this marriage a reality," Su Ruoxian said. Chuja froze. Then he looked at Su Ruoxian with some doubts. Wasn't it Xiao Han that she liked? Why would she say such words? Immediately Chu Zhi's eyes turned to disgust. He was not so bad as to collect a rag. Just then, the door to the room opened. Ruoxian, I brought you the clothes you left behind. Xiao Han walked in, his eyes looking at Su Ruoxian with warmth. Chu Zhi frowned. Did Su Ruoxian spend the night at Xiao Han's place? That was his subconscious thought. Xiao Han seemed to have just seen Chu Zhi and said with some embarrassment, Ah, that one is sorry. It seems like it's not the right time for me to come. Chu Zhi said, Indeed, it's not the right time. Xiao Han's face changed at his words, and his eyes became gloomy as he looked at Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi looked at Su Ruoxian at this time and said, Mr. Su, do you have anything else to explain? Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han at this time and said with a gloomy face, I told you, I'll have someone go get it. Xiao Han's face became more and more ugly. Ruoxian, I just want to grab it and send it over to you. You know, I'm worried about you. Chu Zhi was a bit speechless. He wasn't interested in eating dog food here. But this time he came also will not give up easily. Chu Zhi looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Mr. Su, there are some things that everyone understands, it's a little hard to say them out. In order to prevent each other from even being friends in the future, I think we'd better get it over with today. I've brought everything. I can't waste much of your time, Mr. Su. And it just so happens that Mr. Xiao is here as well. So it's just right to be a witness. Su Ruoxian's body shook slightly, her face a little pale. No, I won't divorce you. Chu Zhi frowned, a little moved with anger. Xiao Han's eyes flickered, but his eyes revealed dark joy. Xiao Han said at this time, Ruoxian, it looks like Mr. Chu also thinks that he doesn't deserve you. You shut up. Xiao Han, what's it to you about what's going on between us as a couple? And who asked you to come? Did I promise to see you? Get out of here. Su Ruoxian snapped. Xiao Han's face changed as he sniffed. Ruoxian, Get out. Su Ruoxian said again. Xiao Han placed the clothes on the sofa next to him and said, Then, I'll put your clothes here. Chu Zhi looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han similarly glanced at Chu Zhi, a hint of provocation showing in his eyes. Chu Zhi looked at Xiao Han with the same disgust. To be honest, Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian really disgusted him today. Whether it was Xiao Han or Su Ruoxian, there was so much drama. Chapter 79, Going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Ruoxian's gaze was always on Chu Zhi's body. She saw Chu Zhi's eyes and her face grew paler and her eyes became flustered. I accidentally left this dress at the bar yesterday. It's definitely not what you think. Chu Zhi pursed his lips and said, Mr. Su doesn't need to explain to me. I don't want to and am not qualified to know this. No, you're qualified, you're my husband. Su Ruoxian exclaimed. Su Ruoxian's body trembled a little, and her face grew paler and paler. But she still looked at Chu Zhi so stubbornly. Chu Zhi said, After the divorce, I don't have the qualifications for that, do I? Su Ruoxian breathed a little sharply. You really want to divorce me so badly? Yes, Mr. Su, you should know that preconceived notions between people are very hard to remove. You may think that I'm being unreasonable, but think about it, am I really a good match for you? What those relatives and friends of yours think of me, I won't say, but I know in my heart, and so do you, that this is the stark reality. We were married because of a misunderstanding, and now that I'm no longer of any help to you, and have even become a disgrace to you, why won't you let me go? Su Ruoxian walked out of her position and came in front of Chu Zhi. I never said you were a disgrace to me. Chu Zhi's eyes became a little softer. I know, you've never looked at me like that before, but I don't want them to sneer at me and look down on you at the same time. Mr. Su, I don't think I really deserve you, at least not now. Compared to Mr. Xiao, I am indeed much worse, don't deny it. Otherwise that incident wouldn't have happened. This time it was Su Pin who threw me out with impunity. Who do you think it will be next time? The last thing I want to say is still Mr. Shaw. Do you think it's still convincing for you to tell me now that you and he are innocent? Why are you putting me in the middle to fulfill a perverted fetish like yours? Su Ruoxian said, What do you mean by that? Chu Zhi helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, Mr. Su hasn't had time to look at his cell phone, right? You can look at it now. Su Ruoxian sniffed and opened her cell phone in a hurry. When she saw the sky full of news about her and Xiao Han, Su Ruoxian's entire body froze in place. It's not like that. It's clearly not like that. Su Ruoxian muttered. Chu Zhi quietly looked at Su Ruoxian. After a while he spoke. Mr. Su, so, let's get a divorce, it's good for you and me. Since it's already been rumored so much out there, and it's already been taken as an irrevocable fact, Why don't you just marry Mr. Xiao? Su Ruoxian said dully. It's not like that. It's not like that. It's clearly not like that. That's when the door to the room knocked again. Suzy opened the door and walked in. He glanced at Chuja's eyes slightly guilty, but it was also a flash. It's a pity that such a talented person, the Su family, didn't grasp it. But things had come to this and the Su family had to respond. Su Zhe took out the account book and handed it to Su Ruoxian. Uncle's meaning, since things are already like this, you should divorce Chuja. Su Ruoxian jerked her head up to look at Su Zhe. How come? Su Zhe shook his head and said, I'm actually curious, Ruoxian. Why are you always entangled with Xiao Han? Uncle fainted when he read the news today, indicating that he has been disappointed in you. Su Ruoxian said, I've never taken the initiative to provoke him. Suzy said, but you didn't refuse either, did you? Su Ruoxian froze in place. No wonder Ning Rongrong left at that time. The moment she didn't explicitly reject Xiao Han, she was doomed to this situation today, and it turned out that everything was self-inflicted. Su Zhe said, what Uncle means is that since you are dead set on liking Xiao Han, he won't stop it. Even if you marry Xiao Han in the future or anyone else for that matter, it has nothing to do with the Su family. But one thing, in the future, you'll only have 10% of Su's shares, and Uncle will let someone else take the position of president. Chuja was silent beside him. This was a family matter of their Su family. It was not his turn to intervene. At this time, Su Zhe looked at Chuja and said, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I apologize for my brother Su Pin. Chuja said, it doesn't matter. I don't care anymore. Su Zhe pulled out a card and said, there are $2 million on it. It's an apology as well as compensation for you. It's what you deserve. You've been a successful agent in Europe, and this is for your labor. Chuja didn't want to accept it, but if he didn't, wouldn't it make the Su family think that he still had something in mind for Su Ruoxian? Thinking about it, Chuja took the card. Don't worry. I definitely won't pester Mr. Su, Chuja said. Suzy sniffed and shook her head. I'd rather you pester. Chuja laughed dryly. Mr. Su, let's go. Su Ruoxian stayed where she was and didn't move. Chuja frowned. Mr. Su, things have come to this. It's no longer your business alone. I don't want to go out and be pointed at. It bothers me. Su Ruoxian shuddered at his words and whispered, I'm sorry. Chuja shook his head. I don't mean to blame you. I just hope that Mr. Su can think about it for me as well. After all, this kind of thing is something that a man can't accept. We haven't had anything happen, but I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my head up in front of my family and friends if I don't make some kind of gesture. Su Ruoxian held the table with her hands and tried her best to support herself. Okay, I promise, let's divorce. Su Ruoxian opened her mouth. A hint of joy appeared on Chuja's face as he sniffed. Next to Su Zhe slightly shook his head. Married also a few months, even did not have sex, that is, Chuja, in exchange for any person is afraid to accept. Walked out of the office. There was silence outside the office. The door wasn't closed tight when Suzy came in. Some of their conversation had also vaguely gotten out. Seeing Chuja come out, the crowd sighed, what an excellent person, but couldn't go into Mr. Su's heart. It's a pity. They had also known Chuja for some time. Chuja had more or less contact with these people when he was modeling for Su. They all thought that Chuja was much better than that Xiao Han in every way. Personality and temperament, and even learning are much stronger than Xiao Han. But such an excellent talent, Mr. Su surprisingly did not like it, and did not even let the other party touch it. Until now, Chuja shouting Su Ruoxian was still Chief Su. Then there was only one explanation, and that was that there really wasn't any camaraderie between them, and they weren't even considered friends. In the eyes of the crowd of regretful people, Chuja and Su Ruoxian left. When he arrived at the hall, Chuja realized that Xiao Han hadn't left yet. Ruoxian, Xiao Han shouted affectionately. Su Ruoxian mechanically raised her head to look at Xiao Han, without the slightest bit of luster in her eyes. Chuja raised his eyebrows and said in a sarcastic tone, Since Mr. Xiao is also here, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and also witness my divorce from Su. Xiao Han sniffed with joy in his eyes. Chapter 80, The Plot of Dogma. I'll drive, Xiao Han said excitedly. Su Ruoxian was in a bit of a trance and surprisingly did not object. Chuja smiled to himself when he saw this. The other party was now too lazy to even pretend. It seemed that Su Ruoxian had never cared about her feelings. The car sped along and soon arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chuja and Su Ruoxian got out of the car. Chuja lifted his feet and wanted to walk inside the Civil Affairs Bureau. But when he turned around, he found Su Ruoxian standing there stiffly without moving. Mr. Su. Chuja frowned. He was really worried that Su Ruoxian would back out. Ruoxian, let me help you. Xiao Han attentively held Su Ruoxian's arm. Looking at them, Chuja shook his head slightly. How to look at it? He is like that junior. Under Xiao Han's support, Su Ruoxian walked forward. Only her pace seemed somewhat mechanical. She doesn't even know how she got to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The ones who came to get a divorce finally got their turn to do so. Chuja handed over all his papers. The staff member looked at their marriage license and said, "It's only been 6 months? Are you guys sure you want a divorce?" Chuja said, "Okay." The staff member asked, "What is it about?" Chuja said, "Well, it doesn't fit." The staff looked at Su Ruoxian and said, "Do you mean the same thing?" Su Ruoxian didn't say anything. The staff froze and said, "Ma'am, do you also feel that you don't feel comfortable with this gentleman?" Xiao Han, who followed behind Su Ruoxian, was a bit anxious at this time. "What are you asking so much for? Since you came to the divorce, you directly stamped not on the line?" The staff looked at Xiao Han. "Who are you?" Xiao Han froze and said, "What's this got to do with you?" The staff member frowned. "I'm performing my normal duties. Please leave." Xiao Han's eyes became gloomy. "Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you?" The staff said, "Be my guest." Xiao Han pointed at the staff and said, "You." Then, with a cold grunt, he walked a little farther away in resignation. The staff didn't pay attention to Xiao Han, but looked at Su Ruoxian again. "This lady, please answer my question. For what reason do you want a divorce?" Su Ruoxian's eyes trembled slightly as she twisted her head to look at Chuja. She had been in a bit of a trance since the office. So much so that she didn't even notice Xiao Han following her over. And all this deepened the false impression of others that Su Ruoxian liked Xiao Han, not Chuja. Where else would something as dog-eared as having a mistress come and watch them get divorced happen? This was a naked insult from Chuja. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja, and Trudger's gaze wasn't on her. The staff member shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that there really is an emotional incompatibility." The staff member unfolded the two men's marriage license and pulled out the seal. "You won't be husband and wife if I stamp this down. You guys have to think clearly. This is your last chance." Seeing that the two were indifferent, the staff sighed helplessly. "Only married for half a year. It's a pity." Su Ruoxian looked at the staff's falling seals, and for a moment she felt that the sky was spinning. She suddenly violently covered her chest. She felt her heart ache badly. It was really painful. She breathed heavily, but she still couldn't get rid of the oppressive breath. At the same time, Su Ruoxian's face was as pale as paper and her figure was shaking. Su Ruoxian extended her hand to Chuja. Chuja also looked at Su Ruoxian at this time, his brows slightly furrowed. Just then Su Ruoxian fell straight backward. Chuja was slightly startled, and with one reach, he pulled Su Ruoxian into his arms. "What's wrong with you, Mr. Su?" Chuja looked slightly anxiously at Su Ruoxian in his arms. Ruoxian, what happened to you?" Xiao Han came back to his senses in the midst of surprise and rushed over at this time. He pushed Chuja away to hold Su Ruoxian in his arms. Chuja froze for a moment and shook his head slightly without moving forward again. That's when the staff member seemed to see what was going on. Obviously, it's the story of the mistress and the original partner. I didn't think Junior would be arrogant enough to follow them over and watch them get divorced. She worked for such a long time, or the first time to see such an arrogant Junior. At this time to look at Xiao Han is the eyes with disdain. Su Ruoxian's eyes fixedly looked at Chuja and once again extended her hand to him. The staff member turned to Chuja at this time and said, "Right now she's agitated. You'd better go up and comfort her." Chuja frowned in contemplation. It was clear that Xiao Han was right here. What was she still reaching out to herself for? And seeing Chuja's hesitation and refusal, tears rolled down in Su Ruoxian's eyes. Turned out that for such a long time, he really hadn't gotten into his heart. Even if he was dying, the other party didn't seem to bother to look at him. Why? Chuja said at this time, "Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao Han is beside him. You can talk to Mr. Xiao Han if you need anything." The staff froze at this point. Was this really two people? She looked at their marriage license. It's the two of them, huh? But it's really weird to be married for half a year and still be so strange, feeling like you've only just met them. At this moment, Xiao Han hurriedly said, Ruoxian, I'm here. I'll take you to the hospital." Xiao Han wanted to hug Su Ruoxian up, but it seems to be a struggle. Chuja shook his head slightly at the sight as he stepped forward to receive Su Ruoxian, picked her up across the room and headed for the door. It wasn't until Chuja walked away that the staff member came back to his senses. Looking at the 2 marriage licenses in his hand, he froze a little. A puzzled shout rang out as Chuja walked to the door. Chuja! Chuja froze and twisted his head to look, realizing that the person calling his name was actually Su Xian. Chuja looked towards Su Xian's hand, which was unexpectedly holding a divorce certificate. I can't believe she's divorced and still here on the same day as him. A sedan left not far away, and through the window Chuja saw that the person seemed to be Li Ping. At this time, Su Xian looked at the person in Chuja's arms and was slightly surprised to see that it was Su Ruoxian. What's wrong with her? Fainted. I'm taking her to the hospital. Chuja opened his mouth. Sushin said, Then I'll drive. My car is right there. Chuja thought about turning around and walking in the direction of Su Xian's vehicle. Chuja placed Su Ruoxian in the back seat of Su Xian's car and stood to the side. And Xiao Han, who had come close behind, got into the car. Su Xian didn't look closely, and once he stepped on the gas, the car scurried out. Chuja watched the car leave with a cloudy expression. He also didn't go to the hospital to see Su Ruoxian. With Xiao Han around, he didn't go to be a light bulb himself. Su Xian realized halfway through that Chuja didn't even get on the car, and the one who got on the car was actually Xiao Han. She was a little surprised how Chuja didn't get in the car. What about this Xiao Han? The plot is so bloodthirsty. Looking at Xiao Han, Su Xian seemed to know why Chuja and Su Ruoxian had appeared at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 81 Trouble Again. Hospitals. Su Ruoxian's eyes looked at the roof of the ward listlessly. Su Xian stood in front of her hospital bed. What's going on with you and Chuja? Su Ruoxian's eyes twitched slightly. It was obviously Chuja who carried you out, but he didn't get on the car. It was Xiao Han who got on the car. TSK. The relationship between you two is quite dogmatic. Su Xian mocked. Unfortunately, this time Su Ruoxian didn't have the strength to fight back. Su Xian then asked, Is it because Chuja doesn't want a divorce? It shouldn't be, he's just a mudblood. Don't you just give him some money and get rid of him? As for making you angry like this. Su Ruoxian closed her eyes. Sure enough, the Su family never looked up to Chuja. So Pin is one and so is Su Xian. She didn't even ask why at all, naturally assuming that Chuja wanted to pester her. No wonder Chuja wanted to divorce her. He must have felt very depressed being with her, right? Is he looked at differently for everything he does? Like a pimp? But for the record, he hadn't spent a dime of her money, and the ones he had gotten he had earned on his own by his own merit. Even in a way, Su still owed Chuja. Even then, people would think he was nothing more than a gigolo, right? But it's clearly not the case. At that moment, someone walked in the door. Su Wan. The corner of Su Wan's mouth curled up slightly as she looked at the pale Su Ruoxian. When did you become so weak? In Su Wan's impression, Su Ruoxian had always been strong, and this strength was all-encompassing. Not only is his physique strong, but his personality is equally strong. She had never seen Su Ruoxian so weak since she was a child. Seeing Su Ruoxian in such a state this time, Su Wan really felt quite surprised. What about him? Su Ruoxian spoke, her voice hoarse. Su Wan froze for a moment. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly and said, He said that with Xiao Han here. There was no need for him to come. He didn't want to be a light bulb. Su Ruoxian closed her eyes in despair. Su Wan said, I remember I gave you all the information to investigate Xiao Han, right? Gee, you can still drink with him in this situation, or in a private room, alone. You obviously have true love for him. Since that's the case, why are you still pestering Chuja? Don't you think you're going too far? Su Ruoxian's heart trembled slightly. Yes. Didn't you deserve to come this far yourself? Su Xian's eyes flickered at this time. How in Su Wan's mouth is not Chuja pestering Su Ruoxian, but rather Su Ruoxian does not give up Chuja? She thought for a moment and asked Su Ruoxian, Was your divorce successful? Su Ruoxian sniffed with tears crossing the corners of her eyes. Su Xian faintly froze. It seems that the divorce was successful. Heh, I didn't realize that our sisters' divorces would be on the same day. Su Wan turned around and looked around. Where's Xiao Han? He wouldn't give up such a good opportunity, would he? Su Xian said, I shooed him away. That guy didn't seem like a good guy. His eyes were on someone's little nurse's ass. Su Wanche gave a cold laugh. In her investigation, Xiao Han's private life was more than chaotic. Su Wan really didn't know why Su Ruoxian was so tolerant of Xiao Han. The Su family. Su's father also sighed when he heard that Su Ruoxian and Chuzha had divorced. He still thought highly of Chuzha and had the intention of cultivating him. Because Chuzha is really talented and has a down-to-earth and reliable personality. That sales plan in particular really surprised him. That's why he added an impromptu recognition ceremony to the party that day, to make a point. As long as he expressed his intention to cultivate Chuzha, he believed that Chuzha would soon have a place in the Su clan. With his talent, it might be possible to take So to the next level. It was a pity that his wishful thinking was ruined by Su Pin's hands. A good deck of cards played badly. But it was a misunderstanding after all, and it would be good to explain it. But when the scandal between Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han reappeared, he realized that it was all too late. This matter had already happened once, and that time it could be said that the other party was making up rumors. After all, Xiao Han had just come back, and the matter was a few years ago. But next was Su Ruoxian, who took care of Xiao Han in the hospital for a night. Then it happened that Su Ruoxian and Xiao Han were alone in the bar drinking. It's okay for you to be secretive, but the next day it's already public knowledge? What else could he say? What else did he have the face to say to Chuzha? He was even a little ashamed to see Chuzha. In that case, let's just get along. Shall we? The least you can do is not become an enemy. Su's father murmured. Go find a good manager. Ruoxian isn't fit to stay in that position anymore. This was his insistence, since Su Ruoxian had chosen Xiao Han. He would give up Su Ruoxian to inherit the family business. He didn't like Xiao Han, he didn't like it in the beginning, and he still didn't like it now. Not to mention what the reaction was on the Su family's side. Chuzha sort of understood a matter of the heart. He is fully committed to his career. Time passes day by day, and before we know it, we are already in summer. Chulchul is back in school and he has to submit his thesis. He also met Sujie, who had returned from the field. It was inevitable that the two would meet for a drink to celebrate. When Sujie knew that Chuzha a year's time under the hands of 100 chain stores, the annual income of a few million to hit the bottom of the shocked open mouth. If I had known that there is a big thick leg here, I would have been crazy to tire myself out in the field to work. Sujie was lifeless. You can come and help me now too, Chuzha said. Sujie shook his head and said, forget it. I should go my own way too. Chuzha said, as you wish. My door here is always open for you. If there's anything you need help with, just ask. Sujie said, okay. I'll remember that. Just then, suddenly a quarrel came from a short distance beside him, accompanied by the sound of bottles breaking. Chuzha and Sujie subconsciously looked toward that location. When he saw the first figure, Chuzha was slightly stunned. He recognized it. Wasn't that person Su Ruoxian's cousin Su Xian? At this moment, Su Xian's state seemed to be a bit off, and her entire body appeared muddled. Several men tugged at her, seemingly trying to pull her into a nearby booth. And although Su Xian's entire body was in the wrong state, she still struggled. Is she the one who pushed over those bottles? Chuzha frowned in the direction of that private room, and he vaguely saw Li Ping's figure. Sujie said at this time, what? You recognize it? Chuzha nodded with a grave expression. Sujie looked at the other party's formation and said, I'm afraid there's a bit of trouble this time. Chapter 82 Bar Fight. Chuzha patted Sujie's shoulder and said, since you've seen it, you can't just ignore it. Now call the police and take out your cell phone to film. Sujie looked at the Chuzha who walked past and hurriedly called the police. Then he tapped on his cell phone camera to record. By this time, Chuzha had already walked up to those people and pulled Su Xian behind him as soon as he could, then faced the three people directly in front of him. Su Xian was first stunned, but when she saw that the person coming was Chuzha, her struggling body quieted down. She fixedly looked at the side of Chuzha's face with mesmerized eyes. Chuzha looked at the opposite person at this time and said, everyone who comes out to play is trying to have a good time, so it's not good to force people to make things difficult, right? Kid, you want a medal? A person on the opposite side looked viciously at Chuzha. Chuzha said, it's not exactly an idle matter. I know this person. I wonder if a few of you know what her identity is? I don't care what her status is. He must now accompany Lousy to a good time, or else she won't be able to take half a step out of here today. A man on the opposite side of the room spoke drunkenly. Chuzha said, what if I don't agree? Then you damn well seek death. One of them actually copied a nearby wine bottle and smashed it down towards Chuzha. Chuzha's eyes narrowed, letting the bottle hit his head. Pop, the bottle shatters. There was blood running down Chuzha's forehead. Ah! You're bleeding. Su Xian seemed to have sobered up a bit, and couldn't help but scream out in shock when she saw that Chuja was injured. Su Exine hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped towards Chuja's head. The whole person, however, was a little unsteady on their feet, just leaning on Chuja's body. The plumpness of her chest rubbed recklessly against Chuja's arm. Chuja felt the fiery breath of Su Exine's body. He twisted his head to look at the shaking Su Exine and frowned slightly. He realized that Su Exine was not as simple as being drunk, because he saw that Su Exine's eyes were a bit disoriented, unlike the feeling of being drunk. Sure enough, Su Exine simply wiped off a few times and the entire person hung onto Chuja's body. Searing breath sprayed over Chuja's neck. The plump and moving body was writhing on top of Chuja. Su Exine was already long and beautiful, and in terms of looks alone, she was not below Su Ruoxian. It's just that she's usually a bit mean-spirited, which undoubtedly pulls down others' perceptions of her. Su Exine's charms were now completely exploding in her intoxicated state, making those men in the surrounding area look at her with dry mouths. Chuja hurriedly controlled Su Exine and pulled her behind him once again. At this time, Su Exine tightly grabbed Chuja's clothes for fear that he would run away. The few people opposite saw such an enchanting Su Exine, where could they still hold back? And together they forced their way towards Chuja. Chuja said at this time, "Several people, the gas is almost out. Heh, you want to be a hero just by being you? Then how about a few of you to be satisfied?" Chuja asked. Just then another person came out in the booth that Su Exine ran out of. He also carried a bottle of wine in his hand. "Drink it and I'll consider letting you go." Chuja's eyes narrowed. Just then a few more people walked around, and they didn't look like good people. They had already surrounded Chuja and Su Exine. Chuja's face was gloomy. It seemed that today's matter could not be settled, but he had to stall until the police came. At this time, Su Exine softly leaned on Chuja's back and muttered something about not drinking. But Chuja didn't listen too clearly. "Kid, are you drinking or not?" Chuja looked at the man, then back to the booth. He saw a flash of Li Ping. Chuja frowned. Was this Li Ping's idea? What's the Li family going to do? Strike out at the Su family without fear of retaliation from the Su family? Not waiting for Chuja to think too much, the person on the opposite side said, "Kid, I don't have the patience to wait for you. Are you drinking or not?" Chuja took a deep breath and said as he took the bottle, "I'll drink. Now it's a matter of dragging it out for a minute if you can." Seeing Chuja take the bottle, a hidden smile appeared at the corner of that man's mouth. Scanning up and down, Chuja's eyes were surprisingly a bit fiery. The other party's eyes made Chuja very unhappy, but now that no one was strong in the situation, he could only endure. Chuja looked up from his drink and gulped down 2 mouthfuls, then coughed violently. "He's really not a good drinker. Hee. Not bad. Since you're giving face, then go in and accompany your brothers for another couple drinks." The man who came over with the bottle waved his hand. The next few people then grabbed towards Chuja and Su Exine. Chuja cursed and kicked one down. Next to him, Su Jie joined the fray. For a time, the scene was in chaos, and the surrounding onlookers scattered. After all, Chuja was 2 people, and Chuja also had to protect Su Exine behind him, and was quickly knocked down. Chuja could only protect Su Exine under his body to harden himself against their beatings. Su Exine lay frozen underneath Chuja and looked at him with complicated eyes. Just then, a few people suddenly rushed over from the side. They're all kind of pugilistic-looking guys. Drawing his throwing stick, he rushed toward the men who had assaulted Chuja. The thrown club smashed into their heads without mercy. Ed over a few people in an instant, then dragged them away like dead dogs. Chuja was a bit confused and didn't know what was going on. They didn't look like policemen either. Chuja also vaguely saw a few people rushing towards the private room of Li Ping. Not long after, Chuja saw Li Ping running out with a face full of blood, and ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Before Chuja could figure out what was going on, he vaguely heard sirens blaring outside the door. Then he got a little disoriented, not from being hit, but from feeling drunk. He tugged at the shirt around his neck. He felt his body get a little hot and his eyes became lax. And at this point, Su Exine was even worse. She squeezed into his arms and twisted her body. That proud and delicate body made Chuja somewhat unable to control himself. At this time, Su Exine was beautiful, really beautiful. Chuja hastily shook his head, and not caring about anything else, he held Su Exine, who was writhing in his arms, and headed out. While dialing the emergency number, he turned into the middle of a hotel not far away. Coming to the room, he threw Su Exine into the bathroom tub, then turned on the shower head. The ice-cold water poured over her head made Su Exine slightly awake. Su Exine's clothes also clung to her body because of the water. Chuja's eyes reddened a bit as he watched. He did his best to keep himself awake, then headed out the door. But his foot slipped and his whole body fell backwards. Vaguely, he seemed to fall into a soft embrace. Chapter 83 Chu Shui's Arrival. It was already noon the next day when Chuja woke up. Found out it was at the hospital. "You're awake." A cool female voice sounded next to her. Chuja twisted his head to see that it was Su Exine. At this moment Su Exine didn't seem to be in any trouble, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He was still really afraid of what he had done to Su Exine. "Did you send me here?" "Who else but me?" Su Exine snorted coldly. Chuja said, "I wanted to help, but I didn't realize it was a bit self-indulgent." Su Exine said, "It's okay." And I don't know exactly what she means by okay. The field became somewhat silent. Chuja stayed for a while and looked at Su Exine. "I don't have any major problems here. You can go back if you're fine." "What? You're shooing me?" Sushin raised an eyebrow. Chuja hurriedly said, "No matter. I think that after such a big thing happened yesterday, you should always give a peace report to your family. Just call." Su Exine was as cool as ever. The room once again became quiet and slightly awkward. Chuja knew that Su Exine hadn't been very fond of herself, and by rights she should have left herself at the hospital and left straight away. Who would have thought she would stay and watch over him? "Why were you at the bar?" Trudger had nothing to say. Su Exine raised her eyebrows. "Of course I'm looking for compensation from the scum." "What? You think I'm there to have fun?" No. Chuja was a bit speechless. "I divorced him so little money to get rid of me. Is it possible?" Su Exine sneered twice. Chuja rolled his eyes. "You almost couldn't even get out. What's the difference between this and a sheep in a tiger's mouth? And who's coming in the back?" "Of course it's my people. You think my Su family is vegetarian." Chuja secretly said to himself in his heart, well, if he had known that he would not have tried to be strong. "What? Are you regretting standing up for me?" Su Exine's tone became sarcastic as she coldly looked at Chuja. Chuja thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I'd still do that if I had to do it again." Su Exine froze for a moment and quietly looked at Chuja, her eyes flickering a little. The room became quiet once again. Chuja struggled to sit up, the quilt covering his body slipping off, revealing his toned chest. He then realized he was now naked. Hastily protecting herself with the covers, she said with some embarrassment, "Where are my clothes?" Su Exine's cheeks reddened. "I'll get it for you." Su Exine got up and walked to the side. The clothes were brought over, but instead of his own set, they were a brand new set. "Your set was all torn up during the fight. I prepared a new set for you. You'll wear it." Su Exine answered Chuja's doubts. Chuja thought about yesterday, maybe it was torn. Sushin pulled up the curtain on the hospital bed separating a space. Chuja hurriedly put on his clothes. His underwear were prepared, which made Chuja make a big red face. "I didn't realize the dress fit." Getting dressed, he felt nothing other than a slight weakness. The doctor came over when the curtain was pulled back and examined it carefully. "It's already fine. The toxins are pretty much cleaned out. You can be discharged after some rest." Toxins? Chuja thought of the bottle of wine he had drunk. Su Exine saw Chuja's doubts and sneered. "I reminded you of this, but you still drank it." Chuja was somewhat speechless. He did hear what Su Exine said at that time, but he didn't hear it. Su Exine pulled a cell phone out of her bag. A new one. It should be the most expensive kind of phone on the market. "Your cell phone is broken. I got you a new one with my number on it. Take it." Chuja subconsciously refused. "No, this is too expensive." Su Exine raised her willow eyebrows and said unhappily, "What? Do you mean to say that I, Su Exine, am not as expensive as this cell phone?" "I didn't mean that," Chuja explained. Seeing Su Exine looking at herself fixedly, Chuja helplessly took the cell phone and said, "Okay, thanks then." Su Exine's face soothed. She rose again, her slender figure on display before Chuja. Thinking about how she hung on to her body yesterday, Chuja's face turned a little red. "I'll leave if there's nothing else. Call me if you want any compensation." Su Exine walked out of the hospital room with her long legs, walking a bit hurriedly and slightly distressed. Chuja opened his cell phone and realized that his cards were loaded, but he really couldn't remember how his original cell phone had broken. Back at school, Sujay came up to the front. "What's going on? How can you be out of touch all night?" If it wasn't for the fact that I did see you take someone away, I would have called the police. The fire of gossip appeared in Sujie's eyes. What's the point of not leaving then? Chujia said. It's also true that it's a mess, and we don't know who's good and who's bad anymore. And I heard that the police arrested people, and people from the Lee family are also involved. Sujie said. The Lee family? Well, it feels serious. 2 more police cars came after you left and searched the bar. Sujie was still a little frightened when he thought about last night. It's probably a gang involved in gangs. Chujia guessed. Sujie said. Not quite. But what the hell, it's none of our business. Sujie suddenly stared at the clothes on Chujia's body after he finished speaking. He reached out and touched it, and his mouth dropped open. These clothes aren't cheap. Chujia froze and looked at the clothes on his body and said, Is it expensive? Expensive? It's a luxury item, Armani, the world's most famous brand. This is a few tens of thousands of dollars to start with, Sujie said. Chujia looked at the clothes he was wearing, which were indeed quite comfortable. But were they really worth that much? High imitation. Chujia opened his mouth. Sujie said, Really? This workmanship, this material? Is the high fashion so awesome? What can't our countrymen build? Also, Sujie nodded, recognizing this point of view of Chujia. However, Chujia is a little uncomfortable, the big tens of thousands of dollars of clothes on the body he does not adapt to. It's been a while since I've been in the school dorms, and I kinda miss it. I wanted to lie down on my long-lost bed and rest, but I didn't expect the phone to ring at that moment. It's my sister's phone. Chujia slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that his sister said she would come over to his side to have some fun. Chujia was also interested in picking up his sister and then letting her study in the capital. Sister's grades are good, but on the University of Beijing C is a little unstable. Chujia thought of the last year to let her come to the Beijing C to help her raise the score. Hurriedly, he picked up, Asuka, brother, I've already arrived in Jinghai. Huh? It's already here. Why didn't you call me in advance? Chujia hurriedly pulled Sujie out of the door. Hee. I called you but didn't get through, so I called sister-in-law. Now I'm here at sister-in-law's place, and later sister-in-law is going to take me to buy clothes. Chu Shue's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 84, seeing Su Ruoxian again. Sister-in-law? Chujia was puzzled. Then he remembered Su Ruoxian. Crap. I don't think I told my family about my divorce. That Shui. It's not good for you to trouble Mr. Su. Where are you? I'll go pick you up, Chujia said. I'm in the neighborhood over here in Mission Hills, Chu Shui said. Chujia said, Then wait there. I'll be right over. Chujia took Sujie and drove his bought car in the direction of Mission Hill City. Sujie said in the car, You are also, sister, to come such a big thing, even did not say in advance. I also good to prepare gifts for sister. Chujia said, What gift or not? Why don't you treat us to dinner? Okay. But say it right. I'm doing this for my sister, not to invite you, Sujie said. Chujia rolled his eyes and said, Fine. I'm there to rub it in, okay. Chujia drove to Mission Hills. When he was first blocked outside of Mission Hill City, he was even beaten up by the security guards here. That one can be remembered fondly. In order to prevent that kind of thing from happening again, Chujia directly called over to Chu Shui and told her to get out of the neighborhood now so he wouldn't go in. The phone was connected and Chujia said, Xiao Shui. I'm almost at the entrance of the neighborhood. Come out. I can't get in. A familiar, cool voice on the other end of the phone rang out. You can just drive in directly. I've entered your license plate number into the system. It was Su Ruoxian's words. Mr. Su? Mr. Su, I won't go in. Xiao Shui doesn't know how to trouble you. Just let her come out, Chujia said. Sujie rolled his eyes beside him and said, Go in. I still want to see what's different about this rich neighborhood. Su Ruoxian on the other end of the phone said again, Xiao Shui is now going upstairs to take a bath. I'm afraid it will take a while. You'd better come in and wait. Chujia had no choice but to drive towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Before we could even walk into the entrance to the neighborhood, the gate's railing went up automatically. Chujia drove to the entrance of Su Ruoxian's villa. Sujie got out of the car and looked at the surroundings and the separate villa with his mouth hanging open. If I had such a villa, my whole life would be worth it, Sujie exclaimed. Chujia was somewhat speechless. Leading Sujie towards the villa, the door of the villa also opened automatically. Although Su Ruoxian and he divorced, she never deleted the information about Chujia's face. Chujia didn't feel anything, But Su Jie, who was next to him, looked at Chu Jie in shock. "Jie, you can even come and go as you please? My goodness, you're the owner of this villa." "No, it's not that you can come and go as you please. Even the gate can be entered and exited as you please. Wouldn't you be able to come and go as you please?" Su Jie looked at Chu Jie in shock. Chu Jie paused for a moment and frowned. "Indeed, no. I must ask Mr. Su to delete all the information about my face." Su Jie sniffed and rolled his eyes. He snapped a slap across his mouth and muttered, "I told you to talk too much." Not to mention Su Jie's depression here. Chu Jie came to the door of the living room. He knocked on the door, though he was still able to swipe his way in. The door to the room opened, revealing Su Ruoxian's face. Seeing Su Ruoxian, Chu Jie froze for a moment. The other party appeared much thinner, and the whole person also appeared a little haggard. There was none of that spirited look of old. Chu Jie said, "Mr. Su, presumptuous. I also brought a friend this time. I don't know if it's convenient." Su Ruoxian said, "Come in. I know Su Jie too, and he's not an outsider." Su Jie was thrilled inexplicably at the words, but when he thought that Chu Jie and the other party had already divorced, he felt some emotion again. Su Jie then tapped his head and said, "I left my cell phone in the car. Jie, give me the car keys. I'll go get my cell phone." Chu Jie had no doubt and handed the car keys to Su Jie. Su Jie nodded at Su Ruoxian and left. Chu Jie walked into the living room, which still had the familiar decorations. Sitting on the sofa, Su Ruoxian personally poured a cup of tea for Chu Jie. "How have you been lately?" Chu Jie said, "It's quite good. But Mr. Su looks a bit cleaned up. Is he too tired from work?" Su Ruoxian's eyes were a bit mesmerized as she looked at Chu Jie's face. "It's true that I've been having a bad time lately." Su Ruoxian opened her mouth, her voice glutinous and completely different from usual. "It's not because of work, but because of some cruel man," Su Ruoxian said as she looked at Chu Jie. Chu Jie frowned. "Is it because of Mr. Xiao?" Su Ruoxian was so furious that she couldn't wait to pounce on him and bite him. "But it's normal for two people to stumble through life. Mr. Su, still don't take it too personally. There are any contradictions to discuss calmly and peacefully." Chu Jie casually comforted. Su Ruoxian's eyes darkened. "When did I say that my current appearance is because of Xiao Han?" Chu Jie froze. He looked at Su Ruoxian and met her soft gaze. Chu Jie frowned slightly. He disliked the feeling. He had been deliberately distancing himself from Su Ruoxian ever since he learned of her relationship with Xiao Han. Thanks to his strong reasoning, he never had any indecent thoughts about Su Ruoxian. It was and still is. In the past, there was still the honorary husband and wife relationship, and now that they were divorced, he would be even less likely to have thoughts that he shouldn't have towards Su Ruoxian. The scene became silent. He no longer had anything to say to Su Ruoxian. Living well, their own simple concern is just enough, and then say more that would be too much. Their feelings have not reached that point. Stomp, stomp, stomp. A sound came from the stairs, and Chu Shui walked down. "Brother, you're here." Chu Shui was very happy. "It was my sister-in-law who picked me up at the train station," Chu Shui said. Chu Jie looked at Su Ruoxian and said, "Thank you again, Mr. Su." Chu Shui looked up at Chu Jie, somewhat wondering about Chu Jie's attitude towards Su Ruoxian. It seemed like his own brother had never called out Su Ruoxian with any intimate title. Not even as good as Su Wan. At the very least, Chu Jie would call out her name, while to Su Ruoxian it had always been Chief Su, Chief Su. She had felt strange on the phone earlier, and now that feeling was even more pronounced. Is brother a member of the family? Doesn't he have any status in the Su family? Thinking about this, Chu Shui was a little nervous. Would her arrival cause the Su family to be unhappy? But my sister-in-law was quite nice to herself, and was about to go clothes shopping with herself, not like the mean type. Chu Jie got up at this time and said, "Mr. Su, there's nothing to do, so I'll take Chu Shui and leave. I'm deeply sorry for the trouble I've brought you." Chu Shui froze and said to Chu Jie, "Brother, don't you and sister-in-law live here?" Chu Jie knocked Chu Shui's forehead and said, "What sister-in-law? From now on, you have to call Mr. Su." Chu Shui's mouth opened. Not knowing what to say, Su Ruoxian said at this time, "Are you so outgoing with me? Besides, shouldn't Chu Shui call me sister-in-law?" Chu Jie said, "It's easy to cause misunderstandings. That's not good." Su Ruoxian's face blanched slightly at his words. "Brother, what's wrong with you? What's going on between you and your sister-in-law?" Chu Shui looked at Chu Jie in confusion. Chapter 85. Chu Shui's Assist. Chu Jie didn't know if he should tell Chu Shui about his divorce from Su Ruoxian. One is afraid that the parents at home will just kill them from the countryside if they find out. In their minds, marriage is sacred. As long as two people are united, no matter what, they should stay together for the rest of their lives. That's what they think and that's what they do. That's why they were so angry when they first learned that they and Su Ruoxian had casually gotten married. But since they were already married, then according to their way of thinking, it was inevitable that they were going to live for the rest of their lives. And even if there were any misunderstandings or anything else in there, it wouldn't change the fact that they were husband and wife. It was because of this that he had delayed telling his family about his divorce from Su Ruoxian. If you tell your sister now, she is bound to tell the family, and won't you be miserable then? Thinking of the power of his dad's belt, Chu Jia winced with a cold childhood shadow. It's better not to tell Chu Shui about this for now. I'm pretty good with Mr. Su. Why are you asking that? Chu Jia answered Chu Shui. Chu Shui is already in her senior year of high school and is no longer a child. She could see at once that her brother did not mean what he said. Brother, do you know that you're not good at lying? I don't need to see whether you're lying or not, I know. Say, what's going on? Did you have a falling out with your sister-in-law? Chu Shui asked. Chu Jia froze, not knowing what to say. Next to her, Su Ruoxian said, it's just some disagreement. He doesn't even live with me now. Chu Shui sniffed and immediately said to Chu Jia, good, brother. You even domestic violence, you're finished? I'll tell Dad. You're finished. Chu Jia grabbed Chu Shui's cell phone and said, oops, it's not what you think? What was that about? I don't care. I'm staying at sister-in-law's place today anyway, Chu Shui said. Su Ruoxian smiled with her eyebrows and said, good, good, good. I'll arrange a room for you right away. Still, sister-in-law is good. Chu Shui pounced into Su Ruoxian's arms and pouted. Chu Jia scratched his head speechlessly. How could this be done? How about telling the truth? Just as he was about to open his mouth, the way his dad waved his belt came to mind, and he barked and closed his mouth again. It would have been fine if the family didn't know, but now that the family, as well as relatives and friends, know what to say. Even if one were to truthfully say that one's marriage contract with Su Ruoxian was a fake, then there would still be people who would believe it. Su Ruoxian seemed to have discovered something, eyes shining brightly. I've also arranged a room for you, so you can rest here today, Su Ruoxian said. Chu Jia said, how can this be? Su Jia is still waiting for me outside. Chu Shui said, brother, tell brother Su Jia to come here for dinner. Then wouldn't it be fine for you to send brother Su Jia back and then you come back? No, I have something tomorrow. I'm staying at school, Chu Jia hurriedly said. Humph. I think you were just looking for excuses. You also have a car. Tomorrow to go to school, completely come in time. Chu Shui finished and took out her cell phone. If you dare to say a word of no, I'll immediately call home and say that you've started a mess. Chu Jia felt his scalp go numb. Su Ruoxian raised her eyebrows, and she couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Under Chu Shui's leering gaze, Chu Jia nodded his head stiffly and said, all right. Su Ruoxian couldn't wait to kiss Chu Shui on the face now. Chu Shui quietly looked at Chu Jia, then looked at Su Ruoxian. The mischievousness from just now disappeared, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. It was the first time Su Jia had eaten in such a luxurious villa. Chu Shui, Su Jia has also seen when Su Jia also followed Chu Jia to play in his home. To Chu Shui, the sister he also liked tight. Chu Shui, sister, you are coming too suddenly? If I know you come today, I'm high and low to prepare a few gifts for you. But it doesn't matter. I've just been outside and ordered a guitar for you on the internet. Haven't you always wanted a guitar? Today your brother Su Jia bought it for you. Chu Shui happily said, thank you, brother Su Jia. Brother, you give brother Su Jia a drink to express my gratitude. Sojourner raised his eyebrows. Old Chu, don't freeze. Come and drink a toast. Su Jia happily picked up his wine glass and looked at Chu Jia. Chu Jia was speechless and could only raise his wine glass and clink one with Su Jia. With the wine and the food, Su Jia was ready to say goodbye. Chu Jia is ready to send Su Jia away. At this time, Su Ruoxian said, how can you give it away when you've been drinking? Su Jia froze and said, yes. How can you send me when you were drinking? Don't send me. I'll take a taxi back. Su Ruoxian said, how can that be? Butler, give Su Jia a ride. The old butler immediately walked over and said, Mr. Su, I'll send you back. Chu Jia looked at the old butler, who suddenly appeared a bit bewildered. When did he come back? Shouldn't he be at that villa at the Landscape Manor? The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth hung up in a smile. Of course the person was called back by her. She would never give Chu Jia an excuse to leave today. And still drunk Chu Jia. Chuja didn't realize that Su Ruoxian was looking at him with some blazing eyes at this time. Chuja still wanted to send Su Jie off. But when Su Jie saw the old butler drive out in a coupe, a hand pushed Chuja back inside. "It's a brothers don't bother me with a sports car." Chuja rolled his eyes. Seeing Su Jie leave, Chuja also returned to the villa. He sat on the couch feeling a little dizzy. "Brother, you're okay. Since you were little you couldn't drink. I remember you could get drunk on fruit wine. Now it seems you still can't." Chuja said breathlessly. "You just know how to reveal my shortcomings." That's right, Chuja had a good memory, and reason was definitely able to overpower sensibility. But the downside is that he really can't drink, and once he has a few drinks, he quickly becomes groggy. He doesn't remember things that other people remember when they drink, so it's a case of what goes around comes around. Chuja couldn't hold out. Went upstairs to wash up and fell asleep. Chu Shui and Su Ruoxian were talking in the living room. But Chu Shui clearly felt that Su Ruoxian was a bit distracted. Her eyes glancing upstairs from time to time. Chu Shui laughed in her heart. She said at this time, "Sister-in-law, you also go up to rest. My brother drinks and sleeps uneasily. You go and keep an eye on him or he'll surely roll to the floor." Su Ruoxian's face flushed slightly, but she didn't refuse. She got up and said, "Okay, then I'll go up and check on him. So I won't accompany you." Chu Shui said, "There's no need for company. I want to watch more TV here." Su Ruoxian nodded and headed upstairs, a little excited. She quietly pushed open the door to Chuja's room, and sure enough, as usual, Chuja was sleeping soundly. Su Ruoxian quietly burrowed into Chuja's arms, just like those times in the past. Chuja subconsciously wrapped the person in his arms tightly, as if he was hugging a large hugging pillow. Su Ruoxian felt Chuja's embrace and smelled the scent of Chuja's body. She quickly fell asleep. She hadn't slept this peacefully in a long time. Chapter 86. Throwing him a favored position. The next day, Chuja opened his eyes early. He looked suspiciously to the side, where an ethereal scent, if any, was coming from. It was the smell of Su Ruoxian's body. Chuja frowned, and was relieved to think that this was Su Ruoxian's room. Chuja got up and walked out the door. Then he heard Su Ruoxian and Chu Shui talking and laughing in the living room. Coming into the living room, he met Su Ruoxian's gaze. Chuja was a bit stunned. Today's Su Ruoxian looked radiant, like a different person compared to yesterday. "You're awake. Grab some breakfast. I know you've been quite busy lately too," Su Ruoxian said. Chuja had a moment of trance. Su Ruoxian's words sounded like the tone of a wife talking to her husband. Chuja looked at Chu Shui. Su Ruoxian said, "Chu Shui, you can rest assured. I'll take Chu Shui out for a spin later." Chuja said, "This is too much trouble for you. I'd better take her away." Chu Shui rolled her eyes and said, "I'm not going to follow you. I'm going to follow sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law? Am I trouble?" Su Ruoxian said, "Of course not. From now on this will be your home, and the room you live in will be yours." "Really?" "Of course," Su Ruoxian said. Chuja frowned at this time and gave a cold snort. "No." Chu Shui looked at Chuja and asked, "Why? You dislike me?" Chuja rubbed his forehead somewhat breathlessly. "Chu Shui, don't make a scene. You've already disturbed Mr. Su for a day. Mr. Su is very busy every day. How can he have time for you?" "I have," Su Ruoxian said. Chuja said, "There is also not a Shui obedient. Follow me. I will find you a place to live, a little closer to the school you transferred to, but also convenient for you to study. I'll see what you'll do if you don't get into Kyunghei University next year." Seeing that Chuja was really a bit moved to anger, Chu Shui had to reluctantly leave. Chu Shui coldly grunted and walked out of the door with big strides. Su Ruoxian still wanted to say something. Chuja took the lead and said, "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. My sister doesn't know any better. I'll find a chance to speak to her about us." Watching Chuja leave, Su Ruoxian violently slammed the teacup on the table. The old butler walked in at that moment, shaking his head slightly and sighing. "I thought their relationship had eased, but now it seems to remain the same as before. Miss, it seems that Master Auntie's birthday is approaching. Why don't you prepare an elaborate gift for Master Auntie, miss? Also, since the aunt sister has a good impression of you, you can let the aunt sister turn around a bit. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will always be a turnaround, miss." Su Ruoxian was slightly stunned. "Will this work? Miss, what's the saying? A man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain. A woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Miss is so pretty I don't believe that Auntie won't be moved. The reason why Master Auntie is estranged from you, miss, is nothing but some misunderstandings. As long as you, miss, Clarify these misunderstandings and work a little harder. Recovering Master Auntie is not a problem. Su Ruoxian's eyes were glowing. Good. Just do it. Chu Shuerode looked at Chuja and said, Tell me, what's going on with you and your sister-in-law? Chuja said, What's going on? You and your sister-in-law aren't getting a divorce, are you? I'm going to tell Dad. Chu Shui pulled out her cell phone. No, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Su is very busy every day. It's not appropriate for you to stay at her place where she has to be distracted from taking care of you. You don't live there? You and your sister-in-law are separated? Is there a conflict? Chuja didn't say anything. Chu Shui dawned on her. Sure enough, at the beginning she felt that there is a problem. Make half a day is a conflict separation. Brother, this separation is a big deal. One bad move and you'll be divorced. Whose fault is it? Is it yours? So it's sister-in-law's side's fault? Brother, if it's not something fundamentally sexual, you shouldn't be so careful. Chuja said breathlessly. Why do you think so much in a day? Chu Shui said, I'm not a child anymore. I know everything I need to know. Chuja brought Chu Shui to the place where he lived. Letting her stay in her room for the time being, Chuja himself planned to go back to school to stay. Then have time to look at houses and see if you can put a down payment on one up front. Try to buy the house before Chu Shui starts school. Chu Shui came to Chuja's residence as soon as he entered the door. He saw Su Wan, who had just gotten up. Sister-in-law Su Wan? Chu Shui stared at her eyes, then twisted her head to look at Chuja with a weird gaze. Brother, you turned out to be a big scum. You're finished? You're really finished. Chuja was head over heels. What, I'm done? You even live with sister-in-law Su Wan. No wonder you don't live with sister-in-law Ruoxian. The feeling is that you've moved on. No, you're being greedy and swallowing the elephant. Chuja said, Come on, you say less. Su Wan is my business partner. Not only does Su Wan live here, there is also a sister Nanshu who also lives here. We're just sharing a room. Su Wan was shouted by Chu Shui as a sister-in-law. She went forward and hugged Chu Shui. Why don't you say something when you come, so I can go and pick you up? Pleasantry is not mentioned. Chu Shui and Su Wan were able to chat, mainly because Su Wan was easygoing and soft, making Chu Shui feel very comfortable. Su Wan immediately pulled Chu Shui out to go shopping. In the evening, Chu Shui met Nanshu and then blanked Chuja again. 3 women are a drama, and soon Chuja became a little transparent and couldn't even interject a word. Seeing that it's almost time, Chuja got up and said, Xiao Shui, you're staying in my room today. I'm going to stay at school. Chuja got up and prepared to leave. No need. Shui is staying with me. You're still staying here. Su Wan immediately said. Nanshu also said, That's right, you can also live with me. How can there be any less place for you to live here? Chuja said, No, I've been preparing for graduation lately as well, and Su Jie's back, so we haven't gotten together in a while, so I want to go back to school. Chuja walked out of the room in the eyes of Su Wan and Nanshu's grudging eyes. Chu Shui's eyes rolled around in her bones, and she secretly said in her heart, My brother is really a big slag. Chu Shui returned to Chuja's room, and there was a message display on his cell phone, which turned out to be Su Ruoxian's. Chu Shui hugged her phone and thought, After all, sister-in-law Ruoxian is the rightful owner of the name. Shouldn't I create a little opportunity for them? But sister-in-law Su Wan is not bad, and sister Nanshu is not bad either. Oops, so hard to choose. Su Ruoxian received Chu Shui the next day, and it was another buy. Scared Chu Shui so much that she didn't dare to take it. Su Ruoxian said, We are all family, what is there to dare? Chu Shui took the opportunity to ask, Sister-in-law, is it possible that my brother did something wrong to you, and that's why you're separated? Su Ruoxian froze. Is that what your brother told you? He didn't say. That's my guess. But it's not necessary to guess. Isn't it obvious? Chu Shui said. Su Ruoxian said, Actually, this matter doesn't blame your brother. It blames me. So can you help me? Chu Shui said, How can I help? Tell me your brother's interests. I'm going to throw my hat in the ring. Su Ruoxian said. Chapter 87 Chu's Hobby. Chu Shui raised her eyebrows and said, Sister-in-law, you are also too gentle. My brother is a big slag, letting such a beautiful beauty like you not know how to hurt. Su Ruoxian pursed her lips and smiled, fantasizing about the way Chuja loved herself. She felt her heart crumble. Unfortunately, that was just a fantasy, but she wanted to make that scene a reality. Chu Shui said, Actually, my brother loves music. Do you know why I love guitar? That's because of my brother's influence. Su Ruoxian's eyes lit up slightly, She really didn't know that Chuja had an interest in this area. My brother not only plays the guitar well, he sings well too, unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Su Ruoxian asked in a hurry. Unfortunately, my brother hasn't played the guitar since the only guitar in the house was deliberately damaged. Why? My family was poor at that time. How could I afford to buy a guitar? Chu Shui couldn't help but recall her brother's pale face that day when the guitar was broken. He stood alone at the back of the stage holding his broken guitar. The guitar was broken, and it also seemed to drain him of all his essence. The figure was so helpless, so forlorn. He stood up until late at night and missed that performance. It was drizzling that day. That rainy night, she saw her brother watching with envious longing eyes as someone else played the guitar and sang. He stood in the rain and stood in the darkness just watching, soaked to the bone and didn't even move. But also from that day on, Chu Shui never heard Chuja say a word about music again. Chu Shui snapped back from her memories, her mood a little low. Music was my brother's only hobby, but it ended that summer, that night. Su Ruoxian seemed to be able to think of Chuja standing in the rain, and she felt a little stuffy in her chest. Why did the guitar break? She asked. Chu Shui sniffed with an expression of indignation on her face. Because that person didn't want my brother to perform on stage. That guy deliberately broke my brother's guitar. I saw it with my own eyes. But because that person is from the city, I heard his family is very rich. No one dares to offend, not even the principal. What can my brother do? Su Ruoxian's eyes revealed a sharp aura. What was that guy's name? Chu Shui shook her head. I don't know, but I've heard that he seems to be surnamed Xiao. No, and seems to be surnamed Zhao. For several days in a row, Su Ruoxian brought Chu Shui out to play every day. Although Chuja knew it, there was nothing he could do about it. My sister is older and not as obedient as she was when she was younger, so it's not easy to control. That day, Su Ruoxian personally came to a mall musical instrument store. Boss, bring over the best guitar you have here for me to take a look, Su Ruoxian said. That shopkeeper's eyes lit up slightly when he saw Su Ruoxian. Such a beautiful woman could not be seen often. This lady, wait a moment. I'll get you the best guitar we have here, the store owner hurriedly agreed. Su Ruoxian waited there. Her slender figure and delicate to perfect face quickly attracted the attention of the others. And at this moment, not far from the musical instrument store, a man with an 8-bearded beard used his cell phone to take a picture of Su Ruoxian's figure and sent it to a person. Xiao Han, your dream girl is at the mall right now. A hint of greed flashed in Xiao Han's eyes as he looked at Su Ruoxian, who was standing in the phone. He saw the shopkeeper hand Su Ruoxian a guitar. What came next was the image of Su Ruoxian checking out the guitar. The image of the other party gently strumming the strings was so aesthetically pleasing. Xiao Han licked his lips and breathed a little sharply. But then Xiao Han was a bit puzzled. Su Ruoxian wasn't good at music, but she was quite good at martial arts. Who is she buying guitars for now? Xiao Han, you're mixing it up pretty well. You just took over a movie here and the other party is starting to prepare gifts for you? A voice came from the opposite side. Xiao Han's heart fluttered, and his eyes instantly lit up. He knew all the people around Su Ruoxian well, but the ones who liked music really didn't seem to be anyone else besides himself. Didn't you make your debut with that one guitar? He still remembers that performance in a remote township, and it was that performance that changed his destiny. He was spotted and then entered Kyokai to study. His own acquaintance with Su Ruoxian was also because of the guitar. It was also that performance of his own in the auditorium. He met Su Ruoxian, who came to watch the performance. Now she's buying guitars. Is she just celebrating the fact that she got a good script? A good role? It's a script that the company paid a lot of money for. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. Soon Chulchul's birthday arrived. To be honest, Chuja hadn't really had any birthdays before. After all, his birthday is during summer vacation. All of his classmates and friends had gone home, and he was a character who didn't want to invite rumors, so he really didn't have a decent birthday every year, except for the wishes sent from his family. But not anymore. He has friends around him now and business associates. Plus, my sister is here, so I feel like I can't even say it if I don't invite a guest. Disliking the trouble at home, Chuja directly set the banquet at a restaurant. Suwon personally greeted and reserved a room at the restaurant. Chuja also accepted Suwon's kindness without any pretense. Although they do own a restaurant, the store is really a bit small. When he came to the private room, Chuja did not expect that the entire private room had been decorated, and there were also blessing slogans. Chu Shui said, "These were all made by sister-in-law Suwon and sister Nan Shu." Chu Shui looked at Suwon. He didn't know why Suwon was more concerned about Chuja's birthday than himself, his own sister. It was almost as if there was nothing to do, and it made her look at her with envy and jealousy. And then there's Nanshu, no less. The cake wasn't bought, it was made by Nanshu herself. I heard she started learning how to make cakes a month ago. Chu Shui was a bit dumbfounded when she found out. Just as Chuja and his group entered the private room, Xiao Han brought a group of people here as well. It happens to be right next door to Chuja's, and today is the day of his company's celebration banquet. At this moment, sitting beside Xiao Han was the 8-bearded man who had photographed Su Ruoxian at the mall. The 8-bearded man said, "I didn't think you could really take that script. Oh, what's not possible if enough money is given? I heard that this time you asked the one from the Su family for $10 million? The 8-bearded man said. Xiao Han nodded triumphantly. "Sure enough. It's worthy of being your old flame. It's just good to you. $10 million said to give it." A smile hung at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. That 8-bearded man secretly skimmed his mouth when he saw this. And lately he was reluctant to have anyone approach Xiao Han for a movie without the support of the Su family. The main reason is that Xiao Han thinks highly of himself and loves to play big. After returning to Jinghai, Su Ruoxian stopped giving Xiao Han resources. That's why Xiao Han had no choice but to start his own entertainment company. But he didn't have any money, so he could only borrow from Su Ruoxian with a thick skin. And Su Ruoxian clearly told Xiao Han that her $10 million was an investment. So in a sense, the big boss behind Xiao Han's company is actually Su Ruoxian. Even the 2 artists under Chuja's company that still had a point were signed by Su Ruoxian at her expense. However, this also explained a lot of things, showing that Su Ruoxian was still very optimistic about Xiao Han. And at this moment, Su Ruoxian had already driven her car towards this place. Chapter 88. Coincidence? Chuja didn't invite Su Ruoxian, but don't forget that there is another Chu Shui. Chu Shui sent Su Ruoxian the location. After Chu Shui sent out her positioning, she came over to Chuja and said, "Brother, why didn't you invite sister-in-law Ruoxian?" Chuja said, "Mr. Su is too busy. Why would he attend this kind of party?" Chu Shui said, "Really? But I feel like sister-in-law still cares a lot about you. She even personally picked out a gift for you." Chuja frowned. "Little Snow, there's actually something I haven't said all along." Speaking of this, Chuja hesitated a bit. "I don't know how you can tell that Mr. Su is buying things for me. But I still have to tell you that I'm not qualified to be taken so seriously by Mr. Su. Don't say such words in the future, lest you bring unnecessary trouble to Mr. Su." Chu Shui was a bit stunned. She knew that there were problems between Chuja and Su Ruoxian, but I didn't realize there was so much tension between them. Chu Shui had been going out shopping with Su Ruoxian for the past few days, and judging from Su Ruoxian's attitude, she was really very attached to her brother. But why did his own brother have such a problem with his sister-in-law? Listening to his brother's tone just now, he had almost decided that his sister-in-law wouldn't be celebrating any birthdays for him. But what about those gifts? Chu Shui frowned. She felt that it was her brother who had preconceived notions about her sister-in-law. Just then, Su Ruoxian also walked into the hotel holding a gift. Chu Shui had already informed her of the room number and she headed straight upstairs. Coming to the floor, Su Ruoxian organized her emotions and took a step forward. She came to the door of a room with her gift in her arms. Looking closely at the room number, it wasn't the room where Chuja was. Su Ruoxian turned around and prepared to leave. But just then the door to the room opened and Xiao Han walked out. Looking at Su Ruoxian in front of him, Xiao Han's face suddenly showed joy. "Ruoxian, I thought you weren't coming, but I didn't expect you to come after all," Xiao Han said in surprise. Hearing Xiao Han's words, someone came out from Xiao Han's private room. Seeing Su Ruoxian also revealed surprise. "Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to come personally. How can you talk? Don't you know what kind of relationship Mr. Su and Mr. Xiao have? How could Mr. Su not come?" A young man looked at the gift Su Ruoxian was holding in her arms and exclaimed, "Man, a Martin brand guitar. This guitar has to be several $100,000. That 8-bearded man looked at the guitar, then looked at Xiao Han again and sked. Xiao Han looked at Su Ruoxian fondly and said, "Ruoxian, I didn't expect you to remember that I like guitar, thanks." Xiao Han reached for the guitar in Su Ruoxian's arms. Su Ruoxian frowned as her body took 2 steps backward, avoiding Xiao Han's hand. Su Ruoxian frowned. Xiao Han did invite him to some kind of party, but he didn't care about it himself. Without even looking closely at the message sent by the other party, I didn't realize that the other party's banquet location was also here. Seeing Xiaohan Su Ruoxian, a wave of worry rose in her heart. She craned her head toward the room next to her. Xiaohan was slightly stunned when he saw Su Ruoxian dodging. Ruoxian. Xiaohan took 2 steps forward. Su Ruoxian spoke up, "This guitar." Before he could finish, a voice rang out not far from the side at that moment. "Sister-in-law?" Su Ruoxian twisted her head to see Chu Shui walk out from the nearby private room. She was supposed to see if Su Ruoxian had come yet, but once she went out she didn't expect to see this scene. Wasn't that guitar bought by Su Ruoxian for her brother? What is this? Why does it feel like Su Ruoxian gave it to this person in front of her? When Su Ruoxian saw Chu Shui come out, her face became more and more flustered. "Ah, Shui. I ran into an acquaintance here to say hello," Su Ruoxian explained. Chuja heard Chu Shui's shout and frowned as he walked out as well. Seeing Su Ruoxian and Xiaohan opposite Su Ruoxian, Chuja was slightly stunned, then said, "Mr. Su? Mr. Xiao? Are you guys celebrating something?" Xiaohan looked at Chuja with disdain and said, "Yes, my company was founded and celebrated taking the first script, all thanks to Ruoxian. That's right, that's right. If it wasn't for the $10 million that Mr. Su injected into us, how could we have gotten the script so smoothly? 2 of our well-known artists were also signed back by Mr. Su." Xiaohan's assistant spoke up at this time. Chu Shui froze at her words. As far as she knew, it seemed that Su Ruoxian had not taken a single penny for her brother when he started his business. It was Su Wan who supported her brother with $200,000, and only then was her brother able to take over the store. And at this time, Su Ruoxian gave so much support to an outsider at once. Chu Shui thought of her brother's words just now, and now that she thought about it, she was afraid that they were true. Su Ruoxian might not really think that highly of her brother. Chu Shui looked toward the guitar, then withdrew her gaze, and the smile was gone from her face. She had always thought the guitar was for her brother, but now it seemed like it wasn't. So why would she ask herself about her brother's interests? Not to mention Chu Shui's doubts. Chuja was calm at this time and looked at Su Ruoxian and Xiaohan. "Then we won't bother you too." After saying that, he intended to take Chu Shui back to the house. Su Ruoxian's eyes were flustered as she exclaimed, "Who said I came to look for Xiaohan? I came to look for you, and this is also my gift to you." Su Ruoxian quickly walked towards Chuja. Chuja was slightly stunned. Somewhat suspiciously, he looked at Su Ruoxian who had walked up to him. And behind Su Ruoxian, Xiaohan's face turned blue. At this time that 8-bearded man suddenly smiled slightly and said, "Oh, is that possible? How could Mr. Su give a guitar to someone who doesn't know anything about music?" Xiaohan's face slightly eased at his words, thinking that Su Ruoxian and Chuja had been married after all. Su Ruoxian saw that the other party was here for his birthday. Some awkwardness, wanting to temporarily will give him a gift that should be given to the other party seems to say the past. Thinking of this, Xiaohan pretended to be generous and said, "Oh, in that case, Chuja, you can accept it as a birthday gift for you." When he arrived, he heard the hotel attendant say that someone was having a birthday in the private room next to him. But he didn't expect it to be Chuja. Su Ruoxian violently turned her head to look at Xiaohan and said in a cold voice, "This was originally a gift from me to Chuja. What do I need you to say?" Xiaohan's face grimaced at his words. The assistant next to him said at this time, "Mr. Xiao, let's go back first. How can the other party accept that gift while you're here?" Xiaohan turned around and entered the private room. The Chuja siblings and Su Ruoxian were soon left in the field. "Zhe, this is a guitar that I personally picked out for you. See if you like it," Su Ruoxian said. Chuja frowned. He had never shown his love for guitar in front of Su Ruoxian. Apart from his own family, even Su Jie didn't know about this hobby of his, so he didn't think Su Ruoxian would buy a guitar for him. Chuja said, "Mr. Su, the gift is too expensive. I can't accept it." Su Ruoxian turned her pleading eyes to Chu Shui, hoping that Chu Shui would persuade Chuja. If it wasn't long ago, Chu Shui really would have persuaded her brother. But when she came out, she did see Su Ruoxian seemingly giving the guitar to the man. Thinking about her brother's words just now, as well as hearing the support Su Ruoxian gave to the other party, she also did feel as if her brother really didn't seem to be important in Su Ruoxian's place. His own brother's character he knew clearly. Since he had come to this point with Su Ruoxian, he must have been aggrieved, and I'm afraid that the mistake is really here in Su Ruoxian. And now it seems that Su Ruoxian made the most fundamental mistake still, otherwise his brother wouldn't be so desperate. Thinking of this, Chu Shui barely showed a smile on her face and said, "Sister-in-law, Mr. Su, The gift is too expensive. We are really not convenient to accept. Chapter 89 Impossible? Su Ruoxian's face turned pale at the words. Yuki, you should know that I did personally pick out this gift for your brother. Chu Shui was a little hesitant. She did say that her brother liked music. Su Ruoxian seemed to have taken it to heart as well. If it hadn't been for what happened just now, she would have absolutely tried to get Chuzha to accept the gift. But Su Ruoxian was able to support that man with $10 million. But she was so stingy with her own brother. She didn't know who was Su Ruoxian's husband anymore. And just now that person called his sister-in-law Ruoxian. That intimate tone was not like an ordinary friend calling out. And she could also tell that the look the man had just given her sister-in-law wasn't innocent. And his own brother, as his sister-in-law's husband, showed detachment at every turn, calling out to his sister-in-law as well as Mr. Su. This is simply not the way a normal couple should get along. Chu Shui seemed to have a hidden answer in her heart when she thought of this. Chuzha didn't think too much about it and invited Su Ruoxian. Today is my birthday, since we met. Please come in and have a drink too, Mr. Su. Su Ruoxian walked into the private room. In the box, Su Wan, Nanshu Su Jie, and a few of the store's old employees were there. In fact, Su Wan and Nanshu heard the conversation outside just now. It was Su Jie, Boss Jiang, and the barbecue chef and the others who heard it, but none of them interjected. At this moment, when they saw Su Ruoxian come in, they all revealed awkward smiles. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Wan's mouth. Although she knew that Su Ruoxian's investment in Xiao Han's entertainment company was the decision of the Su family, who wanted to have a hand in entertainment as well. However, Su Ruoxian chose Xiao Han, although Xiao Han was also a little famous and did fit the investment target. But she seems to have forgotten that he divorced Chuzha because of Xiao Han. Couldn't he have left it to Suzy to do and avoid suspicion? And Su's father doesn't like Xiao Han either. There are so many people in the entertainment industry, it's okay to change any one of them, right? Even Su Wan, who knew the inside story, felt that Su Ruoxian was still different to Xiao Han after all. If that's the case, why bother messing with Chuzha? The party looked awkward because of Su Ruoxian's arrival. That's just as well. Soon Xiao Han walked in and casually sat beside Su Ruoxian. That position was originally Chulchul's. Chu Shui could see something at this point even if she was stupid. The whole time she didn't speak again. She also wanted to question Su Ruoxian, but Chuzha's sentence of Mr. Su made her dismiss that thought. All the dissimilarities were strung together at this point, as well as the way my brother was swallowing. They are bound to be divorced already. She quietly asked Su Wan about the doubts in her heart. Got an affirmative answer. Chu Shui finally died. The party broke up halfway through. Chuzha sent Su Ruoxian away and of course did not accept Su Ruoxian's gift. Just like when he didn't accept the cell phone Su Ruoxian bought him. When they arrived outside the hotel's main door, they saw Xiao Han already waiting there. Xiao Han looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Ruoxian, I'll send you home. She looked to Chuzha, but Chuzha didn't say anything. Su Ruoxian's face was filled with loss when she saw this. Then she coldly glanced at Xiao Han and said, No need. She didn't drink alcohol but rather juice, so there was no DUI. She got in the car and leapt off with a kick of the gas. On the road, she looked at the guitar lying alone on her passenger side, and tears slipped from Su Ruoxian's eyes. She feels that there is no possibility between him and Chulchul. On Chuzha's side, Nanshu drove Su Wan and Chuzha and the others towards home as well. Chu Shui was in the car and wanted to say something. She turned her head to Chuzha, who was sitting behind her, and said, Brother, did you and Mr. Su separate because of that Xiao Han? Chuzha froze for a moment and said, No, it's because the gap between me and Mr. Su is too big. I'm just a poor boy, while Mr. Su is the president of the group. No matter which way you look at it, Mr. Su and I aren't suitable. It's fine to be friends, but it's not suitable to be a couple. Since Chu Shui already knew, there was no need to hide it himself. After all, he was all set to tell Chu Shui about it. Chu Shui looked at Su Wan. Su Wan is also a member of the Su family, according to her brother's meaning. She can't call Su Wan's sister-in-law in the future. Su Wan's face also changed at this time. Chuzha's words were not so much spoken to Chu Shui as they were spoken to her. Is Chulchul drawing a line in the sand with her? Su Wan twisted her head to look at Chuzha, and at that moment, Chuzha's face was hidden into the darkness, and it was impossible to see his expression. Trudger ran his fingers over the frame of the car, looked his head out the window. The night lights in Kyohai are very beautiful, but it's also a world of the weak and the strong. It's good to be ambitious if you want to survive here. But to be too ambitious is to invite trouble for yourself. The Su family didn't recognize him, and Su Pin was an example. Although Su Zhe hadn't given himself any harsh words of his own, the other party looked down on him all the same. That meant that the vast majority of the Su family looked down on themselves. Even if Su's father had the intention to cultivate him, it would still cause resentment from Su's family. Regardless of whether they were capable or not, they would think that they were relying on Su Ruoxian to get to the top. In this situation, one's own in the Su family is simply difficult to move forward. That is, if one comes out to go it alone, I'm afraid that one will also be treated by others as a vassal of the Su family, an object to be sacrificed arbitrarily. That's why he put himself in the right position from the beginning, and would never mess with Su Ruoxian, and why he had always wanted to divorce Su Ruoxian. Likewise, here in Suwon, one can be a friend, one can be a partner, but one can't go any further. He Chuja had his own pride. And of course his strong rational mind would always be ready to rub out his own kind of unrealistic ideas. Suj often lamented that Chuja was too sensible, which was a good thing, and sometimes not always a good thing. At the very least, he didn't have the reckless youth of others. Every step he took was rationally projected. It's like the relationship with Qin Lianshu. Qin Lianshu was the only one he had moved so far. But when Qin Lianshu said that he's just a friend who talks, he recognized the reality, and he knew it was time for him to give up. The hint of impracticality in his mind was rubbed raw before it could develop and grow by him that afternoon, in that playground. Chapter 90 Loves the Red Dust. Chu Jie returned to the dormitory when Su Jie had long since returned. Su Jie looked at Chu Jie, who came in and wanted to say something. "What? There's something you can't say to me now?" Chu Jie asked in a relaxed tone. "I just think that Mr. Su did come here today to celebrate you. Don't you seem a little too cold?" Chu Jie said. "Are you sure?" Su Jie froze for a moment and shook his head again. Without Xiao Han, he would have dared to be sure because the expression on Su Ruoxian's face didn't look like a fake. But with Xiao Han around and giving away guitars, he doesn't feel the same way. Because in all the years he had spent with Chu Jie, he had never heard that Chu Jie had any specialties in music. "Yeah, you're just a music idiot. When several pretty schoolmates invited you to join the music club, all of them were rejected by you mercilessly. It's weird that you can play the guitar." Chu Jie touched his nose and said, "Actually, I can do a little." "What? What did you say? Say it again if you can." Su Jie's eyes glazed over. "I said, I actually know that little bit. I'm not a musical idiot," Chu Jie said with a smile. "All right, you wait for me." "Chu Jie, you wait for me." Su Jie went out the door in a puff of smoke. Chu Jie looked a little confused. "What? But also find people to beat themselves up in groups. It's not like I intentionally hid it from you. Do you have to?" Chu Jie shouted. "As for Chu Jie, you're finished. You even hid the truth from your dear housemate for 4 years. You're finished." Su Jie's voice came from afar. Chu Jie touched his nose. "Is it that serious?" A short while later, Su Jie returned. Surprisingly, he was carrying a guitar in his hand. "What do you want?" Chu Jie asked. "What for?" "Of course it's to expose your true colors. Play. If you can't play, I'll kill you," Su Jie said. "Do you know how I survived when you rejected those 2 schoolmates? If it wasn't for you, would I be single until now? What's it to me? How is it none of your business? The other schoolmates have promised that as long as you're in the club, they'll promise that I'll get in too. Who knows you?" The girl refused, dry and sharp. "My 4 years of happiness are buried in your hands."
Su Jie queria dar-te.
Chu Jie's cheeks twitched. He took the guitar in Su Jie's hand and gently strummed the strings, and a sense of remembered familiarity filled the room. Chu Jie sat down, and his thoughts seemed to go back to the past, to the days when he met Qin Wanshu. At dusk that day, snow began to fall, sadness blooming all over the hills. A song about loving the red dust was softly chanted out by Chu Jie. A magnetic and clear voice slowly narrates the days of believing in love. The perfect guitar playing is like a pool of fresh water filling the air and making the mind tremble slightly. Unconsciously, the entrance to Chu Jie's dormitory was already surrounded by people. Even downstairs outside the dormitory, people were stopping to listen. Some good people have long since recorded this image and posted it online. The word is spreading fast. Li Qing had also returned to the school, and at this time was lying on her bed chatting with Qin Lianshu, who was far away from home. "When are you going to come back?" Li Qing asked. Across the room, Qin Lianshu fell into silence. Li Qing sighed. "Still care about that? I've heard that he's divorced from the Su one, being used by Zhang Heng and then by the one from the Su family. Provided the Su family with marketing programs modeled for the Su family, helped the Su family open up the international market, and then finally got kicked out of the Su family pretty bad. Qin Lianshu stayed for a while and asked, "Is he okay?" Li Qing said, "Maybe, is a man encountered this kind of thing, I'm afraid it's very difficult. Su family that overdo it, let him as a shield not to mention, but also entangled with Xiao Han. You don't know. When I saw those news, I almost didn't die of anger. What a wonderful person to be trampled so badly." Qin Lianshu bit her lip, the hand holding the phone a little white from the force. "You shouldn't worry too much. Good people are good everywhere. I heard that he already has nearly 100 chain stores in his hands, and when he's on the right track, he'll have a few $1 million a year." Qin Lianshu's face fell as she said, "Yes, he's very good. I knew that from early on." Li Qing let out a slight sigh. She had watched Chuzhe and Qin Wanshu walk from the beginning to the present. To be honest, she was really quite sorry. Chuzhe really liked Qin Lianshu. Anyone could see that. At that time, Chuzhe and Qin Wanshu went to class together, went to the library together, went to the cafeteria together, went to the movies together, got wet together, and even went to see the sunrise together. Everyone thought they were perfect for each other. Until that afternoon, until in that playground. Everything has changed. When she heard that Chuzhe had stood frozen in the playground for the whole afternoon, she didn't know what she felt in her heart. But at that time, Late Shu himself said that they were just ordinary friends. She was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Who would have thought that it was all just a trap for someone else? It was Zhang Heng who had bought off those two housemates of his and raised a ruckus at that time. Qin Lianshu was originally a young girl, the age of love, some reserve, in order to reserve and face subconsciously denied the relationship with Chuzhe. It also pushed Chuzhe away completely. Blame Zhang Heng? Of course he was to be blamed, but if Qin Lianshu had been a little firmer, even just a little, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Because she could see that Chuzhe was trying his best to get closer to Qin Lianshu. Even if he already knew about Qin Lianshu's family history at that time, he still wanted to make an effort. He overcame his low self-esteem, overcame the kind of strange eyes others looked at him with, and he really tried hard to hold on to the thread of affection he had with Qin Lianshu. Unfortunately, all his enthusiasm was doused by Qin Manshu's words. At that time she saw Chuzhe's face pale and terrible. The sadness in his eyes made her not dare to look directly at him. He reached out his hand to Qin Lianshu at that time, but finally put it down dismally. She still sighs a little when she thinks about it now. What if you were the one who met Chulchul that day in the library? Li Qing shook her head, a bit of a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. A miss is a miss. It's not going to happen between them. That's when Li Qing saw someone messaging her. She clicked on it to find a video about Chuzhe. Some of her heart was beating a little faster and she clicked on the video. Soft guitar sounds rang out, and then Chuzhe's clear, gentle, mood-quieting voice rang out. That day at dusk, began to drift snow, sadness, bloomed all over the hillock, and so on youth dispersed, midnight movie written all over the ancient love. Go girl, go to see the red sunrise, is the initial confusion of my life. Believe in the age of love, failed to sing the song to you. Li Qing violently covered her mouth, her eyes watering a little, because she realized that Chuzhe was clearly singing about those pasts between him and Qin Lianshu. Qin Lianshu, who was videoing with Li Qing across the room, said, "Qing, what's wrong with you?" Li Qing glanced at Qin Lianshu and said, "I have a video here that I think you should take a look at." Li Qing clicked the video to send. Li Qing saw Qin Lianshu open the video. Then she saw that the screen on the other side trembled a little, and then the call was hung up. Li Qing put away the phone and sighed slightly. She clicked on the video again, covering her mouth and listening to the song through tears. Chapter 91. Xiao Han is a piece of Su's. An enchanting-looking man across from Su's father was complaining at the moment. "Dong Su, I'm very optimistic about the script this time, and there's no problem with me directing it, but according to my understanding, it's a bit too much of a stretch to have Xiao Han play the current male lead. I'm not saying there's something wrong with Xiao Han's looks or ability, but Xiao Han's slightly shadowy aura fits the male number 2 very well and doesn't fit this male number 1. Su's father rubbed his forehead and said, "But the situation now is that our entertainment company has just been established, and apart from Xiao Han, we really don't have any more actors that can hold their own." Su's father didn't like Xiao Han either, but since he wanted to enter the entertainment industry, he couldn't just go and support an artist signed by someone else's company. Could he? Opposite the director is somewhat speechless. The other party is the funder. They only have the right to suggest. The other party does not agree with their own no way. Pity such a good script. Just then, the director's cell phone rang. The director gave a plea to Su's father, then picked up the phone. "Boss, A good seedling has been found here. It really matches the tone of that script you're holding. The video is sent to you. Take a look. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. The director hung up the phone suspiciously and clicked on the video. A handsome and sunny but slightly melancholic-eyed youth appeared in front of the director. The guitars started, and a sincere, moving chant followed. The director jolted to his feet in excitement. Yes, it's so right. It's a perfect rendition. And the song, it's just tailor-made for the play. The director trembled with excitement, then jerked his head up to look at Sue's father and said, "We must let this person play the male lead this time. If not, I'll quit if I don't agree to it. I'm going to go and pick out a new script for him myself." Sue's father's eyes twitched. Are all these directors so emotional? But this director does have the ability to be his biggest bargaining chip in this ban on the entertainment industry, and he can't afford to lose it. If this person hasn't been signed by someone, I can find a way. Sue's father said in a deep voice. He didn't like Xiao Han anyway. If there was really someone who could replace Xiao Han, even if Su Ruoxian stopped it, it didn't stop him from telling Xiao Han to get lost. The director sniffed with a burst of excitement. He's not an artist, of course he hasn't been signed. He's still a student at Jinghai and will be graduating soon. Jinghai, Sue's father muttered. His own daughter was from Jinghai, which made things easier. He clicked on the video that the director had pushed over. Seeing the person in the video, Sue's father's pupils shrunk. After a long time, Sue's father sighed. Rather, it was my eyes that were clumsy. Even though I had already thought highly of him, it seems that I have underestimated his excellence now. Pity, pity. Sue's father sighed. He sent the video to Su Ruoxian and then sent a voice. If you can, bring him back. Sue's father, as the head of a powerful family, could be considered a top plutocrat. Along the way, what kind of talent has not seen, but like Chuja, so to his vibration can be said almost no. This is no longer a word that describes talent. It's simply amazing. It would be a real shame to miss out on having the ability, the talent, and the looks. Su Ruoxian was sitting on the sofa of the villa at this time, looking at the guitar next to her in a daze. The old butler let out an uncontrollable sigh. For Chulchul's birthday, the young lady had gone to great lengths. At the very least, he hadn't seen Missy so attached to anyone. It is that Xiao Han, Miss also did not have such a detailed hand in everything. At that time, the young lady was very good to Xiao Han, but he could tell that that kind of goodness wasn't a childish love. It was more of a gratitude, a compensation. The young lady at that time probably couldn't tell the difference between such feelings and love. And this time it was markedly different. Miss is obviously moved on to Chuja and is in deep. But Miss is still clearly unable to clean up the relationship between her and Xiao Han. So much so that it's come to this with my aunt. It's really too bad. Su Ruoxian's phone rang at this time. She connected mechanically. Ruoxian, I'm right outside the villa's door. Can you let me go see you? I miss you a little? Xiao Han's deliberately lowered voice rang out. Xiao Han remained firm in his belief that Su Ruoxian's gift this time was for him. He felt that Su Ruoxian had thoughts about himself. So he came. He even had a whole box of small umbrellas in his pocket. He felt that he would definitely be able to take Su Ruoxian today and completely occupy her heart. Xiao Han did not see that Su Ruoxian on the other end of the phone frowned and a trace of disgust appeared in her eyes. And this was the first time that she had ever risen this feeling towards Xiao Han. I don't have time to see you, go away. Su Ruoxian's voice was cold. Xiao Han was slightly stunned and said, Ruoxian, what's wrong with you? But where are you uncomfortable? Su Ruoxian directly hung up Xiao Han's phone. This phone call would have been great if Chulchul had called. Outside the villa, Xiao Han's face was blue. Things seemed to be different from what he thought. Could it be that Su Ruoxian really went to the hotel this time to celebrate Chuja's birthday? No, it won't. Su Ruoxian obviously wasn't very attached to Chuja. Even Chuja entrepreneurship, Su Ruoxian didn't support it, so it was evident that Chuja wasn't that important in her heart either. It's different when you start your own business. The other party directly injected 10 million. That's 10 million, enough for Chuja to open how many chain stores? Thinking of this Xiao Han heart and comfortable some, at least he still has a certain position in her heart. This is Chuja cannot be compared. Xiao Han thought about it and planned to go up and ring the doorbell. But before he could step forward, a butler-like man stepped out. Miss said, Mr. Xiao Han, in the future, please don't come here to see Miss again, the old butler said as he looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's face stiffened and his face clouded over. The old housekeeper looked at Xiao Han some disdain. This kind of person also rely on the kindness of the first time to the miss has been a reckless demand. His room, his car at the beginning can be missed to buy. He had no regard for what trouble doing so would cause the lady. Keep in mind that Missy was not working at the time and only had so much pocket money per year. Just as Xiao Han still smacked of not being satisfied, and I don't know where he got his confidence. Compared to Chuzha, Xiao Han was like a piece of Chapter 92 Pride and Inferiority. Xiao Han ended up walking away unwillingly. The old butler returned to the villa and said to Su Ruoxian, "Miss, I've already told Mr. Xiao Han to leave." Su Ruoxian nodded. This was her and Chuzha's home. She wouldn't allow Xiao Han to enter here, especially in the absence of Chuzha. She would not allow all other males to enter the place without his permission as the male owner. Her eyes looked to the side. There, Chuzha used to sit and concentrate on writing plans for his chain of stores. Chuzha's serious look at that time was really pretty, just like when he first met him back then. It was then that he sat quietly reading a book, that serene aura that mesmerized her. And it was that one look, that one feeling that made her know she couldn't let him go. She was going to tie him to her. She had always done the same for herself. And in those days she was happy from the bottom of her heart just to think every day that such a man had become her husband. At a certain moment, just during the time when Chuzha called her name, she could clearly feel that Chuzha had moved towards her. But everything is ruined by Xiao Han, who falsely accuses Chuzha of being a thief. Xiao Han even tried to kiss her, and although he avoided it himself, he was still seen by Chuzha. She saw the darkness in Chuzha's eyes, and no one knew how flustered she was, and everything seemed to go back to square one. I had thought that I would be able to get him back again, as long as he was still by his side and still married to him. But he was wrong, and since that time, Chuzha had never once called out her name, not once. The heart he once moved never moved a second time for her. It was he who had treated him too unfairly. He had harbored Xiao Han, and that was the greatest harm to him, wasn't it? But what should one really do when one is his former savior and one is his husband? What is the right thing to do? Su Ruoxian reached out her hand and touched the spot where Chuzha had once sat, tears slipping from amongst her beautiful eyes. Just then the phone lit up again. But Su Ruoxian didn't even bother to look. She got up and burrowed into Chuzha's room and hugged Chuzha's covers. The next day Chuzha woke up early. He ran toward the playground. It's a habit he picked up in school. Coming to the playground, he saw that there were already people running around the playground. The slender and voluptuous body shows infinite vitality. Chuzha's eyes were good, and he instantly recognized that person as Li Qing. I didn't realize that Li Haru had taken a liking to running as well. Chuzha also didn't go up to disturb and ran his own. But when Li Qing saw Chuzha, she froze slightly before running towards him. "It's been a long time." Li Qing opened her mouth. Chuzha said, "It's been some days since I've seen you. Are you interning overseas in Beijing?" Li Qing said, "Yeah. I followed the school's allocation and was assigned outside, but the unit's not bad." Chuzha said, "It's pretty good. What about you? What have you been up to lately?" Li Qing asked, even though she knew she asked anyway. "I didn't go out to the capital C. I just took that little restaurant outside our school. So I'll give you a 60% discount whenever you go to eat." Li Qing glanced at Chuzha without any good humor and said, "I thought you'd waive the bill, but it turns out you're just giving me a 60% discount." Chuzha laughed and said, free of charge, it's all on my account." Li Qing guffawed. Looking at Chuzha, who revealed a bright smile, Li Qing was slightly lost in thought. She was now more and more remorseful as to why she hadn't followed Qin Lianshu to the library that day. After running for a while, sweat was already pouring out of Li Qing's body. There was hair sticking to her forehead, making her look a little seductive. Chuzha stopped his steps and said, "Let's stop here today." Li Qing said, "I didn't expect you to have such good stamina. You've left me behind for more than 2 laps." Chuzha said, "Where is this? My strength hasn't even exploded yet." Li Qing giggled, an air of intellectual beauty permeating her. Li Qing had no intention of going back, and she and Chuzha quietly skipped around the outskirts of the playground. Li Qing looked at Chuzha and asked, "Have you contacted Evening Shu?" Chuzha froze slightly, then shook his head. Li Qing sighed and said, "Evening Shu is still very concerned about you, asking me a lot of things about you. I think." Chuzha shook his head and interrupted Li Qing's words. "That's all in the past. Let's not mention the past anymore. Life always has to look forward." Li Qing sighed when she saw this. She could tell that Chuzha didn't want to talk about things regarding Qin Wanshu. That late Shu really hurt him a lot. Li Qing changed the topic and said, "Do you know that you made a big splash yesterday?" Chuzha was stunned. "Yesterday, yes? Li Qing pulled out her cell phone and said, "Look, is this you?" Chuja turned sideways to look at the cell phone in Li Qing's hand. Chuja's head was very close to Li Qing. Li Qing could clearly feel Chuja's breath. The breath fell on her body, and Li Qing felt a little tingly all over. She froze and stood motionless, holding her cell phone dumbly. It wasn't until the cell phone screen finished playing that Li Qing came back to her senses. She felt her face burn a little. Chuja didn't feel anything, but just touched his nose and said, just singing 2 lines at random, "I didn't expect others to send it online. I've never heard that you're good at music. When did you learn it? It feels like you've been learning for years," Li Qing asked. Chuja's eyes became deep as his thoughts went back to that show when he was a child. Thought of the guitar that had been deliberately damaged, and of the man who had given him a sneering look. It was because he was such a threat to the guy who was competing that he went so far as to break his guitar on purpose. What was even more unbelievable to him was that there were people who clearly saw it at that time, but they all kept silent because they didn't dare to offend that person. He just wanted to win an award to lighten his family's burden. So why didn't he even give himself that simple hope? Jude remembers that his parents were surprised to learn that they wanted to buy a new guitar for him. But even the cheapest guitar was not something they could afford at that time. He didn't want to see his father go and do hard labor for him. So he says he doesn't like music anymore and he doesn't like the guitar. After that day, he really never showed his love for music in front of his parents again. Li Qing quietly looked at Chuja, and her heart fluttered slightly as she watched the sadness in Chuja's eyes. "I'm sorry. Did that bring up something sad?" Chuja said, "Which is not the case. It's all something from my childhood. Playing the guitar is just a hobby of mine. That's all." Li Qing quietly looked at Chuja. "Is it just a hobby? How can you play that moving music without that love for the guitar?" Thinking carefully about Chuja's 4 years of college life, it seems like Chuja spends most of his free time doing various jobs. Li Qing guessed that it wasn't that he didn't like it, he didn't have the time to like it and didn't dare to like it. Li Qing's chest was a little tight when she thought about it. She knows that Chuja is proud but also low self-esteem. Low self-esteem are afraid to have hobbies and interests, and even afraid to fall in love. His feelings for Qin Lianshu may be all the courage he needs for this. Unfortunately, Chapter 93 Su Xin comes looking. Coming to the fork in the road, Chuja looked at Li Qing and said, "I'm going back. We'll talk again sometime." Li Qing hurriedly said, "Good. Remember to come find me any time." Chuja waved his hand and went back to his dormitory. Li Qing quietly looked at Chuja until Chuja's back disappeared around the corner before she turned to leave. Back in the dormitory, Su Jie looked at Chuja with a weird look. Chuja froze a bit and said, "What kind of look is that?" Su Jie said, "You were just running with Li Qing?" "Yeah. Met on the playground. I can't believe she ran 3 laps with you and skipped that far with you," Su Jie said. Chuja looked at Su Jie somewhat speechlessly and said, "What are you trying to say?" "That I have thoughts about Li Qing." "Bah! You're just a cement-filled heart. You'll be damned if you like Li Qing," Su Jie said. "So what do you want to say?" Chuja was puzzled. "What I'm saying is, Li Qing, she seems to mean you," Su Jie said. Cough, cough, cough. Chuja almost didn't choke on his own saliva. "Come on, the other person, Li Qing, only said a couple words because of the thing I did yesterday when I played the guitar. How is she interested in me?" Chuja said breathlessly. Su Jie scratched his head. "Yeah, yes, it has to be," Chuja said. Chuja packed up and left the school. His dissertation is almost written, just waiting for the defense, and then officially graduated. He also sighed a little at the thought. It's a good thing that his restaurant is right here in Kyohai, so it's nice to go around Kyohai when you miss the past. Just outside the school entrance, a white coupe came from the distance and stopped beside him. The car window fell, revealing Su Xion's face.
MS. Susin.
Chuja greeted suspiciously. "Why didn't you tell me about your birthday?" Su Xion frowned at Chuja. Chuja was a bit confused. "I don't think I know her very well myself." But at this point, he still said, "The main thing is that I didn't think about what to do, so I didn't dare to alarm you." Su Xion's eyes revealed a displeased look. "In the future, this kind of thing must be given to me." Chuja rubbed his nose, not knowing how to answer. Su Xion cocked her head at Chuja and said, "Get in the car." Chuja had the heart to refuse and asked, "Miss Su Xion, do you have something to say to me?" Su Xion frowned again. "Get in the car. It's not good to talk with so many people here." Chuja had no choice but to pull open the door and get in. The white coupe scurried off on one throttle. Chuja looked at Su Exen, who was driving, and asked, Ms. Su Exen, just call me Su Exen. Su Exen interrupted Chuja. Chuja said, That's not good. Scream when I tell you to. Aren't you a man? Su Exen was a little angry. Chuja was once again speechless. Well, it was the same Su Exen he knew, mean as always. Soon the car came to a neighborhood. The car came to a stop only after entering the neighborhood and coming to the underground parking lot. Su Exen got out of the car and Chuja followed. Chuja asked Su Exen suspiciously, Su Exen, what did you bring me here for? I heard that you want to buy a house. I have a set here. I'll sell it to you, Su Exen said. Chuja froze for a moment and asked suspiciously, How did you know I was going to buy a house? Su Exen said, Is it hard to guess? Isn't your sister here? You want your sister to study here. Then buying a house is a must. This is a school district house. The school next to it is also the best high school in Jinghai. How is it? Are you still satisfied here? Chuja said. Satisfied is quite satisfied. Chuja was honest, but he also knew that the houses here were expensive, and he wanted to go for one in an older neighborhood. Otherwise, it's a small house and it's $1 million. He doesn't have that kind of power at the moment. Don't even think about it. Property is scarce here. You can't even buy it if you have the money. You have to buy it as soon as possible or enrollment will be a problem. Do you have time to take your time to find it? Chuja said that he was taken directly by Su Exen. The corner of Su Exen's mouth curled slightly. Let's go. I'll show you the house. Chuja hoped that the house would never be too big, or else he really couldn't afford it. Took the elevator straight to the 20th floor. Chuja's heart sank. It didn't feel like a small house. Walking out of the elevator, Chuja was a bit speechless, one staircase and one family. It was really a floor he couldn't afford. Chuja smiled bitterly and said to Su Exen, That's sorry. I don't seem to be able to afford it. Su Exen said, Did I say the price and you said you couldn't afford it? How much? Come in first. Su Exen opened the door to the house and walked in. Chuja also followed over, then was somewhat staggered. This living room was also too big. Su Exen pointed to a nearby room and said, This room can accommodate your parents. This room is your sister's. Su Exen pointed to another room. Then Su Exen brought Chuja to the other side of the living room, pointing to a room and said, This is a large suite. You live. Chuja was a bit speechless. The rooms were all assigned? Remember, this room can only be occupied by you, Su Exen emphasized again. Chuja said, Su Exen, I don't think I can even afford a room here. Let's not talk about who's staying, shall we? Su Exen said, As long as you do what I say, I'll sell you this house for $100,000. Su Exen did not wait for Chuja to inquire, directly said, This house is what I want from the Lee family. In order to prevent the Lee family from backtracking, I thought of selling it. But it's not really for sale. It's kind of like you're doing me a favor. It won't work. 100,000 won't even cover the rent. How can I take advantage of you? Can you wait? I'm afraid it's going to be very strict on enrolling outsiders this year, as far as I know. Can you wait? Besides, it's mutually beneficial. It's good for you and me. It's kind of a partnership. There's no reason for you to refuse. Chuja was silent. Su Exen saw the situation, the corner of her mouth slightly curled. Not waiting for Chuja to speak, she directly said, This matter is so decided. Now we go to the transfer of accounts. In the future, this place is yours. Then Chuja turned around and bought a large flat. Or $100,000 for it. Su Exen says the 100,000 is a deposit and you have to pay for things that are broken. This was what made Chuja feel a little more at ease. Otherwise, he always felt unsettled. Walking out of the housing registry, Su Exen said, Move over as soon as possible. It's always inconvenient for you to live with that Nanshu. Chuja agrees on this point. Nanshu was a girl after all, and it was indeed a bit inconvenient to live there all the time by herself. Chuja said, Then we should also sign a contract, right? There should be a deadline, and I'll automatically move out when the time comes. Chapter 94. Should we make our relationship clear? Chuja felt that first the sister's school enrollment matters, and then find another opportunity to buy a good house and move out. Su Exen said, There's no need to sign a contract between us. I have to go beforehand. Remember, I have a condition. You have to move over there as soon as possible, and you can only live in the house I told you about. After saying that, also did not wait for Chuja to say anything to get on the car and scampered out with a foot of gas. Su Exen returned to the Su family villa. Su Xian's father looked at Su Xian, who walked in and said, Xian, give you said let you matchmaking things you think about how? Su Xian frowned. No phase. I will never get married in the future. So just die of that. If you think I'm in the way, I'll move out now. Su Xian's father hurriedly said, Fine, fine. If it doesn't match, what are you in a hurry to go out today? Someone saw you go to Jinghai University. Su Xian frowned. You had someone follow me? How come? So Pin saw your car. Saw you drive past. There was someone else in the car. Who was it? Su Xian said. Still saying you didn't follow me? Humph. I'll move out now. Su Xian turned around and went upstairs before coming down with a bag. Su Xian's father was a bit dumbfounded, looking at Su Xian, who drove away and scratched his head. How come it feels like it was premeditated? However, Su Xian has quite a few properties outside, and Su Xian's father is not afraid of her living on the streets. Okay. It's good to be willing to go out there. Su Xian drove to the neighborhood where Chuja bought his house. Su Xian went upstairs to the 19th floor. Su Xian looked up at the roof above the corner of her mouth curved up in a perfect arc. Chuja returned to his rented room at this time. Hearing that Chuja wanted to move out, Nanshu was not happy. Didn't say a word all day. Suwon wasn't happy about it either. Renting a house she could just live in. But living in a house bought by Chuja is a different story. Their relationship hadn't gotten to that point yet. Exactly, Chuja's feelings for her hadn't gotten to that point yet. Suwon's palms clenched and unclenched. His face was a little hard to see, and there was a slight false sweat coming out. Chuja seemed to have sensed Suwon's abnormality and asked with concern, Suwon, what's wrong with you? Your face looks a bit unattractive. Chuja subconsciously reached out and touched Suwon's forehead. He didn't see the hint of crimson that flashed through Suwon's eyes. She looked at Chuja with eyes full of desire to possess. She was now used to being with Chuja every day, and she was a little unable to accept that Chuja was leaving. In order to prevent her expression from being seen, Suwon got up in an energetic manner and walked towards her room. She closed the door tightly behind her, gasping for air. She was afraid that she would make a move to imprison Chuja for eternity. She'd had the urge in her mind more than once, and she'd gotten over it, but now it seemed a little out of control. Outside, Chu Shui opened her mouth. Oops, I think living here is quite good. There is no need for the whole general. I mean, it's fine for me to go back to live when I start school. As for you, brother, you shouldn't move. There's just Suwon and Sister Nanshu here. How can we do without a man? I don't need you to worry about me if I have mom and dad come over when school starts. So brother, don't move, Chuja said. Moving over is still necessary after all. Su Xen and I have an agreement. But it's fine for me to go back and live there once in a while. It's far from the company and really inconvenient. Nanshu's face looked better with the naked eye. That's right. I thought you didn't care about me. Chuja said. How come? But it's time for you to hurry up and find a boyfriend. Pa! Nanshu slapped the table and twisted her head into her room. Chuja was a bit confused. Did I say something wrong? Chu Shui covered her mouth and snickered. She now felt that Nanshu and her brother were a good match. Both came from poor backgrounds, were classmates, and are now struggling together. It's almost like a doorstop. This was a point where Nanshu had an advantage over Suwon. Besides, looking at Sister Nanshu's figure, she must be a good one to give birth to a son. Chu Shui was all but fantasizing about teasing her little nephew. Unfortunately, his own brother never seemed to think in that direction. Difficult. Suwon's room, and it was only after hearing that Chuja still lived here most of the time that the madness in her eyes subsided. Gathering her emotions, she opened the door and walked out. She wouldn't waste every second of her time with Chuja. She just wanted to keep watching him. Seeing Suwon come out with a much better face, Chuja said, Is it because of the recent malnutrition? I will personally cook a good meal for you today. Suwon looked at Chuja with a smile. Chuja did not know that he was dancing on a tightrope at this time, and an inattentive estimate would be devoured by Suwon, the beautiful snake. Shui's mansion, which is also the tallest building in Jinghai. The housekeeper came to Shui Evening Qing's side and said, Miss, the auntie has bought a house over at the Pearl, and it was given to the auntie by Su Xen of the Su family. Su Xen? A cold aura appeared amongst Shui Evening Qing's eyes. Miss, this time it's my fault for moving too slowly. I've never found a suitable excuse to sell the house to auntie. I don't blame you, my houses are all villas and the like. There really aren't any flats like that. I should have thought of that. Shui Evening Ching was slightly chagrined. Her own little sister-in-law was going to school and she wasn't contributing, which made her upset. Miss, why don't you pick a fight with Auntie? That way we can also help Auntie in a proper way, the old butler suggested. Shui Evening Ching was a bit impressed, but after thinking about it, she still shook her head. No, I'm 9 years older than him. The gap is too big. The old housekeeper sighed. Being older than her aunt was a hurdle in the young lady's heart. Miss is too afraid that Auntie will not be happy when she finds out the details. Shui Evening Ching didn't feel anything at first, but now she cared more and more about Chuzha. But the more she cared, the more she didn't dare to say anything. She was scared, and even though Chuzha wasn't that kind of person, she still wasn't confident. The butler said, "So what do we do now, miss?" Shui Evening Ching thought for a moment and said, "Donate this year's charitable donations to the same school his sister goes to. Build them a music classroom, and tell them that if my little sister-in-law suffers half-heartedly, I won't agree to it." The butler nodded and turned to go down and make the arrangements. That's when the phone rang. "Mooney, sister, Chuzha is here. Oh, he's tutoring Mimi. Do you want to come back?" By the time Mochizuki finished saying this, Shui Evening Harvest had already left the room, her footsteps somewhat hurried. Chuzha stayed at Shui Evening Ching's place again tonight. In his dream, he saw Shui Evening Harvest again. This time was different from the past. Shui Wanqing was like a little tiger in her dream, chased him all over the mountain. He got up the next day with some rare back pain. Mochizuki looked at Chuzha, who walked out covering his waist, and said, "What happened to you?" Chuzha's face turned a little red. "No, it's nothing." He's obsessed with the feeling right now, but he can't talk about it outwardly. Foamy Moon covered her mouth with a snicker and let out a big yawn. Chuzha asked, "Didn't you get any rest yesterday?" Mochizuki glanced at Chuzha with some grudges, then said, "Yeah, I sold goods until 1 in the morning yesterday." Chuzha said, "It's quite hard." Mochizuki shook her head. "Not even close to you." Chuzha was a bit puzzled. What did that mean? Seeing Chuzha's eyes, it was Mochizuki's turn to blush. Chapter 95. Making a movie? Suze. The director came over in a hurry. "Su Dong, where is the person I want? It's been a few days, how come there's no movement at all?" The director was in a hurry. With Chuzha's song being posted on the internet, it's now getting almost 1 million hits. There are already talent scouts frequenting Kyunghee University. It was a good thing that Chuzha was now busy with his sister's enrollment. There was also the chain store thing, and even when I went back to school it was late into the evening. Otherwise it would have been blocked long ago. How could he not be anxious when there had been a delay here in the Su family in this situation? Su's father also frowned and sent the video to Su Ruoxian himself. Su Ruoxian, however, didn't move. Could it be that she didn't want Chuzha to enter the entertainment company and grab a position with Xiaohan? Su's father spoke up. "Don't be in a hurry, director. I'll ask about the situation now. 2 days? No. Tomorrow night I'll give you a definite answer." The director said, "Okay. I'll wait 1 day, and don't let that Xiaohan bother me." The director left in a huff. Walking out of Su's manor, the director rubbed his forehead with a bit of a headache. He was very responsible for each of his works, and he didn't allow his works to be flawed. If he hadn't really liked the script, he wouldn't have served it because of Xiaohan's arrogance alone. What a thing, really think he's a top celebrity. Even top celebrities don't get cocky like him. He's an idiot. At this time, the car door opened and the deputy sat in. "Director, just now I got the news that the Chin family side is also willing to let you." The director, direct a production. "And they've already contacted that Chuzha, and the script has been sent over. Would you look at it?" The deputy handed the script to the director. The director looked down to check. His eyes brightened slightly as he read page after page, and his face grew more and more excited. This isn't customized for that song, I'm afraid. It fits Chuzha's temperament even more than this script I have. Perfect." At this point, Chuzha's office, Chuzha looked at Chin's mother, who walked in a bit stunned. "Auntie, what brings you here?" Mother Chin looked at Chuzha and sighed in her heart. Chuzha's matter she had also paid attention to. The chagrin in his heart when he heard that Chuzha had directly made the Su family take a step upward with a single plan was simply beyond words. What a perfect candidate for a son-in-law. Ability, character, looks, and talent are simply superior. Even the question of origin is a proper flashpoint in their case. Because the Chin family were bound to recruit a son-in-law. Strong families they are afraid to have instead. Chuzha's origin might have been discriminated against in the Su family, but it was the most valued merit of their Chin family. their second house to be exact. Unfortunately, such a perfect son-in-law was lost to his own daughter's momentary confusion. She still felt sorry for it now that she thought about it. What? Not welcome? Mother Chin smiled as she looked at Chuja. It's true that the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she becomes. How? Chuja hurriedly invited Mother Chin to sit down. And then you make the tea yourself. Nanshu looked at Chuja's attentive appearance outside the office with some surprise in his eyes. She's Chin Nanshu's mother, the one who almost became Chuja's mother-in-law, Medicine said in Nanshu's ear at this time. Nanshu sniffed and clenched his palms, looking a little nervous. Medicine Pill laughed darkly at the situation. Nanshu's mind was something that any person could see. Favorably, Chuja couldn't see it. Like a cement sealed his heart. Don't worry, now the Chin family definitely can't be looking for Chuja as a son-in-law. After all, Chuja is already in a second marriage, and their Chin family's daughter is no more worthless than to marry a second marriage. Medicine said. Nanshu said, You're so sure. Everyone knows that Chuja and the one from the Su family are only formally married. There are no facts at all. Medicine thought for a moment and said, It is said that the marriage is more than half a year, even sleep in separate rooms, TSK. Not Chuja cannot, right? If Shui Evening Ching were here, she would definitely roll her eyes at Medicine. He can't? He's as tough as an animal and still says he can't? Nanshu said, What are you babbling about? Medicinal Pill said to Nanshu at this time, Why don't you go and try? Try? How do I try? Nanshu asked, blushing. Medicine muttered in Nanshu's ear for a while. Nanshu blushed. Hurriedly, he said, No. In the office. After Mother Chin finished sighing in her heart, she stated her intention of coming this time. Chuja was a bit surprised. Making a movie? Yes, your image fits the casting this time. And I've specially come over this time to invite you to participate in this movie shoot, Mother Chin said. Chuja said with a somewhat bitter smile, Auntie, I studied business administration at Jinghai University, not a movie major, and I'm not an entertainer, so how could you ask me to make a movie? Mother Chin said, Our Chin clan also wants to enter the entertainment industry. In fact, we have had our own entertainment company for a long time. We just haven't been able to produce a decent work. We're very confident in this script this time. Don't think of rejecting it first. I can show you the script. It's not too late to reject it if you're not satisfied. Mother Chin pulled out the script and placed it on Chuja's desk. Chuja was a little hesitant. If it had been anyone else, he would have refused without hesitation. But the other party was Chin Lianshu's mother, and although he knew that there was no possibility for him and Chin Lianshu was, after all, the only girl he had ever moved his heart to. He really couldn't do anything to reject Mother Chin right away. Since he couldn't do anything to refuse, Chuja could only smile bitterly. Okay, I can read the script first. Mother Chin said, Okay, I'll call you tonight. Seeing Chuja froze, Mother Chin smiled slightly and said, Don't blame me for being anxious. You yourself, I'm afraid you don't know how much of a catch you are. That video of yours now has millions of hits. There are a number of talent scouts asking about you. And it's a good thing you haven't been back to school much these days, or you'd have been jammed up. Chuja was crying and laughing a bit. What kind of thing was this? Mother Chin said, Don't worry, in terms of compensation I won't press your price. Just because you're a newcomer, you have two options. One is that I'll give the money directly, $5 million, and the other is that you'll take a commission. I suggest that you choose the second one. Because I'm confident in this show. You'll definitely be earning in the tens of millions by then. Chuja said indifferently, Auntie, I haven't said I'm going to star in it yet. Mother Chin said, I'm sure you'll be willing to act after reading the script, so I'll take it upon myself to choose the second item for you. Chapter 96. Missed Opportunities. Mother Chin is gone. Chuja looked at the script on the table with some confusion. At this time, Nanshu walked in. Anyway, the business has entered the formal, with me to ensure that nothing will go wrong. You may as well try it if you're idle. You'll get at least $5 million. $5 million. How many chain stores can we open? With this money, I guarantee that I'll be able to get our 3 flavors Yatang on a firm footing in the capital C before the end of the year. What Nanshu meant by standing firm was that other people didn't dare to take a shot at Sammy Yatang's bottom line in an easy way. It's against the giants, and it's a fight, not something to be rubbed in the face. It's very hard to do. Once done, Chuja is considered to truly have the identity of the new talent of the Jinghai. Only then will he be qualified to participate in the banquet of the high society of the Jinghai. Now Chuja, although under the more than 100 chain stores, plus a factory. But it's still nothing in front of the real upper class. Chuja didn't immediately clap because of Nan Shu's words. He picked up the script on the table. Su's father picked up the phone and was going to call Su Ruoxian. But he called Su Wan instead. Wan Air, you know about me asking your sister to find Chuja to act in a movie, right? Letting my sister come over to find ya? Su Wan's tone was playful. But I didn't see my sister come over, nor did I see her call Ja. Su's father frowned. Ja? You're calling it intimately. The corner of Su Wan's mouth curled slightly. Intimate? She didn't think so. She felt like she should have called it a little more intimate to be sure. Dad, wait a moment. I'll ask Ja when he comes back, Su Wan said. Su father coldly grunted. His own daughter and that guy living together are not back to live really angry with him. It's a good thing it's just a normal carpool or he would have hit the door a long time ago. Not long Su Wan called over and said, "Just simply do not know that thing. Nothing I hung up. You teach me to do sweet and sour fish today. I bought fish." The phone hung up. Su's father's mouth twitched. His daughter actually took the initiative to learn how to cook? Oh my God, he as a father can't even see it. Being pissed off. Pressing down the sour feeling in his heart. Su father called Su Ruoxian over. The phone was connected and Su's father said, "Ruoxian, I know that you want Xiao Han to get to the top, but this is a key battle for our Su's entry into the entertainment industry. I still hope that you will take the big picture into consideration. Chuja is very suitable for the script this time no matter what aspect. The director's intention is also to have Chuja in the role. If Chuja doesn't come this time, I'm afraid the director will have to quit." Su Ruoxian was a bit confused. "Dad, what do you mean by that?" Su's father frowned. "Didn't you read the last message I sent you?" Su Ruoxian said. "What information?" Su's father sighed and said, "Well, since you insist on choosing Xiao Han, I can't do anything about it." Su's father hung up. Su Ruoxian was still working at Su's, but she was no longer the president of Su's. But after all, she was her own daughter, and she was still a little heartbroken. That's why she decided to invest in the entertainment industry and give Ruoxian an entertainment company with staff and everything. Sure enough, Su Ruoxian still chose Xiao Han, and this was all within his expectations. But after all, it was Su's investment, so he still had to ask about it. He didn't believe that Su Ruoxian hadn't seen his message. She was just pretending not to know. The purpose was of course to praise Xiao Han, not wanting Chuja to steal Xiao Han's thunder. Since this is the case, he will not care much. In the future, Su Ruoxian can do whatever she wants. The heart is tired. Su Ruoxian's side was a bit bewildered when she heard Su's father hang up the phone. Across the street, Suze was sitting there. He was now starting to take over Su's work in full, preparing for his promotion to Su's president in the future. This entertainment company thing was your chance to turn things around, and you're giving it up like that? Su Ruoxian looked at Suze in doubt. "What do you mean by that?" Suze said, "Uncle asked you to contact Chuja. Why did you refuse? Isn't it still for that Xiao Han? For the sake of a Xiao Han, it's a bit more than worth it to give up an excellent director like Director Foam. What the hell are you guys talking about? What happened to Chuja?" Su Ruoxian asked with some exasperation. Suzy was slightly stunned. "Is it true that you didn't see Uncle give you a message? Uncle even asked me to sidestep your thoughts today, and I didn't expect a call from Uncle before I had a chance here." Su Ruoxian peeled her phone and tapped on the interface to talk to her own father. Sure enough, there were two unread messages. One is a video and one is a voice. Looking at the person in the video, Su Ruoxian's pupils trembled slightly. She clicked on the video with trembling fingers. The sound of guitars accompanied Chuja's clear voice slowly, making hearts and minds quiet. She felt her whole being affected by the song, as if she had entered the world in his song. After listening to the song, Su Ruoxian was in tears. Suze was watching from the side, shaking his head. He also wondered what kind of attitude Su Ruoxian had towards Chuja. In fact, if you really still have thoughts about him, why don't you take the opportunity to recruit him? You could even star as the female lead. This movie is going to be shot for a while anyways. What misunderstandings can't you guys solve when you're spending time together? This was Suze's advice to Su Ruoxian, but of course he felt that he was being a bit presumptuous. After all, this was a matter of Su Ruoxian's personal feelings, and although he was a cousin, he still shouldn't interfere too much. "I'm going to find him now," Su Ruoxian said. Just then Suze received a phone call. Hearing the contents of the phone call, his face was slightly stunned, then filled with a bitter smile. "Ruoxian, there's no need to go. Chuja has already agreed to go to Chin's studio to participate in the filming of a movie. Also, Director Feng made it clear that he refused to direct this drama for us and went to Chin as well. Su Zhe shook his head, not knowing what to say. A few days was reasonably enough time for Su Ruoxian to do her job. It's a shame such a great opportunity was wasted. It seemed that this cousin of his and Chuja really didn't have a destiny. Su Ruoxian's figure shook slightly, and she sat back down dully. Su Zhe shook his head and left Su Ruoxian's office. After a long time, Su Ruoxian came back to her senses. She opened her phone and pulled up Chuja's name, fingers pressed on the dialing button. Chuja looked at the incoming call and frowned, then hung up. Since he was already divorced, he didn't want to have too many interactions with Su Ruoxian. Hearing the phone on the other side being hung up, Su Ruoxian felt a bit stuffy in her chest, and his face grew pale. It was amazing that she had missed another opportunity. Why? Is it really God's will? Obviously, the opportunity was placed right in front of you, right? What went wrong? Chapter 97. The female lead is Li Qing. Su Ruoxian returned to the villa somewhat disoriented and walked into the middle of the living room. Subconsciously, he looked towards the position of the sofa, but did not see the familiar figure. I'm afraid he won't be around in the future. Su Ruoxian froze and looked there motionless. The old butler came over from the side at that moment and sighed helplessly. It's rare to see a young lady with a favorite. How did it come to this? The butler stepped forward and said, Miss, you asked me to look into the person who hijacked you back then, and now we have an idea. He's abroad. Su Ruoxian came back to her senses. She had been hijacked at first, something that no one in the Su family knew about, because it wasn't long after he was first taken hostage himself that he was rescued. That's right, the one who rescued her from the situation is his Xiao Han. In a moment of despair, he appeared, and perhaps only she knew how she felt at the time. But the information Su Wan gave her last time made her realize that that incident back then, or rather those incidents seemed to be not as simple as they appeared. Keep investigating at all costs, Su Ruoxian said. The old butler nodded and went down to make the arrangements. However, this matter has been so many years in the past. I am afraid that if you want to find out clearly, you can't do it in a moment. Su Ruoxian didn't eat and went upstairs to Chuja's room. Cradling Trudger's quilt in her arms, she took a deep breath. Just then her phone rang and Su Ruoxian twisted her head to look at her phone. He frowned when he saw the name of the person. Hang up smoothly. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Han's face turned blue. Xiao Han hadn't seen Su Ruoxian since that celebration. Su Ruoxian seemed to be avoiding him as well, which made him very upset. Were all the previous guesses wrong? Su Ruoxian doesn't like herself anymore? No, it can't be. Why would you invest in yourself if you don't like yourself? Would buy yourself a guitar? Xiao Han still believed that the guitar was bought for her. Just as Xiao Han was depressed, a call came in. Xiao Han connected. It was his own assistant calling. Honey. It's not good. Director Feng has pulled out of this shoot. The assistant's voice came. Xiao Han's face stiffened slightly. Why? It's like... Speak. Xiao Han said coldly. It seems that because Director Feng didn't think highly of you, he pulled out of this shoot. I heard. Heard what? Xiao Han's tone was grim. I heard that Director Feng went to Chin's studio because of Chuja, the assistant said carefully. Chuja. Director Feng said that Chuja was more suitable for the male lead of the script, but because Mr. Su insisted on not replacing him, Director Feng got angry and then went to Chin's film, the assistant said. Xiao Han froze at his words, and his originally angry face instantly became excited. Are you saying that Ruoxian didn't want to replace the male lead, so he told that Director Feng to get lost? Xiao Han said. The assistant across the table was a bit confused. Was that what he was expressing? That seems to be the idea, the assistant said. Xiao Han's face was colored with excitement. Isn't it just a crappy director? We won't shoot without him? Don't worry about the director. I'll personally find someone. It won't be worse than that Feng director. Hanging up the phone, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth curled slightly. Ruoxian still has feelings for me. That mudblood still wants to compete with me. He simply doesn't know how to die. Chuja had already arrived at Chin's mansion by this time. Mother Chin brought Chuja to an office since. Chuja meets with Director Feng. Chuja, let me introduce you. This is the famous director, Director Feng, in charge of this movie. Chuja hurriedly went forward and greeted. Good day, Director Feng. I'm Chuja. I haven't studied acting, so I hope Director Feng will correct me if I don't do anything right. Director Feng scanned Chuja up and down, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Not bad. Not bad. Surprisingly, the image is even better than I imagined. This time I am even more confident to shoot a perfect work. Director Feng was thrilled. Director Seal said, "You know music?" "Only slightly." "Good. Good. My next movie is one about music, and I want to invite you to be the male lead too," Director Feng said. Chuja froze for a moment and said, "Director Feng, I'm not a professional entertainer. I'm afraid that." Next to her, Chin's mother said, "That movie of Director Feng's is one that many people are rushing to shoot. You should feel lucky that Director Feng personally invited you. How can you refuse?" Chin's mother looked at Feng Guan and said, "I'll promise for him. I'm his elder. I'll be the master of this." Chuja's face was somewhat helpless, but he really couldn't refuse Mother Chin. "One is a shoot anyway, two is a shoot, so let her be." Mother Chin continued, "Here, the male lead is here, and the female lead should be here too." Chin's mother made a phone call. "Have you come yet, Chinger?" "What? Already downstairs? Good. I'll go pick you up right now." Mother Chin got up and headed toward the door. After Chin's mother left, Director Feng said to Chuja, "Are you interested in becoming an artist? With your qualifications, you definitely have the potential to become a top artist." Chuja quickly refused. "Director Feng, to be honest, I might have had this idea before, but not anymore. After all, I have my own career too. It's a bit wrong to rush into the ranks of artists." Director Feng sniffed and even said that it was a pity, but Chuja himself was a big boss, and he really didn't have any benefits that he could take to make Chuja agree. But he wouldn't give up easily and continued, "Actually, you can film and run your business at the same time. It's not a conflict." Chuja froze at his words. He really hadn't thought about it that way. "You can also start an entertainment company, just like Chin's. Nowadays people are living better and are desperate for spiritual pursuits. This is a windfall. It's a bit of a shame you're not joining." Chuja's eyes narrowed slightly. Since he said he was doing business, he was not sleepy. He thought he should go back and investigate what it takes to start an entertainment company. Chuja also had his own ambition, which was to build a huge business empire. All walks of life he wouldn't mind being involved in some. "I have to say that Director Feng's proposal impressed me," Chuja spoke up. Director Feng was also surprised by Chuja's domineering aura that had just erupted in that instant. He felt that he had still underestimated the young man in front of him. Elegant but not too sharp, modest but not too bold. Really a rare talent. Just then the door to the room opened. Chin's mother walked in. "Chinger, come in. I'll introduce Director Feng to you," Mother Chin said. Chuja got up and looked towards the door. When he saw the person who followed Chin mother in, he was a bit stunned and couldn't help but open his mouth. "Li Qing." Chapter 98, Poignant Love. Li Qing looked at Chuja with a smile in her eyes and said, "Why? Surprised?" "It is a bit. I didn't expect you to be the heroine this time." Li Qing said, "What's so strange about that? I majored in acting part-time?" Chuja really didn't know that Li Qing had a hobby in this area. "Director Feng, let me introduce to you. Li Qing and Chuja are classmates. I think she best fits the script this time. And Li Qing is also a senior student of the acting department of Jinghai, from the academy." Mother Chin said, "Hello, Director Feng. My name is Li Qing. I just graduated this year." Li Qing introduced herself. Director Feng scanned Li Qing up and down, nodded and said, "Not bad. Not bad. It does fit the image of the heroine, gentle and sensible without losing her beauty and generosity. Good, good, good." 3 good words in a row illustrated Director Feng's affirmation of Li Qing. Li Qing was happy. Meanwhile, on Su's side, it has been confirmed that Director Feng will not be coming to direct the movie. This left Su's crowd a bit stunned. However, when they thought of Xiao Han and Su Ruoxian's relationship, they shut up. After all, this company is Su Ruoxian's. Su's shares are worth hundreds of billions. 10% of the shares also have several hundred million. Su Ruoxian love how to toss so toss. They do not want to control, also cannot control. Xiao Han found a director through his connections and spent a lot of money. Soon the shooting began. It seems to be rushing to get the movie released before Chin's studio. After all, they are both campus dramas as well, and releasing them first will give them a certain advantage. At the very least, Xiao Han thought so. An opening ceremony was held when filming began, and Xiao Han invited Su Ruoxian, but Su Ruoxian didn't attend. This made Xiao Han's face look bad. At the same time, Chin's side of the movie industry is also ready, because Chuja's song Love's Red Dust is very contagious. Director Feng waved his hand. The name of this drama is also called Love's Red Dust. In that sun-drenched corner of the campus Chin evening, Anja's eyes met by chance, instantly igniting a spark in their hearts. They met like the first cherry blossoms blooming in spring, beautiful and surprising. They met by chance in the library, and Cheol finally mustered up the courage to speak to the serene girl in front of him. "Hello, I'm Cheol." The girl smiled, her face swirling as if it were spring. "Hello, I'm Jin Knight." "Ka. Perfect." Director Fong excitedly waved his arm in front of the camera. Chuja looked at Li Qing across from him. The light in his eyes was tinged with adoration, memories, and a faint sadness. Li Qing's heart trembled, although she knew that this adoration did not belong to her. She still could not control the gaze of love that radiated from her as she looked at Chuja. This script was written by Li Haru, and Chuja didn't know about it until now. And one of Li Qing's conditions for giving the script to Qin was that the female lead be played by her. She knew that in reality she could never replace Qin Lianshu. But she wanted to replace Qin Lianshu and Chuja in the script to personally act out that love experience once more. Director Fong was thrilled. "Gee, it feels sincere but not pretentious. Just right. It's almost genuine. It's hard to believe that they are newcomers with no previous acting experience." The staff member next to him said. Indeed, the faint sentiment was so natural, as if they had experienced it themselves. "It just happens to be evening. So let's move right along to the next scene. A rainy evening with two people running in the rain." Li Qing stood in front of Chuja in loose clothes. The pride on his chest made Chuja blush slightly. "Ja, treat me as evening Shu. What did you do on that rainy night? I'm sure you haven't forgotten." Li Qing softly narrated in Chuja's ear. Chuja looked towards Li Qing, as Li Qing was already close to Qin Wanshu. Connecting them together wasn't difficult for Chuja. As the rain fell, Chuja took off his jacket and draped it over Li Qing, pulling Li Qing's collar tight with a red face to cover the proud spring light. Chuja swept Li Haru in his arms and ran towards the dormitory. Li Qing had a shy smile on her face as she ran, but from time to time, she looked up to peek at Chuja's side face, her eyes tinged with fascination. Coming under the dormitory, Li Qing ghostly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chuja. It's a scene that wasn't in the script. Chuja froze in place with some consternation. Click. Perfect. Perfect. This scene is just divine. The shyness and adoration of the girls and the shock of the boys because they are being kissed. It's just a reenactment of the scene. Fong Guan was thrilled beyond words. The crew on the shoot was also thrilled. They had never shot a movie so relaxed. The shots were all over again. They knew they were filming, but without realizing it, they were already immersed in their love story. The story unfolds scene by scene. Li Haru eventually made changes to the story between her and Cheol. This was her selfishness, as she didn't want to be a substitute for Qin Lianshu. But it's also much worse. Soon the shoot proceeded to its conclusion. Years later, Gum Night heard a familiar song on the street, the one that she had prepared for her. Tears came to her eyes and her heart was filled with nostalgia and remorse for the past. And at this time, Zhe, also in another corner of the city, playing the guitar that had played for the evening of the Qin, remembering that beautiful school love. The melodious, lilting, sobbing song plays. "I don't know why. Let me meet you. On that sunny spring day. I don't know why. Made me fall in love with you. In this world of wrong time. I actually have a lot to tell you. But forgive me if I'm not too explicit. Can you also feel this heartbreak I'm feeling? Have you ever dreamed of me in your dreams? Crying in the cold dark night. Can't tell tears from raindrops. Slowly drenching me for you. Every verse written. Thinking of you silently in my heart. I can't hide my aggravation. Just to say I love you. Look at the stars in the endless night sky. Guess which one is you. Guess you're gonna wink at me. I want to take you in my arms. And you're a shooting star." And disappeared into the vastness of the sky. Chuja's clear, gentle and despondent voice was very infectious. The softly strummed guitar riffs tell his sad story. The crew filming next to him had a little redness in their eyes. And not far from the field, Suwon held onto her skirt to keep herself from losing her temper. Turns out that his share of love without love is so painful. "Ja, it won't be in the future. It won't be in the future. I'll love you well and won't let you suffer any wrongdoings," Suwon murmured. Unlike Suwon, Nanshu and Chu Shui had already cried a lot. Chu Shui never knew that her brother had such a poignant love story. "My brother was proud, but also had an inferiority complex. and his background predetermined that he didn't have the courage to say I love you out loud to that girl. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but he was afraid that the girl would suffer and be pressured to follow him, that she wouldn't be blessed by her family. It was because he loved the other man so miserably that he was afraid to hold on to it. But love is selfish again, and that's why he still paralyzed himself when he found out about Qin Lianshu's life, wanting to try it out, and that was the biggest courage he had ever mustered up. Unfortunately, Chapter 99 Xiao Han became a piece of. No one knew that at this time, in the outermost part of the venue, Su Ruoxian was quietly looking at Chuzha with an inexplicable light in her eyes. Meanwhile, on Xiao Han's side, it went just as well because he felt his acting was impeccable. He even changed the script to highlight his strengths by including a song full of noisy electronic sounds, because electronic sounds would overshadow his featureless voice and singing skills. He hadn't thought for a second that the song would completely ruin the kind of cozy, unforgettable, and need to be quiet to remember vibe that school dramas are meant to accentuate. Both Qin's and Su's side of the family made a small budget movie. It was done in a month before and after. Chuzha also took the time to defend his dissertation once during this period, and was considered to have completely graduated. Qin chose to stage the movie on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. And Xiao Han's side got the news and likewise chose to release the movie on this day. Hee hee. What qualifications does a mud-legged man have to compete with me? Xiao Han's mouth was tinged with disdain. It's a bar. Xiao Han put his arm around a woman next to him and spoke disdainfully. That 8-bearded man said from the side, "That's right. They lose in the fame alone. That's right. A bunch of new artists with no fame. Who gave them the courage to compare themselves to the boss?" Someone patted Xiao Han's ass. In the corner, 2 female entertainers watched the scene in silence. One of them looked at Xiao Han with some disgust in his eyes. At first she thought Xiao Han was good, but she didn't expect that this Xiao Han would take the opportunity to make a move on her while filming. It was simply nasty. "I'm considering terminating my contract," the female artist spoke up. "Figure it out? Well, it's too dangerous to work with this kind of person. Don't end up with your fame unimproved and get yourself involved. Good thing too. It's a good thing the contract Mr. Su gave us had a trial period in it. Otherwise we really wouldn't have been able to leave. If it wasn't for Mr. Su, I would have come. That is, we still have a little bit of fame. If not, do you believe we've already been eaten up by that shameless guy?" That female artiste despised Xiao Han, who was moving his hands on the woman next to her. Similarly here in Qin, they are celebrating the completion of the shoot. Mother Qin said, "Come on. May our movie be a big hit." Director Feng laughed. "Mr. Qin deserves to be a businessman. Every word is about money." Mother Qin wasn't annoyed and said, "I'm not like you guys play with art. I'm just an authentic businessman." Feng Guide laughed loudly. He has a good view of the straight-talking Qin mother. At least it is a bright and open what to say, although every sentence talks about money, but also let a person's heart comfortable. The atmosphere in the arena was lively. Li Qing sat next to Chuzha. She picked up her wine glass and looked at Chuzha and said, "Want to have a drink with me?" Chuzha looked at Li Qing with slightly complicated eyes. He raised his glass and said, "Of course," though he wasn't very good at drinking. At that moment, a girl next to me looked over and said, "Is it wrong for you guys to drink like that?" Li Qing faintly froze and said, "Why? You guys should drink a cup of wine, so we can feel better about ourselves." "That's right. The movie abused us so badly at the end. There has to be some compensation, doesn't it?" Another person was up in arms. Qin Mother and Feng Guide looked at them also smiling. Did not stop, young people, lively good. Just a slight sigh in his heart. If Chuzha and his own daughter really became that would be so good. But unfortunately there is no if. On the contrary, it was Li Qing, although she was also from a good background, but she was a good match for Chuzha. Chuzha might not be able to see anything, but as a person from the past, how could she not see Li Qing's heart towards Chuzha? Over there, Chuzha spoke up. "This won't work. It doesn't matter if I'm a man. But this won't look good on Li Qing's face if it gets out." Chuzha refused dryly. Although Li Qing was smiling, the smile was already forced. Drinking down the wine seemed more bitter than ever. Qin Mother looked in the eyes as also a sigh of relief. Their daughter seems to hurt people not light, are sealed love and love. Li Qing so excellent women cannot go into his heart. Time went by day, and soon it was the day of the movie's release. On the first day of attendance, Xiao Han's movie, those things about schoolgirls and schoolgirls, far exceeded Love's Red Dust. Xiao Han was so pleased with the news that he opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Some people from the company came to congratulate him, and Xiao Han said haughtily, "Oops, average, not bad. Oh, it's more than okay. Our movie's attendance rate is a block away from that one. Don't look at what class you are. How dare you compare yourself to you?" Someone said in compliment. Alas, attendance doesn't mean anything. Favorable reviews are the indicator. Let's not be proud, Xiao Han said in a pretense of relaxation. Or Mr. Xiao pattern big. That Chuzha is afraid not so think. This time is estimated to cry in the corner? The corner of Xiao Han's mouth curled slightly but still righteously said, "Alas, we do not discuss others in private after all. The other party is a new actor. The movie is already a great progress if it is made and can be released." The people at the bottom laughed. Their laughter filled with sarcasm towards Chuzha, a movie theater in Kyohai. A couple walked out of the movie theater and they were watching that schoolgirls, schoolboys, and that. "Dude, how was the movie?" someone asked. "Well, have you ever eaten?" "What do you mean by that? You want to fight, don't you?" "No, man. I'm just giving you an account of what it's like to watch a movie. And if you've ever eaten, you know how it is." "That's such a graphic description? I can smell it," someone beside him said. Soon there were people who had seen lovesickness coming out of the woodwork. Everyone who came out had red eyes. "It's so touching. Will you sing a song for me too, darling?" A woman looked to her partner. "Okay, I'll start learning the guitar now," the boy said. The boss selling guitars was confused. Usually 10 days and half a month cannot sell a guitar. Now a day's work guitar out of stock. There's a lot of ordering in the back. The next day, the situation was reversed. Every single movie of the lovesickness is packed. Some good people had posted some of the episodes in it on the internet, and for a while lovesickness became a hot search term. One of the videos of Chuzha playing the guitar was once again pushed to the top. That previous version had no audio additions and bad guitars. It was kind of a clean version. But the play Chuchul's playing and singing is completely at the level he should be at, and for a while the influences pulled straight through. Chuzha became a traffic star in just a few days. There were also people comparing Chuzha's playing and singing to Xiao Han's. One narrates as if telling a story. The other has a garbled and deafening voice that turns your stomach. The stark contrast pulls the two men completely out of gear. Then Xiao Han became a piece of. Chapter 100 Nanshu's Family Matters. I used to look at this Xiao Han in a bad light, and now my feeling is right. This Xiao Han has mixed up some fame by having capital behind him, but in fact, he himself is nothing. It makes sense why no one would ask him to do a movie with a stiff face that looks like it's been fixed. Not only that it's so out of character to purposely pose for the camera to maintain your good looks. Su Ruoxian was also watching Lovesick Red Dust at this time, watching it over and over again as she tried to understand the real Chuzha through the movie. Next to him, Su Zhe shook his head slightly. "Ruoxian, this time, your investment in Xiao Han can be said to be blood money. It's also a campus drama. Why does Xiao Han spend 3 times more than Qin's side? What others can handle with one guitar, he even hired an orchestra and ended up singing like this. And for that he still feels good about himself. How did he get to where he is now? Just how much support and resources did you give him?" Previously, Su Zhe wouldn't have felt anything, but now after he saw Xiao Han's performance with his own eyes, he was all shocked by how much Su Ruoxian supported Xiao Han. How much does it take to bring someone like that up to the level of a second-rate artist? If this money was used on other people, I'm afraid that it would be able to promote more than a dozen artists. It's not even a matter of promoting a few top artists. However, Su Ruoxian wasted these resources on Xiao Han. No wonder Uncle's eyes were not his nose when he mentioned Xiao Han. Suzy thought about it and swallowed what he was about to say. He had hoped that Su Ruoxian would be able to recover Chuzha at first, but now he no longer had that idea. As Su Ruoxian's own brother, he couldn't even look past it, let alone Chuzha. Unless Chuzha wasn't a man. No one could stand the fact that his wife treated other men with such heart. Su Zhe had wanted to tell Su Ruoxian that Chuzha would be attending a chamber of commerce between small and medium-sized enterprises the day after tomorrow. Although it was inappropriate for the Su family to attend on this scale, Su Ruoxian had been separated from the Su family and was no longer the president of Su. There is also a small company in hand which is considered an SME that is able to go around there. After all, business at a certain point is about complementary resources. However, he looked at this current situation and let it go. He decided to let his sister Su Xian go there for a turn. Su Xian and Li Ping acquired a company after their divorce, and the Li family is in the electronics business. Also dabbled in some gaming industry, Su Xian and Li Ping got a company about gaming after their divorce. However, a small company is somewhat dispensable to the Su family, and it's about games, and the Su family doesn't have any talent in this area. Of course, it was possible to hire outsiders to run it. It was just that his father didn't see the need for it and didn't want to waste his energy on it. So that company has been under Su Xian's name, the core members were taken away by Li Ping, and the company has been operating at a loss. Su Xian had wanted to sell the company, but for some reason she suddenly changed her mind. This time, if he is allowed to go to this exchange, he may be able to find talents in this area. With the decision made, he didn't stay here much longer. After walking out of Su Ruoxian's office, he called Su Xian over. Su Xian didn't want to go, but her brother said, "I wanted Ruoxian to visit, after all, Chuzha will be attending as well." She didn't listen to the next words as her mouth curled into a smile, seductive for a moment. "Okay, I'll attend, I know." Su Xian hung up the phone. She got up and went to the room where she kept her clothes and carefully selected them in there. Soon a black dress appeared in front of her. Chuzha was not at all concerned about the movie. It was that the box office had now surpassed 100 million, and he didn't feel much of anything. His participation in that movie was meant to be a favor. He doesn't do that for a living and cares less naturally. He's now preparing for the exchange the day after tomorrow. Attending a networking event is all about getting acquainted with those big and small bosses. Some complementarity in resources and get some cutting-edge information. If interested in investing yourself, it's all about sharing information anyway. Chuzha didn't want to be alone. Going it alone is nowhere near as fast and steady as working together. In fact, his participation in this exchange was a bit reluctant, although he already had more than 100 chain stores under his belt, but in the eyes of slightly larger entrepreneurs it was just so-so. But Chuzha won't give up. Nanshu walked in at this time, looking at Chuzha's serious preparation of information. Her eyes were a little obsessed. Recently she always lost her mind when looking at Chuzha. That's probably because of the aftermath of watching the movie. Chuzha saw Nanshu come in and said, "Nanshu, you are simply talented in my place. With your ability is to do a group president has more than enough." Nanshu said, "I won't sit even if I'm given a seat. What would be more fulfilling than supporting up a group with your own hands?" Chuzha jokingly said, "Are you relying on me? What? You don't want to?" Willing. I'm willing even if you rely on me for the rest of your life," Chuzha said. Nanshu murmured in a low voice with slightly red cheeks. "That's what you said. I'll take it as a promise from you." "What?" Chuzha didn't hear Nanshu's words. "It's nothing. You're taking me. Of course, you're my president. And you're so pretty. Wouldn't it be a great honor to bring it out to my face?" Chuzha said. Nanshu raised her eyes to look at Chuzha, her eyes hazy. That's when the phone rang, waking Nanshu up. She looked to her cell phone, and when she saw the number on it, a hint of disgust appeared between Nanshu's brows. She hung up, but just as she did, the phone rang again. Nanshu's hand holding the cell phone turned a little white. She twisted her head out of Trudger's office and went to an out-of-the-way place to pick up the phone. "Fine, you've gotten your wings. You even dare to hang up on me?" A snarky female voice came from the phone. "Say, what's your business?" Nanshu said impatiently. "What's the matter? Do I have to say it?" Your brother looked at a car. Still short of $500,000, you grab your brother to turn over. Hear me? And recently the family expenses are quite big. First give the family 200,000 is not enough to say. Nanshu's face turned blue. "Didn't I give you $100,000 last time? It's only been a few days and you've spent it all? Also, what's it to me that your sons wants to buy a car?" "Nanshu, you stinking girl, what do you mean? I worked hard to raise you and this is how you repay me? Reparations? Yes, you raised me, but don't forget that it was my own mother's compensation. And by the way, I was a servant in your house, I went to work in the summer, and you took every penny I earned from working on Sundays. What more do you want? And how come the money I've given you lately has amounted to several $100,000? I've paid back the favor I should have paid back a long time ago. What makes you think I still owe you?" "Fine, Nanshu, you ungrateful thing. If it wasn't for me kindly taking you in, you would have starved to death on the streets. And now you're even talking to me like this. Fine. Let's see if I don't go and expose you. You're just a white-eyed wolf. I know you work for a big company and are still the president. You can easily come up with $1 million or $100,000. Is it a lot to ask you for $500,000? What makes you think the company's money is my money?" Nanshu hissed. She snapped and hung up. Chapter 101 Digger? Recovering her emotions, Nanshu walked out and met Chuzha standing there quietly. Nanshu's cheeks turned pale in a flash. She didn't want Chuzha to know that she had a bad past, so she never brought up her family's affairs in front of Chuzha. It was a scar on her heart. Chuja quietly looked at Nanshu and said, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Nanshu shook his head. "I can handle myself." Knowing that Nanshu didn't want to mention it, Chuja walked away. Looking at Chuja's back, Nanshu lowered her head. She now felt that she was not worthy of Chuja. Chuja was too good. She was already trying to catch up herself, but unfortunately she still couldn't touch Chuja's neck. Maybe one should give up the illusion that just being by his side is good enough. Soon it was the day of the exchange. Chuja brought Nanshu to the venue of the exchange. This is an exchange session organized by the government, that is, the government is pulling strings in it. Then introduce some new programs on the national side. It's natural to come here and make friends with the owners of these businesses, which can be considered the elite. However, Chuja is a new face, and although he has risen to prominence, he is still slightly embarrassed to be here for the first time. It is good that Nanshu is good at dancing and knows some big bosses because he is in charge of the chain stores. Sort of not cold. Boss Chu. Really young and promising. A business owner spoke to Chuja at this time. Chuja naturally politely said a few words. That boss looked at Nanshu next to him and said, "Boss Chu, you have such a capable subordinate as Mr. Nan really makes me envious. Why don't you do this? You let Mr. Nan come to me. How about I give you 3 stores? Got to ran into a straight-up digger. Chuja said, "Boss Yang, how can this be? Our President Nan is my priceless treasure. Not something that money can measure." Chuja refused dryly. That Boss Yang wasn't annoyed and laughed. When Nanshu, who was next to him, heard Chuja's words, her cheeks flushed a slight blush, and the way she looked at Chuja's eyes were drawn. Boss Yang is worth several hundred million, big boss. Its industry is also quite a lot. He is doing construction materials side. Nowadays real estate is more red hot. Most of these bosses are rich and powerful. Speak with impunity. Boss Yang seemed to be undeterred and looked at Nanshu. "Do you ever want to come over to my side?" "Nan, don't worry. As long as you come, the position of vice president will be yours." Nanshu said, "Thank you, Boss Yang, for valuing me. But there's no plan to change places now. Unless my boss opens me up, I'm going to rely on him for the rest of my life." Boss Yang looked at Nanshu, and then Chuja seemed to understand a little something. Just then a sneering voice sounded from the side. "Who do I think it is? Isn't this Chuja?" The grade of this exchange meeting is really getting lower and lower. Anyone can participate now. Chuja frowned and twisted his head to the side. Seeing that person, Chuja was a bit puzzled. He hadn't seen the other party, but the other party seemed to have a lot of opinions about himself. "This boss is?" Chuja asked suspiciously. The next Boss Yang looked at Chuja, then looked at the visitor again. "Yeah, boss, some days have not seen. Come on. I'll introduce you. This little brother is called Chuja, is the boss of the 3 flavors of Elegant Hall. There is a factory under the hands. The assets of tens of millions of dollars cannot be regarded as a small boss." Boss Yang was telling this boss Nya not to speak so meanly. "A mere tens of millions of dollars? And you're still a small boss?" Boss Nya sneered, then said to Boss Yang, who looked at him, "Communicating with this kind of person simply dishonors your status as Boss Yang." Boss Yang's face was a bit displeased. Although he himself was a big old man, he wouldn't be as arrogant as the other party. He always felt that this Boss Nya was deliberately targeting Chuja. At this time, that Boss Nya saw Nanshu's gaze looking over, so he deliberately puffed out his chest. "Old Yang, this kind of exchange meeting without assets of hundreds of millions, how can you be qualified to participate? A few tens of millions is just the owner of a small workshop. How can it be compared to us? In our place, a manager's position is much higher in status than these little bosses." Boss Yang didn't chime in. He felt that there was something unusual about Boss Nya today. Boss Nya glanced at Chuja, then back at Nanshu. But Nanshu didn't pay any attention to him at all, which made his face sink. Didn't he say all that just to get Nanshu's attention? Let Nanshu realize his strength, and then secretly send an invitation to Nanshu, believing that the other party would definitely abandon Chuja and throw herself into his arms. Women are mu strong, and he believed that Nanshu was no exception. But it didn't occur to him that Nanshu didn't even look at him. Could it be because of reserve? Boss Nya felt that he had guessed correctly. Find a chance to try again later. He didn't believe that he couldn't take this little beauty today. Imagining the way Nanshu looked at himself with affection, Boss Nya was a little excited. Just then there was a sudden silence in the arena. A sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out. The crowd all looked that way, revealing looks of amazement. Chuja also subconsciously turned his head to look, and was slightly stunned when he saw the visitor. The visitor was Su Xian. A black dress added a little bit of seduction to her figure while making it shapely. Handsome to the point of delicacy. His face was upside down with a faint smile. "Who is this?" someone asked suspiciously. "You don't even recognize her? That's the eldest daughter of the Su family's second eldest daughter, called Su Xian, who used to be Li Ping's ex-wife. So it's her? What's she doing here at such a small field exchange? The Su family is a huge thing, so to speak. The assets of all the people here don't even add up to the Su family's assets. Not even a tenth as much as the Su family. How could such a big shot-level character come to this kind of exchange meeting?" Some people rushed forward to greet them. As long as they climbed up to the Su family would double their industry if they lifted their hands. Soon Su Xian was surrounded by people. Su Xian coped with each of them. That Boss Yang said, "It really is a beautiful woman. Let's go. Let's go say hello too." Boss Yang said to Chuzha, "Is he qualified?" Boss Nye sneered at this time, looking at Chuzha with contempt in his eyes. Chapter 102 Su Xian's Proposal. Boss Nye then continued, "Boss Yang, let's go. It's a bit worthless to waste time on some useless people. After all, we're up and down hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. Can he afford it?" Chuzha was slightly depressed. He really couldn't recall where he had seen this Boss Nye. But the other person is hostile to himself. Why is that? He thought about among the people he had offended. Xiao Han counts as one, but it's not that he underestimates Xiao Han. Although Xiao Han has some fame, but in the eyes of these bosses, it's just the same thing. People don't come over themselves for him. If it's not Xiao Han, then it's the Zhang family or the Li family. The Zhang family was a bit more likely. After all, the Zhang family was also qualified to ask for a powerful family, but it always lacked a bit of heritage. I heard that the last time I tried to buy a plot of land, but it didn't work out. Even the Su family didn't grab that land, let alone the Zhang family. But that didn't stop some of the Zhang family's well-connected people from targeting themselves. The other is the Li family. The time he saved Su Xian had directly offended Li Ping. Li Ping was even beaten up and held his head. Although he didn't move his own hand, there was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't put the hatred on his head. If you think so, then it makes sense. But Chuzha wasn't angry at such people. It didn't matter if they looked down on themselves. Sooner or later, he or she will make them look good. Nanshu in the side of the angry gnashing of teeth. But this kind of occasion, if really quarrel up, is to let people look at the joke. Perhaps he had sensed Nanshu's thoughts. Chuzha reached out and slightly squeezed Nanshu's hand. Nanshu froze. Then the unhappiness in his heart instantly disappeared into thin air. She glanced at Chuzha with some shyness. This made Boss Nye, who was always keeping an eye on the place, angry enough. Just then Su Xian walked out of the crowd in this direction. Boss Nye's eyes lit up and he became even more proud of himself. See, even Su's daughter valued herself enough to come over and greet her. Boss Nye looked at Su Xian's enchanting and seductive figure, who walked over with her eyes on fire, and the depths of her eyes were filled with greed. At this time, he hurriedly greeted him and spoke. "I didn't expect Miss Su to come to participate in an exchange meeting of this level. It really does make this place fluffy." But Su Xian didn't even look at him and came straight to Chuzha's face. Su Xian looked at Chuzha with a pair of wonderful eyes and said, "We meet again." Chuzha said, "Looks like I'll have to call you Boss Su."
Calme Susin.
Su Xian looked at Chuzha with a cool expression. Su Xian. Chuzha spoke helplessly. The man next to him looked a little dazed at the scene. Especially just now, Su Xian's tone of voice when she spoke to Chuzha was actually somewhat like a pet. How could they not expect Chuzha to know Su Xian? That Boss Nye's face was red for a while at this time. He had just reduced Chuzha to nothing, and he turned around and was slapped in the face. The Chuzha who was valued by the Su family, even if it was only valued by Su Xian, was not something that he, the boss, could compare to anymore. With Su Xian's appreciation, Chuzha, not to mention attending this kind of exchange meeting, even attending a banquet of the upper class would be qualified. Boss Nye hated to slap himself now. Not to mention Boss Nye's side of the mind. Su Xian looked at the trace of helplessness on Chuzha's face, and the corner of her mouth lightly curved up in an arc. "How's that? Did I make you look good?" Chuzha nodded. "Longer." Su Xian covered her mouth and laughed lightly. The people next to him were looking a little dumbfounded. What was the origin of this Chuzha? That he could get such a beauty to want to appreciate, or a rich beauty. The symposium will begin shortly. According to the unwritten rules, Chuzha's seat should be in the last row. But he didn't expect that just as he sat down, Su Xian next to him followed suit. This made Boss Nye, who had reserved a seat for Su Xian in the first row, look ugly. Next to him, Boss Yang looked at Boss Nye's appearance and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. This symposium choose a feel or harvest a lot, at least clear the direction of the government's future development, but also understand some of the support policies. These can take a lot less out of yourself. After the symposium was over, Su Xian didn't leave immediately, but said to Chuja, I have a company here that I want you to manage. Chuja froze and looked at Su Xian with some confusion. Su Xian said, This is not the place to talk to each other. Let's find a place to talk in detail. Chuja nodded in agreement. Coming to a relatively quiet restaurant, Chuja and Nanshu sat together, and opposite Su Xian also took a seat. She glanced at Nanshu next to her and her eyes narrowed. Nanshu pretended not to see Su Xian's eyes and sat there without moving. Su Xian's eyes moved away from Nanshu and placed on Chuja. I have a company, but I don't know how to run it. I'm going to give it to you. Su Xian took out a file bag and placed it in front of Chuja. Chuja took it and looked at it. A game company? Next to her, Nanshu similarly saw the contents of the dossier bag and covered her mouth in surprise. Not bad. This is what I got from Li Ping. I was at the bar that day for it, Su Xian said. Chuja thought of the scene where he fought with someone for saving Su Xian at that time. So Su Xian showed up there to ask Li Ping for compensation? I didn't realize that I almost got myself involved. Chuja said, This company is not small, you? What? Don't want to take over? Chuja said, It is indeed a bit difficult. Su Xian said, I can't trust other people, but I trust you and I also believe in your ability. I believe that you will manage this company well. Although this company is now in the midst of losses. Chuja said, Losses? The game company is a profiteering industry. How could it lose money? That bastard took several core employees with him when he left. Of course the company will lose money if it can't run, Su Xian said. Chuja's fingers tapped the desktop. An interest appeared in his eyes. Really let me manage? This sentence also shows the attitude of Chuja. If the profit company he is really not interested, but the loss is different, he likes the challenge. Like I said, I believe you, but I can also give you the benefit of the doubt that I won't hold you responsible even if it goes yellow. Chuja raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Xian with some displeasure. Are you thinking that I, Chuja, am the kind of person who doesn't have any commitment? Chuja placed the dossier on the table. He wouldn't have picked it up if that was the idea Su Xian was holding. Su Xian's face showed a hint of panic when she saw this, and she hurriedly said, I don't mean that. I'm just saying that you can just let go of it. Next to him, Nanshu also quietly pulled Chuja's sleeve at this time. The gaming industry is a profitable business, try it, Nanshu said. As the president of Chuja, she had the right to let her boss get the most out of the situation. Chuja sniffed and looked at Su Xian. Okay, I'll manage it for you. Su Xian glanced at Nanshu. She hadn't thought that Nanshu had so much influence over Chuja. Chapter 103 It's good to have a backer. Su Xian felt that she couldn't underestimate this one called Nanshu anymore. To be able to influence Chuja's decision, this person's weight must be very heavy in Chuja's heart. Su Xian revealed a smile at this time, then handed Chuja another contract and said, Since you agreed, then sign him up. Chuja looked at the contract with a puzzled look, slightly surprised. You intend to transfer 40% of the shares of this company to me? Nice. Do you dare to take it? Su Xian asked. Chuja flipped through the contract and said, Okay, I'll take this share. I'll raise money out for as soon as possible. Nanshu looked at the contract. The money asked for is not much. It is simply a broken bone cheap sale. You can spell it out. The girls' chain didn't have a lot of money, but they were able to scrape together that amount. Su Xian said, Although I don't care about the company's profit and loss, I will only believe that you will do your best to manage it if you take the shares. You know the Li family is big in this area. They did this to me in the first place. I'm not gonna let it go like that. That's why I want you to grow the company and take down the Li family. Otherwise I can't swallow that. Chuja raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was quite a challenge. All right, I promise. Chuja opened his mouth. Su Xian froze for a moment. She was just whining. She didn't expect Chuja to really agree. When he returned home, Su Wan greeted him. Back so soon? If it wasn't for the fact that I had something to do, I would have accompanied you on your trip anyways, Su Wan said. Guess who I met there? Chuja looked at Su Wan. Who? Su Wan wondered. Nanshu said, It's your sister, Su Xian. Her? Su Wan was puzzled. Chuja said, Your sister asked me to manage a company. What company? Nanshu asked. A gaming company. The scale is okay. She said she doesn't know how to run it, so she's going to hand it over to me, Chuja said. Suwon said at this time, Did you promise? Chuja nodded. Promised? I plan to go to that company tomorrow to take a look. I heard that the company used to belong to the Lee family, and I don't know how the company's current profit and loss is in the end. Which company is it and what's its name? Chuja took out the contract and looked at it. 7 questions. 7 questions? I can't believe it's that company. I knew Li Ping wasn't that kind. Chuja said, Is there a problem with that company? Not bad, that company is okay in size, but it's been losing money for the past few years, and it was originally spun off by Li Ping from the head office. I wanted to make some achievements to show my family, but I didn't realize that I couldn't even make a profit to satisfy them, and I made several large-scale online games, investing quite a lot but making almost no profit. Chuja looked calm. Fingers lightly tapped on the tabletop. Aren't you angry? Angry? Why are you angry? I would only be worried if this company didn't have problems. Now I'm relieved, Chuja said. Suwon looked at Chuja's calm and composed face and said, I really don't know how you think. Chuja laughed and said, Don't forget what we studied. Isn't the sense of accomplishment of saving a company on the verge of bankruptcy fascinating? Suwon looked at the spirited Chuja and was a little lost in thought. Chuja looked at Nanshu at this time and said, How much money can we mobilize in addition to the money we bought the shares with? What do you want to do? You're not going to throw it all into a game company, are you? Nanshu was a little nervous. Don't be impulsive, our chain has just turned a bit of a profit, and after the money we spent on buying shares, there really isn't much left. You're going to put that in as well? You're not saving it to buy a house. Chuja said, It doesn't take much. Who says only big games make money? The corner of Chuja's mouth curled up slightly. Li Ping, he started off on the wrong path. It would be strange if he could make money. Don't worry. This money is definitely not a loss. Nanshu and Suwon looked at Chuja with bright eyes. They just loved the way Chuja looked like he had a plan. The next day Chuja made a phone call to Sujia. Bro, come stick a knife in both sides for your buddy. Chuja flirted. Suj came quickly and brought 2 knives. One is called Yuxing and the other is called Gungtan. The 2 hurriedly went forward to greet Chuja upon seeing him. Senior, your name is as good as a thunderclap, Chuja said breathlessly. It's lace news, isn't it? Yuxing said, No, it's the legend of your entrepreneurship. You have made a restaurant on the verge of closure to a chain of nearly 100 stores today. It has become a case study for our school to teach. Gungtan said, That's right. Even though we're not from the Department of Business Administration, I've heard your great name often. Sujia said, Ja, these 2 are the geniuses of our school's game majors. Independently edited a few good games. See if you're satisfied. Yuxing said, Senior, do you really want to invest in our games? These games are just edited in our leisure time. They can only be considered as a kind of small casual game. Is there any value in investing in them? Chuja said, I just named you guys because I've gotten to know you. I've seen your games, but Sujie plays until midnight every time. Gungtan laughed a couple dry laughs. He often let his classmates try out the game after editing it. And since Sujie was their hometown, he was of course the one who was focused on. Sujie rolled his eyes at this time. He did not want to play, but the old folks begged. He is not good to refuse, more importantly, but also to write the aftermath of the game. Annoying. Not once had he complained to Chuja, but he didn't expect Chuja to take it all to heart. Chuja said, In the future, all of your games can be submitted to me, and I'll have people test them and make my suggestions. You'll be responsible for making changes until I'm satisfied. How about that? Dare you promise? That's a must. Yuxing and Gungtan hurriedly agreed. There's a lot of money to be made. They're willing to work themselves to death. Chuja nodded in satisfaction. It didn't matter that he didn't know the game, but he had Jinghai University behind him. How many geniuses came to Jinghai in a year? These can be horses of 1,000 miles. One would not let such a quality resource go unused unless one was stupid. Spending a small amount of money, but get the whole team of the Beijing Sea. Ask the Beijing Sea who else dares to fight with their own talent. Chuja felt bullish now, and this was the backbone given to him by the entire Jinghai University. At this time, Yuxing walked to Chuja's side and said, Senior, since you want to invest in the game industry, you shouldn't give up on good game resources. Right? Chuja looked at Yuxing and saw that he looked like he wanted to say something and said, What do you want to say? Yuxing glanced at Gungtan. Gungtan hesitated for a moment and said, Actually, we're very optimistic about a game. A shooter. Good. Since you guys look favorably on me, why should I let it go? Chuja said. Well, it's just that the other side is asking for a lot of money. Chuja frowned. How high? 2 million. Buyout. Yuxing said. Chapter 104. I see him now. Chuja frowned. $2 million. He really didn't have it in his hands right now. Next to him, Su Jie said, $2 million? Who is it? Isn't this a lion's den? He doesn't know how much $2 million is. Does he? In fact, he and we are also classmates. His family has some difficulties. His father had a sudden illness. His mother was in a hurry and also fell ill, and there are 2 small sisters to take care of. That's why he's in a hurry to cash in on that game. In his hands. $2 million is needed for his father's surgery plus care, as well as his mother's hospitalization as well as care, his 2 younger sisters' schooling, etc. Of course, the price is negotiable. I think $1 million is about right, Gung Tan said. Chuja shook his head. Can I see that game now? Of course. To help him get out as quickly as possible, we have a sample of his game here. Yuxing immediately opened his cell phone and tapped on one of the games above. This game is still half finished. It's called Desperado. It's a shooting game between island special forces, and it involves all kinds of knowledge about firearms. Various firearms with various accessories play out differently in terms of stability and accuracy. The game begins and Yuxing introduces Chuja as he plays. Suchi thought it was funny. Chuja's eyes were glowing at this time, and he felt that the other party had definitely lost money by pricing this game at $2 million. Gung Tan said, there are a few companies looking at this game right now, but they're all pressuring the price and he's still hesitating. If we can buy this game, I think it can definitely become this year's breakout hit. It also has the potential to become an explosive hand travel game. We will add the concept of teaming in the later stages. 2 people in a group, or 4 people in a group, which can greatly increase the playability and fun. Gung Tan said, worthy of being a senior student of Jinghai, his vision is poisonous. Chuja immediately shot the board. This game we buy, I will raise money. You and your classmates say a word. 2 days, within 2 days 2 million I give him. Yuxing and Gung Tan looked at each other with happy expressions on their faces. Chuja took out his cell phone and called Su Xian. Su Xian was lying on the bed at this time, somewhat bored, flipping through her cell phone. The chat page with Chuja was brought up. She typed a few words into the input box. What are you doing now? Then the words were deleted again. She slapped the pillow next to her, looking a little exasperated. In her mind, thinking of the way he had shielded himself under his body that day, the slightest hint of redness surfaced on Su Xian's white cheeks. Thinking again of what she had done to Chuja in the hotel, she put the pillow directly over her head. If the paramedics had been a little later, the result. Just then the phone rang. Su Xian looked to her cell phone and saw Chuja's name. She sat up violently. She touched her rolling cheeks and answered the phone with fingers that trembled a little. After hanging up the phone, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Xian's mouth. Think of me only when you need me, humph. 2 million isn't much. She's got it all to herself. But why use your own? Couldn't she take the opportunity to demonstrate to someone? Su Xian found Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian looked at Su Xian, who walked in and asked, why is sister in the mood to come to my place? Su Xian got right to the point. I want money. Su Ruoxian frowned. You want money? How much do you want? Su Xian said, the more the merrier. What do you want the money for? Invest. Su Xian answered briefly. Investment? Okay. Hand over the information of the company you are investing in. I will approve the funds after reviewing it. Su Ruoxian was businesslike. It's not about Su's money. I want your money. I'll borrow it. Su Xian said. No. You. Su Xian got up violently, her finger pointing to Su Ruoxian's nose. Are you sure you don't want to borrow it? No loan, no money. Su Ruoxian said without hesitation. Forget it then. Chuja would have found a way alone. Right? The poor guy can only rely on him to fight alone. Su Xian said quietly. Su Ruoxian's body stiffened and rose up, her eyes slightly crimson as she stared at Su Xian. Who are you talking about? Chuja, Su Xian said. With that, she turned to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, he was pulled by Su Ruoxian and then threw Su Xian onto the sofa with a single throw. Su Xian looked at Su Ruoxian in annoyance, but there was nothing she could do. Su Ruoxian could throw her out with the sofa when she launched herself. Normally, a big man is no match for her. Say, what makes you borrow money for him? It's not for him to borrow, it's for me to borrow. I have a game company that needs money. Chuja helps me manage it, and I thought that giving him a little bit of capital would be easier for him. Su Xian said as she held out her full chest. How did he manage the company for you? Su Ruoxian asked. I was at a corporate networking event and ran into him, and I'm looking for a partner anyway. So why not someone I know? He even saved me. I trust him, Su Xian said. You're not allowed to hit on him. Su Ruoxian snapped. Who are you to control me? Su Xian snorted provocatively and looked at Su Ruoxian. Besides, he's divorced now. I'm divorced too. You can't control me even if I have thoughts about him? Thinking of this, Su Xian felt completely overwhelmed by Su Ruoxian and raised her head proudly. Su Ruoxian's eyes radiated a dangerous light. At this time, the office door was knocked, and the assistant's voice came out. Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao Han said he wants to see you. Su Xian also heard it. The corner of her mouth revealed a sneer and said, TSK, the lover is here. Your money should not be all given to this lover of yours, right? That's right. For Xiao Han, you've gone to great lengths, giving money and resources, spending money without any heartache. You've spent tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars on him, haven't you? But you're so hard on your proper husband. I've heard that Chulchul doesn't seem to have spent a dime on you, and even gave you wear and tear money for your clothes? Even drove your car and filled it up with gas. Gee, that's really humble. I have to say Su Xian is as toxic as ever. Su Ruoxian sniffed a little breathlessly. To think that Chuja seriously told her that he didn't want a penny for himself, and he did what he said he would do. But is that what one wants? One wants him to spend money, wants him to live in his own house, wants him to drive his own car, and even wants him to ask for money for himself. But no, he had drawn clear boundaries with himself from the start, something that was nothing like Xiao Han, or even all the men he knew. Su Ruoxian covered her chest to endure the sharp pain in her heart. You said you want money to invest in Chuja? No, I said it's an investment for my company, but Chuja also has a share, you're right to say that. Su Xian said. Su Ruoxian said, didn't you look down on Chuja before? You even called him a mud-legged man. Why are you suddenly so attached to him now? A hint of panic appeared in Su Xian's eyes. Stalking her slender white neck, she said, I'm willing. I'm looking at him favorably now. What's the matter? Chapter 105. The Official Takeover. A bitter smile flickered in Su Ruoxian's eyes, and she somewhat envied Su Xian. I envy Su Xian's courage to dare to love and hate, and I envy her courage to dare to say she likes it without the slightest pretense. She felt like an idiot compared to her. Not knowing what came to her mind, Su Ruoxian said, okay, I can give you the money, but you must tell me the current business status of his company. I want to go and verify it myself. Su Xian sniffed with some hesitation. Forget it, if you don't give it, I'll ask Su Zhe for it. If not, I'll ask my eldest uncle for it. Su Shin got up and left. Su Ruoxian hurriedly stopped Su Xian and said, all right, I'll give you the money. No reason, because Chuja needs. For Chuja, she is willing to lend money to Su Xian, although it is not himself personally sent to his hands. As long as he used it, he was happy enough on his own. Seeing Su Ruoxian loosening her lips, Su Xian said, I don't want much either. Lend me $5 million first. Su Ruoxian said, money is not a problem, but I'm not lending you this money. I'm investing it. What do you think? Investment? Then wouldn't you be the boss too? No way. Su Xian refused dryly. Why did you refuse? Su Ruoxian asked. No, why? This company is fine with just me and him as the two bosses. I'm not willing to have any more. Su Xian craned her neck to look at Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian's eyes darkened slightly. Humph. Don't think I don't know your little scheme. What? Want to have a comeback of an old love? Su Xian sneered at Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian didn't say anything, which was considered as acquiescence. Su Xian said, let's do it this way. I won't lend you money for nothing. I'll use my villa to mortgage it all right. This money has nothing to do with Su Ruoxian. It is his own mortgage property to get the money to use their own more down to earth. Su Ruoxian sniffed and her fingers squeezed the pen in her hand. Su Xian would rather mortgage the property than let Su Ruoxian invest in Chuja. She wouldn't believe it if she said Su Xian didn't have thoughts about Chuja. Thinking that Chuja might be snatched away by Su Xian, she felt a little choked. Su Xian said quietly, if you promise, we'll sign the contract. If you don't, forget it. I'll just sell a set of my house. It's just a slower time. Su Ruoxian finally loosened up. Okay, I'll lend it to you. No need for collateral. A few $1 million, which was the price of a few of her clothes plus a few bags. She hadn't really put it in her eyes. Hearing Su Ruoxian loosen up, Su Xian revealed a smile. You can't let Chuja know that you borrowed this money from me. Su Xian was still a bit uneasy and emphasized once more. It's just murderous and perfect. Su Ruoxian looked forlorn. The person she didn't know how to cherish was treasured like a rare treasure in the other party. Su Ruoxian's body trembled a little with regret. Why did she hurt him over and over again? Why? Su Xian walked to the door. She looked at the card in her hand. The corner of her mouth revealed a smile. Oh, Su Ruoxian. I'm just going to remind you that since you're divorced from him, don't bother him anymore. Su Xian pulled out the phone and called Chuja. After learning that Chuja was in his company, the smile at the corner of Su Xian's mouth grew stronger. Okay. Wait there and I'll come to you. Su Xian hung up. Sushin headed downstairs. She didn't know that just as she left, Su Ruoxian quietly followed her. Su Ruoxian whispered, I won't let him know if you say so? Humph. Su Xian came downstairs and saw Xiao Han waiting downstairs. She sneered disdainfully. She didn't feel anything before, but now she looked at Xiao Han with surprisingly some disgust. So much money wasted on Su to make a crap movie. A nice cozy little everyday script was turned into a cluster by him. Those who didn't know better thought they were filming a group of delinquents. Xiao Han also saw Su Xian, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes as he looked at Su Xian's slender figure and stunning face. The receptionist next to him skimmed subtly and stood to the side in disgust, a fraction of an inch away from him. This time the loss of blood money, this time this guy 80% again to find Mr. Su to ask for money. I really don't know where he got such a thick skin, he can't even be shooed away. Shortly after Su Xian left, Su Ruoxian followed her down. Seeing Su Ruoxian, Xiao Han's eyes erupted with a bright light. Ruoxian? You just gave me a word. Why did you come down personally? Xiao Han brought a smile on his face. He naively thought that Su Ruoxian had come to greet him. It moved him inexplicably. Ruoxian, you still have to help me this time. This failure is definitely an accident. It's those people who don't know how to appreciate. Su Ruoxian went and didn't even look at Xiao Han. Hurriedly walked past him his front and chased after him in the direction Su Xian left. Xiao Han's face stiffened. Ruoxian? Ruoxian? I'm here. Xiao Han tried to stop Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian's eyes turned cold. Get up! Xiao Han froze in place. Su Ruoxian took the opportunity to walk out of the hall and drove her car to leave quickly. Those two receptionists almost didn't laugh out loud. After all this, you think Mr. Su will still come to pick you up personally? Who gave you that confidence? Xiao Han's face turned blue, and then his face twisted a bit. The face looks very disjointed at this point. He got up and headed out the door, driving in the direction Su Ruoxian had left to catch up with him. He wanted to see what it was that made Su Ruoxian treat himself like this. At this time in Su Xian's game company, Chuja had already gotten to know this game company once. He's noticed a bit of a float in the staff here. Trudger called a meeting. The company's employees were all gathered in the conference room, sitting in a full house. Chuja sat in the main seat casually flipping through the information. Then he looked up at these employees and said, Hello everyone. I'm sure you all know that the boss of this company of ours has changed. The boss is Su Xian, the Su Xian of the Su family. I'm managing the company in place of Mr. Su. My name is Chuja. There was some whispering at the bottom. Su Xian and the others knew that it was the ex-wife of the original boss, Li Ping. Chuja and the others knew the same. That was the husband of Su Ruoxian of the Su family, and they hadn't seen much of the lace news. After all, there was a Xiao Han involved in it, and Xiao Han was more or less a public figure. Chuja said, It seems that everyone knows me as well. I actually have another identity, and that's the owner of the 3 flavors Yatang. The employees underneath this were in an uproar. They had more or less all eaten at the 3 flavors Yatang, not realizing that the big boss was the one in front of them. Chuja continued, A catering at this time to do the game industry, some people may feel that nonsense. This point I do not deny. I know nothing about the game. Seeing the people underneath talking to each other, Chuja didn't stop it. After a moment he waved his hand. But I'm fully confident I can lead you out of this. When I take over the company, your benefits will be the same as they have always been, and there will be absolutely no delinquency. I'll even have a reward in the future for doing well. Of course, you can disbelieve it, you think I'm painting you into a corner. I'll give you the chance, and anyone who wants to quit can present themselves now. After saying that, Chuja looked down at the company's past information. He sensed that the reason why this company was losing money was the same as the reason he expected, taking too big a step and trying to get fat in one bite, so it was doing the kind of large-scale online games. But in favor of Lipin's choice of several games are too replaceable and cumbersome to play the program. The more important point to make is that it's not very interesting, which is simply fatal. Fun is what a game is all about, without that it's all for naught. Chuja feels that this company can survive until now. I'm afraid that the Lee family has subsidized a lot. After waiting for a while, Chuja lifted his head and looked at the crowd. No one is quitting? This point Chuja is strange because according to his understanding just now, there are several people have the intention of jumping ship. How now a meeting surprisingly no one put forward. Chapter 106 Charisma. How did he know that there is something called charisma? Chuja already carried an air of spontaneity and composure on his body. Although the situation of this company was terrible, Chuja still did not change his face. Speaking without hesitation, cold and firm tone and tone of voice is very reassuring. The way he sat there calmly looking through the information seemed to have a kind of magic power, making the floating hearts tend to calm down. Those few employees who wanted to jump ship surprisingly felt that following Chuja might be a good choice. Trudger looked at the personnel information. That Li Ping is also quite ruthless, and when he left, he took a few of the big names away from the main positions as well. It's not bad though, at least the people left clean are the kind of people who are in it for the paycheck, it's nice. Dismissing the people, Chuja came to the office. Su Jie and Yu Xing and the others are still waiting here. Chuja said, Su Jie, are you interested in coming to help me? He now has not only a chain of stores under his hand, but also a factory plus this company. He is a bit too busy alone. He needs someone he can trust to help him, and Suji's good. Su Jie pondered for a moment and said, Good. I brought both Yu Xing and Gung Tan here, so I'll be responsible for them as well. Chuja smiled. Okay, from now on, you'll be the general manager of this company, Yu Xing. Gung Tan will test the casual mini-games you have in your hands as soon as possible, especially that one gluttony train. And bouncy little frog, I think it's great to grab all the holes and patch them up. Yu Xing and Gung Tan were invigorated and immediately went out and started working. Of course, it's both work and study. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door and Su Xian walked in. Su Jie was slightly stunned when he saw Su Xian. Then he looked at Chuja again. Chuja said, What are you looking at? She's the big boss. Su Jie hurriedly got up to greet him. After a brief courtesy, Suj went out. He also saw that the big boss was here to find Chuja. I'm going to make Su Jie the manager here to help me manage the company, Chuja said to Su Xian. Su Xian sat across from Chuja. I said it before. The company is under your control. You can use whoever you want. I won't interfere. Chuja raised an eyebrow. The gaze Su Xian was looking at him today was a bit fiery. He was a bit uncomfortable with it. That's fine, there's a few more tech gurus I've recruited as well. And there's 2 more projects along the way. Good thing they're both small casual games. They're manageable for our underfunded company. Su Xian took out a card and pushed it in front of Chuja and said, There are $5 million in here. $2 million to buy the copyright of that game you said, and the rest you can do operation and promotion. Chuja raised his eyebrows and said, Very well. With this $5 million I'm more certain. Looking at the spirited, confident and slightly overbearing Chuja, Su Xian was somewhat slightly lost in thought. In her impression, Chuja had always been wary of relationships such as with the Qin family one and with Su Ruoxian. He was in a constant state of avoidance. In the face of Xiao Han's aggressiveness, Chuja also appeared extremely calm. So calm that people felt cowardly. But I didn't realize that he had a bossy side, and it turned out that he wasn't unsure of himself, but was too sensible to waste his energy on something that wasn't possible. The corner of Su Xian's mouth was playful as she thought of this. Su Ruoxian, Su Ruoxian. It seems that you never gave him a sense of security. So much so that he never walked away from you from the beginning to the end. Su Xian this time asked, I've seen the movie you made this time, it's very good. The feelings are very sincere. I've heard that some of the scenes in it are what you've really experienced, I don't know if it's true? The confidence on Chuja's face just now gradually disappeared as he sniffed, and his smile became forced. Some of the scenes are indeed my real experiences. Su Xian was slightly silent when she saw Chuja's forced smile. Now that you and Ruoxian are divorced, what are your future plans? Trudger said. This? Su Xian said. Casual conversation. If you don't want to talk then forget it. There's nothing planned. I don't want to think about my personal feelings for the time being. Let nature take its course. I'm divorced after all. I don't really have too high of a demand for my significant other. Su Xian suddenly said at this time. I've been divorced too. Why don't we try it? Chuja was a bit dumbfounded. Just kidding. Look how scared you are, Su Xian said indifferently. There was still just a flash of disappointment in his eyes. Chuja then said, I told you, Su always has a golden branch. How can she look at me as a mud leg? Sushin added. And what if I look up? Chuja felt his scalp go a little numb. Che, you are indeed quite boring. Su Xian rolled her eyes. Just then a man walked in at the front door of the company outside. Su Jie was a bit dumbfounded to see the visitor. Mr. Su. Su Ruoxian looked towards Su Jie, a hint of determination in her eyes. Chuja is here? Well, in the office, Su Jie said. Su Ruoxian's eyes lit up and she quickly walked towards the office. Looking at Su Ruoxian who barged in, Chuja was a bit surprised. Mr. Su, why are you here? Su Xian blushed a bit. You followed me? Su Ruoxian said. Is it necessary? Can I not find this company if I want to? What are you doing here? Su Xian looked at Su Ruoxian with some annoyance. Su Ruoxian didn't pay attention to Su Xian, but instead looked at Chuja. Why don't you come to me directly if you want money? Su Ruoxian opened her mouth. Why did he ask you for it? What's your relationship with him? Don't forget that you and he are divorced. Next to her, Su Xian interjected. She stood in front of Chuja separating Su Ruoxian and Chuja, like a mother hen protecting her calf. Chuja didn't say anything, and was considered to have acquiesced to Su Xian's words. Su Ruoxian sniffed and felt a little breathless. Yeah, what is her relationship with him now? Su Ruoxian smiled bitterly at Chuja and said, After all, I am your ex-wife, better than a friend, right? Chuja said, Mr. Su, in fact, I'm not very short of money. Even without this 5 million I have away, after all, I've already mobilized a portion of my funds. It's not much, but it'll support 2 small playtests. He looked at Su Xian. He hadn't thought that Su Xian's money was borrowed from Su Ruoxian. Su Xian's face had a bad look. She had just warned Su Ruoxian not to let Chuja know that the money was borrowed from her. She twisted her head and chased her here. Chulchul wouldn't have a problem with himself, would he? I should have known better. Why don't I just get the money myself? I wanted to be angry with Su Ruoxian, but now I somewhat regret it. Su Xian said with some annoyance, Okay, I'll return the money to you later, and you're not allowed to talk about this money in the future. Su Ruoxian wanted to get closer to Chuja, but Su Xian wouldn't allow it, and the 2 women were at cross swords for a while. Chuja tilted his head and looked at the 2, his heart slightly marveling. The 2 beautiful women with their pretty faces were quite a sight to behold. At this time, the office door opened again and Xiao Han walked in. Chapter 107 Chuja's Anger. Xiao Han had followed Su Ruoxian here. Xiao Han's face steeply grimaced when he came in and saw Chuja. He stared at Chuja with some resentment. He then quickly gathered his emotions and looked at Su Ruoxian with deep emotion. Ruoxian, I'm not worried about you, so I followed you here. You won't be angry, right? Xiao Han approached Su Ruoxian and reached out to try to hug Su Ruoxian's shoulders. Su Ruoxian violently pulled away from Xiao Han and looked at him with a clear and cold expression. You followed me? Xiao Han's expression stiffened and he quickly said, Ruoxian, I'm just too worried about you. That's why. Su Xian sneered at this time and said, Nice words, who knows what you're harboring? She didn't like Xiao Han, and the other party's eyes made her feel very uncomfortable. She had noticed Xiao Han's obscene eyes when she was at Su's mansion, but was too lazy to bother with him, not realizing that the other party could still follow her here. It's okay to follow Su Ruoxian, but what if it's you? People like that are simply suffocating. Su Xian then said to the door, Su Jie. Su Jie hurriedly walked in. Mr. Su, from now on, no one can enter our company, especially this Xiao Han. Su Xian was not giving Xiao Han any face at all. Su Jie had wanted to stop it, but he had almost come in around the same time as Su Ruoxian, so he assumed that Xiao Han had come with Su Ruoxian. With this slight hesitation, Xiao Han unexpectedly had already entered the office. Plus, this company is in a bit of a mess right now, security is unmanned, and that's why this happened. Su Jie said, Mr. Su, I'll immediately set up security personnel, and such a thing will never happen again in the future. Su Xian nodded. Xiao Han's face was ugly at this moment. This was simply a public slap in the face, but there was nothing he could do about it. Su Xian's poisonous tongue is notorious. If he dares to be rude to Su Xian can scold him for a whole year. Xiaohan once again looked at Chuja behind Su Xian with spiteful eyes. He thought it was all brought on by Chuja. Obviously you've already divorced. Why are you still shady? Xiaohan gritted his teeth and looked at Chuja. This was the first time he lost his temper in front of Su Ruoxian. Chuja was a bit dumbfounded and said, "It seems like you took the initiative to come here, right?" Su Xian coldly smiled at this time and said, "Some people never think they are wrong, that is, they have to rely on others when they are wrong. What is brazen? You Xiaohan are brazen." Xiaohan looked fiercely at Su Xian. Su Xian was startled, and her figure stepped back. The foot stumbled backward. Chuja was startled and took 2 steps forward to hold Su Xian in his arms. "Are you okay?" Chuja asked with concern. Su Xian lay in Chuja's arms, looking at Chuja, looking at his concerned eyes. Her cheeks were a little red. Her eyes were a little evasive, and she said, "No, it's fine. It's just that I seem to have broken my foot." Chuja sniffed and hurriedly picked Su Xian up in a horizontal hug. Then he was gently placed on the bench. Su Xian stared blankly at Chuja, the tips of her ears turning red. After Chuja put Su Xian away, he turned to look at Xiaohan, his face turning unpleasant. "Mr. Xiao, you are not welcome here. Please leave." Su Jie came over with 2 people at this time and said, "Mr. Xiao, please leave, otherwise we'll call the police." Xiaohan's face turned blue as he looked deeply at Chuja. Chuja was not the least bit intimidated at this time, and he had never been afraid of Xiaohan. It would be a mistake to consider previous forbearance as cowardice. Chuja's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression clear and cold. "Mr. Xiaohan, I'll say it again. Please leave." Chuja took a step forward, his aura pushing straight into Xiaohan. Behind him, Su Xian looked at him dumbfounded, surprisingly feeling a sense of security that she had never felt before. "So it feels so good to be cared for and pampered," Su Xian murmured. Xiaohan looked at the face of Chuja, who had an iron face, and walked towards him. His face changed slightly. He realized that if he didn't leave, Chuja dared to really make a move on him. Xiaohan grunted, "No need for you to remind me. I will go." Xiaohan didn't dare to meet Chuja's eyes again. He turned to look at Su Ruoxian next to him and immediately replaced his smile. "Ruoxian, let's go. Being with this kind of person simply dishonors us." Su Ruoxian raised her eyebrows. "What is your status?" Xiaohan was slightly stunned. "You go. I still have something to say to Chuja," Su Ruoxian said. "Ruoxian." Xiaohan was a bit incredulous. "Xiaohan, don't force me to use foul language." Su Ruoxian looked at Xiaohan coldly. Xiaohan was furious and anxious, but pretended to be pitiful and said, "Okay, okay, I'll go." "Ruoxian, don't be angry." Xiaohan twisted his head out of the office. Seeing Xiaohan leave, Chuja turned around and squatted down to grab Su Xian's feet and said, "Su Xian, I'll give you a massage, so bear with me." Su Xian nodded. The moment her foot was grabbed by Chuja, she bit her lip. Next to Su Ruoxian, palms clenched violently, when Chuja also so gentle to himself. But unfortunately this tenderness may no longer belong to himself. "How does it feel?" Chuja asked Su Xian after pushing and holding him for a bit. Su Xian wiggled her ankle and said, "It's still really much better." Chuja said, "Nurture it for a few days and never travel too far." Su Xian nodded her head in agreement, where was half of the spiffy look she had back then. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja at this time and said, "Can we talk?" Chuja frowned. He didn't want to talk about anything else with Su Ruoxian. It was over between them. "Mr. Su, I'm really a bit busy today, so look." Su Ruoxian's face turned pale at the words. Her eyes poignantly looked towards Chuja. Did the other party even have any interest in giving herself a chance to speak? Chuja followed up with, "Some other day, when I'm done with this matter, I'll personally go find Mr. Su." Chuja really wasn't being perfunctory. He had just taken over this company. It really was a million things. He had too many things to deal with. Su Ruoxian's originally desperate mood instantly recovered hope. "Okay, I'll wait for you. You can call me any time." Chuja nodded. "Okay, I'll remember." Su Ruoxian is gone. Chuja also quickly got into the swing of things. Su Xian didn't leave. She sat there and watched Chuja deal with things piece by piece. It didn't feel the slightest bit boring, even if she wished there was more going on. In the evening, after Chuja really bought that shooter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This game was almost bought by a newsletter. Good Yuyuxing message notification in time enough. After all, is a Kyokai students. The game's author eventually chose Chuja. This made Chuja cry out for luck. but the fact that it was seen by the gaming giant is a testament to the game's potential. Chapter 108 Xiao Han's Viciousness. The next step is to perfect this game and in a quick time frame, lest the same type of game be released early. It's a good thing that this game is half-baked and the grouping concept in it hasn't been added yet. The market won't be able to make it anytime soon even if someone imitates it. Everyone cheer up. We have to work overtime today. And I'm afraid we'll all have to work overtime from now on. Chuja waved the contract in his hand. Haha. The long-lost feeling of working overtime is back. Come on, brothers. Someone shouted. Well, I now realize that working overtime as a programmer is actually a blessing. They were scared the other day, afraid of being laid off by their new boss. They are not afraid of suffering, but without their jobs, they don't even have the chance to suffer. Jumping ship? Oh, that's only if someone is willing to take it, and no one wants a window of opportunity, even if it's only for 10 days and a half months. Chuja instructed Su Jie. The employees' dinners and late-night snacks should be prepared. We can't let the employees go to work hungry. Suj said. That much I know. Chuja nodded. He walked into the office and saw Su Xian lying on the sofa at that moment. The delicate figure was just on display in front of him. Are you done with it? Almost. Chuja returned. All right, come with me. Let's go eat. Su Xian invited. No, I'm going back. My sister is still waiting at home. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'll go back with you piece by piece. Su Xian said. I forgot to tell you. I also live in your neighborhood. Right below you. Su Xian said. This was something Chuja hadn't really thought about. Xiao Han finally met Su Ruoxian again. It was a cafe. Su Ruoxian quietly stirred the coffee in front of her and said, Say, what is it that you are looking for me for? Although Xiao Han's performance this time was a disaster. But after all, he was an artist of his own company, and Su Ruoxian felt it was better to meet him. Xiao Han's face snapped. This time he was so confident in himself that he went big on expenses. Suzy said it exceeded 3 times the cost of that Chuja movie, but actually said it was less. It should be almost 4 times as much, and that's not counting all those expenses he had for food and drink. It could be said that he had lost almost all of the $10 million that Su Ruoxian had invested. Ruoxian, I know I was a bit too conceited this time, but I definitely won't next time. I hope you'll give me a little more support, Xiao Han said. Su Ruoxian stopped stirring her coffee. Xiao Han, do you know that the 2 artists I managed to sign back have also asked me to terminate their contracts? Xiao Han's face was slightly dumbfounded. Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han with disappointment in her eyes, and although the 2 female artists didn't say it explicitly, they still implied that they left because of Xiao Han. The world of entertainment is deep, but she thought her company would never have this kind of problem, but it still did, and it was still a problem with the one person she least expected. Xiao Han's face changed color. I really don't know about this. Perhaps they have a better place to go. Su Ruoxian quietly looked at Xiao Han, getting more and more disappointed. Xiao Han, I ask myself that I've given you enough support. I've been investing in it from the time we met until now. It's been close to $100 million before and after, right? Xiao Han's face stiffened. Xiao Han, give it up. You really aren't fit to be an entertainer. Su Ruoxian gave her advice. Xiao Han's face changed violently. What else would he be besides an artist? Although he was also a graduate of a prestigious university, but how much the family had contributed in there, and how much Su Ruoxian had contributed he knew. College was a mixed bag for him, and although he was an art student, he knew a fair amount at best, both on guitar and otherwise. Without a skill he has nothing, but his face he really has nothing. Now that he's not allowed to be an entertainer, then he really doesn't know what else he can do. He doesn't even know his way around Kyunghoi when he drives a drop. Ruoxian, give me another chance. For the sake of our former love, have you forgotten that evening when you left school? Su Ruoxian couldn't help but think of that image of Xiao Han protecting himself behind him. Her eyes couldn't help but soften. How do you want me to help you? Su Ruoxian said. Xiao Han revealed a look of surprise and hastily stated his ultimate goal. I heard that Director Feng is going to shoot a movie next. It's about music. This is a good topic. I want to act in it. As for asking for money, it will have to come later. As long as he recovered his fame, he would naturally be able to get Su Ruoxian's financial support. Su Ruoxian frowned and thought for a moment, then made a call to Director Feng. Hello, Director Feng. Su Ruoxian's tone was respectful. Oh, Mr. Su, other than letting Xiao Han act in my work, other things you say. Director Feng's enchanting voice rang out. Su Ruoxian's face was slightly dumbfounded. That Director Fong? Can't you accommodate? Xiao Han he. Director Fong said, Mr. Su, let me make it clear to you. I'm going to let Chuja do the lead role. Do you want me to take Chuja out? Su Ruoxian hurriedly said, No, I didn't mean that. Director Fong sighed and said, Let's put it this way. If Xiao Han is willing, he can be in the supporting role. Xiao Han on the opposite side had similarly heard Director Feng's words, and his face was ironic at this point. He growled inwardly, Chuja. It's Chuja again. Su Ruoxian hung up the phone and looked at Xiao Han across the room. There's nothing I can do. Director Feng has his own ideas. Xiao Han revealed a smile that was worse than crying and said, If it doesn't work, forget it. It's okay. Su Ruoxian sighed slightly, but he definitely wouldn't make Chuja angry again for Xiao Han this time. Thinking of Chuja being seen by Director Feng, Su Ruoxian was in a happy mood. Not to be outdone by the man he was married to, he was really good. That's when the phone lit up with an incoming message. Su Ruoxian checked the message. It was sent by Director Feng. You can be the heroine if you want. Su Ruoxian sat up straight violently, somewhat surprised beyond words. She fiercely got up and hurried towards the door. Xiao Han, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Xiao Han watched Su Ruoxian leave in quick steps, and his face instantly became twisted. Chuja, you're looking for death. He pulled out his cell phone and made a call out. Shortly afterward, he came to a bar. A man wearing a duck-tongued hat walked over and sat beside Xiao Han. What is it that you wanted me to come over here for? Didn't I tell you not to contact me if there's nothing important? The family has given you so much support, so don't get ahead of yourself. The man didn't look at Xiao Han, but was speaking to him. Xiao Han's face twisted as he looked at the visitor. Someone is blocking the way. I'm afraid I won't be able to get Su Ruoxian's heart with him around. He must die. Chapter 109 Never Even Kissed. The man sneered and looked at Xiao Han. For this goal, how much preparation do you think we've done for you? But you still haven't got it now. And even now you haven't even kissed her on the mouth except for holding hands surprisingly. How did our family end up with a loser like you? Xiao Han's face turned blue. Watch your wording. I'm also a full-fledged family anyways. The man snorted. Is a bastard considered a firstborn? Xiao Han gasped. You. The man snorted coldly. All right, I know. But this matter is not a small matter. If I miss, you know the consequences. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth twitched, and his entire face looked extremely unnatural. He pulled out a pill and took it. The man next to him looked at him contemptuously. Xiao Han's so-called handsome face are relying on taking medication to maintain. Otherwise, those parts of the face are afraid to have a rejection reaction. This is the last time I'll help you. If you still can't do it, then change before it's too late. The man sneered and left. Xiao Han's palms clenched and his face grimaced. No one can stop me, no one. Su's father looked at Su Ruoxian across the table and said, Ruoxian, this movie has been declared a complete failure. With a rating of 2.3, this is the lowest rating I've ever seen. Does this count as breaking the World Guinness record? Next to him, Su Pin interjected for no reason. This time, the three of them sat down together, a family gathering for one thing, and talked about other things in the meantime. Su Ruoxian didn't say anything. He was the one who found the person and she bought the script. She was responsible for this last result. Su Zhe looked at Su Pin from the side and said, Didn't you think highly of Xiao Han in the beginning? Su Pin rubbed his nose in some embarrassment and said, I just thought that he used to have a good reputation. So at the very least he should have some real material. Who would have thought that his acting skills are like a piece of... It feels like his face is fake. Suzy froze for a moment. He hadn't really thought about this aspect. Did Xiao Han have plastic surgery? What should his original face look like? Or is his name really Xiao Han? Su's father spoke up at this time. Forget it, the entertainment company thing is just like that. Good thing it's not the kind of movie that invests a lot of money. A few million loss is just a loss. Su's father then looked at Su Ruoxian as well as Su Exine next to him and said, Tell me about the two of you. Su Exine was stunned. What's the matter with me? Su Exine's mother said, You're divorced? Shouldn't you find another one? So that's what this is about. The fact that she and Su Ruoxian divorced on the same day had long been rumored in their circle, and was certainly the subject of others' flirtations. But both Su Exine and Su Ruoxian were the kind of rare beauties. Su Ruoxian had a fierce reputation and was still having an affair with Xiao Han, so she didn't feel anything yet. But on Su Exine's side, there are quite a few people who have politely proposed to Su Exine's father that he should go on a blind date with her. Su Xian was about the same size as Su Ruoxian, just 2 months older. But Su Xian's reputation could be much better than Su Ruoxian. Her private life was even cleaner, except for the fact that she had married a man, and there was simply no stain at all. Coupled with the fact that Su Xian was already beautiful, whether it was her face bag or her body was not weaker than Su Ruoxian at all, and she was even more gorgeous than Su Ruoxian based on her face bag alone, she was naturally very popular. Even if they are divorced, some people still tend to do it. Su Xian can find her next home in minutes if she wants to. Su Xian's parents also felt that it was time to find their daughter a next home, which is why today's scene came about. Su Xian looked at her father and said, "Didn't I say? I don't intend to get married in the future, so save yourself the trouble." Su Xian's father said somewhat helplessly, "What nonsense. Can you still remain unmarried and live by yourself for the rest of your life? There's nothing wrong with living your whole life by yourself." Su Xian's mother said, "Nonsense. How can a woman's family live her whole life by herself? Do you want to follow the example of the Shui family one? What's wrong with the one from the Shui family being free?" Su Xian muttered. "What did you say?" Su Xian's mother glared. Su Xian snorted coldly and said, "Anyway, I don't need you guys to worry about it. I have my own ideas. Even if I get married, the person has to be found by me." Seemingly thinking of someone, the corner of Su Xian's mouth curled up. "Just don't say no when I bring the person back." Su Xian's mother said, "Okay. As long as it's not missing an arm or a leg, we have no objection." Su father then looked at Su Ruoxian and said, "Ruoxian, what do you think?" Su Ruoxian looked at her own father and said, "I won't be widowed to old age, so don't worry about it." Su's father sniffed slightly and said, "So you have a target?" Su Ruoxian said, "Sure." "Who?" Next to him, Su Pin asked, "It's not Xiao Han, is it?" He used to belong to Xiao Han, but after Xiao Han's movie came out, Su Pin was really disgusted. It was a feeling of being force-fed. The story is really good, and that's why it stinks even more of Xiao Han when it's filmed. To be able to make such an excellent script like this, Xiao Han is in a league of his own. Su Ruoxian said, "I, Su Ruoxian, have never been the kind of person to look at 3 times. I have and can only have one husband. Once it was him, the future is still him." Su's father froze. "You mean Chuja?" Su Xian beside her was anxious. She stood up violently and looked at Su Ruoxian with some annoyance. "Su Ruoxian, do you still want to have a face? It was you who didn't want Chuja in the first place. It's also you who are ambiguous to Xiao Han, who doesn't know about you and Xiao Han outside now. What? Do you have to put a hat on Chuja?" Su Xian's father was a little confused. What is the situation? Why mention Chuja's own daughter? So big reaction. A bad feeling surfaced in his mind. "Xner, why are you defending Chuja so much?" Su Pin said, "Sis, you don't think you like Chuja too, do you?" Su Xian's eyes were slightly flustered. Then she said, "Chuja saved me. I'm just feeling bad for him. Can't I?" Su Pin nodded. "It seems to make sense." Su Xian said, "It was meant to be. Ruoxian's character is clear to you all. My benefactor had a hard time jumping out of the fire pit. How can I watch him jump back in?" Su Ruoxian sneered. "Don't think I don't know what you think. I won't give you a chance with me around." Su Xian looked at Su Ruoxian in annoyance. The others also looked at Su Xian suspiciously. They wouldn't believe it if they said Su Xian liked Chuja. They were very clear about how much Su Xian had looked down on Chuja in the first place. You can't change that much, can you? Did something happen between them? Thinking of a possibility, Su Xian's father's face tensed a bit. But then it occurred to me that the ambulance had arrived in time for them to do anything else. And they should have. Chapter 110 Sister Evenings Support. Not to mention the family meeting on the Su family's side. Chuja carried the vegetables, fruits and other things he bought and lightly arrived at Shui Evening Qing's neighborhood. I came downstairs to see Shui Yunma playing with a bunch of half-grown kids in the square. "Murmur," Chuja shouted. Shui Yunma twisted her head to look at Chuja, surprise on her face. "Dad!" Chuja stiffened at his words. A hint of cunning appeared in Shui Yunma's eyes. Then she turned her head to the rest of the litter and tilted her head. "See, this is my dad. So you do have a dad. But how come we haven't seen him pick you up from school before? My dad used to be abroad all the time, and only now has he returned to China. He also opened a company. He is also very busy every day. How can he be free to pick me up from school?" Shui Yunma said. "Oh," a couple of half-grown kids bought it. Then said, "Reimer, your dad is really so handsome and looks so young." "That's right. My dad is the most handsome." Shui Yunma finished running towards Chuja and jumped on Chuja's body at once. Chuja opened his mouth to say something, but Ghostly said nothing. Reimer, come on, let's go home. I bought chicken wings this time. Let's make cola chicken wings. Yes, yes. Reimer excitedly pulled Chuja toward the house. Someone beside him looked at Chuja's back incredulously. There are youths who are literally dying at this point. They were astonished when they first met Shui Evening Qing by chance. Naturally, they had some thoughts about Shui Wanqing, and they had been observing the situation in Shui Wanqing's home. They were even more taken in when they realized that Shui Evening's family had never seen a man before. They squatted here almost every day in anticipation of a chance encounter with Shui Evening Harvest. Now that they know violently that people have husbands, the loss in their hearts is known only to them. Shui Yunma pulled Chuja back home. Mom, Dad is back, Shui Yunma shouted. Chuja was a little alarmed and tried to explain. No, I didn't. Shui Evening Qing walked out with a red face and interrupted Chuja. Not what? She stepped forward to take what Chuja was holding. Surprisingly, she didn't have any rebuttal to what Reimer called her. Chuja's words of explanation didn't come out. Both Chuja and Shui Evening Qing tacitly did not bother to change the issue of Shui Yunma's address at this time. Shui Yunma's eyes were shining brightly. She came to her sister-in-law and raised an eyebrow. Mochizuki gave Shui Yunma a thumbs up. Shui Evening Qing and Chuja's progress was so slow that she, as a younger sister, had to give it a push, and now it seemed to be working surprisingly well. In the kitchen, Shui Evening Qing played for Chuja. Seeing Shui Evening Qing wringing her waist to tie Chuja's apron, Shui Mochizuki tsged. She seemed to smell the sour stench of love. At the dinner table, Shui Yunma said, Dad, can you come every day? Chuja froze again. He didn't have the slightest resistance to Reimer's dad voice. Shui Evening Qing said, Reimer don't make a scene. He usually has a lot of work to do. How would he have time to come back every day? Although he was reprimanding Reimer, that pair of beautiful eyes fell on Chuja's body, and there was a hint of expectation in his beautiful eyes. Chuja was slightly embarrassed. He wasn't Sister Evening's real husband. I'm afraid that if I stomped on my own nose because of Reimer's words, it would cause Sister Evening to get upset. Just now, Sister Evening's words were both a step for herself and not a warning to herself. It was just that if Shui Evening Harvest knew what Chuja was thinking at this time, I wonder what he would feel. Seeing that Chuja did not agree, Shui Evening Qing revealed a hint of loss. Next to her, Shui Mochizuki looked a little anxious. Then she gave Reimer a wink. Reimer said, Why don't we do this? How about every Friday of the week, Dad? You come home too. Chuja looked at Shui Evening Qing. Shui Evening Qing said, What are you looking at me for? You can come back if you want to. Am I still stopping you? The fact that Shui Evening Harvest used the word come back seemed to say a lot. Chuja met Shui Evening Qing's eyes and unconsciously nodded. Good. Unlike Su Ruoxian or anyone else, he could never raise an objection to Shui Evening Qing's words. Shui Evening Qing blushed. I heard that you took over a game company? She digresses at this point. Yes. How did you know that, Evening Sister? Ruoxian and I are still on good terms. Shui Evening Qing explained. Chuja drifted off. The development of large-scale games is a very expensive thing. The Li family has invested a lot of blood money into it. Can you do it? Chuja said, I don't intend to develop large-scale games at the moment. I want to start with small casual games. You can't make a lot of money, but it's not hard to feed the company. Now I've got a game in my hands with good development potential. Enough to keep me busy for a while. Then Chuja spoke his thoughts. Hearing that Chuja was able to leverage the entirety of the Jinghai University, the Shui Mochizuki beside him also had to praise Chuja for simply being a genius. Sister, you're still worried about him. Now you don't have to worry about it. Right? This kid has too many flowery ideas, Shui Mochizuki said. Chuja was slightly depressed. This didn't seem to have anything to do with philandering. Did it? Shui Evening Qing looked at Chuja with a smile. His growth was far beyond his expectations. She got up and pulled a dossier out of the briefcase next to her, then handed it to Chuja. This is a game copyright I bought. It's already very mature. The preliminary operation and promotion are pretty much done. Leave it to you. Chuja was shocked and said, Sister Evening, this is too expensive. You know, some of the pre-operations of a big game are measured in billions. Shui Wanqing said, Do you need to be polite with me? Besides, this game input isn't as much as you think. Chuja took the file, which had the words Ace of Honor, written in large letters. After looking at the information in detail, Chuja said, Sister Evening Harvest? I'll take it then. With a smile in her eyes, Shuel Yenching. She's already taken a major step forward. Grow up quickly. You can only face the storms of the future if you grow up as quickly as possible. Shui Evening Qing looked at Chuja dotingly and said softly in her heart. For the next few days, Chuja went all out to test the Ace of Honor. It starts hitting the shelves on August 15th. And of course it was advertised at great expense up front to promote it. Boss, today's installations were 100,000 times in one day, an employee said in surprise. 100,000? Too little. Boss, this is just the beginning. There's an explosion of game downloads. Another few days passed. Boss, the number of downloads has surpassed 3 million times. Next to him, Su Jie waved his arm. This one has reached the standard line. It's considered a successful game. Chuja shook his head and said, It's still too little. I think there's still a lot of room for improvement in this game. An old programmer next to him carefully said at this time, Boss, this game's initial score is already hotter than even the first game of a certain newsletter. Cough, cough, cough. Chuja coughed. Shame on you, you really don't know much about this aspect of the game. Su Jie secretly laughed, then immediately changed the topic and said, This one is really good. Our casual minigame results are also good. The number of users of the two minigames has exceeded 5 million. Chapter 111, The Li Family's Annoyance. Not to mention that Chuja is still not satisfied with the results. At this time, in a brilliantly decorated office, Li Ping slammed the teacup on the table in annoyance. That Ace Honor was something he worked hard to develop in the first place, but it didn't work out and was sold cheap. When Shui Evening said it didn't cost much, it really didn't cost much. I didn't realize that this game was revitalized in the hands of Chuja, but the other party made slight modifications. But he won't admit that it was these modifications that made the game a hit. And he certainly won't admit how much the changes were actually made when he said they were slightly modified. Damn. To turn the company over to that mudblood and still be devoted to him, it's just disgusting. Li Ping's eyes were resentful. Go on. Ask around and find out what that is doing now. Li Ping growled. He was talking about Su Xian, of course. Su Xian was celebrating at the moment, and a game popping was a big deal. I didn't expect all 3 games to explode at the same time. Especially that Ace of Honors, which is like a dark horse going straight to the top 10 of the games charts. This is not a small game, it's a medium to large game. Because of the explosion of this game, the value of her company has rubbed off on her. The market value of her game company is now over the 100 million mark. Simply sizzling. 100 million is nothing to the Su family. But this company's profits are horrendous, and it's a profitable business. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Su family. What? 40% of the shares are with Chuja? Su Xian's father was surprised. Nice, Su Xian said. No, that share must be taken back, Su Xian's father said. Su Xian's brows furrowed violently, her eyes becoming displeased. What? When I gave it to you guys before, you resented the fact that it didn't make any money, and you didn't even bother to invest in it. Now Chuja operates just 2 months less than to turn a loss into a profit. This time you again look at the shares in his hands. That was originally my Su family's property. Su Xian snorted coldly. Dad, can we have some face? Do you know that those few games were brought back by Chuja? Do you think the company is worth it or the game? If he included the value of the game, I'd have less than 20% of the shares now at most. Do you still think the company is mine? Su Xian's father blushed slightly. But the score can't be settled that way. He's nothing without the company. Su Xian got up and said, Dad, then you say, without Chuja, what is my company? Su Xian's father didn't say anything. What is it? It's a money loser. Su Xian coldly grunted and left. She arrived at the office and walked straight into Chuja's office. Chuja was dealing with the documents, and when he saw Su Xian come over, a smile appeared between his eyebrows. Su Xian, I'll tell you a good news. That desperate survival game will be on the shelves soon. Su Xian sat on the side of Chuja, where there was a special place for her, for which she had customized a desk. She looked at Chuja and said, Congratulations then. Why are you congratulating me? You're the big boss, Chuja said. Su Xian said, I want to move your shares around. You take up 60% and I take up 40%. Chuja looked up at Su Xian and said, Why? Because I'm afraid you'll run away, Su Xian said jokingly. This worry is superfluous, Chuja said. No, it's not redundant at all. I've brought the contract, you sign it, you'll be the big boss of this game company from now on. Don't push back, it's what you deserve. You've accomplished so much, and if I don't show it, I'll be the one who doesn't know what's going on. You won't let me be an unintelligent person. In fact, I'm already taking advantage with 40%. These games are nowhere near as valuable as they should be. Chuja said, but that's not what we said in the beginning. I took over this company for the purpose of… Su Xian attached herself to Chuja's face. Is it for me? Su Xian exhaled like an orchid, and a faint fragrance permeated from her body, causing Chuja to be somewhat overwhelmed. Sign the words so that I can sit here with peace of mind. Su Xian looked at Chuja from close range. Fine. Chuja finally nodded, because the value of that game's copyright that Evening Sister had given him was really too great. Although he didn't know what Evening Sister did until now, he felt that he should share a portion of his shares with Evening Sister. Chuja signed the contract. The corner of Su Xian's mouth curled up into a smile at the sight. She waved the contract and said, but it's written in the contract that there can only be 2 bosses in this company from now on, and that's you and me, no one else. Chuja was slightly speechless, but it wasn't a big deal. The shares are in your possession, but the money you get can go to Sister Evening just the same. Before he could finish the work at hand, Chuja's phone rang. Chuja twisted his head to look a little surprised. He picked up the phone and said, Director Phone? Why did you think of calling me? Aja, you won't forget what you promised me back then, right? Director Phone asked. Chuja instantly remembered his promise to Director Phone to act in his next production. Director Phone, are you talking about letting me act in that production of yours? Oh, it seems you still remember. Don't say you don't have time. I am always watching you. I now know that your company is on the right track. The rest is just some by-the-book work that you leave to your subordinates. Chuja laughed dryly and said, Director Phone, do you think it's okay for me to go over 2 days later? I have to finish the work at hand, right? Yes, I was thinking of letting you come over tomorrow. How about this? You've read the script anyway. The day after tomorrow you'll come straight over and we'll do a direct test shoot and then officially start shooting. Chuja could only agree who made himself promise the other party. Next to her, Su Xian said, That Director Feng thinks highly of you. Yeah. He even asked me to become a full-time entertainer, but I turned it down. Chuckle, you're a big boss going to be a full-time entertainer, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? But as a hobby it's not bad. You can still earn money. Su Xian said. Indeed, Director Feng said the same thing, and he even suggested that I open an entertainment company. Chuja said. Su Xian's eyes brightened slightly. This is fine in that case. Leave the matter of opening a company to me. Chuja froze, looking at Su Xian's serious look and said, You really want to open it? Of course, eating, drinking, and playing are all money-making programs. You have a restaurant chain, you've kind of taken up the eating item, and now you have a gaming company. You've taken up the playing item as well. If we open another entertainment company, won't we be taking up Lu as well? Eventually you could just open another factory that produces drinks or beer and take the drinking part as well, and you'd be a success. Chuja laughed with a ha. Eat, drink and be merry? Interesting. Chapter 112 Arriving on set. Su Xian saw that Chuja didn't object, so he said, Okay, then it's settled. You just go and shoot the movie. When you come back from shooting, I will give you an entertainment company. The ratio is still 6 for you and 4 for me. Chuja shook his head and said, We're short on funds right now. The costs of several games haven't come back yet, and the final share of that movie I shot last time will have to wait for a while as well. I think it's best to push the entertainment company thing back a bit. Su Xian said, You don't have to worry about the money. I'll figure it out. Chuja looked at Su Xian in a bit of a daze. He always felt that Su Xian was a bit too nice to himself. Seemingly sensing Chuja's gaze, Su Xian had a rare blush. Don't think too much. I just think you're a talented person, able to turn rottenness into magic. I'm trying to follow you into the light. Chuja said. You do look up to me, in fact. Where is there anything that turns rottenness into magic? All things are regular. Follow the law to seize the pain point. Solve the contradiction. Naturally, everything will come to fruition. Su Xian looked at Chuja and said, Don't be too modest. Many people know what you're saying, but how many of them can really do it? 2 more days of busy work. After getting things straightened out, the rest was completely in Su's hands. The same chain has a factory side that Nanshu was able to handle with ease. Instead, he can go full-time with the movie. When he came to the home he shared with Nanshu, just as he entered the door, He saw Nanshu and Suwon getting together and muttering. At this moment, Suwon was blushing. Just now, Nanshu even said that Chuja had physical problems. Otherwise, why did he let them two big beauties here without the slightest bit of crooked thoughts? You know she never sleeps without locking the door. Of course, Suwon doesn't lock the door. Sometimes he even thought about going to the wrong door, but every time he was hugged back by Chuja. However, she couldn't help but remember the scene when she went to the restaurant to look for Chuja and then hugged Chuja, who had just come out of the shower, after hearing Nanshu's suspicion. The towel seemed to have fallen off at the time. Thinking of their Suwon was hot, Chuja body certainly has no problems, on the contrary, it is still very robust. But he can't tell Nanshu that. Chuja looked at the two women who looked flavorful because of their blushing and was somewhat stunned. What are you guys talking about? So happy. Suwon shyly glanced at Chuja. Didn't say anything. I'm happy today thinking of letting you cook for us to have a good drink. Chuja said, yeah, I'll do whatever there is at home right now. He looked around and said, where's Asuka? Why is she nowhere to be seen? Nanshu said at this time. Asuka went over to the new house, saying that there was a piano there and she was learning it. Chuja had no doubt. When Su Xian sold him the house, not only was there furniture, there was also a piano, and that piano was more than $100,000. Chushua loves the piano and does teach herself how to play it. Fine. She can order takeout if she's hungry. Chuja walked into the kitchen. At this time, Nanshu hurriedly pushed Suwon. Remember what I told you. This is a good opportunity. Suwon didn't say anything, but her eyes lit up. Soon a few small dishes were ready. Nanshu personally poured a glass of wine for the city lord. No drunkenness today, Nanshu said. Chuja was a bit surprised by the reaction of the two women, but now that he was at home he had no reason to excuse himself, so he drank 2 more cups. Next to him, Nanshu glanced at Suwon with a conspiratorial smile, but the two women were also a bit tipsy. After a meal that lasted more than an hour, Chuja got up and said, I'm a bit sleepy, so I'll wash up and go to bed. Chuja went into the bathroom and double-checked that all the toiletries were there before taking a bath with confidence. Chuja went into his room to sleep, not realizing that soon the door to his room was opened and 2 sneaky figures felt their way in. Soon after a cry of alarm rang out. Yeah, Suwon, you rascal. Still talking about me? What are you doing with your hands? The two women ran away. Chuja rolled over and went back to sleep. Just felt a little cold and wrapped up in the covers. Nanshu leaned her back against the door behind her and looked at her hands, as if an amazing heat had traveled through her entire body from her palms. She had a blush on her face and the slightest hint of shock. Yuck! Not even in bed! The next day, Chuja set out early to go to Director Feng's place. As soon as Chuja got out of the car, he saw a lot of people surrounding him, taking pictures of him. Chuja was so startled that he almost drilled back here. Guide Feng's laughter rang out. Chuja, you've finally come. Following Director Feng into the shooting site, those people only counted on not following. They are. That movie you made is on fire, and along with it, you're on fire, don't you know that yourself? Director Feng said. Chuja said, this is really unknown. Director Feng said, you also have a big heart. Now which artist goes out without 2 assistants, or with a few bodyguards to open the way? You're the only one who came here stupidly. Chuja's face darkened at his words. He certainly wasn't angry. Having gotten acquainted with Director Feng, he knew that this was the way he spoke. His face blackened with horror at the thought of whether or not he would be given the runaround when he went out in the future. TCH, I feel like I shouldn't have agreed to Director Feng's request to come over for the movie when he said that. Chuja said, haha, don't ah. Now you don't know how high your reputation is. So to speak, if the movie is made well this time, you'll be the star that deserves it. Director Feng hurriedly said. Chuja is not a fan of being a star. He is now a boss worth tens of millions of dollars. After the new year is likely to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, he is crazy to be a star. The thought that he would be surrounded by the entire population when he ate, slept, or even got married and had children gave him the creeps. Coming to the set, Chuja asked, Director Feng, when do we start? There's no rush. People haven't arrived yet. You can wait a bit. You can familiarize yourself with the script first. Director Feng revealed a hint of a meaningful smile as he looked at Chuja. Chuja didn't think much about it and sat down on a chair moved by the staff next to him and flipped through the script. He had a good memory and only needed to read it once to memorize all of its contents. But scripts aren't just memorized. You have to bring in the scenes in them and find the tone and expressions that fit. Su Ruoxian saw Chuja, who was reading the script when she came over. She instantly thought of that scene when she first met Chuja. For a moment, 1,000 tenderness rose in his eyes. This scene was seen by Xiao Han, who followed over, and his eyes became resentful. Chuja closed the script at this time, raised his head to the side, and with one glance, he met Xiao Han's gaze that was full of resentment. Chuja's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't provoked him, right? Why was he looking at himself like this? Then she saw Su Ruoxian next to her, and it dawned on him that the reason had been found. Chapter 113, Su Ruoxian's First Kiss. Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao? Did you come together? Chuja got up to say hello. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja. The other party was as calm and collected as ever. There wasn't too much of a surprised expression on her and Xiao Han's faces when they saw her. Director Feng came over to Chuja at this time and said, Chuja, the female lead this time is Mr. Su. I'm so proud to have Mr. Su here. It's nothing new for some big boss to want to have a little fun making a movie or even offering to take a role. Some are even treated as hobbies, providing venues and equipment just to star in a dispensable role, and they're not there to be famous just to play. After all, they're already rich. So hearing Director Feng say that, Chuja didn't feel too surprised. It's just a little uncomfortable filming with Su Ruoxian. The good thing was that there wasn't anything too ambiguous between the character he played and the female lead within this drama, so he could still accept it. It's just that at the end there's a shot where they embrace and kiss each other, and Chuja finds it a bit of a conundrum. But Mr. So is someone who will definitely use a stand-in when the time comes. You can use a double yourself. Well, that's it. Director Feng said at this time. Since everyone is here, let's start the audition. Set photo. As well as external publicity photos come out of here. Director Feng shot a few shots before saying, next is the scene where the hero and heroine look deeply at each other, and the heroine playfully kisses the hero on the cheek. Chuja looked at Director Feng with some confusion. Director, there doesn't seem to be this shot in the script. Director Feng said, I added it on the spot. I think it makes more sense. Follow me. As an authority, Director Feng is very confident in his arrangement. Can I use a double then? Feng Guan looked at Chuja with a seeming smile and said, what do you think? Besides, where am I going to find a double from now? You can picture it. How can I picture my movie? Are you insulting me? Director Feng was a bit anxious. Chuja stopped talking. Next to her, Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja with a smile on her face, her eyebrows raised, looking very brash and domineering. That's right. The idea was hers. Director Feng was supposed to be accommodating Su Ruoxian. At this moment, since Su Ruoxian brought it up herself, why should he be polite? Kisses must be kissed, preferably not on the face, but on the mouth. Okay, start getting ready. Director Feng shouted. Chuja and Su Ruoxian both stood still. If gazes could kill, Xiao Han's gaze would probably be able to stick Chuja into a sieve. At this point, Director Feng said, begin! Cunning appeared in Su Ruoxian's eyes. She slammed Chuja's shoulder. Chuja subconsciously turned back. Then he felt a touch of softness on his lips. Su Ruoxian's gentle nostrils floated on his face. Chuja froze in place, a little lost in thought, and his cheeks turned red. Su Ruoxian's eyes had long since become mesmerized. This kiss was one she had wanted for a long, long time. She greedily kissed Chuja's lips reluctantly. Ka! Good, very good. Director Feng was excited. Chuja's shock and Su Ruoxian's devotion were too graphic. This shot alone conjures up a desire to see the movie. In the middle of the field, Director Feng's click also woke up Chuja, who hurriedly pushed Su Ruoxian away. And at this moment Xiao Han there, his entire body was enveloped in a gloomy aura. As the man said at the beginning, he had been chasing Su Ruoxian for so many years, but he hadn't even kissed Su Ruoxian's mouth. I didn't expect Su Ruoxian's first kiss to be taken by Chuja in this situation. How could he not hate? In the middle of the field, Su Ruoxian glared at Director Feng with a slightly annoyed look. Feng Guan was a bit confused. He felt like he had done something wrong. Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian at this time and didn't know what to say. Mr. Su, you? Shooting a movie, of course we need to be a little more realistic, so as not to shoot over and over again, you say, right? Su Ruoxian blushed but looked at Chuja with crafty eyes. Trudger accepted this. Today's shooting went well. As your partner, it's not too much for me to treat you to a meal together, right? Su Ruoxian said. Chuja frowned and subconsciously looked in Xiao Han's direction. But before he could see Xiao Han's expression, Su Ruoxian pulled Chuja and said, let's go. I know there's a restaurant nearby that's very good. You should try it out and then have your restaurant follow suit to improve. Shouldn't you? When it came to doing business, Chuja got serious. At this time, Su Ruashian said no, he had to go by himself. Following Su Ruashian out of the set, Su Ruashian got into the car and cocked her head at Chuja. Go! I'll take you there. Chuja said, I'm driving too. I'd better drive. Don't bother. I'll just have someone send the car back to you. It's red hot there. There's no parking for your car when you get there. That's a true statement. Chuja also extinguished his intention to drive and sat in Su Ruashian's car. Su Ruashian couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. She scurried off with a kick of the gas. Xiao Han, who chased out behind him, could only look on as the run-out disappeared from his sight. Xiao Han's face was ironic as he pulled out his cell phone and made a call, saying in a grim tone, Act now or I won't have any chance. In that restaurant, Chuja ate a few bites of food and nodded. Mr. Su, you've been a great help today. Su Ruashian raised her neck, revealing her white neck and said, Of course, I can work hard for someone, but it's a pity that someone doesn't know what to do. Chuja coughed. Is that Mr. Xiao? Su Ruashian's sword brows rose at the words and she looked at Chuja in anger. What's he got to do with it? How many times have I said that he and I have not had any relationship? Chuja shook his head and stopped picking up the conversation. Su Ruashian stopped eating and watched Chuja eat with exasperation. At that moment, a little girl selling flowers came by. This big brother? Want to buy a flower for this sister? Chuja looked at the little girl who was straining to carry the flower basket, and his heart and mind trembled slightly. How much is a flower? 2 pieces. Here's 500. I'll take all of these for you. Chuja took out the money and handed it to the little girl. Thank you, big brother. No thanks. This is your labor gain. What do you thank me for? You have to thank yourself. It's your own strong effort to make yourself live a better life. Chuja touched the little girl's head. The little girl left. Chuja looked a little stunned. In that moment he thought of Chu Shui. Chuja looked at the flower in his hand. Su Ruashian also looked at the flowers. Chuja handed the flowers to Su Ruashian and said, Here you go. Su Ruashian's cheeks that were so angry just now were instantly replaced by a smile. She took the flower basket and looked at it carefully. She couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Although the flower basket was probably hand-woven by the little girl and somewhat simple, Su Ruashian still loved it. She didn't realize that Chuja across the table had stopped eating and was sitting there quietly watching her. By the time she perceived Chuja's gaze, her pretty face was filled with a blush. Chapter 114, Car Accident. Chuja's eyes lowered at this point. He was a senior student at the University of Beijing in Shanghai and was the top student in the county at the time. He may not have a high emotional intelligence, but don't deny his intelligence. He knew Su Ruashian's feelings early on, but it's still the same thing, he's not right for her. A momentary impulse does not mean anything. Marriage means salt and vinegar, it means blandness. How long can a momentary passion last? Isn't that what the so-called matchmaking is all about? And only 2 people who are right for each other can overcome the humdrum of life, understand each other and live for a long time. And the gap between him and Su Ruashian was too big, so big that even at his current worth he felt despair. How can such a union of 2 people live? Su Ruashian might like herself now, but would she always like herself? When she meets someone more suitable, what does someone from the bottom of the heap herself look like to her? Will she regret her blindness then? Even if Su Ruashian didn't come across anyone more suitable than him, there would always be stumbles in normal life, and by then the issue of her own origin would be infinitely magnified. Don't deny it, it's a fact, it's human nature, it's not subject to human will. At that point Chuja believed that even a small problem would be infinitely magnified, and that was the drawback of not having mutually matching identities. Because the underlying concept is different. Chuja smiled to himself. The world might scoff at the rank thing, but you can't deny that he does exist. Chuja is not the kind of person who has no guts, but after experiencing what happened to Qin Lianshu, he doesn't want to try to experience it once. He and Su Ruashian had never gotten this far without Xiao Han. Maybe Xiao Han was a character, but Chuja had never treated Xiao Han as a rival from the beginning to the end. This was his Chuja's confidence. His relationship with Su Ruashian had never been a gap between the 2. Women are mu-strong, and he, Chuja, started too low to the point where he could make someone like Su Ruashian obey. Su Ruashian might somehow like herself, maybe because of her appearance, or even more so because of her personality or talent, but all these things are bull in front of time. After the passion is over, it's all over. As it is now, good riddance is the best outcome. In the end, He just didn't have confidence in Su Ruoxian as well as in himself. This includes Su Wan and Su Xian as well, who can be friends, partners, or even heterosexual BFFs as they say online. But it can't be a husband and wife on the side. The appellation that marriage is the grave of love is not a misnomer. Mr. Su, I've eaten well, but I haven't seen you eat much. Why don't you eat some? Chuja said. Su Ruoxian glanced at Chuja and said, being satiated by someone, how can I still eat? Chuja smiled awkwardly. Let's go before you get uncomfortable. Su Ruoxian got up. Chuja followed suit and got up. The two walked out the door of the restaurant. Chuja said, Mr. Su, then I won't bother you. I'll go back. Su Ruoxian said, what's the panic? I'll give you a ride. No, I'll just take a cab and go. Chuja refused. Su Ruoxian's original good mood was gone again. Chuja pretends not to see it. He came to the side of the road and intercepted a cab, so he waved at Su Ruoxian and got in. Su Ruoxian stomped her foot in anger. She drove in the direction Chuja left and chased after him. She didn't know Chuja's exact address until now. But just as they passed an intersection, a harsh brake sounded. A dump truck actually ran a red light and crashed into the cab that Chuja was in. The cab was overturned. The front of the car was flattened with gasoline running out. Su Ruoxian felt the sky spinning for a moment and her body became stiff. She got out of the car and ran like crazy to the cab. Chuja, you can't have an accident. Su Ruoxian slapped the car door and kicked the car's glass. She leaned over to look into the back seat of the car, but was shocked to find it empty. No one? She looked to the front row again and saw the cab driver groaning. Save the people first. The gasoline leak is likely to catch fire. A calm and quiet voice rang in Su Ruoxian's ears. Su Ruoxian violently twisted her head to look and saw Chuja's handsome side face. Su Ruoxian didn't care that this was on the street and jumped up to hug Chuja. The force was so strong that Chuja couldn't even push it if he wanted to. Saving lives is important, Chuja said. Only then did Su Ruoxian let go. Chuja and Su Ruoxian teamed up to pull the cab to the side. It didn't take long for a circuit inside that cab to ignite the gasoline and catch fire. Luckily, the ambulance and fire truck also arrived and the firefighters immediately extinguished the blaze, cleaned the place up and restored it to open traffic in minutes. That cab driver, who had come to his senses by this time, said to Chuja and Su Ruoxian, "Thank you." Chuja didn't answer, and a hint of apology appeared on his face. He felt as if the accident had been directed at him. If he hadn't temporarily switched cars at the corner to prevent Su Ruoxian from following him, then he would have been the one who was hit right now. At this time, Su Wan's face turned blue, and a phone call was made. "Check for me. Don't come back if you can't find out." When she got the news back from the person she had arranged to follow Chuja, she was so scared that her legs went a little weak. It's a good thing Chulsh wasn't in that car. Surprisingly, someone had made a move against Chuja, which really touched her backbone. Meanwhile, in Shue's mansion, Shue Evening Qing's body shook a little after she got the news, and she supported the table before she could stand up and stabilize her body. Check. Shue Evening Qing's seductive eyes became sharp. Faced with a young lady in such a state, cold sweat ran down the old butler's forehead. When the young lady first showed this expression, the Zhao family went up in smoke. I don't know who's going to be unlucky this time. Over here, Su Ruoxian also realized this after regaining her composure. She grabbed Chuja's arm next to her, her body trembling a little. Chuja was suspicious and twisted his head to look at Su Ruoxian. Then he saw that there was blood flowing out from under Su Ruoxian's feet. Turns out she had just cut her foot when she kicked through the car glass. Chuja was shocked in his heart, and he picked Su Ruoxian up in a horizontal hug. "You're hurt." Chuja was a little anxious. He hugged Su Ruoxian and got into Su Ruoxian's car, then rushed towards the hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Chuja carried Su Ruoxian into the hall to the emergency room. Looking at the deep cuts on Su Ruoxian's body, Chuja looked a little anxious. "The wound is deep. It needs stitches," the doctor said. Chuja picked up Su Ruoxian and placed her on the hospital bed. Thinking of the way the other party shouted his name and frantically knocked on the car window, Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian's eyes became complicated. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja, whose face was terrified, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Finish the stitches." Chuja remained at Su Ruoxian's bedside. Su Ruoxian might have lost too much blood at this point and slept. Chuja sat by Su Ruoxian's side and had no intention of leaving. He reached out and tried to caress Su Ruoxian's cheek. But the hand was halfway out when suddenly a phone rang. Chapter 115. Can't figure it out. The Su Ruoxian's cell phone. Chuja looked over and saw Ning Rongrong's name. Chuja thought about it but connected. Without waiting for Chuja to speak, Ning Rongrong's voice rang from the phone. Ruoxian, how's it going? Did it go well? Did you take him down smoothly using my method? Chuja froze slightly. He didn't know who that he was in Ning Rongrong's mouth. Chuja suddenly thought of this car accident. The car he was in seemed to be known only to Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian also happened to be present when the accident happened. But her home is not supposed to be located in the same direction as herself. Thinking of this, Chuja gradually regained the calmness of the flutter in his eyes when he looked at Su Ruoxian. The phone was hung up. Ning Rongrong on the other end of the phone looked at the cell phone a little strangely. How did it get hung up? Did you not get a kiss? When Su Ruoxian woke up, she saw that Chuja was sitting beside her. How are you feeling? Chuja asked with an expressionless face. It's not a big deal in the first place. It's just that there's still some pain in my feet. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja with tenderness in her eyes. She remembered the scene when Chuja brought herself to the hospital. He looked anxious. The hint of trepidation in his eyes simply couldn't be faked. Turns out he's still worried about himself. Su Ruoxian thought beautifully in her heart. Chuja frowned. You almost hurt your hamstring, you know? Don't be so reckless in the future. Su Ruoxian said. Are you concerned about me? Chuja frowned. I'm just giving you my advice. Seeing Chuja's cold face, Su Ruoxian froze a little. She didn't know why Chuja was suddenly cold to her. Su Ruoxian was full of doubts. Just then the door to the room opened and Su Xian walked over quickly. What happened? How did you get hurt? Chuja briefly talked about what happened, then turned to Su Xian and said, You look after her for a bit. I still have things to do. There's no time to stay here. Su Xian hurriedly said, All right, I'll take care of this place. You go and get busy with yours. Seeing that Chuja was going to leave, Su Xian looked a little happy, as if she was afraid that Chuja would stay here. Chuja ignored Su Ruoxian's retentive eyes and walked out of the room. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja, who walked out of the hospital room without hesitation, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She seemed to see dislike on Chuja's face. But why? Unfortunately, no one had an answer for her. At this time, in a hidden corner, Xiao Han looked at the person across from him with a grimace. What's going on? How could you get the wrong person? The man said, somewhat breathlessly, Who would have thought that guy would switch cars in the dead center of our surveillance? What now? What to do? Already beat the grass to scare the snakes. We all have to withdraw. Otherwise, if we let the Su family or others know about it, we'll be completely finished. You'll see to the rest. The family won't be able to help you. That's when the man's phone suddenly rang. The man's face steeply turned ugly. He picked up the phone and listened to the call. His face turned pale. What's wrong? Xiao Han asked. Snapping, the man slammed Xiao Han's face. Damn it. It's all because of you, stupid ass. We were even targeted by the Shui family. Why didn't you say that he was related to the Shui family? The man's eyes were crimson. Xiao Han looked stagnant, did not know what to think of a cold shiver all over his body. The man hurried toward the door. Xiao Han froze for a moment. He returned to his quarters in a daze. The Shui family? The Shui family? How did he get connected to the Shui family? What kind of person is the Shui family? How could they care so much about him, a mud-blood? Xiao Han couldn't figure it out. If he had known that Chuja was so important to the Shui family, how would he have dared to move against Chuja? Even if you want to move, Chuja will not be in such a hurry. You also have to do everything right. I don't know how long it took, but the door to the room opened and the assistant walked in at that moment. It's really been a hell of a day. I've seen several car accidents along the way. I heard that there was a car accident on the viaduct, and a Chinese bus with 12 people on it couldn't dodge the guardrail and fell into the river. Xiao Han's face turned pale at his words. He panicked and turned on the TV. Sure enough, I saw the news on TV. When he saw the scene of the crash, and the man in the ducktail hat, his whole body went limp on the couch. Honey, what's wrong with you? Xiao Han's assistant asked with concern. Xiao Han muttered, It's over. It's all over. This was at the highway bridge. A man walked up to the ducktail and grunted as he watched the other man twitch in the car. Then the man looked to the phone left next to him. He picked up the phone and saw that first number, just a few minutes ago. They still have accomplices, the man muttered. Chuja was sitting in his office at the moment with a cloudy face. At a certain moment he picked up the phone and called out, Director phone. This is Chuja. Chuja what's the matter you say? Feng Guan was visibly happy. Director Feng, this call is to say sorry. I don't want to participate in this movie shoot. Sorry. Chuja said. Director Feng was anxious when he heard this. Why is this? You don't know how good the effect of your set photo is this time. This must be a hit. Chuja's eyes sunk slightly. Director Feng, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble because of my personal reasons, but I still insist on withdrawing from this shoot. Chuja snapped and hung up the phone. Shortly after the phone hung up, it rang again, this time from Chin's mother. Chuja helplessly sighed or connect no matter what Chin mother said or asked. Chuja still the same words, no longer involved in the movie. Mother Chin said helplessly, well, it seems that you're determined. It's just that it's really a shame to waste this opportunity. Chuja shook his head. He wasn't really interested in this shoot in the first place. To him, it wasn't even a shame. Chuja got up and came to his house, and just as he entered the house, he saw Chu Shui learning the piano. Chuja said, Shui, school is about to start. I want to go back home and bring our parents over. Chu Shui sniffed and immediately came to Chuja's side and said, I'll go back too. Okay, we're leaving now. After simply packing up, Chuja took Chu Shui and drove towards his old home. When Nanshu and Su Jie received the call, Chuja was already on the highway. Okay. Without further ado, I'm hanging up. Chuja hung up the phone. Across the table, Su Jie scratched his head. What's the rush to get back? Chu Shui looked at the silent Chuja on the road and said, Brother, what's wrong with you? Is there something on your mind? No. I was just thinking that man really is a complex creature. Chu Shui cocked her head, wondering where the exclamation had come from. But hearing that just now my brother called both Nanshu to Suwon, so the relationship between them should be fine, then there is no big problem. Brother, go back after you and sister-in-law things I'm afraid can't hide. Even if you hide a moment, wait until dad and mom to come to Beijing see you and sister-in-law. Su do not live together will certainly be suspicious. Chuja said. Then it's good to tell them. They'll have to face it after all. Chu Shui stopped talking. At this point she really didn't know who was right and who was wrong. If it was anything else it would be fine, but the sister-in-law made a fundamental mistake. That won't help. It's just that if sister-in-law really likes that person, why is she being so nice to herself again and is also very attached to her brother? Chu Shui really couldn't figure it out. Chapter 116 Su Ruoxian's Loss. Hospitals. Su Ruoxian's eyes looked at the door again. And there was no movement there. Not a peep for 2 days, not a peep since the man left. Just then there were footsteps in the doorway. Su Ruoxian's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was coming towards her room, and she had seen a figure standing in the doorway. The corner of Su Ruoxian's mouth hung up in a smile. The door to the room opened, but she saw Xiao Han's face. The surprise on Su Ruoxian's face became stiff. Ruoxian, why didn't you inform me when something so big happened? Xiao Han came forward attentively. He came to Su Ruoxian's hospital bed. His eyes attached with deep emotion as he looked at Su Ruoxian. Tsk tisk. It's still really a groom's love. Su Xian walked out from the door at this time. She had just gone to check out of the hospital and came back to see this. Xiao Han smiled, a shy smile on his face as he sniffed. Simply an innocent big boy. Su Xian bristled. This set of tricks was fine to fool those clueless little girls. Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han at this time and said with displeased eyes, Who told you? Xiao Han froze. I'm the one who told him. Su Xian, who was next to him, suddenly spoke up. Su Ruoxian looked at Su Xian unhappily. I want you to be nosy. Su Xian snorted coldly and said, Why don't you know what's good for you? I'm not thinking of letting you guys cultivate your feelings. Need you to worry blindly? Su Ruoxian looked at Su Xian with annoyance. Su Xian coldly grunted and didn't say anything. She did it on purpose. Xiao Han's face was slightly embarrassed at this moment. Only slightly, of course. Ruoxian, you should have told me earlier. Xiao Han said with deep emotion. I'm fine. I can be discharged now. Su Ruoxian's face was lost as she got up and got out of bed. Xiao Han rushed forward to assist him. Su Ruoxian dodged Xiao Han's hand and said, No, I can do it myself. In fact, what she hurt would not have been serious enough to keep her from being hospitalized. But she wanted to wait for someone. But unfortunately that person never came, but waited for Xiao Han. Xiao Han's face became a bit ugly at this time. Su Xian, who was next to him, looked amused. When he walked out of the hospital, director phone called and asked if Su Ruoxian could come over tomorrow to shoot the movie. Su Ruoxian said, Director Feng, I will definitely be there tomorrow. Thinking that she would be able to see that person tomorrow, the corners of Su Ruoxian's mouth revealed another smile. Next to him, Xiao Han's mouth flashed a cold smile when he saw this. He already knew about Chulchul's withdrawal from the shoot, but he wouldn't tell Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian didn't pay attention to Xiao Han and drove away by herself. Su Xian would even less care about Xiao Han, not even greeted himself and left. Only Xiao Han was left standing there with a cloudy face. The next day Su Ruoxian went to the set early. Her eyes scanned around, but she didn't see the figure she wanted to see. Just then, a youth next to him walked towards Su Ruoxian. Hello, I'm Song Luang, the male lead this time. You must be Mr. Su. It's a pleasure to meet you. The man opened his mouth. Su Ruoxian looked towards the visitor, only to see that the visitor was a very handsome man with a graceful demeanor and a handsome face. Su Ruoxian froze for a moment. You said you're the male lead? Song Lang said, Yes. Didn't Director Feng give you a word? At this time, Director Feng came over and said, Mr. Su, you're finally here. Let's start filming when everyone is here. Su Ruoxian frowned at the sealed guide and said, Where's Chuzha? Director Feng froze. Huh, you don't know? Chuzha pulled out of this shoot, didn't he tell you about it? Su Ruoxian stiffened at her words. He quit. She hurriedly called Chuzha, but the phone went through, just no one answered. She put the phone down in dismay. Director Feng looked at Su Ruoxian somewhat strangely and said, I thought you knew. That's why I called you yesterday if you could come. Su Ruoxian's body shook a little as she stood steady and said, Director Feng. Director Feng hurriedly said, Mr. Su, you can't quit, or else where would I get in to find the female lead? Even if I do, it's too late. Besides Song Lang, he said in a gentle manner at this time, Mr. Su, your temperament and appearance are too suitable for the role this time. It would be a real pity if you quit. At this time, Xiao Han, who was next to him, also voiced out, Ruoxian, Director Feng's works are very sought after. It would be a real pity to miss them. Director Feng said at this time, Mr. Su, as long as you agree to this shooting, I promise to personally direct a work for your entertainment company. Xiao Han sniffed with some excitement. This time he's not the hero, but next time he'll definitely be the hero. Ruoxian, Director Feng personally agreed. This is a difficult opportunity, Xiao Han said. Song Lang, who was next to him, couldn't help but see a hint of fire flashing in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Su Ruoxian, who was standing in a pavilion. Mr. Su, if we work well together this time, I will also consider joining your entertainment company, Song Lang said. Aya. Song Lang is a rare and excellent artist. With him joining, I'm sure your company will be able to go to the next level, Mr. Su. Director Feng said enviously from the side. In the end, Su Ruoxian nodded. All right. Song Lang smiled at the corners of his mouth. The movie was shot as usual, but Director Feng could no longer find the feeling of shooting when Chuzha was there. Song Wang is good on the outside, but he doesn't seem to know anything about music. Someone beside him said, It's not the music thing. I've always felt that he's missing so much. I can't say which exactly, but anyway, Chuzha is perfect for it. Another person spoke up. Okay. It's much better than Xiao Han. Song Lang is also considered a top artist in that line of people anyways. The break. Su Ruoxian sat next to him a little dazed. Song Lang came to the front with a cup of coffee. Mr. Su, have a cup of coffee. Su Ruoxian said, Thank you. Song Lang smiled, making his handsome face appear more approachable. Mr. Su, your temperament is the best among the people I've seen. I'm sure that if you were an entertainer, you'd be one of the top ones. Su Ruoxian said, I don't have any plans to be an entertainer. Song Lang said, Me too. I actually have my own career, and I'm purely doing Director Feng a favor with this shoot. Oh. Su Ruoxian became interested in Song Lang. Chapter 117 Su Xian is also called Su. Through conversation, Su Ruoxian realized that Song Lang was actually a member of the Song family in Lingxing City. The Song family was considered to be a powerful family, and Song Lang was undoubtedly the most outstanding that heir. Under his personal umbrella are 3 companies worth billions. Of course, this was all revealed by Song Lang intentionally or unintentionally. Unlike Xiao Han, Song Lang and Su Ruoxian, who also came from noble backgrounds, had too much to talk about. From afar, Xiao Han's eyes were gloomy as he watched Su Ruoxian and Song Lang joking around. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to Su Ruoxian's place, but he realized that Su Ruoxian was a bit displeased with him now, and he would only be asking for trouble if he went now. Damn it! Xiao Han's palms clenched. I thought that Chuzha would not come, the male lead would be his, but I didn't expect that Director Feng just found another person who wouldn't even let him go as the male lead. He even hates Director Feng now. Xiao Han pressed down the hatred in his heart and picked up a cup of tea towards Su Ruoxian's direction. Trudger stayed at home for a few days. During this time, naturally, he also talked about the matter with Su Ruoxian. Was expecting to be met with a burst of mixed doubles. But the parents reacted strangely. They seemed very calm, and the mother said nothing but a sigh. Just leave it. I could see right away that you and her are not suitable. Chu's father said in a muffled voice. Chu's mother also said, your father is right. The gap between our two families is really a bit big. But since we are divorced, we don't owe people. What should be paid back is paid back, okay? Chuzha said, don't worry. I'll pay it back. Father Chu said, that's good. Our old Chu family can't be the kind of villain that takes advantage. There's nothing left to say once things are out in the open. Taking advantage of the fall harvest, there are still a few days. Chuzha took his parents back to the capital C. Come to the house he bought. Chu's father looked straight frowning. Chu Shui said, Dad, you don't like it? This is afraid of quite a lot of money, right? You also really buy a smaller on the line, so big is not a waste? Chu mother said. Chuzha hurriedly explained, Mom, this can't be said to be bought. Anyway, the situation inside is a bit complicated. I will buy a smaller house and then move out. This house is for Asuka to be able to enroll in school and use it temporarily. Although nominally bought, it's actually rented. Chu's father and mother sniffed, which made them a little more relaxed. After packing up his things, the phone suddenly rang. It was Su Xian's. Trudger connects. Yes, I'm back. You want to come up? Okay, I'll open the door for you, Chuzha said. Next to her, Chu Shui said, is it Sister Su Xian? Well, go open the door and let your sister Su Xian in. Chu Shui hurriedly went to open the door. These days she learns piano. Su Xian has helped a lot. She likes Su Xian very much now. Su Xian was dressed formally and demurely. There was also a lot of stuff in his hands. She used to be very casual, but this time, she actually looked a little nervous as she greeted Chu's father and mother. Hello, aunt and uncle. I'm Su Xian, and I'm also Zhi's partner. Girl, quickly sit. Chu mother hurriedly let Su Xian in. How old is the girl? Mother Chu was happy to look at Su Xian. Su Xian blushed. I'm 26. Chu's mother said. Our family Chuzha is 23 this year. Chu Shui covered her mouth and said, Mom, you're not going to say that women hold gold bricks, are you? Su Xian's ears went red as she hurriedly said, Auntie and uncle, I've brought you a little gift this time. I hope you like it. Chu's mother said, what kind of gift is this child bringing? We can't accept it. Chuzha took a look at it. Really wasn't anything very expensive. Mostly some individual nutrients and supplements. So he opened his mouth and said, take it. Su Xian is not an outsider. Su Xian's entire body looked bright when she heard Chuzha say that. That's right. I'm not an outsider. You just treat me as your own daughter. Chuzha watched Su Xian talk to her parents from the side. Hearing his parents laugh, Chuzha smiled back. When Su Xian was leaving, Chu mother gave Su Xian a big bag of dates. Su Xian happily took it and even raised an eyebrow at Chuzha as he went out the door. After Su Xian left, Chu's mother said, Zha, this girl is good. And you're still a partner? It's like a door-to-door match. Chuzha shook his head. Next to her, Chu Shui sighed and said, I knew that's what you thought, Mom. What's wrong? Su Xian is also surnamed Su, Chu Shui said. Chu's mother's face stiffened slightly at her words. That's right. Blood sisters, blood cousins, Chu Shui said. The smile on Chu's mother's face was gone when she heard this. Such an excellent person would definitely not be able to look at her own son. Pity. Chu's mother's interest was a bit low. Father Chu said, all right, my son has his measure, so don't worry blindly. Chu's mother sighed. After packing up, Chuzha returned to his room. To be honest, he hadn't really lived here for more than a few days. Took a shower, came out and went to the cabinet and opened it. But he was shocked to find that there were girls' clothes in the cabinet, and the style looked like Su Xian's. Chuzha was a bit dumbfounded. So this room used to be lived in by Su Xian and didn't even take anything away. Looking at those cool underwear, Chuzha blushed a little. Closed the locker in a hurry. Wanted to say something to Su Xian, but thought better of it. He couldn't stay long anyway. Su Xian was downstairs at this time. lying on the bed and looking at the roof of the building's location blushing. Her ears recalled Chuja's line about not being an outsider, and she covered her burning face with a pillow. Bah! Who's not an outsider with you anymore? The muffled voice came from under the pillow. Everything seems to be back on track. Soo Exyon is really preparing an entertainment company, and he signed over those 2 female artists who had terminated their contracts with Soo Ruoshian. I don't know how Soo Exyon talked them into it. These 2 artists Chuja also met. The image is good. The key song is good. Chuja had an idea for a moment. He didn't have the strength to make a movie now, but releasing music was possible. He talked to Soo Exyon, who certainly didn't have the slightest objection. Chuja hadn't studied music, but it didn't matter. He rummaged through his cell phone to find a number he had saved, but never called. Trudger dialed the phone. Phone call connected. A slightly surprised, flirtatious female voice rang out from the opposite side. Schoolmate, did the sun come out from the west today? You would even take the initiative to call me? Chuja scratched his head awkwardly. Since saving this number, it was the owner of this number who had called him a few times, and he himself has not initiated a single phone call to the other side. Hokage, don't tease me. LOL, you're definitely calling me for something. Tell you what, Red Rose Cafe? I'll meet you there. Okay, I'll go over there now, Chuja promised. Arriving at the Red Rose Cafe, he saw at once a sensual beauty sitting there next to the window. The other man was wearing glasses and his body was leaning lazily against the back of the chair, attracting the attention of most of the people next to him. She was the older sister who had invited him into the music club in the first place, and her name was Lu Jing. Chapter 118. Soo Exyon was kidnapped. Hokage! Chuja came to follow and greeted. Lu Jing looked up at Chuja. A trace of color flashed in her eyes. School brother, some days do not see the elegance is even better than in the past. Chuja, who is now a big boss, has lost that youthfulness from school. The whole thing looked more and more confident. Thank you, senior sister, for the compliment, Chuja said. Come on. I'm not complimenting you. I'm just being honest. Tell me, what's it to me? I want senior sister to be the music director of my company. I don't know if you're interested. Music director? You run a company? Yes, to be exact. It was me and Soo Exyon of the Soo family who opened it together, Chuja said. Chuja said, I wonder what you're doing now, senior sister? Me? I'm free now, helping out with songs and stuff when I'm free. Chuja said, then can senior sister come over and help me? I'll give senior sister 10% of your shares. Lu Jing sniffed slightly. You're giving me shares? You are generous. Chuja said, no, I'm still too stingy. With senior sister's ability can deserve more. Of course giving shares has my selfishness. Selfishness. Lu Jing attached herself to Chuja and exhaled. Are you trying to plot against me? Chuja blushed. No, absolutely nothing. Lu Jing skimmed her sexy lips. What's your hurry? I didn't say I won't give you a chance. Chuja shook his head and said, my selfishness is that I want to hold on to a great talent like senior sister. No matter how I say it, I've earned it. Lu Jing said, yes, I'll let you catch it if you open your mouth. I'll let you catch it any way you want. When do I go to work? Anytime. I can show senior sister around the company today, Chuja said excitedly. All right, you wait for a while, I'll go to the restroom. Then we'll head out. Lu Jing got up and then walked towards the side. Coming to a secluded place, Lu Jing took out her cell phone and dialed a call out. Mr. Zhang, it's me. Thanks for the invitation. I won't be coming to your place. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Do you think 1 million a year is too low? I can raise the money, how about 2 million a year? It's not about money. I have a more suitable job. Lu Jing opened her mouth. She hung up the phone, then walked in the direction of Chuja. Chuja, let's go. She bent over slightly to give a playful smile in Chuja's direction. Arriving at the entertainment company, Soo Exyon also met Lu Jing. She was slightly wary. Lu Jing instead looked at Soo Exyon meaningfully. After the pleasantries, it was Soo Exyon who gave a detailed introduction of their company. It is a media, film, and television company. $5 million in registered capital. Arriving at the recording studio, Lu Jing saw 2 artists recording songs. One of the songs is clearly the end song of the movie that Chuja made. At this moment, when it was sung by this artist called Alan, it seemed extraordinarily melodious. Lu Jing looked at Chuja and said, you know what, senior? It's really my regret that you didn't enter the music club in the beginning. Chuja said, I'm a few kilograms, I know myself. I'm nothing in front of my sister. Lu Jing covered her mouth and laughed softly in a flavorful manner. January passed quickly. The entertainment company was soon on track under the auspices of Lu Jing. Several new songs were released in quick succession. In time, Yang Lan and Chun Lu became popular female singers. How could Yang Lan and Chun Lu have never imagined that Chuzha had judged their potential in music just by meeting them once? Now they were simply convinced of Chuzha. It was different from Xiao Han moving against them. Chuzha and the girls were much more distant. Now that Chuzha was able to speak a couple more words with them, they felt that they already had a luxury. Aside from the music side of things, the gameplay side of things is coming along nicely. Desperate Escape was well received on the shelves and became a top 5 game in the charts with Ace of Honor for a while. Not only that, but the advantage of having Kyohai University at your back began to emerge. Not only are the games at your disposal, but the talent is also at your disposal, with all sorts of whimsical ideas abounding. Other people are thinking of copying the Chuzha set. Unfortunately, they all failed. Why? Because of Chuzha's $2 million. That $2 million to buy out Desperate Escape played a kind of 1,000 gold to buy a horse's bones. Plus Chuzha's status of being from Kyunghei University. Those Jinghai students are more willing to believe Chuzha. Something to Chuzha is not worried about being obscured. As long as your stuff is good and your ideas are good, there is absolutely nothing wrong with the price. Office at this time. Chuzha looked at Su Xian next to him and said, "Based on the current situation, our company must expand." Expand? Su Xian snapped out of her dumbfounded state of looking at Chuzha. At first, she was afraid that Chuzha had moved on to something with Lu Jing. But this month down, she was relieved. Chuzha to Lu Jing is a simple schoolmate-to-schoolmate relationship. There is not the slightest transgression. Even the conversations were about professional issues, rarely about each other's personal matters. Chuzha looked up at Su Xian at this time and said, "Of course. How can I reach that goal you mentioned without expanding? The target I mentioned?" Su Xian mused for a moment, then instantly remembered that she had told Chuzha to use this company to suppress the Li family. Turns out he really listened and did the same thing. Su Xian felt a warm current deep in her heart fill her body at this time, causing her to tremble a little. The eyes that looked at Chuzha became infatuated. Luckily, Chuzha was looking down at the documents and didn't notice Su Xian's abnormality. Su Xian managed to collect her emotions, then said, "You're the boss, do whatever you say." Chuzha looked at his watch at this time and said, "It's getting late. It's time to get off work. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Chuzha walked out of the office. Su Xian also followed out and said, "Do you want to have dinner together?" Chuzha said, "No, I do have something today." It was Friday, and he was planning to go to Sister Evening's place. Thinking of Sister Evening, he was surprisingly a little impatient. Sushin said, "Okay," just a slightly lost look on his face. Chuzha came to the car. A touch of the pocket unexpectedly forgot to bring the key. He slapped his forehead and headed back toward the office. He came to the door but suddenly found Su Xian's bag left on the floor. Chuzha froze, then turned his head to look around. Then his pupils shrunk slightly. He unexpectedly saw another shoe not far away, Su Xian's. A bad feeling gripped him. He ran quickly in that direction, all the way down to the underground parking lot. He saw a man not far from him framing a woman in a flash. The woman's figure resembled Su Xian. Chuzha ran wildly over there. He finally arrived before the man dragged Su Xian to the car and kicked the man out, then wrapped his arms around the limp Su Xian. Su Xian? Su Xian? Chuzha was a little anxious. Just then he felt a bad wind coming from behind him. Chapter 119. Next time I'll call you. Chuzha subconsciously lunged forward. But then he felt a pain in his shoulder. He whipped his head around to see a guy in a mask swinging a steel pipe at him again. Chuzha stumbles over his opponent's legs with a nice leg kick. Then he got up and snatched the pipe with one hand. "Say, who sent you?" Just then there was another attack from behind, and Chuzha hastily dodged it. The two men took the opportunity to get in the car and sprinted off with a kick of the gas. Chuzha memorized their license plate number and immediately called the police. Chuzha's face was gloomy. The other side is not going to play by the rules. The first thing he suspects is that Liping, perhaps, has something to do with his own company. Lipin lost money for 2 years while he was with the company. And now, according to Chuzha's estimation, the company's profit for the next year is a full $100 million, which is a profit. It is entirely possible that Li Ping's heart is unbalanced and annoyed to do a little something. Su Exine woke up and cried out in terror. Flailing her arms and legs, Chuzha hurriedly went forward and said, Su Exine. Su Exine is fine. It's fine. Seeing Chuzha sitting right next to her, Su Exine violently hugged Chuzha to her body trembling a little. Chuzha hugged Su Exine and patted her back. It's okay, it's okay. At this time the door to the room opened and Su Exine's father, Suze, hurriedly walked in. Seeing this scene, Su Exine's father's face froze. Suzy instead swept his eyes playfully over Chuzha's face. Chuzha was a little embarrassed and tried to push Su Exine away, but he was held by Su Exine to death. Su Exine's mother came in and saw this and hurriedly went forward. Exiner, Exiner. Su Exine twisted her head to look at her mother, her face a little flushed, but she still wouldn't let go. Su Exine's father said, Su Exine, I have something to say to Chuzha. You let go first. Only then did Su Exine unwillingly let go of Chuzha. Following Su Exine's father out, Su Exine's father's face turned blue. Thanks for this time. It should be, Chuzha said. Any idea what the other guy is? I'm just guessing, Chuzha said. The Li family? Su Exine's father said. Chuzha acquiesced. Humph. Bullying again and again. Really thinking that my Su family is a soft target. Su Exine's father was somewhat annoyed. In the end, he didn't care how the Su family decided to retaliate against the Li family. But after this, I'm sure the Li family will be at peace for a few days. The Su family is not a loser. At this time, Chuzha saw Yu coming from the distance. Officer Yu? Chuzha, based on the clues you provided, we've locked in the suspects, and if we're not mistaken, one of them is suspected of smuggling drugs and is a repeat offender. So no arrests yet? We have our plans, this time. Don't worry. We will absolutely wipe out the other side, Yu said. How is Su Exine? Yu asked. She and Su Exine had also been classmates, so it made sense for her to come and visit. Waking up, you want to go check it out? Of course. I still have some evidence to collect. The more detailed the better, Yu said. Then let Officer Yu take more trouble. Su Exine's father beside him also said. This is what we should do. Uncle don't need to be polite with me, Yu said. Just as Yu was about to leave, Chuzha instantly pulled Yu's arm. Yu looked at Chuzha suspiciously. Chuzha said, Let's go outside and talk. Not knowing what Chuzha had said, Yu's footsteps were a bit hurried as she left. Chuzha's eyes were haunted as he saw Yu walk away. Suwon also got the news that Su Exine was attacked. She's angry. Go and reveal some of the nasty things that Li family thing did to the police. Whether he did it or not, I won't let him get away with it, Suwon commanded. And how's that thing you were told to look into coming along? Miss, that car accident thing was very weird. Our people just got a little clue that person died. The other party is very cautious. We now rummage through the Jinghai without finding any clues. Being so cautious, there are no clues after rummaging through the Jinghai. Then they just withdrew from the Jinghai to go, Humph. Nail Xiaohan for me. Yes. The man respectfully retreated. Suwon returned to the hut she rented with Chuzha. Entering the door to find Chuzha back, her face showed surprise. You're back. Suwon pounced on Chuzha's side, hugging one of his arms. Chuzha seemed to be used to Suwon's style and didn't feel anything wrong. A little tired and wanted to come back for a big nap, Chuzha said. It had been a thrilling day, and he was exhausted. And got a stick, didn't feel anything at the time, now I feel some pain. Okay, you rest. I'll cook for you and yell at you when it's done, Suwon said. Chuzha went into the bathroom to take a shower. But soon embarrassment set in, and he realized that he couldn't lift his arms a bit. Casually flushed Chuzha is really not wearing a top. Then he walked out naked. Suwon blushed at the sight, but quickly noticed the injury on Chuzha's arm. She exclaimed, You're hurt. Chuzha said, A small matter, just take a rest. I'll give you medicine, you sit down. No, you get down and I'll rub you again, Suwon said. Seeing Suwon's worried look, Chuzha said, Okay, you rub it for me. Trudger flopped down on the couch. Suwon took out the medical kit to give Chuzha medicine. Then rubbing his hands together, he began to massage Chuzha. Chuzha only felt a soft body lying on his back. But he could not rise to refuse, and without realizing it, he fell asleep. Suwon saw Chuzha fall asleep after she quietly lay on his back. The corner of her mouth hung up a smile. The next day, Chuzha found himself waking up from his own bed. It seems vaguely like it must be fake. Going out the door, he saw Nanshu's busy figure in the kitchen. Nanshu. Nanshu saw Chuja waking up and said, "You're awake? Quickly eat some rice. You didn't even eat yesterday. Where's Suwon?" Nanshu blushed and said, "Suwon hasn't woken up yet. She slept late yesterday." Chuja nodded, and after eating, his shoulder felt much better. Just get ready to go to the office. Only after seeing Chuja leave did Suwon's room door quietly open. Suwon walked out with a red face. Nanshu snorted coldly and said, "What? Now you know to be shy. Did you eat him up yesterday when I came home a little late?" Suwon lowered her head and buried her cheek amongst the greatness of her chest. Thinking of that hot scene yesterday, Nanshu herself blushed. Suwon said, "Big deal. I'll call you next time." Nanshu grunted but didn't say anything. A hint of cunning appeared on Suwon's face. Chuja went to the game company first and saw that everything was normal under Suje's management. He was relieved. Suje's progress was still great. Coupled with the fact that both Yuxing and Gungtan, the two technical gurus, are both alumni of Jinghai, it is true that nothing major will occur. Happily, they have started to make a profit, which is a happy thing. Then he made a call to Su Xian, and he was relieved to know that Su Xian had been picked up to recuperate at home. Chapter 120. Nanshu Family Matters. Chuja returned to Nanshu here. Just entering the company, I felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Some people looked in the direction of Nanshu's office and whispered. Chuja frowned as he walked quickly in the direction of Nanshu's office. Coming to the office door, he heard a snarky voice. "Nanshu Kana, you use such a high-grade office but have no money to pay our living expenses. You are simply a white-eyed wolf. Ah, that's right, not even giving me the money to buy a car. Mom, what's the point of you taking her in the first place? In the end, it's not your own." A frivolous male voice rang out. Nanshu said, "You know very well whether I am a white-eyed wolf or not. But would you have taken me in? If you weren't fighting for my mom's compensation, would you have raised me? That's $1 million from decades ago. Any family would be out of poverty. But what about you? Our good aunt, you lost it all gambling. You lost and came back to beat me up. Have I wronged you? If your son wants a car, you give it to him. Why do you come to me? Am I his mother? Or am I supposed to support him? He can't go out and earn money without arms and legs." Nanshu, listen to what you're saying. Asking me to go out and earn money? Are you trying to tire me out? The woman also said, "That's right. Your brother hasn't suffered since he was a child. You're really hard-hearted to let your brothers go out to work?" Nanshu laughed in anger. "So I deserve to go out and work? So I deserve to support your family? It would have been. Okay, I can raise it, so now you give me my mother's compensation, and the $800,000 I gave you before and after the other day. You white-eyed wolf. Raised you for nothing, want money no way. Tell you you're not married now. I'm still your guardian. You raised me just as you should. Che, you have your own daughter, your own son, and you won't let them raise them, so you'll let me? Are you really good enough to do that? I miss your goodness. I can give you pocket money, but you shouldn't give an inch. Aya. You this heartless. Everyone come to see. Ah. I raised a white-eyed wolf. Ah. Son, go open the door to the house. I want everyone to know her true colors." "Yes, mother." The boy came toward the door. The door to the house opened, and as soon as he looked up, he was greeted by Chuja's grim face. "Who are you?" Chuja walked into the house with a gloomy face, and he looked over at Nanshu, noticing that Nanshu's hair and clothes were a bit messy. Then he looked at the woman again. The woman had a sour look on her face, and when she saw Chuja come in, she said, "Who are you?" "I am the owner of this place. You have interfered with my normal work. Please get out." Chuja was tall, and he blocked Nanshu behind him to face the woman and the woman's son directly. Looking at Chuja's gloomy face, the woman's eyes flickered a little. "I'm Nanshu's aunt. Looking for Nanshu for something." The woman said, "Medicine. Go find the security guards. When did our company allow unrelated people to enter at will?" Chuja moved to anger. "Okay, boss." Pill, who had just appeared at the door, rushed to the security guard. Chuja said again at this time, "If you don't leave, I'll call the police." No, let's go." The woman was a little anxious at the alarm. Chuja's eyes narrowed slightly and he didn't say anything. The woman left with her son in a hurry. Only then did Chuja turn his head to look at Nanshu. Nanshu's eyes reddened. "I'm sorry for making you look at the joke." Chuja said, "Don't say that. Every family has a difficult experience. Have you figured out how to handle it? Giving money is impossible. I know her character too well. As long as his get his hands on the first time, there will be countless times. This mouth can't be opened. I should give what I have given, I don't owe them, Nanshu said. Good. I'll support you no matter what you do. Chuja patted Nanshu's shoulder. Nanshu blushed a little. She hastily straightened her clothes. Chuja walked out of Nanshu's office. Medicine followed. What's wrong? Chuja asked. Medicine Pill said, Boss, there's actually a way to completely resolve the matter of Nanshu. What? Marriage? You and Nanshu get married, she is your person. Nanshu has a new home, can they still take Nanshu is not married? Chuja coughed twice. Don't be ridiculous. Nanshu and I are just co-workers. Pill cut out. Chuja, you're so heartless. Chuja rolled his eyes. I'm the boss when I use it, and I'm Chuja when I don't. Medicine and Nanshu were in the same class, so naturally they were also in the same class as Chuja. They were classmates with each other, and there wasn't the slightest problem with Medicine calling out Chuja's name. After Medicine left, Chuja fell into deep thought. And over here, Medicine Pill also came to Nanshu. Shoo. I have a way for you to get rid of that aunt of yours, do you want to do it? What a way? Medicine muttered something in Nanshu's ear. Yikes! Nanshu's face reddened vacantly. Medicine he strange laugh. Opportunities are grasped by oneself. What are you afraid of? Nanshu said, Ignore you, you female rascal. At this time outside the company, the woman with her own son looked at Nanshu's company and gnashed her teeth. Mother, what should we do if she doesn't pay? My date is going to be yellow with me.
知道了，我们就在这里等着，我看他出不出门。
The two of them squatted right in front of the door of the office building that Chuja had rented. Chuja shook his head breathlessly as he saw this scene from his office window. Don't they know the building has 2 doors? No wonder Nanshu didn't want to go home on New Year's Eve. What's the point of going back to this kind of home? Looked at the time, it was almost noon. Chuja called up Nanshu and said, Let's go. Go out with me for a spin. Nanshu naturally agreed. Chuja drove Nanshu out the back door of the building. Came to the factory. Nowadays, the shipment volume of Samyatang seasoning is steadily increasing, vaguely occupying about 10% of the market. Don't underestimate this 10%. It shows that his Samyatang has been recognized as a top 10 brand in the seasoning industry. Nanshu has his own office here too. Walking into the office, Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief. Chuja said, Nanshu, have you thought about finding a date as soon as possible? Nanshu's face changed slightly as he looked up at Chuja. What are you trying to say? Chuja shook his head and said, In fact, there is one thing your aunt is right, that is, you do not get married for a day, you are her family. She looked for you to ask for money justified. I think if you have a favorite person can first look around, to be able to get married would be better. Nanshu's face grimaced. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. Chuja also closed his mouth when he saw this. Nanshu looked at Chuja with an exasperated look, then took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet and said, I'm in a bad mood, drink with me. This. Chuja has difficulties. Chapter 121 Nanshu's Adversary Scales. Chuja finally compromised. All right, it's noon. It's time to eat. I'll go buy a few dishes and come back. No, the cafeteria's fine. I'll have it delivered. Nanshu poured Chuja a drink. Chuja took a stiff sip. A short while later, someone brought the food over, the cafeteria chef. Nanshu, just say what you want to eat, the cafeteria master said. That's quite all right. You old man, go about your business. Okay. The cafeteria master left. They are a chain of restaurants, it should not be too easy to find a few chefs to cook in the factory. Nanshu got up and closed the door to his room. Then he turned around and sat across from Chuja and said, Let's continue. Chuja frowned. I'll drink if you don't. Nanshu took a big sip. Chuja was a bit speechless. He hadn't thought that Nanshu's ability to drink was so good. Unconsciously, Chuja was a bit confused even though he drank less. He saw Nanshu walking towards him in style, then held him close. Chuja tried to push Nanshu away, but the hand that launched out landed gently on her back. Nanshu is crying. Chuja just hugged her like he was coaxing a child. Finally, he simply took her across his arms. It wasn't until Nanshu fell asleep that he placed Nanshu on the cot next to him. He let out a helpless sigh, not realizing that the always strong and spirited Nanshu also had such a vulnerable moment. Tilting his head back and drinking the wine in his cup, Chuja was also a bit drunk. Then he lay down on the couch and fell asleep as well. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was lying on the bed. He was slightly startled and turned his head just in time to see Nanshu walking in from the doorway. You're awake. Nanshu's voice was gentle. Have I slept long? How did I sleep here? Chuja was puzzled. You're really bad at drinking, Nanshu said. Chuja got up and looked at Nanshu, and after a while suddenly said, I didn't do anything to you, did I? Nanshu said suspiciously, What do you want to do to me? No, nothing. Chuja blushed a little. I really didn't do anything to you? Oops, no. Nanshu said loudly like she was hiding something. He didn't see that Nanshu's ears were also red at that moment. Chuja looked out at the sky. It was almost evening. Come on, we should go back. Chuja got up and walked towards the door. Nanshu hurriedly followed. Nanshu followed behind Chuja, quietly watching him. Suddenly she smiled, her eyes becoming more determined than ever. Everything seemed to return to normal. Only Nanshu's aunt remained at the company's downstairs. Nanshu stood at the heel of the office window watching them. Suddenly she saw the mother and son intercepting Chulchul's car. Although it didn't go well, Chuja seemed to have wasted some words before leaving. Nanshu's eyes became steeply stern. In a cold tone, he said, You can do whatever you want to me, but you shouldn't target him, no one. She walked quickly down the stairs to them. Seeing Nanshu come out, the woman's eyes lit up. Nanshu, you white-eyed wolf still knows to come out. I tell you, if you don't pay the money, we'll sue you. Nanshu suddenly laughed as she pulled out her cell phone and made a call. Hello? I want to call the police. The woman panicked at that. What do you want? Nanshu said playfully. Don't you know what I want to do? The woman's eyes flashed. Who knows what you want to come up with? Tell you what, I'm not afraid even if you call the police. Yeah. Well, tell that to the police later. You don't really think I didn't do anything just because I didn't show up for 2 days, do you? What do you mean? What do you mean? Auntie, what you did can't really be unknown, right? You cheated someone out of $30,000. Do you want me to give you a closer look at this? The woman's face suddenly turned ugly. Auntie, 2,000 is enough to file a case. 30,000 is enough for a prison sentence. The woman's face turned pale. The young man behind the woman said, Are you talking nonsense? Oh, nonsense? Fine. Then we'll wait for the police to come. Nanshu sneered. Nanshu, what a white-eyed wolf. I worked hard to bring you up and you treat me like this? The woman looked at Nanshu viciously. You know in your heart what you do to me. You say I go to your house, what do I eat? What do I live in? You raise me? I think you are raising a child laborer for free. I am not as good as a dog in your house. You take my mother's money that she traded her life for, and this is how you treat me? What kind of nice guy are you pretending to be with me? Nanshu hissed. There were people around who had gathered around, and when they heard Nanshu's words, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This woman is so cruel? You nonsense. You're making false accusations. The woman's son then violently picked up a brick from the nearby flower pool and pointed it at Nanshu. I'm just asking you, are you going to pay or not? No give what? You still want to hit me? If you're capable, come and smash it towards here. Nanshu was going out on a limb today. That youth actually did make a move. Nanshu didn't even move a bit as he watched the brick that smashed over. With a snap, Nanshu fell in response. Just then, the police car sirens sounded. The woman panicked and ran as soon as she pulled her own son. But someone next to the scene saw it, and we're going to let them give it a run for their money. This is intentional injury. Looking at Nanshu's appearance, maybe the person is gone. He attempted murder. Medicine ran out and pointed at the young man, shouting. How could Pill not have expected this scene to happen? Now it's simply exasperated. I'll sue you, and you'll wait until you're in court. Chuja rushed into the hospital like crazy when he got the news. Seeing Nanshu on the hospital bed, he wrapped her in his arms. Nanshu, how are you? Next to her, Yakumo said, Be gentle. Nanshu has a slight concussion. At this time, Nanshu also opened her eyes. Looking at the pale Chuja, she smiled. I'm fine. How is it okay? He's attempted murder, Pill said with some chagrin beside her. If only I had gotten out earlier. Chuja's complexion was gloomy as he called Suwon over. I need a lawyer. I want them to go to jail. Suwon's voice came to. It's been followed up. Don't worry. Just how do you know they've committed a crime? Chuja said. Because they are weak. I said the police. The woman's eyes showed panic. This is not the performance of the weak heart. TSK. They really shouldn't have messed with you, Suwon said. Chuja put down the phone. The reason he hadn't moved was because he had regard for Nanshu. Now that they had even made a move against Nanshu, there was not the slightest bit of affection. Since this was the case, What else would one give them to be polite? Chuja leaned over and touched Nanshu's face, his fingers trembling a little. Seemingly sensing Chuja's alarm, Nanshu reached out and grabbed Chuja's hand and said, "Don't worry. How could I be that stupid? I just did it on purpose. I have a sense of proportion." Chuja said in a deep voice, "Measured my ass." Nanshu was scolded, but a smile appeared on his face and rubbed Chuja's hand on his cheek. Chapter 122. Who is she waiting for? The medicine next to her immediately covered her eyes and got up to leave. "Oops, no eyes." Chuja drew back his hand in slight embarrassment. Nanshu said to Pill at this time, "Pill, you go back first. The company can't do without someone to watch over it." Pill said, "All right, I'll leave you two youngsters alone." Chuja frowned a bit, but didn't retort. After medicine left, he sat down in front of the bed. "In the future, you should consider your own safety when doing things. It's really dangerous for you to do so today," Chuja urged again. Nanshu said, "Seeing that you're so worried about me, I feel that getting hurt is considered worth it." Nanshu extended his hand to Chuja. Chuja subconsciously grabbed her hand. Softly, Chuja said, "What are you saying foolishly? Not to mention you, I would be worried if I were any of the people around me. Don't say anything. Hurry up and get better. The company has a lot of things waiting for you to handle." Nanshu sniffed for a moment, then grunted and turned her head to the side without looking at him. But the hand was not drawn out. Chuja shook his head and didn't say anything when he saw this, only that he subconsciously played with Nanshu's hand, causing Nanshu's face to grow redder and redder. After taking care of Nanshu for a few days, Nanshu was basically well enough to be discharged from the hospital. Chuja insisted that Nanshu stay a few more days. He'd been following the mother and son for the past few days as well. When Suwon came to the hospital, she told him that the attempted murder of the young man was so serious that he was directly sentenced to life imprisonment. Surely the Su family must have contributed to this. The woman's situation was not much better. Not only had she cheated people out of $30,000, but she had even abducted and sold children in her early years. Got in too. Chuja was relieved to hear that. You don't have to be polite with this kind of scum. It's better to let them retire in prison. The day Nanshu was discharged from the hospital, Chuja received a phone call from Director Fong. "Director Fong? Why did you remember to call me?" Director Fong said, "Chuja, I have a banquet here that I want to invite you to." Chuja frowned. "Director Fong, I'm not going to this shoot if I'm not participating in it, right?" Director Fong said, "This is not the same thing as whether you participate in the shooting. After all, you have also worked with me. All cooperation I have invited this time. You do not come can be to my opinion." Chuja smacked his lips and said, "Okay, I'm in." "Haha. Chuja, it's really a pity that you didn't take part in this shooting. The movie was well received. But unfortunately I believe the results would have been better if you were the male lead. But it's really a pity. As a veteran director, he is certainly able to determine whether a production is good or bad. Although Song Lang is good, but it always feels that something is still missing, and the cooperation with Su Ruoxian is not as natural as Chuja. It's that kissing scene at the end that was also deleted because of Su Ruoxian's request. It was just replaced with a godly look at each other. It takes a lot of the infectiousness out of the show. More than once underneath the sealed guide, unfortunately. Hanging up the phone, Nanshu beside him said, "It looks like Director Fong still plans to let you take part in other movies." Chuja shook his head a bit speechless. "You go with me?" "Yes," Nanshu said. Soon it was the day of the feast. Chuja brought Suwon and Nanshu to the venue. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw a familiar figure, Su Ruoxian. He seems to be waiting for someone. From a distance, she could be seen craning her neck to look around. Chuja didn't think he was waiting for him. He led Nanshu and Suwon over. "Mr. Su, are you waiting for someone?" Chuja went forward to greet him. Seeing Chuja, Su Ruoxian's eyes flashed with a bright light. "You're here. Director Fong invited me. It's not good for me not to come." Chuja was slightly helpless. Suwon said at this time, "Who are you waiting for here, sister?" "Xiao Han." Su Ruoxian said, "What am I waiting for him for?" "I'm just waiting for you guys." Chuja froze for a moment, but he was disbelieving. He didn't think he was that important. Suwon also said at this time, "Waiting for us? Sister just loves to joke. It's not certain whether we'll come or not. How could you think of waiting for us?" Just then a bright male voice rang out. "Ruoxian, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Right? There was some traffic jam when I arrived." Chuja twisted his head to look, a flash of realization flashing through his eyes. This person is Song Lang, the male lead who replaced himself in this movie. There are many scenes with Su Ruoxian in the drama where they look at each other with affection. It seemed that the person Su Ruoxian was really waiting for was this Song Lang. There's a lot of love over theater. I heard that Song Lang's family was also very good. Plus he was young and handsome, so it wasn't impossible for Su Ruoxian to fall in love with each other. Song Lang's arrival caused Su Ruoxian's eyes to fluster a bit. She glanced at Chuzha, but Chuzha's eyes were light and did not have the slightest expression. Chuzha, Su Ruoxian seemed to want to explain something, but didn't say anything. Chuzha said, Mr. Su called me for something? That Song Lang also looked at Chuzha at this time, a hint of dawning realization and playfulness flashing in his eyes. Then he looked at Nan Shu and Su Wan next to Chuzha, a trace of greed flashing imperceptibly in the depths of his eyes. These are... Song Lang looked at Su Ruoxian. Hello, Mr. Song. I'm Chuzha. Chuzha took the initiative to reach out and greet him. Song Lang said, So it's Mr. Chu. He casually shook Chuzha's hand. Then he looked at Su Wan and Nan Shu. However, Su Wan and Nan Shu had no intention of going forward to introduce themselves. Song Lang smiled and didn't care. He looked towards Su Ruoxian and said in a slightly intimate manner, Ruoxian, let's go. Su Ruoxian's face changed. Next to him, Nan Shu muttered at this time, How long have we known each other before we call each other so closely? Nan Shu glanced at Chuzha again. Chuzha, until he divorced Su Ruoxian, called is still Mr. Su. Where did this go wrong? Just then Director Feng walked out from inside. So you're all here. Hurry up and come in. Chuzha greeted. Director Feng. It's really great that you can come. I have a script here. Are you interested in coming over? Director Feng said lightly. The corner of Chuzha's mouth twitched. Director Feng, you really look up to me. Director Feng said. You really are the most talented artist I've ever seen. No, it's really too bad that you're not an artist. At this time, Su Wan, who was next to her, said, It's fine if you let our general manager Chu perform. Anyway, we have our own entertainment company. If Director Feng is willing to come and direct a movie. Really? Then I'll just bring this script directly over. It's considered your entertainment company, Director Feng said in a hurry. Next to him, Nanchu's eyes lit up and pulled Chuzha's sleeve. Promise him, Chuzha said breathlessly. Good. Director Feng laughed and was happy. It's a deal. He is the director. As long as this movie is directed by himself, he really doesn't care much about which company he puts this movie under. His quest is to capture his work to perfection. Besides, he trusted Chuzha, who would never let him suffer. Chapter 123. Gratitude is not love. Next to him, Song Lang had a hard look on his face. The fact that Director Feng was very favorable to Chuzha was not a disguised way of saying that he was inferior to Chuzha, which made him very upset. He looked at Su Ruoxian. However, he found that Su Ruoxian, like that Nan Shu, actually had a look of surprise on her face. She's feeling happy for that Chulchul? Song Lang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward Chuzha, feeling that he should reassess Chuzha's threat. At this time, Director Feng looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Ruoxian, do you ever want to be the female lead? Su Ruoxian's eyes exploded with a hint of surprise at his words. Director Feng? Someone beside him suddenly shouted. Chuzha and Director Feng twisted their heads and saw that Su Xian had walked next to them at some point. Director Feng, what do you think about me being the female lead? Su Xian said. Director Feng's eyes lit up. Su Xian's external conditions were impeccable. And Su Ruoxian can be described as spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own strengths. Good. Then you're all in. Director Feng came afterward with great joy, seeing Su Xian's doubt. Director Feng said, This movie is an ancient costume drama. There's more than one woman flirting with the male lead. Su Xian and Su Ruoxian glanced at each other, and each of them let out a cold snort. Envy appeared in Su Wan's eyes, but her status was destined to not be able to come to the front of the stage. Director Feng said, There's still a child bride missing? Does your company offer someone too? Su Wan said, So what do you think of her? Su Wan pointed to Nan Shu. The Feng director's eyes lit up again. Then he looked at Chuzha and said, You're not blessed with good fortune. You're surrounded by such women with excellent posture. And General Nan's temperament is really in line with your child brides. Chuzha's face was dark. What did he mean by his own child bride? It should be that character's child bride, right? Next to him, Song Lang's face grew more and more ugly. Xiao Han walked over from the side at this time. Ruoxian, so you're here. Upon seeing Xiao Han, Director Feng's face immediately turned pale as he said to Chuzha, "Make yourselves at home. I still have to meet a few guests." Chuzha said, "Feel free, Director Feng." Director Feng patted Chuzha's shoulder and said, "You can't be on a bad date this time." Chuzha said, "Don't worry. This is my company's first production." The sealed guide giggled, then stepped to the side. Chuzha looked toward Xiao Han, who had no thoughts of going up to greet him. Self-conscious, he walked off to the side. Nanshu and Su Wan naturally followed closely. Su Xian looked at Xiao Han, who was walking towards Su Ruoxian, and sneered, as she also walked towards Chuzha's direction. Su Ruoxian frowned at Xiao Han at this time and said, "What do you want to find me for?" "Ruoxian, you've been very cold to me lately." Xiao Han's face was tinged with faint aggravation. Song Lang, who was next to him, suddenly said at this time, "Mr. Xiao, have you had plastic surgery?" Xiao Han's easily adjusted expression instantly collapsed. He jerked his head up to look at Song Lang, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. Song Lang said, "Oh, it seems that I've been talking too much. I just felt that Mr. Zhao's face was slightly stiff in the movie he was shooting. That's why I asked. Blame me for talking too much." Xiao Han stared at Song Lang dead in the face. And Song Lang looked at Xiao Han in a good way, his face playful. "All right." Su Ruoxian looked a little impatient. She said to Xiao Han, "You come with me." Su Ruoxian walked to the side. Xiao Han's eyes showed a hint of resentment as he passed by Song Lang's side. Song Lang didn't care, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Xiao Han's back. Song Lang looked around as Su Ruoxian led Xiao Han to the side, looking in the direction of Chuzha. But instead of seeing Chuzha, he saw those three women beside Chuzha talking about something together. Song Lang straightened his clothes and put a smile on his face before walking in their direction. "Hello, several beautiful ladies. Let me introduce myself. I'm Song Wang, a member of the Song family in Lingxing City. I'm 26 years old and unmarried. I don't know how to address several beautiful ladies." Su Wan looked at Song Lang with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Nanshu looked at Song Lang also did not say anything. Su Xian said at this time, "Lingxing Song family? Rather a big family. Why is Mr. Song thinking of coming to Jinghai to shoot a movie?" Song Lang said, "Just a hobby." Su Xian said, "I see that Mr. Song's performance is very professional, not like an amateur." Song Lang smiled and said, "I'm flattered. What is your name, this lady?" Song Lang looked at Su Xian. "I'm Su Ruoxian's older sister." Su Xian opened her mouth. Song Lang's face was slightly dumbfounded. The corner of Su Wan's mouth next to her revealed a snicker. How could she not know what he was up to? What do you want to do by flashing the identity of his Lingxing Song family right off the bat? The Song family in Lingxing might be a figurehead in Lingxing. But in Jinghai, the Song family was just on the level of the Zhang family, even worse, so what qualifications did they have to show off in front of the Su family? That's when Chuzha came over from the side. Su Xian's eyes revealed surprise, and without waiting for Song Lang to speak, she greeted Chuzha in his direction. Then he shoved one of the pastries in his hand into Chuzha's mouth. Chuzha slightly helplessly ate the pastry Su Xian stuffed in his mouth. It was just that the gaze that looked at Su Xian was a bit spoiled. The corner of Song Lang's mouth twitched at the sight. He looked at Su Wan and Nanshu again. He wondered how the two women would react to seeing this scene, only to see that the two women also walked over towards Chuzha and one of them stuffed a piece of pastry to Chuzha. Song Lang gritted his teeth as he watched. "What's going on here? What are you guys doing?" Chuzha asked at this time as well. Nanshu said, "I'm angry at that Song Lang. That guy isn't a good person at first glance." Su Wan said, "Just cooperate obediently. Good boy. Open your mouth, the grapes I peeled." Su Wan, not to mention, is at the helm of the Su family's dark forces. How can her mind be simple? Similarly, as the president of a company with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, what kind of people hadn't Nanshu seen? Although that Song Lang had concealed it well, that trace of desire was still keenly noticeable to her. She didn't care to socialize with such people. Song Lang's hand holding the tall wine glass was a little white. Looking at the Chuzha who was being fed, he snorted coldly. "A mud leg is just a mud leg. What gives him the right?" Other side. Su Ruoxian looked at Xiao Han and said, "What do you want to say?" Xiao Han asked, "Ruoxian, I don't know why you've been so cold to me lately. Can you tell me why?" Su Ruoxian said, "Xiao Han, I've always been grateful to you. But it wasn't until recently that I figured out that gratitude and love are two different things. It's me who once I thought I might have loved you, and for that reason I went out of my way, even declaring to the public that I was pregnant with your child. But Xiao Han, you know what? Every time you try to approach me, I find that my heart rejects it. I always thought we hadn't gotten to that point in our relationship yet, or that I was a little slow on the uptake. But lately I've realized that it's not, that my feelings for you have never been more about gratitude than anything else, including all the support I've given you as a way of repaying you, as a form of compensation. Xiao Han, I'm grateful to you, but I don't love you. Because of you, all kinds of misunderstandings have occurred between me and Chuzha. I think it's important to keep the necessary distance between us, and I'm deeply sorry for the illusion I've given you. Chapter 124. Cooperation? Xiao Han froze in place, looking at Su Ruoxian in disbelief. He had always had absolute confidence in himself. This time Su Ruoxian and himself turned cold. He didn't think it was a big deal. As long as he coaxed her as usual, and then mentioned that he had saved her, the other party would forgive himself as usual. But this time Su Ruoxian directly laid that matter out. She had nothing but gratitude for him, and it would be obnoxious for herself to bring up the incident where she saved her life at this point. Xiao Han's face was blue, and his body was trembling a bit because of his exasperation. He looked towards Su Ruoxian, who was walking towards the side, and his eyes became cold. Because of her, his family's secret power was almost wiped out by the Xue family. Paying such a big price for what? Is it to listen to Su Ruoxian giving herself a good guy card? Su Ruoxian, don't force me. Xiao Han's voice was low and spiteful. Not to mention Xiao Han's side of the mind. Nanshu and Su Xian are worthy of their sage advice. Surprisingly, he took the opportunity to find a new artist for his company at this party. Although they couldn't hire those famous artists, there were still many newcomers who wanted to be famous but didn't have a chance. After all, this was a banquet organized by the famous director, Director Feng. Those who came forward were those who had been recognized by Director Feng, and these people were a group of good seedlings with potential. Soon Su Xian and Nanshu had identified a few good artists, and by the time the banquet was over they could talk about them in detail and then join their entertainment company. Having just finished talking to an artist, Su Xian saw Su Ruoxian walking towards her. After thinking about it, Su Xian greeted him and took the lead. Discuss a matter. What? Su Ruoxian asked. Give me that entertainment company of yours, Su Xian said. Su Ruoxian raised her eyebrows and said, You're robbing in the open. You know that's not Su's, it's my company. Forget it if you don't give it. Su Xian snorted coldly. Su Ruoxian pulled Su Xian, who was about to leave, and said, The company can be given to you, but I also want to take a certain share. Su Xian was a little hesitant. Nanshu said beside him, Yes, but we have conditions. What? We don't want Xiao Han. He must be released from your company. Su Xian said, Yes, people like Xiao Han are a waste of resources, we don't want them. Besides, you know that the 2A lands are at our place as well. I don't want to see Xiao Han make a move on them. Su Ruoxian nodded and said, Yes, Xiao Han has always wanted to start his own company. In that case, simply just make Xiao Han independent. But I also have conditions, Su Ruoxian said. What? Su Xian asked. I must have Chuzha come and talk to me personally, Su Ruoxian said. Su Xian raised her willow eyebrows and said, Forget it then. Nanshu, however, pulled Su Xian at once, and Su Ruoxian's one had a good bottom line. It would be a shame to give it up like that when it's profitable once you take over. As the woman behind Chuzha, how could she give up the opportunity to let Chuzha develop and grow? Su Xian said, You don't want to say yes. I think she's just a thief to Zhe. Nanshu laughed a little and said, I know. Ever since she made that decision herself, she didn't care how many women Chuzha would have. She just wanted to be the one behind him, the one he always retreated to. You know you still let Chuzha come and talk to her? Su Xian was a bit dissatisfied. Nanshu glanced at Chuzha with a smile in his eyes. She didn't say anything, but it seemed like she said everything. Su Ruoxian's pupils shrunk slightly as she looked at Nanshu. Su Xian saw that Nanshu was helpless even if he insisted. One had to admit that Chuzha was really a little different towards Nanshu. And of course add Suwen. These two women had accompanied Chuzha from a mudblood. Nanshu put in the effort and Suwon put in the money. These two women carry a lot of weight in Chuzha's heart. Usually when Nanshu or Suwon offered an opinion, Chuzha would consider it carefully and rarely reject it. Su Xian had a bit more contact with Nanshu, and she could better appreciate Nanshu's influence on Chung Chuzha. Even to a certain extent, this cooperation could be made by Nanshu himself. Nanshu quickly found Chuja and spoke his mind. As expected, although Chuja had a difficult look on his face, he didn't oppose Nanshu's decision after all. He walked in the direction of Su Ruoxian. And at this time, Song Lang, who was next to him, also leaned over towards Su Ruoxian. Chuja came in front of Su Ruoxian and said, "Mr. Su, I heard that you are interested in merging the company in your hands with me." Su Ruoxian said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the balcony. It's quiet there." Chuja nodded, then headed for the balcony location. Song Lang's eyes twinkled as he watched their backs. And not far away, Xiao Han's face was even more ironic. "Come to the balcony. There aren't many people here and it seems a lot quieter. Why are you thinking of selling the company?" "It's not for sale, I want shares too," Su Ruoxian said. "That's what it means anyway. What do you think? You also know about the company's last movie box office, right?" Su Ruoxian said slightly helplessly. "Although I have money and my family has money, but the company losing no matter how much it loses will make people question my ability. It will make people lose confidence. I have to reverse this trend as soon as possible, so I want to work with you, for one thing because Director Fong promised I'd help me direct a movie. Secondly, Director Fong is also willing to put his next movie shoot under your entertainment company's name. If we work together, Director Fong will be able to give us 2 consecutive shoots, which can be very rare, and if we'll be able to work with Director Fong for a long time, isn't it worth putting up a fight?" Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian with complicated eyes. He wondered if the last car accident had anything to do with her or not. He couldn't read Su Ruoxian's thoughts, and he subconsciously didn't want to work with her. If Nanshu hadn't meant it, he wouldn't have listened to Su Ruoxian say these thoughts at all. Chuja pondered for a moment and said, "If it's just this, there's absolutely no need for you to cooperate with me, Mr. Su. I don't have any big names under my banner like Xiao Han and Mr. Song. You're losing money by cooperating with me. Since Director Fong has already agreed to direct a work for you, Mr. Su, you can choose a better script, and becoming famous is not a problem. Your company's conditions are much better than mine. So this isn't a partnership, it doesn't do you any substantial good, and I urge you to think about it." Su Ruoxian's face blanched slightly. "Are you unwilling? To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure to cooperate with you. This kind of cooperation is not reciprocal. I hope that you, Mr. Su, will stand in your own position and consider it well, instead of being influenced by any other emotions." Su Ruoxian said, "I've thought it over very clearly, and I also trust your ability." Su Ruoxian didn't give up, her eyes firmly looking at Chuja. Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian's determined eyes with some intention. Just then Song Lang walked over. "Ruoxian? So you're here." Chapter 125. "I'm not qualified." Su Ruoxian looked at Song Lang and said, "Song Lang, what are you looking for me for?" Song Lang said, "Ruoxian, didn't I say during the shooting that I was planning to join your company? I actually have an entertainment company at the bottom of my hand, which is small in size, only tens of millions of dollars, and I also have a few little-known artists that I can also bring over together. You big boss, you can't treat me badly in the future." Song Lang's tone was relaxed, but his eyes looked toward Chuja with the slightest hint of provocation, and of course, some disdain. Not to mention the other things, the price of those few artists alone was not something Chuja could afford to pay. In Song Lang's opinion, Chuja did not have the slightest qualification to work with Su Ruoxian. Chuja said at this time, "Mr. Su, look, you don't need to cooperate with me at all, not to mention the others. I can't afford Mr. Song's price alone, let alone the others. Mr. Su, let's forget about our cooperation." Song Lang said, "Yeah, you guys are actually talking about cooperation. It seems like I came at a bad time." Chuja smiled and said, "No, Mr. Song came in time to avoid Mr. Su's loss." Song Lang said, "Really? That's really great, Ruoxian. If you need anything, just tell me. For you, Ruoxian, I'm willing to give as much as I can." Su Ruoxian looked at Song Lang and frowned slightly. "Song Lang, I'm not at that level with you. It's better not to say such things in the future." Song Lang quickly said, "I'm sorry, Ruoxian. I couldn't help myself for a moment. I'll pay attention." Song Lang then looked at Chuja and said, "Mr. Chu, I heard that you also have an entertainment company under your hand. I wonder what individual artists you have? Maybe we even know each other." Chuja shook his head and said, "Mr. Song, the artists under my banner aren't considered very famous. They're just small artists on the 18th line, and Mr. Song wouldn't recognize them if I told him." The corner of Song Lang's mouth curled up slightly. "How can that be? Mr. Chu is able to invite a director like Director Fong. Then your entertainment company must be very well capitalized. After all, Companies like mine with tens of millions of dollars were not able to invite director phone. Chuja said, my company's registered capital is only 5 million, and Mr. Song can't compare. Song Lang pretended to be concerned and said, yeah, it's only 5 million. How can we make a movie then? Like this? Although my company doesn't make much money, it can still come up with 10 million. Do you want me to support Mr. Chu? Song Lang looked at Chuja with a smile and a concerned expression. But Chuja was not a little cutie. How could he not hear the derision in the other party's mouth? The other side is to tell him, the other side casually squeeze out a little money is not his. Chuja can be compared what qualifications he and Su Ruoxian cooperation. Chuja looked at Song Lang and said, Mr. Song doesn't have to. I can still get the money to make a movie. He was given the money by Chin's mother for that movie she shot at Chin's. $10 million more to be exact, but Chuja only wanted $10 million. So he has the money to make a small budget movie, but there's no need to talk to outsiders about such things. Chuja looked at Su Ruoxian and said, Mr. Su, since this is the case I won't bother. The matter of cooperation should not be talked about in the future. Chuja got up and prepared to leave. Su Ruoxian looked at Chuja, who walked away with some anxiety. Chuja, Mr. Su, I know how capable I am myself, although I can't compare to you. I don't need your charity either. I'm sorry, I still have things to do. Chuja left in large strides. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Song Lang's eyes as he watched Chuja's back as he left. Ruoxian, did I say something I shouldn't have? I wanted to support Mr. Chu, but Mr. Chu doesn't seem to appreciate it. Song Lang said innocently. Su Ruoxian twisted her head to look at Song Lang, her face cloudy. Song Lang, I still have to think about our cooperation. Since you have an entertainment company under your banner, then it's a bit inappropriate for you to join me here. I hope you'll think about it as well. Song Lang's face changed slightly. Ruoxian, there's nothing to consider. It's only fitting that you and I join forces. Don't worry, you'll still be the boss of the company from now on. Whatever you say is what you want. I don't have any opinions. Su Ruoxian was silent, and she had to say that Song Lang's suggestion was attractive. Not to mention other things, just from a business perspective, getting Song Lang's capital injection, her company could definitely move up a notch. There is also more access to more resources. Because Song Lang himself was one of the top artists, with his connections, there was no worry about finding good artists. Seeing Su Ruoxian in deep thought, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Song Lang's mouth when he saw this. Chuja's side also came to Nanshu and the others. Nanshu asked, how's it going? Is it settled? Chuja talked about the conversation with Su Ruoxian in detail. When they heard that Song Lang would join Su Ruoxian's company, they knew that their cooperation with Su Ruoxian was considered yellow this time. Nanshu was a bit speechless. In that case, we shouldn't rush up to flatter. Let's just do our own thing. Su Exine coldly grunted. This sister of his really couldn't carry her own weight. Suwon looked in the direction of the balcony and said softly, Su Ruoxian? Su Ruoxian, you're useless even if you're given the chance. Chuja didn't know what Su Ruoxian would do, but he was happy to be able to have fewer interactions with Su Ruoxian. Seeing the unconcerned look on Chuja's face, both Nanshu and Su Exine knew that it turned out that Chuja really didn't care about Su Ruoxian anymore. The party continued and soon it was time for the main event. That's to celebrate this shoot they just finished. Director Fong called all the people who were shooting for this movie to the stage. This platform was also made temporary by the hotel staff. Director Seal says some scene stealing stuff, and then it's all about praising the cast this time around. Su Ruoxian appeared on stage as the female lead along with Song Lang, the male lead. Song Lang looked at Su Ruoxian with deep affection and stretched out his hand to walk with Su Ruoxian to the middle of the high platform. The crowd was up in arms below. There was a lot of noise about what a perfect match, a perfect couple, a match made in heaven, and so on. Song Lang had a smile on his face, enjoying the occasion. Su Ruoxian's gaze went to the stage. The figure of Chuja was quickly found. Chuja's expression was calm as he nodded slightly at Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian didn't know why, but Chuja's calm gaze made her feel a little flustered. Chapter 126. In the past, she felt that Chuja had moved towards herself. At the very least, the trepidation in his eyes when he sent himself to the hospital that time could not be faked. That was the closest Su Ruoxian had ever felt Chuja's heart come to her. But Chuja hasn't come to the hospital since he left. She could still remember Chuja's cold face and the trace of disgust in his eyes when he left. She didn't know what had happened. Why had it all turned out at once? She was brooding. However, he didn't notice that someone had actually encouraged Song Lang to kiss Su Ruoxian. and the contemplative Su Ruoxian did not object. Song Lang's eyes carried a blazing heat. Su Ruoxian's acquiescence gave him a lot of courage. He attached himself towards Su Ruoxian. Su Ruoxian violently pulled away from Song Lang with a sharp shock. Eyes instantly became unkind. "What do you do?" Song Lang was slightly embarrassed. There was no kiss, but a cheer still came from the stage. Su Ruoxian's eyes were panicked at this time as she looked in Chu Zhe's direction. Instead, he saw Chu Zhe's back as he turned to leave. She panicked and ran off the high platform to chase after Chu Zhe in his direction. Chasing him out the door, he realized that Chu Zhe was no longer there. Su Ruoxian disheveledly commiserated on the doorframe. At this time Song Lang also followed. "Ruoxian, what's wrong with you?" Su Ruoxian jerked her head to look at Song Lang. "Song Lang, you don't seem to have a clear understanding of my relationship with you." Song Lang's face changed. "Ruoxian, I'm sorry. I was also coaxed by them, that's why." Xiao Han also walked over at this time looking at Song Lang with an iron face. He said to Su Ruoxian, "Ruoxian, is it uncomfortable? Let me take you back." Song Lang sniffed and looked at Xiao Han with a cold look in his eyes. Xiao Han glared back with the same unwillingness. Su Ruoxian coldly said at this time, "I can go back by myself." Seeing this, Song Lang hurriedly said, "Ruoxian, this celebration hasn't ended yet. It's a bit bad to leave like this." The anxiety between Su Ruoxian's brows intensified, looking at Song Lang still full of impatience. She clenched her fists or suppressed the grumpiness in her heart. Director Feng walked out at this time. "Are you not feeling well, Mr. Su? I'll arrange for someone to send Mr. Su to the hospital." "No, Director Feng, I'm fine. It's just that I want to go back," Su Ruoxian said. "Okay. Mr. Su, just go ahead. Are you really okay?" Director Feng asked again. "It's fine." Su Ruoxian stepped away. Song Lang said, "Director Feng, I'll go see Ruoxian off." "No, I can walk by myself." Su Ruoxian refused with an icy tone. "Ruoxian, I don't feel comfortable with you like this," Song Lang said as he stepped forward. "I want to be alone." Su Ruoxian left quickly. Xiao Han coldly grunted and chased after Su Ruoxian in her direction, leaving Song Lang's face cloudy. Director Feng shook his head and walked into the venue as well. How could he not expect this to happen? This Song Lang looked usually very stable. How could he do such a sudden thing? Mr. Su's family is not a professional entertainer, but the person is Su's daughter, the president. It's not good to use the same set of things among artists. Even artists should have the reserve off stage. This time Song Wang is a bit adventurous. He was going to have to think about whether or not he wanted to continue working with Song Lang. Su Ruoxian drove away. She didn't go back to her villa, but came to Ning Rongrong's place. Seeing the disoriented Su Ruoxian, Ning Rongrong shook her head breathlessly. "You said that you tried to merge with his company but failed?" Su Ruoxian revealed a bitter smile. "Actually, I'm still not sure why he pulled out of this shoot," Su Ruoxian said. Ning Rongrong shook her head. "By all rights it shouldn't be. That poster wasn't sent out, but I read it, in my psychology senior's opinion. He definitely didn't have any ill feelings towards you at that time. And the panic in his eyes is sufficient proof that his heart is in turmoil. And there is no doubt that his heart will be in turmoil only if he has a crush on you. Just why did he suddenly drop out of this shoot and drop out without even giving you a word? That's so weird. Is there something going on with you guys here?" Su Ruoxian said. "He is the one who sent me to the hospital when he showed that he was very nervous about my injuries. Look. But when I woke up his face turned cold." Ning Rongrong said, "You woke up? Did you pass out? Then you didn't answer the phone call I made to you? You called me then?" Su Ruoxian was puzzled. Ning Rongrong was shocked. "It's over. The call must have been answered by him. He wouldn't think that I'm encouraging you to set him up, right?" Su Ruoxian jerked her head up to look at Ning Rongrong, feeling more and more likely. "Oops. This time it's my fault for talking too much," Ning Rongrong said. Su Ruoxian shook her head and said, "No. Chu Zhe wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. There should be something else here that I don't know about." Ning Rongrong said, "So what else is going on?" "Forget it. Don't think about it. You might as well ask him yourself if you have the time. Tell me why you failed again this time. A merger between your two companies would do him a lot of good. So why wouldn't he say yes?" Su Ruoxian somewhat bitterly smiled as she talked about the banquet. Ning Rongrong was shaking her head straight as she listened. "I realize that you and him really aren't destined to be together, and there's always someone coming out to wreak havoc right at the crucial moment. It used to be Xiao Han. Now it's Song Lang. It's too much of a coincidence if you want to say it's a coincidence. Is this what's called no coincidence? Su Ruoxian smiled bitterly. What do you think? Are you trying to promise Song Lang? Ning Rongrong asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Rationally speaking, Song Lang's joining does help my company improve. Su Ruoxian said. Ruoxian, that's just how you are. You're so career-oriented that you seem a bit indecisive above your feelings. If you really cared about Chuzha, you should have rejected Song Lang at that time. This Song Lang looks like he has other thoughts about you. You can't not see that, can you? Su Ruoxian was a bit annoyed. What should I do now? Ning Rongrong said. I really don't know about this. Ning Rongrong was also speechless. Her own ideas were obviously every good. But once they were implemented there were always all sorts of problems. Even she was not confident anymore. Meanwhile, at Xiao Han's place, Xiao Han pressed his assistant to the bed. 2 minutes later, Xiao Han sat down on the sofa next to him with a deflated face. The assistant got up and snuggled next to Xiao Han. Angry outside? Assistant Jiao Ro asked as she drew circles on Xiao Han's chest with her fingers. Damn it. After one Chuzha left, another Song Lang came. Damn thing even tried to kiss Ruoxian in public. Xiao Han's face twisted a little. Song Lang? Is that the Song Lang who says he's a Song family when he meets someone? The assistant asked. You know him? Of course, how can that guy be compared to you? He's just a second-generation ancestor who relies on his family's wealth. In fact, the Song family has long been strong on the outside. You think Song Lang is willing to come and earn money as an entertainer? That's because he would have starved to death long ago if he didn't. Chapter 127. Strange Phone Calls. Xiao Han's eyes lit up at his words. Really? He said that he has a few companies under his hand, and an entertainment company. Could it also be a lie? The company is real, but unfortunately it's not his. He's nothing but a bluff, the assistant said. Then why is he talking about merging the company into Ruhan's? Really? That's a strange one. He can make the call? The assistant froze. Suddenly Xiao Han laughed. Bluff? This Song Lang shouldn't indicate that he's talking generously. But when it really comes to that time, he won't be shirking again, right? It's actually very easy to do. I'll go to Lingxing City and personally check everything out, the assistant said. Good. You personally go to Lingxing City and see what kind of goods he really is, Xiao Han said. The assistant packed up and was out the door instantly. It's Friday. Chuzha came to Xue Evening Qing's place early. At midnight, Xue Evening Qing quietly came out of Chuzha's room. As soon as he went out, he ran into the sneaky Xue Mochizuki. Xue Mochizuki saw Xue Evening Qing come out and said, Why did you come out? Xue Evening Qing blushed a little. It's up to you. Then Xue Evening Qing glanced at Chuzha's room with a slight afterthought and secretly poo-pooed. Livestock. Then he went to rest in Reimer's room. Xue Mochizuki's heart was filled with doubts, and she took advantage of Xue Evening Qing's inattention to walk towards Chuzha's room. The next morning Chuzha went out and saw Xue Moyu sitting on the sofa. Sister Foamy Moon. Good morning. Good morning. Xue Mochizuki's voice was a bit small. She tightly hugged the pillow on her chest, somewhat not daring to look at Chuzha. Chuzha wondered, Has Sister Evening gone to work already? Yes. Xue Mochizuki replied softly. Chuzha was a bit puzzled. What happened to Xue Moyu today? Where is her usual spiritedness? Shaking his head and not thinking much about it, he made breakfast for Xue Mochizuki and Reimer and casually ate some himself before leaving. Waiting for Chuzha to leave, Xue Moyu buried her head in a hug pillow. Chuzha arrived at the entertainment company. Since Director Feng had promised to shoot a movie under their company's name, he naturally wasn't reneging on his word, and he himself had to be prepared for anything. Right now there are just 2 artists in the company, Yang Lan and Qin Lu, and of course there are just signed a few artists, but that's not enough. Even with the addition of myself and Su Xin and the others, it was a bit of a stretch. Chuzha was a bit fretful. Lu Jing at this time lethargically relied on the sofa in Chuzha's office, looking at Chuzha and frowning. Worrying about the next movie? Lu Jing asked. A bit. Yang Lan and Qin Lu are just fine, but I as well as Su Xian and Nan Shu are not artists, so I'm afraid I'm a bit incapable of handling this shoot. Lu Jing said, Are you looking for outside help? Is there anyone in school? Can you introduce me to 2? Lu Jing said, Are you forgetting someone? Who? Li Qing. She's from a science class and that movie you worked with her was a hit. Why don't you sign Li Qing? Lu Jing said. Yeah. And Li Qing? But Li Qing can come? Chuzha was a little worried. Why don't you try? Lu Jing said. Chuzha pulled out his cell phone and called over. The phone was quickly picked up, Chuzha. Li Qing's slightly surprised voice rang out. Li Qing, are you in Jinghai now? I'm now in Lingsheng, Li Qing said. Lingsheng? Is that where you're going to work? Yes. I'm going to start at an entertainment company here. Is there something you want to see me about? Li Qing asked. Chuzha said, no, nothing, just asking. Since it's not in the capital C, even if there is time you come to the capital C, we talk again. Ugh. Don't hang up yet. Tell me, what exactly is it that you're looking for me for? Li Qing asked. Actually, I opened an entertainment company and wanted you to come over to act in a movie. Since you went to Lingshang, then forget it. Chuzha said helplessly. Humph, what did you do earlier? Why didn't you tell me when you opened an entertainment company? Is it because you don't see me? Li Qing was a bit dissatisfied. Which is not true. I just don't think you can see my little company. Who said that? You didn't even ask me. Well, I know. I'm not officially inducted here. I'll quit here and go back to Jinghai. Just wait for me. The phone hung up. Chuzha was a bit stunned. Lu Jing snorted and laughed. You're still not clear on how attractive you are, schoolmate. Chuzha was slightly embarrassed. However, with Li Qing on board, there was not much of a problem on his side. Since Li Qing came from a science class, she knew a lot of people. One Li Qing came over, and behind her was the entire talent of the graduating acting department of Jinghai University. It's cool to think about. After settling things here, Chuzha also breathed a sigh of relief. But in the evening, he just came to the rental house, suddenly received a strange phone call. It was a woman with a slightly familiar voice. You'd better come to Lingsheng. If you're late, Li Qing will be in danger. The woman said. What happened to Li Qing? Chuzha's face changed. You better get over here quick. The woman was a little playful. Chuzha hung up the phone and scrambled toward the stairs. Suwon's face changed and a phone call was made. Send a few more people to follow him. Make sure he's safe. Chuzha drove and sped in the direction of Lingsheng. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Lingsheng, Li Qing's face was ugly as she looked at the person sitting across from her. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by that? I didn't sign a contract for you. What right do you have to restrict my freedom? Li Qing. A middle-aged man with a big belly on the opposite side looked at Li Qing with a smile and said, Li Qing, I'm doing this for your own good. There aren't many powerful companies like us. Joining us will be very good for you. That's the best you can do? It's a good thing I didn't sign the contract if I did. I'm afraid I'd be signing a contract of sale, right? Ugh, how can you say that? As long as you're obedient, I promise to promote you to the position of a popular star. Li Qing looked at the contract handed over by the other party, and her face became exceptionally ugly. It was expected to be a job search in the ordinary sense of the word. He himself did not promise the other party. Holding a polite attitude, he resigned from the other party, not realizing that the other party had to go away for himself, so much so that now the other party revealed his true face. And next door to Li Qing's private room, Xiao Han's assistant had a cold smile on his lips. She looked at her cell phone. She had called Chuzha since Li Qing was brought here by the other party, and by now almost an hour had passed. It is estimated that Chuzha is unable to rush over, although Lingsheng is not far from Jinghai, but 2 hours to rush over are a bit reluctant. Tisk. It's a shame to see such a beautiful chick spoiled. You guys are still looking at this society too simply. Chapter 128. Have you seen enough? Just as Xiao Han's assistant was sighing, her phone suddenly rang. Xiao Han's assistant was slightly stunned and picked up the phone. On what floor? Chuzha's voice came. The assistant was slightly stunned, then smiled slightly and said, on the 10th floor, room number 1012. Ding, the elevator doors open. Several figures rushed out. The first one was actually Yu Yu. Xiao Han's assistant was peeking his head in, and was a bit stunned at this moment. Why is she here? Assistant Xiao Han saw Yu Yu leading people to quickly rush to the room where Li Qing was. Then break in. Don't move. Anyone who dares to move is assaulting the police. Hold your head and crouch down. Yu Yu's voice rang out. Xiao Han's assistant was filled with surprise as she left her room towards the door of that room and then looked inside. Only Yu Yu was seen protecting Li Qing behind her. A few plainclothes policemen pinned that boss Zhang, who was only wearing pants, to the ground. The assistant looked at Li Qing again and saw that Li Qing's eyes were disoriented, but her clothes were not messy. She was slightly surprised, and then she was a little impressed with Li Qing. This woman is not as dumb and sweet as she seems. Surprisingly, he was able to tangle with this fat pig for so long without letting his opponent's hand go. Yu looked at Li Qing and said, Are you all right? I'm fine. But the other party drugged my wine. And I have the evidence I recorded in my bag, Li Qing said with misty eyes. Yu said, bear with it. I'll send you to the hospital right away. What brings you here? Li Qing asked. Chuzha called me and told me if I recognized anyone from Lingsheng. And it just so happened that I came here for a training session. So I rushed over when I got the call. Chuzha? How would he know? Yu was stunned. Weren't you the one who called? Of course not. The communication in this room is blocked. That was prepared. Li Qing said. Yu gave that boss Zhang a disgusted look. Yu led Li Qing away, and when she came to the door, Li Qing saw Xiao Han's assistant. She was slightly stunned, but her body's desires had made it too late for her to think too much. Trudger arrived late at night. Looking at Li Qing curled up in her hospital bed, her heart was in her throat. Are you okay? Chuzha's voice was slightly hoarse. Li Qing was writhing on the hospital bed. The drug could not be lifted overnight, and the residual drug still made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Li Qing's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw Chuzha. You came! Li Qing reached out and grabbed Chuzha's hand. Chuzha felt Li Haru's hand was hot. He reached toward Li Qing's forehead. At this time, Li Qing didn't know where the strength came from, and hugged Chuzha's neck and kissed him. I can't stand it. Just help me not move. Please, Li Qing said. Chuzha's body stiffened. He wanted to push Li Qing away, but his touch was soft. Li Qing grunted, the sobriety in her eyes instantly disappearing. Chuzha hurriedly said, I'll go find a doctor. Chuzha hurriedly got up and tried to call for a doctor. Don't go, please, just hold me. Li Qing held onto Chuzha with a death grip. No, you don't even know what you're doing now? Chuzha said. Don't go. Chuzha, don't go. If you dare to go, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Li Qing's voice was hoarse. Chuzha froze for a moment. Li Qing took the opportunity to pounce towards Chuzha and wrapped around his body like a beautiful snake. Li Qing's blazing nostrils roamed his face, evoking the darkness in Chuzha's heart. Chuzha, help me. Help me, okay? Li Qing murmured in his ear. The words were like a devil's whisper, sending out a fatal temptation to Chuzha. Yu came to the ward the next day, seeing Chuzha sitting next to Li Qing. You're here. Yu greeted Chuzha. I have to thank you this time. How did things go with that guy? Chuzha asked. That guy is worse off. Suspected of smoking and harboring drugs. There's something for him to suffer, Yu said. But the water of that entertainment company is very deep. And this is Lingxing City. People are the groundlings. It's a bit unsafe for you guys to be here. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible, Yu said. What about you? Will they retaliate against you if you arrest one of their men? Yu guffawed. Are you worried about me? Of course. How can I say that we are also considered friends? Chuzha said. Don't worry. Who do you think I'm standing behind? It's the country. If they dare to touch me, they have to consider whether they can bear it or not. That's really not a blind statement. Unless the other party was crazy, how could they not hit their idea on this policewoman with a deep background? All right, we'll return to the capital C today. Chuzha was amenable to good advice. He wasn't going to be head over heels trying to do a fight to the death with whatever evil was going on here. 1, he doesn't have that power, and 2, he's not alone. Yu and Chuzha left without saying a few words. There was a lot of work waiting for her back there. After sending Yu away, Chuzha came back and looked at Li Qing on the bed and said, Let's go too. Li Qing blushed and agreed, then got up and sat up. A pair of wonderful eyes fell on Chuzha's body in desire to speak. The corner of Chuzha's mouth twitched. You know you're shy now? Li Qing winced and covered her head with the covers again. Chuzha said, You should be glad that this is a hospital, or else hell knows what else I could have done. I'm not going to be responsible for eating you out of house and home. So let's see what you'll do. Li Qing's cheeks turned red. You're still blaming me for not eating? Chuzha looked at Li Qing in surprise. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? Chuzha took Li Qing out of the hospital. Come to the room that Li Qing has in the hotel. Li Qing did not do anything. First of all, red-faced, went to the bathroom. Chuzha sat on the couch and waited. Not long after, Li Qing reddened his face and poked her head out. Can you pass me my clothes? Chuzha touched his nose and got up to pick up a set of Li Qing's clothes and handed them to Li Qing. Looking at Li Qing's exposed white and delicate jade arms, Chuzha felt his throat a little dry. Hastily, he turned his head to the side. He didn't see the hint of cunning that showed in Li Qing's eyes in the bathroom. After staying for a while, Li Qing added, Can you bring me my panties too? It's at the head of my bed. Chuja's scalp tingled a bit. Why don't I go out and you get it yourself? Chuja said. No, I'm scared if you leave, Li Qing said. Chuja breathlessly walked towards the bed. But because of the relationship of the rented house, the light was a bit dim even though it was daytime. Chuja casually pressed his hand toward the switch at the head of the bed. But the lights didn't come on. Chuja was suspicious as he twisted his head to look, and then he locked eyes with Li Qing, who was across the glass in the bathroom. Li Qing isn't dressed yet. Chuja looked dumbfounded. Li Qing first came back to her senses and said in shame, Have you seen enough?